When the night falls quietly like a heavy curtain, I will not hesitate to step before everyone, gripping my long blade tightly, pointing it straight into the endless abyss of darkness, letting crimson blood spray across the vault of the heavens. So, what exactly is the regret that the Godslayer left behind? You must be Lin Xie, right? Your seat is here. HM? That voice just now, it sounded like it was right beside me. Zhang Luochen lay slouched over his desk, eyes half closed, clearly just waking from a dream. What greeted his gaze was a boy whose eyes were covered by a black silk ribbon, being carefully guided by several classmates and seated gently at the desk next to him. Hey, Zhang Luochen, tidy up your desk. The new student is here. Why are you still napping? The speaker was a girl with a neat ponytail and delicate features. She had just introduced herself as the class monitor, Jiang Qian. Zhang Luochen looked around in confusion, noticing that many classmates had gathered around him, or more precisely, around his new desk partner. He glanced down at his own school uniform. Why is the color of my uniform different? Wait a second. Suddenly struck by a realization, Zhang Luochen grabbed Lin Xie, who was seated beside him. You, what did they just say his name was? Zhang Luochen asked excitedly. Lin Xie, sitting next to him, instinctively leaned back a little and answered calmly, My name is Lin Xie. Zhang Luochen, don't be so rough with your deskmate. The tall boy reached out and pried Zhang Luochen's hand away. You're Li Yifei, and you're Jiang Qian? Zhang Luochen then turned to Lin Xie and confirmed, and you're Lin Xie. He pressed a hand to his forehead, trying hard to remember. Just moments ago, he'd been in the classroom reading a novel called Learning to Slay Gods in a psychiatric hospital. A black silk ribbon over the eyes, about 1.75 meters tall, a delicate face, and the mortal divine realm. Who else could this be but Lin Xie? Heavens, I've actually transmigrated into the world of the God Slayer. Zhang Luochen suddenly leaped up from his seat, arms raised high, shouting with excitement. The entire class stared at him in stunned silence, their faces full of astonishment. Sorry, Lin Xie, your deskmate might be a little unusual, Jiang Qian said apologetically. Realizing he'd become the center of attention, Zhang Luochen sat back down awkwardly, then turned to look at Lin Xie. Lin Xie, as your deskmate, I promise I'll take good care of you. Zhang Luochen forced a flattering smile. Lin Xie turned slightly, facing Zhang Luochen's direction. Even though his eyes were hidden behind the black ribbon, his expression was still tinged with embarrassment. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie's situation is a bit special, so make sure you don't give him a hard time. The class monitor, Jiang Qian, reminded him with a serious tone. Me? I'd never do something like that. Don't worry, monitor. By the way, you really look great in your school uniform today. It really suits you. Zhang Luocheng replied with a grin. Isn't everyone wearing their uniforms today? Jiang Qian shot him a glare, then added, All right, everyone back to your seats. Class is about to start. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the teacher began lecturing on the modern history of the Great Xia and the current challenges facing the country. Although class was in session, Zhang Luocheng's gaze kept drifting toward Lin Xie. The protagonist from the novel had suddenly appeared in front of him, and it felt almost like meeting a celebrity. To top it off, he was now sitting right next to the main character. As expected, Lin Xie really does look the part of the protagonist. He's so cool, Zhang Luocheng thought, utterly absorbed. But honestly, Jiang Qian is really pretty too. If only I could. Wait a minute, this is Sangnan City, the 10-year miracle. Suddenly, a crucial question struck Zhang Luocheng. Sangnan City had gained 10 extra years of existence, thanks to Lin Xie's miracle. If he himself was now part of this city, didn't that mean he would vanish along with it? Oh no, am I going to die right after crossing over? Zhang Luocheng's heart raced as panic set in. He started fidgeting restlessly at his desk. Lin Xie had already noticed his odd behavior. Inwardly, Lin mused, looks like the academic pressure here is really intense. Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. Right, I've transmigrated here. What about this body's memories? Are there any clues about all this? He quickly closed his eyes, searching his mind. Soon, a flood of memories belonging to this body surged forth. Zhang Luocheng, a student in Class 2, Grade 11 at Sangnan No. 2 High School, 17 years old, 176 centimeters tall. None of this helps. Is there anything more important? Zhang Luocheng continued to dig through his memories. Parents deceased, no other relatives, an orphan. Oh boy, that's rough. At least Lin Xie still has family, but I ended up as an orphan. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but complain inwardly. Transferred at Sangnan No. 2 High School after the high school entrance exams. Finally, something useful. Zhang Luocheng breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he wasn't actually part of Sangnan City's 10-year miracle. Still, these memories are a mess. Why would such important information be buried at the end? Now that he knew he wasn't doomed, Zhang Luoqing visibly relaxed. Sitting beside him, Lin Xie watched these strange antics, his expression growing more complicated, no longer as calm as before. By the way, in most novels, when the protagonist travels to another world, don't they usually get some special power or system? Where's my system? Zhang Luoqing looked down at his own hands, but nothing happened. Did the system forget to give me a cheat when I transmigrated? Zhang Luoqing couldn't help but mock himself. Without a cheat, how am I supposed to survive in a world full of gods? Am I just a background character? Although Lin Xie didn't turn his head, his attention never strayed from Zhang Luoqing. At this moment, he was even considering whether he should talk to the teacher about switching seats. Just then, a voice only Zhang Luoqing could hear suddenly sounded in his ear. System detected host's urgent need. Allocating the Naruto system to host. So, it only shows up when I start panicking. Zhang Luoqing was inwardly delighted. The Naruto system? Does this mean I can get all kinds of powers for Naruto? Like the Chidori, Sharingan, Rinnegan. Complete the beginner's mission and successfully activate the system. You may draw 2 Naruto abilities. Fantastic. 2 abilities, I can hardly wait. Quick, tell me, what's the beginner's mission? Zhang Luoqing's eyes sparkled with irrepressible excitement. The system replied, please capture a photo of Lin Xie in his 6-winged seraphim form. Zhang Luoqing frowned. But Lin Xie's eyesight hasn't recovered yet. How can I possibly get a photo of his 6-winged seraphim form? He thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered, right, today is Lin Xie's first day at this school. Tonight, he'll encounter the masked man. When that happens, he'll unleash his divine power, and the whole city of Tsangnan will know. Team 136 and Zhao Kongsheng will also make an appearance. Looks like tonight is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Luoqing started plotting to himself. Lin Xie, tonight, I have to get that photo, no matter what. Meanwhile, Lin Xie couldn't shake the feeling that his new deskmate was acting stranger and stranger, making him more and more uneasy. Night fell, starlight sprinkling across the ground, and under the moon's glow, shadows stretched long across the pavement. As evening's self-study ended, students trickled out of the school gates in small groups, walking home together. A cluster of classmates gathered around Lin Xie. Actually, I can go home by myself, Lin Xie said, looking a little helpless as he found himself surrounded. Your aunt asked us to look after you, Lin Xie. Of course we have to keep our word, Jiang Qian said earnestly. Yeah, Xie, we're headed in the same direction anyway. Me too. Same here, I'm on the way. Everyone glanced in confusion at the last person who spoke, because as far as they could recall, this person definitely didn't live in the same direction. Zhang Luoqing, aren't you a boarding student? How could you be on the way? Jiang Qian stared at him, wide-eyed. I just want to do my part for my new deskmate. It's no trouble at all. After I see him off, I can still make it back in time. Zhang Luoqing forced a smile. To be honest, he had only just realized that he was supposed to be a boarder at the school. He had always assumed he could find a place to stay off campus, but apparently, he had overestimated his own financial situation. More importantly, tonight was crucial for him. He absolutely had to get a shot of Lin Xie's 6-winged seraph picture. In that case, don't go too far. Just head back once you've seen him off, otherwise the dorm gates will be locked, Jiang Qian reminded him. Actually, I really can. No, Lin Xie, we'll all walk you home together. Jiang Qian cut him off before he could finish. At that moment, Zhang Luoqing stepped forward, slinging an arm around Lin Xie's shoulders with a grin. Come on, deskmate, don't be shy. Let's go home together. Lin Xie had no words in response. And so, a group of students gathered around a blind boy whose eyes were covered by a black ribbon, becoming a unique sight as they slowly made their way out of the campus. Under the night sky, the streets of Tsangnan had grown nearly deserted, and the crowd around Lin Xie gradually thinned. As people split off at various intersections and alleyways, only Jiang Qian, Li Yifei, and a few others remained by his side. Zhang Luoqing, we're getting pretty far from school. You should head back now, Jiang Qian advised, figuring they were close enough to Lin Xie's home. It's fine, class monitor. After I see Lin Xie home, I'll walk you back too. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone at night. Zhang Luoqing waved off her concern with an easy gesture. You never used to be this enthusiastic, Jiang Qian replied with a smirk, then turned to ask, Li Yifei, you've been quiet the whole way. What's on your mind? Only then did everyone notice the worried look on Li Yifei's face. Yeah, you've been completely spaced out, Zhang Luoqing said, giving Li Yifei a friendly pat on the shoulder. I was just thinking, will the mist really come back and swallow up Da Xiao again? Li Yifei asked uncertainly. It won't. You have to believe that the mist will eventually fade away, Zhang Luoqing said, recalling that these characters would discuss this very topic in the novel, and so he jumped right to the conclusion. Lu Yuan chimed in. It's just some natural phenomenon, right? I don't think we'll ever see anything drastic happen with a mist in our lifetime. Wang Xiao was about to add something, but then he frowned in confusion. Huh, I was just about to say something, but now I can't remember what it was. Zhang Luocheng smiled softly, thinking to himself, Lu Yuan, in truth, you'll never live to see that day. He knew all too well that during the serpent demon incident that would soon erupt on campus, Lu Yuan wouldn't survive. But for now, Zhang Luocheng pushed those thoughts aside, turning his gaze toward Wang, Xiao, and Jiang Qian, especially Jiang Qian. The group continued down the street for a while, and soon found themselves in the old quarter. Zhang Luocheng could clearly feel his heartbeat quicken. After all, at this moment, he was just an ordinary student, entirely defenseless. I'm going to turn off here, so I'll be heading out first, Wang Xiao said, glancing back at everyone. Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao. Li Yifei and Zhang Luocheng called out almost in unison, exchanging a brief look. Wang Xiao, why don't you walk a bit further with Lin Xie? There's still plenty of time. Zhang Luocheng stepped forward, throwing an arm around Wang Xiao's shoulders, and, with a gentle force, pulled him back into the group. Huh, but this way isn't convenient for me, Wang Xiao protested, wriggling out of Zhang Luocheng's grasp, his tone tinged with helplessness. Wang Xiao, I've heard the old quarter hasn't been very safe lately. Apparently, there's some maniac on the loose. Li Yifei finally blurted out what he'd been holding back. Zhang Luocheng covered his forehead in exasperation. Why is it so difficult to change the course of the story? A maniac, Jiang Qian repeated, her voice puzzled. It's true. They say the victims died horribly. Their faces were completely mutilated, Li Yifei added, gesturing with his hands for emphasis. Li Yifei, it's late. Don't go scaring everyone, Jiang Qian complained, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Wang Xiao swallowed nervously, growing uneasy at the conversation. At that moment, Lin Xie suddenly spoke, breaking the tense mood. Are you sure these cases were really done by a human? Lin Xie's words left everyone frozen in place. Zhang Luocheng glanced at the now clearly frightened Wang Xiao. Hey, Wang Xiao, maybe walk with us a little longer? It's getting late. I need to go home. I don't buy any of this, Wang Xiao said, not giving Zhang Luocheng another chance, and hurried off at a run. Damn, now something really is going to happen, Zhang Luocheng muttered, preparing to chase after him. Just then, Jiang Qian spoke up. Do you guys smell something weird? No. Lu Yuan didn't even finish his sentence before he started retching. Li Yifei sniffed the air, then immediately doubled over, vomiting as well. Lin Xie reacted much the same. Zhang Luocheng also caught a whiff of that pungent, acrid odor. He'd only ever read about it in novels, but experiencing it firsthand, he finally understood just how nauseating it truly was. He had to steady himself against the wall with one hand as he, too, couldn't help but throw up. This smell is unbearable, Zhang Luocheng muttered, wiping his mouth. Without another thought, he rushed off in the direction where Wang Xiao had disappeared. After all, he was the only one who knew the real danger was about to arrive. If he didn't act fast, Wang Xiao could be in grave trouble. Zhang Luocheng had barely taken a few steps when a piercing scream rang out from deep within the alley. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn in that direction. Wang Xiao, as soon as Li Yifei heard the voice, he immediately dashed deeper into the alley with Lu Yuan and Jiang Qian close behind. Hey, don't go in there. Run now, Zhang Luocheng shouted at the top of his lungs. He knew all too well what was lurking in the shadows of that alley. Charging ahead would mean facing the masked fiend head-on. Zhang Luocheng found himself caught in a dilemma, because Lin Xie was still standing in place. His sense only extended 10 meters. He had no way of knowing what was happening inside the alley. But tonight, he had to complete his mission. To hell with it. I can't worry about anything else now. In the end, Zhang Luocheng decided to rush into the depths of the alley. He trusted that Lin Xie would act soon enough. Another scream echoed down the narrow passage, this time a woman's, Jiang Qian's, unmistakably. Zhang Luocheng ran with all his might, but he was still just an ordinary person, his system not yet awakened. The thought of Jiang Qian dying here weighed heavily on his heart. At the corner, Zhang Luocheng finally caught sight of Jiang Qian and Li Yifei, and to his surprise, Lin Xie had followed as well. In front of them, a masked fiend was hunched over, gnawing viciously at Wang Xiao's face. Run! Li Yifei and Lu Yuan bolted in panic. In their scramble, Lu Yuan collided with Lin Xie, who stood to the side, while Li Yifei crashed straight into Zhang Luocheng. Just like that, Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Jiang Qian were left behind. Run! Zhang Luocheng yelled, grabbing Jiang Qian by the arm. But no matter how hard they tried, they were no match for the speed of the masked fiend. A chill ran down Zhang Luocheng's spine. He remembered, in the novel's plot, this was exactly where Jiang Qian had died. At that moment, Jiang Qian couldn't help but glance back, only to see the terrifying mask looming just an arm's length away. Summoning a strength he didn't know he had, Zhang Luoqing lashed out, kicking the fiend with all his might. That single desperate kick bought Jiang Qian a chance to escape. But it also enraged the masked fiend. With a furious lunge, it slammed into Zhang Luoqing, sending him flying and crashing hard onto the ground. A mouthful of blood burst from Zhang Luoqing's lips. Lin Qiye and Jiang Qian had barely made it a few steps when another masked fiend blocked their path. With one behind and one ahead, the two fiends closed in, trapping all three of them. Seeing this, Zhang Luoqing let out a bitter, helpless smile. It's time for the mortal god domain to appear. The two masked fiends closed in around them. Zhang Luoqing's chest throbbed with agony. Jiang Qian, paralyzed with terror, collapsed to the ground. Only Lin Qiye remained standing between them, gripping his white cane tightly. He was the last one left on his feet. Lin Qiye, you have to awaken now. If you don't, we're all going to die here. Zhang Luoqing prayed silently in his heart. In the next instant, a dazzling pillar of golden light tore through the night sky, soaring straight into the clouds and illuminating the darkness as if it were broad daylight. Lin Qiye's body was mysteriously suspended in midair, the black silk ribbon that had covered his eyes drifting slowly to the ground. His eyes blazed with an intense, golden radiance. So this is the power of a seraph. Zhang Luoqing had only ever imagined such scenes from descriptions in novels, but now, witnessing it unfold before his very eyes, he was utterly awestruck. That's right. I need to take a picture. Zhang Luoqing hurriedly pulled out his phone. Though his phone had a camera, it wasn't a modern smartphone, just an old-fashioned keypad model with extremely low resolution. This phone is terrible. My new identity after crossing over couldn't be more pitiful. Zhang Luoqing muttered under his breath, all the while repeatedly pressing the camera button, trying to capture Lin Qiye. Bathed in the golden pillar of light, Lin Qiye hovered in the air. High above his head, a full moon hung in the sky. Zhang Luoqing had the uncanny feeling that, from the surface of the moon, the Seraph Michael was watching everything unfold. This photo should be clear enough. Even though the resolution is bad, you can still make out the six-winged seraph on the moon, Zhang Luoqing whispered to himself as he examined the picture. Just then, a familiar notification sound chimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the image of the six-winged seraph. The system has been successfully activated. You may now draw two abilities from the Naruto world. In an instant, a massive spinning wheel appeared before Zhang Luoqing, and it was as if time around him had come to a standstill. Zhang Luoqing slowly rose to his feet. This was his first time drawing an ability, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of nervous excitement. The wheel was densely covered with the names of various skills. He never imagined that his favorite novel and his favorite anime would come together in this way. Sharingan, Chidori, Rinnegan, Tailed Beast Bomb, 8 Gates Release, the sheer array of skills was dazzling. Let me get something powerful. Zhang Luoqing prayed silently, start to draw. At his command, the giant wheel began to spin rapidly, a multitude of abilities flashing past beneath the pointer. As the wheel gradually slowed, Zhang Luoqing's heartbeat quickened, his breath catching with anticipation. At last, the pointer came to a stop and landed on one of the abilities. Zhang Luoqing stared, his initial excitement shifting to surprise, then to disbelief, and finally, frustration. 100% accuracy with thrown weapons. A line of small text appeared below. You can hit any target within 100 meters with absolute certainty, using shuriken, throwing stars, knives, any kind of hidden weapon. What the hell? This is just a scam. I got the throwing skill? Is there really such a useless ability in Naruto? Zhang Luoqing was so furious he almost started cursing out loud. In fact, there really were throwing weapon skills in the world of Naruto. Every character could hurl shuriken at their target with pinpoint accuracy. But, precisely because this skill was so common, it was easy for everyone to overlook it. And yet, out of all possibilities, Zhang Luoqing was the first to draw it. Now, I have to deal with those masked demons, and you want me to take them out by tossing darts? And besides, where am I supposed to find throwing weapons right now? Zhang Luoqing grumbled on and on. Fortunately, he still had one more chance to draw an ability. Please, don't screw me over again this time. Zhang Luoqing pressed his palms together in a pleading gesture, whispering prayers nonstop. Begin to draw. The giant wheel began to spin again, whirling from a blur of speed to a slow crawl, until finally, it stopped on a section. This time, Zhang Luoqing's furious expression melted into one of utter delight. Written boldly in the segment where the pointer landed were 3 words, Sharingan I, Beginner level Sharingan. You will awaken the two-tomo Sharingan, along with its copy and illusion abilities. As your power grows, you'll be able to unlock even higher forms of the Sharingan in the future. Wow, the Sharingan. This time you finally didn't let me down. Wait a second. Aren't there lots of different Sharingan? Is this Sasuke's, Madara's, or Itachi's system? You're not being clear. Zhang Luocheng hurriedly pressed for answers. It was true. There were many types of Sharingan in the original story, and the system hadn't specified which one. This system includes all forms of the Sharingan. As you grow stronger, you'll be able to awaken different shapes. And there are no side effects of blindness when you use the Sharingan. The system replied. That's amazing. So you're saying I'll eventually have access to all the powers of the Uchiha clan? If I can unlock Susanoo one day, I'll be invincible. Zhang Luocheng was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. And I won't go blind from using the Sharingan. This is fantastic. I can't wait to try it out. As the draw ended, the world around him returned to normal. Lin Xie, who had been suspended in mid-air just moments ago, now floated gently down to the ground. Because of the Archangel's divine power, the two masked demons had been pinned to the floor. Now, as the aura faded from Lin Xie's body, the two figures slowly struggled back to their feet. Jiang Qian, standing off to the side, stared blankly at the two men before her. Everything happening was so far beyond her comprehension that she was at a complete loss. She wanted to run, but her entire body was weak, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She could hardly even take a step. Don't worry. Leave the rest to us. A gentle voice sounded behind Jiang Qian, so calm and comforting that, even in this chaos, it instantly put her at ease. Two figures wearing ghostly masks rushed toward them with alarming speed, one heading straight for Lin Xie, the other charging at Zhang Luocheng and Jiang Qian. Without hesitation, Zhang Luocheng pushed Jiang Qian aside and rolled swiftly to avoid the attack himself. Perfect chance to test my Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng murmured, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. Sharingan. In an instant, his eyes turned a vivid crimson, two comma-shaped marks swirling clearly in each pupil. The two-tomo Sharingan. Illusion technique. The masked assailant lunging at Zhang Luocheng suddenly froze, as if caught in invisible binds, before dropping to one knee on the ground. Zhang Luocheng, are you all right? Jiang Qian hurried over to check on him. Yeah, I'm fine, Zhang Luocheng replied, just as Lin Xie tossed the broken half of his white cane his way. Zhang caught it with perfect precision. At that moment, the immobilized masked figure suddenly jerked back to motion, though something was clearly off about his demeanor. The illusion can't last long, but it's enough to disrupt them, Zhang Luocheng whispered under his breath. Zhang Luocheng, run. Jiang Qian instinctively tried to flee, but seeing that Zhang Luocheng stood his ground, she hesitated. Glancing at the broken cane in his hand, Zhang Luocheng flung it with all his might at the masked attacker, driving it straight into the figure's eye. Seems my aim's still pretty good, he said, glancing back at Jiang Qian to reassure her. Don't worry, class rep. For a man to shrink back at a time like this, now that would be a real shame. The ghost-masked attacker let out a furious howl, causing Jiang Qian to stumble backward in terror. Even though Zhang Luocheng tried to calm her, facing such a nightmare creature made her wonder if she was still dreaming. Just then, Lin Xie collapsed heavily to the ground at the side. He had just unleashed the full force of his seraphic might and wrestled with the masked enemy for a while. His mental energy was nearly spent. Only his razor-sharp reflexes and lingering divine power kept him going. Sharingan. Once more, Zhang Luocheng unleashed his illusion technique, this time at the masked enemy, now lunging for Lin Xie. The assailant halted mid-stride, frozen like before. Lin Xie stared in bewilderment, then turned to look back at Zhang Luocheng, a thought flickering through his mind. Does he have the same power as me? With his Sharingan newly awakened, Zhang Luocheng's perception was sharper than ever. Meanwhile, the attacker whose eye had been blinded was spiraling into a frenzy, lashing out at everything around him and closing in on Lin Xie. Look out! Zhang Luocheng shouted, diving toward Lin Xie and pulling him out of harm's way just in time. The other masked attacker, now free from the illusion's grip, lunged at them again. Lin Xie lifted his foot and kicked the masked figure, but the man's bulky frame absorbed the blow, leaving him almost unharmed. I'll use an illusion. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan once more, freezing the masked man in place. A harsh cough tore from Zhang Luocheng's lips, and blood spattered from his mouth. Having only just awakened the Hokage system, he was still a novice with limited mental strength. Using his abilities in quick succession drained him rapidly. My energy is almost gone. Zhang Luocheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. At the same time, Lin Xie was also feeling lightheaded. Though both of them now possessed special powers, their physical strength hadn't actually improved, and they had no real combat skills to speak of. Right now, they were barely holding on. This won't do. Maybe I can try copying the enemy's power, Zhang Luoqing muttered under his breath. He turned to Lin Xie, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. I wonder if the Sharingan can copy the powers of the divine ruins. Sharingan, copy the mortal domain. Zhang Luoqing's eyes burned bright red as he locked his gaze on Lin Xie. Lin Xie had no idea what Zhang Luoqing was attempting. He only felt a chill run down his spine as those crimson eyes stared him down. In that moment, he realized that the most terrifying presence here might not be the masked man before him, but Zhang Luoqing himself. It's no use. Maybe I just don't have enough mental strength. Or maybe the divine ruins abilities can't be copied at all. Zhang Luoqing sensed no change in himself. He hadn't acquired any of the mortal domain's powers. The two masked figures moved again, as if silently communicating. Despite its blindness, the injured masked man still located Lin Xie and Zhang Luoqing with uncanny precision. Watch out! Jiang Qian shouted from his side. Just then, Lin Xie's pupils contracted sharply. Seeing his reaction, a faint smile curled Zhang Luoqing's lips. He knew the man they'd been waiting for had arrived. A figure appeared before them in a sudden rush. His dark red cloak whipped in the wind, and the middle-aged man, face weathered and covered in a rugged beard, tilted his body slightly, a black straight-bladed sword gripped in his hand. Zhao Kongsheng lowered his stance and lunged, charging at one of the masked men. His sword flashed through the air, forcing the blinded figure back several meters. Yet the danger for Lin Xie and Zhang Luoqing was far from over. The other masked man was still closing in on them. Whatever happens, we have to fight. Zhang Luoqing seized a broken piece of a white cane from Lin Xie, mimicking Zhao Kongsheng's movements as he dashed toward the masked man. I can't copy the divine ruins, but I can at least learn his sword technique, can't I? The thought flickered through Zhang Luoqing's mind. He had already committed Zhao Kongsheng's moves to memory with the Sharingan. This kid, he learns that fast? Zhao Kongsheng stared in disbelief as Zhang Luoqing perfectly imitated his style. However, all Zhang Luoqing had in his hand was half of a broken white cane, which was nothing compared to Zhao Kongsheng's specialized straight-blade sword. Although Zhang's imitation of the movements was nearly flawless, he lacked proper training. The cane, already only half its original length, splintered again from the force of his swings. Kid, let me handle this. As soon as Zhao Kongsheng spoke, he brought his sword down in a clean arc, striking the masked man's head. Blood splattered in all directions. He struck again and again, until at last the final masked assailant slowly slumped to the ground, motionless. With a practiced motion, Zhao Kongsheng sheathed his blade without so much as a glance at the bodies on the floor. He fished out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then pulled out his walkie-talkie. The two masked ones on this side have been dealt with. Send a support team to clean up. Also, we'll need to erase the relevant memories. With that, Zhao Kongsheng stowed his walkie-talkie and strode toward Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie. Jiang Qian stood to the side, looking at the three of them in puzzlement. To be honest, everything that had happened today had utterly surpassed her comprehension. Lin Xie, having seen the Archangel Michael since childhood, was long accustomed to supernatural phenomena. As for Zhang Luoqing, he was the only one who knew how the entire story would unfold. To him, these events were nothing more than words on a page come alive. Among everyone present, only Jiang Qian was an ordinary person. According to the original plot, she was meant to die here, if not for Zhang Luoqing's intervention. Sadly, Wang Xiao had not been so lucky. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie watched as Zhao Kongsheng approached. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Zhao glanced at them before speaking in a slow, measured tone. Just now I know. Very cool. Zhang Luoqing interrupted him without hesitation. Huh? Why does it feel like my scene got spoiled? Zhao Kongsheng muttered in confusion, then turned to Lin Xie. Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luoqing, then at Zhao Kongsheng. Seeing the earnest look in Zhao's eyes, he nodded in agreement. It was indeed cool. Well then, Zhao Kongsheng was about to continue, but Zhang Luoqing cut him off again. I'd really like to, but he probably wouldn't want to. Zhang Luoqing gestured at Lin Xie. At those words, both Lin Xie and Zhao Kongsheng turned to look at Zhang Luoqing, each feeling the odd sensation of having their destinies revealed in advance. I'm really starting to think I've been spoiled, Zhao Kongsheng thought to himself, then looked at Lin Xie again. You really don't want to? Lin Xie nodded firmly. Wait a second, who was it that unleashed the mortal domain just now? Zhao Kongsheng pointed at Zhang Luoqing, then at Lin Xie, and finally at Jiang Qian behind them. It couldn't have been her, right? It was him, Zhang Luoqing said, pointing at Lin Xie. It was you? With that kind of power, why wouldn't you want to join us? Zhao Kongcheng asked in disbelief. Because it's far too dangerous. But you, Zhao Kongcheng still wanted to persuade Lin Qiye, but Lin Qiye remained unmoved. Zhang Luocheng watched all of this in silence and let out a gentle sigh. He knew there was only one condition that could convince Lin Qiye to join the Night Watchers, but that condition was too harsh, a promise made on a rain-soaked night 10 years ago. Forget it, this isn't the right place to talk. Let's find somewhere else. By the way, my name is Zhao Kongcheng. As Zhao Kongcheng spoke, he crushed out a cigarette. Lin Qiye. Zhang Luocheng. Oh, Lin Qiye. Our study materials are still over there. Could you grab them for me? Zhang Luocheng pointed in a specific direction. Lin Qiye shot him a puzzled look, but Zhang Luocheng gave him a confident smile, as if to silently say, I get you, brother. To be honest, Lin Qiye was also looking for an excuse to leave, and he was surprised that Zhang Luocheng had seen right through his intentions. Sure, I'll be back in a moment. Lin Qiye shot Zhang Luocheng a meaningful glance, signaling, I'll slip away first. Cover for me, will you? Go on. I'll wait here, Zhao Kongcheng replied carelessly with a wave of his hand. Lin Qiye's figure quickly vanished into the night. Zhao Kongcheng turned to Zhang Luocheng. So, you've awakened your forbidden ruins too? Well, I suppose you could say that. Zhang Luocheng chuckled a bit awkwardly. After all, his ability was nothing like Lin Qiye's. When Lin Qiye unleashed his divine power earlier, it had nearly shaken all of Sanan City, but Zhang Luocheng had only activated his system, which strictly speaking hardly counted as a forbidden ruin at all. So, what exactly is your ability? I noticed you mimicked my moves effortlessly just now. Sure, your speed and strength could use some work, but your form was almost identical. Zhao Kongcheng lit another cigarette. Don't tell me you learned it simply by watching. These moves took me years of hard work to master. I really can copy other people's abilities, Zhang Luocheng explained, a little embarrassed. Truth be told, his power originally came from a different world's rules, and it was difficult to explain in this one. But just now, you only glared at the masked man, and he froze for a moment. That's not simple mimicry, is it? Zhao Kongcheng pressed further. That's actually a kind of illusion technique. It can make someone like the masked man fall into a hallucination for a short time, Zhang Luocheng replied. Hallucination? Which forbidden ruin does that belong to? I've never heard of it before. Whatever, I'll ask the captain later. Zhao Kongcheng took a deep drag on his cigarette, then suddenly seemed to remember something and whipped his head around, scanning the area. Damn, where did that kid go? Only then did Zhao Kongcheng realize what had happened. He probably took advantage of the chaos to escape, Zhang Luocheng replied calmly. Bathed in the moonlight, Zhang Luocheng took a careful look at Zhao Kongcheng. This middle-aged man seemed utterly ordinary, the type you might pass by on any city street without a second thought. Zhao Kongcheng, sensing Zhang Luocheng's gaze, felt a strange, indescribable emotion in those eyes, a trace of something like regret. He's the one Lin Qiye regrets most. Today I've saved Jiang Qian. The next step is to save you, Zhao Kongcheng, Zhang Luocheng silently vowed, his eyes growing resolute. Kid, what are you staring at me for? Zhao Kongcheng's voice snapped Zhang Luocheng from his thoughts. Just then, Zhang Luocheng straightened up and gave Zhao Kongcheng a crisp, formal salute. General Zhao, thank you for your service. Zhao Kongcheng looked at him in confusion. Did the masked ghost scare you silly? And what did you just call me? That's a new one. Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes in exasperation, only then noticing that Jiang Qian beside him was still paralyzed with fear. Squad leader, it's all right now. Don't be afraid. Zhang Luocheng hurried over to her, speaking softly in reassurance. Jiang Qian stared at him in a daze. Then tears began streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, she broke into sobs, throwing herself into Zhang Luocheng's arms, her crying raw and heart-wrenching. It's over now, squad leader. You're safe. There's nothing to fear anymore. Zhang Luocheng gently patted her back, trying to soothe her trembling. Watching this unfold, Zhao Kongcheng understood all too well. Such an ordeal would be unbearable for anyone unaccustomed to such horror. Don't worry. There's a team for this. She won't remember anything that happened tonight, Zhao Kongcheng reassured, patting Zhang Luocheng's shoulder. Jiang Qian wept for a while before her emotions slowly settled. For her, this night had nearly broken her spirit. Thank you, Zhang Luocheng, she whispered, her eyes still glistening with tears, her hair wild from the desperate escape. It's all right, squad leader. Let me walk you home, Zhang Luocheng replied, offering her a gentle smile. Soon after, the Night Watcher support team arrived. Using a technique called Dream Whisper, they guided Jiang Qian into a peaceful sleep, erasing any memory of the night's events. Zhang Luocheng then made sure she got home safely. A pity, She's probably already forgotten I saved her tonight, Zhang Luoqing sighed with a wry smile. Suddenly, a large hand clapped him firmly on the back. Zhao Kongchang loomed over him, stubble shading his jaw. You high schoolers, always thinking about love instead of studying, Zhao Kongchang grumbled, exhaling a puff of smoke. Uncle, that's just adolescence for you, Zhang Luocheng muttered with a shrug. Enough chit-chat. Come with me, Zhao Kongchang said, striding off in a determined direction. Zhang Luocheng glanced back at the room where Jiang Qian was, then hurried to catch up with Zhao Kongcheng. Together, they walked to the Peace Bridge in Songnan City. The scene here was exactly as described in the novel, with all kinds of small shops lined up on both sides. Zhang Luocheng quickly spotted the Peace Agency. To its left was the Peace Wedding Service, and to its right, the Peace Funeral Home. Seeing this peculiar lineup with his own eyes gave him a strange and powerful sense of shock. He followed Zhao Kongcheng into the Peace Agency. As the door opened, a crisp chime of wind bells echoed softly in his ears. Inside, the office was simply furnished, looking no different from an ordinary studio. It was hard to imagine that in such an unremarkable little agency, a group of people quietly guarded the entire city of Songnan. All 6 people inside turned to look at the door. Their eyes first landed on Zhao Kongcheng, then shifted to Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng glanced around the room, and based on the descriptions in the novel, he could roughly recognize these people. Here they were, the members of Team 136, the protectors of Songnan City. Seeing them with his own eyes, Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but study them carefully. The characters who had once existed only in the pages of a novel were now vividly present before him. Hello, with a night watch of Daxia, stationed in Songnan City, Team 136. I'm the Vice Captain, Wu Xiangnan. One of them introduced himself. The Immortal Swordsman of Blue Rain Squad. Wu Xiangnan, Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. One by one, the members of Team 136 appeared before him. Zhang Luocheng's excitement was beyond words, yet he struggled to remain calm, not letting his emotions show. What did you just say? Wu Xiangnan seemed to catch Zhang Luocheng's quiet words, asking with a hint of puzzlement, wanting to make sure he hadn't misheard. Snapping back to his senses, Zhang Luocheng remembered that, for now, only Captain Chinmai knew about Wu Xiangnan's past. Hello, Captain Wu. My name is Zhang Luocheng, he replied politely. At that moment, a tall, strikingly dressed girl came over. Her features were delicate, and she eyed Zhang Luocheng with a trace of critical scrutiny. From her appearance alone, it was easy to recognize her as Hong Ying, and standing off to the side, dressed in a school uniform with an air of natural freshness, was none other than Si Xiaonan, the agent of Loki, the god of tricks. Hong Ying suddenly stepped closer, making Zhang Luocheng a bit nervous. He instinctively took a step back. So, you're Michael's agent? Not bad looking. Turns out you're just an ordinary high school student. With that, Hong Ying returned to the sofa. What? No, I'm not Michael's agent. Zhang Luocheng waved his hands in protest, clearly realizing they had mistaken him for Lin Qie. Everyone in the room turned to look at Zhao Kongcheng when they heard this. Feeling the weight of their attention, Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head a little awkwardly. Well, there was a bit of an accident. That kid, he got away. Zhao Kongcheng's voice grew softer with each word. He got away? Well, it's number 003 we're talking about. If someone managed to escape from you, Captain Zhao, that's not so surprising, Hong Ying said consolingly, encouraging Zhao Kongcheng not to take it too hard. Zhao Kongcheng looked embarrassed. He's just a high schooler, the same age as him. Zhang Luocheng nodded and added, actually, he's my desk mate. Hearing this, Hong Ying couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huh, old Zhao, you let a high school kid slip through your fingers. You don't know how slippery that kid really is. And honestly, you didn't exactly make things easier for me, Zhao Kongcheng replied, as if recalling something. After all, it was Zhang Luocheng who had told Lin Qie to fetch his study materials at the time. That's not fair. I still haven't got my study materials back. Zhang Luocheng protested, looking every bit the innocent party. All right, we'll leave that for another time. Now who is he? The captain, Chenmai, who had been leaning against a pillar all this while, finally spoke up. Following the sound, Zhang Luocheng turned and met Chenmai's gaze. Chenmai gave him a subtle nod, signaling there was no need to be nervous. Chenmai, known by his codename Abyss Series 037, Black Impermanence, had served as Songnan City's captain for a decade. Zhang Luocheng held him in high regard, and his demeanor became more respectful. Chenmai noticed a shift in Zhang Luocheng's attitude, but paid it no mind, his expression as calm as ever. He's also successfully activated an abyss, but I still haven't figured out his number yet, Zhao Kongcheng explained. Oh, no match yet? Go on, tell us more. Wu Xiangnan's interest was clearly piqued. Zhao Consheng gave a brief summary of Zhang Luoqing's abilities. When he finished, everyone in the room fell into thoughtful silence. So he can copy other people's abilities and even use illusions, Wu Xiangnan mused, stroking his chin. Could it be formless? Hong Ying guessed. Before Wu Xiangnan could reply, Zhao Consheng shook his head. Formless is the power to copy abysses themselves. I don't have that kind of clearance. Oh, right. Hong Ying promptly fell silent, not pressing the matter further. At present, there's no abyss ability that corresponds exactly to his, Wu Xiangnan concluded. Besides, we can't yet determine how strong or weak his ability really is. Zhang Luocheng listened quietly to their analysis, never once interjecting. After all, he only possessed the two-tomo Sharingan so far. He was just a beginner, still new to this world. We'll know once we try, Chenmai said suddenly. He left his spot by the pillar and walked up to Zhang Luocheng. Use an illusion technique on me, Chenmai said. Zhang Luocheng hesitated. He had only just mastered this ability, and Chenmai's strength was far above his own. The chances of success were slim. It's all right. Just use it as you normally would. I'll be able to tell what's happening, Chenmai reassured him. The other members of Team 136 watched Zhang Luocheng with keen interest, as if they were about to witness an intriguing performance. I'll give it a try, Zhang Luocheng nodded. Sharingan. In that instant, Chenmai, who had been seated on the sofa, slowly stood up. He didn't appear to be affected in any obvious way. For a brief moment, I really did fall under an illusion, Chenmai said, his voice calm. After all, among them, Chenmai's cultivation was the highest. While Zhang Luocheng could control a mass specter for several minutes with his illusion, manipulating. Someone of Chenmai's caliber was nearly impossible. In that fleeting moment, Chenmai's strength allowed him to instantly break free from the illusion's hold. After a short pause, Chenmai continued, Let's report this situation first and let the higher-ups decide. He then turned to Zhang Luocheng. Now that you've gained such an ability, are you interested in joining the Night Watch? Zhang Luocheng nodded firmly. Since he had come to the world of slayers, joining the Night Watch was a given. He had long resolved to use the powers granted by the Naruto system to make his mark in this world. Good. Let's introduce ourselves again. I'm Chenmai, captain of Night Watch Team 136, Songnan City. Hong Ying, frontline combat member, Team 136 of the Night Watch. Wen Shima, frontline combat member, Team 136 of the Night Watch. Si Xiaonan, combat support and field medic, Team 136 of the Night Watch. Lung Xian, long-range fire support, Team 136 of the Night Watch. I think I can skip the introduction, Zhao Consheng said with a sheepish grin. Looking at the team lined up before him, Zhang Luocheng straightened his back and gave them a crisp military salute. No need to be so formal, Luocheng, Hong Ying smiled at him. You're not much older than he is, yet you always call him little brother, when Shima teased from the side. Mind your own business, Hong Ying shot back. All right, back to the main point. Wu Xiangnan's expression turned serious. There's still one Masked King out there. The captain fought on the northern outskirts and dealt it a severe wound, but it managed to escape in the end. At the mention of the Masked King, tension immediately flickered in Zhang Luocheng's eyes. He knew all too well how dangerous the Masked King was. Instinctively, he glanced over at Zhao Consheng, standing nearby. If it escaped with serious injuries, it should have left Songnan by now, right? Hong Ying analyzed. No, not necessarily. Zhang Luocheng and Wu Xiangnan spoke almost at the same time. No one was surprised by Wu Xiangnan's objection. After all, he was the strategist of Team 136. But Zhang Luocheng's reaction piqued everyone's curiosity, and they all turned to look at him. So, you have an opinion? Wu Xiangnan asked with interest. Songnan City is remote, and the nearest city is dozens of kilometers away. Besides, the Masked King is severely wounded and shouldn't have the strength to leave Songnan City, Zhang Luocheng replied. In truth, he was simply repeating the analysis from the novel, which had originally come from Wu Xiangnan. A look of approval flashed in Wu Xiangnan's eyes as he turned to Zhang Luocheng. He pressed further. Exactly. For the Masked King to regain strength, he must prey on humans. The sewers, Zhang Luocheng said without hesitation. A spark lit up in Wu Xiangnan's gaze as he followed up. Why do you think so? The Masked King escaped through the sewers. The captain drove him off in the northern suburbs, and there's only one sewer line connecting that area. So it's very likely he's still hiding somewhere in this region. As he spoke, Zhang Luocheng marked the relevant area on the map. Excellent analysis. Wu Xiangnan was clearly very pleased with Zhang Luocheng's insight. Chenmai's expression turned stern. Good. Launch a full sweep of these sewers immediately. Wu Xiangnan added, and one more thing. The Seraph's agent must be brought back. He has great potential. Zhao Kongcheng and Zhang Luocheng. This will be your responsibility. Shumai nodded in agreement. Zhang Luocheng, you'll return to school as usual. He sits next to you in class, so keep a close eye on him. Zhao Kongcheng, you'll provide support outside the school. Understood, Captain. With their orders received, everyone began to make preparations at once. As the others prepared to leave, Zhang Luocheng hesitantly spoke up. I have a question. What is it? Wu Xiangnan turned his head. It's really late now, and I can't make it back to the school dormitory. Is it okay if I just crash on the sofa here for the night? Oh, I almost forgot. Zhao Kongcheng slapped his forehead. It was already past midnight. No way he could get back to school at this hour. We can't have you sleeping at the office forever, though, Chen Mai said, rubbing his chin as he considered the situation. It's fine, it's just one night, Zhang Luocheng assured them, making it clear he didn't mind. This isn't just a temporary arrangement. You're already a reserve team member now, so there's no need for you to go back to school, Wu Xiangnan explained. Only then did Zhang Luocheng understand. When Lin Xie became a night watcher, he left campus immediately too. I'll make do for tonight, anyway. I still have to go back to school for a while, Zhang Luocheng said. Come stay at my place. There's plenty of room, Hong Ying offered as she walked over. When Qima, standing nearby, suddenly looked a bit awkward. This isn't really appropriate, is it? Zhang Luocheng hesitated, trying to decline. He remembered that after Lin Xie joined the Night Watchers, he too had moved into Hong Ying's house. Was he now going to share a room with Lin Xie as well? It's fine, it's just for one night, Hong Ying replied, not giving him a chance to refuse, and motioned for Zhang Luocheng to follow her. Maybe I should go to Hong Ying's place too, just to look out for our new little brother, when Qima chimed in, trying his best to tag along. Save it, Hong Ying shot back, tossing the words over her shoulder as she strode toward her bright red sports car. Soon, the car pulled up in front of Hong Ying's house. Zhang Luocheng stared in wonder at the expansive villa before him, the property stretching so far he could hardly see where it ended. I thought I was prepared, but seeing it in person, it's enormous. He couldn't help but marvel. Wait here a moment. Hong Ying told Zhang Luocheng to wait at the door while she and Si Xiaonan went inside first. Zhang Luocheng already knew that Si Xiaonan lived with Hong Ying, so he didn't ask any questions. Before long, Hong Ying opened the front door and poked her head out. Luocheng, come in. The place is a bit messy. We only tidied up a little, so don't mind, she said with a warm smile. It's fine, Sister Hong Ying. The house is already spotless. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be sleeping on the street tonight, Zhang Luocheng replied as he stepped inside and changed into the slippers Hong Ying had prepared for him. Zhang Luocheng was aware of Hong Ying's family situation. Her parents had been explorers who vanished into the mist 5 years ago. It was a painful subject, so he had no intention of bringing it up. Then, Hong Ying pointed up toward a room on the second floor. You'll stay in that room. Everything you'll need is ready. The blue towel and toothbrush in the bathroom are yours. Don't mix them up with the others. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but smile. That room would eventually be Lin Xie's, and even the blue towel and toothbrush would later be his. Now that he was using them, Lin Xie would probably have to pick a new color. All right, thank you, Sister Hong Ying, Zhang Luocheng said gratefully, his smile genuine. Oh, and if you need to come into my room or Xiaonan's, remember to knock first. Our rooms are also on the second floor. If I catch you, don't worry, Sister Hong Ying. I never do anything like that. Besides, you're the strongest in the whole team. No one could beat you except the captain, Zhang Luocheng quickly assured her, waving his hands. Huh? How did you know I was going to say that? Hong Ying paused, looking at him with confusion, her arm halfway raised. Zhang Luocheng gave an embarrassed laugh. He hadn't expected that, aside from Lin Xie's belongings, even the lines Hong Ying meant to say to Lin Xie had now become part of his own conversations. At this rate, would she have to repeat everything all over again when Lin Xie came? All right, it's late. Get some rest, Hong Ying said, heading upstairs. Si Xiaonan waved at Zhang Luocheng and said, good night, before following her up the stairs. Zhang Luocheng walked into his room, quickly washed up, and lay down on his bed. He was truly exhausted today. On one hand, he'd activated the Hokage system and gained the Sharingan, though it was still in the Tutomo stage. On the other, he had just broken through to the Lantern Realm, and the strain on his spirit left his whole body feeling worn out. I really wonder what my next mission will be, and what new abilities it might bring me, Zhang Luocheng thought to himself, and soon drifted off into a deep sleep. The night passed. Zhang Luocheng got up early the next morning. After getting ready, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out of his room. At this moment, he was just an ordinary high school junior. As soon as he came downstairs, he saw Hong Ying practicing her spear techniques in the courtyard. She happened to look up and notice him. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying, Zhang Luocheng greeted her. Up so early, Luocheng? Hong Ying rested her spear. I have to head to school. By the way, where's Sister Xiaonan? Zhang Luocheng glanced around, noticing that Si Xiaonan was nowhere to be seen. She's still asleep, Hong Ying said, pointing up to the room on the second floor. Sister Hong Ying, I'm off to school, Zhang Luocheng called as he dashed out the door. Watching his figure disappear, Hong Ying murmured to herself, I wish I could experience the life of a regular high school student just once. Hey, Uncle Zhao, you're here so early? Zhang Luocheng had just arrived at the school gate when he spotted Zhao Kongsheng already standing there. The trash can in front of Zhao Kongsheng was overflowing with cigarette butts. He must have arrived before dawn. I'm waiting for that kid here. Want to catch him as he comes through the gate. Zhao Kongsheng explained, lighting another cigarette as he spoke. Uncle Zhao, you won't see him today. He won't be coming to school until much later, Zhang Luocheng told him, aware of Lin Chia's plan for the day. Last night, Lin Chia had likely encountered Nix in the first room of the psychiatric hospital. Today, he'd be going to the real hospital for a consultation. How do you know that? Zhao Kongsheng asked, curiosity piqued. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. I'm his desk mate. Of course I know what's going on with him. Well, looks like I'll have to come back another day. Zhao Kongsheng stubbed out his cigarette. Uncle Zhao, you really don't have to go to all this trouble. Around 10 tonight, just keep an eye on the intersection over there. That's the only way he can get home. Zhang Luocheng pointed to the other side of the street. Oh, wait, how did this end up being my job alone when it was supposed to be both of ours? Only now did Zhao Kongsheng realize the situation. I'm still a student, so I'll have to trouble you a bit more for now, Uncle Zhao. With that, Zhang Luocheng jogged off toward the school gate. This kid, Zhao Kongsheng glanced toward the intersection Zhang Luocheng had pointed out, muttering to himself, I refuse to believe I can't catch you. Zhang Luocheng entered the classroom of grade 11, class 2. The moment he stepped through the door, he noticed Li Yifei and Lu Yuan looking at him with a touch of awkwardness. However, Zhang Luocheng didn't linger on them. Instead, his gaze drifted to Jiang Qian, who was sitting at her desk, fully absorbed in her work. Class monitor, Zhang Luocheng walked over and called out in a low voice. Jiang Qian lifted her head slightly and glanced at him. Zhang Luocheng, do you need something? No. Nothing urgent, class monitor. I just wanted to ask how you slept last night. Zhang Luocheng probed cautiously. Last night, I slept well. After I finished my homework at home, I went straight to bed. As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed, as if she remembered something, and her eyes turned to Zhang Luocheng. A tightness gripped Zhang Luocheng's heart, and he instinctively took a step back. Speaking of homework, you haven't handed yours in yet. Hurry up, Jiang Qian scolded, her face stern. What? Zhang Luocheng faltered at a loss for words. He hadn't had any time for homework the previous night. I forgot to bring it. Forget it. I'll let you off for now, Jiang Qian said, lowering her head again and returning to her work. Zhang Luocheng let out a soft sigh. Looks like she really did forget. He returned to his seat, but he could still feel Lu Yuan and Li Yifei watching him. At that moment, Li Yifei finally summoned his courage and came over, giving Zhang Luocheng a pat on the shoulder. Zhang Luocheng turned to look at him, sensing Li Yifei had made up his mind about something. Luocheng, could you step outside with me for a moment? Zhang Luocheng nodded and followed Li Yifei out into the hallway. I'm sorry, Zhang Luocheng. I was just so scared that day. How's Lin Chia now? Is he? Before Li Yifei could finish, his eyes brimmed with tears. He didn't dare say any more, afraid that he'd brought disaster upon Lin Chia. Don't worry, Lin Chia's fine. He just had something to take care of today, so he's on leave. You really shouldn't blame yourself. In a situation like that, anyone would have tried to run. When Lin Chia comes back tomorrow, just apologize to him in person. He'll understand. Zhang Luocheng gave Li Yifei a reassuring pat on the shoulder. This Nanda snake demon, for all his faults, was still a kind soul. Hearing that Lin Chia was all right, Li Yifei finally relaxed. As long as he's okay. It's just a shame about Wang Xiao. He's really gone. By the way, did you also sign the confidentiality agreement? Zhang Luocheng suddenly remembered the confidentiality agreement. But now that he had joined the Night Watchers, he no longer needed to sign it. Yeah, I signed it, Zhang Luocheng replied, not wanting Li Yifei to know he was already a Night Watcher. If only I could join people like them someday, Li Yifei said, a look of longing spreading across his face. Don't worry, your time will come. One day, you'll shine in a place that truly belongs to you. Zhang Luocheng offered a gentle smile. Before Li Yifei could respond, he continued, class is about to start. Let's head back. With that, he strode directly into the classroom. Huh? Oh. Only then did Li Yifei snap out of his reverie and hurried after Zhang Luocheng into the classroom. Zhang Luocheng returned to his seat. Now that Li Yifei had finally voiced what was on his mind, a visible weight seemed to lift from his shoulders, and his expression grew much more natural. As for Lu Yuan, he kept his eyes fixed on Zhang Luocheng, unblinking. Whatever Lu Yuan was thinking, Zhang Luocheng had no intention of worrying about it. Lin Xie would deal with him in the days to come. There was no need for him to waste any extra thought on it. Zhang Luocheng's gaze once again drifted to Jiang Qian. It was a comfort to see her alive and well. The only pity was that she had no memory of his having once saved her. Never mind. I'll be leaving the campus soon anyway, and the days we spend together are already numbered. Zhang Luocheng mused quietly to himself. The school day passed quickly, and as the dismissal bell rang, students began packing up their bags, eager to head home. News of Wang Xiao's death hadn't spread through the school. For safety's sake, the administration had canceled evening study sessions, letting everyone go home early. At the school gate, Zhang Luocheng scanned his surroundings and quickly spotted Zhao Kongsheng. "Uncle Zhao, you're still here? Or did you just come early to wait for me?" Zhang Luocheng walked over to join him. "Of course I haven't left. If that kid happens to show up, I don't want to miss him." As Zhao Kongsheng spoke, he kept glancing toward the street corner, clearly anxious about whether anyone would appear. "Don't worry, Uncle Zhao. It's still early." With evening classes canceled, dusk hadn't fallen yet, and there were still several hours before Lin Xie would show up. Zhao Kongsheng shifted his gaze back to Zhang Luocheng. "Hey, you know what I've noticed about you?" What about me?" Zhang Luocheng asked, a little puzzled. "That ability of yours, it's not just copying, is it?" Zhao Kongsheng suddenly remarked. A subtle change flickered across Zhang Luocheng's face, as if he feared Zhao Kongsheng had seen through him. "I think your power is more like prophecy. It's as if you know everything that's about to happen." Zhao Kongsheng mused, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Zhang Luocheng could only manage an awkward laugh. "Uncle Zhao, I'm really not that talented. Aren't you supposed to be a boarding student? How'd you end up outside?" Zhao Kongsheng pressed. "Well, I had to keep watch for Lin Xie with you, of course. This is our mission, after all. So you do remember it's our mission, but you got to stay inside all day while I stood out here freezing." "That's only because the captain told me to keep watch from inside the school," Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. And so, a middle-aged man and a teenage boy waited together in the biting wind for several more hours. Before they knew it, it was already 10 o'clock at night. I've been standing here so long I'm practically frozen stiff," Zhao Kongsheng said, stretching his limbs. His joints popped sharply in the quiet night. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Kongsheng caught sight of a familiar figure. So familiar, in fact, that he could recognize him instantly. "Uncle Zhao, he's here," Zhang Luocheng whispered, having also spotted Lin Xie. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Kongsheng had already darted forward. The wind seemed to rush by, as Zhao Kongsheng closed the distance in just a few long strides. "If you ever signed up for a sprint race, you'd definitely win gold," Zhang Luocheng called out as he hurried after him. By the time he caught up, Zhao Kongsheng already had a firm grip on Lin Xie's shoulder. Lin Xie noticed Zhang Luocheng as well and called out, "Zhang Luocheng?" "Lin Xie, I just happened to be passing by and saw Uncle Zhao here." Zhang Luocheng grinned a little sheepishly. "Uncle Zhao?" Lin Xie repeated the address, and at that moment, realized that after a night's events, these two had clearly grown closer. "Well, kid, we meet again." Lin Xie let out an awkward smile, then asked, and you are?" Zhao Kongsheng clutched Lin Xie's hand tightly, as if worried he might bolt again. "You're still asking who I am?" Zhang Luocheng could only rub his forehead in resignation. After spending a whole day in the cold, Zhao Kongsheng's resentment wouldn't be easy to dispel. "This time, you're not getting away," Zhao Kongsheng declared. Lin Xie's expression turned resigned. "All right, you say it. Where do you want to talk? Come with me." "Wait a second." Zhang Luocheng suddenly interjected as he saw the two reach an agreement, as though he wanted to stop something. "What is it? Is something wrong?" Zhao Kongsheng asked, assuming Zhang Luocheng had some urgent matter. "Well, I have a small request. I'm not sure if I should say it." Zhang Luocheng hesitated, uncertainty written all over his face. Lin Xie watched curiously from the side, wondering what this was all about. To be fair, it was thanks to Zhang Luocheng's help that he'd managed to slip away yesterday. Even if the excuse he'd given was one Lin Xie might have thought of himself, he had simply been faster on the draw. If it's not appropriate, then just don't say it. "Let's take care of business first," Zhao Kongsheng said, pulling Lin Xie forward as he spoke. Wait. Zhang Luocheng quickly stepped in front of them. "Can we not go to a love hotel?" Hearing this, Lin Xie turned to Zhao Kongsheng with a face full of confusion and alarm. "Hey, what exactly do you want? Don't get any funny ideas. I'm not even of age yet." Zhao Kongsheng rolled his eyes. "Honestly, what's going through you high school boys' heads? We're just going there to talk, that's all." Zhang Luocheng, "Are you trying to make trouble too?" Zhang Luocheng quickly interjected. Well, a coffee shop or a tea house would work too, you know? Zhao Kongcheng explained, exasperated. What do you know? That place is a safe house, and it's not like I'm some kind of weirdo. Watching the two of them walk ahead, Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but sigh. Why is it so hard to change the course of the story sometimes? Zhao Kongcheng tugged Lin Xie along, leaving Zhang Luocheng no choice but to trail behind. Just like that, the three of them walked into a love hotel together. The young woman at the front desk was caught off guard by their odd group, a middle-aged man with two high schoolers, one of whom looked particularly reluctant, and to top it all off, it was the middle of the afternoon. I'll take a dynamic-themed king room, please, Zhao Kongcheng requested. Lin Xie fell silent, at a complete loss for words. Zhang Luocheng silently cursed to himself. Did he have to say it that loudly? It's like he wants everyone to know. The receptionist was still processing what she was seeing, her gaze lingering on them as an unmistakable look of curiosity and excitement crept across her face. So, three of you? One bed? Yes, that's right. Let's get this done quickly. Time's ticking, Zhao Kongcheng urged impatiently. At the mention of time's ticking, the receptionist looked even more animated. Of course. I'll take care of it right away. I'll need your ID cards, and for your two companions as well. All right, come on, hand them over, Zhao Kongcheng said, barely containing his impatience. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie had no choice but to hand over their identification. Don't worry, this'll just take a moment, the receptionist said, picking up on Zhao Kongcheng's urgency and speeding up her process. Zhang Luocheng sighed inwardly. Sister, it's really not what you're thinking. Room 3966. The three of you, enjoy your stay, she said, clearly unable to hide a hint of mischief. Zhang Luocheng wished he could disappear into the floor. For the first time, he truly empathized with the kinds of situations Lin Xie faced in the novel. After all, now he was living through it himself, all thanks to this unreliable uncle. What are you standing there for? Let's go, Zhao Kongcheng barked. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie had no choice but to steel themselves and follow. When they opened the door, they were greeted by a riot of colors and all sorts of provocative decorations and features. After all, Zhang Luocheng was just an ordinary high school student. Before crossing over, he was no different from Lin Xie. This was the first time he'd ever seen a place like this. Zhao Kongcheng walked straight to the bed, sat down, and stretched, clearly worn out by the day's chaos. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a glance before finally settling onto the sofa together. At last, Lin Xie had a chance to voice the question that had been on his mind. How did you end up with him? Me? I've joined their group now, Zhang Luocheng replied. Oh, that fast. Did they threaten you? Lin Xie asked. Huh? No, it was my own decision. I'm not like you. I'm an orphan, Zhang Luocheng said. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. Strictly speaking, he and Zhang Luocheng had only known each other for less than a day, just a single day as desk mates. In truth, Lin Xie knew almost nothing about Zhang Luocheng's background. Sorry, I didn't know, he said. It's all right. I'm used to it, Zhang Luocheng replied calmly, as if it didn't bother him in the slightest. Ahem. Zhao Kongcheng faked a cough or two. Well then, let's talk about you for a change. Me? Lin Xie pointed at himself. My name is Lin Xie. I'm 1 meter, 75 tall. Who's asking about that? Zhao Kongcheng interrupted. I'm talking about your eyes. He turned to Zhang Luocheng and asked, Have you ever seen Michael? Lin Xie's whole body tensed. After a pause, he gave a slight nod. Then Zhao Kongcheng began to explain the subject of mythological beings to Lin Xie. Zhang Luocheng listened intently, not interjecting the entire time. It wasn't that he didn't want to say anything. Rather, his memory of this part was fuzzy at best. When he'd read it before, he'd only skimmed the section. Better to leave the professional explanations to those who actually understood them. Codename, God003. Lin Xie muttered under his breath, trying to wrap his head around the meaning. Am I really that powerful? Your future is limitless. After all, you are the agent of a god. Zhang Luocheng finally spoke up after remaining silent for so long. What about you? What's your ability? Lin Xie turned to ask Zhang Luocheng. Me? My forbidden domain hasn't been officially documented yet. It's only just been reported to the higher-ups, Zhang Luocheng explained. One of you is an agent of a god. The other possesses a brand new, unknown forbidden domain. Your futures are filled with possibility. There was a hint of envy in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes. And you? What's your forbidden domain? Lin Xie asked Zhao Kongcheng. A flicker of regret crossed Zhang Luocheng's eyes. He knew all too well the helplessness behind Zhao Kongcheng's answer. Zhao Kongcheng lowered his head slightly and lit a cigarette. I don't have a forbidden domain. That's why I envy the two of you so much. You don't? But you were so formidable when you dealt with the faceless man. How could you not have a forbidden domain? Lin Xie asked in surprise. I'm just an ordinary person, maybe a little stronger than most, Zhao Kongsheng replied. You two have just stepped into the lamp realm. You're still newcomers. As your abilities grow, so will your realm. Lamp realm? Lin Xie echoed in confusion. I haven't had the chance to explain that yet. You probably don't know either, do you? Zhao Kongsheng glanced at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng nodded lightly. Though he had access to more information, at this moment, he could only pretend to be in the dark. Zhao Kongsheng gave the two of them a brief explanation of the different tiers. Lamp realm, pool realm, river realm, sea realm, immeasurable, as well as Klein, and their respective meanings. Of course, every divine agent receives guidance from their god. Some gods wish to destroy humanity, while others choose to protect it. Even among the gods, there's good and evil. So, Lin Xie, I have to know, which side are you on? Zhao Kongsheng looked at Lin Xie with a grave expression. At the very least, I can promise you this. I will not bring destruction to humanity. Besides, I have my own matters to attend to. Lin Xie replied calmly. Aren't you curious about our organization at all? Zhao Kongsheng tried to persuade Lin Xie to stay. No, not really. In movies, the more you know, the faster you end up dead. Besides, I still can't tell if you're truly good or evil. Lin Xie answered with disarming honesty. What? Look, your classmate joined us, and he didn't get brainwashed, did he? Maybe you just watched too many movies. Zhao Kongsheng couldn't help but grumble. Besides, our compensation is actually pretty good. Uncle Zhao, he's got his own things to worry about, and a family he needs to protect, Zhang Luocheng interjected, offering an explanation. Lin Xie was surprised to hear Zhang Luocheng speak on his behalf. He had always assumed Zhang Luocheng had completely sided with Zhao Kongsheng and would try to convince him to join, but instead, he was defending him. So whose side are you on, kid? Zhao Kongsheng looked puzzled now, not expecting Zhang Luocheng to support Lin Xie. I'm just expressing his point of view, Zhang Luocheng replied evenly. Lin Xie nodded as well. I have an aunt and a younger brother who've always looked after me. Just because I've gained new abilities doesn't mean I can abandon them. Hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. He glanced over at Zhang Luocheng, realizing that Zhang seemed to understand Lin Xie even better than he did, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if someone had spoiled the story ahead of time. All right, I won't force you. You just need to sign this confidentiality agreement. With that, Zhao Kongsheng handed a document over to Lin Xie. After signing the agreement, Lin Xie left the room without another word. Watching him go, Zhao Kongsheng let out a long sigh. Only when you can protect your own little family can you talk about protecting the greater good. Lin Xie has only just awakened. He hasn't even had time to return home and fulfill his duties, and here we are, asking him to join us. Thinking about it, it really does seem unfair. Lin Xie is lucky. Actually, he's got a home, an aunt who loves him, and a younger brother. As for me, I don't even have a family, Zhang Luocheng said quietly. Kid, from now on, Squad 136 is your family, Zhao Kongsheng said, giving Zhang Luocheng a firm pat on the shoulder. I just remembered, I should have asked Lin Xie to get his brother's autograph for me. Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. His brother? An autograph? Is his brother a child star? Zhao Kongsheng asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. No, he's not. Then is his brother a famous academic prodigy in Sangnan City? Not that either. Then why do you want his autograph? None of your business. Anyway, his brother is pretty amazing. Whatever. After Lin Xie left, Zhao Kongsheng and Zhang Luocheng also stepped out of the hotel together. As they checked out, the female clerk at the front desk still looked at them with sparkling excitement. You two move fast, huh? She said with a laugh, handling their checkout. Zhang Luocheng didn't reply, simply following Zhao Kongsheng as they left the couple's hotel in silence. Are you planning to go to his house again tomorrow? Zhang Luocheng was first to break the silence. Zhao Kongsheng widened his eyes at him. Kid, don't tell me you can actually see the future? Zhang Luocheng just shrugged. I saw you slip the crest into his jacket pocket. Zhao Kongsheng smiled faintly. I just wanted to take one more look at the home he wants to protect. Tomorrow night, Zhang Luocheng's voice dropped. He knew all too well what tomorrow night meant. Uncle Zhao, let's go together tomorrow. After all, Lin Xie is my classmate. Zhao Kongsheng nodded. Where are you staying tonight? Still going to Hong Ying's place? Zhang Luocheng shook his head. Tomorrow, I'll officially leave school. I should head back to the dorm tonight and pack up my things. That's probably for the best. Let's go our separate ways here then. Zhao Kongsheng turned to leave, but as if suddenly remembering something, he added, be careful on your way back. The faceless king still hasn't been dealt with. Zhang Luocheng nodded in agreement. Zhao Kongsheng walked away, and Zhang Luocheng watched his receding figure, lost in thought for a moment. According to the story, After leaving Lin Chie's house tomorrow, Zhao Kongqing will run into the faceless king. With my current strength, I'm no match for him. Would things turn out better if the captain and the others moved their forces to the old city ahead of time? Zhang Luoqing wondered to himself. He knew very well how devastating Zhao Kongqing's death would be for Lin Chie. And after spending these past few days together, he had been completely won over by Zhao Kongqing's charisma. Zhang Luoqing lifted his head to the night sky, where countless stars shimmered. Beneath their light, he made a silent vow. He would bring that man back, no matter what. He clenched his fists tightly. The next morning, Zhang Luoqing did a quick job of packing up his things in the dorm. Ever since arriving in this world, it seemed this was the first time he'd actually spent the night in the dormitory. To his surprise, he realized he couldn't even recall the names of most of his roommates. As he gathered his belongings, he noticed just how little he actually had. His luggage was almost pitiful, with not even a full set of clothes. I really am broke. Zhang Luoqing couldn't help but laugh at himself. He couldn't even scrape together 100 yuan from his wallet. After gathering his things, he headed straight to the peace office. As soon as he walked in, he saw the members of Team 136 each busy with their own tasks. Captain, Zhang Luoqing greeted Chen Mai with a nod. Have you already left school? Chen Mai noticed the small bag in Zhang Luoqing's hand. Is that all your belongings? A little embarrassed, Zhang Luoqing nodded. That really was everything he owned. Luoqing, now that you've left school, are you out of place to stay again? At that moment, Hong Ying walked over, her gun still in hand. Zhang Luoqing hesitated, unable to quite get the words out. It's fine, you can stay in my place again, Hong Ying offered without a second thought. Wen Qimao, standing to the side, was visibly taken aback by her offer. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying, Zhang Luoqing replied, a bit shyly. By the way, as a reserve member, the organization doesn't cover room and board, Chen Mai reminded him. I know, it's all right. I can handle my own meals, Zhang Luoqing said, already calculating how to stretch his less than 100 yuan until the boot camp began. But if I'm the one cooking, you don't need to stand on ceremony. Stay for lunch, Chen Mai said, heading off to the kitchen as soon as he spoke. Huh, Zhang Luoqing was momentarily stunned. Luoqing, you really are a lucky star. The captain hardly ever cooks for us himself, Hong Ying said, her excitement barely contained. Soon, the rich aroma of food drifted out from the kitchen. Dish after dish was brought to the table, and from a distance Zhang Luoqing could already smell how tempting it was. There was no denying Chen Mai's skill in the kitchen. Zhang Luoqing had heard others praise it before, but now he could finally taste it for himself. Without any hesitation, he polished off an entire bowl of rice. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Chen Mai asked. I need to go with Uncle Zhao to meet the agent from Seraphim, Zhang Luoqing replied, knowing Zhao Kongqing wasn't ready to share everything with the group just yet. By the way, where's Uncle Zhao? Zhang Luoqing realized he hadn't seen Zhao Kongqing anywhere in the house. He's probably at home, Hong Ying explained. Chen Mai nodded. When you get back, I'll take you for some training. Zhang Luoqing nodded earnestly. Understood, Captain. Luoqing, aren't you curious why? Hong Ying looked at him with wide eyes, making Zhang Luoqing a bit self-conscious. Well, Uncle Zhao already mentioned that reserve members have to attend a year-long boot camp. Zhang Luoqing explained quickly. If he's already told you, then I don't need to say more, Chen Mai said. Captain, there's something else I'd like to mention, Zhang Luoqing spoke up. Everyone in the room turned to look at him. What is it? Chen Mai asked. It's about the Masked King. Has the search team made any progress? Hearing this, Wu Xiangnan smiled faintly. The search team is currently conducting a thorough inspection of all the sewers. I believe we'll have news soon. Captain Wu, I think the Masked King is highly likely to appear in the Old City District. We should set up a perimeter there in advance. There was a hint of tension in Zhang Luoqing's voice. All night long, Zhang Luoqing had been racking his brain, searching for a way to save Zhao Kongqing. He had even considered going after the Masked King alone, but reality quickly shattered that thought. He simply wasn't strong enough to take on that monster. He then wondered if teaming up with Lin Chie and Zhao Kongqing might give him a fighting chance. But even then, Zhao Kongqing might be forced to use the ghostly summon, and that was a risk he couldn't ignore. After weighing all possibilities, Zhang Luoqing realized there was another way. If he could get Team 136 to set up an early warning near the old city, Hong Ying wouldn't miss the crucial moment because of a late arrival. It's still too soon to say, Wu Xiangnan explained. The search team hasn't found anything yet, so we can't act rashly. Besides, according to our analysis, the Masked King might show up in the city center as well. There are more people there. It would be easier to create chaos. But if he really appears in the old city, it'll be hard for us to provide support in time. That could mean casualties, Zhang Luoqing pressed, his voice tinged with anxiety. The others looked at him with curiosity, wondering why this newcomer was so agitated. If the Masked King makes it to the city center, Zhang Luocheng continued, he could easily devour a few people and instantly regain his strength. When that happens, taking him down will be even harder. He wanted to say more, but Wu Xiangnan cut him off. I understand your concerns. Whether the Masked King appears downtown or in the old city, we won't give up. If necessary, we'll activate the no-boundary zone to trap him. Luochen, you're still new to all this. Don't worry. With me around, you don't need to be afraid, no matter what happens. Sensing the growing tension, Hong Ying stepped up and gave Zhang Luocheng's shoulder an encouraging pat. I understand. I was a bit reckless just now. Sorry, Captain Wu. Zhang Luocheng knew convincing everyone to act early wasn't easy. After all, he was just a rookie, and few would readily trust his instincts. It's all right. You're sharp. I'll seriously consider what you've said. Wu Xiangnan gave his shoulder a reassuring pat as well, acknowledging him. Uncle Zhao's looking for me. I need to head over. With that, Zhang Luocheng bid everyone farewell and left the peace office. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Luochen arrived at the old district, and from afar, he could already spot Zhao Kongqing's figure. Luochen, you're here. Come on, let's go. Time for a home visit. Zhao Kongqing waved his large hand and pointed toward an old apartment building. Zhang Luochen glanced at the building. Although he had never been here before, just from the arrangement of the place, he immediately knew it was Lin Chie's home. Through the window, he could even make out the busy silhouette of his aunt inside. Uncle Zhao, you're not planning to pretend to be a teacher to get in, are you? Zhang Luochen, with his omniscient perspective, of course knew exactly what was on his mind. Haha, sharp as ever. Using the teacher excuse is definitely the easiest way in, Zhao Kongqing said proudly. Hey, aren't you curious how I found this place? The crest has a tracking function. The captain told me today. Zhang Luochen suddenly realized that the phrase so-and-so told me was incredibly useful. It was perfect for smoothing over any spoilers. Boring. So you already knew? Zhao Kongqing, seeing he couldn't show off, dropped the subject. Let's go. The kid should be getting out of school soon. So the two of them headed toward the old building, Zhao Kongqing carrying a bag of fruit in his hand. Before long, they were inside, climbing the stairs. At Lin Chie's door, Zhao Kongqing raised his hand and knocked. A moment later, a woman opened the door, looking at the two of them with some confusion. Hello, Andy. I'm Lin Chie's teacher, and this is his desk mate. We came to check on Lin Chie's situation. Zhao Kongqing's talent for spinning stories was truly something. On the side, Zhang Luochen couldn't help giving him a silent thumbs up. What a calm and natural liar he was. Oh, please come in, come in. Auntie opened the door wider to let them in. No need to change your shoes, just come right in. The two entered. The room was simply furnished, but there was a warmth that shone through the simplicity. At that moment, a scruffy black dog came trotting up to greet them, its eyes flicking between Zhang Luochen and Zhao Kongqing. So this is the howling celestial dog. Zhang Luochen gazed in fascination at the mutt. He'd only ever seen mythical beasts on television. This was his first time seeing one in real life. Unable to resist, Zhang Luochen reached out and patted the little black dog's head. Little black lie. HM, how did you know its name? Zhao Kongqing asked. Oh, Lin Chie mentioned it to me. Zhang Luochen quickly patched it up. Teacher, is there something wrong? Did Chie get into trouble at school? Auntie asked as she handed them each a glass of water. No, it's not that. Clearly Zhao Kongqing hadn't quite thought through this part of the story and was at a loss for how to continue. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but feel a little curious. From the look on Zhao Kongqing's face, it was obvious he hadn't thought up a proper excuse. But in the novel, how did he manage it? Oh well, he decided to improvise for now. It's about Lin Chie's eyes. He's the PE teacher, and since there's a gym class coming up, he wanted to check on Lin Chie's condition. Zhang Luocheng said quickly. Yes, that's right. Zhao Kongqing immediately shot Zhang Luocheng a look of approval. Zhang Luocheng could only rub his forehead in resignation. In the original story, what excuse did he use to get in? Whatever it was, it had to be better than the one Lin Chie just came up with on the spot. A PE teacher, huh? Annie looked Zhao Kongqing up and down. In truth, his build did make him look the part. My Chie's eyes have only just recovered. I'd hate for something to happen again. Maybe it's better if... At that moment, the sound of the door opening came from outside. A handsome young man stepped into the house. The instant Zhang Luocheng saw him, he was completely stunned. Xiao Hailai, the dog, immediately bounded over to greet the newcomer. Mom, do we have guests? Yang Jin asked curiously, glancing at Zhao Kongqing and Zhang Luocheng. Yes, your brother's teachers from school. They're here to check in on him, Annie explained. Oh, and this is my son, Yang Jin. Hello. Zhao Kongqing greeted Yang Jin with a nod, but then noticed Zhang Luocheng standing there utterly dazed. So this is Yang Jian, Zhang Luocheng thought in disbelief. Yang Jian is standing right in front of me. Hey, what's wrong? Starstruck by your idol? Zhao Kongcheng gave Zhang Luocheng a playful pat. Zhang Luocheng finally snapped out of it. Oh, no, not at all. Hello, nice to meet you. Yang Jin eyed the two of them with curiosity, but didn't say much. He just wanted to put away his backpack and things. Make yourselves at home, teachers. The kids will be back soon, and I need to start dinner, Annie said, rising from her seat. I'll help you, said one. And me too, said the other. Before Annie could refuse, Zhao Kongcheng and Zhang Luocheng were already in the kitchen, busily washing vegetables and getting things ready. Once they had finished, they went to Lin Chie's room to wait for him to come home. Outside, night was gradually falling. Zhang Luocheng gazed out the window. Looks like it's going to rain, he murmured to himself. It's raining, huh? Zhao Kongcheng echoed, glancing outside as the rain began to pour harder. Just then, Lin Chie came in, hair still damp with rain. How did you guys even find my house? He asked. It wasn't me. It was his idea, Zhang Luocheng said at once, eager to distance himself. Of course, he could feel Zhao Kongcheng's dagger-like glare boring into him. Lin Chie immediately locked the door behind him. I told you, I'm not joining. That's not what we're here for, Zhao Kongcheng replied, pulling out a roll of parchment and placing it on Lin Chie's desk. He slowly unrolled it. Inside was a stack of money. Lin Chie's expression darkened a little. What do you mean by that? Zhao Kongcheng reached into his pocket for a cigarette, ready to say something, but before he could speak, Zhang Luocheng interjected. He minds, so don't smoke. Lin Chie was taken aback, but it was true, he did mind. Zhao Kongcheng put away the cigarette. When I was young, I was just like you. A sudden chime interrupted him. The sound caught Zhang Luocheng completely off guard. To hear the system's voice at a moment like this was unexpected. Host has successfully triggered a new mission. Complete the mission to receive a reward. The mission details will now be announced. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng continued reminiscing with Lin Chie, neither of them noticing the sudden change in Zhang Luocheng's demeanor. Mission theme: the regret of the Godslayer. Mission content: record a singular, ultimate fading life moon flash beneath the stars. Success will grant 2 ability draws. Mission theme: prevent regret. Mission content: help Lin Chie and save Zhao Kongcheng. Success will grant 2 ability draws. There are 2 missions. Completing either one is enough. Will you let regret persist, or will you end it? The choice is yours, host. Zhang Luocheng stared blankly at the words before him, lost in thought. He knew perfectly well how this story ended. He didn't want regret to become regret all over again, but even now, he still felt completely at sea. That's it, the crest. As long as the Ghost God Seal isn't used, Zhao Kongcheng still has a chance to survive. Why did it take me so long to think of that? Zhang Luocheng mused to himself. What are you spacing out for? Let's go, Zhao Kongcheng said, giving Zhang Luocheng a pat on the shoulder. Only then did Zhang Luocheng realize their conversation had ended. He rose to follow Zhao Kongcheng, all the while thinking of how to get his hands on the crest. Your belongings? Lin Chie said suddenly. Zhang Luocheng's face lit up with delight. Wasn't this just like someone handing you a pillow when you're sleepy? Before Zhao Kongcheng could react, he quickly took the crest. Uncle Zhao, by the way, I've never actually seen this crest before. Mind if I have a look? Zhang Luocheng asked, gripping the crest tightly in his hand. You can look, just don't break it, Zhao Kongcheng replied, glancing at Lin Chie. Well, we'll be off then. Wait, it's pouring outside. Take these umbrellas. They each took an umbrella. Goodbye. Take care. The rain came down in torrents as 2 figures hurried through the streets of the old city. Zhao Kongcheng ducked into the black van, shielding himself with the umbrella. This rain's something else. I'll take you straight to Hong Ying's place. Zhang Luocheng also held his umbrella, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The downpour had reduced visibility to almost nothing, and whether it was just nerves or not, he felt as if a pair of eyes were already fixed on him. Kid, what are you standing there for? Get in. Zhao Kongcheng called out when he saw Zhang Luocheng standing motionless in the rain, unable to hold back his impatience. Uncle Zhao, I just remembered there's somewhere else I need to go and something I need to take care of. I can head over on my own, Zhang Luocheng said to Zhao Kongcheng, who was sitting in the car. Zhao Kongcheng looked puzzled. It's pouring out there. Are you sure you can manage by yourself? Let me drive you. That's all right, Uncle Zhao. You should head home first, Zhang Luocheng replied, not waiting for Zhao Kongcheng's answer before dashing off in the opposite direction. Young people are always in such a hurry, Zhao Kongcheng muttered as he watched Zhang Luocheng run off, then started his car and drove away. Hiding nearby, Zhang Luocheng watched as Zhao Kongcheng's car disappeared into the rain, finally letting out a breath of relief. He had intentionally kept the ghostly talisman when he accepted it from Lin Chie, not handing it back, to make sure Zhao Kongcheng wouldn't use it. For safety's sake, it was best to get Zhao Kongqing out of here. Now, he was ready to face the masked king himself. Who would have thought that as soon as I arrived, I'd have to save the world? Zhang Luochang sighed softly, then pulled a baseball bat from inside his school uniform. He had snuck this bat out of school. Since he didn't have his straight sword with him, or any other weapon for that matter, this was the only thing he could grab before leaving campus today. At least it resembled a weapon more than anything else he had. Holding an umbrella, Zhang Luocheng walked through the rainy night. He vaguely remembered that the masked king had appeared somewhere not far from Lin Chi's house. But the tangled streets of the old city made it hard to pinpoint the exact location. All he could do now was wander through the maze of alleys. Just then, a foul, overpowering stench hit him. Zhang Luocheng's stomach turned, and he nearly gagged. A nauseating odor, even worse than when he'd encountered the masked man before. His eyes lit up. The twin Tomo Sharingan flared to life, and a subtle smile tugged at his lips. Finally found you. Zhang Luocheng glanced back. From this vantage point, he could just make out that familiar low-roofed house. He muttered to himself, "So this is your little home." Turns out, from this angle, it feels completely different. A heavy clang echoed through the night as a manhole cover shot into the air, arcing and crashing down onto the street. Suddenly, a hand reached out, and the masked king leapt up from the depths of the sewer. "Whoa, that's huge," Zhang Luocheng muttered, marveling at how much larger this masked king was compared to the masked men he'd seen before. Sharingan. In an instant, Zhang Luocheng's eyes turned crimson, with the two tomos spinning clearly in his pupils. What? The masked man has appeared. At that very moment, as Zhao Kongsheng was driving out of the old city, Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the radio. "Yes, that's what the search team just reported," Wu Xiangnan explained over the radio. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened as if a sudden realization struck him. Damn it, that kid. The black van swerved sharply, speeding back in the direction of the old city. "Old Zhao, can you still hear me?" Wu Xiangnan sounded anxious when he heard no reply from Zhao Kongqing. "Xiangnan, the masked ghost king has appeared in the old city. The newcomer, Zhang Luocheng, may already have encountered him." "What? Zhang Luocheng? Are you saying he's already run into the masked ghost king?" Wu Xiangnan asked in utter disbelief. "It's just my guess, but we only parted ways moments ago." Judging by the look on his face, I think he'd already spotted the masked ghost king, and he was trying to steer me away from there, though I don't know why. Wu Xiangnan recalled the word Zhang Luocheng had said earlier that day. "It seems we really ought to listen to that boy. Old Zhao, hurry and find Zhang Luocheng. Also, Hong Ying and the others are on their way to support you. They'll be there in 10 minutes at the earliest. If necessary, deploy the no-boundary field and trap it." "Understood." Zhao Kongsheng brought the car to a halt and gazed out at the deserted streets of the old city. The rain was still falling, but for some reason, the street felt eerily quiet, the kind of silence that comes before a storm. With a snap, the black trunk sprang open, revealing 3 warning signs inside. "These newcomers just grow more disobedient every year," Zhao Kongqing muttered, shaking his head in resignation. Thud! Zhang Luocheng crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. He still gripped what remained of a baseball bat, now snapped in half. "The gap in our strength is too great. Even the Sharingan's illusion could only hold him for a few seconds," Zhang Luocheng thought, staring up at the hulking figure of the masked ghost king. The masked ghost king was, after all, in the river rank, while Zhang Luocheng had only just stepped into the lamp rank. There was no way he could be a match, not even now, when the masked ghost king had already been severely wounded by Chunmai. I can't let him perform the ghost mass manifestation here. If he succeeds, the whole old city will be in peril, Zhang Luocheng thought, his mind racing. The masked ghost king's figure loomed before Zhang Luocheng once again. Relying on the power of his Sharingan, Zhang dodged the attacks with desperate speed. Using every twist and turn of the narrow streets to his advantage, Zhang Luocheng darted away. Damn, these streets are a maze. How am I supposed to get out of here? Unfamiliar with the area, Zhang Luocheng was practically fleeing blind, scurrying through winding alleys. Yet he still hadn't managed to escape the bounds of the old city. No boundary field. Forbidden ruins. Suddenly, a faint, reddish barrier appeared right in Zhang Luocheng's path, forcing him to a halt. He knew exactly what it meant. Zhao Kongqing had found him at last. "Kid, if you hadn't been running all over the place, I would have set up the limitless void long ago." Zhao Kongqing's figure appeared from afar, one hand gripping a straight-bladed sword, the other holding a cigarette between his fingers. "Uncle Zhao," Zhang Luocheng called out as he caught sight of Zhao Kongqing. His emotions in that moment were a tangled mix of relief and dread. These rookies nowadays are really something else. "What? You planning to save the world all by yourself?" Zhao Kongqing's tone made it clear he wasn't pleased with Zhang Luoqing's reckless actions. Uncle Zhao, this place is too dangerous. It's not something you can handle alone, Zhang Luoqing protested, still anxious about Zhao's sudden appearance. Even if Hong Ying and the others rushed over, it would take them at least 10 minutes to arrive. Zhang Luoqing knew he hadn't bought them nearly enough time. They were still stuck in the heart of danger. Only the people in the old city could truly be considered safe for now. Listen to you, a rookie lecturing me. Just because you've got a forbidden ruin, you think you're something special? Zhao Kongchang shot back, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Just then, the ghost-faced king, apparently uninterested in their conversation, suddenly let out a furious roar. In the next instant, a grotesque phantom face began to materialize on the ground, with the ghost-faced king at its center. Both Zhang Luocheng and Zhao Kongqing's faces went pale at the sight. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Ghost-Face Terrain. The moment the ghostly visage appeared on the earth, Zhang Luocheng felt the world turn upside down. A wave of dizziness, stronger than anything he'd ever experienced, crashed over him. He glanced over at Zhao Kongqing, who didn't look much better. But Zhao was a battle-hardened veteran. He steadied himself in no time. What lay before them now was like a swirling kaleidoscope, a world thrown into chaos, where even the rain came lashing in from every imaginable direction. Relying on the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng could just barely keep up with the ever-shifting scene. Zhao Kongqing, with only his ordinary eyes, looked as if he might succumb to motion sickness at any second. So this is the power of someone at the river level, Zhang Luocheng thought, suddenly aware of just how small he truly was. Now you see the gap between you and them, don't you, kid? Zhao Kongqing straightened up slowly, his grip on the straight blade tightening unconsciously. A thunderous roar erupted from all directions, Ghostface King's voice echoing through the warped space. In this twisted world, there was no way to guess where he might appear next. Yet Zhang Luocheng realized that, in the midst of the Ghostface terrain, his eyes finally proved their worth. He never let the Ghostface King out of his sight. With a sudden burst, he lunged toward the monster. But in this tangled, distorted space, there was no clear path. Every direction led nowhere. He could see the Ghostface King's movements with perfect clarity, but no matter how he tried, he simply couldn't get any closer. Therefore, in the realm of the Ghostface terrain, it was always the Ghostface King who came looking for him. If he sought out the Ghostface King, he would only end up lost in even more treacherous ground. Uncle Zhao, watch your back, Zhang Luocheng shouted, his Sharingan eyes darting rapidly. Zhao Kongqing twisted aside, just in time, narrowly avoiding the Ghostface King's lethal strike. In one swift motion, he swung his straight blade toward the Ghostface King's head. The blade struck as if hitting solid steel, letting out a piercing shriek. Clearly enraged, the Ghostface King lashed out with a powerful kick, sending Zhao Kongqing flying. Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily to the ground, right beside Zhang Luocheng, a mouthful of blood spilling from his lips. Uncle Zhao! Zhang Luocheng rushed to help him up. Luocheng, your eyes, can you see him? Zhao Kongqing glanced at Zhang Luocheng's blood-red eyes. Zhang Luocheng nodded. How long can your illusions hold him? Zhao Kongqing pressed. Only a few seconds. His cultivation is too high, Zhang Luocheng replied helplessly. Damn it, not to brag, but if I had a forbidden ruin too, that bastard would have died 100 times over, Zhao Kongqing muttered, gripping his straight blade as he staggered to his feet. Uncle Zhao, let me help you. Zhang Luocheng clenched the broken half of a baseball bat in his hand. With that, ha ha ha, Zhao Kongqing burst out laughing. We just need to buy time until the captain and the others get here, Zhang Luocheng said firmly, his eyes unwavering. You're just a rookie, don't get reckless. Zhao Kongqing pushed Zhang Luocheng aside, and in the next instant, he launched himself at the Ghostface King. Illusion technique. Zhang Luocheng's Sharingan flared again, trapping the Ghostface King in place with sheer force of will. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Kongqing slashed the Ghostface King repeatedly with his blade. But the monster's hide was thick as armor. Not a drop of blood appeared. The moment the illusion broke, the Ghostface King struck back. Zhao Kongqing couldn't withstand the blow. His chest took the full brunt, and he was sent flying again. This time, Zhao Kongqing struggled to his feet, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. He knew he had reached his limit. But the Ghostface King had no intention of letting him rest. With a low snarl, it dove at Zhao Kongqing once more. Seeing this, Zhang Luocheng lunged toward Zhao Kongqing, driving his broken bat into the Ghostface King's back with all his might. The only result was the bat shattering completely. Come on, fighting barehanded is just asking for trouble. Zhang Luoqing muttered in frustration. But before he could think of anything else, the Ghost-Face King's hand came crashing toward his chest. Zhang Luoqing instinctively retreated. Illusion technique. The Sharingan spun again. The Ghost-Face King froze one more time, but even so, its hand still slammed into Zhang Luoqing's chest, sending him flying as well. A crest slipped out of Zhang Luoqing's pocket. He knew exactly what it stood for. It was the very life of a watchman. Though he was only a reserve member and not yet a true watchman, he was now doing what watchmen did, defending his home and his country. This was something he'd never imagined for himself. In his previous life, he had drifted through his days with no clear direction. Back in school, his grades were average. Just being able to get into university had satisfied him. His plan was to find a job that would, at least keep him from starving, to muddle along through life. He never expected riches or glory, but at least he hoped for stability. Yet now, he found himself protecting the people, shielding an entire city district. The medicine within the crest, drawn from Ghost God's guidance, could briefly unleash all of a person's latent potential. The mission was not yet complete, and the system wouldn't grant him new abilities ahead of time. If he were to drastically enhance his powers now, if he could use more ninja skills, or even awaken the power of Susanoo, the masked Ghost King would certainly be no match for him. Burning up his own life, pushing himself to the limit. This was the Watchman's ultimate act, a desperate move that could end in mutual destruction, but also the last dignity a Watchman could claim. If I use the Ghost God's guidance, then Zhao Kongcheng won't have a chance to use it, Zhang Luoqing muttered with a faint, self-mocking smile. I really am a genius. As the crest spun, a silver needle sprang out from within. I wonder, if I die, will the system bring me back? Even if I really do die here, it wouldn't have been a wasted journey, he thought. Zhang Luoqing closed his eyes. But, just as he was about to plunge the needle into himself, a hand suddenly pressed down on him and snatched the crest away. You brat, stealing my stuff. Zhao Kongcheng barked, grabbing the crest. Is this something you can just use as you please? What exactly did the captain teach you? Zhang Luoqing could have sworn Zhao Kongcheng had been knocked to the ground far away, yet now he was suddenly standing right in front of him, snatching the crest away. Nothing good would come from him getting hold of it. Uncle Zhao, you can't. Zhang Luoqing tried to grab the crest back, but a wave of searing pain shot through him, leaving him unable to move. A rookie should stick to being a rookie. This kind of job isn't for you yet, Zhao Kongcheng said sternly as soon as he finished speaking. The masked Ghost King's figure appeared once more. Zhao Kongcheng gave Zhang Luoqing a forceful push, sending him out of harm's way, but was himself sent flying again. This time, a dozen meters separated the two of them. Damn it! Zhang Luoqing gritted his teeth. He was left with only one option, to trap Zhao Kongcheng using an illusion. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Kongcheng was facing away from Zhang Luoqing. There was no way their eyes could meet, and it was impossible for him to run ahead. His only choice was to get Zhao Kongcheng to turn around. Luoqing, don't even think about using illusions to control me. My path. I'll walk it myself, Zhao Kongcheng said with a slight smile. And at that moment, Zhao Kongcheng, Zhang Luoqing, I know you're nearby. Lin Chie's voice called out from beyond the borders of the Wujia Void. What the? How did this kid get here? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed in surprise, unable to fathom how Lin Chie had showed up at this place. Zhao Kongcheng, let me in. I'm tough enough to handle anything now. Lin Chie's voice still shouted from outside. What good is your fighting if you don't use your head? Get back, Zhao Kongcheng shouted back. Uncle Zhao, don't worry about Lin Chie right now. He'll be fine. But you can't use the crest. Zhang Luoqing stood up and dashed toward Zhao Kongcheng, but the effect of the ghost mask round didn't bring them closer. It actually seemed to push them even farther apart. If we keep dragging this out, it'll be too late. Zhao Kongcheng's gaze was sharp as a blade, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. I'm really curious what kind of forbidden ruin I'll become. With that, Zhao Kongcheng plunged a silver needle into his body. Seeing this, Zhang Luoqing felt his heart sink to the depths. No matter what he did, he still couldn't save Zhao Kongcheng. In that moment, as Zhao Kongcheng drove the ghostly summon into his own body, the countdown to his life had already begun. But Zhao Kongcheng smiled. He felt powerful changes surging through his body, a force so immense it threatened to burst free. He slashed forward with his blade, sending a black crescent moon tearing through the rain and fog, slicing it apart in an instant, and with it, severing one arm from the ghost-masked figure. This is Forbidden Ruin sequence number 083. Oblivion Moonflash, Zhang Luoqing murmured as he watched the black crescent arc through the air. Not bad, kid. You got some knowledge, Zhao Kongcheng said, excitement charging through his voice. He was elated. This was the first time he truly felt the power of his own Forbidden Ruin. At the same time, he could sense his life force draining away at a terrifying speed. Under the effect of the ghostly summon, Zhao Kongsheng was almost manic with exhilaration. He threw his head back and laughed, unleashing his abilities without restraint. Damn, this feels incredible. So this is what it's like to have a forbidden ruin. Zhao Kongsheng roared with laughter, the pain from his wounds utterly numbed by the drug's effect. His movements were pushed to the limit as he launched himself back into a furious melee with the Ghost Masked King. For the first time, the king found himself on the losing side. The Ghost Masked King let out a furious howl, its right arm now severed, its rage erupting in a shattering bellow. Zhao Kongsheng was fully aware of his own body. He didn't have much time left. He had to finish this quickly. Zhang Luochun. Just then, a voice called out that caught Zhao Kongsheng's attention. A young man with golden eyes was slowly stepping into the fray. You made it inside, Zhang Luochun said. As Lin Xie helped him to his feet, the pain from his wounds still throbbing dully. It's as if you knew I was going to come in. Lin Xie lifted his gaze in Zhao Kongsheng's direction. At the same time, he caught sight of that enormous, menacing king of Ghost Mask. Thank goodness it's night, Lin Xie muttered under his breath. You should rest for now. Leave what comes next to me. You've just stepped into the lamp realm. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Kongsheng couldn't hide his exasperation. Why are all the newcomers these days so fearless and reckless? I'm really strong now, Lin Xie insisted. Cut the chatter. Newbies should act like newbies. Every one of you is always causing trouble. Zhao Kongsheng turned his back. Step aside. Wait until I finish this strike. You can help me then if you'd like. Lin Xie obediently retreated to the side. Zhang Luocheng couldn't stop the tears welling up in his eyes. He knew all too well what was about to happen. This would be Zhao Kongsheng's final swing. Sharingan copy. Zhang Luocheng had tried to copy Lin Xie's mortal domain of divinity earlier. Maybe it was because of the divine ruins that it hadn't worked. Now facing Zhao Kongsheng's forbidden domain, he wasn't sure if he'd succeed, but he decided to give it a shot anyway. You too. Watch closely for this next strike, because this one is going to be spectacular. The two of them reacted in their own ways. Lin Xie looked slightly unimpressed, while Zhang Luocheng fought desperately to hold back his tears. Zhao Kongsheng lunged forward, his legs leaving the ground in a sudden burst of power that sent shockwaves through the air. He had only one target, the King of Ghost Mask. The King of Ghost Mask braced itself, taking a defensive stance, but in this moment, no one could withstand Zhao Kongsheng's next attack. This move unleashed every ounce of Zhao Kongsheng's strength, pouring out all the power he had left. Under the moonlight, this was the final, ultimate fleeting moon slash. Uncle Zhao, Zhang Luocheng called softly. A massive arc of black moonlight shot skyward. In its wake, a huge head was sent flying, tumbling slowly to the ground. When did Zhao Kongsheng gain a forbidden domain? Lin Xie realized something was wrong. Hadn't Zhao Kongsheng said he didn't have one? But that last move was clearly proof to the contrary. Zhang Luocheng started, but before he could finish, he saw Zhao Kongsheng's body collapse straight to the ground. Lin Xie rushed forward and caught Zhao Kongsheng just in time. Only then did he realize how dire Zhao Kongsheng's condition was. Blood was pouring from wounds all over his body, as if he might bleed out at any moment. Your body, Lin Xie's voice trembled. He was starting to understand why Zhao Kongsheng had been able to use the forbidden domain at this moment. It must have been some kind of drug. Zhang Luocheng clenched his fists in anger. It was his own weakness that had brought all this about, and he loathed how small and powerless he felt at this very moment. A chime sounded again, the familiar voice of the system. In Zhang Luocheng's eyes, the world around him seemed to freeze in place. Congratulations to the host for resolving the regret of slaying the god. You have successfully recorded the ultimate moon flash beneath the stars. You are now granted 2 chances to draw for new abilities. Additionally, due to your improved skills, your Sharingan has advanced to 3 tomo. Zhang Luocheng immediately sensed a change in his eyes, and before him appeared that enormous spinning wheel once more. Draw ability, Zhang Luocheng said coolly. The wheel spun rapidly, the pointer whirling until it stopped. Bold words leapt into Zhang Luocheng's vision. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 8 Gates release. As a bonus, you also receive Might Guy's Taijutsu skills. Might Guy's Taijutsu? 8 Gates release? Isn't that the move that nearly ended everything with a single kick? Zhang Luocheng mused to himself. Based on your current strength, you can only open up to the 4th gate. Zhang Luocheng nodded slightly. Suddenly, a surge of power swept through his entire body. He could even feel the transformation in his muscles. Please continue to draw for abilities, host. Draw ability. The massive wheel began to spin again. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mastery over the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning. No hand seals required. You may cast them directly. Zhang Luocheng gripped his fists tightly, feeling the changes surging through his body. The world around him returned to its original flow. There's a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Light one up for me. Uncle Zhao, Zhang Luocheng said, fists trembling. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing barely had the strength to speak. His eyes grew vacant, the light within them fading. Was I cool just now? You were very cool, Lin Xie replied, his body trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Luocheng turned his head slightly. The headless corpse of the ghost-faced king was slowly rising to its feet, while the severed head vanished from the ground and reappeared on the monster's chest. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Zhao Kongqing's mouth. His eyes slowly closed, and the last spark of life left his body. Zhao Kongqing was gone. Zhang Luocheng knelt down, picked up the straight sword, Zhao Kongqing's sword, and handed it to Lin Xie. There's a score to settle with that one. Lin Xie took the sword Zhang Luocheng offered him, his eyes still red with grief, his hand tightening unconsciously around the hilt. The rain kept falling. The downpour soaked them both to the bone. I'll go first, Zhang Luocheng said, his tone ice-cold. It's the perfect time to test my new powers. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Luocheng dashed forward and vanished from sight. With Might Guy's taijutsu now at his command, his speed had undergone a fundamental transformation. The demonic face on the demon masked king's chest twisted as if letting out a furious roar, yet now, not a single sound could be heard. Still, it charged straight toward Zhang Luocheng. Sharingan. In an instant, the 3-tomo Sharingan awakened, allowing Zhang Luocheng to track the demon masked king's movements with even greater speed. He launched a flying kick directly at the demon masked king's waist. Once again, it felt as if he'd struck solid steel. However, he could clearly sense his own strength had grown. Without hesitation, he shifted his stance and drove a fist into the demonic face on its chest. The demon masked king recoiled from the blow, stumbling back several paces in pain. Zhang Luocheng knew full well the true essence of the demon masked king resided in its head. To annihilate it completely, he had to destroy that demonic face. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Zhang Luocheng unleashed a massive fireball toward the demon masked king, its fiery brilliance lighting up the night sky. The demon masked king, realizing escape was impossible, threw a single arm up to shield its chest. Though it managed to block the blazing sphere, a searing wave of heat still coursed through its arm. Suddenly, a radiant golden light flared behind Zhang Luocheng. Without turning, he knew this was Lin Xie's divine mortal domain. A trace of gold shimmered in Lin Xie's eyes, turning them into twin orbs of molten sunlight. In his hand, he gripped a gleaming straight blade. The instant the demon masked king blocked the fireball, Lin Xie moved. In the blink of an eye, he was before the demon masked king, his blade already slashing toward the demonic face on its chest. With only one arm left, the demon masked king lashed out with its razor-sharp claw, striking at Lin Xie in a desperate counterattack. It was deep into the night. Under the blessing of the starry night dancer, and with his extraordinary perception, Lin Xie could see the demon masked king's every movement with perfect clarity. He swung his blade, aiming once more for the creature's chest. Sensing danger, the demon masked king staggered back, trying to evade the deadly strike. 8 gates technique. First gate, gate of opening. A surge of powerful energy erupted from Zhang Luocheng. Second gate, gate of rest. In a flash, Zhang Luocheng vanished from sight. Even Lin Xie's keen dynamic vision couldn't keep up with his speed. A heartbeat later, the demon masked king, still stumbling backward, was racked by piercing pain. Zhang Luocheng's fist crashed brutally into its back. The demon masked king howled in agony, lashing out with a kick at Zhang Luocheng behind it. At the very same moment, Lin Xie darted in front of the demon masked king, his blade slashing once more at the demon's face. The demon masked king's claw came crashing down toward Lin Xie's face, but Lin Xie twisted aside, his blade flashing again toward the demonic visage. Third gate, gate of life. Zhang Luocheng's speed surged even further, and he began to whirl around the demon masked king in a dizzying blur. Fourth gate, gate of pain. Zhang Luocheng wrapped his arms around the ghost-faced king from behind. Watch me, Inner Lotus. With the ghost-faced king in his grasp, Zhang Luocheng soared straight into the sky, then slammed his foe down with tremendous force. The ground instantly gave way, leaving a deep crater where the impact landed. Lin Xie, lend me your blade, Zhang Luocheng shouted. Lin Xie didn't hesitate. He tossed his straight sword to Zhang Luocheng at once. This time, Let the moonlit flicker of mortal fate shine once more beneath the stars. Gripping the sword tightly, Zhang Luochen unleashed a sweeping black crescent toward the ghost-faced king. With a sickening snap, one of its arms was sliced clean off. The blade swiftly returned to Lin Chie's hand. He glanced at Zhang Luochen. You can copy that technique too? Zhang Luochen beamed with satisfaction. Though the Divine Ruins technique couldn't be copied, ordinary Forbidden Ruins moves were still within his Sharingan's reach. Lin Chie, let's finish the ghost-faced king together, Zhang Luochen said, lifting his head slightly. It's a rainy night. There's rain, so there ought to be thunder as well. Let's see if that move will work. Lin Chie gripped his straight sword as the ghost-faced king slowly struggled to its feet. Facing Lin Chie, it tried to unleash a furious roar, but all that came out was a voiceless, silent scream. Zhang Luochen positioned himself behind the ghost-faced king, while Lin Chie stood before it. Zhang Luochen's hand curled into a claw. Chidori! In the next instant, lightning burst from Zhang Luochen's palm, and the sharp cry of a hawk echoed across the sky. Just as I thought, once you've mastered lightning release, you can use this move too. With a flicker of movement, Zhang Luochen charged straight at the ghost-faced king. At the same time, Lin Chie struck, his sword cleaving toward the monstrous face. The two arrived together, their attacks perfectly synchronized. The straight sword pierced through the demonic visage, while arcs of lightning shot through the creature's body. The ghost-faced king staggered and finally collapsed, the grotesque face on its chest dissolving in an instant. This time, the ghost-faced king was truly dead. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Zhang Luochen. He swayed, barely able to stand, and nearly toppled to the ground. The same thing happened to Lin Chie. Both of them staggered at once, but managed to catch each other by the arm, each holding the other up and narrowly avoiding collapse. Looks like we've overtaxed our minds, Lin Chie remarked. We just need a little rest, Zhang Luochen replied. Moments ago, he'd opened the 8 gates technique. Just 4 gates, but even so, his mental energy had seemed to pour away like water, vanishing at an alarming rate. Lin Chie walked over to Zhao Kongqing's lifeless body. Do heroes like this really have to exist? Behind every life of comfort, someone must bear the burden and press forward, Zhang Luochen answered quietly. It's true. There's no such thing as untroubled times. Yet is it really worth it? Those who indulge in pleasure are still lost in their revelry, while heroes, who is there left to remember them? Lin Chie said softly. I believe that even if he had 100 chances to choose, Uncle Zhao would still make the same decision. That's the calling of a soldier. After spending this time with Zhang Luochen, he had come to truly understand what it meant to become a night watcher, and just how much one had to sacrifice. Yet Lin Chie was different from him. Lin Chie had a family waiting for him, while he himself was an orphan, with nothing and no one to hold him back. 10 years. I'll guard this place for him for 10 years. It was as though Lin Chie had made some solemn vow. 10 years, Zhang Luochen murmured, knowing full well what those 10 years meant to Lin Chie. In that span of time, so much had happened. The great disaster in San'an City, the founding of the Nightfall Squad, the Grand Bai family banquet, and, of course, Lin Chie's rise to Commander Lin. Lin Chie lifted Zhao Kongqing's body in his arms, and, turning toward that small, humble house, spoke as if bidding farewell. Auntie, Shao Qi is leaving now. Please forgive me. The rain had stopped. From the darkness, the 2 young men slowly emerged. One cradled a man's body, a sword strapped across his back. Hong Ying stood frozen, staring at the pair before her. Young Zhang Luochen, at your service. Young Lin Chie, at your service. We send off General Zhao Kongqing. May he return triumphant. Their voices joined together, ringing out, strong and clear, declaring their oath to the world. The rain had ceased, and moonlight streamed through the clouds, spilling over the earth. The street, bathed in silver, lay silent and empty, as if nothing had ever happened. In the old city, 1,000 lights still glowed in the windows. Inside, people were busy with their own lives. Zhang Luochen stood alone in the street, dazed and unmoving. The road had already been swept spotlessly clean by the logistics team. By morning, when everyone stepped outside, no trace would remain, nothing to suggest anything out of the ordinary had occurred. Hong Ying led Lin Chie and Zhao Kongqing's body away first. Zhang Luochen didn't go with them. He simply said he'd stay behind to tidy up and would catch up later. Zhang Luochen sat down casually on the curb. His gaze lingered on the spot where Zhao Kongqing had just been lying. Now, there was only emptiness. Just then, a scruffy little black stray dog ambled over. The moment it saw Zhang Luochen, it looked a bit startled. Zhang Luochen noticed the little black mutt too. He knew exactly what it was after and spoke up. Don't worry about me. Go on with your business. His words sounded offhand, but in the little black dog's ears, they brought a hint of confusion. It gave Zhang Luochun a puzzled look. Should I give you some privacy? Zhang Luochun asked, the question in his tone, but his body was already moving, hurrying off toward the corner. Once the dog saw Zhang Luochun leave, it turned its attention back to the empty patch of ground. It opened its mouth, and if anyone had been there, they would have jumped in shock, for out came human speech. Return, wandering soul. When Zhang Luochun arrived at the peace office, he saw Lin Xie seated at the very center, with all the members of Team 136 gathered closely around him. Hong Ying's eyes were still red, and beside her, Si Xiaonan was sobbing uncontrollably, her tears streaming down like a broken dam. Every face in the room bore a different expression, yet not a single one showed the faintest trace of happiness or smile. I've made myself perfectly clear. Zhao Kongsheng faced a masked king alone and fought to the bitter end. There was a hint of anger in Lin Xie's voice. The moment Zhang Luocheng stepped through the door, he instantly understood what had happened. So the story has reached this point, he thought. Wu Xiangnan continued. Judging by the wounds on the masked king's corpse, there's a string of knife marks across his body. His arm shows signs of severe burns. There are fractures in several places, as if he'd been smashed into the ground again and again. And on his back, there's also evidence of burning, but it's different from the arm. The burns on the arm look like they were caused by fire, but the ones on the back are more like lightning. If any of you still doubt it, you can ask him. Lin Xie gestured toward Zhang Luocheng, who stood at the back. Zhang Luocheng gave a small nod. Both the injuries on the arm and the burn on the back were my doing. But my level is too low, and my mental strength was drained severely. That's why Uncle Zhao had no choice but to use the ghost god's descent. Unable to bear any more, Hong Ying, her eyes still rimmed with tears, burst out angrily. Wu Xiangnan, what are you trying to say? Zhao Kongsheng is dead. Do you have to keep hounding us about this? I just want to know the truth, Wu Xiangnan replied in a calm, steady tone. Captain Wu, that's exactly how it happened. Just like Lin Xie said, Uncle Zhao used the ghost god's descent. One strike fatal, Zhang Luocheng added. Lin Xie glanced at Zhang Luocheng, and in his eyes seemed to be two silent words. Thank you. That's enough, Xiangnan. They've already explained everything. Chen Mai stepped forward, patting Wu Xiangnan on the shoulder before turning to Lin Xie. As far as I know, because you're the agent of the Archangel Michael, Zhao Kongsheng invited you to join the Night Watch. At first, you refused, Chen Mai said. Lin Xie voiced what he truly felt. If, 10 years from now, I still can't leave, then it's my own fault. Well, it looks like this year we'll have 2 newcomers heading to the training camp, Chen Mai remarked, glancing over at Zhang Luocheng as well. Lin Xie looked a little puzzled. All newcomers have to undergo a full year of training, starting in September, Zhang Luocheng answered directly, dispelling Lin Xie's confusion. And one more thing, newcomers have to arrange their own food and lodging, Chen Mai added. No food or lodging. Then where am I supposed to stay? Can I just live here? Lin Xie patted the sofa where he was sitting. Hey, what about you? Didn't you used to live in the school dorm? Zhang Luocheng was staying at Hong Ying's house, but he felt a bit embarrassed to bring it up. Just stay in my place, Hong Ying walked over and said. I still have a spare room. When Qima, standing nearby, gaped in astonishment. What? Hong Ying, Zhang Luocheng is already living at your place, and now you want Lin Xie to move in too. Hong Ying picked up the black case from the floor. Why does it matter? I got another empty room. Chia, in a bit, let Luocheng take you home. He knows the way, and I need to go practice shooting. As she was leaving, she added, now that you're both part of our team, I'll look out for you from now on. Chen Mai could only rub his forehead helplessly. They're still just temporary members, and who knows where they'll end up in the future. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying, Lin Xie said, glancing at Zhang Luocheng, who responded with a bashful, goofy grin. Chia, let me show you around, and I'll fill you in on what the Night Watchers are all about, when Qima said, giving Lin Xie's shoulder a friendly pat. With that, the two of them headed out together. Late at night, the streets near the Peace Bridge were deserted and cold. A woman in a red coat, carrying a black case on her back, hurried through the darkness in a particular direction. Normally, wandering alone like this would be dangerous. But this woman wasn't ordinary. A teenage boy followed at a measured pace, keeping a respectful distance behind her. If anyone had witnessed the scene, they might have suspected the boy had some ulterior motive. Yet, at this hour, the street was empty except for their 2 shadows. Before long, the pair arrived at their destination, the cemetery. The headstones here were finely crafted and arranged in perfect order. You've tailed me all this way. Come on, let's go in together, Hong Ying suddenly said, turning back. Zhang Luocheng hurried up, a little abashed. Sister Hong Ying, you knew I was following you all along? I may not have any special senses, but I've been through my share of battles. I'm not that easy to sneak up on, she replied. So, Why are you following me? Well, I wanted to help you carve the headstone. Hong Ying's eyes widened in surprise. You know about that? Uncle Zhao told me. Then let's go in together. The two figures entered the cemetery, stopping before a blank headstone, its surface yet untouched by any inscription. Old Zhao always said he didn't want to scare the ancestors back home, so he chose to rest here, among the night watchers. Hong Ying murmured, her eyes welling with tears as she took out an engraving pen and began to carve. Zhang Luocheng stood quietly by her side, not wanting to disturb her, simply watching in silent companionship as she worked. Zhang Luocheng, thank you, Hong Ying said softly after a long while. Zhang Luocheng was taken aback. Thank me? For what? You and Lin Xie both did very well. You gave all the credit to old Zhao, but I know the truth. It's just that Wu Xiangnan, that blockhead. As Hong Ying spoke, tears slid down her cheeks. Captain Wu was only doing his job. Giving us the credit might help our future, but to us, it was simply Uncle Zhao's last wish, Zhang Luocheng said softly. You came here. How are you planning to bring Lin Xie back with you later? Hong Ying asked. Don't worry, I'll find him, Zhang Luocheng replied, glancing toward a particular spot. His eyes met Lin Xie's, who was hiding in the shadows. Luocheng, where are you off to? As soon as they left the cemetery, Hong Ying noticed that Zhang Luocheng had no intention of walking back with her and couldn't help but ask. Of course, I'm going to bring Lin Xie back, Zhang Luocheng answered. Well, that makes sense. But it's so late. In a place like this, are you really going to let a girl like me walk back alone? Hong Ying's tone made her seem every bit the delicate woman. Hong Ying, you're our main fighter. Other than the captain, no one can take you on, Zhang Luocheng replied, his expression a little stunned. Hong Ying pouted. Go on then. Make sure you bring Xie back safe and sound. She deliberately emphasized the word safe. Don't worry, Hong Ying, Zhang Luocheng called, waving back at her before jogging off in another direction. When Lin Xie and Wen Qima saw Zhang Luocheng appear in front of them, they both looked puzzled. Your eyes, do they have some kind of perception ability too? Wen Qima asked curiously. Zhang Luocheng scratched his head. Let's just say I have a sixth sense. Would you believe that? Wen Qima rolled his eyes. So, you're heading to Hong Ying's place? Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Going together, then? Zhang Luocheng said, cutting straight to the point. When Qima suddenly looked awkward, his hands fidgeting, touching his face, scratching his head, rubbing his nose, finally blurting out, she didn't invite me. What am I supposed to do there? You two go ahead. He spun around quickly, as if afraid they might pull him back, and as he left, he tossed over his shoulder. Be careful on your way back. Is he a bit nervous? Lin Xie asked, watching Zhang Luocheng's retreating figure. Oh, come on. Their business is their own. We two underage kids shouldn't meddle, Zhang Luocheng replied, and together with Lin Xie, made their way toward Hong Ying's home. Along the way, the two exchanged a few simple words. Strictly speaking, although they were classmates, and even desk mates, they barely knew each other. After all, they had only shared a desk for a single day before Lin Xie didn't show up for school the next day, and on the third day, Zhang Luocheng was absent. In the end, neither of them returned to school. So, your Forbidden Ruins still doesn't have an official name? Lin Xie asked, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Yeah, the captain said we have to wait for the higher-ups to decide. Apparently, they want to keep observing for now, Zhang Luocheng replied. Your Forbidden Ruins really is a bit complicated, isn't it? Your copying ability, even that extinguishing moon move, you managed to replicate it. Lin Xie had seen Zhang Luocheng use that technique before. Although it wasn't quite as powerful as Zhao Kongqing's original, it was nearly identical in every other way. Zhang Luocheng nodded without hiding anything. I'd say I only managed to use about a quarter of its true power. And you can also control fire and lightning? That final move of yours was even stronger than the copied Extinguishing Moon. Oh, right. And there was something about a Gate of Life too. That's the 8 Gates technique. Basically, you unlock certain points in your body in a split second, breaking through your physical limits. There are 8 gates in total, but when you open all 8, that's the end of the line. Kind of like Ghost God's Pole? Lin Xie asked. In a way, yes. Zhang Luocheng considered it for a moment, realizing there was a certain similarity. However, when he activated the 8 gates technique, although his speed and strength increased, his level didn't actually rise, so there were still some differences from the Ghost God's Pole. So what about my mortal domain? Could you copy that too? Lin Xie asked with a hint of curiosity. I tried, but I couldn't. Maybe it's because it's a Divine Ruins ability, Zhang Luocheng explained. Unconsciously, Lin Xie looked up at the sky. I wonder what the road ahead will look like. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but feel a secret sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself, the path ahead, well, I know it far better than you do. As if to comfort Lin Xie, He patted him on the shoulder. Just go forward with confidence. With your mom around, you're unstoppable beneath the highest level. Huh? Lin Xie turned to Zhang Luochen, baffled. What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. I mean, we've arrived, Zhang Luochen said, pointing toward a dazzlingly luxurious mansion that was impossible to ignore. We're here? Wait, you mean that mansion? That's Sister Hong Ying's house. Lin Xie asked in disbelief. Yep. She's loaded. The Night Watchers really are treated a little too well. Not exactly. She's more of a rich second generation. Her parents left for the house. They disappeared in the mist, Zhang Luochen explained. Lin Xie nodded slightly. Have you been living here all along? Actually, it's only been one night. I stayed on the second floor. Sister Hong Ying is also on the second floor. And, well, so is Sister Xiaonan. Sister Xiaonan? She lives here too. Lin Xie asked in surprise. Yeah, Sister Hong Ying didn't want her staying out on her own, Zhang Luochen replied. Sister Hong Ying is really kind, Lin Xie said, casting his gaze at the grand villa before him. Let's go in, Zhang Luochen said as he walked up to the door and knocked. From inside came the soft shuffling of slippers, and then the villa's front door swung open. There stood Hong Ying behind the door, wrapped in a plush pajama set. Her eyes were still a bit puffy, but as soon as she saw the two of them, she broke into a gentle smile. You're here. Come in, both of you. Hong Ying ushered them inside. Luocheng, your slippers are still the same as last time. Chia, these are yours, she added, handing over a pair. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. They both replied in perfect unison. Lin Xie took a look around at the lavish decor inside the house, and for a moment felt a bit out of place. Zhang Luocheng, on the other hand, seemed more comfortable. After all, this wasn't his first visit. Your room is on the second floor, right next to Luocheng's, Hong Ying said, pointing upstairs. Hong Ying, are those two back? From upstairs, Si Xiaonan called down, yawning as she spoke. Yes, they're here. Lin Xie waved in greeting toward the second floor, and Si Xiaonan waved back. By the way, did you tell him all the house rules? Hong Ying asked Zhang Luochen. All right. If you want to go into Sister Hong Ying's or Sister Xiaonan's rooms, you have to knock first, Zhang Luochen reminded him. Lin Xie nodded in understanding. And there's something else, Hong Ying added with a note of emphasis. She's the main force of our team. Apart from the captain, no one can take her in a fight, Zhang Luochen said a bit awkwardly, feeling as if he were bragging on her behalf. Just as he spoke, Hong Ying lifted her pale arm at just the right moment, flexing playfully. Lin Xie, good night. Good night. Try to get some rest. You must be exhausted after today, Zhang Luocheng said, giving Lin Xie a reassuring pat on the shoulder before heading upstairs. Lin Xie, as if steeling himself for something, walked toward Hong Ying's room. Sister Hong Ying, could I borrow some paper and a pen? By the time Zhang Luocheng woke up the next morning, Hong Ying was already up, practicing her marksmanship, as usual. Si Xiaonan was probably still asleep. The whole villa was quiet. There was no sign of Lin Xie. Xie went out early this morning, Hong Ying explained. He probably went to say his final goodbyes, Zhang Luocheng replied casually. You knew? Hong Ying asked, curiosity in her eyes. He mentioned it yesterday. He left in such a rush, figured he should at least come up with a reason, Zhang Luocheng explained. Oh, so, yesterday when he asked for paper and pen, it was to write a letter? Hong Ying pondered for a moment. Sister Hong Ying, you're sharp. Right now, I bet the captain and the others have gone together to deliver the letter. Zhang Luochen glanced at the time. The moment Hong Ying heard someone praise her intelligence, a bashful grin crept onto her face. Oh, I'm not that smart, just average, really. Yeah, just average, Zhang Luochen muttered under his breath. Let's go. Time to head to the office. We've still got work today, Hong Ying said, stowing her spear away into a black case. Zhang Luochen rubbed his forehead, knowing all too well exactly what kind of work Hong Ying was referring to. Before long, the two arrived together at the peace agency. As soon as they stepped inside, they spotted Wen Qima, who shot them a look filled with envy. On the sofa sat an elderly woman, likely in her 50s, leaning on a cane as she recounted her predicament. This was the business Hong Ying had mentioned. Not long after, Lin Xie entered the agency. The moment he opened the door, he was taken aback by the scene before him, and immediately shot Zhang Luochen a questioning look. This is our usual business at the agency, Zhang Luochen explained. Business? So those notices at the entrance aren't just for show? There's real work to do. Lin Xie asked, curiosity piqued. We take on all sorts of odd jobs, earn a little extra on the side. The agency has to keep running somehow. When Qima chimed in, stepping over to clarify. By the way, the captain said you two should meet him at the training hall when you're done, when Qima added. Lin Xie nodded, then turned to look at Zhang Luochen. But Zhang Luochen was still standing there, and when he noticed Lin Xie's gaze, he couldn't help but look a little puzzled. What are you staring at me for? Lead the way, Lead the way. I don't even know where it is. Didn't you get here before me? Yeah, but I've never been to the training hall. Well, why don't you ask someone? In the original plot, you're supposed to be the one who asks. There's a plot. When Chima watched their back and forth and finally couldn't help interrupting, all right, just go straight down the hall all the way to the end. The two of them started off in the direction of the corridor. On the way, Lin Chia couldn't help but ask, this place really takes on all kinds of jobs? Sure does. Chima mentioned everything from private tutoring and academic help to legal aid to subduing criminals. You name it, we do it, Zhang Luochen explained. That's pretty broad. Legal aid? Don't you need a professional for that? Lin Chia asked again. Long Xian handles that. He's got a PhD in law from the Political Science and Law University. Of course, when Chima hadn't said any of this to Zhang Luochen, it was just Zhang's omniscient narrator's perspective at work. After walking for quite a while, they finally reached the end of the hallway, where a large iron door awaited them. Pushing it open, they found themselves in a vast, empty training ground. This place is enormous, Lin Xie remarked as he glanced at the training ground, which was almost the size of 3 soccer fields. It was built decades ago by someone who possessed an earth element forbidden ruin, Zhang Luocheng explained. You know even that? Haven't you never been here before? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luocheng scratched his head. I heard about it before. The two of them walked over to Chun Mai, who was sitting in meditation. As if sensing their arrival, Chun Mai opened his eyes at just the right moment. Captain! Captain! Chun Mai nodded. So, how do you feel about this place? It's quite a surprise. Who would have thought such a vast space was hidden down here? Lin Xie replied. Chun Mai went on to explain, by the way, both of your files have arrived. They're in the archives. If you want to take a look, go ahead. Also, Zhang Luocheng, your forbidden ruin still can't be clearly defined for now. The higher-ups want to keep observing for a bit. After you finish training camp, depending on your performance, they'll make a detailed record. Zhang Luocheng nodded. Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to it. After all my skills are from Naruto. I'm curious how the Watcher's leaders will define my abilities. Your sabers, insignias, and cloaks will all be issued together once the camp is over. For now, you'll use these 2 blades. Chun Mai handed a blade to each of them. Lin Xie took the straight sword and examined it, noticing 3 characters engraved on the hilt. Zhao, Kongshin. What's this? Lin Xie looked a bit stunned. That was old Zhao's sword. Since he chose you, and he's gone now, it's only right that you keep it, Chun Mai said. Zhang Luocheng also studied his blade, noticing 3 bold characters on the hilt. Wu Xiangnan. This blade, Zhang Luocheng understood that Wu Xiangnan was the undying swordsman, but his hands hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't wield any weapons. But wasn't the undying swordsman's weapon supposed to be a sword? This was the straight blade Xiangnan used when he first joined the Watchers. He's not using it right now, so just borrow it for the time being, Chun Mai added, as if remembering, but you'll have to return it later. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. Of course. After all, Wu Xiangnan's hands still needed Lin Xie's miracle to heal. Chun Mai's expression turned serious. There's still a month before the training camp begins. During this month, you'll receive a systematic, professional training regimen. Remember, you're from Squad 136. If you don't perform well, it's our reputation on the line. So what do we need to do? Lin Xie asked. Like Zhang Luocheng, he possessed abilities, but both of them lacked real combat experience. You two will train in separate shifts. In the morning, Lin Xie and I will practice with the blade, while Zhang Luocheng goes to Lung Xian to learn marksmanship. In the afternoon, both of you will join Wen Qima to study the use of forbidden ruins. In the evening, Zhang Luocheng and I will work on blade techniques, and Lin Xie will study firearms with Lung Xian, Chun Mai explained as he walked to the weapon rack and took down 2 bamboo swords. Zhang Luocheng, go to the shooting range and find Lung Xian. Lin Xie, pick up your sword. It's time to begin, Chun Mai commanded, immediately falling into a ready stance. Seeing this, Zhang Luocheng hurriedly left the training hall. Yet, the thought of having to walk that long corridor made him groan inwardly. But he hadn't gone far before a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the entire basement. The kind of scream that could only come from Lin Xie. Hearing that scream with my own ears. That's truly miserable, Zhang Luocheng muttered, unconsciously quickening his pace as the cries behind him rose and fell without pause. When he arrived at the shooting range, Lung Xian was already waiting for him, the sniper rifle in hand. Lung Xian looked at Zhang Luocheng with a blank expression, gave a slight nod by way of greeting, and said nothing more. Behind him, an array of firearms was neatly displayed on the wall. Zhang Luocheng's face lit up with excitement at the sight. Inside the shooting booth, Lung Xian placed a handgun in Zhang Luocheng's hand and began to explain the function and mechanics of the weapon. Zhang Luocheng listened attentively, nodding as he absorbed each point. Now, use the gun in your hand to shoot at the target. Let's see what you're capable of, Long Xian said, pointing at a target not far away. Zhang Luocheng raised the pistol, took a moment to aim, and fired. When the shot rang out, he looked over to see where his bullet had landed. Long Xian blinked in disbelief. You missed the target at 30 meters? My hand slipped. Let me try again, Zhang Luocheng replied, lifting the pistol once more and closing his eyes briefly. 100% accuracy with thrown objects? I wonder if that'll work with a pistol. Well, no harm in trying. Sharingan, he whispered to himself, opening his eyes again. The Sharingan could precisely track movement, and his first acquired ability, 100% hit rate with thrown objects, was something he could always count on with darts or throwing knives. But a bullet? The principle was the same, so he believed he could do it. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Zhang Luocheng didn't hesitate. He emptied the entire magazine in one smooth burst, the muzzle still trailing wisps of smoke. Long Xian stared at the target in astonishment. Whoa, almost every shot is dead center. That's a massive improvement. Zhang Luocheng exhaled deeply. Phew, good. Turns out it works just as well with firearms. Afterward, Long Xian handed over several other firearms for Zhang Luocheng to try. His accuracy was astonishingly high, but at the same time, Zhang Luocheng's mental energy quietly faded away. When you're using jinshu, your accuracy really is remarkable, Long Xian observed, studying several different targets in front of him. But without it, you're barely scraping by at a passable level. Zhang Luocheng slumped into a chair nearby, completely drained. He knew all too well that with the Sharingan activated, his aim was nearly flawless. But when his mental strength finally gave out, he had to let the Sharingan fade. What really caught him off guard was realizing that even tossing projectiles with perfect accuracy still consumed his mental energy. He recalled watching Naruto and how, in the anime, characters could fling shuriken without seeming to use up their chakra. Wasn't that a bit misleading? Still, powers granted by the system came with a price. Even if he had to grit his teeth through it, he had no choice but to accept. By afternoon, as soon as Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia met, they took one look at each other's battered state and immediately understood what the other had been through. You okay? They both blurted out at once. But Lin Chia looked even more beaten up. His face was bruised and swollen, almost unrecognizable. Did the captain really go that hard on you? Zhang Luocheng asked. Lin Chia sighed. Just wait till tonight, and you'll know for yourself. Then, as if something else occurred to him, he added, weren't you just learning to shoot? Why do you look so wiped out? If Lin Chia's wounds were physical, Zhang Luocheng's were all internal. He'd burned through a tremendous amount of mental strength. Don't even get me started. I'm completely spent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have missed so much. Zhang Luocheng waved his hand dismissively. When the two of them appeared before Wenqima, one was left utterly speechless. I can understand Chia looking like that, but Luocheng, what happened to you? Wenqima asked. Guess I overdid it with the shooting, Zhang Luocheng replied offhandedly. Wenqima was momentarily stunned, then reassured them. Don't worry. Tonight, both of you can get Xiaonan to patch you up, and you'll be ready for another round of beatings tomorrow. Zhang Luocheng. Lin Chia. All right, let's get started with the lesson, Wenqima said. Qima, Zhao Uncle has already explained Jinshu, Shunshu, and the forbidden artifacts. You could start with the Jinshu sequence, Zhang Luocheng suggested directly. Wow, old Zhao really told you that much. Wenqima was taken aback, then paused, a strange expression crossing his face. Why do I feel like someone's teaching me how to do my job? Wenqima went on to give the two of them an overview of the Jinshu sequence. Lin Chia now had a clearer understanding of sequence 003 of Jinshu. But what Zhang Luocheng understood best was that Lin Chia had now become an unprecedented dual gods agent. And in the future, he would even become the agent of 7 gods. I have a question too, Zhang Luocheng said, waiting until Lin Chia finished his own. What's your question? Wenqima asked. My forbidden ruin doesn't have a name or a sequence yet. But now so many sequences have already appeared. Doesn't that mean mine would be way at the end? That won't be the case. Humanity has discovered many forbidden ruins throughout history. When these ruins are ranked, if a highly dangerous forbidden ruin is found now, it will be placed at the front, pushing the others back in order, Wenqima continued to explain. But as for yours, it's still a mystery. The captain said we'll wait until the training camp is over before making any judgment. So, this training camp is extremely important for both of you. Your futures are limitless. All right, Luocheng, you go first. Let's see what your forbidden ruin can do, Wenqima prompted. Zhang Luocheng slowly closed his eyes. Then, suddenly, he opened them, and his pupils had turned a striking shade of red. Red eyes. Honestly, that's pretty cool. Wenqima couldn't help but praise him. What can you do with them? I tested the illusion technique last time. Besides that, there's the copying ability, but I can't copy divine ruins. For example, Lin Xie's mortal domain can't be copied. But I did manage to copy Uncle Zhao's moonlit flash, Zhang Luoqing said, keeping the 8 gates escape art and the 5 elements technique to himself. Lin Xie, standing to the side, didn't expose him, he just listened quietly. So you can copy forbidden ruins? That does sound a lot like formless. But formless works through physical contact and can only copy the most recent one, even if it's a divine ruin. But yours, it uses your eyes. Once you've copied a power, it's yours to use as you wish. How well can you use the moonlit flash? It's a bit weaker than Uncle Zhao's, both in speed and in strength. As your cultivation advances, all of those aspects will improve accordingly, Wen Qima explained. Zhang Luoqing nodded. Nothing else. Wen Qima pressed. Nothing else. Zhang Luoqing shook his head. Then, Wen Qima turned his gaze to Lin Xie. Let's talk about your mortal domain. What exactly can you do with it? With me at the center, it creates a circular field with a radius of 20 meters, Lin Xie explained. Wait a second. Zhang Luoqing suddenly realized something. It seemed like the two of them were about to do something outrageous. His face flushed bright red, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. What color is Hong Ying's underwear today? White. Well, that was quick, he replied instantly, without a moment's hesitation. The 3 men exchanged glances. The very next second, laughter filled the entire testing chamber. However, there's one thing you both have in common. Your eyes possess an extraordinarily frightening, dynamic vision. Although you're still only at the Jean stage, your abilities are already far beyond those of ordinary people, Wen Qima remarked. He quickly sketched out a detailed plan on a sheet of paper. All right, let's get straight to training. What do we have to do? Zhang Luoqing asked. You both have incredible dynamic vision, so we'll train your reflexes as well. This room is equipped with mechanisms that can release a total of 39,000 hidden micro-rubber guns, Wen Qima explained the training setup to the two of them. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie stepped into the room together. As they took in a sight of walls riddled with gun ports, both of them couldn't help swallowing nervously. If you're ready, let's begin. Let's do it, they replied in unison. By now, Zhang Luoqing's mental strength had recovered considerably. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately activated his Sharingan. Even if the bullets were made of rubber, he had no intention of getting beaten up in here. With the sound of a buzzer, bullets began to whiz from every direction, their trajectories utterly unpredictable. Both of them reacted at once, their movements so swift that even Wen Qima, watching from outside the room, couldn't help but be startled. As the first wave of bullets ended, another followed immediately, even faster than before. At first, the two managed to dodge with ease. But as the number of bullets increased, more and more began to strike their bodies. Zhang Luoqing cursed inwardly. No matter how powerful the Sharingan was, it still had blind spots. Coupled with his physical limitations, he was already taking quite a few hits. He even wondered if he should activate the 8 gates technique. In the end, he dismissed the idea. Opening the 8 gates might boost his speed, but he couldn't let himself become too reliant on it. After all, the technique drained his body's strength and should only be used as a last resort. Besides, with Wen Qima present, it would be tough to explain. The bullets seemed to increase not just in number, but in speed as well. In reality, the bullets weren't moving faster. Their own movements were simply slowing down, making the shots feel quicker. By the time the training finally ended, both of them stumbled out, utterly exhausted, their bodies aching all over. Good grief, how am I supposed to spar with the captain tonight, in this condition? Zhang Luoqing groaned, looking utterly miserable. Don't worry, the captain is actually quite gentle, Lin Xie said reassuringly. Do you really think I'll believe that, seeing the state I'm in? Besides, you're lucky. You're just learning to shoot tonight, so you won't be nearly as tired. Zhang Luoqing shot him a look full of envy. Do you really think I'll believe that, seeing the state I'm in? Zhang Luoqing. Hurry up and get some food. The captain's cooking tonight. Wen Qima called out as he strode over, slinging his arms around their shoulders and herding them toward the door. As soon as the three of them stepped out of the training room, a mouth-watering aroma drifted over to greet them. That smells amazing, Lin Xie inhaled greedily, savoring the scent. The captain's got real skills in the kitchen. We're in for a treat tonight, Zhang Luoqing said, making a beeline for the lounge. But as soon as he pushed open the door, he was met by 4 pairs of resentful eyes. Hey, this has nothing to do with me, right? Zhang Luoqing quickly caught on to what must have just happened here. Hong Ying gave a cold snort and turned away, refusing to look at Zhang Luoqing. Lin Xie followed him in and immediately sensed the strange atmosphere hanging in the air. Let's eat, Chenmai announced, and everyone dug in without a second's hesitation. So, you two, learn anything new from today's training? Chenmai asked. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie both nodded. Yeah, we gain a lot. How's Zhang Luocheng's marksmanship? Should I press further? He doesn't miss a shot when he's using Forbidden Ruins. Even without it, he's still impressive, Lung Xian replied. His expression is stoic as ever. Then tonight, let's see how Lin Qie shoots, Chen Mai said, glancing over at Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, remember to patch them up later. He then added with a wry smile, as long as they can still take a beating tomorrow, that'll do. Zhang Luocheng, meet me at the training grounds after dinner, Chen Mai said as he finished his meal and strode out toward the training area. Zhang Luocheng hurried to shovel down the rest of his food, then followed after him. Had enough to eat? Lung Xian asked Lin Qie. I'm full, Lin Qie replied. Let's go practice shooting. On the martial arts field, Zhang Luocheng gripped the straight blade that once belonged to Wu Xiangnan. Facing him, Chen Mai held two bamboo swords. Captain, shouldn't we let the food settle first? Zhang Luocheng ventured. Settle? You think an enemy is going to wait for you to digest before attacking? Or wait until you're nice and full? Not likely. Chen Mai's tone was stern. Zhang Luocheng nodded, understanding the lesson. His grip on the blade tightened unconsciously. All right then, no hard feelings, Captain, Zhang Luocheng said, and with a sudden burst of speed, he darted right in front of Chen Mai. Decent speed, Chen Mai remarked, crossing his bamboo swords in front of his chest. Zhang Luocheng was shocked. He was wielding a real blade, yet he couldn't even cut through the captain's bamboo swords. Having mastered Might Guy's fighting techniques, Zhang Luocheng's moves were more refined than before, and Chen Mai was clearly caught off guard by his style. Oh, you've studied swordsmanship? Chen Mai asked. Picked it up from watching TV, Zhang Luocheng replied with a slight grin, launching another attack. But in the next instant, Chen Mai's bamboo sword struck him hard across the back, sending a jolt of pain through him. Damn! Zhang Luocheng cried out as he was struck again and again. At this moment, he finally understood the kind of training Lin Qie had endured. You can use Forbidden Ruins, Chen Mai said calmly. In that case, Captain, don't mind if I do Sharingan. In an instant, Zhang Luocheng's eyes turned blood red, and he vanished from sight once more. Not bad. You even managed to copy my moves, Chen Mai responded, unfazed by Zhang Luocheng's renewed assault. Unfortunately, your technique and speed are still a bit lacking, Chen Mai remarked. Is that so? Then watch this next move. 8 gates release. First gate, gate of opening. Nighttime of the training field. A figure lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it, I opened 4 of the 8 gates, and I still ended up getting beaten. Zhang Luocheng had completely run out of strength. His straight sword had fallen to the side, and his body ached all over with pain radiating from every part. Go find Xiaonan and get treated, Chen Mai suggested. With great effort, Zhang Luocheng got to his feet, staggering as he made his way out of the training field. Watching Zhang Luocheng's retreating figure, Chen Mai mused that Forbidden Ruins of his is truly terrifying. The short bursts of speed and power, and that uncanny ability to copy techniques. He's already picked up all my moves. Inside Hong Ying's villa, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie collapsed side by side on the spacious sofa. After a day of grueling training, both were utterly spent. The captain's strength is terrifying, isn't it? Lin Qie broke the silence first. Terrifying doesn't even begin to describe it. How about you? How did your evening go? Even though Zhang Luocheng already knew the answer, he asked out of courtesy. My evening? Can we not talk about tonight's training? Lin Qie shuddered at the memory. Firearms practice had left his pride in tatters. Now that you're healed, get some early rest. Training resumes tomorrow, Si Xiaonan said, finishing up their treatment before heading straight to her own room. Why is Sister Xiaonan suddenly so cold? Lin Qie asked, curiosity in his voice. It's because you two newcomers have stolen her spot as the team favorite, Hong Ying replied, clad in fluffy pajamas as she handed them each a cup of tea. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. The stricter the captain is with you, the faster you'll grow. That's why he goes hard on you. Don't hold it against him. After all, the reason the Watcher's mortality rate in Sangnan has dropped is entirely thanks to the captain's efforts. Hold it against him? How could we ever resent the captain? Zhang Luocheng quickly replied. Of course not, Lin Qie agreed. All right, it's getting late. Get some rest, Hong Ying said as she stood up. Good night. Good night. Later that night, Lin Qie took his straight sword and walked into the courtyard. As he entered, he saw a figure in the darkness, repeatedly swinging a straight sword, each motion slicing through the quiet night air. Zhang Luocheng glanced back at Lin Qie, a faint smile curling at his lips. Looks like we're on the same wavelength. Lin Qie also broke into a smile. Under the moonlight, the two of them continued to swing their blades, one stroke after another. A cheerful chime sounded. Ding dong, welcome. The two of them arrived at the Peace Affairs office. As soon as they pushed open the door, They saw Hong Ying sitting ramrod straight on the sofa, lost in thought. Lin Xie stepped forward and waved at her. "Good morning, Sister Hong Ying." "Sister Hong Ying, what's got you so spaced out?" Zhang Luocheng thought maybe she hadn't slept well last night, so he waved his hand in front of her face. Suddenly, Hong Ying shot up from the sofa, startling Zhang Luocheng so much that he took a step back. "Sister Hong Ying, don't scare us like that," Zhang Luocheng said, still feeling a bit shaken. "Luocheng, Chia, you're finally here. Something's happened." Hong Ying grabbed both of them by the arm and hurried them toward the basement. Seeing how urgent she was, Zhang Luocheng seemed to guess what was going on and asked tentatively, "Has a mysterious event cropped up?" "Yes, and it's a tricky one," Hong Ying replied as she pushed open the door to the activity room. The entire team 136 was already assembled. Seeing the scene, Zhang Luocheng suddenly remembered. This was the start of the Nanda snake demon incident. Chunmai, noticing the three of them entering, wore a grave expression. "Everyone's here. Let's begin." The group took their seats, and Chunmai started explaining the mysterious event. This time, the incident has taken place at Sangnan City's second high school. Second high? Lin Xie immediately looked at Zhang Luocheng. But Zhang Luocheng didn't seem shocked. Instead, he looked deep in thought. "Yes, it's the school you both attended," Chunmai clarified. "Second high," Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself. "So it really is the Nanda snake demon incident. I remember this case, and the true Nanda snake demon is... And it seems the person who reported the case is someone you know well." Zhang Luocheng glanced at a door toward the back, just as a teenager pushed it open and walked in. Of course, the one who reported it is the Nanda snake demon itself, Zhang Luocheng thought to himself. "Hey, Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, what are you two doing here?" The teenager was Li Yifei, who, upon seeing them, looked utterly shocked. Zhang Luocheng was just about to speak when suddenly, a soft chime rang in his mind. Why is the system activating now? Zhang Luocheng wondered. Right after, the system's voice echoed in his ears. "Host has triggered the Nanda snake demon event. This mission, assist Lin Xie in resolving the incident. No spoilers allowed. Otherwise, the mission will be considered a failure. Succeed, and you may draw 2 Naruto abilities." "What the?" Zhang Luocheng almost blurted out. He could understand the rest of it, but not being allowed to give spoilers? That was going to be tough. He clearly knows the cause, the process, and the outcome of the whole affair. The key is, the result is right there in front of him, yet he can't say anything about it. How stifling must that feel? Zhang Luocheng turned his gaze to Lin Xie on the other side. "Looks like I'll have to play support this time. We've already gone over the mysterious abilities and all the situations that need our attention. Does anyone still have questions?" Wu Xiangnan looked around at everyone. "If there are no issues, then let's do as Xiangnan said and split into 2 teams, Chunmai said, scanning each face in turn. "If we're going to infiltrate the school, we have to look the part. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and then Xie and Luochen, your mission is to find a real body. Captain, those 2 are just temporary members. Temporary members aren't allowed to take part in a mysterious purge operation." Wu Xiangnan objected immediately. Chunmai waved his hand dismissively. "This mysterious realm isn't that advanced. The 2 of them have been training for half a month already. This is a great opportunity for them to gain some experience. Besides, they're both students at number 2 high, so they know the terrain well." He then looked at Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng. "You're only temporary members. I won't force you. Your choice is yours alone. If you don't want to go, just say so." "I'll go. I'm into it." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie agreed without a moment's hesitation. After half a month of training, both felt their abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. What they needed most now was a real battle to test themselves. "Good. Let's move out," Chunmai said, turning to Li Yifei. "You'll go back to school with them." "Huh? Me? I'm just an ordinary guy." Li Yifei froze, wide-eyed. "Don't worry, they'll protect you. You're the only one here who's actually seen that mysterious being, so you have to go," Chunmai replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie stood up together, ready to leave, when Lung Xian hurried over to stop them. "Luocheng, Xie," Lung Xian said, handing them each a pistol. "The magazines are full." Lin Xie hesitated. "But my shooting..." Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but laugh to himself. Lin Xie's marksmanship was truly abysmal. Even after he became a full-fledged Night Watcher, shooting was still his biggest weakness. Back at the Night Watcher training camp, if it weren't for his terrible scores in marksmanship, he might have outperformed Wang Mian. A gun's purpose isn't just killing, you know. In the end, Lin Xie tucked the pistol into his pocket. Moments later, 4 figures carrying their black cases appeared at the gates of Sangnan City, number 2 high school. "Your school uniforms are seriously ugly," Hong Ying muttered, wearing her red and white high school outfit with an obvious look of disdain. Girls' uniforms are actually not bad. Just take a look at the boys. Now that's truly hideous. Lin Xie pointed at his own uniform. School uniforms really look good on good-looking people. I'd say, with our looks, we definitely stand out in a crowd here, especially Sister Hong Ying and Sister Xiaonan. You two are basically the school goddesses, Zhang Luochen said with a cheerful grin. You really know how to talk, Luochen. Now that you mention it, these uniforms aren't so bad after all. Hong Ying nodded, clearly pleased. Nearby, Si Xiaonan couldn't help but laugh at his words. But Lin Xie felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if everything Zhang Luochen said was something he himself would say. He glanced at the time, then looked toward the school gate. The first class of the morning is already halfway through. What reason are we going to give for being late? If we're carrying all this stuff, we'll definitely get stopped, Si Xiaonan said, pointing to the black cases they held. Hong Ying smiled faintly and gestured toward the 2-meter-high wall not far away. We'll climb over. Lin Xie thought for a moment, then turned to the petite Si Xiaonan behind him. I'm fine with it, but what about you, Xiaonan? Si Xiaonan rolled her eyes at Lin Xie, and with a sudden, graceful movement, she vaulted over the wall as if it were nothing. Hong Ying chuckled softly. Xie, don't forget, Xiaonan has been with the Night Watchers for 2 years now. Come on, you two better keep up. With that, Hong Ying followed, her motions just as elegant and effortless as she leaped over the wall with ease. Lin Xie stared, stunned by the fluid agility of the two women. He turned his gaze to Zhang Luochen beside him. Zhang Luochen grinned. I just copied Sister Hong Ying's moves. And in the blink of an eye, he was gone, flipping over the wall with a motion identical to Hong Ying's. I'm suddenly a little envious of those eyes that can copy anything, Lin Xie muttered to himself. When Lin Xie finally made it over the wall, Hong Ying praised his effort, though Lin Xie only wanted to move on from the topic as quickly as possible. I'll go to the classroom with Luochen and get close to Lu Xiaoyan. You two go find the dean, Lin Xie said. All right, if anything comes up, we'll keep in touch through the earpieces, Hong Ying replied, turning to leave with Si Xiaonan. 403. Hong Ying was just about to ask for details, but Zhang Luochen had already anticipated her and spoke up first. Hong Ying looked thoroughly satisfied. These two younger brothers are really something. Inside the classroom, the teacher was in the middle of a lesson when a sudden knock on the door broke the atmosphere. The students all turned to look toward the entrance. Lin Xie, Zhang Luochen. The teacher was surprised to see the two of them at the door. Where have you two been these days? You've been missing for a while. My eyes were acting up again. I've been in the hospital for 2 weeks. Zhang Luocheng was momentarily stunned at the side. Lin Xie had a legitimate reason, but what about his? Yet, the moment Lin Xie finished speaking, every eye in the room turned to him, including the teachers. I'm going with him, Zhang Luocheng blurted out, not even sure how he managed to say it. But the words had already left his mouth. The whole class stared at Zhang Luocheng with bewildered looks. The teacher's face darkened instantly, and even Lin Xie, standing next to him, rolled his eyes. Go back to your seat, Zhang Luocheng. Come to my office after class, the teacher said, trying not to let the matter interrupt the lesson and temporarily sending them back to their seats. On his way back, Zhang Luocheng glanced toward Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian looked back at him as well, but there was a trace of disdain in her eyes for this troublemaker's attempt to skip class. Couldn't you come up with a better excuse? Lin Xie whispered as they sat down. Zhang Luocheng looked embarrassed. What could I think of in such a short time? You tell me. Pretend you're sick, limping, broke a bone, or, getting surgery for hemorrhoids. Those all work, Lin Xie replied with utter seriousness. Oh, sure, great idea. Hemorrhoid surgery, Zhang Luocheng retorted, rolling his eyes. Let's focus and check the situation. Lin Xie swept the surroundings with his mental senses, and Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan as well. This really isn't looking good, Zhang Luocheng murmured under his breath. Lin Xie suddenly turned to look into Zhang Luocheng's eyes. Your eyes can tell the difference too? Not the same as yours. Yours can sense the whole area, but I have to see someone with my own eyes to tell. I can only see the pathways inside the human body. The mysterious pathways must be different from those of humans, right? Zhang Luocheng explained. Captain, Lin Xie spoke into his earpiece. What is it? Can your forbidden ruins sense them? Chimai asked. Yes, Luocheng's eyes can distinguish them too, Lin Xie replied quietly. His eyes have sensing abilities too. Chimai sounded surprised at the news. Not quite the same. Lin Xie can cover most of the area, but I can only tell by looking at each person directly, Zhang Luocheng answered into the earpiece. Either way, this makes things much easier. How many are there? Chimai asked. There are 2 right here in our classroom. On our way here, I counted 6 on this floor alone, Lin Xie reported. Is there any hope for them? None, Zhang Luocheng replied this time. The pathways in their bodies are no longer human. Excuse me. Once again, the students in the class all turned their heads toward the classroom door. Li Fei, what's going on with you now? What is it today? The teacher sounded rather annoyed. I have a leave note, Li Fei said quickly, producing the slip. The teacher shot him a glare. Fine. Go back to your seat. Li Fei hurried back to his seat and whispered to Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng, asking about the current situation. Flag-raising ceremony? Li Fei's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Xie nodded. This is a good chance to get a feel for what's going on. When we get to the playground, let's split up and investigate from different directions. That way, we should be able to find most of the infected in a short time, Zhang Luocheng suggested. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Before long, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and right after, the music for the flag-raising ceremony began to play. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Li Fei joined the other students, slowly making their way down the stairs. At that moment, Li Fei quietly leaned in and whispered in their ears, "Since you joined that organization, do you guys all have abilities?" "Yeah," Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie replied at the same time. "I'm so jealous. What kind of abilities do you have?" Li Fei asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "I can sense things nearby with my mind," Lin Xie answered vaguely. "I can spot things around me with my eyes," Zhang Luocheng replied, even more evasively. "So, can you tell who's a monster?" Li Fei pressed on. "Don't worry, Wu Shujia, the girl you've got a crush on, isn't one." Zhang Luocheng cut in before Li Fei could finish. Li Fei immediately reached out, trying to cover Zhang Luocheng's mouth, but Zhang Luocheng reacted quickly, leaning back just in time to avoid it. "How did you know?" "I never told anyone," Li Fei blurted out, suddenly flustered. Zhang Luocheng grinned to himself. "She isn't, but you are." Then he said aloud, "Nothing escapes my eyes." "Wait, you mean your eyes can see what I'm thinking?" Li Fei stared intently into Zhang Luocheng's eyes, as if he feared what he might find there. "I'm just messing with you. I noticed back when you were in class." Zhang Luocheng chuckled inwardly. How'd he know? Of course, it was because he had the heavenly eye. With his God's eye view, what could escape his notice? Really? Was it that obvious? Li Fei looked thoughtful, as if replaying old memories. But Lin Xie was now looking at Zhang Luocheng with some suspicion. He couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Luocheng really did have the ability to see through people's thoughts. "Chia, most of the infected come from the girls' dormitory." Zhang Luocheng immediately shared this information with Lin Xie. "Oh, right, you live on campus, so you'd know better than I do," Li Fei replied. "Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ro, and Tian Li are all in the same dorm room. In fact, most of the infected are girls," Zhang Luocheng revealed, sticking to the original plot. Still, he racked his brains, trying to figure out how he could spread the crucial information that Li Fei was actually the real target. The moment the three of them stepped out of the hallway, Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng quickly split up, each moving swiftly in a different direction. Lin Xie could rely on his psychic senses. Within a radius of 20 meters, he could instantly detect any unusual activity among the students. Zhang Luocheng, on the other hand, depended on his sharp eyesight, so he had to weave constantly through the crowd of students back and forth. In the past, Lin Xie was the only one responsible for scanning all the students on campus. But this time, with Zhang Luocheng's help, the difficulty of the task was greatly reduced. "Lin Xie, this round, I'll play support for you," Zhang Luocheng said with a grin. The two darted through the throng of students, and their teamwork did indeed make their investigation much more efficient. Even so, the students had already lined up neatly on the sports field, and the music playing over the speakers was gradually fading. "How's it going on your end, Chia?" Zhang Luocheng asked through his earpiece. "I'm only halfway done. What about you?" Lin Xie replied. "Almost there," Zhang Luocheng answered, his Sharingan scanning one student after another in a blur. "Chia, you go be the flag bearer." "What? The flag bearer?" Lin Xie glanced over at the flag team. He realized he was actually quite close to them. "Should I just take the spot by force?" "Just say the school wants an exemplary student to raise the flag. Afterward, you'll have to give a speech. If anyone has questions, let them ask the school leaders," Zhang Luocheng said, voicing the very strategy Lin Xie had just considered himself. By now, all the teachers and students were standing in their designated formations on the field. Zhang Luocheng had to stop moving around. If he kept running, the school leaders would definitely notice and put a stop to it. From afar, Zhang Luocheng saw Lin Xie walking toward the flag bearers. In no time, Lin Xie had taken hold of the flagpole. Solemn music filled the air. Teachers, students, and school leaders stood ramrod straight, every gaze fixed on the direction of the flagpole. At the very front stood Lin Xie, gripping the pole, his back straight as he strode forward. But suddenly, Lin Xie began to veer off the original route, heading in a completely different direction. A low murmur rippled through the students below, and the school leaders picked up their microphones to issue reminders. But Lin Xie paid them no mind, focused solely on his own task. Seizing the moment, Zhang Luocheng quickly slipped away from his spot. He knew everyone's attention was on Lin Xie. This was the perfect chance for him to act. By sheer coincidence, as Zhang Luocheng left, he was spotted by Jiang Qian, the class president. He happened to pass right in front of her, and without thinking, Jiang Qian reached out and grabbed his arm. The sudden interruption startled Zhang Luocheng. He turned around, meeting Jiang Qian's gaze head-on. "See, class president," Zhang Luocheng stammered. "Why you're holding my hand?" "Jiang Qian, what are you doing? It's time for the flag-raising ceremony. Why aren't you standing properly? Why are you running around? And tell me, where have you been these past few days? You didn't even ask for leave. Also, why is Lin Xie over there?" "Class monitor, you're bombarding me with questions. I really don't know where to start," Zhang Luocheng replied, glancing around and suddenly realizing that Jiang Qian was now surrounded by an air of mystery. At that moment, Lin Xie had already returned to the flag-raising area. The music changed, and the flag slowly ascended. "He's finished his investigation," Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. "Stand up straight," Jiang Qian commanded, and, at the same time, she brought her own hand up in salute. Zhang Luocheng stood where he was, though his eyes flickered to the mysterious captains lurking nearby. "Luocheng, what's your situation now?" Chenmai's voice came through to Zhang Luocheng's ear. "It's really bad. Qie should be done now, and there are several mysterious presences all around me," Zhang Luocheng replied. "It's worse than we thought." Lin Xie's voice chimed in as well. "Across the whole school, at least 60 teachers and students have already been transformed into monsters." Chenmai fell silent for a moment, clearly stunned by the sheer number. "Captain, have they already infiltrated those families?" Zhang Luocheng asked, knowing what must have happened on Chenmai's end. "Yes, we went to Lu Xiaoyan's, Han Ruo's, and even the head teachers' homes. They were all infected. Things are far worse than we imagined," Chenmai confirmed. "Captain, let us handle what's happening inside the school," Zhang Luocheng offered. "All right, we still need to track down the infected outside, so the 4 of you are in charge of the school. I'll have Lung Xian activate the boundless domain, Chun." Mai paused and continued. "The enemy this time is extremely dangerous. Don't hold back. Find its true body as quickly as possible. Don't be afraid to take risks." "Understood, Captain," Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie replied in unison. Worry clouded Zhang Luocheng's face. There were already several infected just around Jiang Qian. He'd saved her once before. He couldn't let her be taken here. It was clear that leaving her exposed like this was far too dangerous. "Zhang Luocheng, line up and fall back in," Jiang Qian urged him. "Class monitor, now's really not the time to hide in the crowd," Zhang Luocheng said without hesitation. He grabbed Jiang Qian's hand and dashed with her straight out of the formation. "Luocheng, how's your side holding up?" Lin Xie asked. "I'm on my way to meet up with you now," Zhang Luocheng responded, checking in on Hong Ying and the others as well. Meanwhile, Lin Xie was analyzing the mysterious entity's basic abilities to Hong Ying through his earpiece. Moreover, he suspected the real enemy was hiding somewhere in the girls' dormitory. "There's another possibility," Zhang Luocheng spoke up immediately. "They could be using a girl as a decoy. Don't forget, when Lu Xiaoyan first infected the dean, she took advantage of a girl's gentle nature to lower his guard," Zhang Luocheng explained. At this moment, Zhang Luocheng truly wished he could just tell Lin Xie the answer right away, but if he did, his mission would fail. He remembered the first time he met Li Yifei. He'd already felt the urge to deal with Ananda, serpent demon, directly. But if Li Yifei hadn't become Lin Xie's caretaker, it might disrupt the events that would follow. After all, Zhang Luocheng had traveled here from another world, and for all he knew, he could be yanked back at any moment. So, he abandoned that idea and waited quietly for the event to unfold. What he hadn't expected was that the system would trip him up, forbidding him from giving spoilers. Knowing the answer, but being unable to say it. He couldn't imagine anything more frustrating. "HM, Jiang Qian." Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luocheng with a puzzled expression. "She's surrounded by monsters. We need to gather all the teachers and students who haven't been infected yet, and keep them together," Zhang Luocheng said, barely finishing before the next crisis emerged. At that moment, Lin Xie's gaze shifted to Han Ruo, and Lu Yuan was busy trying to win her favor. "Should we go save him?" Zhang Luocheng looked to Lin Xie. Lin Xie let out a quiet sigh. According to the Watchman's Code, let's save him, just this once." With that, he headed toward Han Ruo's direction. Zhang Luocheng turned back to Jiang Qian. "Class leader, I know it's hard to explain right now, but we have to hide immediately." Just then, as Lin Xie finished confessing his feelings to Han Ruo, a sudden explosion erupted from the direction of the girls' dormitory. The blast echoed through the campus, immediately grabbing the attention of every teacher and student. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen exchanged a quick glance before Lin Xie dashed off at full speed toward the girls' dorm. Chaos erupted among the students. As soon as they rushed out of their classrooms, they saw the sky had changed color. Zhang Luochen stared at the transformed sky. The realm of limitless void has been activated. The sky was now an emerald green. Many students, momentarily forgetting the explosion, pulled out their phones to snap photos, as if the campus had become a tourist attraction. The memory of the explosion faded in the face of this surreal sight. Zhang Luochen turned back to Jiang Qian. Class leader, leave the campus immediately. I have other things to handle. Remember, get out as soon as possible. With those words, Zhang Luochen sprinted toward the edge of campus. He knew that Lin Xie had already made his move. At this moment, the cleansing operation had officially begun. Monster! Monster! Someone shouted from the crowd, and panic instantly spread. Students began running wild in every direction. Everyone, stay where you are, Zhang Luochen bellowed, but it was clear that his voice alone wasn't enough to restore order. Bang! Zhang Luochen whipped around and saw Lin Xie firing his handgun into the sky. As expected, a gun really does have a deterrent effect. Zhang Luochen smiled faintly. In the next instant, the black box in his hand snapped open, and a straight blade shot out. With lightning speed, Zhang Luochen gripped the handle, drew the blade, and in a single, fluid motion, sliced off the head of the nearest monster. The face that had moments ago looked like any other student's transformed instantly into a blood-soaked, fanged horror. Blood sprayed in all directions, and the students standing closest were splattered. At the same time, Lin Xie also struck, decapitating another monster with equal swiftness. Seeing the monsters so close, the students around them lost all composure. They clutched their heads and ran in a frenzy, terrified screams echoing through the hallways. Listen up, everyone. There are no more monsters hiding near you. Leave the school immediately. Someone will open the way for you. Move! Zhang Luochen shouted over the chaos. The best thing now was to get the uninfected students out. Zhang Luochen scanned the crowd, and, spotting Jiang Qian, felt a wave of relief. With that, most of the teachers and students had safely evacuated, and the campus grew noticeably quieter. What's the situation? Zhang Luochen hurried over to Lin Xie. Hong Ying and the others are chasing after the one that escaped. But there are still plenty of monsters in the school. We need to move fast, Lin Xie replied, his gaze sweeping toward a particular spot. Every floor has some. All right, let's split up, Zhang Luochen said, then, as if recalling something important, quickly added, by the way, this monster is very smart. Lin Xie nodded. True, its daily habits are indistinguishable from humans. This must be a high-intelligence entity. So, the one Hong Ying and the others are chasing is likely just a decoy, Zhang Luochen reasoned. You mean the real one might still be here? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luochen nodded. Watch the people around you. With those words, he turned to leave, when suddenly the sky flashed. What's going on? Lin Xie asked. Lung Xian isn't familiar with the no-boundary domain yet, Zhang Luochen replied swiftly. They could hear Lung Xian's voice through the earpiece, confirming it was due to his inexperience. At that moment, the sky turned blood red. That color is truly bizarre, Zhang Luochen remarked with a thin smile. It really does feel like the end of the world, Lin Xie sighed. Relax, this isn't some apocalypse story. Lin Xie. I'll take this building, Zhang Luochen said, dashing toward the sophomore block. Lin Xie looked in that direction, his expression changing. That's the hardest hit area. But Zhang Luochen was already gone. Sophomore classroom building. Zhang Luochen gripped his straight-bladed sword tightly, darting swiftly across the different floors. The sophomore year was the hardest hit by the infection, and Zhang Luochen knew the reason better than anyone. After all, Li Yifei was a sophomore himself. At that moment, many students were still rushing down the stairs, fleeing toward the school gates. Along the way, Zhang Luochen dispatched 3 more infected with quick, precise strikes from his sword. Zhang Luochen. Li Yifei suddenly caught sight of him. Zhang Luochen turned his head. To be honest, he was sorely tempted to finish Li Yifei right then and there. Li Yifei was wielding a fireman's axe, with several male classmates following close behind him. It looked like Li Yifei had thrown together a makeshift axe squad. Just then, more than a dozen creatures suddenly appeared in the corridor. Earth-style, earth-flow wall. Zhang Luochen's reflexes were lightning fast, and a solid wall of earth sprang up before them. Wow, Zhang Luochen, that's amazing. Li Yifei's eyes filled with envy at the sudden appearance of the wall. So that's what a cultivator can do. He's practically a legend. The other students looked on with admiration and awe. Leave this to me. Go help the other students, Zhang Luochang said, knowing full well that the wall wouldn't hold for long. Li Yifei led his axe squad and dashed quickly downstairs. Sure enough, the monsters soon crashed through the earthen barricade, launching themselves straight at Zhang Luochang. A hint of a smile played on Zhang Luochang's lips. Finally, I can put my martial arts to use. His movements became a blur as he weaved between the monsters, beheading 2 in a single instant. Illusion technique. 2 more were frozen in place by his spell, and Zhang Luochang's blade flashed, severing their heads without hesitation. Fire style, Grand Fireball. A massive ball of flame roared down the corridor, swallowing several monsters in a blazing inferno. The horde of a dozen was reduced in a heartbeat to just a few, and those few no longer dared to make a move. Suddenly, a scream rang out behind Zhang Luochang. He spun around to see several girls bursting out of a classroom with a monster hot on their heels. Zhang Luochang was just about to turn to help, but the remaining creatures blocked his path, unwilling to let him go. In a flash, they leaped at him. Chidori. Pale blue lightning crackled in Zhang Luochang's palm, the piercing sound echoing through the corridor. 2 of the monsters were struck through in an instant, their thick blood splattering across the floor. The girls, seeing Zhang Luochang, rushed into his arms as if clinging to a lifeline. One of them, her voice trembling and sweet, sobbed, "Thank you for saving me. I was so scared. Sorry, I already have someone I like. Besides, I don't like monsters." With those words, Zhang Luochang thrust his blade directly into the girl's chest. In the next instant, a grotesque, fanged head emerged before him. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and severed the head cleanly. "Even without the Sharingan, I could tell you were a fake. What a poor performance." Zhang Luochang shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, another piercing scream echoed from inside the classroom. Zhang Luochang rushed into the room, only to be greeted by a scene that made his blood run cold. A monster was looming, mouth agape, and the girl in its grasp was Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian had originally tried to leave the campus with the others, but Zhang Luochang's odd behavior piqued her curiosity, prompting her to double back and return to the classroom. But there were too many monsters here. With no other choice, she hid inside. That was when one of the girls suddenly transformed into a monster. With a powerful kick, Zhang Luochang sent the creature stumbling back. Then, wrapping one arm protectively around Jiang Qian, he swung his sword and decapitated the monster in a single, fluid motion. Blood sprayed through the air, but Zhang Luochang shielded Jiang Qian with his own body, taking the brunt of the gory splash. His school uniform was now soaked a deep, shocking red. Zhang Luochang, Jiang Qian stared at him in a daze, her eyes fixed on the gruesome stains covering his clothes. "Class leader, why did you come back again?" Zhang Luochang asked. Jiang Qian stammered, still shaken by what she had just witnessed. "It's all right now. Let me get you out of here." Zhang Luochang's voice was gentle, calm. "Thank you," Jiang Qian whispered softly. "I've said it before. If a man never gets the chance to play the hero, it's truly a pity." "You've said that before?" Jiang Qian asked, surprised. With Jiang Qian in tow, Zhang Luochang dashed down the stairs. Just then, they spotted Li Yifei trapped in a classroom by a horde of monsters. Before Zhang Luochang could jump in to help, Lin Xie had already stepped forward and dispatched them all. "Wow, Xie Luochang, you guys got here just in time," Li Yifei called out, looking utterly aggrieved. All right, don't get all sentimental," Zhang Luochang replied, his tone full of mock annoyance. "Huh, class leader? You didn't leave?" Lin Xie asked, surprised. Earlier, he'd sensed that Jiang Qian had left the school with the others. "She came back," Zhang Luochang explained, then asked, "Are the first and third-year buildings cleared?" Lin Xie nodded. "Yeah, things are under control here. How's it looking on your end?" "The monsters here have all gone berserk. I've taken care of everything on the 4th floor. On the 3rd floor, Li Yifei's team managed to take down a few. There should still be some left on the 2nd and 1st floors. But since you're here, I'd say they're as good as dead. As for Han Ro and the others, Li Yifei locked them, boys and girls alike, in a classroom for safety. Lu Yuan's there too," Zhang Luochang added with a glance. "What? Han Ruoro? Lu Yuan?" Jiang Qian asked, her eyes wide in disbelief. Zhang Luochang nodded. "They've all been infected." At that moment, both Zhang Luochang and Lin Xie noticed a frail-looking boy with glasses. His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Xie, studying him closely. The look in his eyes, "Is this the key of the gate? And Qingyu?" Zhang Luochang muttered under his breath. "Huh, you know me." And Qingyu saw Zhang Luochang and, just like Lin Xie, looked at him as if he'd discovered some rare specimen, eager to take him away for dissection and research. It was the first time Zhang Luochang had ever felt stared at like that, and it sent a shiver through him. Now, at last, he understood just how Lin Xie must have felt whenever he'd been subjected to that same unsettling gaze. Top student in the whole city. You're famous. Who wouldn't know you? To be honest, Zhang Luocheng felt nothing for academic prodigies like him. Maybe it was because, in his previous life, he'd always been at the bottom of the class. Come to think of it, nothing had really changed in this life either. And Xingyu looked as if he had more to say, but hesitated. Lin Xie, however, clearly didn't want to chat, and Zhang Luocheng was even less interested. Look at all the students to the main auditorium first. That's the safest place for now, Lin Xie suggested. Class monitor, you should head to the auditorium too, for your own safety. Zhang Luocheng turned and said to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian nodded lightly. She knew staying here would only become a burden. Only now did she realize just how foolish it had been not to leave campus when she'd had the chance. Watching Jiang Qian's retreating figure, Zhang Luocheng felt a pang of sorrow. After all, once today was over, the whispers of dream would erase everyone's memories again. By then, Jiang Qian would have no recollection of anything they'd gone through together. Enough. Let's focus on what's important. Lin Xie stepped forward and gave Zhang Luocheng's shoulder a reassuring pat. Zhang Luocheng nodded. Let's go. The upstairs still isn't cleared. We'll come with you. Li Yifei chimed in immediately, his axe squad behind him looking eager for action. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a glance, then nodded. The two of them had already fought their way through dozens of monsters. Their mental strength was nearly spent. They were both approaching their limits. I'm coming too, and Qingyu added quickly. I can help strategize and analyze the monster's behavior patterns. One more won't make a difference. Let's move, Zhang Luocheng replied before Lin Xie could answer, taking the lead up the stairs. So, the group rushed upstairs, with Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie in the front, their straight swords clearing the way for those behind. On the 5th floor, Lu Yuan was making a scene, loudly insisting on leaving. Meanwhile, the classmates standing guard at the door kept blocking the way, refusing to let anyone out. At that very moment, they suddenly spotted several monstrous figures emerging in the hallway. But before the creatures could advance, two figures appeared swiftly before them, their straight blades aimed directly at the monsters' heads. It's Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. There seems to be another group behind them. It's Li Yifei. The two youths walked at the very front of the group. Their school uniforms were soaked a deep red with blood, and each gripped a blade in his right hand. One boy's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden light, while the other's eyes shone bright red. If you looked closely, you could even see a circular pattern of 3 tomo swirling within. Lu Yuan and the others are right there. Li Yifei pointed ahead. The instant they appeared, relief washed over the faces of several classmates. Li Yifei, you all made it up here, but what about the monsters below? One classmate asked in a panic. All taken care of. My brother Xie and brother Luocheng cut right through them. We fought our way up here. Li Yifei boasted, waving his fire axe with a flourish that made him look almost comically self-important. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan instinctively stepped back. Zhang Luocheng glanced at Lin Xie and flashed him a faint smile. Well then, I'll leave this to you. Lin Xie smiled back, then approached Lu Yuan. After whispering a few words to him, Lu Yuan led Han Ro away from the scene. The last one's gone too. Lu Yuan took care of it. Gather the rest of the students and bring them to the assembly hall, Lin Xie instructed. At that moment, Zhang Luocheng turned to Qingyu. You must have figured a few things out along the way, haven't you? And Qingyu habitually pushed up his glasses and gave his signature smile. You saw right through me. Let's hear it, Zhang Luocheng prompted. And Qingyu leaned in close to Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng, whispering quietly. Listening to his words, Lin Xie's brow furrowed unconsciously, while Zhang Luocheng, standing beside him, was genuinely impressed by Qingyu's sharp mind. Zhang Luocheng realized that without his own omniscient perspective, he would never have unraveled so many threads and consequences. It seemed the city's top student truly lived up to his reputation. Lin Xie handed his gun to Qingyu and gave a few final instructions. Meanwhile, Li Yifei gathered all the remaining survivors on the 5th floor. Take them to the assembly hall. We'll continue searching for the source, Lin Xie told Li Yifei. At this point, Zhang Luocheng fell into deep thought. Now that Lin Xie's general direction was clear, the next step would be easier. He could simply block Li Yifei to one side and act accordingly. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie vanished quickly down the corridor. We'll split up, Zhang Luocheng said. Lin Xie nodded and dashed off in the opposite direction. Zhang Luocheng watched Lin Xie's figure disappear into the distance, then quietly returned to where he'd been moments before. He had a single purpose now, to follow Li Yifei. Through the headset came the conversation between Hong Ying and Lin Xie. At this point in time, Lin Xie should be taking care of Lu Yuan's situation. Zhang Luocheng quietly followed behind Li Yifei. He watched as Li Yifei escorted the remaining survivors to the main hall. There, a few students pulled Li Yifei aside to ask him some questions. Once he had answered them, Li Yifei left the hall. Seeing the direction Li Yifei was heading, Zhang Luocheng's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems the net is finally ready to close. In the music room, Lu Yuan and Han Ro were now inside, while Lin Xie had dutifully locked the door behind them. All the while, Zhang Luocheng trailed after Li Yifei. Thanks to the Nanda snake demon's ability to share its sight, Li Yifei was fully aware of everything happening in the music room. Suddenly, Li Yifei stopped in his tracks, his expression twisting with an unnatural ferocity as the true form of the Nanda snake demon emerged before him. So that's how it is, Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself. Back then, Li Yifei had been hiding not far from the music room. Once everything there was resolved, he would return to the main hall, only to be exposed by Lin Xie in the end. Well, since I'm here, we can just skip the scene in the main hall. No need to frighten those kids all over again, Zhang Luocheng whispered. A thunderous crash erupted from the music room. Looks like the fight has begun, Zhang Luocheng said, glancing at Li Yifei, who now revealed his monstrous form. Target confirmed. The true body of the Nanda snake demon is in the music room of the arts building. Lin Xie's voice crackled over the headset. Hold on, Xie. You'll have to hold out just a bit longer, Zhang Luocheng muttered. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Luocheng kept his eyes fixed on the music room. Suddenly, Lin Xie burst out, looking a little battered and disheveled. Hot on his heels writhed a monstrous creature, its body covered in black scales, a human torso ending in a serpent's tail, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Lin Xie was clearly struggling against the Nanda snake demon. Its body was tough as iron. When it slammed into him, Lin Xie was sent flying. Still, Lin Xie's strength was nothing to scoff at. He managed to inflict considerable damage on the snake demon. Moments later, a spear shot through the air like an arrow, trailing a blaze of rose-colored flames straight for the demon's face. Hong Ying's here. Zhang Luocheng spotted her figure from afar. With Hong Ying's arrival, the Nanda snake demon immediately tried to flee. But in the blink of an eye, Hong Ying leapt straight up, so high she cleared 3 whole floors. She hurled her flaming spear into the sky, then kicked its end with a single swift motion, sending it hurtling through the entire building. The entire arts building collapsed in a deafening roar. Watching this, cold sweat trickled down Zhang Luocheng's back. Only one thought echoed in his mind. This woman, she's truly a force of nature. A massive crater had opened up on the ground, filled with swirling smoke and dust. A long spear stood upright, impaled straight through the body of the Nanda serpent demon. At that very moment, Zhang Luocheng noticed Li Yifei, who had been standing motionless, suddenly spring into action. The corners of Zhang Luocheng's lips curled into a smile as he instantly teleported right in front of Li Yifei. Hey, Zhang Luocheng, what are you doing here? Li Yifei, now back to his usual self, was stunned the moment he saw Zhang Luocheng appear. With a sly grin, Zhang Luocheng locked eyes with him and said, an illusion spell. Li Yifei froze in place, and then let out a piercing, agonized scream. Ah! That scream immediately drew the attention of Lin Xie and Hong Ying, who were not far away. I knew there was something wrong, Lin Xie said, his brows furrowing as he laid eyes on Li Yifei. Zhang Luocheng glanced at Lin Xie, thinking to himself, this is as much help as I can give you. Shouldn't count as a spoiler, right? Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out in rapid succession, each one finding its mark squarely on Li Yifei's head. Zhang Luocheng was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't the main hall, after all, but as far as he knew, only one person here would be firing a gun. He turned around, and sure enough, there stood Qing Yu, holding a pistol not far away. In Lin Xie's gaze, alongside his shock, there was a hint of envy. The distance wasn't exactly close, but every bullet had struck Li Yifei's head with perfect precision. Thanks to those 3 shots, Li Yifei, previously under the sway of the illusion, snapped back to his senses, looking around at the people gathered. Hey Xie, Luocheng, what are you both doing here? And Zhang Luocheng, what did you just do to me? Li Yifei demanded, his tone accusatory. Why don't you check your head first? Zhang Luocheng pointed at Li Yifei's forehead. Huh, I've been shot. But if I've been shot, why am I still alive? Li Yifei asked in confusion. It's because you are the Nanda serpent demon, Lin Xie said slowly. Twin golden flames ignited in Lin Xie's eyes, and in an instant, the Archangel's divine power surged into Li Yifei's mind. The next second, Li Yifei's eyes turned into eerie vertical pupils, though his body had yet to change. How interesting, Li Yifei's voice now sounded deep and sinister. Neither of your eyes could see through my disguise. How did you figure it out? Zhang Luocheng felt a bit awkward and thought, I've known all along, honestly. If I weren't trying to avoid spoilers, you'd have been dead already. Lin Xie began piecing everything together, and in Qingyu, standing nearby, offered her own explanation. Meanwhile, the sound of gunfire had drawn the students from the main hall, and they were now rushing over to see what was happening. Zhang Luocheng shook his head in exasperation. Why don't they ever learn? Can't they just stay out of trouble for once? To keep the others from witnessing Li Yifei's current, monstrous state, Zhang Luocheng had deliberately chosen to bring things to a conclusion here. In a sense, he was starting the finale a little ahead of schedule. However, it just so happened that Qingyu was the first to leave the Grand Hall. And, of course, the gunfight couldn't be avoided. Everyone knew Qingyu was a crack shot. Did he really have to show off here? I never would have thought I'd fall into your hands. Li Yifei stared at Lin Xie, his voice cold. Tell me, how should I thank you all? In the next instant, Li Yifei's body began to swell rapidly. Black scales sprouted across his skin, and he transformed into a monstrous creature. Human torso, serpent tail. The remaining students, upon seeing this terrifying monster, shrieked in terror. Chaos erupted as everyone scattered, ducking and fleeing for their lives. The Nanda serpent demon fixed its gaze on Lin Xie, claws flashing as it lunged straight for his throat. Lin Xie's straight-bladed sword came out in a swift, effortless motion, parrying the attack as if it were nothing. Now, night has truly fallen. Zhang Luocheng looked up at the pitch-black sky. In this darkness, the night belonged to Lin Xie. After blocking the first strike, Lin Xie flicked his wrist. His blade sliced across the Nanda serpent demon's arm, drawing a wretched scream. With a fierce kick to its chest, he sent the creature hurtling backward. The Nanda serpent demon seemed to realize it was no match for Zhang Luocheng. Shifting its focus, it now targeted the other students. It writhed with sinister speed, claws slashing toward a classmate. Zhang Luocheng saw this, and in a flash, his body moved with blinding speed. Damn it, of all people, you had to go after her? The 8 gates. First gate, open. Rage blazed in Zhang Luocheng's eyes. No hesitation. Second gate, rest. He moved so fast he left afterimages behind. Just as the Nanda serpent demon's claws were about to strike Jiang Qian, Zhang Luocheng's kick sent the beast flying. Lin Xie was waiting with his sword poised. In one flawless arc, his blade struck out, and the Nanda serpent demon's head was sent tumbling. The massive head thudded to the ground, its eyes still fixed in a furious glare, as if pouring out its wrath even in death. Zhang Luocheng gazed tenderly at Jiang Qian. She stared blankly at him, unsure why, but somehow feeling that Zhang Luocheng was inexplicably different now. In a little while, you'll forget me again, Zhang Luocheng murmured softly to himself. A crisp chime sounded. Hearing this, Zhang Luocheng immediately understood. The time had come to draw his next ability. All around him, time seemed to freeze in place. Congratulations, host. Without any spoilers, you have successfully assisted Lin Xie in resolving the Nanda serpent demon incident. You've earned the chance to draw 2 new abilities. Once again, the enormous spinning wheel appeared before Zhang Luocheng. Draw ability. The wheel began to spin, the pointer flickering rapidly across a dazzling array of potential powers. Every time this happened, Zhang Luocheng's hands would tremble with nervousness. Ever since he first drew such a troublesome ability, he'd been left with lingering fear. Still, considering the current situation, that ability wasn't all that bad. It had at least improved his marksmanship, so he wasn't as hopeless as Lin Xie anymore. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the ability Body Substitute Technique. Body Substitute Technique. In the instant you're attacked, you swiftly swap your body with another object, creating the illusion that the attack has succeeded. This confuses your opponent, giving you a chance to either counterattack or escape. Great, just great. Another utterly ordinary ability. Every ninja in Naruto can do this. Why do I have such rotten luck? Zhang Luocheng grumbled, at a loss for words. He could only treat the Body Substitute Technique as a defensive skill, something to save his life in a pinch. Draw another ability. The Wheel of Fortune began to spin again. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the ability Shadow Imitation Technique. Shadow Imitation Technique? That's the secret art passed down in the Nara clan in Naruto. Even in the series, it's not all that impressive and always needs to be used in coordination with others, Zhang Luocheng recalled, looking more dejected than ever. Compared to his previous draws, these 2 new abilities were worlds apart. Neither counted as powerful moves. The Shadow Imitation Technique, in particular, needed teamwork to truly shine. All in all, this round's abilities were a disappointment. The world around him returned to normal. Zhang Luocheng glanced at Jiang Qian, who stood beside him. Class leader, it's safe here now. I have to go, Zhang Luocheng said, flashing her a gentle smile. You're leaving? Does that mean you're not coming back to school? Jiang Qian's bright, expressive eyes searched his face. Yeah, I've joined their organization, so I won't be coming back to school. I guess I can't call you class leader anymore either. This organization, is it for protecting the country? That's right, you could say that. Then one day, you'll be someone truly remarkable. Oh, you flatter me, class leader, Zhang Luocheng replied with a playful grin. Thank you, Zhang Luocheng, for what you did just now. I wish you a brilliant future, Jiang Qian said, reaching out to shake his hand. Zhang Luocheng hesitated as he looked at her outstretched hand. Thank you, class leader, but there's no need for a handshake. Jiang Qian drew her hand back and lowered her head slightly. Suddenly, she was swept into a firm embrace, a surge of warmth and security leaving her stunned. Hey, you two over there. No early romances allowed, a nearby teacher called out, hurrying over to separate them. After a brief, gentle hug, Zhang Luocheng let go. Class leader, I have to go. He turned and walked away, heading off to join Lin Qie and the others. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. A handshake is just for friends, so I chose to say goodbye with a hug instead. Jiang Qian gazed after Zhang Luocheng's retreating figure. Her cheeks were already flushed, and her eyes shimmered with the threat of tears. Luocheng, are you falling in love now? Hong Ying couldn't resist teasing as Zhang Luocheng approached. Come on, Sister Hong Ying, I'm still underage. I can't start dating yet. Zhang Luocheng replied at once. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a hint of mock disdain. But you two really did well this time, especially at the end there. You almost got tricked, but you held strong. I'm giving you both top marks for this, Hong Ying said, giving him a big thumbs up. I was just assisting. The real credit goes to Qie. Zhang Luocheng responded immediately. That's not true. We couldn't have done it without you, Luocheng. Lin Qie replied politely. There's no need to be so modest, you too, Si Xiaonan chimed in, pouting her lips in an adorably disgruntled way. What about those students? Lin Qie pointed toward the crowd of teachers and students who were being ushered back to the main hall. Someone will be along soon to use Dream Whisper. It'll erase all memory of what happened today and replace it with a different dream, Hong Ying explained. So, they'll forget everything that happened today? Lin Qie asked, glancing suddenly at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng had known this would be the outcome. After today, Jiang Qian would forget everything that had happened between them. Forgets that he saved her, forgets every word they shared. If you want Luocheng, I can talk to them, Hong Ying offered, clearly sensing what was on his mind. No, that's all right. Ordinary people should live in their own world. Knowing too much would only bring them harm, Zhang Luocheng replied, understanding that as a night watcher, there were some things he simply couldn't explain. Well, keep your spirits up. Night watchers can get married too, you know. Old Zhao has a wife and kids, after all, Hong Ying encouraged. Sister Hong Ying, what are you talking about? Zhang Luocheng's face went bright red. Oh, and don't forget there were so many students who died. And you pretty much destroyed an entire building, Lin Qie suddenly remembered. Don't worry. Specialists will take care of the explanation, something about a lab explosion, maybe a terrorist attack. There'll always be a reasonable cover story, Hong Ying assured them. It's just a shame that so many students were lost this time, she added, her expression clouded with sorrow. It's not your fault, Sister Hong Ying. If it weren't for you, there would have been even more casualties, Si Xiaonan consoled her. Then she looked at Lin Qie and Zhang Luocheng. And you two, I have to admit, you're both really impressive. Lin Qie suddenly thought of Qingyu and asked Hong Ying whether she could join the Night Watchers. But clearly, the bar to entry was set very high. However, Zhang Luocheng knew that in a year, Qingyu would join the Night Watchers. And not just that, she would become an important member of the Nightfall Squad. All right, team dismissed, Hong Ying said, slinging the black case on her back, and the others followed suit. The four of them strode out of the school gate, heads held high and shoulders squared, looking every bit like triumphant warriors returning from battle. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie's uniforms were so soaked with blood that their original appearance was nearly unrecognizable. Seizing the moment, Si Xiaonan quickly wiped some blood from Lin Qie's clothes onto her own face. Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Shima were already waiting by the car at the school entrance. Spotting their arrival, Chen Mai hurried over. Are you hurt? Chen Mai eyed Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie carefully. No, they answered in unison. How are you feeling? Well, pretty good. Actually, it was kind of thrilling. It was a bit easier than I expected. All right, let's head back. I've got something to take care of. I'll head back on my own later, Zhang Luocheng said as he jogged off in another direction. What's up with him? Chimai asked curiously. Oh, he's probably off to see his little girlfriend one last time. Hong Ying replied with a mischievous grin. He's in a relationship? When Shima's jaw dropped in surprise. 9 times out of 10, I'd say so. Zhang Luocheng stood atop a tall building, his gaze falling perfectly on the scene at second high. He could already see Qing Yu, clutching the Nanda serpent demon's head, running for her life. This girl, Zhang Luocheng muttered to himself. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps behind him caught his attention. What brings you here? I figure I'd find you here. After all, we studied here for a few days. I wanted to take one last look at the school, Lin Xie said, appearing at Zhang Luocheng's side. From here, our campus looks truly beautiful, Lin Xie said softly, a note of nostalgia in his voice. It really does, Zhang Luocheng replied, watching as the night watchers using dream whispers carried out their work. She's going to forget me again, Zhang Luocheng murmured, though Lin Xie caught his words. Lin Xie patted Zhang Luocheng on the shoulder in comfort. Don't worry. Someday, she'll remember you. After the ordeal with the Nanda serpent demon, Zhang Luocheng could feel a profound transformation within himself. He was more adept at using his Sharingan, his body stronger than before, and both his strength and speed had improved considerably. His marksmanship now bordered on perfection. Every shot hit its target without fail, much to Lung Xian's admiration. In contrast, Lin Xie's shooting skills remained as hopeless as ever. A little over 2 weeks later, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie entered the captain's office together and knocked on the door. Come in. Chimai handed each of them a file. In a few days, the new recruit training will begin. Zhang Luocheng could hardly contain his excitement. He had finally waited for this moment. Soon, he would meet the mass squad, as well as the original members of the Nightfall squad that Lin Xie would one day assemble. I wonder if Bali Pang Pang will give me a Rolex, Zhang Luocheng mused inwardly. This young master from Guangshan, the reincarnation of the Lingbao, celestial lord. Zhang Luocheng was eager to meet him face to face. Judging by previous years, the new recruit training should be in Shanjing City again this year. Captain, it might be in Sangnan City this time, Zhang Luocheng blurted out. Oh, how do you know that? I heard it somewhere. Where did you hear it? Zhang Luocheng was momentarily speechless. He let it slip before thinking of an excuse. Where did he hear it? Of course, he'd seen it himself. Where exactly did you hear it? Chimai pressed, while Lin Xie looked on curiously. Yesterday, when I went out, I suddenly sensed a few surges of powerful energy. Turns out, it was the Night Watchers logistics team. I snuck over and listened in. What did you hear? They were complaining about why the new recruit training was being held in Sangnan City this time, and they said the training camp needs to be built by tonight. Really? Chimai sounded skeptical. Zhang Luocheng nodded firmly. He was mostly doing this to save the captain some money. After all, last time, the captain bought a pile of stuff for Lin Xie and a train ticket that couldn't even be refunded in the end. Just buying supplies for one person had nearly emptied the captain's pockets. If you added Zhang Luocheng to the mix, the captain would be bankrupt in no time. All my efforts are for you, Captain, Zhang Luocheng thought to himself. Chunmai was still half convinced, but he picked up the phone to check. Sure enough, Sangnan City was indeed building a new recruit training ground. He turned to Zhang Luocheng and said, try not to sneak around like that in the future. If you get caught, it'll be hard to explain. Zhang Luocheng nodded. Understood, Captain. Well, since it's in Sangnan City, that makes things easier. If you face any injustice, we'll come right in, swords drawn, and stand up for you. Don't worry, Captain. We'll take care of ourselves, Zhang Luocheng replied. All right, in that case, there's no need to keep these notes anymore, Chunmai said, tossing his notebook aside. He continued, even though it's in Sangnan City, it's still best to go early. You'll need to prepare some supplies for your year there. I'll have Hong Ying take you 2 shopping in a bit. Expenses are on me. And even though it's just Sangnan, you should still leave early. Head out first thing tomorrow morning, Chunmai instructed. What? We have to leave that early even though it's just Sangnan? Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise. The earlier, the better. Go early, pick your dorm early. That afternoon, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan could hardly wait to drag the two of them out for a shopping spree. By the end of it, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie were secretly groaning in misery. Did these two women not know what it meant to feel tired? Xiaonan, look at that Peppa Pig bedsheet. They should each get one. Great idea. And those pink suitcases, one for each of them. Absolutely yes. Wait, Hong Ying. Zhang Luocheng realized that if he didn't stop her now, she'd be picking out dresses for him next. He stared at the growing mountain of adorable pastel-colored items in front of him, feeling a headache coming on. Back when he'd read about scenes like this in novels, he'd always felt detached, safe from such embarrassment, never missing a chance to scoff at the poor fools in those stories. But now he was living it. Except now, the embarrassment was doubled. How had he gotten himself into this mess? A grown man like him, arms full of cute, pink things, he wanted nothing more than to disappear into a crack in the floor. What's wrong, Luo-chung? Hong Ying widened her eyes and looked at him with innocent curiosity. Under her gaze, Zhang Luo-chung felt a little embarrassed. He glanced imploringly at Lin Qiye, hoping for rescue, but judging by his expression, Lin Qiye was just as helpless. Could I pick out something I like myself? Zhang Luo-chung made a last-ditch effort to resist. What? You don't like what I picked? You don't think it looks good? Hong Ying asked with complete sincerity. No, that's not it at all. It looks great. Really, everything you picked is lovely. I like it too. Zhang Luo-chung waved his hands in a hurry. Well, that settles it, Hong Ying said, already picking up a snow-white backpack. I mean, I don't have to get the exact same thing as Lin Qiye, right? I could pick another style. Zhang Luo-chung tried again. That's true. It might be a bit odd for you both to have identical things, Hong Ying considered, nodding thoughtfully. Lin Qiye what? In that case, can I pick another style? Lin Qiye jumped in immediately. But before Lin Qiye could say anything more, Zhang Luo-chung had already started selecting for himself. Yet, as soon as Zhang Luo-chung picked up a plain black backpack, no patterns, nothing fancy, he felt 3 pairs of eyes full of silent reproach burning into his back. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and even Lin Qiye were all glaring at him with looks of deep resentment. How could I possibly choose this one, right? Why, it was maybe this one. Zhang Luo-chung quickly grabbed another backpack, this one with at least a small pattern, but Hong Ying's expression didn't soften in the slightest. In the end, after a few more attempts, Zhang Luo-chung finally chose the backpack with a cartoon pattern. After all, the expressions on Hong Ying and the others' faces had softened quite a bit, since the one he picked had an Ultraman design. Oh, you boys like Ultraman? That makes sense, Hong Ying said with satisfaction as she took the backpack. Then, glancing at the original suitcase, Hong Ying continued, but honestly, pink looks the best. I've got an idea, Sister Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan said, walking over and buying a stack of Ultraman stickers. What can I say? Have you ever seen a pink Ultraman suitcase? It wasn't until evening that the two of them finally lugged their bags back to their room, arms full of packages. Looking at the cute and colorful things they'd brought back, Zhang Luo-chung couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the end, there's just no escaping this, is there? After that, he gazed out the window and thought, the training camp is finally about to begin. Early the next morning, just as Zhang Luo-chung opened his door, he saw Lin Qiye from the room across the hall doing the same. You're up early, Zhang Luo-chung said, breaking the silence. Couldn't sleep, so I figured I might as well get up, Lin Qiye replied, hauling his bags out of the room. Zhang Luo-chung did the same, and when he caught sight of the cartoon patterns on both their suitcases, he couldn't help but smile. When the two of them went downstairs, they saw Hong Ying already in the courtyard, practicing with her long spear. To their surprise, Si Xiaonan was up this early as well. You're up early today, Sister Xiaonan, Lin Qiye said, looking genuinely surprised. Si Xiaonan pouted, her eyes still half shut with sleep. It was clear she hadn't gotten up by choice. She turned her head away, refusing to look at them. She's still grumpy from getting up early, Hong Ying said, putting away her spear. The captain said he's sending you all to the training camp today. Everyone has to go. With such a big send-off, isn't this a bit much? Zhang Luo-chung said, a little embarrassed. It's the captain's orders. Now hurry up and go eat breakfast, Hong Ying called out as she headed upstairs to shower and change. After breakfast and a short wait, Hong Ying came back down in casual clothes, her face lightly made up. Let's go. Together, they headed to the peace office, where Chun Mai and the others were already waiting for them. The notice came in this morning. It really has changed at Songnan City. Luo-chung, you weren't giving us false information after all, Chun Mai said. Captain, how could I possibly give false information? Did you all bring everything you need? Yes, we did. Good. The two of them answered in turn. Excellent. Let's move out, Chun Mai commanded with a wave of his hand, and everyone piled into the black van. On the outskirts of Songnan City, in just one day, a grand military base had appeared on what was once empty land. A group of men in military uniforms stood inside the base. At the front was a burly man, also in uniform, a black case slung across his back. He was the chief instructor for this session, Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang held a roster in his hand, a list of all the new recruits. This round of the boot camp is going to be interesting. Is that the one from the unknown forbidden ruins? He mused, his gaze settling on Zhang Luo-chung. It wasn't his first time training new recruits, but someone tied to the unknown forbidden ruins. This was a first. Though his superiors had already briefed him before he arrived, Yuan Gang was well aware. This year's camp required special observation of this boy from the forbidden ruins. By the end of the session, he was expected to deliver a full assessment, enough to assign this new recruit both a rank and a name. Looks like this one's going to be a real handful. Contact the mass squad. I want them to hold the fort for me. A black van pulled up near the training camp. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie stepped out, each dragging their own suitcase. This is as far as I take you. Make good use of this year. Train hard, improve yourselves, and aim for top marks. Chumai reminded them before leaving, not forgetting a few words of advice. Chia, Luocheng, if anyone bullies you, just tell your big sister. I'll have your backs. Hong Ying promised, patting her chest with confidence. Stay safe, Wu Xiangnan urged. Good luck, Wen Qima added with a gentle smile. Practice your shooting, Lung Xian said, face as cold as ever. Get plenty of sleep, mumbled Si Xiaonan, still half asleep as she had been for the whole journey. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie exchanged a smile, waved farewell to their friends, and headed deeper into the camp. The sun blazed overhead as the two trudged forward, dragging their suitcases behind them. The farther they walked, the rougher the path became. Soon you could hardly call it a path at all. Mud was everywhere. Is there really a training camp out here? Lin Qie wondered, peering down the endless muddy track. The captain wouldn't lie to us, would he? Zhang Luocheng wiped sweat from his brow. Under the scorching sun, with so much luggage, his face was already slick with perspiration. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from the distance. The two stopped in their tracks as a camouflaged military jeep screeched to a halt right in front of them. A military officer climbed out and looked them over. His eyes traveled from the boys to their luggage. Lin Qie had a Hello Kitty suitcase in one hand and a Peppa Pig suitcase in the other. As for Zhang Luocheng, both his pink suitcases were covered in Ultraman stickers. These two, still holding on to their childhoods. The officer thought to himself, but he stuck to protocol. What's your business here? We're here for training. New recruits? Both of you. That's right. You got here quick. We're both locals from Sangnan. These are our credentials, Zhang Luocheng said, not waiting for the officer to speak as he handed over his ID. Lin Qie also quickly produced his own documents. The officer carefully examined both of their credentials, scrutinizing them for a while before returning them. Get in the car. The two of them placed their suitcases in the trunk and climbed into the SUV. The officer drove, bypassing all the checkpoints, and finally stopped at the gates of the training camp. We're here. You can head in on your own. They got out, dragging their luggage behind them, and looked toward the main entrance of the training camp. 039 New Recruit Training Base. So this is where we'll be spending the next year, Zhang Luocheng said with a sigh. Lin Qie nodded. We must be the first ones here. No doubt about it. Judging by that officer's expression earlier, I bet they haven't even finished getting things ready inside, Zhang Luocheng replied. I hope they've at least finished building the dorms, Lin Qie said, a bit uncertain. It can't be that bad. Let's go in, Zhang Luocheng said, heading for the entrance with Lin Qie following close behind. At the gate, another officer emerged, eyeing the two of them with a hint of confusion. New recruits. Yes. Names. Lin Qie, Zhang Luocheng. At the sound of their names, the officer visibly stiffened, surprise flashing across his face. You're Lin Qie? And you're Zhang Luocheng. The two exchanged a glance. Is something wrong? Oh no, nothing at all. My name is Hong Hao. I'll be your instructor. You two are the very first to arrive. That works out nicely. I'll give you a quick tour of the training camp. Thank you, Instructor Hong. Thank you, Instructor Hong. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie followed Instructor Hong on a brief tour around the camp. They both knew this place had once been nothing but wasteland. Now, with such a massive training camp rising up from nowhere, it was clear the Night Watchers truly were a gathering of extraordinary people. This is the dormitory area. All the rooms are doubles, so you two can pick whichever you like, Instructor Hong explained. Training doesn't start for another 3 days, so take it easy while you can. Once it begins, there won't be much time to rest. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie took a quick stroll through the dormitory building. When Zhang Luocheng spotted the room facing south, bathed in sunlight and the most comfortable of all, he knew instantly. This was the same room Lin Qie had chosen in the original story. This one, Lin Qie had indeed set his sights on that room. He looked at Zhang Luocheng for confirmation. Zhang Luocheng nodded. Go ahead. Great, I'll go ahead and register you for it, Instructor Hong said, and, after jotting down the details, he left. Lin Qie glanced around the layout of the dorm, then popped open a suitcase and began unpacking. Zhang Luocheng felt the same way. Still, he had a lingering curiosity. According to the original plot, tomorrow Bailey Pang Pang was supposed to move in. Now that he himself had already taken the spot, who would Bailey Pang Pang end up sharing a dorm with? Sorry about that, Ling Bao, Heavenly Lord. Looks like I've stolen your roommate. The two of them now had to spend 3 days here, but in this place with no signal and no cell phones, passing the time would be no easy task. After making his bed, Lin Qie simply lay down and fell asleep. Of course, Zhang Luoqing knew he wasn't really sleeping. Instead, he was off amusing himself in that mental hospital inside his mind. A wave of envy swept over Zhang Luoqing. Lin Xie at least had a whole imaginary world to keep himself entertained. All Zhang Luoqing could do was wander aimlessly around the training camp, killing time until it was late enough to return to the dorm and rest. Meanwhile, Lin Xie seemed to breeze through the day in the blink of an eye. The next morning, the two of them went to the supply station to pick up some rations. The camp's cafeteria hadn't opened yet, and there was nowhere else to eat, so they had to make do with the supplies on hand. Of course, Zhang Luoqing wasn't exactly longing for cafeteria food. After all, their first meals here had been raw meat. After gathering their supplies, they returned to the dorm only to find a crowd gathered outside their door. Zhang Luoqing couldn't help but smile knowingly. "What's so funny?" Lin Xie asked, curiosity piqued. "Someone interesting has shown up," Zhang Luoqing replied, gazing at the crowd. "Interesting?" Lin Xie glanced over, half convinced. "Oh wow, young master, who's the fool bold enough to steal your room? Quick, let's see." Lin Xie caught every word they said, and a faint smile curled at his lips. Still, his thoughts were quite different from what he let on. "Looks like we're dealing with a rich kid," Lin Xie mused. "And not just any rich kid, a really formidable one at that. I don't care what kind of spoiled heirs they are. I've been waiting for ages to see someone get put in their place, or a wolf in sheep's clothing reveal their true colors." "You might be disappointed," Zhang Luoqing responded. Before Lin Xie could figure out what he meant, a plump boy suddenly delivered a swift kick to a man's backside, unleashing a torrent of furious curses. "You've got some nerve, you little punk. Didn't you see someone's already living here? Can't even find a place properly. What's the point of keeping useless people like you around? These folks here are all my classmates, my future comrades in arms. I hate bullies like you the most. Get lost. You guys, bring over the gifts I prepared." Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie just stood there, watching the spectacle unfold. Lin Xie was completely flabbergasted. This was nothing like the scene he had imagined. What kind of twist was this? Zhang Luoqing's expression was a sight to behold. The moment he spotted the chubby newcomer, his eyes even lit up with excitement. After all the gifts had been neatly arranged, the little chubby guy promptly shooed away the entire group of bodyguards, leaving only the three of them in the hallway. When he saw Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie, his eyes sparkled instantly. He paused to straighten his clothes, then marched over to them with determined steps. Lin Xie barely managed to get a word out. "Hello, my name is Bailey Tumming. I know it's a bit of a mouthful, so you could just call me Tumming or Fatty," he introduced himself eagerly. Lin Xie stood frozen, stammering Bailey. Bailey Fatty, nice to meet you. No need to be so formal. We're all classmates from now on," Zhang Luoqing said warmly, giving Bailey Fatty an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Lin Xie glanced at Zhang Luoqing, thinking to himself that this guy was truly a social butterfly. At least he didn't have to face this awkward moment alone. "I still don't know your names," Bailey Fatty said, looking at them expectantly. "Oh, I'm Zhang Luoqing. And I'm Lin Xie. Since we're meeting for the first time, here's a little gift," Bailey Fatty said, producing a box and presenting it to the two of them. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lin Xie instantly knew what was inside the box. As for Zhang Luoqing, with his omniscient perspective, he could see there was far more to these gifts than just what was in the box. "What's wrong? Not your style? I've got plenty of others. Patek Philippe, Cartier, Karl Effiker. There's bound to be something you like." At that, Lin Xie couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was truly the first time Zhang Luoqing had seen so many luxury watches up close. Even with his all-seeing perspective, to have these treasures laid out before him was nothing short of astonishing. "Does your family run a watch business or something?" Lin Xie asked. "We dabble in a bit of everything," Bailey Fatty replied with a hearty laugh. "I know, you're just from an ordinary family," Zhang Luoqing cut in, picking up on Bailey Fatty's joke. "Exactly, just a regular family. Couldn't be more ordinary," Bailey Fatty replied, shooting Zhang Luoqing a knowing, "You give me a look. I'll have to pass on the gift," Lin Xie said, politely declining the extravagant watches. "I don't need one either," Zhang Luoqing echoed. "Why not?" Bailey Fatty seemed a bit downcast. "They're really not worth much. Just hold on to them for now. We won't need watches at boot camp. If we ever do, we'll let you know," Zhang Luoqing said matter-of-factly. "Well, all right then," Bailey Fatty said, putting the watches away. Then he looked toward the adjacent dorm room and grinned. "Guess I'll just move in next door to you guys." "Huh." Bailey Pang carried his belongings into the neighboring dormitory, but he couldn't shake off a strange feeling in his heart. "Why do I keep feeling like I'm supposed to be living over there? Whatever, it must be those pesky bodyguards doing," he muttered to himself. Watching Bailey Pang enter the next room, Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie also headed into their own dormitory. But suddenly, Bailey Pang came running back out of his room. There's something I'd like to ask you guys, he said, a little embarrassed. What is it? Lin Xie asked. My roommate hasn't arrived yet, so I'm all alone. Honestly, sleeping by myself feels kind of lonely. How about we make do together for now? I can sleep on the floor, Bailey Pang Pang said, his expression earnest. This, Zhang Luoqing was caught off guard. So in the end, Bailey Pang Pang still wanted to spend the night with Lin Xie, but for a young master of the Bailey family to sleep on the floor. If word got out, wouldn't that be a bit too humiliating? What do you think? Lin Xie turned to ask Zhang Luoqing for his opinion. I suppose it's fine for just one night. It's no big deal, Zhang Luoqing replied as he climbed back onto his bed. All right, but you can't disturb us, Lin Xie agreed after seeing Zhang Luoqing relent. Bailey Pang Pang beamed with excitement, tossed his sheet onto the floor, and promptly lay down, falling asleep just like that. He can really fall asleep that quickly? Zhang Luoqing stared in disbelief. I'll try to get some sleep too, Lin Xie said, lying down as well. Zhang Luoqing glanced at Bailey Pang Pang and immediately saw through his act. He was just pretending to sleep. Could it be he was still planning to smell Lin Xie's feet? Remembering that particular scene from the original story, Zhang Luoqing hurried to lie down as well, feigning sleep. Sure enough, Bailey Pang Pang stealthily slipped his watch under both Zhang Luoqing's and Lin Xie's beds, and then that familiar moment finally arrived. Xie, your feet smell amazing. Want to try smelling mine? After spending the night, Bailey Pang Pang returned to his own dorm, because from the next day, new recruits began to arrive one after another, and Bailey Pang Pang finally welcomed his new roommate. However, Zhang Luoqing didn't recognize this newcomer. Even after poring over, I learned to slay gods in a psychiatric hospital, he'd never heard of this character. Apparently, his name was something like Swanla, but it hardly mattered here. Early in the morning, Lin Xie looked weary and aggrieved, having spent the whole night being tormented by this seemingly harmless rich boy. Zhang Luoqing, grateful to know the original plot, activated his red Sharingan eyes just in time, before Bailey Pang Pang could stretch his feet in his direction. Late at night, being stared at by a pair of glowing red eyes like that would scare anyone half to death. That's why Bailey Pang Pang still went to torment Lin Xie, waking him up with the stench of his feet. Lin Xie was so furious he nearly considered murder. Even though Bailey Pang Pang had returned to his own dormitory, he still found his way to their room from time to time, just to break up the boredom of his last uneventful day. He would always ask Lin Xie, Xie, you still haven't told me. Don't you think my feet smell great? The whole room was filled with the awe-inspiring aura of a seraph. By now, the new recruits were arriving one after another, and the dormitory was already packed to the brim. That morning, it was the racket in the hallway that woke both Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie from their sleep. What's going on out there? Lin Xie grumbled. Now that Bailey Pang Pang was out of the room, he'd finally managed a good night's sleep, and he wasn't pleased to be woken up so early. It's probably that Pang Pang. Oh, right, he's handing out his family's special local treats, Zhang Luoqing said knowingly, certain of what Bailey Pang Pang was up to. Lin Xie sat up in bed, muttering, using the word handing out for those things just feels odd. The moment they opened the door, both were stunned by the sight before them. Nearly all the new recruits had crowded onto their floor. In the middle of the throng stood a chubby boy, decked out in glittering accessories, surrounded on all sides. Comrades, I brought you some specialties from my hometown, he announced with gusto. Lin Xie and Zhang Luoqing could only stare in disbelief. Lin Xie rubbed his forehead in exasperation. I guess handing out really does fit here. But soon, his attention was drawn to a few unfamiliar faces in the crowd. Zhang Luoqing noticed them too, quickly matching their faces to the names in his mind. Leaning against the wall was a standoffish young man with an air of arrogance. That had to be cool guy Shun Qingzhu. Over by the girls' dormitory, a long-haired girl eyed the scene with open disdain. She could only be Molly. However, Zhang Luoqing didn't spot Chao Yuan anywhere. Almost everyone from the original Nightfall Squad was here. As for Molly, though she wasn't a member of the Nightfall Squad, she had always been by Li Pongpong's one regret. Just then, Instructor Hong stormed into the dormitory area with several other instructors in tow, fury written all over his face. He let out a roar that echoed down the corridor. What the hell do you all think you're doing? The entire dormitory fell silent at once. Many of the new recruits hung their heads, and Bailey Pang Pang quickly slipped to the side, trying not to draw attention. Instructor Hong gave the new recruits a stern talking to. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, everyone report to the training field. With that, he spun on his heel and left with the other instructors. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie, uninterested in the commotion, returned to their room to wash up. Afternoon. The two of them changed into the military uniforms they had picked up earlier, and together they headed toward the training grounds. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Bai Li, the chubby one, hurried over to join them. Lin Xie cast a quick glance at him, and immediately noticed that his clothes were clearly ill-fitting. When they arrived at the training field, almost everyone had already gathered. Yet their stance was anything but disciplined. It was more like a loose collection of people scattered like a pile of sand. Zhang Luocheng took a brief look around, and the familiar faces from the original story caught his eye one by one. The thought that he might one day join the Nightfall squad filled him with an unexpected excitement. "What's with you? Don't tell me you're like that chubby guy," Lin Chia asked, noticing the look on Zhang Luocheng's face. "Oh, it's nothing," Zhang Luocheng replied casually. "Just seeing the scene stirs up some feelings. There are quite a few skilled people here." "There really are," Lin Chia agreed. He had already scanned the crowd with his spiritual sense. "It's really a gathering of remarkable people." Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but sigh. On the martial stage, more than 20 instructors stood tall and straight in perfect formation. Their posture was proud and commanding, their presence inspiring respect. "Stand up straight, all of you," roared Yuan Gang, his thunderous voice instantly quieting the rookies on the field. Every new recruit felt the pressure radiating from the instructors, a force honed on real battlefields, something none of them could yet possess. "I know you all consider yourselves prodigies from all over the great Xia," Yuan Gang began, his speech both rousing and tinged with a touch of disdain for the new recruits. Displeasure flickered across quite a few faces, especially Shun Qingzhu, the cocky one, who sneered openly. "I don't buy it." Just like in the original story, with Shun Qingzhu setting the tone, several other recruits quickly voiced their discontent as well. "How about you too, Jia Luocheng?" Finally the chubby one asked. "I submit," Lin Chia said. "So do I," Zhang Luocheng echoed. "But why?" As they answered, both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia were reminded of that one stormy night. They had gained their abilities, yet, even with those powers, they had been powerless to save that man. Not to mention the Nanda Serpent Demon at second high. Zhang Luocheng realized that, even though he knew how the story unfolded, there were still many events he couldn't change. There was only one reason for that. He was still too weak. In the world of Godslayers, his strength was still far from enough. Even with the awakened system, some things were simply beyond what he could accomplish alone. "Why the long faces, you two?" "Well, if you both submit, then I guess I do too," Bailey said, following their lead. On stage, Yuan Gang watched the scene unfolding before him, and a smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Very well," he announced. "Since so many of you are unconvinced, I'll give you all a chance to see where you really stand." He took out his walkie-talkie, then spoke into it. "Begin." The crowd below had no idea what was about to happen. Among all the new recruits, only Zhang Luocheng knew who they were about to meet. He lifted his head slightly to look up at the sky. Lin Xie and Bailey Pangpang followed his gaze, raising their heads as well. There, 7 black dots were plummeting rapidly toward the ground, their forms growing larger as they descended. 7 figures, draped in gray cloaks, each carrying a black case on their backs, and all wearing different masks. "That's the masked squad," Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself as he watched the figures. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 7 landed smoothly on the ground. "Hello, everyone. We are the masked." "So, it's really happening, just as I thought," Zhang Luocheng mused to himself. Everyone was frozen by the sudden turn of events, each face displaying a different reaction. Yet not a single person dared to make a mocking sound. After all, standing before them was the legendary Masked Squad. Masked Squad's whirlpool here, wishing everyone an early new year. With that, he stood up straight again, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Bailey Pang even suspected they'd brought in a look-alike, but Lin Chia quickly dismissed that thought. By now, Lin Chia had locked eyes with Wang Mian. Both of them were divine agents, and a clash between agents was inevitable. Truth be told, Zhang Luocheng was eager to witness a duel between Lin Chia and Wang Mian. Yet, facing a master like Wang Mian, even he couldn't help but feel the itch to join the fray. Yuan Gang's voice echoed once more across the entire training ground. "If any one of you new recruits manages to remove a mask from a single member of the Masked Squad, you win. If you win, you'll graduate on the spot." Such an irresistible offer set the new recruits abuzz with excitement. There were 239 of them, facing only 7 from the Masked Squad, a staggering advantage. Many already looked eager to try their luck. "Relax," Yuan Gang continued, his tone edged with a hint of challenge. "For this match, the Masked Squad will suppress their abilities to the lamp rank. You're all on the same level, and you've got the numbers. So do you dare?" "No need for all 7 of us," Wang Mian replied lazily. "Just 5 of us are enough to take you all down." "They're way too arrogant," Bailey Pangpang muttered. "It's not arrogance," Lin Chia replied. "Actually, having just 5 people is safer. Among the 7, there are 2 who aren't suited for combat. If the rookies notice them, They'll naturally focus their attacks on those two, and that would lower our chances of winning, Zhang Luocheng immediately explained. So this time, whether we win or not doesn't depend on how many people we have, Lin Xie said slowly. It depends on how many smart people we have. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie spoke at the same time. Of the 7 members in the mass squad, 2 followed the instructor and left, leaving only the remaining 5 on the training platform. Xie, it's time to move. Zhang Luocheng looked toward the mass squad on the stage. Lin Xie nodded at once. The 2 of them dashed off toward the warehouse. Hey, wait for me. It hasn't even started yet. Bailey Pang Pang saw them running off and hurriedly chased after them. Meanwhile, the group of rookies stood rooted on the field. One of them raised his hand and asked, "So, when does it start?" The next moment, a deafening boom erupted on the field. Hearing the thunderous noise behind him, Bailey Pang Pang shivered and said nervously, "What was that? Has it already begun?" The instructor just said, from 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock. That means, the moment everyone else left, the match had already started, Zhang Luocheng explained. So that's how it is. These instructors really don't play fair. They're even playing word games with us. Bailey Pang Pang couldn't help but grumble. Lin Xie just rolled his eyes in exasperation. So, what exactly are we doing now? Are we running away? Bailey Pang Pang noticed they were getting farther and farther from the field, as if that battlefield had nothing to do with him anymore. Running away? Why don't you explain this time? Lin Xie really didn't have the patience to go over it again with Bailey Pang Pang. Zhang Luocheng paused for a second. Wait, wasn't it always you who explained things in the original story? Now that I'm here, you're just using me as your mouthpiece. Still, Zhang Luocheng went ahead and explained, we don't even have weapons, but those guys are fully equipped. What do we use to fight them with? Of course we have to go get weapons first. The instructor already said, they're in the warehouse. Bailey Pang Pang instinctively patted his pockets, about to say something, but Zhang Luocheng cut him off right away. Those magic tools of yours, save them for when you really need them. Huh, how did you know about that? Bailey Pang Pang asked, full of curiosity. Lin Xie, too, glanced over with a puzzled look. You didn't know? He's the young master of the Bailey family. The Bailey clan owns more forbidden artifacts than anyone else in all of Daxia. That so-called museum of forbidden items? That's their families, Zhang Luocheng explained. No, I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family, Bailey Pang Pang hurriedly insisted. Meanwhile, on the training platform, the battle had turned into a one-sided rout. A whole crowd of rookies had already been eliminated. Just at the lamp stage, and they already have such terrifying strength. When Zhang Luocheng truly felt their power, he couldn't help but shudder in hindsight. Well, that's why they're a special squad, someone replied as the group arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. Bailey Pang Pang was panting heavily, soaked in sweat, and looked as if he'd rather just plop down on the ground and never move again. This is way too exhausting, Bailey Pang Pang grumbled. Then find a place to hide and wait it out until it's over, Lin Xie said bluntly. No way, I'm fighting with you guys. Bailey Pang Pang straightened up immediately, though the sweat continued to pour down his face. The door's actually locked, Lin Xie observed, glancing at the warehouse's entrance. Looks pretty sturdy, too. So we actually have to break it down? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Let me get a try. Zhang Luocheng gestured for everyone to step back. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A huge fireball shot directly at the warehouse door, but when the flames finally died out, the door remained perfectly intact. Zhang Luocheng stood there awkwardly. Truth be told, the Grand Fireball Jutsu for Naruto never seemed all that lethal anyway. This thing's fireproof? Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed in disbelief. What's your forbidden ruin? Lin Xie turned to Bailey Pang Pang. He relies on forbidden artifacts, not a forbidden ruin, Zhang Luocheng answered for him. Do you have any useful artifacts? Move aside. Before Zhang Luocheng could finish, a cool, clear female voice rang out from behind. She moved with elegant poise, tall and striking. The others didn't recognize her, but Zhang Luocheng did. Molly had arrived. And you are? Lin Xie narrowed his eyes. Molly, she replied simply, then pressed one hand gently against the warehouse door. In the next moment, the entire warehouse began to shake violently. Zhang Luocheng was left speechless with embarrassment. All she did was lay a hand on it, and the place was already quaking. Yet after all his fuss, the door hadn't even budged. When you put it that way, Zhang Luocheng felt utterly outclassed. The next second, the door was battered and broken, then sent flying by a swift, powerful kick. What incredible destructive power! Lin Xie couldn't help but praise. Zhang Luocheng glanced sidelong at Lin Xie, who deliberately looked away. Meanwhile, off to the side, Bailey Pong Pong's eyes were practically sparkling. That was awesome. Ignoring Bailey Pong Pong's starstruck expression, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie walked straight to the weapon rack, and each picked out a straight blade. After all, They had spent that whole month training with straight blades and hadn't practiced with any other weapons, so for now, nothing suited them better. Aside from choosing his own weapon, Lin Xie was also paying close attention to Molly's movements, a subtle gesture that certainly didn't escape Zhang Luoqing's sharp eyes. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076. Ever-shifting phenomena, Zhang Luoqing explained to Lin Xie. HM? How do you know that? Lin Xie asked with curiosity. I joined the Night Watchers a day before you did. When Shima taught me about some of the Forbidden Ruins, especially the super high-risk ones. Judging by her actions, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, Zhang Luoqing replied, sounding completely serious. Lin Xie's gaze shifted back to Molly, and then he walked over to her. My name is Lin Xie. But true to her aloof nature, Molly had no intention of responding. She simply picked up a katana, without a word. Are you a super high-risk Forbidden Ruins? Why should I tell you? Don't you want to win? If we super high-risk types don't stick together, we'll lose this round for sure, Zhang Luoqing chimed in, strolling over at a leisurely pace. You're both super high-risk? No, Lin Xie answered honestly. I'm a Seraphim's agent. Molly looked at Lin Xie in utter shock. You're an agent of a god? What about him? She gestured toward Zhang Luoqing. Truthfully, she noticed that fireball Zhang Luoqing had cast earlier and had already pegged him as one of the weaker ones. He's an unknown class, Forbidden Ruins, Lin Xie explained. You're that unknown class? Molly's surprise deepened. Zhang Luoqing himself hadn't expected his unknown class status to be so famous. Not just the instructors, even the trainees were always this shocked when they heard it. Only those whose destructive power can't be measured at all are classified as unknown class, Molly explained. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076. Ever-shifting phenomena. She gave a brief explanation about her own Forbidden Ruins. Ahem. Just then, a gentle cough interrupted their conversation. Bai Li Pang Pang suddenly appeared. Hello, Miss Molly. My name is Bai Li Tumming. I was born. Before he could finish, Molly turned and strode straight out of the warehouse without so much as a backward glance. Can't stand spoiled rich boys like you. What about your weapon? Lin Xie asked, noticing Bai Li Pong Pong's empty hands. I don't know how to use any of them, so I didn't take one, Bai Li Pang Pang answered with complete sincerity. Lin Xie was left speechless. Honestly, I think you'd be better off finding a place to hide until this is all over. It's fine. Who knows? Maybe he'll turn out to be our secret weapon later on, Zhang Luoqing said, giving Lin Xie an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Lin Xie shot Zhang Luoqing a skeptical look. He couldn't quite figure out where Zhang's confidence came from. After all, just having a forbidden item didn't guarantee such strength. Zhang Luoqing knew full well that Lin Xie hadn't yet seen Bai Li Pong Pong's forbidden item in action. Once he did, it would no doubt leave him utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, more and more new recruits were flooding into the warehouse, searching for their weapons. Zhang Luoqing, Lin Xie, and Bai Li Pang Pang made their way toward the exit together. Watch out, Zhang Luoqing suddenly warned. What's wrong? Lin Xie asked, just as he caught sight of Molly, standing by the door. We've been in the warehouse for a while now. The mask squad has probably noticed a lot of new recruits coming here for weapons, and there are quite a few of us gathered already. Zhang Luoqing glanced around, well aware that this was the moment the moon ghost would appear. We really should be careful, Lin Xie agreed, expanding his spiritual senses in an instant. Then he looked at Molly. What are you doing here? Waiting for you, Molly replied coolly. If I remember correctly, there's one more high-risk recruit, the first one who stood up to the instructors. Sharingan. In a heartbeat, Zhang Luoqing activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. His crimson eyes immediately drew the attention of those around him. So that's your ability? Your eyes turn red? Molly had noticed the change in Zhang Luoqing's gaze. Wow, red eyes. That's awesome. Bai Li Pang Pang couldn't help but praise him. There's more to it than that, Zhang Luoqing said, just as, with a flick of his wrist, he unsheathed his straight blade and slashed toward Molly's back. At the same moment, Lin Xie mirrored his move, 2 blades flashing through the air like lightning. A harsh, metallic clash rang out. Reacting instantly to the sound, Molly executed a forward roll, her right hand gripping the hilt of her katana. In the void, a shadow flickered. 3 blades collided, and a man wearing a crescent moon mask slowly emerged. Though the mask obscured his face, you could feel the surprise in his gaze. You too can see me? We got lucky, Lin Xie responded coolly. Zhang Luoqing only offered a faint smile. The moon ghost sized them up. You're the Seraph's agent. And you, with the red eyes, you're the unknown forbidden one. As they spoke, Molly suddenly raised her katana and struck the ground with force, forcing the 3 of them to scatter. A wave of terrifying energy swept over them. The moon ghost darted away to evade Molly's fierce assault. Suddenly, his right arm vanished from sight, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to regenerate, reappearing just as swiftly as it had disappeared. Molly stared in astonishment. What was that? Regeneration? No, he's just broken his body down into moonlight. Lin Chie's spiritual sense caught every detail. He is the moon ghost. Looks like he's alone. Zhang Luocheng scanned the surroundings. In that case, this is our chance, Lin Chia said with a slight smile. All of a sudden, Bailey Pang Pang swung his arm with a flourish. Brothers, let's get him. At that very moment, the new recruits inside the warehouse surged forward as one, brandishing an array of weapons and forbidden relics in perfect unison. Seeing this, Moon Ghost cursed inwardly, his figure growing hazy before vanishing completely. With their targets suddenly gone, all the recruits froze in place. But in the next instant, two figures sprang into action. Come on, how can they see through me? That's just cheating, Moon Ghost couldn't help but mutter. A heartbeat later, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie appeared before him in a flash. Lin Xie's eyes blazed with golden light, and an overwhelming aura of seraphic power erupted from him. Illusion. Zhang Luocheng wouldn't be outdone. The moment his gaze met Moon Ghost's, Moon Ghost felt as if he were pulled into a strange, unfamiliar realm. Although Moon Ghost had suppressed his own power to the lamp level, his body was still, at its core, at the river stage, not to mention his wealth of battle experience. Break! In an instant, Moon Ghost snapped himself back to reality. You too. Those eyes of yours are downright terrifying. But in the very next second, Moon Ghost suddenly realized he couldn't move a muscle. He was rooted to the spot, invisible or not, completely paralyzed. What's going on? No matter how hard he tried, Moon Ghost couldn't figure it out. Not far away, Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. The sun's blazing today, so the shadow mimicry worked perfectly. What kind of technique is that? Not just Molly and Bailey Pang Pang. Even Lin Xie had never witnessed such an ability. What are you waiting for? Get him! Zhang Luocheng shouted, helplessly. That was the drawback of the shadow mimicry technique. It could immobilize the opponent and force their body to mirror his own movements, but it offered no means of attack. Still, with so many people here, now that Moon Ghost was pinned, the rest would be easy. All Zhang Luocheng had to do was stand perfectly still. Seeing Moon Ghost rooted to the spot, as if under some spell, the recruits rushed forward. As they drew closer, Moon Ghost struggled desperately. He hadn't noticed that at this moment, his shadow and Zhang Luocheng's shadow had merged into one. Even with a body at the river level, he found himself utterly unable to move. Damn, the special squad really is on another level. This is getting hard to control. Zhang Luocheng gritted his teeth. What the heck? Wasn't this supposed to be a group fight? Where is everybody? Moon Ghost shouted, unable to hold back. Lin Xie's heart skipped a beat as, within his spiritual sense, two more presences appeared. One was a man wearing a balance scale mask. Field conversion. Suddenly, everything around them began to float. Several people tried to get closer to Moon Ghost, but found themselves unable to take another step. Double gravity. With another clap of the balance mask's hands, everyone felt a crushing weight descend upon them, pinning them down so hard it became difficult to even breathe. Zhang Luocheng's shadow imitation technique was still in effect, leaving the Moon Ghost frozen in place. Looks like I can't count on anyone else now. Hey kid, what are you trying to do? The Moon Ghost felt his own hand slowly rising. Was he about to remove his own mask? Controlling a body at the Chuan level was no easy feat, and the Moon Ghost struggled fiercely against it, but Zhang Luocheng's hand continued to grope upward without pause. In no time at all, Zhang Luocheng's hand had reached his face, and the Moon Ghost's movements mirrored his exactly. His hand was already touching his own mask. Oh no, this is bad, the Moon Ghost roared in alarm. Just then, a massive hammer suddenly appeared above Zhang Luocheng's head. Luochen, watch out! Lin Xie shouted as he saw what was happening. But Rose's giant hammer had already smashed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. The sheer force behind that blow was astonishing. The Moon Ghost flexed his body, discovering that the sense of being controlled had vanished. He let out a sigh of relief. If you'd been any later, I would have had to take off my mask myself. Moon Ghost, you're really useless, Whirlpool called out, ambling over from the southern road. Had to be me to step in, huh? Rose shrank her enormous hammer down until it was impossibly small, fitting neatly back into the center of her palm. Huh, Rose, did you just smash a piece of wood? The Moon Ghost looked over at the spot where Rose had struck, seeing only a splintered plank lying there. What? Wasn't he right there? Rose stared in disbelief. At that moment, Zhang Luocheng appeared beside Lin Xie. Everyone turned to look at him, surprised to find he was completely unharmed. In the nick of time, Zhang Luocheng had used a substitution technique. If he hadn't, he would have been in real trouble. He'd considered launching a surprise attack right away, but with Rose, Whirlpool, Balance, and even King Mask all present, the odds of success were slim to none. For now, it was best to regroup with Lin Xie and plan their next move. "You're okay?" Lin Xie asked. "Yeah, I used the substitution technique," Zhang Luochen replied. "I feel like your abilities keep multiplying," Lin Xie remarked. "I thought you were just a fire breather," Molly chimed in from the side. "But what do we do now?" Just by standing there, King Mask radiated such an overwhelming aura that these new recruits could barely breathe. Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen quickly surveyed their surroundings. Zhang Luochen spoke up. "There are only 4 of them. If we all work together and break through in one direction, there's still a chance." Lin Xie nodded. "When Balance makes her move, we'll all charge straight at that woman together." At that moment, the scales gave a light flick of his finger, and once again, a wave of gravity pressed down on everyone, leaving them gasping for breath. In the blink of an eye, all the recruits present were forced to run laboriously toward Rose's direction. Though they carried nothing on their backs, an invisible weight bore down on them, making every step a struggle. Seeing this, Molly swung her katana with all her might, and the shattered debris on the ground was pulverized into dust in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Rose's warhammer once again swelled to a monstrous size, yet she hoisted it with ease, as if it weighed nothing at all. At that moment, Zhang Luochen was the first to act. With a flicker, he darted forward instead of retreating from the massive hammer. "You slipped away last time, but you won't escape now," Rose spat, as the giant hammer crashed down with purpose. Suddenly, a log appeared in front of everyone, and Zhang Luochen's figure seemed to flash in midair. From the outside, it looked as though his body had passed straight through the warhammer. With a swift motion, his straight blade slashed directly toward Rose's face, forcing her to pull back her hammer. This time, she didn't swing it from above, but instead swept it horizontally from left to right at Zhang Luochen. Just as the massive hammer was about to strike, another log materialized before their eyes, and Rose couldn't help but curse out loud. "Damn it, where the hell are all these logs coming from?" Using the substitution technique in quick succession, Zhang Luochen appeared once more. This time, he was so close to Rose he could almost reach out and touch her. He struck down with his blade, forcing Rose to dodge. The giant warhammer shrank back to its normal size and returned to her grasp. "Run!" Lin Xie yelled without hesitation, seizing the opening Zhang Luochen had created and dashing southward at full speed. The moment Rose dodged, Zhang Luochen immediately took off after Lin Xie. What's with this guy's forbidden domain? Why is it so bizarre? Rose thought, her mind filled with questions about what she'd just witnessed. "Captain, those few are making a run for it to the south," Scales reported as he watched them flee. "Swirl, hold them off for a bit. We'll take care of the remaining recruits and send them out," Wang Mian replied coolly. Zhang Luochen quickly fell and stepped behind Lin Xie, but unfortunately, some of the new recruits couldn't keep up and were ultimately eliminated from the trial. The group dashed into the ruins of the warehouse, with Swirl moving at an alarming speed, closing the distance between himself and Zhang Luochen's group in an instant. But just as Swirl entered the warehouse, Earth-style, earth flow wall. Suddenly, towering walls shot up around the warehouse, trapping them all inside as if locked in a cage. Lightning style. With a crack, a bolt of lightning shot up from the ground. Swirl immediately leaped into the air to dodge. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Luochen's mouth. "The lightning isn't meant for you." Swirl's eyes narrowed. Following the path of the lightning, he suddenly widened his eyes in alarm. In an instant, every bundle of explosives and grenade in the warehouse blew up all at once. Thick smoke billowed, and a thunderous explosion echoed throughout the entire training camp. I accidentally posted the wrong content from the previous chapter. Meant to send chapter 34, but sent chapter 33 instead. It's been corrected now. Please forgive the mix-up. Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie, Li Pangpang, and Molly dashed out from the direction of the warehouse. The other new recruits who had escaped alongside them followed close behind. Without realizing it, they had gathered into a small group of more than a dozen people. "Well, it looks like we've got ourselves a squad now," Li Pangpang said, making a quick head count. "Your elemental attacks are really impressive. With them trapped inside, in an explosion of that scale, we must have won by now." "Right?" Molly glanced towards the blaze, though even as she spoke, she could just make out several figures moving through the flames. "It won't be that easy. After all, they're the special squad," Zhang Luochen replied, shaking his head. "It's possible that even their masks weren't blown off," Lin Xie remarked, stretching out his mental senses. He seemed to have already detected something. "So what do we do now?" Li Pangpang immediately asked. The other new recruits turned their heads as well, waiting for instructions. After witnessing the strength Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie had just displayed, far beyond anything any of them could muster. It was only natural for the two to become the de facto leaders of the group. It was just luck that we managed to escape this time, Zhang Luochang said, fully aware that, in the original storyline, only Lin Xie, Bali Pang Pang, and Molly had made out. This time, though, their numbers had far surpassed the original. Now the other new recruits have all split up into different small squads, scattered across various corners of the camp, Lin Xie analyzed. There are also some who've given up voluntarily and are just hiding somewhere, waiting for it all to be over, Zhang Luocheng added. That means, Lin Xie's eyes sharpened, the mass squad has only one place left to go. The dormitory building, they both said in unison. Molly and Bali Pang Pang exchanged puzzled glances, looking at the two of them. What's wrong? Lin Xie asked. Creeps, they both replied, perfectly in sync. Now that we've got more than 10 people, we can form our own special squad. The key to our victory is to use our unique strengths and strike by surprise, Zhang Luochang said, gazing in the direction of the dormitory building. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. The group slipped down a side path and climbed to an upper floor, from where they could observe the dormitory building's movements. At that moment, Shun Qingzhu was rallying the freshmen to launch an attack. Meanwhile, Moon Ghost had already seized the opportunity to act, swiftly eliminating a few recruits who had tried to escape and hadn't made it to the gathering point. But in the next second, several new recruits suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching their throats in agony, their faces twisted in pain. What's going on? Bali Pang Pang asked anxiously. It's Forbidden Ruin Sequence 068, Chi Min. You just sucked all the air out of that area, Zhang Luocheng explained. But won't those new recruits suffocate and die too? Bali Pang Pang's face was full of worry. Don't worry. The training camp would never let something like that happen, Zhang Luocheng reassured him. Then, noticing a pair of eyes suddenly fixed on him, he turned his head and saw. It was Lin Xie. Why are you staring at me? Zhang Luocheng asked. Did you really learn all this just a day early? Lin Xie asked, confused. I just picked up a few things and memorized them. That's all, Zhang Luocheng replied. Now, isn't it time for us to make our move? Lin Xie glanced at the dormitory building, then nodded slightly. Let's attack from the side. But just as they were about to leave their hiding spot, a thunderous crash erupted. The entire dormitory building suddenly collapsed in a heap. What kind of power was that blade? What's his divine ruin? Lin Xie looked toward Zhang Luocheng, obviously hoping to get some answers. Pang Pang, this one's yours to explain, Zhang Luocheng replied, deliberately feigning ignorance. Yet Lin Xie still sensed that Zhang Luocheng might know more than he let on. His divine ruin is the ability to control time. But he's cheating, Bali Pang Pang said. I'm guessing there's something special about his weapon, isn't there? Zhang Luocheng said on purpose. That's right. His weapon can activate Forbidden Ruin Sequence 301, Yuan, Bali Pang Pang explained a weapon's power. What about the god behind him? Lin Xie suddenly thought of something and asked. If it's time control, then it's god codename 017. The god of time, Kronos, Zhang Luocheng answered. Exactly, Bali Pang Pang agreed. This weapon, it belongs to your family, doesn't it? Lin Xie recalled something Zhang Luocheng had said earlier about Bali Pang Pang's family, and suddenly made the connection. Your family? Wait, are you from the Bali clan? Molly asked in confusion. Miss Molly, allow me to formally. But Molly didn't bother listening to what Bali Pang Pang had to say next. Instead, she looked gravely at the weapon in Wang Mian's hand. With a weapon like that, we don't stand a chance, Molly said solemnly. Actually, it's not as hopeless as it seems, Bali Pang Pang added. Zhang Luocheng smiled slightly, knowing that Bali Pang Pang was about to reveal his Doraemon-like secret weapon. Forbidden Item Sequence 343, Scroll of Sealing, Bali Pang Pang explained how it worked. In that case, I'll take the lead in attacking. While I draw his attention, you use this to seal his weapon, Zhang Luocheng said to Lin Xie, locking eyes with him. Lin Xie considered for a moment before replying, all right, let them all come at once. I'll look for the right moment on my own. Zhang Luocheng nodded and immediately led the group of new recruits as they sprinted toward the dormitory building. By now, the dormitory was nothing but a heap of ruins. Several new recruits had been eliminated the moment the building collapsed, and only a handful managed to crawl out from the wreckage. Shun Qingzhu emerged from the rubble, his body covered in wounds of all shapes and sizes. Yet his face showed nothing but stubborn defiance. Damn it, let's go head to head. Shun Qingzhu shouted, charging straight at the mass squad. Brothers, charge. At Zhang Luocheng's command, the recruits surged forward, following him in a wave toward the mass squad. Oh, that kid from the warehouse, Tianping said as he caught sight of Zhang Luocheng. With a clap of his hands, he called out, Gravity double. Instantly, shards of rubble floated up and shot through the air, flying in the direction he pointed. Earth style, earth flow wall. In a flash, a wall of earth rose up before the group, shielding them from every incoming attack. Suddenly, Moon Ghost appeared behind Zhang Luocheng. Though invisible, his movements were already tracked. Zhang Luocheng knew exactly where he was. I told you, my eyes can see right through you. Illusion. Zhang Luocheng turned his head ever so slightly, meeting Moon Ghost's gaze. Not this again. Moon Ghost froze in place, caught by surprise. At that very moment, a massive hammer materialized above Zhang Luocheng, swinging down toward him with brutal force. Once again, Zhang Luocheng used the substitution technique. But when he reappeared, Vortex was already waiting, as if he'd anticipated this move all along. I knew you'd use the substitution, Vortex said, his eyes darting meaningfully to other spots around them. A swirling purple vortex opened up in front of Zhang Luocheng, spewing forth a blast of icy energy. Your name's just like the protagonist from my favorite anime, Zhang Luocheng said calmly, showing no sign of panic as the icy blast hurtled toward him. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a massive fireball engulfed the purple vortex, snuffing out the ice attack. He's taking on all 4 members of the squad by himself. His forbidden domain is so intricate. Yuan Gang couldn't help but exclaim in awe from the observation room. Fire, earth, and lightning elements, plus those red eyes, looks like they can cast illusions. His forbidden domain really is a tough one to pin down, Wang Mian observed as he slowly walked over. That means you still don't see the full picture, Zhang Luocheng replied, glancing at Wang Mian before swinging his straight sword in a blinding arc. Death's Crescent, Moon. A black crescent surged toward Wang Mian, but with the weapon Yuan in hand, Wang Mian simply lifted his arm, and the black crescent vanished in a thin air. Extinguished life, flashing moon. Forbidden Ruins, sequence 083. This is also extremely high risk, but this isn't really your ability, is it? Wang Mian saw through Zhang Luocheng's ability in an instant. As expected from the special squad, you caught on right away. I copied this, Zhang Luocheng replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Oh, copied it, you say? I wonder just how much you can copy, Wang Mian said, and before his words had even faded, he sprang into action. The blade in his hand, Yuan, flashed out of its sheath like a streak of lightning. A cold gleam sliced through the air. So this is the power of a forbidden object. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth instantly rose up before Zhang Luocheng. But against the force of Yuan, the wall crumbled to dust in a heartbeat. Why didn't you copy this one? Wang Mian asked coolly. You're testing me? Zhang Luocheng immediately understood Wang Mian's intent. He was probing the limits of his ability. It's an unknown forbidden ruin, after all. Of course I need to test you thoroughly, Wang Mian replied. Then try this. Zhang Luocheng clapped his hands together. Gravity double. Suddenly, shards of rock and splinters of wood around them started to float up, transforming into a barrage of sharp spikes that shot straight at Wang Mian's face. Hey Scales, he's copying your moves. Swirl called out from the sidelines. Scales' face darkened. I don't need you to tell me. Oh, so you've copied all my teammates' Forbidden Ruins, too? Wang Mian said coldly. A flurry of exaggerated, razor-sharp blade winds erupted from his sword, each strike more forceful than the last, forcing Zhang Luocheng back several meters. In the next instant, Zhang Luocheng's figure began to blur and flicker. Oh, the Moon Ghost's Forbidden Ruin, Wang Mian said, his gaze sharpening as he looked around warily. Ha ha ha, Moon Ghost, he's stolen yours as well. Swirl taunted loudly. Shut up. Moon Ghost snapped, clearly agitated. Just then, a bubble suddenly materialized right in front of them. The group dodged aside just in time as a series of explosions erupted. Turning back, they saw Shun Qingzhu glaring at them in fury. We haven't been eliminated yet, she declared, her voice icy. Swirl, I'll leave this to you. Even before the sentence was finished, the others had already scattered, vacating the area without hesitation. Come on, you guys are unbelievable, Swirl protested. At that moment, a massive greatsword crashed down from the sky, gouging a deep crater into the ground. Oh, a lady knight, Rose remarked with sudden interest as she caught sight of Molly. Leave her to me. With a leap, Rose charged in, her warhammer clashing with Molly's greatsword in a shower of sparks. Meanwhile, Zhang Luocheng and Wang Mian had already exchanged several rounds. Yet Wang Mian's Forbidden Ruin, the power to control time, remained unused. Of course, his ability was a divine ruin. Zhang Luocheng couldn't copy it. Still, after just a short duel, Wang Mian noticed that Zhang Luocheng's swordsmanship now mirrored his own, move for move. It can perfectly replicate techniques and forbidden domains, along with so many complicated abilities. A forbidden domain like this is truly unpredictable, Wang Mian analyzed. Zhang Luocheng gave a faint smile. Are you investigating my forbidden domain as well? Wang Mian nodded without denying it. Since it's an unknown forbidden domain, of course I have to observe it from every angle. And up close is always the best way. Oh, then, what have you discovered? Zhang Luocheng gripped his straight blade. Unpredictable, impossible to foresee. This kind of forbidden domain really is hard to judge, Wang Mian replied. Is that so? If you all can't judge it, then let me do it. My domain, I shape it myself. I call it the eternal kaleidoscope. Eternal kaleidoscope? That's quite a bold claim, Wang Mian said coolly. Bold or not, you'll know once you try. Zhang Luocheng vanished once more, blending into the shadows. I almost forgot to mention, the reason the captain is the captain is because he's the strongest. Wang Mian had barely finished speaking when Yuan struck in an instant, moving even faster than before. 8 gates released. First gate open. A blade suddenly appeared behind Wang Mian, but his reflexes were lightning fast. He spun around and blocked the strike just in time. Second gate rest. Wang Mian swung his blade again, sending a tremendous hurtling toward Zhang Luocheng. Indeed, even a moon ghost's invisibility had little effect on Wang Mian. However, with the 8 gates technique active, Zhang Luocheng's speed had multiplied. Third gate life. Wang Mian blocked rapidly, his eyes showing a flash of shock. Speed and strength, both increased? Just what sort of forbidden domain is this? Lin Xie now? Zhang Luocheng suddenly roared. Before Wang Mian could react, Lin Xie's figure appeared behind him. In a blink, the two sides crossed paths, and Wang Mian swung Yuan once more. But this time, there was no massive blade wave as before. Wang Mian froze, then glanced at the blade in his hand. At some point, a strip of tape had been stuck to it. The scroll of sealing? Wang Mian's face changed. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng now stood opposite Wang Mian. This time, your cheat device won't save you, Lin Xie said calmly. So you've finally come. Wang Mian looked at Lin Xie. Leave the rest to me. After all, there are some things I still have to ask him. Lin Xie looked to Zhang Luocheng, as if asking for his consent. But I haven't had enough of this fight yet, Zhang Luocheng said, still unsatisfied. He had only opened 3 of the 8 gates. He wondered if opening the 4th would be enough to knock Wang Mian down. This concerns my future, Lin Xie pressed his case. Wang Mian stood off to the side, unable to shake a strange feeling. It was as if he were nothing more than an object, being manically picked over by the two in front of him. You know what, I don't mind if you both come at me at once, Wang Mian couldn't help but say. No, that wouldn't be fair, Lin Xie replied. All right, I'll let you have this one. Anyway, night's falling now, Zhang Luocheng said, glancing up at the sky as darkness crept in. Oh, you caught on to that too. Lin Xie smiled faintly. I've had my turn for a while. I'll step back and leave this one to you, Zhang Luocheng said with good humor, sheathing his straight blade. Beside them, Wang Mian's face darkened considerably. He really did feel like some commodity being chosen from shelf. Zhang Luocheng walked away, and as he glanced back, he saw Shen Qingzhu locked in fierce battle with Xuanhua, while Molly and Rose were trading powerful blows of their own. Their enormous weapons had left clear depressions in the ground. Just moments ago, when Lin Xie had appeared, Bailey Pang Pang had been ambushed by the Moon Ghost. Now the Moon Ghost looked rather worse for wear, as Bailey Pang Pang hurled one forbidden item after another. Meanwhile, Zhang Luocheng quickly spotted that Chao Yuan still hadn't drawn his sword, and over by the scales, someone was watching him intently. They seemed quite angry. What's the big deal? I only copied your ability. No need to get so upset. Hey, Chao Yuan, that's Lin Xie over there. Are you sure you're not going to make a move? Zhang Luocheng walked over to Chao Yuan's side. HM? Lin Xie? Wait, how do you know my name? Chao Yuan asked, surprised. Oh, come on, is that really so strange? You could draw your sword now. Hey, Lin Xie, what's your name? Chao Yuan shouted. Zhang Luocheng. Lin Xie looked utterly bewildered. He'd never heard anyone ask like that before. But if he didn't answer, wouldn't that be rude? Didn't you already figure it out? Lin Xie shouted back, a little distracted. Chao Yuan glanced at Zhang Luocheng, still in a daze. His name really is Lin Xie? What else would it be? Zhang Luocheng shrugged. Well, in that case, I have to leave a strong impression on him. Chao Yuan's eyes sharpened instantly as he turned to face the scales. At that moment, the scales noticed them as well. I don't mind if both of you come at once, the scales said, clapping his hands together. The very next moment, Chao Yuan drew his sword in a flash, a swirl of black energy enveloping his entire body. Zhang Luocheng wisely stepped aside. A jet-black aura surged skyward, and black flames erupted from beneath Chao Yuan's skin. In an instant, the shadowy energy wrapped around him like a cloak. His transformation drew everyone's attention. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as a wisp of pale smoke drifted from his body. Those blood-red, inhuman eyes were terrifying, and a haze of madness began to cloud his reason. Chao Yuan's body moved in a blur, and in the next instant, he appeared right in front of Tianping. With a single slash, Tianping suddenly felt as if death itself had descended upon him. His body reacted almost mechanically, barely dodging the strike. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been beheaded on the spot. Whoa, what was that? Tianping gasped, shaken by the close call. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 031. Black King's Annihilation, someone intoned. I've never encountered such a high-ranking Forbidden Ruin before, Tianping muttered, awe coloring his voice. The top 30 are reserved for divine relics. Zhang Luoqing strolled over, explaining with an air of leisure. But 31, that's just beneath the gods, yet above the rest of mortals. And what's more, Zhang Luoqing continued, this kind of power robs him of consciousness, strips him of rational thought. Right now, he's nothing but a killing machine, no emotion, no mercy. Tianping gave a slight nod. Well, we've certainly run into a troublesome opponent this time. Just then, a realization seemed to dawn on Tianping. He turned and fixed Zhang Luoqing with an intense stare. What are you looking at me for? Zhang Luoqing asked, feigning confusion. I was just wondering how you can be so relaxed, Tianping replied, eyeing Zhang Luoqing suspiciously. It's like none of this concerns you at all. What do you want me to do? You all have your hands full already. Look, Zhang Luoqing said, gesturing to the chaotic battlefield around them. Lin Xie and Wang Mian were locked in a fierce duel, neither willing to give an inch. Molly and Rose seemed to be in a contest of destruction. They're massive, weapons clashing to see who could inflict more damage. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu and Vortex were tangled in combat. Not bad, Zhang Luoqing observed. As for Bali Pang Pang and the Moon Ghost, it was like watching a game of cat and mouse. The Moon Ghost darted and dodged, hounded relentlessly by Li Pong Pong's forbidden artifact. That left only Tianping and Chao Yuan. Amid the chaos, Zhang Luoqing truly seemed like an outsider, untouched by the struggle. Why don't you join me in dealing with him? Tianping suggested, as if he'd just thought of a brilliant plan. He can't even tell friend from foe right now. You think I'm stupid? No matter what, when not on the same side. Why would I help you? Zhang Luoqing shot back. He glanced at Chao Yuan, who was already charging toward them, and quickly stepped out of the line of fire. As Chao Yuan hurtled toward him, Tianping flicked his finger and sent a barrage of bricks flying straight at Chao Yuan in perfect unison. Chao Yuan cut through the bricks with ease, his speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Tianping again. Tianping kicked off the ground, leaping high into the air. Just as Chao Yuan's blade was about to reach him, Tianping soared upward, narrowly escaping the deadly strike. Chao Yuan remained grounded, glaring up at Tianping with a series of guttural, animalistic roars. But that was all he could do. He couldn't fly, nor could he reach Tianping no matter how high he jumped. Ha ha! Can't fly, can you? Frustrated yet? Tianping called down from above, his laughter echoing through the air. In an instant, Zhang Luoqing was gripped by a sudden sense of foreboding. Sure enough, when Chao Yuan saw his prey flying into the air, he simply chose a new target. And standing right next to him, Zhang Luoqing made for a perfect substitute. Seriously? No sense of friend or foe. Black King's Annihilation really doesn't care, Zhang Luoqing muttered, speechless. But before he could react further, Chao Yuan's blade was already slicing straight toward his face. Zhang Luoqing quickly backflipped several times, narrowly dodging the first strike. But there was a second blow, and this time he managed to block Chao Yuan's attack with his own straight sword. Yet the moment their blades met, a powerful force surged through Zhang Luoqing's entire body, almost overwhelming him. Damn, how is he this strong? Zhang Luoqing cursed inwardly. Hey, are you just going to stand there, or help out? We're enemies, remember, Tianping replied with complete sincerity. Besides, I'd rather watch the show. A battle between agents doesn't happen every day. Oh, you want spoilers? I can give you a preview. Zhang Luoqing shot back, glancing over his shoulder, only to realize, with a start, that the scene unfolding was exactly like the script. All the others had stopped fighting and found the best spots to watch the showdown between Lin Xie and Wang Mian. Come on, does everything have to line up with the plot this much? Zhang Luoqing complained under his breath. Well, let's see if this trick works. Suddenly, Zhang Luoqing's gaze locked onto Chao Yuan. Illusion technique. In a split second, Chao Yuan froze in place, dazed. The black flames swirling around him immediately faded, his cloak of darkness receding, and his true appearance gradually emerged, though his shirt had been completely burned away. Deep within the underground base, He actually managed to suppress Black King's annihilation. Yuan Gang stared in disbelief at the scene before him. With just a single glare, Instructor Hong beside him was just as incredulous. I'm starting to think Zhang Luocheng is the freshman we need to watch most closely this year, Yuan Gang remarked. He fought the entire masked squad single-handedly, and even matched Wang Mian, who wields a yuan. There's a bright future ahead for him, Instructor Hong agreed. Inside the arena, Zhang Luocheng finally relaxed when he saw Chao Yuan back to normal. But that last illusion technique had nearly drained all his mental energy. After fighting all day, first taking on the squad alone, and then dueling Wang Mian, it was no wonder he'd reached his limit. Wow, you're something else. Actually managed to suppress Black King's annihilation, Tianping said, dropping down from above after seeing Chao Yuan defeated. Then Tianping turned to look in the direction of Lin Xie and Wang Mian. The battle of the gods has already begun over there. Is that so? Well, maybe you should start worrying about yourself now, Zhang Luocheng replied, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Shadow mimicry technique, success. In an instant, Tianping suddenly felt his body slip out of his control. He tried desperately to move his arms and legs, but he was completely rooted to the spot, unable to budge. Is this the same power you used to control the moon ghost before? Tianping struggled to move his hand, but it wouldn't budge a millimeter. It's too late. Now, even if your teammates want to save you, they won't make it in time. Zhang Luocheng swiftly placed his hand on his own face, and at the same time, Tianping's hand moved toward his own mask as well. Tianping could clearly feel the mask slipping from his face despite his fierce resistance, revealing half of his delicate features. But in the very next second, it was as if everything around them froze. Then, a strange sensation swept through Zhang Luocheng's entire body. Suddenly, as if a revelation struck, Zhang Luocheng turned toward Wang Mian. At the same moment, Lin Xie also slashed away half of Wang Mian's mask. Time reversal. Is this just a coincidence? We just happened to run into it. What a sigh. Zhang Luocheng could acutely sense the world around him moving swiftly, everything snapping back to how it was just a moment ago. So this is what time reversal feels like. Zhang Luocheng was utterly powerless, and even with his Sharingan eyes, he could see everything clearly. Huh, why do I feel like that was the captain? Tianping looked over in Wang Mian's direction, clearly understanding what had just happened. So close. Zhang Luocheng let out a slight sigh, and at that moment, Wang Mian's figure suddenly appeared right in front of him. Thanks to the time reversal, the shadow mimicry technique had also vanished. What are you doing? Zhang Luocheng looked at Wang Mian and asked. Without another word, Wang Mian threw an arm firmly around Zhang Luocheng's shoulders, not in the casual way friends would, but instead in a way that completely pinned Zhang Luocheng's movements. Hey, what are you doing? Ow, ow, that hurts. Zhang Luocheng yelped and protested. I'll admit, you're impressive. You and Tianping both lost to these guys. But this training camp can't just end like this. Wang Mian said seriously. I know, Zhang Luocheng replied, agitated. I'm not someone who can't see the bigger picture. Lin Xie. HM? So you do know. Wang Mian loosened his grip. Zhang Luocheng let out a faint sigh, tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky, his eyes deep and full of compassion. If we just send those new recruits out into the field to face the gods right now, it'd be no different from sending them to their deaths. Wang Mian was taken aback, and so was Lin Xie. Neither had expected such words from a new recruit like Zhang Luocheng. Looks like you've got some awareness after all, Wang Mian said, then turned to Tianping. You really slipped up this time. Tianping looked like a child caught doing something wrong. How was I supposed to know this kid was so cunning? Cunning. Zhang Luocheng instantly latched onto the keyword. Wang Mian. Tianping. But I still have one more request, Zhang Luocheng said. You haven't officially joined the Night Watchers yet, and you're already making demands? Wang Mian's expression shifted. Don't think I don't know what kind of deal you struck with Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng replied, his eyes glinting with the power of his clairvoyance. Lin Xie, hearing this, couldn't help but be startled. You've got a real knack for eavesdropping, haven't you? Lin Xie said. I can copy abilities. Reading lips is hardly a challenge, Zhang Luocheng replied, tapping his own eyes. So, tell me your request. If it's within my power, I'll do my best to fulfill it, Wang Mian sighed. He still couldn't figure out how, with a mask covering his face, his lips could be read in the first place. I don't want any forbidden objects, no 500,000 yuan red envelope, and I'm not interested in any personal favors, Zhang Luocheng stated firmly. Now Lin Xie was utterly convinced that Zhang Luocheng could indeed read lips. After all, Zhang had named every single offer Wang Mian had just made in private. Wang Mian's eyes widened with surprise. Clearly, Zhang Luocheng wasn't just making wild guesses. Then what is it that you want? I only have one request. When I graduate from the training camp, let me name my own forbidden ruin, Zhang Luochang said, tapping his chest. For a moment, Wang Mian was taken aback. That sounds perfectly reasonable. I'll do what I can to make it happen. Thank you. Zhang Luochang nodded sincerely at Wang Mian. That's really something. Naming your own forbidden ruin, Lin Xie remarked, a touch of envy in his voice. Unfortunately, his own power had long since been catalogued and assigned a sequence. He'd never have such an opportunity. Time's up. The match is over. The voice of instructor Yuan Gang boomed from the loudspeaker, echoing through the entire training camp. The crowd of onlookers had already started talking in hushed tones. Bai Li Pang Pang, wearing the eye of true sight, looked at them all with a baffled expression. Lin Xie stepped forward to explain everything to Bai Li Pang Pang. Half an hour later, all the new recruits gathered once again on the training field. Yuan Gang and the other instructors stood atop the martial platform. Yuan Gang delivered a scathing rebuke to all the recruits. This time, however, there was no trace of defiance in their faces. Just 5 people had managed to completely subdue them. After the reprimand, everyone returned to their dormitories. As the recruits entered their rooms and saw that their once dilapidated dorms had been fully restored, they could hardly believe their own eyes. Only Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie knew what had truly happened. In unison, they both glanced toward a shadowy spot in the darkness, where Wang Mian now stood. So weak he needed someone to support him. You knew about this too? Lin Xie turned to Zhang Luocheng. I saw it. Didn't you know as well? Zhang Luocheng replied. I sensed it. Lin Xie answered, heading straight for the dormitory building. Ding, ding, ding. A piercing whistle suddenly shattered the quiet of the dormitory area, jolting everyone awake in an instant. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie were startled from their sleep as well. After exchanging a quick glance, the two of them hurriedly began to get dressed. No way. It's 3 in the morning, Zhang Luocheng muttered, even taking a moment to check the time. 3 a.m.? They're really not holding back. Lin Xie was just as stunned by the early hour. Sergeant Yuan wasn't kidding when he said hell was about to begin. Zhang Luocheng grumbled, still half asleep. After yesterday's exhausting drain on their mental strength, having to get up for training at 3 in the morning felt brutal. Unlike those with special talents, he was just an ordinary person. He needed sleep to recover his energy. Hurry up, we're running out of time. Lin Xie urged. They rushed out the door, only to realize that there was no sign of movement from Bai Li Pang Pang's room. Let's wake him up, Zhang Luocheng suggested to Lin Xie. Lin Xie nodded and dashed over to Bai Li Pang Pang's door, knocking hard. But inside, the 2 occupants were so deeply asleep that the knocking had no effect at all. Let me try, Zhang Luocheng said, grabbing a basin of water. This should do the trick, water style. Without missing a beat, he poured the entire basin of water squarely onto Bai Li Pang Pang's head, instantly snapping him awake. What's going on? I was just about to kiss Molly, Bai Li Pang Pang mumbled, still lost in his dream. What do you think? Lin Xie rolled his eyes. Only now did Bai Li Pang Pang realize how serious things were. Seeing that he was finally up, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie left him to catch up and sprinted toward the training field at top speed. The 2 of them were the first to arrive. On the training ground, 3 instructors stood ramrod straight. At the front, Instructor Hong caught sight of Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, and a faint look of approval flickered in his eyes. All the while, he kept glancing at his watch as new recruits trickled in one after another. Only when everyone had arrived did Instructor Hong finally speak, his voice cold and stern. Today marks the first day of your training. His tone was harsh, carrying an undeniable authority. Now, anyone who took more than 3 minutes to arrive, step forward. A few recruits who arrived last started running laps without needing to be told. Others, unsure of what to do, hesitated or raised questions, but Instructor Hong had no intention of calling names. In the end, even those who thought they hadn't been late were singled out by Instructor Hong and sent off to run laps as well. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, of course, had arrived right on time. Hey, where's my forbidden void? Suddenly, a new recruit blurted out. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie froze for a moment. After yesterday's long battle, Zhang Luocheng had completely forgotten that at the start of training camp, their forbidden voids had been suppressed by the camp's special restraints. First performance. Hoping for some fire, some good reviews, and requests for more chapters. Today, there'll be 5 updates. Zhang Luocheng took a moment to sense his own abilities, while Lin Xie, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown. How do you feel? Zhang Luocheng looked toward Lin Xie. With all of Lin Xie's abilities, the impact on him shouldn't have been too severe. My abilities are still there, but they've been suppressed to some extent, Lin Xie replied, glancing down at his own hands before turning back to Zhang Luocheng. What about you? Me? I think I've been affected a little too. My elemental attacks seem a bit weaker, Zhang Luochen said. As he spoke, faint sparks of lightning danced between his fingers. What about your eyes? Any effect there? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luochen activated his Sharingan. It still opened as usual, unaffected. In truth, his powers weren't rooted in this world at all. They came from another realm entirely, running on a completely different track. Would something from a different track really be affected here? Zhang Luochen couldn't help but wonder, a huge question mark lingering in his mind. I don't really have anything to test it on, though. The Sharingan's abilities, copying and illusions, needed something to act upon in order to be tested. Try using an illusion on me, Lin Xie suddenly suggested. Zhang Luochen was taken aback, not expecting Lin Xie to volunteer for such a thing. On you? Are you sure? I've always wanted to see how your illusions work. I'm curious if my mortal domain can withstand them. As Lin Xie spoke, he was already getting into position. Seeing Lin Xie preparing himself, Zhang Luochen asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Getting ready, of course," Lin Xie replied honestly. "What's there to prepare for? Just look into my eyes." Zhang Luochen locked eyes with Lin Xie. In that instant, Lin Xie felt something utterly strange, as if he'd been swept into a world completely different from his own, a world that didn't fit with anything he knew. And in that world, a sense of helplessness washed over him. He didn't know what he could do, and whatever he tried, there was always a sense of being suppressed. But just then, a surge of powerful energy tore through Lin Xie, as if trying to pull him out of that space entirely. A moment later, Lin Xie was gasping for breath, having broken free from the illusion. He turned to look at Zhang Luochen, only to see his face had gone deathly pale. "Whoa, what happened to you?" Lin Xie rushed over to steady Zhang Luochen. "What do you think happened?" "Your mortal domain backfired on me," Zhang Luochen grumbled. He felt like he hadn't actually been made to run laps, but it certainly felt as exhausting as having run a dozen. Backlash? There was indeed a sudden surge of force just now, but I honestly have no idea what happened, Lin Xie admitted, genuinely clueless. But Lin Xie's ignorance didn't mean Zhang Luochen was equally in the dark. After all, Lin Xie had housed so many deities within him. His abilities were always unpredictable. And let's not forget, he was the very will of the fifth universe, the real king of miracles. Meanwhile, the group of new recruits who'd been punished with laps were finishing up one by one. Now, only Shen Qingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang were left running on the field. Shen Qingzhu was slogging through 30 laps as punishment for his laid-back attitude, while Bai Li Pangpang, unsurprisingly, was struggling due to his lack of stamina. An hour and a half later, the two finally completed their laps. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie quickly stepped forward to help Bai Li Pangpang up. Together, they escorted him back to the dormitory. But they had barely set foot inside before another shrill whistle pierced the air. "You got to be kidding me." Bai Li Pangpang groaned, his face full of helplessness. "This one's probably for dinner," Zhang Luochen suggested, though his expression was a little strained. The moment Bai Li Pangpang heard the word dinner, his eyes lit up. In a flash, he sprang from the bed and dashed to the door. "Dinner's on. Let's move, people." Bai Li Pangpang urged everyone on. "So you've got your strength back?" Lin Xie eyed the suddenly energetic Bai Li Pangpang with some amusement. "When it's time to eat, you've got to be proactive. Haven't you heard the saying?" Bai Li Pangpang looked at the two, cleared his throat, and recited, "If you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your thinking." "Don't get your hopes up too high," Zhang Luocheng said, patting Bai Li Pangpang on the shoulder as he strolled leisurely outside. Bai Li Pangpang scampered after him, calling out, "Luocheng, it's dinner. Why so calm? What do you think we are? This is boot camp. You really think they'll serve up a feast?" Zhang Luocheng replied, careful not to give away too much. Otherwise, they'd really start seeing him as some kind of prophet. When they arrived at the training ground, it was clear the new recruits had developed a sense of time. Most had arrived early. However, those who had just completed 10 or 20 laps were so exhausted, a few even collapsed on the spot. "Wow, they're really prepared," someone remarked, watching as a team of medics appeared seemingly out of nowhere, expertly lifting the fainted recruits onto stretchers. "Well, it is the Night Watchers boot camp. Their resources are beyond belief," Lin Xie commented, unfazed by the scene. Instructor Hong was already waiting for them on the field. This time, he offered some rare words of praise, and, just as Zhang Luocheng predicted, announced that it was time for dinner. "Remember, mealtime is only 20 minutes. If you're not back here in 20 minutes, you'll face the consequences," Instructor Hong declared before striding off. Bai Li Pangpang's eyes lit up once more. This time, he even rushed ahead of everyone, completely tossing aside what Zhang Luocheng had just told him. But the moment the freshmen arrived at the cafeteria, the scene that greeted them was simply appalling. Slabs upon slabs of raw meat were laid out before their eyes. Beside them sat a basin full of plain steam buns. This was all they had to eat today. Bailey Pang Pang immediately deflated like a punctured balloon at a total loss. Even Lin Chia, who had seen his fair share of the world, now frowned in discomfort. Facing such a chunk of raw meat, he found it hard to swallow as well. Sigh, I really didn't expect to face something like this, Zhang Luoqing muttered, his voice filled with despair. The instant he set foot in the god-slaying world, all the bad luck seemed to have found him. Although it truly was thrilling to interact with the protagonist of a novel at such close range, that thrill clearly came at a price. Of course, some freshmen had already started eating. The first among them was Zheng Zhong, the one with a special forces background. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu was already slamming his fist on the table in anger, looking as if he might explode at any moment. Let's eat, Lin Chia sighed. Next to him, Chao Yuan was nearly finished with his piece of raw meat. All right, let's just eat. Zhang Luocheng gritted his teeth. Since he was here, he couldn't allow himself to fall behind. Just as Shin Qingzhu was about to lose his temper, the masked squad walked in. Now, all of them had removed their masks, revealing their striking, youthful faces. It was as if a group of handsome men and beautiful women had just entered the room. With the masked squad's intimidating presence, the new recruits had no choice but to force down the raw meat in front of them. I really can't eat this, Bailey Pang Pang sounded as if he was on the verge of tears. Remember this. Once you're on the battlefield, even a proper meal is a luxury. There won't always be good food and meat at every meal. When that time comes, you'll eat whatever you can find. Our predecessors survived on grass roots and tree bark. Taking another bite of raw meat, Zhang Luocheng continued. This is another lesson from the instructors. Bailey Pang Pang mulled it over for a moment, then picked up a steamed bun and a slab of raw meat and started eating. You really do know how to talk sense into people, Lin Chia said with a faint smile. Zhang Luocheng wanted to cry, but had no tears. But I still can barely get this down. Just as everyone was gnawing on the raw meat, a mouth-watering aroma suddenly swept through the entire cafeteria, instantly catching the attention of all the freshmen. They all watched as Old Sun carried tray after tray of scrumptious dishes, but his final destination was the masked squad's table. A few freshmen sitting nearby stared longingly, unable to help themselves as they swallowed back their drool. The sound of their gulping was loud enough to drown out all conversation. Wang Mian shot them a fleeting glance, then set Yuan directly onto the table and began to eat their food without hesitation. A few of the new recruits wanted to resist, but Old Sun had no intention of showing them any courtesy. Besides, the intimidating presence of the masked squad was enough to quell their arrogance in no time. Suddenly, Wang Mian looked over at Lin Chia and Zhang Luocheng. Luocheng, Chia, come join us and have something to eat. At that moment, every new recruit in the room turned to look at the two of them, making them the undisputed center of attention. Lin Chia and Zhang Luocheng exchanged glances, both a bit at a loss. Zhang Luocheng knew Lin Chia was eager to learn more about the agents of the gods, but as for himself, all he really wanted right now was a good meal. Lin Chia picked up his bowl and walked over to the round table where the masked squad sat, and Zhang Luocheng followed close behind. Even a single bite would be enough to satisfy him. Come on, don't be shy. Eat whatever you like, Wang Mian said warmly, inviting the two of them to join in. Zhang Luocheng's eyes lit up. He didn't care at all about the envious stares burning into his back. All he wanted was to dig into these delicious dishes. The two of them felt like honored guests as Whirlpool moved the best dishes in front of them, and Rose even got up to scoop rice for both. No, really, you guys go ahead. I'm just here to ask a few questions, Lin Chia said, waving his hand and sliding the plates back toward the others. Zhang Luocheng watched helplessly as the food drifted away from him. Well, aren't you something, Lin Chia? So noble, so above it all, he grumbled inwardly. He rolled his eyes at Lin Chia. If you're just here for questions, then I'm the odd one out, aren't I? Just as Zhang Luocheng stood up to leave, Balance pressed him right back in his seat. It's fine, we can just chat. To be honest, I'm really curious about your ability, Balance said. Can you really copy any power? Feels like you're fishing for intel, Zhang Luocheng replied, leaning back in his chair. Oh, don't say that. We're all night watchers here. We just want to know you better. Besides, your ability report, apart from the captain, we all get to see it anyway, Whirlpool chimed in. Zhang Luocheng sighed. I can copy some forbidden ruins, but I can't copy divine ruins, mortal divine realms, or Time Marauder. Those are beyond me. The others nodded thoughtfully. So, after you copy an ability, do you forget it later? Moonshade asked. Forget? No, once I copy it, I can use it whenever I like, Zhang Luocheng replied honestly, holding nothing back. That really is an impressive ability, Rose said, nodding in admiration, unable to stop herself from offering a word of praise. Zhang Luocheng let out a faint smile, thinking to himself, that's nothing. Once I awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, you'll see true power. Then, you'll understand what a complete Susanoo really is. And if I manage to draw the Nine-Tails powers too, draping myself in that blazing red cloak. Now, that would be the height of cool. At that thought, Zhang Luocheng suddenly remembered the masked squad before him, and the tragedy at the fishing village, the one event that would become Wang Mian's lifelong regret. In that incident, even with the power to manipulate time, Wang Mian still could not outrun the relentless current of fate. Every special squad carries its own mission, and in the years ahead, one after another, these squads would lay down their lives for the sake of the entire nation. As this realization struck him, Zhang Luocheng's expression changed in an instant. Though that event was still years away, he had no idea how he could possibly save them. For now, he was painfully aware of his place. He was far too insignificant, and many things would not change just because he'd entered the story. The plot would not bend to his presence. Take Zhao Kongsheng, for example. His fate remained unaltered. The more time passed, the more Zhang Luocheng felt himself dissolving into these stories. It was almost laughable. He'd want to change the plot, but instead, the plot was changing him. Just then, a whistle sounded outside the mess hall. The new recruits hadn't even had time to react, but the masked squad members were first to leap up. After only a few steps, though, they realized they were no longer recruits themselves. Awkwardly, they sat back down. As for the rest of the new recruits, not a single one sprang to their feet at the first sound. Instead, they all glanced up at the clock, puzzled that the whistle had blown with 20 minutes still left. Still, one by one, they rose and began to file outside. Well, I'll be off then, Lin Chia said, getting up and heading for the door. Wang Mian nodded. Go ahead. Next time we meet, it'll be outside the training camp. You're leaving already? Yes. There's been another sea-level anomaly up north. We'll have to head out as soon as we finish eating. All right. Then I wish you all victory. Lin Chia waved to them, then turned to Zhang Luocheng, who was still standing in place. Luocheng, let's go. Snapped back to himself. Zhang Luocheng's eyes grew resolute. Yes, only by becoming truly strong can I make sure those regrets never happen again. I swear, I'll save you all, he vowed silently. With unwavering determination, he looked at the members of the masked squad and gave them a crisp, formal salute. Then, without another glance, he strode out of the mess hall. Was that really necessary? Lin Chia quipped as he followed him out. Wang Mian glanced at the other members of the squad, his face full of confusion. What did you guys say to him? Why is he suddenly so sentimental? We didn't say anything. Out on the training field, the new instructor, Instructor Han, was demonstrating his straight blade techniques, passionately expounding on various theories from a stage. Zhang Luocheng watched from below with an amused look, arms folded across his chest, a broad grin on his face. Why are you so happy? Lin Chia asked, puzzled. HM? Oh, nothing. I'm just in a good mood. Pay attention. Maybe you'll be called up to demonstrate in a bit, Zhang Luocheng said, glancing at the stage. Me? That can't be right. But then again, your mouth is always spot on, Lin Chia replied, barely finishing his sentence. Before he could say more, Bai Li Pang Pang was called up. But given Bai Li's uncanny, Doraemon-like abilities, Instructor Han found himself stumped for the first time. As one peculiar forbidden item after another appeared, Instructor Han grew visibly weary. You can get down now, he said, just as his eyes met Lin Chia's. You, come up here. Lin Chia rolled his eyes at Zhang Luocheng. Your mouth is charmed, isn't it? After Lin Chia stepped down from the stage, Instructor Han looked utterly defeated, as if all hope had left him. Meanwhile, Zhang Luocheng could barely contain his laughter, covering his mouth to keep from letting it burst out. This scene did not escape Instructor Han's notice. After being embarrassed twice in a row, something that probably had never happened to him, he immediately fixed his sights on the grinning Zhang Luocheng. Hey, you there. Do you find this funny? Instructor Han looked down at Zhang Luocheng from the stage. It's all right, Zhang Luocheng replied. You, get up here. Instructor Han ordered him straight away. As Zhang Luocheng walked up onto the stage, he said, You sure? We're from the same squad, you know. Instructor Han glanced at Lin Chia, who had just stepped off, second-guessing himself. But since he'd already called Zhang Luocheng up, sending him back down now would be a loss of face. So, you learned from Captain Chenmai as well? Instructor Han asked. Zhang Luocheng nodded without hesitation. Instructor Han found himself in a bit of a bind, but he quickly came up with a rationalization. No teacher can produce two outstanding students. Come on, let's do a demonstration. Remember, this is just a drill, meant to help you improve, Instructor Han declared. Understood, Instructor. I won't use Captain Chenmai's techniques. Zhang Luocheng picked up a straight blade. Watching from below, Lin Chia sighed softly. Of all people, he had to pick the worst possible one. What's wrong, Chia? Li Pang asked. Did you forget his ability? It's copying. He might not use Captain Chenmai's swordplay, but he can use Instructor Han's, Lin Chia replied, just as the realization hit. Zhang Luoqing's straight sword clashed directly with Instructor Han's blade. Instructor Han was momentarily stunned, because this move, he knew it all too well. It was his own technique. They exchanged strikes again, each matching the other blow for blow, but by now, Zhang Luoqing had completely replicated Instructor Han's abilities. You picked up this sword technique just by watching it once. Instructor Han's face was filled with disbelief. Zhang Luoqing said nothing. He swung his sword, perfectly mirroring the very move Instructor Han had just demonstrated. Come on, we learned from the same master. There's no way to break this move, Instructor Han muttered helplessly. Instructor, maybe we should call it here. Zhang Luoqing stopped his attack. Instructor Han let out a soft sigh. Hanli, you can do this. You really can. His gaze shifted to Chao Yuan. Zhang Luoqing thought to himself, this isn't good. Instructor, let's not. Maybe let someone else try. Someone else? What's that supposed to mean? Instructor Han's tone grew impatient. No, he's up next. Get up here. Chao Yuan walked over, looking completely lost. Pick up the sword. But Chao Yuan just stood there as if he hadn't heard, making no move at all. Instructor, he really isn't up for this. Zhang Luoqing spoke up again. Quiet. Instructor Han was even more annoyed, insisting that Chao Yuan pick up the sword. Go get the sword. That's an order. All right. Chao Yuan replied helplessly, shuffling over to pick up the blade. At the same time, all the new recruits retreated dozens of meters, remembering clearly what had happened when Chao Yuan faced the masked squad. Seeing the newcomer's reaction, a sense of dread washed over Instructor Han. But it was already too late. Chao Yuan now had a sword in his hand. A deafening roar exploded. In an instant, a black, menacing aura engulfed Chao Yuan, and a pillar of black flame shot skyward, sending a terrifying pressure over the entire arena. Wrapped in that sinister energy, Chao Yuan gripped his straight sword, turned to look at Instructor Han, and gave a twisted, ferocious grin. Without warning, he struck. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Instructor Han. Are you kidding me? Instructor Han was on the verge of tears, swinging his wooden sword in desperation. But the moment it met Chao Yuan's attack, it snapped in two. Everyone, evacuate the training ground immediately. Move! Instructor Han shouted. The other recruits rushed out of the training ground. Damn, Chia, wasn't the Forbidden Ruins already sealed? Li Pang said anxiously as he watched the scene unfold. That's an extreme hazard. It's not that easy to seal, Lin Chia replied, turning to Zhang Luoqing. How did you handle it last time? I used an illusion spell. Zhang Luoqing immediately understood what Lin Chia was hinting at. All right, I'll take care of it. He glanced at the two fierce combatants on stage, muttering to himself. I told them not to call him up. Why does no one ever listen? Zhang Luoqing sprang up with a forceful leap, landing directly on the stage. The moment Instructor Han saw Zhang Luoqing, his face darkened. Hurry and get out of here. Why are you still coming up? Instructor Han said anxiously. Instructor, I'm here to help you, Zhang Luoqing replied. Help me? Don't do anything reckless. Your Forbidden Ruins are still being suppressed, you know. Just because you managed to pick up some abilities doesn't mean you're invincible. Leave the training ground at once. Instructor Han urged, trying to get Zhang Luoqing to leave quickly. Ah, you're still as stubborn as ever. Zhang Luoqing let out a sigh and turned his gaze to Chao Yuan. First, I need to restrain him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Zhang Luoqing breathed out a small fireball from his mouth. Yes, compared to before, this fireball was much smaller, almost comically so. What the heck? Whose little spark is this? Zhang Luoqing was momentarily stunned as the tiny fireball landed harmlessly on Chao Yuan, but at least it managed to catch his attention. Now's the time, illusion. The whole point of using the great fireball technique was to draw Chao Yuan's gaze. To put it simply, Zhang Luoqing just wanted to meet his eyes. Yet, in the next instant, Chao Yuan seemed entirely unaffected. He didn't even stand frozen for a full second. What? The suppression of the Forbidden Ruins affects illusions too. Zhang Luoqing couldn't help but mutter, so things from other worlds are still impacted here. Lin Chia, we got trouble. Our Forbidden Ruins are suppressed. Illusions don't work. Fatty, bring out some forbidden items. Zhang Luoqing shouted down to Lin Chia offstage. Hand me the blade. Lin Chia called out. After rummaging for a moment, Li Pang passed a blade to Lin Chia. In a flash, Lin Chia was on stage, clashing blades with Chao Yuan's wooden sword. In that instant, a tremendous force exploded between them, pushing them apart. Whoa, that power. Lin Chia was momentarily taken aback. Impressive. So this is the little Zhang Bai, huh? Zhang Luoqing murmured to himself. Lin Xie quickly used the scroll of sealing to bind Chao Yuan firmly in place. With the scroll's power, the black flames enshrouding Chao Yuan gradually faded away, and his appearance returned to normal. He cast his gaze over the crowd, one by one, and finally fixed his eyes on Lin Xie. So it really is you? Only you can cleanse the sins from me. Lin Xie was caught off guard. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but chuckle. There you have it. Lin Xie, number 1 bootlicker, has been born. Oh wait, make that number 2. Number 1 is fatty. At last, they managed to stabilize Chao Yuan. Off to the side, Han Li was still visibly shaken. Today's events had hit him hard. Especially at the end, when Chao Yuan nearly caused a disaster. After a few words of comfort from Yuan Gang, Han Li managed to regain a bit of confidence, but the blow this time was truly overwhelming. At lunchtime, Chao Yuan carried his own pickled vegetables over to Lin Xie and sat down in front of him. As expected, this guy was here to compete with Bali Pang Pang for the title of number 1 sycophant. Surrounded by such enthusiastic attention, Lin Xie actually found himself at a bit of a loss. But then, Chao Yuan suddenly turned to Zhang Luocheng. By the way, how did you know I was looking for Lin Xie? Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly, revealing plot points, though sometimes delayed, was something he had already grown accustomed to handling. These eyes of mine can see right through a person's heart, he replied, tapping his own eyes. Beside him, Bali Pang Pang spoke enviously. Yeah, and your eyes can even turn red. That pattern inside is just so cool. Chao Yuan looked a bit puzzled, then turned to Lin Xie, as if silently asking whether it was true. Don't look at me. I don't know all the details either. But he does seem to have some kind of foresight ability, Lin Xie said. A foresight ability's forbidden domain. That really is a rare thing to come across, Chao Yuan mused thoughtfully. Just then, Instructor Hong entered with 2 other instructors. Attention, everyone. This afternoon will be your first extreme training session. After you finish your meals, gather behind the cafeteria. Understood. Understood. All the new recruits answered in unison. Here's some advice. This afternoon is going to be tough. Make sure you finish your food, Instructor Hong said, then left with the other instructors. As soon as he heard the words, extreme training, Bali Pong Pong's face fell with resignation. When will this physical training ever end? We're only just beginning. It'll be 6 months. Get used to it, Zhang Luoqing replied, his gaze suddenly growing serious. This extreme training, without a doubt, referred to the Jinan Mountain Extreme Challenge, and the abilities he had drawn so far were all for combat. None of them helped him recover his stamina. Unlike Lin Xie, who possessed the Starry Night Dancer. When night fell, it was entirely his domain. Oh, and then there's that public humiliation scene. I really don't want to face that, Zhang Luocheng thought, his expression becoming conflicted. What's wrong? Lin Xie noticed Zhang Luocheng's look and asked. It's nothing, just this extreme training. I have no idea where my limits really are, Zhang Luocheng replied. Why not try pushing past them? Lin Xie said, rising to his feet. Let's go. The group left the cafeteria and made their way to the back, where several buses were parked. We're leaving the camp? Bali Pong Pong's expression changed. Leaving camp isn't necessarily a good thing, Lin Xie said, a sense of foreboding rising in him. He turned to Zhang Luocheng. Hey, Prophet, how about another prediction? Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes at Lin Xie. Sangnan City is only so big. What's there to predict? If we're doing extreme training, we'll definitely go somewhere with complicated terrain. In Sangnan City, that pretty much means Jinan Mountain, right? Lin Xie shot back. But what if we leave Sangnan City? That's not going to happen, Zhang Luocheng replied instantly. Huh? Why can't we leave Sangnan City? Bali Pang Pang chimed in. Zhang Luocheng was at a loss for words. Of course, they couldn't leave because of Lin Xie, but he couldn't say that out loud right now. The bus doors slowly swung open. As soon as they saw this, the group climbed aboard and found their seats. Taking advantage of the time on the road, they rested a bit on the bus. Before long, a lush mountain range unfolded before their eyes. It really is Jinan Mountain. Lin Xie, a local, recognized it at once. Impressive, Prophet. Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes again, secretly thinking, impressive? You're the one who still has to come in first. Let's see how impressive you are then. When the bus came to a smooth stop, all the new recruits got off. Once everyone had formed ranks, Instructor Hong began to speak. Next, we'll begin your extreme training. See the mountains behind me? In a moment, each of you will be equipped with a 35-kilogram load. Before dawn tomorrow, you must cross this mountain range. He paused, then made a sweeping gesture. In an instant, a swarm of drones shot out from behind the bus, each one sporting a tiny gun barrel below it. The weights you carry all have tracking devices. The drones will relentlessly hunt you down. If you're hit, you're eliminated, and elimination comes with a very harsh punishment. A sly, almost wicked smile appeared on Instructor Hong's face as he addressed the recruits. One more thing. You could trade your loads with each other, but you can't discard them. Attacking the drones is forbidden. Hiding in dead ends is not allowed. There's only one thing you can do, run. And remember, no attacking each other. Understood? Understood. Good. Collect your loads and move out. Into the mountains. The recruits began picking up their gear. Each of them also received a tactical knife, except for Chow Yuan, whose knife had been swapped out for a spoon. A burst of laughter erupted from Bai Li Pang Pang. Chow Yuan, are you planning to dig the whole mountain out with that? Also you, the instructor suddenly pointed at Bai Li Pang Pang. Me? What's wrong? Bai Li Pang Pang asked, pointing at himself. Take off all your contraband. Nothing goes in with you. Bai Li Pang Pang bristled. Instructor, that stuff is really valuable. I'm not taking it. I'll keep it safe for you. With so much contraband, how are you supposed to train in mountains? All right then. One by one, the new recruits began to make their way up the mountain. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia darted swiftly through the forested hills, with Chow Yuan close behind. Further back, Bai Li Pang Pang's bulky figure could still be seen, struggling to keep up. Wait up for me. Bai Li Pang Pang was already gasping for breath, even though they'd only just started the ascent. This is so heavy. Can't you three help me out a little? No. No way. Dream on. Chia. Maybe I should help you carry it, Zhang Luocheng offered. No need. Just then, the unmistakable mechanical whir of drones filled their ears, and several of them suddenly appeared overhead. Run, Zhang Luocheng shouted. You guys go ahead, this thing's too heavy. I really can't carry it anymore, Bai Li Pang Pang said, sounding like he was about to give up completely. Move it. If you get hit, you'll be punished. Without another word, Zhang Luocheng grabbed the exhausted Bai Li Pang Pang, who was about to collapse, and pulled him along. It's just a punishment, isn't it? Bai Li Pang Pang wheezed, barely managing a few more steps before running out of breath. I have a feeling the punishment is nothing good. Zhang Luocheng's words had barely left his mouth when a recruit was already hit. Moments later, a truly embarrassing spectacle unfolded right before their eyes. Witnessing this, Bai Li Pang Pang's face changed dramatically. Holy crap, these instructors really are something else. So what do you think? Even scarier than you imagined, right? Zhang Luocheng said. Did the prophet predict this one too? Lin Chia called back over his shoulder. A moment ago, all the new recruits had been laughing at those who'd been eliminated. But in the next instant, their expressions changed, and they all broke into a desperate sprint. At the same time, Bai Li Pang Pang's face turned ashen. Somehow, he managed to summon a burst of energy and surged ahead of the others. This guy, where did he suddenly get all that strength from? Lin Chia stared in shock at Bai Li Pang Pang, who was now running for his life. Maybe the Bai Li clan has more secrets than we know, Zhang Luocheng explained from the side. To be honest, that punishment was seriously humiliating. Lin Chia shuddered at the memory of what had happened moments before. I'm not sticking around for any punishments. Let's move. Zhang Luocheng picked up his pace as well. Chow Yuan kept close behind Lin Chia, occasionally checking in on him with kind words. It really was a curious combination. The buzzing of drones never left their sides, their steps never daring to slow for a moment. No one could tell when they might suddenly be tagged. Zhang Luocheng kept his Sharingan activated, constantly scanning his surroundings. He couldn't afford the slightest distraction now. If someone questioned him later, that would be a real disaster. Through the thick undergrowth, a volley of missiles suddenly tore through the air. All around them, the sounds of new recruits being struck and falling to the ground echoed from every direction. Lin Chia moved swiftly, dodging 2 missiles in quick succession. Zhang Luocheng was fast as well, but his movements were more restrained. He had to conserve his strength. Unlike Lin Chia, for whom nightfall meant the world was his to command. The drones on the left are circling around us, Lin Chia said in a low, steady voice. Then our only option is to head right, Chow Yuan replied. But the mountain path over there is rough. It's going to drain our energy, Zhang Luocheng observed, glancing at the trail on the other side. These instructors are definitely doing this on purpose. Bai Li Pang Pang couldn't help but grumble. There's nothing we can do about it, Chow Yuan said with a resigned sigh. The group pressed on, weaving through ancient trees in the dense forest. With small knives in hand, they hacked away at the tangled branches that blocked their way. Navigating the thick woods was a real struggle. Scratches and scrapes marked their arms and legs, signs of the forest's resistance. Even though night hadn't yet fallen, the relentless march was taking its toll. Fatigue was written all over Lin Chia's face, and Zhang Luocheng was already gasping for breath. Chow Yuan, on the other hand, seemed almost superhuman. His breathing was calm, his expression unchanged. As for Bai Li Pang Pang, he looked about ready to drop, barely held up by sheer willpower. Only the weight of his family's secrets and responsibilities kept him going. After pushing through the thicket, they suddenly spotted Shen Qingzhu up ahead, with several others trailing behind him. Oh, the cool guy? Running into him here must mean his moment of social humiliation is about to arrive, Zhang Luochun thought to himself. Before either group could exchange a word, drones from both sides swooped in, trapping them in a pincer movement. Damn it, run! Zhang Luochun yelled. In a heartbeat, they dashed toward the woods on the other side, Bali Pang Pang scrambling desperately to keep up with Lin Xie and the rest. Shen Qingzhu's group wasn't so lucky. Some of his companions were struck down by the missiles. The others tore through the rugged forest as if their lives depended on it, finally bursting out into a small clearing where a mountain stream flowed. Here, they paused to catch their breath. Zhang Luochun and Lin Xie bent down to scoop up some spring water, taking a quick drink. Bali Pang Pang slumped to the ground. If it weren't for the drones, he might have just fallen asleep then and there. At that moment, the remaining members of Shen Qingzhu's group arrived as well. Chia, how much farther until we're through the mountains? Bali Pang Pang asked. I have a bad feeling about this terrain, Chao Yuan said, sensing something was off. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. We're not even close yet. We've barely covered any ground. In fact, we've been going in circles the whole time. This isn't just messing with us. Those drones are chasing us, and we're not even allowed to fight back. Shen Qingzhu hurled a stone into the creek, his anger barely contained. The terrain here must have changed, Zhang Luochun suddenly remarked. Lin Xie glanced at him. You noticed it too? Zhang Luochun nodded. At the very least, this is nothing like the Jinan Mountain I remember. If I'm not mistaken, they must have triggered some kind of forbidden field, warping the entire layout of the mountain. Exactly. The mountain paths, I see, keep shifting, and with the drones hovering overhead, we've just been running in circles, Lin Xie agreed. I've been running myself ragged, and now you're telling me we haven't even gone that far? Isn't that just cruel? Bali Pang Pang looked utterly defeated, as if all hope had left him. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, Bali Pong Pong's eyes lit up. So, does that mean none of us can escape that punishment? Not exactly, Chao Yuan interjected. Those who collapsed from exhaustion didn't get punished. Yeah, it's worth a try, Zhang Luochun said, patting Bali Pang Pang on the shoulder. Bali Pang Pang seemed deep in thought. This bit of advice clearly enlightened him. Zhang Luochun, too, wore a troubled expression. He knew the state his body was in. Night hadn't even fallen yet, and if he didn't get some rest to recover his strength, he doubted he'd make it through the night. Besides, after this recent ordeal, Zhang Luochun was certain his stamina didn't measure up to Chao Yuan's. Even after all those drills at the training camp, with improvements in every aspect, at the end of the day, he was still just an ordinary human. No matter what, I'll grit my teeth and push through with what strength I have, Zhang Luochun resolved silently. The drones did grant them a brief respite, though the soul-searching interrogations echoed through the valley without pause, and every so often, snatches of laughter could be heard. They hadn't rested long before the drone's buzzing voice returned overhead, prompting the group to quickly leave their spot. Look at Shen Qingzhu. He always acts so aloof. Why do those people follow him so loyally? Bali Pang Pang asked, glancing over in Shen Qingzhu's direction. Chao Yuan, who shared a dorm with them and knew a bit about their group, offered a simple explanation. Some people look fierce on the outside, but deep down, they're actually very gentle, Zhang Luochun added from the side. True. I never would have guessed he was that kind of person. Just then, a voice echoed through the entire valley. You're called Li Liang, right? Hearing this, Zhang Luochun couldn't help but smile inwardly. What are you laughing at? Bali Pang Pang asked, puzzled. Just listen. Shen Qingzhu's darkest hour is about to arrive, Zhang Luochun said with a smile. Li Liang was talking all about Shen Qingzhu. No one could imagine what kind of expression Shen Qingzhu was wearing at that moment. But not long after, his voice came through on the broadcast. Looks like he's been eliminated too, Lin Xie remarked. He broke the rules and wrecked several drones, Zhang Luochun explained. Oh, that's pretty bold of him. Chao Yuan's eyes lit up in surprise. Hasn't he always been like that? Lin Xie chimed in. The group thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. New recruits were being eliminated one after another, and as their numbers dwindled, so did the drones. The hum of the drones now drifted nearer or farther, never far from their minds. Moreover, it was clear the instructors didn't plan to eliminate everyone all at once. If you paid close attention, there was a pattern to the drones' movements. Each apparent encirclement always left a gap, a way out. The drones pushed them to exhaustion, then allowed just a sliver of time to recover, never enough to feel rested before pressing on again. This relentless cycle was designed to wear them out, to force them to break through their own limits, today's ultimate test of endurance. The four of them were moving slower and slower. For Bali Pang Pang, Keeping up had become an uphill battle. Time's about up, Zhang Luochang said, giving Bai Li Pang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Lin Xie, leading the way, glanced back. If you're tired, just take a break. Bai Li Pang caught the cue. His expression shifted, and suddenly he slumped, his whole body sagging. No need, I'm fine, I can still go on. But the next second, he clutched his chest and collapsed, rolling his eyes back as he fainted on the spot. Chao Yuan rushed over to check on him, then called out to Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. He's passed out. Let's keep moving. Someone will come to take care of him. Lin Xie said calmly. Maybe you two should take a break too, Chao Yuan suggested. Lin Xie shook his head. I'm fine, I can keep going. What about you? Zhang Luocheng took a deep breath. To be honest, he could feel his strength was nearly spent. No, I'm not at the point where I need to stop yet. You two are really pushing yourselves, Chao Yuan couldn't help but remark. I want to see if I can break my own limits. Zhang Luocheng's eyes were resolute. Beside him, Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Only by growing stronger can we survive. And only by surviving can we make it back. Back? Back where? Chao Yuan asked. Lin Xie had no intention of answering. He simply pressed on, moving forward, with Zhang Luocheng right behind him. If all you want is for me to clear your sins in the future, there's really no need to flatter me like this, Lin Xie suddenly said to Chao Yuan. If this is just a transaction, then all you need to do is pay the proper price. A transaction? Is that really how you see it? How else should I see it? Do you not have many friends? I've been an outcast since I was a child. What a coincidence. So have I. At that moment, both of them turned to look at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if the word outcast truly applied to him. Me? I don't think so. He thought back to his previous life. He wasn't wealthy or particularly successful, but the label outcast didn't really seem to fit him. Lin Xie smiled faintly. How can someone with an unknown forbidden ruin not be an outcast? That's true, Zhang Luocheng mused. Judging by his abilities, even the two main characters from Naruto would be considered outcasts. So, for that very reason, we can be friends, Chao Yuan said with a smile. Being friends with him is dangerous, Zhang Luocheng remarked. His last friend lost his head to his blade, and another ended up in the jaws of a monster. The grass on their graves is 1/2 meter high now. That risky? But you seem perfectly fine, Chao Yuan said as he sized up Zhang Luocheng. That's because he's not my friend, Lin Xie replied bluntly. I'm not your friend yet. We've shouldered rifles together, stayed at a couple's hotel together. Wait, a couple's hotel? That's pretty wild. Chao Yuan immediately caught the key detail. Don't listen to his nonsense. Our senior brought us there. Lin Xie tried to explain. That just makes it even wilder. Chao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Xie gave up on explaining. Honestly, we aren't so different. I wiped out my entire village with my own hands, Chao Yuan said. Don't compare yourself to me. I'm nowhere near your level. Lin Xie waved dismissively. Zhang Luocheng nodded in agreement. We're not the same, but I really do hope to become friends with you two outcasts. Besides, both of you managed to suppress my forbidden ruin, Chao Yuan said. Zhang Luocheng suddenly pointed to Bai Li, the chubby guy beside them. And him. He's exceptionally foolish, exceptionally rich, and he's an outcast too. For some reason, Lin Xie felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if someone had stolen his line. The three of them exchanged a knowing smile. They had already been in Jinan Mountain for 8 hours. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Chao Yuan had long lost count of how many hills they had crossed. How many are left? Instructor Hong glanced at his watch and asked. 4. Special Forces Soldier Zheng Zhong, Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng, and Chao Yuan. These 3 kids have actually made it this far. It's almost unbelievable. Chao Yuan's body has been tempered by the Black King's annihilation. But how did Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng manage it? It seems there are still more hidden possibilities within Zhang Luocheng's mysterious, forbidden domain. Only the 3 of them are left. Zheng Zhong got lost and fell off a cliff, knocking himself out. Should we call off the training for now? It's so dark, we can't see anything. If something happens, it could be dangerous. Let's not rush. Move all the drones close to them, and keep the medics on standby, ready to respond at any moment. I want to see just how far they can push their limits. It's pitch black out here. Can you two still see anything? Chao Yuan couldn't help but ask. We can, the two replied in perfect unison. Even Zhang Luocheng hadn't expected that. With the Sharingan in the darkness, his vision would be completely unobstructed. As for Lin Xie, now that night had fallen, he felt even more energetic than when he first entered the mountains. I'm jealous of you cheaters, Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but grumble. It's been a while since we last heard the sound of punishment. I wonder how many recruits are left in these mountains, Chao Yuan asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Just the three of us, Lin Xie replied. How do you even know that? Chao Yuan stared at him in disbelief. This mountain belongs to him now, Zhang Luocheng said, glancing at the bats circling overhead. He guessed it was probably one of these bats reporting back to Lin Xie. What Chao Yuan didn't know was that, by now, every animal in these mountains was Lin Xie's eyes and ears. Of everything around them, he was the one most in the know. I'm done, Chao Yuan said after another stretch, clearly reaching his limit. Not going to push a little further? Lin Xie asked. No. If I lose consciousness, the forbidden domain will take over my body, Chao Yuan replied. So having a domain that's too strong isn't always a good thing. You two go on ahead. I'll just sit here and wait for my punishment. With that, Chao Yuan sat down right where he was. Then we'll keep going. The two continued forward. In a moment of reflection, Zhang Luocheng glanced at Lin Xie's profile beside him. Without even realizing it, he'd spent so much time with Lin Xie. They had walked a road that was neither short nor long together. Originally, Lin Xie had finished this last stretch alone. But this time, someone was accompanying him. Haven't hit your limit yet? Lin Xie asked. Me? I can keep going a little longer. I don't have a forbidden domain threatening to take over my body, Zhang Luocheng replied with a gentle smile, his gaze reaching into the darkness as if he could see right through it. And besides, I want to see the city of Sangnan that he protects. 9 hours had passed since entering Jinan Mountain. Zhang Luocheng was feeling a bit strange at the moment. Though he was exhausted, having already thought he'd reached the limits of his stamina, his legs just kept instinctively moving in step with Lin Xie's pace. What's more, Lin Xie was currently empowered by the Starlit Night Dancer, while Zhang himself had no such buffs. He couldn't quite fathom how he was able to keep up. At first, he suspected he might have unintentionally copied the Starlit Night Dancer's abilities. But then he remembered, those powers originated from Nyx, the godly ruin within Lin Xie's mind, and that was something he simply couldn't replicate. Then another possibility dawned on him, the Eight Gates formation within his own body. The Eight Gates formation was, by nature, a power meant to break through human limits. Acquiring this ability was, in itself, an act of surpassing one's own boundaries. This brought to Zhang Luocheng's mind the characters Li and Guy from Naruto. Those two could only strengthen themselves through relentless physical training, and their bodies had long since exceeded the confines of ordinary mortals. So when Zhang Luocheng gained this ability, he inherited their physical prowess as well. That explained why, even though he felt utterly spent, he could still keep moving. It was their willpower that spurred him on. Whenever he was on the verge of collapsing, it was their faith that allowed him to rise again. Zhang Luocheng was just the same now. Oh, looks like it's Chao Yuan's turn. Zhang Luocheng caught the sound of Chao Yuan's voice. Here, Chao Yuan spoke of his own background, a story marked by deep tragedy. He also mentioned the kind of girl he liked. In the end, Chao Yuan called out to those still in the mountains. Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng, don't bring shame to us outcasts. The two of them shared a knowing smile, and with unwavering steps, pressed onward. You must know exactly where the exit is by now, right? Zhang Luocheng asked. Of course, as long as you can hold on and keep up with me. Lin Xie clearly had no intention of slowing his pace. No matter how the mountains shifted, Lin Xie always managed to find a most suitable path forward. Now, he had only one destination in mind. The drones and medical teams that had been tailing them had long since fallen behind. It's been ages, and you're still keeping up? Lin Xie remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. We've come this far. Giving up now would just be too much of a waste, Zhang Luocheng replied, pushing himself to match Lin Xie's stride. Sometimes, you really are a mystery, Lin Xie said suddenly. Oh, what do you mean? Sometimes, it feels like you already know everything in advance. And your forbidden ruins, it doesn't look like anything from around here. Zhang Luocheng was caught off guard by this. Oh, what have you figured out? Lin Xie shook his head. I couldn't really see anything. It was just a feeling, you know? From the very first moment I met you, I had that sense. You just go by your gut feeling? I don't have much choice. There are so many unknown things in this world. It's never easy to explain. Well then, what if I told you I came from another world, that I crossed over to this place? Would you think that's strange? Of course not. Besides, with all these mysteries, gods, and forbidden ruins, none of this seems particularly reasonable anyway. You're right. This world simply can't be explained by science. Yeah, everything that's happened here has already gone far beyond the reach of science. Chia. This last stretch of the journey, having someone by your side makes it less lonely, doesn't it? It's not bad. I've gotten used to being on my own. Me too. At one time, I'd already grown used to solitude. All the instructors watched the two of them through binoculars from the finish line, observing their every move. These two, they're incredibly fast, aren't they? It's already been 10 hours. I have a feeling they're going to make it. The instructors at the finish line kept discussing, voices filled with anticipation. In all the history of the Night Watchers, not a single recruit had ever completed the entire course during their first extreme training. And now, there were 2 recruits about to finish it together. History was being made right before their eyes. At that moment, 2 figures slowly came into view. Their bodies bore countless wounds, their clothes were tattered and torn, and their faces were dirty and worn. Phew, looks like we made it. Zhang Luocheng exhaled heavily, letting out a breath he'd been holding. This is it, the end of Jinan Mountain, Lin Chia announced. Yeah, isn't it beautiful? From here, you can look down over the whole city of Cangnan, Zhang Luocheng said, his voice softening. This is the city he protected. Yes, the Cangnan city he guarded. It's so beautiful. Lin Chia's eyes grew damp, emotion welling up inside him. A thought surfaced in his heart. This beautiful Cangnan city. Have you ever seen it for yourself? Just then, an overwhelming fatigue washed over Zhang Luocheng. His body slackened, and he began to collapse backward. Looks like I've really reached my limit this time, Zhang Luocheng thought, surrendering himself to gravity. But suddenly, a pair of hands caught him. His eyes, which had nearly closed, fluttered open again. Lin Chia's face appeared before him. We've come this far. Don't you dare fall now, Lin Chia said, pulling Zhang Luocheng upright and letting one of Zhang's arms hang over his shoulders for support. Zhang Luocheng managed a wry smile. You really are something else. Instructor Hong emerged with the rest of the instructors, coming to meet them. The 2 looked over in his direction. So, do we make it? Lin Chia asked. All the instructors turned to look at Instructor Hong. With an expression of admiration, Instructor Hong patted both of them on the shoulder. You did it, and you've made history. Just then, Lin Chia and Zhang Luocheng's bodies both slumped toward the ground. Instructor Hong, along with the other quick-reacting instructors nearby, rushed in and caught them before they fell. Hanli brought over some water and handed it to the 2 of them. They gulped it down in great, thirsty swallows. Oh, right, I haven't received my reward yet, Lin Chia suddenly said. Instructor Hong smiled knowingly. Don't worry, you won't be left out. And Zhang Luocheng, you come along too in a bit. Oh, and by the way, do you want to try this? Instructor Hong took out a ring and offered it to them. We've already succeeded, so why are we still being punished? Someone protested. It's just for fun. No one's around to overhear us now anyway. Lin Chia looked at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng knew exactly what kind of question was coming his way. After a moment's thought, he nodded. All right, let's do it. Lin Chia. Zhang Luocheng. What's the thing you regret most in your life? Lin Chia's life, up to this point, had been marked by regrets. But the biggest one was that rainy night. He hadn't managed to save him. For Zhang Luocheng, that was his regret as well. Of course, to Zhang Luocheng, this regret originally belonged to the God-Slayer. But as for Zhang Luocheng's own regret, maybe it's that she forgot the 2 times I saved her. Or maybe it's that she never knew her old self is gone from this world. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia relaxed in the herbal bath, feeling their exhaustion melt away. This herbal bath is amazing, Zhang Luocheng murmured, closing his eyes. It's a secret recipe of the Night Watchers. Of course it's good. At that moment, Bai Li Pang Pang, who'd been sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. He found himself soaking in a barrel of herbal water and stared around in confusion and bewilderment. Chow Yuan came in just then, toothbrush in his mouth, having just gotten out of the bath himself. Oh, by the way, the instructor said morning drills are canceled today. We could just head straight to the cafeteria for breakfast. The food in that cafeteria, dogs wouldn't eat it, Bai Li Pang Pang grumbled, sinking back into the barrel. I heard there's soy milk and fried dough sticks today. In a flash, Bai Li Pang Pang shot out of the herbal bath, and with that sudden movement, a chorus of girls' screams erupted from outside. That guy, Zhang Luocheng muttered, covering his face. The sight was simply too much. After soaking a while longer, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia got dressed and left the bath. The breakfast at the cafeteria was truly a feast today. No more plain buns and raw meat. In front of Bai Li Pang Pang, a mountain of steamed buns was already piled high, and he was busy devouring them with gusto. Chia, Luocheng, how did you 2 make it out yesterday? Did you get shot, or did you just pass out? Bai Li Pang Pang asked curiously. We walked out, Zhang Luocheng replied coolly. Hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. You 2, did you really make it across Jinan Mountain? Yeah, Lin Chia answered, nodding as he munched on a steamed bun. You guys are unbelievable. I can't believe you actually pulled it off, Chow Yuan chimed in, also walking over with a steamed bun in hand. After breakfast, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia headed together to the instructor's office. Reporting in. Come in. As they entered, Instructor Hong looked up at them and gently shook his head. You 2 don't really have to be so enthusiastic, you know. I asked you to come today, but you're here first thing in the morning. We'll have training in a bit, so this is the only free time we've got, Zhang Luochen explained. Take a seat. Instructor Hong gestured for them to sit. He pulled out an envelope and a small black box, placing them in front of Lin Xie. As for the terms, Wang Mian already discussed them with us. It's a lot, but it's not impossible. Inside the envelope is a bank card with $500,000 in it. The password's written inside. The box contains the forbidden item. When Zhang Luochen saw the $500,000, his eyes lit up, even though he'd claimed he didn't want anything during negotiations with Wang Mian, faced with so much money right in front of him, who wouldn't be tempted? After all, he barely had 100 yuan to his name. I don't want it, Lin Xie said after understanding the situation, pushing the envelope back. This was agreed on before. Now you don't want it? The chief isn't exactly strapped for cash, Instructor Hong said with a puzzled look. I don't take money from soldiers, Lin Xie replied firmly, his gaze unwavering. Good. That's the spirit. Instructor Hong nodded in approval, then turned to Zhang Luochen. As for your request, to be honest, it is a bit demanding. All we can do is our best to fight for it. Whether the higher-ups approve or not, that's up to them. Zhang Luochen understood perfectly well. Something as important as naming the forbidden domain. If he could really get that honor, it would be great, but if not, there was nothing he could do. I understand, Zhang Luochen nodded. Naming the forbidden domain depends mainly on your performance. If you do well and the higher-ups take notice, your terms will naturally be easier to accept. By the way, have you thought of a name? Eternal Kaleidoscope. Eternal Kaleidoscope? That's quite a name, kid. You sure don't lack ambition, Instructor Hong chuckled. If the forbidden domain ends up ranking low, then a name like that wouldn't be necessary, Zhang Luochen replied honestly. Indeed, because this is an unknown forbidden relic, its sequence number is also unknown. So, what kind of effect it can have, or what sequence number you might eventually receive, all of that depends on you. Understand. If, in the end, my test doesn't earn me an outstanding sequence number, there's no need for me to name it. That's right. You two are among the students I value most this year. Instructor Hong glanced at the box on the table. Aren't you going to open it and take a look? Well, I took it out. Instructor Yuan looked absolutely heartbroken. Lin Xie picked up the box, and Zhang Luocheng immediately leaned in as well. A sapphire blue, diamond-shaped crystal appeared before their eyes. It was only the size of a fingernail, yet it exuded a faint spiritual glow. The Azure Heart, pulled from the EC over 20 years ago. Forbidden Relic, sequence number 278. It can withstand most forms of mental attack. But there's a limit to its power. It depends on your own cultivation level. If your opponent's cultivation is higher than yours, it won't be of much use. Thank you, Instructor. Lin Xie put the Azure Heart away. No need to thank me. All right, you have training soon. Instructor Hong offered a gentle smile. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie left the office together. Elsewhere, Yuan Gang watched their departing figures with great satisfaction. That afternoon, it was time for training as usual. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie each took up a wooden sword and began to spar. Both were disciples of Chun Mai, so their moves mirrored each other perfectly. Zhang Luocheng, however, had a few more techniques up his sleeve. After all, he'd copied quite a few sword styles. Yet even so, the two traded blows evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. You two, there's still something missing, Instructor Han suddenly approached and said. Instructor Han glanced at Lin Xie first. Your swordsmanship is skilled, but it's just form without spirit. In fact, you both have the same problem. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged looks, only half understanding as they turned to Instructor Han. Your fundamentals are solid, but talent is a tricky thing to measure, Han Li remarked, demonstrating a few moves for them. In truth, your talents might not even lie in this area. Han Li looked at Zhang Luocheng. For example, you can copy all our sword techniques and abilities, reproducing them flawlessly. But these moves are the result of countless trials and hardships. They became ours only after we forged them ourselves. What you borrow is never truly your own. Both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie gripped their wooden swords, lost in thought. Han Li watched them, choosing not to interrupt. Night fell. The two climbed into their beds, one after another. Zhang Luocheng couldn't stop replaying Han Li's words from earlier that day in his mind. It was true. Ever since he'd gained the powers of a ninja, he'd never truly thought about his own swordsmanship. Without those abilities, what would he really amount to? Images of Zhao, Kongsheng, Chun Mai, and even Han Li's sword techniques flashed through his thoughts. Their styles were more than just skills. They were a kind of mastery, a seamless integration of body and mind. Suddenly, Zhang Luocheng sat up straight in bed. At the exact same moment, Lin Xie did the same. Their eyes met, and in that instant, it was as if they understood each other completely without a single word. Without hesitation, they hurried to the training platform and each grabbed a sword. Looks like we're on the same wavelength again, Lin Xie said with a knowing smile. Beneath the cover of night, the two of them practiced together, their blades flashing as they trained through the hours. Later that night, while Zhang Luocheng was still sound asleep, a faint noise beside him stirred him from his dreams. He blinked groggily, only to see Lin Xie frozen in place, caught in the act. "What are you doing?" Zhang Luocheng asked, half awake. I just can't sleep. I'm going out for a walk," Lin Xie replied. Zhang Luocheng was puzzled. Who couldn't sleep at this hour and needed to go out for a stroll? But then, something clicked in his mind. This is the time when the darkest erosion happens. So, Nikis's influence must have passed 50%. He's going to release Nikis. With that realization, all traces of sleep vanished from Zhang Luocheng's face, replaced by barely contained excitement. He turned to Lin Xie and grinned mischievously. "Xie, you're going to do it, aren't you? Let's go together." The wicked gleam in Zhang Luocheng's smile made Lin Xie a little embarrassed. "Didn't you say you could sleep just fine? There's no need for you to come out," Lin Xie protested, not wanting Zhang Luocheng to tag along. After all, he was about to release Nikis. At that moment, Lin Xie couldn't help but wish Bai Li Pang Pang was his roommate instead. That chubby guy slept like the dead. No matter how loud you called, he'd never wake up. "Xie, you can't fool me. You're going to invite the goddess out, aren't you? I want to witness her beauty too," Zhang Luocheng teased, and Lin Xie's face changed slightly at his words. "Hey, I'm not trying to pry or anything," Zhang Luocheng added, his excitement barely contained. After all, meeting a mythical being was an unprecedented event. Lin Xie let out a soft sigh. "Even though I don't like this feeling, did you see something again? Did you learn something you shouldn't have?" "I didn't mean to. It's out of my control," Zhang Luocheng admitted, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Come on, then," Lin Xie relented, knowing he couldn't hide anything from Zhang Luocheng. "But remember, don't say anything reckless." Zhang Luocheng nodded enthusiastically, barely able to contain himself. A short while later, the two of them arrived at the rooftop of their dorm building. After a quick glance to make sure they were alone, Lin Xie stood still, closed his eyes, and prepared himself. Zhang Luocheng stood silently to the side, hardly daring to breathe. At this moment, he was about to witness a true mythical being, Nyx. That was the very first room Lin Xie had ever opened, and of course, in his heart, he was even more eager for the fourth room, where his childhood idol awaited. Just then, everything around them was gradually enveloped by a veil of darkness. The shattered stones on the ground, the birds in the sky, and the trees in the forest, all were swallowed by the purest black. The darkness kept spreading until it finally stopped about 10 meters from Lin Xie. "So this is the corrosion of absolute night," Zhang Luocheng murmured, glancing at everything around him. Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes and looked around, his mind awash with questions. "You're just testing your ability, right? Hurry up and call your mom out," Zhang Luocheng urged anxiously. Lin Xie rolled his eyes. "I know, just give me a second." He closed his eyes again. Zhang Luocheng watched Lin Xie intently. And then, behind Lin Xie, a woman gradually appeared. She wore a black gown woven with starlight, her bearing both dignified and regal. "That's the goddess of night, Nyx," Zhang Luocheng stared in awe at the scene before him. "Wow!" Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended, making it hard for Zhang Luocheng to breathe. "Who dares threaten my child?" Nyx's divine presence bore down upon Zhang Luocheng. Only then did Zhang Luocheng realize he'd been misunderstood. But faced with the might of a goddess, he found himself utterly powerless. "So this is the power of a deity," Zhang Luocheng thought to himself, stunned. "Auntie, you're mistaken. No, Mom." Nyx paused, but the crushing force upon Zhang Luocheng did not abate. At that moment, Lin Xie opened his eyes. Seeing Zhang Luocheng pinned to the ground, he quickly stepped forward. "Mom, you've got it wrong. He's my friend," Lin Xie said, genuinely worried that Nyx might harm Zhang Luocheng. The moment she heard this, Nyx instantly withdrew her divine pressure. Her beautiful eyes turned to Zhang Luocheng. "He is your friend?" "Yes, he's a friend from the real world," Lin Xie nodded. "My apologies, then." Nyx actually offered him an apology. Zhang Luocheng was so stunned he could barely process it. The majestic goddess of night had just apologized to him. Who in the world would ever believe that? Nyx walked to the edge of the building, gazing down at the silent training camp below and the distant clusters of faint lights. "So, is this your divine realm, Thanatos?" "No, this is simply where I live. Unfortunately, I can't show you around anywhere else right now." "Is that so? You wish to leave?" "Yes, there's somewhere I've always wanted to go." Nyx reached out and grabbed Lin Xie's wrist. At the same time, she took hold of Zhang Luocheng's wrist as well. "As compensation, wherever you want to go, I'll take you there." In a blink of an eye, They vanished from the training camp. What appeared before their eyes now was a low old house. Standing atop a tall building, Lin Xie looked down at the scene inside the house, his aunt, his younger brother, and that little black toad. "All right, don't stay out too long," Lin Xie said after watching for a while. Nix turned to Zhang Luocheng. "What about you? Where do you want to go?" Zhang Luocheng closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, the scene had already changed. It was another apartment building. From where they stood, he could see across to a desk by a window where a familiar figure was hunched over, probably doing homework. Lin Xie smiled gently. "I knew it. It's Jiang Qian's house." "That's enough. Let's go back," Zhang Luocheng sighed softly. At that same moment, Jiang Qian, still working on her homework, suddenly looked up. She had a strange feeling, as if someone was watching her from afar. But when she looked out, there was nothing there. The place was empty. Under the cover of night, Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Nix reappeared on the rooftop of the dormitory building. As soon as they returned, Zhang Luocheng's expression changed. Lin Xie noticed Zhang Luocheng's shift in mood and felt a little curious. But when he turned his head, the smile on his face faded instantly. Yuan Gang stood before them, gripping his blade and facing them as if he were confronting a dangerous enemy, ready to draw his sword at any moment. "Another one of your friends? You could say that." "Chia, you'd better explain. Otherwise, there's going to be a fight," Zhang Luocheng whispered in Lin Xie's ear. "So, it's the goddess of the night herself. May I ask what brings you to our great Xia?" Yuan Gang still looked as though he were expecting a confrontation. "Oh, Instructor Yuan, it's all right. She's just here to find her agent." Zhang Luocheng quickly stepped forward, resting a hand on Yuan Gang's blade to reassure him. Yes, she's here to choose her agent." "And did she find one?" "She did. It's Lin Xie." Yuan Gang's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xie, as if seeking confirmation. Lin Xie nodded, giving his silent answer. "Aren't you the Archangel's agent?" "Two gods' agents at once. That's unheard of," Yuan Gang said, his voice thick with disbelief. "Well, now it's happened. Even my forbidden void didn't notice anything until I showed up," Zhang Luocheng explained quickly. "Then why not choose you, since you're also here?" Yuan Gang glanced at Zhang Luocheng. At this, Zhang Luocheng's face instantly darkened. "Instructor Yuan, if you have something to say, just say it already." Afterward, Lin Xie whispered something to Nix, and with that, she quietly left. Watching her departure, Yuan Gang finally let out a sigh of relief. "What did she want you to do?" Yuan Gang asked. "She said she lost her bracelet," Lin Xie replied. "Looking for something, that's not too bad. Wait a second, she's a foreign god. Why was she speaking Chinese?" Yuan Gang suddenly realized. "Officer Yuan, she's a god. Wouldn't it be easy for her to master any language by using a bit of divine power?" Zhang Luocheng chimed in. Yuan Gang thought it over and realized that made sense. He then urged the two of them to hurry back and get some rest, while he himself immediately went to report the matter. Autumn had faded, and the chill of winter was settling in. Winters in Songnan weren't particularly harsh by Daxia standards, but inside the training camp, all the freshmen were still running laps in thin short sleeves, braving the biting wind. The cold seemed to seep into their very bones. Unwittingly, they had already spent 5 months in the training camp. The innocence and inexperience had faded from every new recruit's face. Gone was the undisciplined spirit of those early days. Now, a soldierly bearing could be seen in all of them. "Still cold, are you?" "Yes, sir." "If you're cold, it means you haven't run enough. Keep going." "Yes, sir." The recruits pressed on, lap after lap. After 5 months of relentless training, their bodies had undergone a transformation. They were no longer the green newcomers who couldn't make it to the end. They could now complete every run with ease. All dismissed, time to eat. As for Bai Li Pang Pang, despite having made some progress during this time, even slimming down a notch, he still barely managed to keep up with the training. "Should we give him a hand?" Chao Yuan asked. "No need. The moment he hears it's mealtime, he'll make it," Lin Xie replied. "Let's hurry. I'm starving," Zhang Luocheng said, already striding quickly toward the cafeteria. By the time they were nearly done eating, Bai Li Pang Pang finally appeared, charging toward the steamed buns like a starving wolf. "Hey, do you think we'll get a break for the new year?" Bai Li Pang Pang asked. Hearing this, Zhang Luocheng paused. That line sounds so familiar. He'd been so caught up in training that he'd lost track of time. It was almost New Year. That meant the followers of the ancient god church must have already arrived in Songnan, and their target would naturally be Lin Xie, and, of course, the young master of the Bailey Group, given that 800 million bounty. Zhang Luocheng turned to look at Lin Xie, who was still munching on a bun, but instantly sensed a strange pair of eyes on him. "What are you looking at me for?" "Huh? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to check on you. Pang Pang was right, you know. I have a feeling we'll get our own room." What's this? Has the prophet gone a long time without making a prophecy?" Can you stop making fun of me? Zhang Luocheng felt utterly exasperated. During the past 5 months of training, Lin Xie had been pestering Zhang Luocheng to predict something, anything. But how was he supposed to know what would happen over those 5 months? In all those novels, 5 months would be glossed over in just a few lines. But now that he'd actually crossed into this story, he had to live through every single day. It wasn't something you could just skip with a few words, and they still expected him to make predictions? As if. Seems like your prophecies haven't been accurate at all these past 5 months, Chao Yuan chimed in. You lot are just doing regular training anyway. Don't waste my prophecies on that. Zhang Luocheng shot them a glare. All right. But what about this time? Should we trust you, prophet? Lin Xie looked over at Zhang Luocheng. You'd better believe me, Zhang Luocheng replied, glancing out the cafeteria window, because he knew that, right then, in Instructor Yuan Gang's office, an old acquaintance was waiting. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and all the recruits began to file out of the cafeteria, hurrying to the training ground. After 5 months, everyone could now reach their designated spot in under 3 minutes. They were no longer the unruly, unfocused rookies they once were. Instructor Hong took a quick head count on the parade ground, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. After 5 months of training, you all finally look a bit like real soldiers. But today, I have another announcement. The first half of this training camp, the physical conditioning phase, is being wrapped up a month early. After discussing it with the other instructors, we've decided that starting today, until the second day of the Lunar New Year, you'll have a 4-day break. The moment the word break left his lips, the entire crowd erupted in excitement. After 5 grueling months of lockdown-style training, they were nearly driven mad. Now at last, they could go out and breathe some fresh air. Holy crap, Prophet! Chia, look, we really are getting a break. Bali Pang Pang was the most excited of them all. Lin Chia glanced at Zhang Luocheng, his look saying, so your predictions are accurate again? Zhang Luocheng just shrugged, looking innocent. Don't look at me. I remember, he said it first. We're really getting a break? Chao Yuan could hardly believe his ears. Chia, Luocheng, let's fly straight to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I'll cover all the expenses and take you on my private jet. Bali Pang Pang was already making plans, but before he could finish, Instructor Hong added. One more thing. No one is allowed to leave Sangnan City. If anyone is caught breaking this rule, you'll be immediately disqualified from joining the Night Watchers. The moment those words landed, Bali Pang Pang was instantly deflated, looking just like a balloon that had lost all its air. Don't count on me. I don't have a place either. Lin Xie patted Bailey Pong Pong's shoulder as he spoke. And don't look at me. I used to live at school. Zhang Luocheng chimed in immediately. Everyone, go pack up your things and then disband. Instructor Hong barked the order. At once, everyone dispersed from the training field and headed toward their dormitories. But Lin Xie suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chia, why aren't you moving? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Getting a sudden vacation like this, it might not be a good thing, Lin Xie said, glancing at Zhang Luocheng. What? Didn't you just say not to look at me? Zhang Luocheng replied, then added, come on, isn't it obvious? Look over there, they're handing out blades. Following the direction of Zhang Luocheng's pointing finger, the group saw several instructors hauling out straight swords. With so many of them, it was clear the intention was for everyone to take one when leaving camp. Let's not overthink it. Just take things as they come, Lin Xie said, heading toward the dormitory building. After a quick round of packing, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie slung lightweight bags over their shoulders and made their way out of the training camp. After all, everything they might need could be found at the Hong family's house. But when Bailey Pang Pang showed up empty-handed in front of them, the two suddenly felt as if they'd overpacked. Where's your luggage? Lin Xie asked. He doesn't need luggage. He just needs his wallet, Zhang Luocheng answered for him. Lin Xie considered this and had to admit it made sense. Under his breath, he muttered, rich people really do have it easy. At the camp gate, several buses were already waiting, and a pile of black cases sat nearby. Let's hope nothing goes wrong, Lin Xie murmured to himself. Don't worry, I'll watch your back, Zhang Luocheng said, coming up beside him. Let's see who ends up protecting whom. Lin Xie shot back, picking up his black case. Zhang Luocheng slung his own case over his shoulder. Instructor Hong stood by the gate and called out, everyone, take your starblade with you. But remember, unless it's absolutely necessary, do not use it. Even if something happens, avoid drawing attention from the public. We must not cause panic. Understood. Understood. The new recruits answered in unison. Get on the bus. Once everyone had boarded, the buses started up and slowly rolled away from the training camp. No sooner had they crossed the camp's boundary than everyone felt suddenly lighter, as if an invisible weight had vanished all at once, replaced by a refreshing energy that coursed through their bodies. Both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie froze for a moment, catching each other's eyes in surprise. "I've reached the Qi realm," Zhang Luocheng said, marveling at the change in himself. And at that moment, a crisp chime rang out. "Congratulations, host! You have advanced to the Qi realm." When Zhang Luocheng heard this voice, his face lit up with excitement. It had been 5 whole months since he last heard the system's voice. 5 months, an eternity. The system had vanished as if it never existed, and his powers had not grown at all during that time. But now, with his cultivation level advancing, he finally had another chance to extract a new ability. "Please don't let it be a dud again this time," Zhang Luocheng prayed silently. "Due to the host's cultivation breakthrough, you are now eligible to draw an S-rank ninjutsu from Naruto. Would you like to proceed?" "Draw the ability," he replied. In an instant, everything around him seemed to freeze in place. Before his eyes appeared a huge spinning wheel, and this time, it looked different from before. Instead of the densely packed array of jutsu he had seen in the past, the number was clearly much smaller. Most striking of all, the board was no longer plain white. It now gleamed with radiant gold. "So these are the S-rank techniques," Zhang Luocheng murmured, eyes shining as he scanned the options. "Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, Reanimation Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique. Begin the draw." Zhang Luocheng could hardly contain his excitement as the massive wheel before him began to spin. The golden wheel whirred around, and Zhang Luocheng watched it intently. At last, the pointer slowed and came to rest above one particular skill. Flying Thunder God Technique. The pointer stopped on those words. The yellow flash? That's the 4th Hokage's legendary move. Does this mean I'll become a Flash too? Hith. Delighted by his prize, Zhang Luocheng's excitement soared even higher. A golden beam of light surged into Zhang Luocheng's body, flooding him with a powerful new energy. He could feel the changes sweeping through him. The Flying Thunder God technique required a special mark, allowing the user to instantly move to the marked spot at incredible speed. Zhang Luocheng was thoroughly pleased. It seemed that every time his cultivation improved, he could draw a high-level ability. What a bargain. Not bad, Zhang Luocheng said, looking down at his own hands in satisfaction. Is it really worth getting that worked up over a cultivation breakthrough? Lin Qie, standing nearby, watched Zhang Luocheng's exuberant expression with curiosity. "This is no ordinary breakthrough," Zhang Luocheng replied with a smile. But suddenly his smile froze. He'd gotten so carried away in his excitement that he had forgotten something crucial. The moment they left camp, the bus would be struck by a missile. "What's wrong?" Lin Qie, who had been chatting idly with Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan, noticed the sudden change in Zhang Luocheng's expression. "Something's about to happen," Zhang Luocheng said, quickly scanning his surroundings for something he could use to place a mark. Lin Qie hadn't yet grasped the meaning of Zhang Luocheng's words when, suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, what's that? Missiles! Those are missiles! Everyone get down! Hold on to something!" Instructor Hong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, bellowed over the chaos. In an instant, 3 missiles slammed into the training camp. The thunderous explosions echoed through the entire valley, and bursts of fire erupted within the camp. A few more missiles struck the path they had just traveled, and the powerful shockwave rocked the entire bus violently. Zhang Luocheng's eyes tracked the speeding missiles. His mind raced as he quickly opened the black box in front of him. "Just learn this, let's give it a try." Gripping his straight-bladed sword, Zhang Luocheng left a mark on the hilt, then opened the window and hurled the sword far into the distance, embedding it into the ground. "What are you doing?" Lin Qie stared at Zhang Luocheng, completely baffled by his actions. But just then, a long spear wreathed in vivid magenta flames shot out from afar, intercepting one of the missiles in midair with pinpoint accuracy. Shards of missile debris rained from the sky. The explosions were so close that it felt as if their eardrums might burst from the deafening shock. In that split second, Zhang Luocheng vanished from sight. "Qie, save the others," his voice echoed, even as his form disappeared, leaving only those words behind. Zhang Luocheng moved with astonishing speed, so fast that his actions became a blur, impossible to trace. 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds had passed. There are countless 2-second moments in a lifetime, but for Lin Qie and Zhang Luocheng, these were the longest 2 seconds they had ever known. Lin Qie unleashed his darkest corrosion, predicting the trajectory of every fragment in that brief moment and sealing them all in place. In the same fleeting 2 seconds, Zhang Luocheng managed to relocate everyone on the bus, including the driver and Instructor Hong. And as soon as Lin Qie released his darkest corrosion, he whisked him safely outside the bus as well. The bus now stood motionless on the muddy road, while the missile fragments tumbled harmlessly down the mountainside, causing not a single injury. All the new recruits remained at a safe spot, untouched by harm. Zhang Luochang glanced at the unharmed group and allowed himself a satisfied smile. Dressed all in black, he thought, if the fourth Hokage is the yellow Flash, then I must be the black Flash. At this moment, the thing they were most grateful for was that both of them had just achieved a breakthrough in their powers. Otherwise, such a rescue would have been impossible. The other new recruits had no idea what had just happened. They looked around in confusion, wondering how they could have been inside the bus just a moment ago, and now suddenly found themselves outside. Those who had seen the missiles coming were equally bewildered. Weren't there missiles just now? How had everything transformed into a heap of wreckage? Of course, their actions did not go unnoticed. Several people saw them, including Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Instructor Hong. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng, both pale as ghosts, exchanged a worn-out smile. Already gained a new ability, right after leveling up? Lin Xie's face clearly showed the signs of mental exhaustion. At the same time, Zhang Luocheng was in the very same state. Both of them had burned through a vast amount of mental energy. Their first use of the Flying Thunder God technique had left them completely drained. Next time, can I please draw Naruto's unlimited chakra? This was Zhang Luocheng's last wish before he fainted. When Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in Hong Ying's house. At that moment, both of them were lying on the same bed. Oh, come on. Why are you in my bed? Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise the instant he saw Zhang Luocheng. Wait, hold on, hey, this is Hong Ying's place. Looks like it really is your room. Zhang Luocheng glanced around, confirming that they were indeed in Lin Xie's room at Hong Ying's house. They probably brought us back here, Lin Xie guessed. I better get back to my room then. Zhang Luocheng got up, but as soon as he opened the door, he froze in place. Seeing Zhang Luocheng standing motionless at the door, Lin Xie asked curiously, what's wrong? You might want to come out and see for yourself. The two of them stepped out of the room, only to find the entire squad 136 gathered in the living room of Hong Ying's house. Luocheng, Xie, are you two feeling any better? We're fine, nothing serious. Zhang Luocheng also shook his head, signaling that he was all right. You both overextended your mental strength in a short period, which led to your fainting. Luckily, Hong Ying and Chiemo arrived just in time to bring you back. Chun Mai explained the situation in simple terms. Zhang Luocheng noticed Instructor Hong was there as well, so he gave him a quick greeting. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, today you saved everyone on that bus. We'll be reporting this, and a medal is well within reach, Instructor Hong announced. A medal? Lin Xie asked, curiosity lighting up his face. Zhang Luocheng's eyes sparkled. In the original storyline, Lin Xie had been the one to save everyone on the bus. But this time, the two of them did it together, and now he too was about to receive his very first medal as a Night Watcher. What a day to celebrate. But why did a missile strike even happen? Lin Xie voiced his lingering doubt. The targets were you and that chubby kid. Also, Chen Mai paused, then looked at Zhang Luocheng. You as well. Me? Zhang Luocheng pointed to himself in disbelief. He never would have thought that, upon arriving in this world of slayers, the ancient god cult would have their sights set on him as well. Given your unknown forbidden ruin, it's clear why they want to recruit you, Chen Mai explained. Also, we've just finished investigating Missile Launch Base 39. The base has already fallen, but fortunately, most of the missiles inside require dual keys for activation. These 5 are being serviced, so only one key was active, which gave them an opening. The old god's church is truly formidable. To be able to infiltrate a missile launch base like that, Zhang Luocheng remarked. And according to our investigation, we found a serpent's eye drawn in fresh blood, Instructor Hong added. The serpent's eye, that's Medusa's agent, Zhang Luocheng said calmly. Right, that seems to fit, Instructor Hong nodded in agreement. So this holiday is actually to protect the new recruits, Chun Mai explained. Since the 3 of you are their targets, it's best to get you away from the training camp. Which means you should go out and about for a while, Instructor Hong said. Go out? Lin Xie asked, puzzled. They want to use us as bait, to lure them out? To hook the big fish? Zhang Luocheng guessed. Instructor Hong looked at the two with satisfaction. Exactly. We can't stay on the defensive. This is the perfect chance to draw them all out in one sweep. Don't worry, Brother Luocheng, Brother Jia, Hong Ying chimed in, sidling over with a reassuring smile. In Sangnan City, no one can lay a finger on you. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a knowing smile. To be honest, the two of us can hold our own these days. Just then, Lin Xie seemed to remember something and turned to Instructor Hong. What about Bailey Tumming? As soon as he got off the bus, he headed straight for a 5-star hotel in Sangnan City. Oh, and he asked me to tell you. His room number is 9039. He really doesn't skimp on himself, Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. Well, since everything's settled, I'll be on my way, Instructor Hong said, rising to leave. With the training camp blown up, what happens next? Lin Chia asked. Don't worry. Instructor Yuan is in charge now. With that, Instructor Hong turned and walked away. Chen Mai stood up to walk Instructor Hong out, then turned to Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve. Any plans? Captain, I'm an orphan, Zhang Luocheng said quietly. Chen Mai glanced over at Lin Chia, wordlessly asking his situation. Lin Chia hesitated. The brightness that had just lit up his eyes faded away. I don't have anyone either. Then you two go grocery shopping in the morning and come to the office for New Year's dinner in the evening. Chen Mai flashed a charming smile. I'll cook. Captain, aren't you staying to protect Chia? Hong Ying asked. Is there even a spare room for me here? Don't worry, after all their training, they can handle themselves just fine, Chen Mai said. Wu Xiangnan walked over and patted both of them on the arms, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. You've both gotten a lot stronger. We'll get going now. As Lin Chia turned his head, he caught sight of Wen Qima sitting on the sofa. Qima, you're not thinking about coming to protect us, are you? Zhang Luocheng saw right through Wen Qima's intentions at a glance. Well, my room's all out of space, you know. Mine's full too, Lin Chia answered immediately. In the end, Wen Qima shamelessly insisted on staying, setting up a makeshift bed in the living room. For a moment, everyone felt a pang of sympathy for Qima. Chia, I've got a bad feeling something's going to happen with Pang Pang, Zhang Luocheng said gravely, looking at Lin Chia. Lin Chia noticed that night had already fallen outside. After thinking for a moment, he replied, whatever happens, we have to go check on him. Besides, your predictions are always spot on. It's so late. Are you two heading out now? Hong Ying asked, seeing the two of them getting ready to leave. Yeah, we're going to check on a friend, Lin Chia replied. Then let me go with you. No need. The two of us can handle ourselves pretty well these days. Then maybe I could go with you? Wen Qima suddenly offered. It's fine. The two of us will be safe enough. With that, Lin Chia exchanged a glance with Zhang Luocheng, and they left the villa together. Before leaving, Zhang Luocheng shot Wen Qima a look and an expression that said, take good care of yourself. Wen Qima was left looking utterly confused. The two of them moved quickly through the night. This time, your prediction was right again. Lin Chia glanced in the direction of the five-star hotel in Songnan City, where flames were already lighting up the sky. We need to hurry, Zhang Luocheng said. Even before he finished speaking, Lin Chia had already broken into a run, moving so fast he left afterimages behind. Damn, just because you're a Star Night dancer doesn't mean you're all that, Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath, scooping up a stone from the ground. He quickly imprinted it with his flying thunder god mark, then hurled it forward with force. In a blink, his figure appeared at the spot where the stone landed. Zhang Luocheng repeated the process without missing a beat. Seeing Zhang Luocheng teleporting, Lin Chia was incredulous. Since when did you learn to teleport? You've already mastered Darkest Corrosion. Can't I pick up another ability too? Zhang Luocheng replied, teleporting again in a flash. And so, the two figures raced through the streets of Songnan City, one leaving afterimages with his speed, the other constantly blinking forward in a series of teleports. Domain of no boundaries. When they arrived outside the five-star hotel, they were stopped by an invisible barrier. I'm out of ideas with this one. It's all on you now. Zhang Luocheng spread his hands, even stepping aside to give Lin Chia room. Looks like 800 million is a much stronger incentive, Lin Chia quipped. Well, catching the two of us won't make anyone rich. Some of those restless night watchers have been itching to make a move for a while now, Zhang Luocheng replied. The Church of the Old Gods. I never expected them to have a trick like this up their sleeve. Lin Chia's eyes drifted shut for a moment. When he opened them again, his irises had turned to shimmering gold. The limitless void tore open before them. How does it feel to break through the limitless void this time? Zhang Luocheng asked suddenly. This time, it's to save our friends. There are 3 of them in total. Lin Chia's spiritual power swept out instantly. Zhang Luocheng nodded in agreement, his eyes already ignited with the crimson Sharingan. 2 of them are already engaged with our people. The 3rd one is opening a limitless void nearby. Shall we split up? Lin Chia opened the black box and drew out the starblade from within. I'll go after the one who's alone. I'll head to the other 2. As soon as the words left their lips, the 2 of them vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there at all, leaving no sign of their presence behind. Zhang Luocheng, gripping his straight blade, arrived at the far end of the limitless void. But before he could reach his destination, a burly, balding old man appeared before him. So, you're the one who broke through my limitless void? The old man's frame was massive, his muscles bulging against a tight vest that looked ready to burst at any moment. Oh no, that wasn't me. It was my friend, Zhang Luocheng replied honestly. Is that so? Seems you don't have what it takes then. The old man's words had barely faded when he disappeared from sight. For someone of his size, his speed was astonishing. Zhang Luocheng's face retained its calm, polite smile. Just as the old man was about to reach him, Zhang Luocheng vanished in an instant. The old man hadn't even turned around, when Zhang Luocheng's straight blade was already swinging toward his back. But instead of the blade cutting into flesh, it struck something as unyielding as steel. Oh, a defensive type of forbidden ruin, is it? Zhang Luocheng withdrew his blade, and with a flicker, disappeared once more. How is he so fast? The old man's eyes couldn't follow Zhang Luocheng's movements at all as he spun around, searching every direction. This element is still new. Would release. As soon as Zhang Luocheng spoke, several branches shot up from the earth, and they grew at an astonishing rate, instantly entwining the old man's limbs. What the? The old man's eyes widened in shock as his arms and legs were yanked apart, lifting his entire body into the air. Now, you answer my questions. Zhang Luocheng approached, blade in hand, stepping slowly toward the suspended old man. But the old man's expression suddenly twisted into a vicious sneer, all traces of panic vanishing. Kid, you're still too green. In a split second, the old man's muscles swelled monstrously, snapping the branches that bound him as if they were twigs. His fist ballooned to several times its normal size, and he swung it down at Zhang Luocheng's face with brutal force. The corners of Zhang Luocheng's mouth curled up slightly. Never mind. Lin Xie can just ask for the news anyway. In the next instant, Zhang Luocheng's figure vanished from where he stood. Old Han stared ahead in panic, feeling an icy chill creeping up behind him, accompanied by a voice colder than frost itself. I left a mark on your back just now. Lightning flickered in Zhang Luocheng's palm, piercing straight through Old Han's chest in a flash. Old Han looked back at Zhang Luocheng in disbelief, feeling his life slipping away. The muscles that had just swelled up now deflated like a punctured balloon. In his final moment, he thought he could faintly hear the cry of an eagle. With the threat before him eliminated, Zhang Luocheng dashed straight toward Lin Xie. Meanwhile, Lin Xie had already taken down the female archer. Chao Yuan had unleashed his forbidden domain and was mercilessly crushing his foes. As for Bai Li Pang, he was also dealing with his opponent. Well, Lin Xie arrived in time and promptly took care of that as well. Seeing Chao Yuan wielding his domain, Lin Xie couldn't help but sigh. The enemies were gone. Now, they had to deal with Chao Yuan himself. Do you still have a scroll of sealing? Lin Xie turned to look at Bai Li Pang. Chao Yuan had already dispatched the last of his foes, but right now, everyone looked like an enemy in his eyes. Yeah, right here. Bai Li Pang produced the scroll. Honestly, we should just start calling this thing Chao Yuan's chastity lock from now on. Let's say Chao Yuan's chastity lock for another time. Now that I'm here, we won't need it. In a blink, Zhang Luocheng appeared before them. Without hesitation, Zhang Luocheng hurled a stone straight at Chao Yuan's face, only to flash and appear right in front of the stone a heartbeat later. Holy crap, how did you do that? Was that a blink? Bai Li Pang stared the nutter shock. Illusion technique. Zhang Luocheng's Sharingan met Chao Yuan's gaze. Instantly, the black, sinister aura enshrouding Chao Yuan dissipated, revealing his true appearance. Now that Zhang Luocheng had entered the pool realm, his mastery of Sharingan illusions had clearly reached new heights. Chao Yuan, restored to his human form, slowly got to his feet and glanced around, recognizing the familiar faces. Chao, Luocheng, you're both here. Chao Yuan looked at Zhang Luocheng. Did you use your illusion again to break my domain? Zhang Luocheng nodded and glanced up at the sky. The Wujia void had been dispelled, though the hotel was still ablaze with roaring flames. Are those the instructors fighting over there? Zhang Luocheng pointed to the far side of the hotel, where several surges of energy were colliding. There's no way we could get involved in that kind of fight. How about we go grab a bowl of noodles? Lin Xie suggested. The four of them stepped into an unremarkable noodle shop. One bowl of shredded pork noodles, a bowl of pork chop noodles, and a bowl of beef noodles. A bowl of braised beef noodles, with an extra pork chop, vegetarian chicken, shredded pork, egg, dried tofu, and more noodles. The four of them found a table and sat down. So, this is what you meant by going out for noodles? Someone asked. With the situation the three of us are in right now, do you think we could afford to eat at a fancy hotel? Besides, I only have enough money to treat you to a bowl of noodles, Lin Xie replied. Don't worry, the food here is top-notch. The best flavors are always found in these unassuming little spots, Zhang Luocheng said, patting Bai Li Pang on the shoulder. You've been here before? Lin Xie inquired. I may not be a native of Sangnan, but I've spent some time here, Zhang Luocheng explained. Of course, Zhang Luocheng had never actually been here, and in truth, he was eyeing Bali Pong Pong's bowl of noodles, but he knew Lin Chia couldn't afford more. Before long, 4 steaming bowls of noodles arrived, their aroma filling the air. "Boss, another 4 bowls of shredded pork noodles, for the 4 people outside," Zhang Luochun said, handing over 30 yuan. "Tell them it's my treat." Bali Pang Pang and Chow Yuan exchanged a puzzled look and glanced outside, only to see the empty street. There wasn't a soul in sight. "They'll show up," Lin Chia said quietly, taking a bite of his noodles. Sure enough, in a short while, 4 more people entered the shop. "Brother Shun, we've already had noodles 2 meals in a row, and now we're having them again tonight," one complained. "You don't get it. Noodles are a local specialty here in Songnan. We're only here once. It'd be a shame not to have a few more bowls," Shun Qingzhu declared, swaggering in with Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang. "Boss," Shun Qingzhu began, but the boss cut him off with a cheerful grin. "You're here. Your 4 bowls of shredded pork noodles are ready. Have a seat and dig in." Shun Qingzhu and his friends looked at each other in surprise. "Ours?" Only then did they notice Lin Chia and his group sitting nearby. "It's you guys?" Shun Qingzhu recognized them. "That's right. This young man here treated you. Come on, eat up," the boss said, bringing over the 4 bowls. "Hey, isn't that our tough guy?" Bali Pang Pang mumbled with half a pork chop still in his mouth. Lin Chia and Chow Yuan nodded in greeting, then turned to Zhang Luochen. "How did you know he didn't have money? Look at him. Does he look like someone with money?" Zhang Luochen sighed. In truth, he was broke himself, but he didn't have anything to spend on. He only had 87 yuan left, and tonight he'd already spent 40. "Thank you," Shun Qingzhu said, clearly wanting to refuse, but seeing the longing in his companion's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say no. "We're all comrades here. No need for thanks. By the way, about your injuries from the incident in the car earlier. How are you now?" Shun Qingzhu asked. "All good now," Zhang Luochen replied, slurping his noodles. "I'm fine too," Lin Chi added. "Thank you both. If it weren't for you two, none of us would have survived." Shun Qingzhu suddenly expressed his gratitude, which took the others by surprise. "Mr. Cool is actually being polite for once," Li Pang Pang remarked. "I've always known how to repay kindness and settle grudges," Shun Qingzhu responded. "In that case, how about I offer you a way to make some money?" Zhang Luocheng suddenly suggested. Lin Chie smiled faintly. "You thought of it too, huh?" "Of course," Zhang Luocheng continued. "How about you become his personal bodyguard? 1,000 yuan a day." Shun Qingzhu's whole demeanor changed at the mention of that pay. He glanced back at the 3 behind him and said, "All right, but it's just me, doesn't include the other 3. "No problem," Zhang Luocheng agreed readily. "Luocheng, why do I need a bodyguard all of a sudden?" Li Pang Pang asked, curiosity written all over his face. Lin Xie put down his chopsticks. "The 3 of us are all targets. It's not safe for us to stick together all the time. If Chow Yuan loses control, he won't distinguish between friend and foe. That's why you need someone reliable by your side, a real expert." After Shun Qingzhu handed out their advance payment, he caught up with the others, and together they left the noodle shop. Looking at this odd new group, Zhang Luocheng felt a strange sense of nostalgia. Wasn't this just like the original Nightfall squad walking down the street together? Chow Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, Li Pang Pang, and Lin Xie, half of the Nightfall squad, all gathered here. None of them could have guessed that, one day, their exploits would be legendary. "By the way, we can't go back to the hotel now. Where are we going to stay?" Li Pang Pang asked, a little dejected. "How about a temple? Come on, what era do you think this is? Who still goes looking for temples?" Lin Xie thought for a moment, then said, "Actually, I know just the place." "No way. Chia, don't tell me you're thinking." Zhang Luocheng's eyes widened in disbelief. With a devilish grin, Lin Xie replied, "That's right. Exactly what you're thinking." A short while later, they found themselves on a deserted alley, where a neon sign caught the eye. The big, slightly faded characters on it could barely be seen, but the pink glow made one forget how rundown it really was. "Lin Xie, you've really gone to the dark side," Zhang Luocheng groaned, covering his face. He never wanted to set foot in this place again. The look the receptionist had given him was burned into his memory. "This place is out of the way, and you don't need to register with your ID. It's the safest spot we'll find," Lin Xie said as he strode right in. Zhang Luocheng shook his head in disbelief. Time really could change a person. Half a year ago, this guy was so embarrassed to be here, he could barely look up. Now he just marched right in, bold as brass. "Lin Xie, you really have changed." They rented a room, and as they reached the 2nd floor, a medley of sounds drifted from the other rooms, each telling its own story. A blush instantly spread across Shun Qingzhu's cheeks, while Chow Yuan lowered his head, quietly reciting a Buddhist prayer. This time, however, Lin Xie appeared surprisingly calm and collected. After settling everyone in, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie made their way toward Hong Ying's home. There was no need to hurry tonight, so the two strolled along as if they were simply out for a leisurely walk. Before they knew it, snowflakes began to drift down, gently decorating the street in flecks of white. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie both reached out their hands, letting the snowflakes fall softly onto their palms. "This must be the first snow of the year," Zhang Luocheng remarked, watching as the crystals melted in his hand. "It is," Lin Xie replied, his gaze following the swirling snow. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Ah, Jean, I won't be able to build a snowman with you this year. A timely snow brings a bountiful year. It's a good omen," Zhang Luocheng said, giving Lin Xie's shoulder a reassuring pat. The two shared a knowing smile and returned to Hong Ying's house. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw Hong Ying sitting in the living room, looking rather annoyed. "What took you two so long? If you hadn't come back soon, I was about to go out and look for you," Hong Ying said, leaping up from the couch the moment she saw them. When Qima, sprawled lazily on the sofa, added, "I can vouch for her. She called Lin Xie's name 200 times, and Zhang Luocheng's name 199 times. Huh, why was I one short?" Zhang Luocheng pointed at himself in mock offense. "Because just as she was about to call your name for the 200th time, you both walked in," when Qima explained. "So, we just made it in time." "Seems like it," when Qima replied. "Hey, are these really the important details?" Hong Ying interrupted, starting up the stairs. "Anyway, it's late. Get some rest. When Qima, keep an eye on them. Don't worry. As long as I'm in the living room, no one's getting past me," when Qima said, thumping his chest in assurance. "Good night. Good night." As the lights in the house went out, darkness quietly enveloped the room. After washing up, Zhang Luocheng lay down on his bed. He didn't like closing the curtains when he slept. He preferred the way the moonlight bathed the floor at night. Moments like these always brought him a deep sense of calm. It had already been half a year since he arrived in this world. For most of that time, he'd simply followed the storyline's path. Honestly, he didn't feel much different from before. Almost as if he were just an extra character inserted into someone else's tale. Who could have predicted he'd become a target of the ancient gods cult? He'd originally wanted to protect Lin Xie, yet now he himself was someone who needed protection. Turning to gaze out the window, Zhang Luocheng wondered what else the future held. How many regrets belonging to the god slayers could he truly resolve? In his heart, the answer to that question remained a mystery. The snow outside the window was falling ever heavier. Soon, rooftops, trees, and streets were blanketed in white, and a good layer of snow had gathered on the windowsill. Lying in bed, Zhang Luocheng gazed outside. In a hazy distance, he seemed to catch sight of three figures. Three men standing atop the church roof. They stood there motionless, letting the snow settle on their shoulders, the white layer growing thicker with every passing moment. "Captain," Zhang Luocheng murmured under his breath. There are always those who choose to protect others in their own way. Now, suddenly finding himself the one being protected, Zhang Luocheng felt a bit uneasy. He wasn't used to it. Back in his original world, Zhang Luocheng had been an unremarkable, ordinary person. He never hoped for greatness, only wishing to live a safe and peaceful life. But now, in this world of gods and slayers, I, Zhang Luocheng, will leave a mark, bold and unforgettable, he resolved silently. He turned to the window again. In that fleeting moment, those distant three figures seemed to have transformed into snowmen, standing guard not just over Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, but over the entire city as well. "Thank you, Captain, for watching over us and for guarding Sangnan City these 10 years. Morning arrived. As the first light crept across the sky, Zhang Luocheng rose early. He stood by the window and looked out. The world was a vast expanse of white. "It's been ages since I've seen snow this heavy," he said, eyes traveling to the distance, where the shapes of the three snowmen were faintly outlined. After washing up, Zhang Luocheng opened his door just as Lin Xie was stepping out his own room. The two of them nearly bumped into each other in the hallway. "You're up early too," Zhang Luocheng spoke first. "My body's used to it," Lin Xie replied. As they started downstairs, they saw when Qima sprawled on the sofa, still half asleep and rubbing his eyes. Clearly, their footsteps had woken him. "You two are up already?" When Qima mumbled, eyes barely open. "It's a habit from the training camp," Lin Xie answered. "Sister Hong Ying must be practicing her marksmanship by now," Zhang Luocheng said, glancing toward the backyard. Sure enough, there was Hong Ying training with her gun. "Yeah, she's always up before you guys," when Qima grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head like a shield. "Is waking up early some sort of house rule here?" Awake already, are you?" Hong Ying came in from the backyard just then, and, seeing Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, shot a look of utter disdain at the still reclining when Qima. "Lazy pig still in bed." Morning, Sister Honging, Zhang Luoqing greeted her. I'll go make breakfast. Once we're done, let's go shopping for groceries together. We'll get to taste the captain's cooking again. My favorite, Honging said with a grin, giving Wenqima a gentle kick as she passed by. Before long, a sumptuous breakfast was set before them. Si Xiaonan, who had been forcibly dragged out of bed by Honging, sat at the table as well. Like Wenqima, she looked half awake, her eyes only partially open. Just as they finished breakfast, Zhang Luoqing suddenly noticed something moving behind him. He turned around and saw a mouse. At first, he didn't think much of it. In such a big house, there's still a mouse running around. That's odd. Why would there be a mouse here? Qima, when you're done eating, take care of it, will you? Huh? You want me to catch a mouse? Why not just get a cat? If you keep talking back, you can go home, Honging threatened, brandishing her chopsticks like she was ready to strike. All right, I promise I'll catch it. I'll round up every pest in the place, snakes, bugs, mice, ants, you name it. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Luoqing watched the two of them bicker with a smile. But all at once, a thought struck him. Mouse. And Qingyu? Then this must be Lin Chie's home. The others were still eating when Zhang Luoqing suddenly stood up, grabbed his black case, and made for the door. I almost forgot. I have something to take care of. I won't be able to join you for grocery shopping today. The group exchanged confused glances, but before they could react, Zhang Luoqing had already left the house. What's gotten into him? When Qima asked. He just said he had something to do. Lin Chie replied. What could he possibly have to do? Wait, someone's still after him, isn't there? And he just walks out alone. Honging started to get up, but Lin Chie gently pulled her back. What if he's going on a date? If you go after him, you'll only be in the way. Besides, he's plenty tough now. Lin Chie went back to eating his breakfast. You have a point. A date, huh? Could it be that girl from last time? Honging mused, then shook her head. No, this guy is definitely trying to get out of grocery shopping. Well, he's not getting any dinner tonight. With a black case on his back, Zhang Luoqing darted through the streets at a breakneck pace. He was all too familiar with this old part of town. Perhaps it was the result of spending so much time around Lin Chie. But deep down, Zhang Luoqing felt an intense desire to protect this protagonist, even if it meant sacrificing himself like that man had. Maybe, just maybe, if he gave his life, he could return to his own world. It was a bittersweet thought, but one he felt was worth it. Lin Chie, let me clear the way for you this time, Zhang Luoqing murmured as he slipped through an alley, using the flying thunder god technique to move with lightning speed. He hadn't expected this skill to become his go-to way of getting around. With a string of rapid teleports, he crossed several streets in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to him, snowflakes had begun to fall once more. The old snow had yet to melt away, and now a fresh layer was settling over everything, blanketing the city anew. Zhang Luoqing carried the black case on his back as he entered the old part town. The familiar streets pulled his thoughts back to that battle half a year ago. The captain used Wei Yang to protect Chia's family, but to avoid any outside interference, I'd better take care of these nuisances myself, Zhang Luoqing murmured, opening the black case and drawing out the starblade. From a distance, he spotted the van. Activating his Sharingan in an instant, he scanned the vehicle with practiced ease. A flawless smile played at the corners of his lips. You're the one, aren't you, Mad Scorpion? Zhang Luoqing strode toward the van, circling to inspect the tightly shut windows from behind. Just then, the driver's window rolled down. Hey kid, what are you doing here? A man called out from inside, his tone laced with hostility. Sorry, I just thought your vehicle looked interesting and took a look, Zhang Luoqing replied, raising his hand in a gesture of apology. Get lost, get lost. It's just a busted van, not a Ferrari. What's there to see? Move along. The man waved his hands impatiently, shooing Zhang Luoqing away. All right. So, you're Scorpion 3, aren't you? Zhang Luoqing gave him an innocent-looking smile. But inside the van, Scorpion 3 stiffened, his pupils shrinking in alarm. Hearing his name called out so precisely, he lunged for the walkie-talkie in panic. Looking for this? Somehow, the walkie-talkie was already in Zhang Luoqing's hand. Even more baffling, Zhang Luoqing was now sitting in the passenger seat, though no one had seen the car door open. Just then, a small stone landed on Scorpion 3's forehead with a soft tap. Seasoned as he was, Scorpion 3 reacted swiftly, pulling a short knife from beneath his seat. But the next instant, he sat frozen, staring in disbelief. My cultivation has advanced. Illusions work even better on these people now, Zhang Luoqing muttered to himself as he weighed the short knife in his hand. Maybe I should start using throwing weapons. Stones just aren't cutting it anymore, he mused, searching beneath Scorpion 3's seat until he uncovered a short-barreled submachine gun, black as night. He tossed the weapon out the window. In a flash, a bolt of lightning struck, instantly obliterating the gun. Hello, can you hear me? Zhang Luocheng spoke into the walkie-talkie. HM, you're not Scorpion 3. Who are you? A low, wary voice came from the other end. Who cares who I am? I'm your old man. That's who. Zhang Luocheng shot back with biting sarcasm. That single sentence sent the man on the other end, Scorpion 1, into a fury. If you got guts, come fight me. Stop hiding and playing invisible, you coward. Zhang Luocheng spat out, not waiting for a reply, before crushing the walkie-talkie in his hand. In the next instant, a bullet hole suddenly appeared on the side of the van, and a single round pierced straight through Scorpion 3's head. Never in his life did Scorpion 3 imagine that his end would come at the hands of his own people. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Luocheng fired once more. Another bullet tore through the van, sending a spray of blood mist bursting from inside. Poor Scorpion 3, dead already, yet still serving as target practice. From his concealed vantage point, Zhang Luocheng observed the scene. There were 2 snipers present, but snipers by nature fired from afar. He couldn't precisely pinpoint their locations, and besides, the original plot never mentioned where they might be hiding. I wonder if Lung Xian is somewhere nearby, Zhang Luocheng mused. At this moment, he guessed that Lung Xian was likely protecting Lin Chiye from the shadows, not by his side. But just as the thought crossed his mind, a gunshot split the sky. Thanks to his Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng tracked the bullet's trajectory with perfect clarity, a single shot taking out one of the snipers. Oh, Lung Xian is here after all? My brother Xian still cares about me, Zhang Luocheng thought with delight. Then, another volley of shots rang out, and the second sniper was swiftly eliminated. Zhang Luocheng gave a thumbs up towards the sky, knowing full well that Lung Xian would see his gesture. That rascal, Lung Xian muttered, catching sight of Zhang Luocheng through his sniper scope, a rare smile flickering across his face. The rest is up to me, Zhang Luocheng said to himself. He quickly emerged from hiding, marking several stones and tossing them strategically around the area with astonishing speed. In an instant, he could clearly distinguish the sounds of footsteps, 2 groups closing in fast from different directions. They're coming. Zhang Luocheng's eyes flashed with resolve. Suddenly, the muffled sound of suppressed gunfire erupted. Bullets poured toward the spot where Zhang Luocheng had just been standing. But when the attackers drew closer, they discovered that Zhang Luocheng had already vanished. The 4 members of the Mad Scorpions scattered, searching frantically for any sign of him. Looking for me? Zhang Luocheng's voice echoed out of nowhere. The 4 spun around, raising their guns and firing rapidly. But in the blink of an eye, Zhang Luocheng's silhouette had already disappeared. How can he move so fast? Scorpion 4 stared in disbelief at Zhang Luocheng's vanished form. Indeed, you'll have plenty of time to think about that. Down below came a cold voice from behind Scorpion 4. But before he could even react, a chilling straight-bladed sword pierced cleanly through his chest. Scorpion 4 let out a muffled groan and collapsed backwards to the ground. In a heartbeat, the Mad Scorpion's years of battlefield experience kicked in. Facing such a deadly situation, they immediately dropped their guns and drew short blades instead. Scorpion 5, 6, and 7 lunged at Zhang Luocheng from different angles, trying to trap him and limit his movement. Meanwhile, Scorpion 2 arrived right on time, leaping from above to block off Zhang Luocheng's escape. They really are coming at me from all directions. What a pity, Zhang Luocheng said, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. In that case, let's see how you handle some hand-to-hand combat. 4 short blades and 1 straight sword flashed with the speed of lightning. The clash of steel against steel sent sparks flying, dazzling to the eye. Even surrounded and attacked by 4 opponents at once, Zhang Luocheng never lost the upper hand. Leaf whirlwind kick. Using himself as the axis, Zhang Luocheng spun rapidly on the spot, unleashing a flying kick that knocked all 4 short blades from his attacker's hands. As he landed, a powerful gust of wind burst forth from him. Wind release. The 4 adversaries were hurled backward, each bearing fresh wounds of varying severity. In stark contrast, Zhang Luocheng stood unharmed, not even a bead of sweat on his brow. What kind of bizarre techniques are these? Scorpion 2 muttered, stooping to retrieve his fallen blade. How should I know? I've never seen anything like it, Scorpion 7 replied, gripping his short sword tightly, tense as if facing a deadly threat. Is this what an Archangel's agent can do? Scorpion 5 asked, his voice uncertain. No way. This isn't the Archangel's power, Scorpion 6 objected. Could it be? Is he that unknown forbidden ruins? A tremor ran through Scorpion 2 as the thought occurred to him, and he couldn't suppress a shiver. Who would have thought you'd be so concerned about me? Unfortunately, you're too late. As soon as Zhang Luocheng finished speaking, his Sharingan flared to life. Scorpion 2 froze in place, standing stiff and motionless. Then, The short blade that had belonged to Scorpion 4 suddenly flew toward Scorpion 7. The speed was blinding, a blur too fast for the eye to follow. The others couldn't even react in time before Zhang Luoqing's form flashed before Scorpion 2, and his straight blade swept across the man's throat. Meanwhile, Scorpion 7 saw the knife hurtling toward him and barely had time to raise his hand. In the next instant, Zhang Luoqing appeared beside him like a wraith. There was no time to resist. A cold sensation sliced across his neck, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. How can anyone move that fast? Scorpion 6 stammered, his whole body trembling so hard he could barely hold his blade. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Not even a few minutes had passed, and yet 3 members of the Mad Scorpions had been cut down. The 2 remaining were little more than spent arrows. Damn it! Scorpion 1, what are you doing? Are you planning to wait until we're all dead before making your move? Scorpion 5's voice quivered with terror. He was shaking to his core. Zhang Luoqing knew that the most dangerous member of the Mad Scorpions had yet to appear. But as for these 2 before him, he had no intention of letting them go. His form flickered once more. Lightning crackled in his palm, and in a flash, it seared through both men. They fell lifeless, never having seen their Scorpion 1 come to their aid. All the people before him were dealt with by Zhang Luoqing. He picked up their short knives, marked each one, and then, with a seemingly careless toss, scattered them around. At last, gripping his straight blade, Zhang Luoqing stood silently in place. Before long, another man clad in a white camouflage suit appeared within Zhang Luoqing's sight. So, you're Scorpion 1? That's right. Scorpion 1 paid no mind to his fallen companions. He unfastened his jacket and tossed it aside, revealing a black tactical vest underneath. Your team's all dead, Zhang Luoqing said coldly. Oh, just a bunch of useless men. Dead is dead. With a slow, deliberate motion, Scorpion 1 discarded all his firearms and drew a folding knife from his boot, beginning to speak as he did so. Judging by your moves, I'd wager those are all your markers. Scorpion 1 nodded toward the scattered stones and the short blades lying haphazardly on the ground. As expected of their leader. Did you notice anything else? Zhang Luoqing replied, utterly unruffled. Several elemental attacks, for one. And your eyes, those are worth keeping an eye on. I'm guessing no one should look you directly in the eyes. Zhang Luoqing had indeed noticed that since Scorpion 1's arrival, not once had he met Zhang's gaze. Clearly, he'd been carefully observing from the shadows. Impressive analysis. How about I take a turn analyzing you? Zhang Luoqing clapped his hands as he spoke. Your forbidden relic, it's sequence 209, isn't it? Did I get that right? As soon as Zhang Luoqing finished speaking, Scorpion 1's expression darkened. How do you know that? Even I don't know. That's not your concern. Isn't it called boiling blood? Go on, use it. I'm pressed for time. Scorpion 1 lifted the silver tag at his chest and pressed a gentle kiss to it by his lips. Very well, as you wish. Boiling blood. The silver tag in his palm began to tremble violently, an eerie aura unfurling around them. The blood from the bodies nearby rose like rivers, drifting into the air and surging into the tag in an instant. Well, now, that's quite the spectacle. Cleans up all the blood. No need for a mop-up afterwards, Zhang Luoqing remarked with nonchalance, though his face remained cool and unshaken. Scorpion 1 gave a cold, chilling laugh. The blood-soaked tag pierced into the flesh of his palm, and at once, veins bulged across his body. A crimson sheen flickered in his eyes, and the aura he radiated became downright menacing. Now you're afraid, aren't you? Too late. That pitiful lot died, never knowing the truth. They were nothing more than offerings for me. Their power, combined with my own, is enough to rival the might of the Chuan realm. A wicked smile crept across Xie Yi's face. Originally, this was meant for that agent of the twin gods. But now that I've come across you, an unknown forbidden ruin, though, you're not as impressive as that young master from the Bailey family or the twin gods agent. If I bring you back, at the very least, I'll become a follower. Well, so you're saying I'm not even worth your attention, huh? Zhang Luoqing tightened his grip on the straight blade in his hand. Facing Xie Yi, whose power had just surged, he knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a second. Xie Yi reversed his grip on his folding knife, taking up a textbook combat stance. His blood-red eyes were locked on Zhang Luoqing, and his expression bordered on madness. Through the Sharingan, Zhang Luoqing could clearly see the flow of blood within Xie Yi's body. At this moment, it seemed as though his blood was truly boiling, surging through his veins like scalding water. In the next instant, Xie Yi struck first. He kicked off the ground with explosive force, his entire body shooting forward like an arrow loose from a bow, skimming just above the snowy surface and leaving behind a blurred trail. Xie Yi pushed his speed to the absolute limit. Even with the terrifying dynamic vision of the Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng could barely block this attack. Xie Yi was simply too fast. Faced with such overwhelming speed, Zhang Luocheng didn't dare to slack off for a single moment. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, using the Flying Thunder God technique to escape Xie Yi's assault. Less than a second later, Zhang Luocheng reappeared, his straight blade swinging down toward Xie Yi's neck. But this time, his rapid reappearance failed to catch Xie Yi off guard. With a swift movement, Xie Yi reversed his grip and parried the attack with his own knife. Steel met steel with a sharp clang, scattering the falling snow in all directions. Zhang Luocheng felt a surge of power travel up his arm, the force so intense it left his muscles tingling and numb. Xie Yi wasn't just tracking Zhang Luocheng's movements with precision. He was overpowering him in terms of raw strength as well. Lightning release. Zhang Luocheng called out, and a surge of electricity crackled from his palm, channeling through his straight blade and into Xie Yi's short knife. Sensing the sudden jolt, Xie Yi broke away from Zhang Luocheng's blade in an instant, feeling a numbing sensation shoot up his arm. But Xie Yi's reactions were all driven by his vast combat experience. Combined with his now enhanced body, the lightning release didn't do him much harm. That little spark? You'll have to do better than that if you want to hurt me, Xie Yi taunted. Oh right, this is the old city district. Too much commotion, and you might attract the attention of the locals. Could cause a panic, wouldn't you say? Zhang Luocheng fixed his gaze firmly on Xie Yi. What Xie Yi said was true. No matter how you looked at it, this was still a residential area. Even though they were currently somewhere unlikely to be noticed, if things got too noisy, it would easily attract unwanted attention. Moreover, Zhang Luocheng didn't dare to use any techniques that might cause significant destruction, since that would risk harm to the nearby residents. Chidori Blade. A surge of electricity appeared once more in Zhang Luocheng's palm, crackling as it enveloped the entire Starblade. A bit of lightning like that won't do me any harm, Xie Yi replied with calm indifference. We'll see if you dare get close to me, then. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Luocheng vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of Xie Yi using the Flying Thunder God technique. Xie Yi wasn't tracking Zhang Luocheng's movements with his eyes. Instead, it was his wealth of battle experience, combined with his heightened speed and strength, that let his body react instantly the moment Zhang Luocheng made his move. At this moment, he was less a man and more a terrifying combat machine. The straight blade, wreathed in Chidori's electricity, slashed towards Xie Yi. Xie Yi made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he met the attack head-on with his folding knife. Electricity coursed through his body at that instant, but he withstood it, relying on his monstrous physique to simply endure the shock. Let's see how much your body can really take. This time, electricity suddenly surged across Zhang Luocheng's entire body. In Xie Yi's eyes, he was now facing an opponent blazing with lightning from head to toe. Chidori Stream. For the first time, a look of shock flickered across Xie Yi's face as Zhang Luocheng's body radiated with energy. Yet, disregarding the numbness already creeping through his limbs, Xie Yi lashed out with a powerful kick to Zhang Luocheng's chest, sending him flying. Of course, the current's paralyzing effect made it hard for Xie Yi to stay on his feet as well. Zhang Luocheng's body carved a long trail through the snow, finally crashing into a wall before coming to a stop. A mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. "Huh!" Zhang Luocheng spat out the blood, his voice strained but defiant. "Still standing after all that, huh? You sneaked out just for this." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Zhang Luocheng. Xie Yi turned and saw a handsome young man, his eyes glowing with an intense golden light, gripping a straight blade in each hand. "So, you're the Twin Gods agent?" Xie Yi looked at Lin Xie, immediately grasping his identity. He laughed, a harsh, triumphant sound. Talk about saving me the trouble. You've come right to my door." But Lin Xie didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he looked straight at Zhang Luocheng. "You're hurt. It's just a scratch." This guy used a forbidden relic called Boiling Blood, stacking all his companion's strength onto himself, Zhang Luocheng explained. "That's not important." As soon as Lin Xie said this, Zhang Luocheng was taken aback. How was that not important? How did you know they were targeting our family? What was meant to happen had finally arrived. Didn't you notice the rats at Hong Ying's house this morning? I saw them. You figured it out from that. How could such a big, high-end villa possibly have rats? So I went out to track them, and in the end, I found that note. You saw that note too? You got one as well? Zhang Luocheng deliberately put on an expression of exaggerated surprise. A mysterious person threw one at us while we were shopping for groceries. What about you? I found it while I was following the tracks down to the sewer, so I came straight here, Zhang Luocheng explained. Let's deal with this person first, then. Xie watched their exchange, a strange fire smoldering in his chest. He couldn't shake the feeling that these two had absolutely no respect for him. Just as the three of them squared off, ready for battle, a crisp ringtone shattered the tense atmosphere. Beyond the mountains, beyond the seas, there lives a tribe of little smurfs. Gee, Zhang Luocheng. Lin Xie. He pulled out his phone. On the screen, the caller ID read, "Aunt. How about you take the call first?" Lin Xie picked up his phone, feeling genuinely awkward. It seemed wrong to answer, but ignoring it didn't feel right either. "Go ahead and answer. If you keep ignoring her, she'll start worrying," Zhang Luocheng said, noticing Lin Xie's indecision. "But what about him?" Lin Xie nodded towards Xie. At that moment, Xie felt like some product on display, being pointed at and discussed as if he weren't even there. "He can't kill me anyway," Zhang Luocheng said. Lin Xie thought it over. That makes sense. Meanwhile, Xie, who had been completely ignored, was pushed far beyond his limit. In a flash, he vanished from his spot, his dagger slicing toward Lin Xie's face. Lin Xie dodged backward in one fluid motion. At the same time, Zhang Luocheng reacted quickly, swinging a sidekick at Xie's flank, only for Xie's entire body to erupt with force. Zhang Luocheng felt as if he'd just struck a steel plate. A jolt of numbness shot up his leg. Seeing Lin Xie retreat, Xie darted after him. But just as he did, Zhang Luocheng's figure flickered and reappeared in his path like a ghost. "You!" Xie's anger surged, and his dagger spun in his hand, stabbing straight for Zhang Luocheng's throat. Zhang Luocheng bent backward, narrowly dodging the blow. In the same instant, electricity crackled from his body again. But this time, Xie didn't take it head-on. Instead, he pushed off the ground, dodging to the side, then lunged once more at Lin Xie. But Zhang Luocheng's figure stuck to Xie's side like a shadow. There was no shaking him off. With a flash, his electrified straight blade swept towards Xie's chest. Xie mustered all his strength to block, and as the straight blade met the short knife, a shower of blinding sparks erupted between them. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm your opponent," Zhang Luocheng declared, his straight blade leaving Xie no room to escape. "He's more valuable," Xie shouted before he could finish, and Zhang Luocheng felt a wave of exasperation. "Well, aren't you something? Looking down on me, are you? Don't blame me for what happens next." Suddenly, Zhang Luocheng's speed surged, catching Xie completely off guard. Zhang Luocheng even had the presence of mind to glance over in Lin Xie's direction. As expected, Lin Xie looked completely detached from the chaos here, calmly making a phone call. "Annie, I won't be home this year, but make sure the New Year's Eve dinner is still festive. Jin's growing. Make sure he eats plenty. Jin, I'm not there. Are you still being clumsy without me?" That side was a picture of peace and warmth, a sharp contrast to the chaos surrounding Zhang Luocheng. Xie grinned, his smile twisted and cruel. "Kid, look at them. Doesn't that look cozy? Now look at yourself. Doesn't it feel lonely?" Lonely? Once upon a time, Zhang Luocheng had indeed known loneliness. But in this perilous world of slaying gods, he had never truly felt alone. There was Squad 136, whose care for him he'd never experienced before, and the instructors and friend from the training camp. The feeling of being valued by comrades sometimes felt almost unreal. And then, there was his favorite protagonist, Lin Xie. Before he knew it, they had become friends. Someday, he hoped to join Nightfall Squad himself. And if he had the chance, he would save everyone, so that regrets would no longer remain regrets. "I might be an orphan without parents, but now, I have so many friends by my side." In a blink, Zhang Luocheng vanished from where he stood. "Kid, you've run out of tricks, haven't you?" Xie licked his lips, his expression savage. "Oh, really? There's one move I haven't tried since my breakthrough." Zhang Luocheng's eyes suddenly sharpened. 8 gates release formation, 5th gate Duke Gate. A brilliant emerald light engulfed Zhang Luocheng, veins bulging along his arms as a surge of power unlike any before radiated from him. Even Xie was stunned, stumbling back several steps, convinced he'd escaped Zhang Luocheng's range of attack. He even plotted his escape route. But in the next instant, Zhang Luocheng appeared right before Xie, their faces mere inches apart. Primary Lotus. Zhang Luocheng seized Xie in a tight hold. GCT finit instantly. He tried to break free, but it was as if all his strength had been drained away. He couldn't muster an ounce of force. Zhang Luocheng sprang high into the air before plummeting straight down, slamming Xie forcefully into the ground. A mouthful of blood burst from Xie's lips. "Now you see my eyes." In an instant, the illusion cast by the Sharingan ensnared Xie's senses. Xie barely had time to react before an odd sensation swept over his body, as if he'd been pulled into a strange, otherworldly space. The next moment, A straight blade pierced through Xieyi's body. Blood gushed forth as his life began to ebb away, and the illusion finally faded. I dodged every dagger and stone. How could you still teleport here? Xieyi couldn't understand it. He'd done everything to avoid Zhang Luoqin's path, yet somehow, Zhang Luoqin had appeared before him in a blink. Who said the mark could only be placed on objects? Came the reply. Hearing this, Xieyi lowered his gaze to his arm. There, in an inconspicuous spot, a mark had indeed been placed, perfectly overlapping with one of his tattoos. Xieyi's body slumped slowly toward the ground. Lin Xie, gripping his straight blade, appeared before Zhang Luoqin. Even now you're trying to steal the credit? Before Zhang Luoqin could finish, he staggered, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Lin Xie reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. You came this far. Let me share the burden with you. After all, we're talking about my family. Are you alright? I'm Fina. Just used up a bit too much mental energy. Zhang Luoqin sheathed his blade. Did you finish your call? Lin Xie nodded. Yes. If I hadn't answered then, Annie would have been worried sick. Thank you. Don't mention it. We're friends, aren't we? Zhang Luoqin replied, unconcerned. The snow was falling lighter now, and dusk was settling in. Zhang Luoqin and Lin Xie sat atop a building, gazing out at the low rooftops beyond. It doesn't feel good, does it? Zhang Luoqin asked. It's not so bad, really. Besides, I don't regret joining. Lin Xie answered. To be honest, even if you hadn't come, they wouldn't have been able to hurt your family. At that moment, Lung Xian appeared quietly behind them. There's a forbidden item from Wei Yang, specifically meant to protect one's family. Lung Xian explained, offering a brief description of Wei Yang. Good thing I'm an orphan. Zhang Luoqin managed a wry smile. Guess I saved the captain some money. The 136 squad is your family now, Lung Xian said, his expression as cool and distant as ever. One day, you should come over for dinner and taste my aunt's cooking, Lin Xie said with a genuine smile. A sense of warmth filled Zhang Luoqin's heart. I never imagined I'd have such a remarkable year. Zhang Luoqin. Yeah. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Ding dong. Welcome. Zhang Luoqin and Lin Xie returned to the agency. As soon as they opened the door, a rich, mouth-watering aroma greeted them, and for a moment, it truly felt like coming home. The warmth of home, the sense of safety. Within Team 136, all of these could be felt. Almost everyone from the team was already seated around the table. Hong Ying's eyes were fixed hungrily on the steaming dishes in front of her, and just as she reached out to taste a bite, Wu Xiangnan stopped her without mercy. At that moment, out of the corner of her eye, Hong Ying caught sight of Zhang Luoqin and Lin Xie. You're back? Are you both all right? Hong Ying looked at them with concern, her gaze falling on Zhang Luoqin's dirty clothes. And you? No more running off without a word. I promised I'd look after you. Got it. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, did you catch that person? Lin Xie was still curious about the one who had slipped him the little note earlier, the one Hong Ying had chased after. No, that guy was too fast. In broad daylight, I didn't dare use the forbidden domain. What about the captain? Zhang Luoqian glanced toward the kitchen, where two figures could be seen busy at work. Still in the kitchen, Xiaonan is helping out. I'm starving here. Hong Ying slumped weakly in her chair, her eyes glued to the food as if sheer willpower could fill her up. Finally, after a few more minutes, Chenmai brought the last dish to the table, and everyone officially took their seats. Chenmai, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, Lin Xie, and Zhang Luoqian all gathered with a special empty chair left at the table. That seat once belonged to Zhao Kongqing. Chenmai raised his glass. This past year, we said farewell to old friends and welcomed new ones. So much has happened. As the captain of Team 136, as a watchman, I want to thank you all on behalf of the countless lives in Songnan City. With that, Chenmai got up and gave everyone a deep bow. I hope that next year, not a single one of us will be missing. Happy New Year, everyone. Everyone rose from their seats, raising their glasses high. The sound of their glasses clinking rang out in joyful chorus. Happy New Year. That night, the crackle of firecrackers echoed into the early hours. All through the night, everyone drifted to sleep to the sound of fireworks, only to be awakened by them again at dawn, ushering out the old year and welcoming the new. The morning air was crisp and cool, and the firecrackers were still going strong. Zhang Luoqing's mind was still groggy. He hadn't expected that his poor tolerance for alcohol would follow him even to the world of gods and demons. Back in his original world, his drinking was just as hopeless. Yesterday, after 3 rounds of drinks, he was already feeling dizzy and lightheaded. But Hong Ying insisted he keep drinking, even threatening not to let him stay at her place if he refused. He had no choice but to down a few more glasses, and after that, he seemed to have spent the rest of the night throwing up in the bathroom. Are you all right? Lin Xie asked, acting as if nothing was out of the ordinary, when he saw Zhang Luocheng emerge from the bathroom once again. Zhang Luocheng had just stepped out and immediately spotted Lin Xie. I'll survive. There's nothing left in my stomach to throw up anymore. I didn't expect you to be such a lightweight, Lin Xie said with a small, knowing smile. And I didn't expect you to hold your liquor so well. Just look at this crowd, Zhang Luocheng replied, glancing around at the chaotic mess in the agency. A sea of empty beer bottles scattered across the floor. Except for Lung Xian, whose whereabouts were unknown, and Chun Mai, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, everyone else had collapsed and was sleeping wherever they fell, impossible to wake. I'm surprised I feel this good, actually. Just a bit of a headache, Lin Xie admitted, rubbing his temples. I'm thinking of checking in on Pang Pang and the others. Let's go together, Zhang Luocheng said, steadying himself against the wall as he walked out. Are you sure you're up for this? Lin Xie reached out, supporting Zhang Luocheng by the arm. The snake woman hasn't shown up yet. We'd better stick together, Zhang Luocheng replied, coughing a few times as he spoke. With the way you look now, if the snake woman appears, you'd probably be out in a second. Hey, it's the new year. Can't you say something a little more uplifting? Come on, let's go, Zhang Luocheng said, taking a sip of water, feeling a warm sensation spread through his stomach. Besides, now that I've emptied my guts, I need to eat something. Lin Xie thought that made sense, and the two of them left the agency together. Outside, the sound of firecrackers crackled on, never ceasing. Heading out, Chun Mai's figure appeared behind them. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie both nodded, slinging their black boxes onto their backs. Tomorrow is the last day. We have to go out today, draw out the rest of the people. All right then. Be safe, Chun Mai said with a gentle nod. The two of them left the peace agency and started heading straight toward the lovers' motel. Bang! 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 A barrage of firecrackers boomed in the air, one after another. But just now, weren't those explosions a bit too loud? Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie looked toward the lovers' motel in unison, only to see thick, billowing smoke rising in the distance. Something's happened. There was a note of concern in Lin Xie's voice. Still, we probably don't need to worry too much about Pang Pang now. He's got his bodyguard team, plus Chao Yuan and Xin Qingzhu with him. Lin Xie thought about it for a moment. True enough. Let's take it slow and see what's going on. Besides, you don't look like you could run if you tried. Zhang Luocheng patted his empty stomach. Might as well grab a bun or something on the way. After all, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and most breakfast shops were closed. After walking quite a distance, they finally found a little bun shop. With a few buns and a steaming bowl of soy milk, Zhang Luocheng finally felt himself coming back to life. The warmth in his belly made him feel much better. They're still out there fighting enemies in a tense battle, and here we are eating and drinking. Doesn't seem quite right, Lin Xie said, though his mouth was still stuffed with a bun. If we don't fill up, we're just cannon fodder anyway. Pong Pong's been dodging assassins since he was a kid. He's used to it, Zhang Luocheng replied, draining his bowl of soy milk in one gulp. After finishing their meal, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie resumed their walk toward the lovers' motel. The closer they got, the more deserted things felt. Even the festive air of the new year had faded from the streets. Something's not right. Lin Xie stopped in his tracks. You notice too? Zhang Luocheng said, reaching out to touch the wall of a nearby low building. Suddenly, a strange crack appeared on the wall's surface, forming an eerie pattern. A long, narrow semicircle, crisscrossed with jagged lines in the middle. That looks like an eye, Lin Xie observed, studying the bizarre mark. A snake's eye. Zhang Luocheng's eyes widened in alarm. Lin Xie glanced around and realized, to his shock, that the spot where they stood was covered with these odd snake eyes, big and small, as if they'd stepped into a world made entirely of serpent eyes. Could this be a forbidden ruin? Lin Xie had barely finished speaking when a figure slowly emerged from across the street. Her long, black, curly hair fell naturally over her shoulders, and a faint, sly smile played at her lips. Medusa, the serpent lady? Zhang Luocheng opened the black box and gripped his straight blade tightly. Please follow, urge for updates, and leave a good review. If you enjoy the story, leave your mark here. I thank you all. Your support is what keeps me writing, and I promise I'll never stop updating. The Ancient Saints Church. Lin Xie looked at the serpent lady. She paused, giving them both a long, appraising look, and let out a soft laugh. You're a dual god agent. And as for you, you must be that unknown forbidden ruin, right? I must say, I didn't expect you both to be so handsome. Neither of them replied. Their eyes stayed locked on the serpent lady, every muscle ready for battle. Deep down, they both understood that, without realizing it, they'd already stepped into her domain. In this situation, making a rash move would be dangerous. You're here to kill us? Lin Xie asked calmly. Kill you? Ha ha ha. The serpent lady twisted her lithe, serpentine waist, moving closer step by step. I have no interest in recruiting you. To me, snuffing out a genius in the cradle, that's what I enjoy. But now I've changed my mind. After all, you two are just so good-looking. Clang! Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia drew their blades at the same moment. Zhang Luocheng gripped his straight sword with one hand, while Lin Chia held his with both hands. The snake woman was now just within striking distance. In a single heartbeat, both men leapt into action, one darting left, the other right, converging on her simultaneously. In the next instant, 3 blades clashed together, but the snake woman vanished before their eyes. Their attack sliced through empty air, landing nowhere. Lin Chia spun around swiftly. Zhang Luocheng followed his gaze, and there, perched on the trunk of a tree, the snake woman watched them with a sly, amused smile. So aggressive, she remarked, casually tossing a gleaming blade into the air and catching it as if it weighed nothing at all. I love that domineering attitude. Why not become my slaves? Kneel at my feet, and I'll let my noble, beautiful feet trample you mercilessly. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Her legs, serpentine and sinuous, curled around the tree trunk. Twisting her neck a full 180 degrees, she displayed an expression of wild exhilaration. Come, Lin Chia, Zhang Luocheng, become my slaves. Ugh. At that moment, Zhang Luocheng clutched his stomach, retching dryly. Damn, that's disgusting. Should have drunk less last night. Seeing his reaction, the snake woman's face darkened. What's that supposed to mean? Zhang Luocheng quickly waved his hand. Ah, sorry, my bad. Had too much to drink last night. Still haven't sobered up. And, well, those moves you just pulled. I just couldn't help myself. A cruel grin twisted the snake woman's lips as her face grew stormy. In that case, you can both die. In an instant, every snake eye symbol along the street flared with a sinister red light, flooding the surroundings in a sea of crimson. Even the sunlight above faded, replaced by an eerie red glow that seemed to swallow the world. Lin Chia unleashed the darkest corrosion. A surge of utter darkness spread from him, devouring the light. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan. He knew that among all these eyes, one belonged to the snake woman's true body. If he could find her, everything would become much simpler. Suddenly, the snake woman vanished from sight. The next second, sword and dagger clashed in a flash of sparks. No one knew when Zhang Luocheng had appeared at Lin Chia's side, and Lin Chia, quick as lightning, blocked the attack. Teleportation. Lin Chia sensed her with his mind. One moment she was gone, the next, she reappeared. In his perception, she simply slipped out of existence and back again in a blink. This technique was oddly similar to Zhang Luocheng's own teleportation move. At the same time, the snake woman stared at Zhang Luocheng in astonishment. How can you be so fast? You're fast, too. Zhang Luocheng immediately reached out his palm, but just as he was about to touch her, the snake woman's figure vanished once again. Damn it, I missed her. Zhang Luocheng stared at his hand, which had struck nothing but air. The snake woman's assault continued. Her form appeared eerily behind Lin Chia, her blade aimed directly at his throat. Lin Chia reacted swiftly to counterattack, but a frown creased his brow. Snake fangs? Zhang Luocheng's straight blade swept toward the snake woman's back. Sensing the strike, she twisted her body, moving like a serpent, preparing to coil herself around Zhang Luocheng. With a sudden movement, Zhang Luocheng's figure blinked out of sight. Only then did Lin Chia notice several short daggers scattered by chance across the ground. You took all the Mad Scorpion's daggers? Lin Chia recognized the blades, a hint of familiarity in his voice. Without throwing weapons, I had to make do. Zhang Luocheng replied. So that's how you were using those daggers to shift your position. That makes things easier. The snake woman swept her arm, and in an instant, all the short daggers snapped and were blown away into the distance. Oh really? No sooner had Zhang Luocheng finished speaking than he appeared right in front of the snake woman, his straight blade slashing directly at her neck. She froze for a split second, hastily blocking the attack, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? There are no daggers here. Take a guess. A faint smile curled at Zhang Luocheng's lips as their blades clashed once more. Steel flashed, and the snake woman wound herself around Zhang Luocheng's body again. This time, though, he didn't use the flying thunder god technique to escape. Come look into my eyes. The snake woman fixed her enchanting gaze on Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng returned a small smile. Petrifying eyes, is it? In that case, take a look at mine as well. The Sharingan met the snake woman's stare directly. In that instant, both felt a strange force surge through their bodies, and the next moment, they were hurled backward at the same time. Ugh! Zhang Luocheng braced himself on the ground with his blade, retching dryly. What happened to you? Lin Chia stepped forward with concern. It's nothing. Just saw something a little too filthy for my taste. Made me sick. Zhang Luoqing stood, brushing snowflakes from his clothes. Your eyes. What are they? The snake woman glared at Zhang Luoqing in fury. She had never expected her signature technique to backfire so miserably. At that moment, Zhang Luoqing hurled his straight blade. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through one of the eyes on the street and appeared right before the snake woman. So, your teleportation relies on these eyes. Lin Xie spoke quietly. A faint smile returned to Zhang Luoqing's lips. Now, you're forced to move only where those eyes are. But me? I can appear anywhere you plan to go, anytime I wish. Unexpectedly, at this moment, every one of the snake woman's abilities was completely seen through by the two people before her. She let out a furious, guttural howl. Lin Xie's eyes glowed, one radiating with golden light, the other shrouded in deepest darkness. The might of two gods, light and shadow, was reflected in his gaze. Seeing those eyes, the snake woman didn't even dare to meet his stare. Just now, Zhang Luoqing's gaze had left her at a disadvantage. This time, Lin Xie's eyes filled her with a lingering dread. In a flash, Zhang Luoqing's figure darted forward, appearing right before the snake woman. Electricity crackled in his palm as the Chidori shot toward her, the air split by a piercing screech. Frantically, the snake woman teleported again and again, but no matter how swiftly she moved, Zhang Luoqing kept on her trail. The electric current seared through her shoulder, and in the next instant, his foot slammed into her abdomen. Blood streamed from her wounded shoulder, and another mouthful spurted from her lips. Zhang Luoqing didn't pause for even a heartbeat. At the same time, Lin Xie arrived, 3 straight blades leveled at the snake woman's throat. Her body could no longer move. A surge of hatred filled her heart, but there was nothing she could do. Clang! Suddenly, a silver halberd crashed down between them. A man in his 30s, eyes cold and sharp, stood blocking their path. With a subtle shake, the halberd forced both Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie back several meters. Just that single move sent their blood surging and brought a trickle of blood to the corners of their mouths. I am Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the followers, he announced. At the mention of the followers, Lin Xie's face darkened. The sight of Han Xiaoyan's arrival made Zhang Luoqing's expression change as well. Even if they hadn't just been struck, Zhang Luoqing already knew Han Xiaoyan's power. Han Xiaoyan was at the C rank. He and Lin Xie together were no match for him. This one's even more troublesome, Lin Xie said grimly. Zhang Luoqing nodded. His strength is probably 2 tiers above ours. So what now? What can we do? Fight him. Zhang Luoqing's grip tightened unconsciously around his straight blade. Since coming to the Godslayer world, this was the first true powerhouse he had encountered, a master of the C rank. Leave, Han Xiaoyan said coldly, addressing the snake woman. She shot a venomous glare at Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie, then vanished in a blink, teleporting away from sight. With her departure, the red glow that had enveloped the street gradually faded, and the countless snake eyes all around vanished as well. Are you here to recruit us too? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luoqing could tell what Lin Xie was planning. He was ready to play his final card, summoning Nyx. Regrettably, I am not. I'm here to kill you. As soon as Han Xiaoyan uttered these words, he swung his long halberd, aiming straight for Lin Xie's face. Lin Xie crossed his twin blades before him just in time, but the force of the strike sent him stumbling back several meters before he managed to steady himself. Zhang Luoqing, too, shifted aside in a flash. A small stone appeared at Han Xiaoyan's feet, but before Zhang Luoqing's figure could even materialize, Han Xiaoyan had already predicted his movement. The halberd and the straight blade clashed with a thunderous impact, a powerful force pressing down on Zhang Luoqing. At that moment, a surge of electricity crackled between Zhang Luoqing's palms. Chidori. Han Xiaoyan quickly retreated a few steps, shaking off the numbness in his arm with a casual flick. Lightning? Is that all the power you've got? Lin Xie's darkest corrosion spread out in an instant, yet Han Xiaoyan remained completely unaffected. Even Zhang Luoqing's flying thunder god teleportation failed to inflict any real damage on Han Xiaoyan. So this is the C level? Lin Xie's expression grew dazed. Now he was down to his final trump card, summoning Nyx. I wonder if the 8 gates might work, Zhang Luoqing muttered under his breath. With the situation this dire, nothing else could break the deadlock. But the 8 gates technique consumed far too much mental energy. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he tried to avoid using it. Each time he did, it left him utterly drained. We've only just reached the pool stage, yet you two are still powerless against me. Han Xiaoyun's voice was icy, as if he already saw Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie lying dead at his feet. But just then, a subtle wave of energy rippled from 3 different directions. The sky above changed ever so slightly, as if an invisible canvas had been drawn over it, isolating this space, though at a glance, nothing seemed amiss. Han Xiaoyun eyed the strange phenomenon and instantly understood the boundless domain. Seeing this, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chiye both relaxed a little, their eyes brightening with hope. At the other end of the street, 6 figures in dark red cloaks stepped onto the snow, emerging slowly as a gentle wind swept by. At their head, Chunmai lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes locking onto Han Xiaoyun. Night Watch Squad 136 is here. Who dares seek death? A Night Watch squad from a third-tier city? Han Xiaoyun shot Chunmai cold glance. You're not even worth my effort. Witnessing this, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Che unconsciously tightened their grip on their blades, a warmth blooming in their hearts. In every moment of crisis, Squad 136 had always been their steadfast shield. In such a tense and heated atmosphere, it seemed that only Hong Ying remained utterly focused. The moment she saw Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chiye, she waved her hands as if greeting old friends. Brother Luocheng, Brother Chiye, your big sister is here to rescue you. The two of them looked a little embarrassed. Sister Hong Ying is certainly genuine and straightforward. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chiye moved to stand beside Chunmai. Yet, as they faced Han Xiaoyun, worry lingered in their eyes. With just a few of you, there's no way you can defeat me. Don't throw your lives away for nothing, Han Xiaoyun said coldly. I know who you are. Chunmai cut straight to the point, exposing Han Xiaoyun's past. Yet Han Xiaoyun remained completely unmoved. After all, from the moment he became a believer, his soul no longer belonged to himself. My only targets this time are those two. If you wish to avoid pointless sacrifice, step aside, Han Xiaoyun declared, pointing his long halberd straight ahead. The next instant, Lung Xian fired a massive grenade launcher, the projectile whistling straight toward Han Xiaoyun with deadly accuracy. Han Xiaoyun frowned. In a blinding flash, the explosion erupted before him. At the same time, Hong Ying's spear shot through the smoky haze, a rose-pink flame blazing directly at Han Xiaoyun. With a deft motion of his halberd, Han Xiaoyun deflected Hong Ying's attack. When the next heartbeat, Hong Ying's face and his eyes suddenly transformed into that of a woman in her 30s dressed in green. Ching ching, he murmured, but his mind snapped clear in an instant. A mental illusion type, Forbidden Ruin. When Shima's fingers were tightly interlaced, his eyes gleaming with a strange light, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In that fleeting moment, Hong Ying seized the opportunity. Her spear thrust straight for Han Xiaoyun's brow. But with a sweep of his halberd, Han Xiaoyun sent Hong Ying flying. He then raised his weapon slightly, and swirling gusts suddenly erupted all around, consuming the space in an instant. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 079, The Great Gale Disaster. A wild wind howled, sweeping up snow and broken stones. Even the great trees lining the road were ripped from their roots, everything hurled into the raging storm. Yet another sea level, yet another ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruin. Lin Chia braced his straight blade against the ground, barely managing to keep from being blown away. Just then, a strange sensation washed over everyone. Both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia felt as if a layer of something had wrapped around their outer clothing, allowing them to walk unhindered through the gale. Threat of no fate, that's Xiaonan's Forbidden Ruin, Wen Qima explained. See, Xiaonan wore a proud, almost haughty expression, for it was thanks to her power that everyone could move so freely in the midst of this great wind. Since you call yourself a believer, I won't hold back. As soon as Chunmai finished speaking, he released his forbidden domain. Behind him, a blood-red palace rose into view. At the top hung an ancient plaque, upon which 3 bold characters were written, Hall of Yama. Forbidden Domain Sequence 037, Black Wu Chang, Wu Xiangnan explained. Seeing this domain, Han Xiaoyun recognized Chunmai as well, and the two even exchanged a few words. The battle between Chunmai and Han Xiaoyun erupted. Back and forth they clashed, Han Xiaoyun's long halberd seeming powerful enough to tear the very underworld apart. Blades and halberd collided with a sharp ring. Chunmai was forced back several steps, a gash opening across his chest where the blade had struck. You're strong, but your cultivation level isn't as high as mine. That's your fatal flaw, Han Xiaoyun remarked coolly. I know, Chunmai replied calmly, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's why I never planned to fight you alone. Squad 136, assemble. With me, attack. Once again, Hong Ying's crimson spear met Han Xiaoyun's halberd. The spear, wreathed in rose-colored flames, failed to inflict the slightest harm on Han Xiaoyun. In the distance, Lung Xian's custom sniper rifle fired, the bullets whistling through the air. Lin Chia, gripping his twin blades, glanced to the side. I'll go first. A surge of utter darkness radiated from him, swallowing the light around. In a flash, Chun Mai's twin blades appeared like phantoms behind Han Xiaoyan. Zhang Luochen glanced at Wu Xiangnan beside him. Captain Wu, I'm going in too. As for your chance, let's save that for next time. Wu Xiangnan watched Zhang Luocheng's retreating figure. What is this kid talking about? But Han Xiaoyan deflected every attack that came his way. This level of offense won't even scratch me. Suddenly, a massive whirlwind reared up again, sweeping toward them with unstoppable force. Zhang Luocheng emerged amid the gusts. If it's wind, then there must be something that can counter it. All at once, a towering wall of fire burst forth, scattering the whirling winds in an instant. Hong Ying stared in awe at the blazing barrier before her. This fire, it's way bigger than mine. In a blink, the flames vanished, and Han Xiaoyan's whirlwind faded with them. Han Xiaoyan turned his gaze to Zhang Luocheng. Oh, it seems this unknown forbidden domain has been underestimated, Han Xiaoyan mused. Seizing the moment, when Shima's heart demon binding stretched toward Han Xiaoyan's mind, and Han Xiaoyan's expression darkened. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Suddenly, the frozen lake began to stir. The icebound surface trembled violently. In the next instant, the water burst through the snow and ice, surging skyward toward Han Xiaoyan. The rising torrent took the shape of a massive dragon's head. Whoa, a dragon! Hong Ying exclaimed, astonished at the spectacle. I finally found water. At last, I can use water style. Zhang Luocheng blinked forward to stand before Han Xiaoyan, his straight blade slashing down at him. Han Xiaoyan, submerged in the surging water, swung his long halberd with sheer force, carving a path through the torrent. His weapon met Zhang Luocheng's blade with a clash, and at that very instant, Lin Xia's figure appeared, both of his straight blades aimed at Han Xiaoyan's back. With a powerful sweep, Han Xiaoyan swung his spear in a wide arc, sending both attackers flying. Yet before he could catch his breath, Chun Mai's twin blade struck at just the right moment, slashing across Han Xiaoyan's back. A vicious, unmistakable gash appeared there, blood streaming out. Instinctively, Han Xiaoyan whirled his halberd and forced Chun Mai back. But when he glanced down at his hands, he saw that the skin on their backs was growing dry and rough, mottled with the spots of old age. So this is Black Wu Chang's power? Han Xiaoyan murmured to himself. Seizing the moment, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia attacked again, their blades aiming for Han Xiaoyan's throat. Despite his body's sudden frailty and his serious injuries, Han Xiaoyan's fighter's instinct remained razor-sharp. Chidori stream. Electricity surged over Zhang Luocheng's entire body, crackling from head to toe. This time, Han Xiaoyan could no longer dismiss the attack so lightly as before. He braced himself, forcing his body to endure the electric assault, but burn marks began to mar his skin. This time, he was barely hanging on. With a sweep of his arm, Han Xiaoyan summoned another roaring gale. In response, Zhang Luocheng hurled a blazing fireball, which exploded through the wind and scattered it in an instant. Oh, counteracting elements, very clever. Han Xiaoyan couldn't help but offer praise. Thanks for the compliment, but unfortunately, you're still going to die. Zhang Luocheng's blade slashed across Han Xiaoyan's chest. Though Han Xiaoyan tried desperately to dodge, his aged body lagged a step behind. A fresh wound split his chest. In the distance, Lung Xian's sniper rifle rang out, a single shot striking Han Xiaoyan's thigh and sending blood spraying. Seizing the opening, Chun Mai swung twice more, his blades cutting into Han Xiaoyan's body. With every blow, Han Xiaoyan grew weaker and older, his life force ebbing rapidly as he stubbornly endured Chun Mai's triple assault. Staggering, Han Xiaoyan braced himself, then flung his arms wide, conjuring another monstrous gale before the group. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. Earth style, earth flow wall. Once again, Zhang Luocheng's flames tore through the wind. At the same time, four earthen walls sprang up around Han Xiaoyan, trapping him within. Han Xiaoyan spat a mouthful of blood. In the very next moment, Wu Xiangnan appeared behind him, seizing him in a powerful hold from behind. Run! Chun Mai shouted. Instantly, everyone scattered. Damn, Captain Wu still has to die once. Zhang Luocheng felt embarrassed. He hadn't expected that his earth technique, meant to trap Han Xiaoyan, would instead make it easier for Wu Xiangnan to use his own forbidden domain. A deafening explosion erupted without warning. Thick black smoke billowed before everyone's eyes, and Wu Xiangnan's body began to rapidly regenerate. Once he was fully restored to his original state, he glanced helplessly at his own hands. Han Xiaoyan, clutching his long halberd, struggled to his feet from the deep pit. He looked at Wu Xiangnan in astonishment. You're from Blue Rain Squad, the immortal. Suddenly, another shot rang out, striking Han Xiaoyan squarely in the shoulder. Han Xiaoyan looked at everyone and said, "What a pity it was so close. But now, let me show you all the true Great Storm disaster." As they watched, Han Xiaoyun's entire body slowly began to rise. A speck of deep blue materialized in his palm, swirling gently, growing larger with every passing second. This is bad. Zhang Luocheng wanted desperately to stop Han Xiaoyun, but there was nothing he could do. He simply wasn't strong enough. It had taken the combined effort of the entire squad, 136, just to drive Han Xiaoyun to the brink, and even then he still wasn't dead. A massive eye of the storm appeared before them. Once this storm eye is formed, it will sweep across all of Cangnan City. You'll have to figure something out. You need to address the root of the problem, Han Xiaoyun said calmly. Lung Xian fired a bullet from his sniper rifle, but the bullet jammed inside. Hong Ying's spear met with the same fate, deflected away. Wind and fire counter each other, Zhang Luocheng shouted, leaping into the air. Majestic fire annihilation. A great wall of fire surged toward the storm eye, but it was instantly absorbed, vanishing as if the flames had never existed at all. This defies the laws of nature, Zhang Luocheng muttered. If even his fire technique was useless, there was nothing the others could do. Zhang Luocheng glanced toward the edge of the Wujia void. He knew that, right now, there was only one person who could save them, someone who could drain all the air from this place. In a daze, Zhang Luocheng saw a few young figures appear at the boundary of the Wujia void. They tore open a corner and stared in shock at the scene before them. Swagger bro, this is your moment to shine. Zhang Luocheng thought to himself. The next second, Shen Qingzhu slowly raised her arm and snapped her fingers. Snap! Just like that, the storm eye threatening to destroy all of Cangnan City vanished without a trace, leaving everyone baffled. Only Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qi understood what had happened. The two of them turned at the same time, looking behind them. Bailey Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu stood not far away. So that's how you solve it at the root? Lin Xie chuckled lightly. Indeed, when it came to true expertise, no one could match Shen Qingzhu. It really had to be Swag Bro after all. We went through all this trouble, but for him, it's just a snap of the fingers and everything's settled. Zhang Luocheng sheathed his straight blade. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. With such ultra-dangerous forbidden ruins, why didn't you copy them? And what about Chao Yuan's technique? Swag Bro is a proud man. If I copied his techniques, he'd probably hunt me down every single day. I don't want to make enemies. As for Chao Yuan's, well, I'm not a fan of going berserk, Zhang Luocheng explained. Lin Xie thought about it and agreed. After half a year of working together, he'd come to understand Shen Qingzhu's personality. He was truly a fiercely competitive person. If you try to steal his moves, you could forget about ever being friends. Just then, Yuan Gang appeared out of nowhere, charging straight at Han Xiaoyun and landing a solid punch right in his face. At this moment, Han Xiaoyun was too weak to put up any resistance. He took the blow head-on, his whole body sent flying before crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a huge crater in the road. But Yuan Gang wasn't finished yet. He rained punch after punch on Han Xiaoyun's face, pounding so hard that the entire street seemed on the verge of collapse before he finally stopped, grabbing Han Xiaoyun by the collar. Gone was the imposing figure Han Xiaoyun had been on his arrival. Now he was barely clinging to life, his eyes half closed, spirit all but extinguished. Yuan Gang was just about to say something when, suddenly, Chen Mai appeared. Without hesitation, his straight blade pierced right through Han Xiaoyun's body. In that moment, Han Xiaoyun looked at Chen Mai, as if to say thank you. Chen Mai gave no further response, only drawing his blade out coldly and returning it to its sheath. Yuan Gang was stunned, immediately demanding an explanation from Chen Mai. But as the captain of Team 136, Chen Mai showed no intention of backing down, not even for Yuan Gang. In the end, Yuan Gang could only sigh in resignation, while Chen Mai turned to face his team. It's over. Let's go home. With that, everyone followed Chen Mai away, and the Wujia Void domain faded as well. At last, the first battle of the new year is done. The 13th seat of the followers, together with that C rank handled by Yuan Gang. That should be all of their combat strength for this round, when Shima said with a stretch. He'd had to use a forbidden ruin against a C rank expert today, which had drained a lot of his energy. Little Seventh Knight and Little Luocheng are heading back to camp tomorrow. Next time we see them will be half a year from now, Hong Ying said with a cheerful grin. By then, they'll be true night watchers, Wu Xiangnan added, a look of satisfaction on his face as he gazed at the two. Time in the training camp had truly flown by. The 6 months of physical training had passed faster than anyone expected. Now, with no more early mornings or grueling daily drills ahead, life would be much easier for the next half year. This really was an unforgettable new year, Zhang Luocheng remarked, gazing at the ruined street before him. He couldn't help but think that the logistics team would have their hands full once again. By the way, Chen Mai suddenly stopped and spoke. Why don't you invite your friends over for dinner at my place tomorrow? Now that things have settled down, It's time for us to show some proper hospitality. As the hosts, it's only right to treat our guests to a meal. But the agency is the base for Team 136, and it wouldn't be convenient for outsiders, Wu Xiangnan pointed out. Come to my place. My house is big enough. Hong Ying agreed cheerfully, without hesitation. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Chia exchanged glances, and both nodded. I'll go and ask them, Lin Chia offered. The following afternoon, Zhang Luoqing and Lin Chia arrived at Hong Ying's villa, accompanied by Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu, who had been dragged along, whether he liked it or not. When the others caught sight of the grand villa, their eyes widened in astonishment. Li Pangpang turned to size up the two hosts again. I mean, the three of us have been roughing it, but you two are really living the good life, he said. Yeah, and wow, that smell, meat. It smells amazing, Chao Yuan added, inhaling deeply. Back when they were staying at the Lovers Hotel, they'd survived on instant noodles. It had been too chaotic to venture out and enjoy a proper meal. Aren't you supposed to invite your friends? Why did you drag me along? Shun Qingzhu grumbled, turning away in protest, refusing to look at any of them. The others glanced at each other, sharing the same helpless expression. Without warning, Zhang Luoqing strode forward and slung an arm around Shun Qingzhu's shoulders. Shun Qingzhu, clearly unwilling, tried to wriggle free, but Zhang Luoqing wasn't about to let him escape. Come on, Mr. Cool. With everything we've been through, still acting all aloof? We've carried rifles together, What? We've even stayed at the Lovers Hotel together. Zhang Luoqing finished with a mischievous grin. You didn't actually stay there, Shun Qingzhu protested. Well, I was there anyway, Zhang Luoqing replied undeterred. He didn't pay any mind to Shun Qingzhu's sulking and half-dragged, half-pulled him into the villa. Let me introduce you all, Lin Chia began, making the rounds as he introduced the three new arrivals. No sooner had he finished than Li Pangpang's extroverted side kicked in. He pulled out several Rolex watches, handing one to each person as a gift. The members of Team 136 were momentarily stunned, each staring at the Rolex in their hand with bewilderment. So this is what they mean by this silly rich kid from the landlord's family. Yes, Zhang Luoqing and Lin Chia nodded in unison. With Li Pangpang, the life of the party, present, the meal was filled with laughter. Every so often, the sound of their joy would drift out from the villa, adding warmth to the gathering. Shun Qingzhu had lost all his swagger. Now he seemed more like a well-behaved young man. If someone spoke to him, he'd reply with a few words, but most of the time he simply focused on eating. After dinner, it was time for them to return to camp. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Chia picked up their luggage, bid farewell to everyone in Squad 136, and made their way to the designated pickup point. Several black coaches were already waiting there. After handing in their Starblade swords, everyone boarded the buses one after another. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Chia sat side by side, both gazing out the window. In the darkness of night, neon lights flickered endlessly. On the distant rooftops, they could just make out the silhouette of someone cradling a sniper rifle. Zhang Luoqing smiled faintly and waved in that direction. This had been a year to remember. Without realizing it, he and Lin Chia had been through so much together. From the day they first became desk mates, to sharing the same dorm room, and now, still sitting side by side. There were more stories waiting ahead, more chapters left to explore. To others, this might be just one episode after another. But for Zhang Luoqing, these were real moments, stories that had truly happened to him. The bus eased forward, bathed in moonlight, heading toward the training camp. Dawn. The first rays of sunlight had yet to reach the training camp when the new recruits were jolted awake by a piercing, shrill whistle. After half a year of training, everyone shot out of bed the instant they heard that first whistle. They dressed quickly in their uniforms, washed up briefly, and got ready for the training field. Fatty, you're up this early? As soon as they opened the door, Zhang Luoqing and Lin Chia spotted Li Fatty. Li Fatty still looked half asleep, his movements purely mechanical, like a robot dutifully going through the motions on an assembly line. Seeing him like this, Lin Chia didn't hesitate to give him a hearty slap on the back. The jolt snapped Li Fatty into alertness. Huh, you're both up already? Wait, how did I even get here? Li Fatty stared down at his uniform, bewildered. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Chia couldn't help but chuckle, genuinely curious how this guy managed to get dressed and out of bed on his own. Wasn't the physical training over? Why we still have to get up this early? Li Fatty yawned countless times on the way. It seemed that after half a year, he still hadn't managed to become a morning person. Only the physical training is over, Lin Chia explained. The camp itself isn't done yet. We just don't have morning runs anymore. Very soon, all the new recruits had assembled on the training field. Dressed in crisp military uniforms, they stood tall and full of spirit. They were no longer the unruly bunch they had been half a year ago. On the martial platform, all the instructors stood in place. Instructor Yuan stood at the front, his gaze calm as he looked down at everyone below. Today, the instructors were exceptionally well-dressed, even wearing medals of various colors and designs on their chests. Instructor Yuan Gang's chest, in particular, was adorned with the most medals. Witnessing such a solemn scene, Zhang Luoqing immediately understood what was about to happen. It was, of course, the award ceremony. He wondered what kind of medal he might receive, perhaps the same one as Lin Xie. He recalled how, in the days to come, Lin Xie would lead the Nightfall squad to win medal after medal, each one a symbol of the squad's honor. The thought that he, too, might receive a medal filled Zhang Luoqing with excitement. Morning training is canceled today. Instructor Yuan looked at the group and announced in a deep voice, "The reason I've gathered you all here is to make an important announcement. Some of you will be receiving medals." At the mention of medals, a ripple of curiosity spread through the crowd. Some of the new recruits turned to look at Lin Xie and Zhang Luoqing. After all, the memory of the day they left the camp, and how the two had saved everyone in the vehicle, was still vivid in everyone's minds. Considering some of you may not be familiar with the Night Watcher's honors, I'll give you a brief introduction here, Instructor Yuan Gang said, taking off his medals to show the crowd. The first, a pale red medal, was the Spark Medal. It was awarded for completing certain important missions to cleanse the mysterious or for protecting a large number of civilians. The second, a light blue medal, was the Starlight Medal, given only after defeating a highly dangerous enigmatic threat or quelling a major disaster. The third, the most exquisite deep blue medal, was the Star Medal. Only those who defeated an immeasurable level mystery or resolved a major incident that could destabilize society could earn it. This final medal was the rarest of all. Fewer than 1% of the Night Watchers had ever received it. Finally, Yuan Gang spoke. There is also the Sea of Stars Medal. This is the highest honor for a Night Watcher. Across the entire Daxia, fewer than 10 people possess it, and even the leadership of the Night Watchers cannot define the exact criteria for awarding it. As soon as he said this, someone in the crowd voiced their doubts. Yet, to receive such a medal was proof enough of recognition from the highest ranks. The last person to earn this honor had been Wang Mian. Instructor Yuan Gang looked over at Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie. "Now, I will announce the recipients of the medals. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie, during the missile strike, you acted decisively, saving over 50 new recruits and preserving the future of the Night Watchers. You then went on to severely wound the Serpent Woman and, together with Squad 136, took down the 13th seat of the Believers, Han Xiaoyan. Therefore, you are hereby awarded the Stellar Medal." The moment everyone heard about the Stellar Medal, their astonishment reached a new level. Envious glances followed Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie. Zhang Luoqing was visibly excited. This was a medal second only to the Sea of Stars. To receive such an honor made the whole journey worth it. What's more, he hadn't even left the recruit training camp before receiving such recognition. It was a pity, though, being an orphan, he had no one to go home and show off to. Zhang Luoqing, Lin Xie, step forward to receive your medals. Yuan Gang's voice rang out. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie walked together onto the demonstration platform to claim their glory. Yuan Gang held out an exquisite little box and slowly opened it, revealing a deep blue medal that gleamed brilliantly, dazzling everyone. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie saluted Yuan Gang with a crisp, formal gesture, then accepted their medals. Under the admiring eyes of the crowd, they made their way back to their team. "You two are incredible." Bali Pang Pang couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. "Hang in there, Pang Pang. You'll have one too someday," Zhang Luoqing said, patting Bali Pang Pang's shoulder. "Me? Really?" Bali Pang Pang pointed at himself, still doubtful. "Of course. You've joined the Night Watchers. Once you make your mark, you'll definitely earn your share of medals. Yeah, once I get my medal, I'm going to show off to my dad for sure." Zhang Luoqing's face changed slightly. Maybe think twice about that. HM? Why not? Shen Qingzhu. Instructor Yuan Gang's voice cut through their conversation. At the mention of this name, everyone fell silent, surprised. "For swiftly neutralizing the destructive wind I caused by the Great Wind disaster and saving half the city from ruin, you are awarded the Starlight Medal." "No way, cool guy." Bali Pong Pong's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Shen Qingzhu himself was caught off guard by this award. Who would have thought that a casual snap of his fingers would earn him a medal? This felt almost too easy. "Well, sometimes it pays to have the right expertise," Zhang Luoqing said with a soft smile. Despite his nerves, Shen Qingzhu walked up to the stage under everyone's gaze to accept his medal. Even after returning to his team, he wore a look of disbelief. He couldn't help but feel that the world had gone a little mad. The 6 months of physical training had finally come to an end, and the training that awaited them next was nothing like the dull and monotonous physical drills they'd endured before. Tactical guidance, simulation exercises, theories of forbidden realms, real combat practice. It even included a comprehensive set of world mythology stories, along with detailed explanations of some of the most dangerous forbidden realms that had appeared recently. This segment of theoretical study offered everyone a more complete understanding of the world. It almost felt like being back in school. The whole group sat together in a large classroom, with a different teacher for each subject. Compared to the grueling half-year of physical training, these classes were pure heaven. No more exhausting runs, every day no weight training, no pushing themselves to the brink. All they had to do now was sit in a classroom, and before they knew it, the day was over. Of course, for Xinxingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang, these classes were basically nap time. The two of them had already been sent out to run laps several times for dozing off in class. Yet, for Xinxingzhu, running laps was no big deal. It was second nature. But for Bai Li Pangpang, it was a different story. He suffered in silence. He couldn't help but grumble to himself. Wasn't physical training supposed to be over? Why are we still running? Today's instructor was Coach Gu. Watching the two of them running laps outside the window, he let out a sigh. Zhang Luocheng, answer this. What is the essence of spiritual power? Zhang Luocheng stood up, cleared his throat, and straightened his posture. Reporting, teacher, I actually don't know either. It was easy to forget that, back in high school, Zhang Luocheng was also infamous for sleeping through class. His grades were nothing to brag about in the rankings, either. You go run 10 laps, too. Coach Gu snapped, his frustration evident. Teacher, Zhang Luocheng remained in place. What is it? Do you have a question? Coach Gu's tone was stern. I do have something I'd like to ask you, Zhang Luocheng replied. If you have questions, come to my office after you finish your laps. Don't disrupt the rest of the class. Go on now. Coach Gu cut him off and turned his attention to Lin Xie. Lin Xie, you answer the question. Zhang Luocheng left the classroom and soon caught up with Xinxingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang. How many laps have you two done? Zhang Luocheng asked. I'm on my 6th. He's only on his 2nd, Xinxingzhu replied, then picked up his pace and overtook Bai Li Pangpang yet again. That show-off never waits for me, Bai Li Pangpang muttered. After half a year of training, he'd definitely improved his fitness. But then again, everyone had improved. He could finish 10 laps much faster than when he first arrived, but compared to everyone else, he was still dead last. I'm not going to wait for you anymore, Zhang Luocheng called out, dashing ahead. Seeing Zhang Luocheng catching up, Xinxingzhu instinctively picked up the pace as well, worried that Zhang would overtake him. This guy just has to turn everything into a competition, Zhang muttered, exasperated. Still, that relentless competitiveness unique to boys was on full display in both of them at this moment. Back and forth they went, neck and neck, neither willing to give an inch. Poor Bai Li Pangpang had been lapped countless times by the two of them. In no time at all, they swept past him again. As they kept running, Zhang Luocheng found it odd. Hadn't Xinxingzhu arrived before him? How was he still running as though he wasn't tired at all? What Zhang didn't know was that Xinxingzhu, sprinting with all his might, was already exhausted. But for the sake of pride, he would rather collapse than slow down. Come on, man. It's not even a real training session. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Zhang called out between breaths as he ran. Training is everywhere, every moment. I'm always ready for battle. I'm about to sprint, Xinxingzhu declared, and true to his word, he surged ahead, threatening to leave Zhang in the dust. You're going all out, huh? Zhang shouted, gritting his teeth and matching Shun's pace. The two of them crossed the finish line almost simultaneously. I won, Zhang said, craning his neck forward as he crossed the line. Nonsense, I won, Xinxingzhu retorted, a touch of pride in his voice. I crossed the line first, Zhang insisted, pointing to the finish. Oh really? But I just finished my 10th lap. How many do you have left? Only then did Zhang remember. He'd been penalized with 10 laps. Shen had already finished, while he still had laps to go. Just then, Bai Li Pangpang plodded up, puffing. Luocheng, I've got 1 lap left. Oh, come on. In the end, Zhang finished his laps. Xinxingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang didn't seem in any hurry to return to the classroom, so they sat together on the grass, waiting for Zhang to catch up. When Zhang finally finished, the three headed back to class together. The moment they walked in, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Instructor Gu was packing up his things, looking rushed. A glance at Lin Xie told Zhang everything he needed to know. It's all because of Lin Xie. I wonder if my issue will get resolved, Zhang thought as he made his way toward Instructor Gu. Just then, Instructor Gu had finished packing and was about to leave when he bumped into Zhang. Instructor Gu, I have a question I'd like to ask, Zhang said, his eyes earnest and eager to learn. If you don't listen in class, how do you still have questions to ask? Instructor Gu shot back, clearly pressed for time and unwilling to linger on Zhang's concerns. Teacher, as you said, the pursuit of knowledge and critical thinking are things every student should strive for. Instructor Gu was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you overheard what I said outside just now. Instructor Gu, I just have one question. It'll be quick, Zhang Luoqing pleaded. All right, but let me be clear, if your answer's in the textbook, go look it up yourself, Instructor Gu replied. Understood, Instructor Gu. Zhang Luoqing paused, then continued. My question is, in this world, are there people who traverse worlds? I don't mean time. Travel, because time travel, that's something Wang Mian could do. I'm talking about crossing into parallel universes or traveling from one dimension to another. For example, imagine in another world. There's no mist, no mysteries, and no mythical creatures. People there live ordinary lives, just regular folks. But then, suddenly, someone crosses over into our world. Instructor Gu was visibly startled. He turned to look at Lin Xie in the classroom, then back at Zhang Luoqing. Your question is actually quite similar to Lin Xie's. You're asking if there could be another world, in another space, that's completely different from ours. That's right. And from that other world, someone might travel here, Zhang Luoqing replied with certainty. That's a very interesting question, too. I'll need to go back and give it some thought. Instructor Gu was about to leave, but then seemed to remember something. Turning to Zhang Luoqing, he added, with a mind like yours, it would be a shame not to study harder. Next time in class, try not to fall asleep. Afternoon. On the training grounds. This lesson was about using the Forbidden Ruins. On the martial stage, the instructor explained some theoretical knowledge about the Forbidden Ruins. Then, he opened 2 cardboard boxes revealing a collection of silver wristwatches. These devices are called ACEs. Sometimes we affectionately call them acrobatics detonators. Now, you'll each need to wear one of these for the next 24 hours. You'll be locked in a contest of willpower against it, using your own mental strength. From now on, this little gadget will be your constant companion until the end of the training camp. With a sly chuckle from the instructor, the new recruits stepped up one by one to receive their wristwatches. Zhang Luoqing examined the device on his wrist. He already knew what it was, and once you put on, it would make you do all sorts of strange and unexpected things. He wasn't sure if he could keep it under control. While he was still deep in thought, Chao Yuan beside him had already fastened his wristwatch. In the next instant, his body shuddered uncontrollably, and then, suddenly, he flipped backward in a dramatic somersault. Everyone nearby stared in astonishment at Chao Yuan's bizarre movement. Finally managing to steady himself, he called out, "Just try it for yourselves, and you'll see. With my size, even trying to do a backflip is a stretch." Li Pang put on his wristwatch too, but then he leapt into the air, spun freely with a 720-degree twist, and landed steadily on his feet before finishing off with a flawless Thomas Flare. Now, the agility of this chubby guy was simply beyond words. Huh, why is he heading straight to the cafeteria? Zhang Luoqing watched as Li Pang disappeared into the distance and asked. Probably because he's hungry, Lin Xie replied, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on the watch in his hand. Aren't you going to put it on? Zhang Luoqing asked. I want to wait a bit longer. Why don't you try it first? Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luoqing. By now, many of the new recruits had already strapped on their watches. The training ground was filled with impromptu acrobatic performances. At a glance, one might have mistaken the place for a circus school. I'll give it a go, Zhang Luoqing said, hesitating for a moment before finally putting on the watch. The moment he did, a surge of electricity coursed through his entire body. The sensation was hard to describe. It was nothing like the feeling he got when using his lightning escape technique. With that, the current never actually entered his body, but this time, the electricity shot straight inside. All of a sudden, Zhang Luoqing performed a front flip right where he stood, followed by a back flip, then capped it off with a one-handed breakdancing move. Wow, I can breakdance now. Zhang Luoqing finally managed to steady himself, using his mental focus to wrestle with the currents coming from the watch. But the electrical surges fluctuated wildly with no discernible pattern. He had to constantly split his attention to keep control. Give it a try. It's harder than you'd think, Zhang Luoqing said. You can control electricity, and even you're affected? Lin Xie asked in surprise. This is completely different. Just try it and you'll see, Zhang Luoqing urged him on. All right. Lin Xie fastened the watch to his wrist. Just like Zhang Luoqing, he did a front flip right away, but quickly regained his balance. It really is tougher than I imagined. On the platform, the instructor watched the recruits with a cheerful grin. By now, quite a few of them had picked up the knack. On the training ground, the number of recruits still flipping through the air had dropped by at least half. One had to admit, the scene really did resemble a circus. Mealtime. All the recruits made their way toward the cafeteria. Well, try to, at least. Every step was a struggle, and if you weren't careful, you'd suddenly find yourself flipping in the air. The walk, which wasn't far to begin with, had doubled in length thanks to all the acrobatics. Zhang Luocheng finally managed to grab a piece of meat with his chopsticks. Good grief, if eating is this difficult, how are we supposed to sleep? Pang Pang, aren't you eating? Not hungry. Lin Xie turned to Bai Li Pang Pang, who hadn't moved a muscle. Hungry, but I really can't control it. Bai Li Pang Pang tried several times, but his hands simply refused to obey him. What's more, there weren't any chairs in the cafeteria, seemingly a measure to prevent exactly this sort of situation. As they spoke, several new recruits, still eating, suddenly launched themselves into somersaults. At long last, lunch was over. They returned to their dormitory, yet the acrobatic performances were far from finished. Chia, you take this and hand it over to the instructor. In the room, Zhang Luocheng held out a nameplate to Lin Xie. This came from Mad Scorpion, right? Lin Xie recognized the nameplate. It was the boiling blood that Xie had used. Zhang Luocheng nodded. These forbidden items are better off with Instructor Yuan. Why don't you do it? Lin Xie knew full well that the credit belonged to Zhang Luocheng. He himself had barely lifted a finger during the whole affair. Me? I'm exhausted after dealing with that thing. Inim donop. Oh, and while you're at it, see if you can find out more about the captain and Wu. Lin Xie nodded at once. Good idea. I'll head out now. As Lin Xie left, Zhang Luocheng immediately sat up in bed. By now, the electric current running through his wrist could no longer faze him. A sly smile played across his lips. Chia, here I am, moving the story forward again. Alone in the dorm, Zhang Luocheng focused all his mental energy on controlling the wristband. In the next instant, he executed a flawless forward somersault, followed by a backward flip, landing solidly on his feet. He had to admit, his form was impeccable. He even used his lightning step to counteract the shocks from the wristband. It did work, to some extent, but realistically he couldn't just live with a constant electric current running through him. That wristband would be with him until the end of the training camp. Time ticked by, and Zhang Luocheng grew increasingly adept at handling the wristband. At least, there were no more impromptu, acrobatic displays. When it was time to gather again, Zhang Luocheng didn't dwell on it. He simply left the dorm. On the way to the classroom, he happened to run into Lin Xie, who was just returning. Xie, how did it go? Zhang Luocheng asked. That forbidden item is worth 2 million. I told Instructor Yuan to give you cash, Lin Xie replied. Zhang Luocheng drew in a sharp breath. 2 million? That thing's actually worth that much? Then we split it 50-50. No need. You earned it, Lin Xie insisted. About the captain and the others. Lin Xie went on to explain Chun Mai's past and the story of the Blue Rain Squad, as well as the powerful forbidden item known as Shiva's Wrath. For a moment, Zhang Luocheng felt dazed. It was this forbidden item that had wiped Songnan City off the map. Yet thanks to Lin Xie's miracle, the city had lingered for 10 more years. What's wrong? Lin Xie looked over at Zhang Luocheng. It's nothing, just heading to the assembly. Zhang Luocheng didn't dwell on it any further. Along the way, a number of new recruits hurried toward the classroom, performing acrobatics as they went, unable to hide their anxiousness. Honestly, this stretch of road had become quite the spectacle. Without spending a dime, you could watch a parade of impromptu acrobatic performances. Today's lesson was marksmanship training. The new recruits, wearing protective goggles and earmuffs, practiced their shooting skills freely on the range. Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. After firing the last round from his training pistol, Bai Li Pang Pang set the gun aside with a look of pure contentment. If you asked Bai Li Pang Pang which class he liked most, it would undoubtedly be shooting practice. Only during this lesson did he feel truly invigorated. Since the recruits had become accustomed to wearing their watches by now, you rarely saw anyone turning acrobatics on the way here anymore. Bullseye! 9 ring, 9 ring, Chow Yuan announced as he removed his earmuffs. At that moment, 3 more shots rang out. Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. Zhang Luocheng put down his pistol, satisfied with his results. With rigorous training and his unique talent for 100% accuracy with thrown objects, handling firearms came just as naturally to him. Miss, miss, miss. Another set of 3 shots, and these immediately caught several people's attention. Lin Xie nonchalantly set down his gun, though his eyes betrayed disbelief. He couldn't bring himself to look directly at his own target. Xie, you really need to work on your aim. 3 misses in a row. Seems like you're the only one. Bai Li Pang Pang teased with a mischievous grin. I thought you two had the same instructor. How are your skills so different? Chow Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng exchanged glances. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xie replied, He's cheating. His eyes come with their own targeting system. Huh, really? Li Pang Pang leaned in, peering at Zhang Luocheng's eyes. But his eyes aren't even red. Says who? Zhang Luocheng retorted, unwilling to back down. I could hit the mark with my eyes closed. Oh, Chao Yuan looked intrigued. Give it a try then, Lin Chia said, handing Zhang Luocheng a piece of cloth. Zhang Luocheng blindfolded himself. In truth, he'd never tried shooting like this before. Even didn't know exactly how his conceptual skill worked. Was it his body? His eyes? Or just pure instinct? Bang, bang, bang. Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. 3 crisp shots, all right on the mark. The bullseye, everyone. It wasn't just the others who were stunned. Even Zhang Luocheng found it hard to believe. This conceptual skill was almost too powerful. As long as he pictured his target in his mind, the shot would follow, like having his own personal auto-aim. He couldn't help but wonder. If he tried his hand at a battle royale game, would he dominate there too? Amazing, Luocheng, you really have built-in auto-aim, Li Pang Pang exclaimed with deep admiration. Just then, Instructor Hong suddenly appeared and called Lin Chia over. Not long after, when Lin Chia returned, the group immediately crowded around, curiosity brimming, eager to know what had happened. Instructor Gu seems to have lost his mind. He claims it was my fault, Lin Chia said. Zhang Luocheng was momentarily stunned. In truth, it wasn't only Lin Chia's question that might have triggered this. He himself had asked a question too, but he'd done so after class, so no one else knew about it. Oh, by the way, these next couple of days, if you spot Instructor Gu anywhere in the training camp, you must let me know, Lin Chia said, his tone suddenly serious. Huh? Why? Li Pang Pang asked. Zhang Luocheng understood. It was clearly from Merlin's condition. Lin Chia was probably on the verge of mastering summoning magic. At that moment, Zhang Luocheng suddenly remembered. His own Hokage system also included a summoning technique. The only problem was he hadn't drawn that ability yet, so he had no idea what kind of summon it would be. I wonder if it'll be a toad, or maybe a snake, Zhang Luocheng mused to himself. 2 more days passed. Sure enough, Instructor Gu returned to the training camp, and Zhang Luocheng was already waiting in the administrative area for his arrival. Instructor Gu is back. Reporting in, Instructor Gu has been spotted at the dormitory entrance. He's moved to the east side of the training ground. He's at the special training base now. He's on his way to the admin area. One report after another came in, tracking Instructor Gu's movements like a radar. Hearing these updates, Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly and strolled out at a leisurely pace. At that moment, Lin Chia stepped forward, perfectly on cue, and blocked Instructor Gu's path. Long time no see, Instructor Gu, he greeted. Instructor Gu, has my question been resolved yet? Zhang Luocheng's figure appeared behind Lin Chia. Lin Chia turned to look at Zhang Luocheng, his eyes seeming to say, I got here first. After you, Zhang Luocheng replied. After a few words between Lin Chia and the instructor, the 3 of them headed into the office together, Lin Chia wearing a satisfied grin, as if he'd scored a victory. In the end, the 2 of them returned to the dormitory together. So this thing you mentioned about traveling between worlds, is it actually true? Lin Chia, who had overheard the conversation between Zhang Luocheng and Instructor Gu, couldn't help but ask as soon as they got back. Weren't you the one who said it? In this world, is there anything that can't happen? Zhang Luocheng answered. Lin Chia nodded. True, King Mian is a time marauder. He can travel through time and space. So the idea of parallel universes actually makes sense. You see, when Wang Mian went back in time and changed the course of one past event, the original path might not have disappeared. It could still be continuing somewhere, and at that very moment, a new world was created. Or perhaps, with all the choices we make in life, every time we pick one path, there's another version of ourselves choosing something different, giving rise to countless parallel timelines. That's definitely possible. Maybe this world is just an endless cycle, one round finishing only for another to begin all over again, Lin Chia said. Zhang Luocheng chuckled. You got a point. Night had fallen. In the depth of his sleep, Zhang Luocheng was suddenly roused by a faint, persistent sound, like the whine of a mosquito. At first, he paid it no mind, but the noise just wouldn't go away, circling endlessly by his ear. It's not even summer yet. How are there already mosquitoes? Zhang Luocheng muttered helplessly, getting up to swat a few of them. But the mosquitoes seemed to keep coming, as if from an endless stream. In that instant, Zhang Luocheng realized what was really going on. He turned to Lin Chia. Sure enough, that guy was up to his summoning magic again. Lin Chia, could you please give a rest? Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but complain. So focused was Lin Chia on his spell that he hadn't noticed Zhang Luocheng was awake. Huh? Oh, you're up? Look at this mess. How am I supposed to deal with all these mosquitoes? Zhang Luocheng kept swatting in frustration. That's not my problem. They're not biting me. Lin Xie replied, continuing with his summoning magic. Stop summoning random stuff, will you? Take a look at what you brought in, stockings. What the heck is that about? Zhang Luochen was now being besieged by dozens of mosquitoes. A surge of anger welled up inside him. Sharingan, fire release. With his Sharingan fixed on the mosquitoes, Zhang Luochen unleashed a fire technique. Mosquitoes didn't stand a chance. Throughout the night, brief flashes of flame sparked intermittently within that small room. The next morning, Luochen, why do you look like you didn't sleep a wink? Li Pang Pang asked, eyeing the bleary Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen rubbed his eyes. Nothing much, just spent the whole night fighting mosquitoes. Mosquitoes? There are mosquitoes this time of year. Li Pang Pang mumbled, taking a bite of his bun. Zhang Luochen shot him a resentful look, thinking to himself, you used to be the one tormented by this. Maybe you should be thanking me now. Ask him, Zhang Luochen said, pointing to Lin Xie beside him. Maybe they just like him more. Lin Xie replied languidly, sipping his soy milk. By the way, before we graduate and leave boot camp, there's still one final score assessment, Chao Yuan suddenly brought up. Assessment. Li Pang Pang was taken aback. That's right, we only have 2 or 3 months left before graduation. The instructors will evaluate us based on our performance, assign scores, and then rank us accordingly, Chao Yuan said. So, it's basically a final exam. Lin Xie mused, then added, wait, is it an elimination system for those at the bottom? No, they won't eliminate any recruits from the training camp. After all, night watchers are in short supply these days. The main purpose is to determine everyone's future assignments, Chao Yuan explained. Assignments? What do you mean? Li Pang Pang asked, clearly confused. It means that after graduation, you'll see which night watcher squad you get assigned to, Lin Xie clarified. Those with outstanding abilities will probably be sent to first-tier cities. Those ranked lower will stay in third-tier cities. That's probably how it works, Zhang Luochen added. However, getting into a special squad isn't that easy. Their requirements are even stricter, Chao Yuan continued. Zhang Luochen nodded in agreement. Most members of special squads started out in regular squads. They've already built up absolute trust and teamwork. Bringing in a newcomer could disrupt their rhythm. Of course, if you're truly exceptional, you might even form your own special squad. At this, Zhang Luochen patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. So what do you think? Interested? With your status as the dual deity's proxy, you should more than qualify. Lin Xie was caught off guard. Me? I don't have such grand ambitions. If I had a choice, I'd rather stay in Songnan. With your status, I bet special squads will be trying to recruit you the moment you graduate. You might not even get a say in it, Chao Yuan remarked. By the way, how are these rankings and scores determined? Lin Xie suddenly asked. There's a whole range of factors: physical training, extreme endurance drills, written exams, marksmanship, and the like. Written exams? Marksmanship? Some people groaned while others looked excited. At the mention of written exams, Zhang Luochen and Li Pang Pang's faces instantly fell. As regulars in the back row napping during class, they feared nothing more than written tests. Well, except for Shun Qingzhu, who was in the same boat. And apparently, there are also hidden scores, Chao Yuan added. Hidden scores? What are those? Lin Xie asked. No idea, Chao Yuan replied, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture. Lin Xie turned to Zhang Luochen. Hey, Prophet, heard anything about this? Could be that we'll have to face some kind of mystery head-on, or maybe carry out a mystery-clearing mission as a team, Zhang Luochen answered vaguely. What? The Prophet's predictions aren't working this time. Lin Xie joked. Zhang Luochen rolled his eyes at Lin Xie and went back to eating. Some time passed, and with it, another dawn arrived. The sun rose slowly in the east, its rays streaming through the window and casting warm light across the floor. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie got up at the same time. Nowadays, their routines were almost perfectly in sync. It's 5:30. Why aren't we hearing the whistle today? Lin Xie glanced out the window, a faint sense of unease creeping over him. At first, Zhang Luochen hadn't paid much attention, but hearing Lin Xie's words, he couldn't help but look outside as well. Something's not quite right. Let's go out and take a look. Zhang Luochen pushed open the door to their dorm room. The corridor outside was just as silent. There was no whistle to wake them, and all the other recruits were still fast asleep. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie decided to go wash up first. By the time they came back, a few early risers among the recruits were just stepping out of their rooms. Special Forces soldier Zheng Zhong was there, along with Chao Yuan and 2 heirs from renowned martial arts clans, Mo Lan and Li Xiaoguang. Luochen, Xie, you're up to? Chao Yuan walked over to them. The instructors haven't blown the whistle. Something feels off, Lin Xie said, worry creasing his brow. Wait a second, things really are strange. As he took in the scene, Zhang Luochen suddenly realized what was going on. This had to be the final celebration day of the training camp. What is it? Lin Xie and Chao Yuan asked in unison. Zhang Luocheng walked over to the door of Bai Li Pongpong's dorm. Inside, both occupants were still sound asleep. What did you see? Lin Xie asked. Activating his Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng replied, there's something strange swirling around them, something I can't quite identify. No sooner had he spoken than a few more recruits emerged from their rooms, including Shun Qingzhu. Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng. Shun Qingzhu's face was tense. No matter what we do, Deng Wei and the others just won't wake up. What time is it now? Zhang Luocheng asked. It's just past 6 o'clock, Lin Xie responded. Let's go check on them. Since Bai Li Pongpong's door wouldn't open, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie hurried over to Shun Qingzhu's room to investigate. Lin Xie swept his mental energy over Deng Wei's body. It seems to be some sort of mind control restriction field. Then why are we still awake? Shun Qingzhu asked. That might be exactly it. They didn't get up early enough, Zhang Luocheng explained. They didn't get up early? Shun Qingzhu looked completely baffled. Lin Xie glanced at the clock. Everyone who's awake now got up before 6. So, 6 o'clock is probably the critical point. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the hidden score that Chao Yuan mentioned. Zhang Luocheng's mind was already racing ahead, his gaze landing squarely on the surveillance camera at the end of the hallway. Outside, the training camp. Inside a few tents, the instructors sat before their monitors, closely watching the recruits' every move. This Zhang Luocheng, he's really not your average recruit, one of the instructors remarked. You know, even seeing his eyes through the screen gives me the chills, Instructor Hong said, turning his head away, refusing to meet Zhang Luocheng's gaze. Lin Xie reacted quickly, too. Don't you think? These new recruits are already following orders from those two, Yuan Gang remarked. Hey, look at Shun Qingzhu, always the troublemaker. He just gave us the finger, Instructor Hong said, docking a point from Shun Qingzhu's score without hesitation. They've already split into teams. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng have gone to the armory to get weapons. There goes Shun Qingzhu again. He's broken down another door. Are we taking points off for that? Of course not. Let them enjoy this last moment of chaos while they can. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, Shun Qingzhu, and a few other recruits arrived at the armory and picked up their weapons. Just as they armed themselves, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the direction of the cafeteria. Let's check the cafeteria, Lin Xie decided without hesitation. Zhang Luocheng followed Lin Xie closely. Lin Xie was about to gain a new assistant, a timid little spider. To be honest, when Zhang Luocheng read about that spider in a novel, he always thought it was adorable. They hurried to the cafeteria. The iron chain that had been locking the cafeteria's main doors had been cut, clearly indicating someone had arrived before them. Lin Xie swept the cafeteria with his mental senses, his expression growing serious before he pushed the doors open wide. Inside, the cafeteria was empty of people, but everywhere was draped in spiderwebs. Thick white strands crisscrossed, weaving an enormous web that shrouded the entire room. What is this? It's disgusting, one of the new recruits muttered, swallowing hard. These webs are enormous, another recruit added in disbelief. Could this be a mystery? Is there really a mystery attacking us in the training camp? Shun Qingzhu stared at the scene, barely able to believe his eyes. If there was a mystery attack, there's no way the instructors wouldn't know, Chao Yuan pointed out. That leaves two possibilities, Zhang Luocheng chimed in. Either the instructors were killed by this mystery, or this is all part of their plan. Look over there, one recruit said, pointing in a specific direction. Everyone's eyes followed and saw a man entangled in the webs. His limbs twisted, his body hollowed out from within. His eyes were frozen wide in terror, but it was clear all life had already left him. Wang Li, someone recognized the man. This isn't a drill. Someone's dead, another recruit shouted in panic. The instructors are missing too. Could they all be dead? Quiet, Lin Xie barked, his mental energy sweeping every corner of the cafeteria. His face was grim. That mystery is probably still inside. At those words, the faces of several new recruits instantly changed. Although they had already spent nearly a year in the training camp, what they lacked most was real combat experience. Most of them had never even seen a mysterious being, let alone faced a true enemy. So it was clear their nerves were starting to fray. Lin Xie drew his starblade. I'll go in and take a look. I'll keep watch outside, just in case it tries to escape. Zhang Luocheng also drew his starblade, positioning himself around the perimeter of the cafeteria. After a moment's thought, Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan decided to join Lin Xie as he stepped inside the cafeteria. Seeing that everyone now had their roles, the remaining new recruits mustered their courage and prepared to enter the cafeteria together. Don't all go in. Too many people will only make things more chaotic. Stay outside with me and keep watch. Zhang Luocheng stopped the rest of the eager recruits. After all, Zhang Luocheng wore a Medal of Honor. Here, his orders carried weight, and the recruits followed them without question, joining him on guard outside the cafeteria. Zhang Luocheng's eyes scanned every exit. The possibility of encountering a creature like Azu here brought a flicker of excitement to his heart. Before long, a sudden explosion echoed from within the cafeteria, instantly drawing the attention of everyone on watch. The recruits all drew their star blades, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Zhang Luocheng scanned every corner of the perimeter. Sure enough, in the next instant, a huge, gray-white spider crashed straight through a window on the right. There it is, go! Zhang Luocheng commanded, and all the recruits sprang into action, swinging their star blades at the spider. A sharp metallic clang rang out. Zhang Luocheng, just about to strike, froze in place. Why is the system popping up now? Is there some kind of mission? A new task for the host. Outshine all others on the final carnival day, and as long as your final score is higher than Lin Chiye's, the task will be considered complete. Upon completion, you may draw 2 new abilities. Seriously? Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but grumble at this new assignment. If I'd known I had to outscore Lin Chiye, I would have actually studied harder. But there was no time to dwell on it now. The arrow was knocked and ready to fly. The first order of business was to make the most of this carnival day. The recruits had managed to encircle the gray-white spider, but Azu was a mysterious being of the river class. With just a few moves, it broke through their surround with ease. Zhang Luocheng surged forward, blade in hand, slashing straight at the creature. In that instant, a cluster of eerie, crimson eyes suddenly flared open. Mental attack? Zhang Luocheng instantly recognized Azu's power. An illusion is just another form of mental assault. He activated the Sharingan illusion technique, locking eyes directly with Azu. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Azu. Then, seizing the moment, she scurried away in a panic once again. She shouted desperately while fleeing. These people are terrifying. That man who throws knives is so fierce, and the one who can make things explode with a snap of his fingers. He's clearly up to no good. But the last one, his eyes are red. Just one glance at him, and I felt like my whole body was burning. I have to run. I need to get away now. Zhang Luocheng pressed a hand over his eyes. After all, Aju was a mysterious being of the river level. When Zhang Luocheng's Sharingan encountered her mental attacks, he didn't come out unscathed either. Are you alright? Lin Chiye had just come out of the cafeteria and happened to see Zhang Luocheng clutching his eyes. I'll be fine. She was affected by me as well, Zhang Luocheng replied. This is all very strange, Lin Chiye muttered, his heart full of doubt. Let's not worry about that spider for now. We should go rescue the people in Building 3. It seems even more troublesome over there, Zhang Luocheng said quickly. Still, we should leave a few people to guard Building 1, Lin Chiye suggested. Shen Qingzhu thought for a moment, then volunteered, I'll go back and keep watch. That's a good idea. With Fatty's forbidden item, he should be able to help you, Zhang Luocheng said. I suspect he's about to wake up. Really? Shen Qingzhu was half convinced, half doubtful. Trust him. We need to move now, Lin Chiye urged. Once their strategy was settled, the team split up to take action. Zhang Luocheng and his group all headed for the girls' dormitory, stopping in front of Building 3. The dormitory building radiated an odd, unsettling aura. I can't sense its presence at all. It's as if this place has been cut off from the rest of the world, Lin Chiye said, his face troubled as he glanced at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan and peered in the same direction, but he too looked puzzled. I can't see what's happening inside either. The door won't open, and I can't break the glass. Chao Yuan tried every method he could think of, but the door remained stubbornly sealed. This place must be isolated by some kind of spatial barrier, Li Xiaowang suddenly spoke up. You have a spatial type forbidden domain? Zhang Luocheng asked at once. Something like that? Let me try, Li Xiaowang said, pulling out a large broadsword adorned with a red tassel. With a flash of light and a faint sound, he swung the blade. Li Xiaowang stepped forward and gave the door a gentle push. It swung open at once. Hurry inside. I've only managed to open a corner. Soon it'll close itself again. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Chiye, and the other new recruits rushed in. But the moment they set foot inside Building 3, a bizarre, oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. The world outside seemed to turn gray and dim, and the familiar paths vanished in an instant. So this is what a space. The group was still surveying their surroundings when suddenly, a piercing scream from a girl echoed down from an upper floor. Zhang Luocheng and the others exchanged a quick glance, then dashed upstairs at full speed. But as soon as they reached the second floor, what they saw was utterly baffling. What on earth is going on here? Li Xiaowang muttered, unable to make sense of the scene before him. Because right there on the second floor, Instead of what they expected, they found themselves standing in a girl's dormitory, neatly arranged, with clothes folded and placed in order. "Did you see anything? My senses can only pick up the rooms nearby," Lin Chie said, his brow furrowed in concentration. "The whole setup here is a mess. We can't rely on what we know. It's as if everything has been jumbled around," Zhang Luoqing explained. "Jumbled around?" Li Xiaowang echoed. Zhang Luoqing nodded. "It's like a Rubik's Cube, a scrambled one. The staircase that should be here has been moved somewhere else." Lin Chie walked around, studying the arrangement, while Chao Yuan headed to the window, hoping to spot a new clue. "So, which way should we go?" Li Xiaowang asked. "There are steps directly behind this wall that lead upstairs," Lin Chie said, pointing to one of the walls. Zhang Luoqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, if we keep following these paths, we'll never get out. This place has turned into a labyrinth." "Are you saying we should break through the wall?" Li Xiaowang asked. "But we have to be careful about the building's structure," Lin Chie cautioned. "I'll give it a try." Before one of the new recruits could speak up, Zhang Luoqing strode up to the wall. Although he'd tried this ability before, now that he had reached the Qi stage, Zhang Luoqing wanted to see what he could do. Strictly speaking, his 5 elements techniques could be combined. "If I blend fire, earth, and water, I should be able to use melting escape, corroding the wall right in front of us," Zhang Luoqing thought to himself. Sure enough, a moment later, the wall in front of him dissolved away, opening up a passage for them. It worked. Zhang Luoqing's heart leapt with excitement. Seeing his abilities drawn together like this, he realized they really could be fused. "Seriously?" Lin Chie looked at Zhang Luoqing in amazement. "The 5 elements are all about interaction and balance," Zhang Luoqing explained. The group passed through the newly created opening, Lin Chie leading, Zhang Luoqing bringing up the rear. But before they all made it across, the wall suddenly slid shut, splitting the group in two. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, Zhang Luoqing activated a Sharingan and saw the other walls shifting as well. In an instant, he and Lin Chie were separated, cast into entirely different locations. "What's going on?" asked one of the new recruits who was with Zhang Luoqing. "The space has shifted again. I'm guessing that, after seeing us damage the wall, it decided to separate us," Zhang Luoqing replied, continuing to observe their surroundings. Now that he was split up from Lin Chie and the others, Zhang Luoqing actually saw this as an opportunity. If he came across the Chaotic Cube or the Sound Hunter, he could take one of them out himself. Zhang Luoqing led the remaining rookies, darting from place to place. The scenery before them kept changing. One moment it was a staircase, then a dormitory, then suddenly a balcony. "Luoqing, this place is constantly shifting," one of the new recruits said, stepping forward. "Ah, a body. That's..." Another rookie's startled voice drew everyone's attention. A corpse lay silently on the ground. Her head was missing, and if it weren't for the uniform matching theirs, it would have been impossible to guess who she was. Seeing that someone was about to scream, Zhang Luoqing rushed over and covered his mouth. "Quiet. That's not a real corpse." The recruits looked at him in confusion, as if to say, "If that's not a corpse, then what is it?" "Her anatomy is nothing like a normal person's. It's just here to scare us, to set the mood." Even without using his Sharingan, Zhang Luoqing could tell what was going on. Just moments ago, he'd already picked up on some strange noises. A faint clicking echoed through the space. "Quiet," Zhang Luoqing commanded suddenly, stopping his tracks. "Did you hear that?" All the new recruits held their breath, straining to listen. Sure enough, there were sounds, doors being opened and then shut. Zhang Luoqing scanned the surroundings with his Sharingan. He still couldn't see the entity itself, but the sound was getting closer and closer. "Is the mysterious one coming?" One of the recruits whispered. "Try not to make a sound," Zhang Luoqing whispered, lowering his voice even further. He could see their opponent now. A towering, broad-shouldered man stood before them, a gaping, bloody hole where his neck should have been. His head was gone, leaving his body grotesquely incomplete. In his hand, he dragged an enormous, menacing executioner's blade, radiating a palpable sense of dread. The next moment, he reached out and swung the door open in front of Zhang Luoqing and the others. All the recruits tensed, eyes locked on the doorway. The instant the door flew open. "Brothers now," Zhang Luoqing shouted. In a flash, all the rookies unleashed their forbidden domains, launching every technique they had at the Headless Man. The Headless Man clearly hadn't expected such a fierce assault the moment he opened the door. Overwhelmed, he was forced to fall back, retreating step by step. After all, this was the might of someone from the River Realm. With a powerful stomp, he vanished from where he stood in the blink of an eye, moving so fast that only a blur remained in his wake. In the very next instant, several of the new recruits at the front were cut in half at the waist. Agonized screams echoed through the air, and with the commotion, the Headless Man's body seemed to burst apart. Zhang Luocheng sprang into action as well, appearing before the headless man in a flash. He swung his straight blade at the creature's chest, but it felt as though he was striking solid steel. His attack barely left a shallow scratch. "Everyone, keep quiet," Zhang Luocheng said in a low voice. "This thing draws its strength from the volume of sound. The louder the noise, the stronger it becomes." The two remaining recruits clamped their mouths shut as soon as they heard this, standing perfectly still, not daring to make the slightest move. With a forceful kick, Zhang Luocheng struck the headless man square in the chest. A bolt of lightning shot through the creature's shoulder, and in the next moment, the headless man suddenly froze, unable to move. "Shadow mimicry successful," Zhang Luocheng declared, standing his ground. "We don't have much time. Kill him now." But just then, the space around them warped again. Right before their eyes, the headless man vanished along with the distorting space, disappearing from the trio's sight. With the headless man gone, the shadow mimicry lost its hold as well. Zhang Luocheng scanned the shifting surroundings. "I can't see him anymore. He must have been transported somewhere else." He led the remaining two recruits through the labyrinthine floors, but they found no further trace of the headless man. It seemed the Chaos Cube didn't intend for him to encounter the creature again. Not long after, a thunderous noise rumbled from a distance. Zhang Luocheng guessed that Lin Qie and the others must have crossed paths with the headless man as well. He turned to the other two recruits. "You two check over there. I'll head toward the source of that noise." "You're going alone? Are you sure about that?" "I'll be fine. It's easier for me to move on my own." The two recruits nodded and set off in different directions, while Zhang Luocheng moved off alone. This time, he took a drastically different route. He began tearing down walls and forged a straight path forward. Sure enough, as he followed this direct course, the dragging sound returned. Zhang Luocheng immediately slowed his pace, making his movements as quiet as possible. "Seems like Lin Qie's group had a brief clash with that thing, then split up," Zhang Luocheng thought to himself. His eyes scanned the area for any sign of the headless man, but there was no trace to be found. Only the sound remained. The trouble was, he couldn't use the direction of the noise to track it, since the space around him had begun to warp yet again. "Molly, Qie, Luocheng, Chaoyuan, where are you?" Zhang Luocheng froze when he heard the familiar voice. Wasn't that Fatty Bailey? Good heavens, he'd really come charging in like a hero to save the day. But Fatty's loud shout had clearly caught the headless man's attention. Zhang Luocheng heard the scraping noise shift direction, turning toward them. He pressed on ahead, but after only a few hurried steps, he suddenly spotted several familiar figures up ahead. He hadn't seen them earlier. Maybe the shifting space had separated them again. This time, though, they were just an arm's length away. "Fatty," Zhang Luocheng whispered, because at this moment, Bailey Fatty's mouth was firmly covered by Molly's hand. The moment Molly saw Zhang Luocheng, she waved him over, signaling for him to come quickly. Zhang Luocheng followed her through the wall and onto the balcony of a dormitory room. Aside from Molly, there was another female soldier with her. Only when the dragging sounds faded into the distance did Molly finally let go of Bailey Fatty's mouth. "Were you trying to get yourself killed, shouting like that?" Molly scolded in a low voice. Fatty looked aggrieved. "I didn't know we weren't supposed to be loud." "You're awake? Does that mean everyone else is too?" Zhang Luocheng lowered his voice as well. Fatty nodded. "Yeah, everyone's awake. I woke them up myself." He pointed proudly at himself and glanced at Molly, as if to say, "See how impressive I am?" "Yes, Fatty, you're amazing," Zhang Luocheng soothed him, almost as if coaxing a child. Molly's expression turned serious. "We're dealing with a Chuan-level mystery. It automatically tracks the source of any sound. The louder you are, the stronger it gets. We call it the Sound Hunter. By the way, Luocheng, why are you alone?" Fatty noticed Lin Qie and Chaoyuan were missing. Molly's face changed at that. "Don't tell me they're already." "You're overthinking it," Zhang Luocheng replied quickly. "While we were moving through a wall, the walls shifted and separated us. Earlier, I even ran into that Sound Hunter." "You ran into it?" Molly was surprised. Zhang Luocheng nodded. "We even fought. Later, the space shifted again, and I managed to get away." "You fought it? Alone?" "We lost over a dozen sisters just trying to get past that thing," Molly said grimly. Zhang Luocheng recounted what had happened, even mentioning how he almost succeeded. If only the space hadn't shifted, he might have had a real chance. "Someone actually died? But isn't this just a drill?" Fatty stared in disbelief. "A drill?" Molly's eyes burned with fierce determination. "When you see your comrade die right in front of you, you'll realize this is no exercise. This is a real mystery incursion." She turned to Zhang Luocheng. "You just been through it yourself. I'm sure you know what I mean." But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Luocheng's reaction was even more unexpected, and his next words completely overturned Molly's understanding. "Well, actually, it really was just a drill," Zhang Luocheng said somewhat awkwardly. The others stared at him in disbelief, and Molly's expression grew even more complicated. Good grief, they'd all been through the same ordeal. How could it be just a drill for him? Listen to me, Zhang Luocheng went on, trying to explain. We did find bodies on the ground just now, but through my eyes, I could tell that those weren't real. Human corpses. They looked incredibly lifelike, but some of the internal structures of a human body simply can't be replicated. So those bodies were all fake. He tried to clarify, and since everyone knew of the abilities Zhang Luocheng's eyes granted him, they were inclined to believe him. Still, some of their comrades had died right before their eyes. But I saw our squad get cut down with my own eyes, Molly protested, clenching her fists in frustration. The corpses might be fake, but the people who died in front of me, there's no way that was faked. Honestly, I didn't have a good explanation for that either, Zhang Luocheng admitted, but when we were up against the sound hunter just now, I realized something. The moment we were about to land a blow, someone suddenly swapped in a fake body. That's the work of the instructors. No matter what, though, this is still a test for us, and how we respond is what truly matters. Inside a tent outside the training camp. This Zhang Luocheng's eyes are terrifying. Nothing escapes his notice, Instructor Hong said, staring at the monitor in front of him. And you think he's the only one? Lin Chief figured it out as well. He caught them in the act when they switched the bodies, another instructor remarked. With those two around, our little tricks are exposed in no time, one more instructor sighed. But regardless, this year's recruits are sharp. There are plenty of clever minds among them. And it's not just the boys. Take a look at what the girls are doing. There are brains in that group too. The instructors turned their attention to the monitor. On the screen, Molly led her group through a dozen walls, finally arriving at the water boiling room. The largest room in the building, though it wasn't originally located there. Now, in this vast space, dozens of female soldiers were already seated on the floor, divided into 3 groups. They each held a drawing board, apparently taking notes or recording information. Molly gave a signal to one of the girls, who promptly made a subtle gesture. A faint gleam shone from her fingertip, and in the next instant, a stream of chatter filled Zhang Luocheng's and Fatty Bailey's ears, as if a pair of headphones had slipped over them. The sound of the girls' discussion suddenly echoed in their ears. It was a curious sensation. No one had spoken aloud, yet their voices were perfectly clear. This is Zhang Xiaoxiao's mental link, someone explained. We can communicate directly with our thoughts, but the connection doesn't cover much ground. At most, it can span 2 rooms. So, they're trying to figure out the pattern behind this spatial anomaly. Some of them are moving from room to room, while others analyze the information. Zhang Luocheng immediately grasped how they divided up the tasks. That's impressive. How did you even come up with that? Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed in amazement. Each of us has our strengths. Among our female soldiers, we also have strategists like Lin Chia and Zhang Luocheng. Molly's eyes gleamed with a touch of pride. Yet to Zhang Luocheng, something fell off. The way his name was mentioned gave him the impression it had just been tacked on at the last moment. Suddenly, Aji, who sat at the very center, sprang to her feet. All right, I've figured out the pattern behind the spatial shifts. It's like a Rubik's Cube, Zhang Luocheng said before anyone else could. All the women turned to him, and Aji looked utterly incredulous. You noticed that already? A faint smile played at the corners of Zhang Luocheng's lips. He knew it was finally time to show off a little. I only realized it just now looking at your diagrams. But to predict the exact changes, you'd still need to do some calculations. I'm guessing you've already worked those out. Hearing this, Aji seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, starting next time, I'll be able to track the pattern of changes. Also, the mysterious entity we're seeking must be somewhere near the center. It would have hidden itself well there, making that area all the more obvious, Zhang Luocheng added. Aji's expression shifted. So you figured that out too. You really are sharp. Zhang Luocheng paused, feeling a bit perplexed. What's with this girl? Why is she looking at me like that? With such open hostility. So now, we need to make a decision, Aji said, her voice still grave. From the very start. After all, Molly hadn't told them that their teammates weren't actually dead. Do we hunt down the entity distorting the space first? Or do we go after the Sound Hunter? Of course we take out the Sound Hunter first, one of the soldiers said angrily. Yes, the Sound Hunter comes first. We'll avenge our sisters. Their voices rang out one after another, each filled with fierce determination. In this moment, for the sake of their friends and themselves, they faced the unknown with both calm analysis and fearless resolve. All right, Aji turned to Zhang Luocheng. Luocheng, what about you? Will you join us? The new recruits here had already been together for almost a year, so everyone was well aware of what Zhang Luocheng was capable of. Moreover, a growing number of recruits had started voting on who would ultimately claim the top spot, Zhang Luocheng or Lin Chia, and the votes for both were almost evenly split. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. Seeing all of you so fired up, of course I have to do my part too. We're teammates, after all. More than that, we're night watchers. As he flashed a grin. Once this is all over, let's have a real showdown. See who's better at solving problems. Zhang Luocheng paused, thinking to himself, solving problems? What's that about? Why a contest in that of all things? And what's with that look in your eyes? Please don't tell me you have a crush on me. Once the plan was set, everyone began searching for any sign of the sound hunter. But they had barely taken a few steps when the air was suddenly filled with the thunderous sound of a fierce collision. What's that noise? Molly signaled for everyone to stop. It sounds like a fight, someone replied. It's way too loud, another muttered. Zhang Luocheng's expression darkened. If he was right, that noise meant Madman Chao Yuan had run into the sound hunter, and whatever was happening, it was getting closer by the second. The next moment, the wall in front of them burst apart. A figure wreathed in black flames was hurled backwards, slamming hard into the wall on the far side. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet even in that battered state, he struggled to his feet, letting out a low, unsettling chuckle. Chao Yuan, Wiley Pong Pong's eyes went wide. With all that noise, I'm amazed he hasn't been cut in half. And by the look of it, the fight's been raging for a while, as he said, utterly shocked by the scene. Madman Chao Yuan and the Headless Man had smashed through 2 dorm rooms now. But with all the commotion, the Headless Man's power had surged, leaving Chao Yuan completely overpowered, pinned to the ground. I'll go first. Keep quiet, and move in for a sneak attack, Zhang Luocheng whispered, gripping his straight blade tightly and moving as silently as possible toward Chao Yuan. We need to snap Chao Yuan out of it first, or the noise would just keep getting worse, Zhang Luocheng thought to himself. He circled around, trying to get close enough to use his Sharingan's illusion to pull Chao Yuan back to his senses. But Chao Yuan, beaten down by repeated blows, was already at his limit. Bloodied and exhausted, he barely managed to prop himself up, still trying to rise. But it was clear he no longer had the strength. Now's my chance. Zhang Luocheng picked up a stone and tossed it toward Chao Yuan. In an instant, Zhang Luocheng's figure appeared right before him. Illusion. Zhang Luocheng locked eyes with Chao Yuan. The black flames swirling around Chao Yuan vanished instantly. And just like that, Chao Yuan's body disappeared from in front of the Headless Man. In an instant, all the previously chaotic noises vanished, and the entire space was plunged into silence. However, the Headless Man tried to move forward, but found himself rooted to the spot, unable to budge. His body involuntarily dropped into a crouch, and then, ever so gently, he placed his executioner's blade on the ground, without making a single sound. Shadow imitation technique, successful. Zhang Luocheng rose to his feet slowly. The Headless Man mirrored his every movement, not making a sound. A faint smile played at the corners of Zhang Luocheng's mouth. Now, sisters, let's begin. The message echoed in everyone's minds. They communicated through brainwaves, bypassing the need for speech, the words materializing directly in each person's consciousness. In a flash, all the figures leaped out, each unfurling a unique forbidden domain at once. Now, stripped of his executioner's blade and immobilized where he stood, the Headless Man was completely defenseless. You realized his blade was used to create sound, as he said, glancing at Zhang Luocheng. That heavy blade, he only dragged it to make noise and empower himself. So now, without the executioner's blade, and with the sound controlled, dealing with him is a breeze. You really are clever, as he replied. Zhang Luocheng looked a bit sheepish. I'll leave this to you all. I have to go take care of the cube. As he seemed about to say something more, but in the blink of an eye, Zhang Luocheng vanished from their sight, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Earlier, while scouting, Zhang Luocheng had already left various marks in different rooms and locations. Now, he could use the Flying Thunder God to teleport freely between them, no longer needing to search room by room. Wait, when all this is over, doesn't that mean I can pop into the girls' dorm whenever I want? A bizarre thought flashed through Zhang Luocheng's mind. No, don't get carried away. I'm a decent person. With the Flying Thunder God, Zhang Luocheng moved swiftly. Soon, an expanse of absolute darkness appeared before him. It's Lin Xie's ultimate darkness erosion, Zhang Luocheng muttered, bursting through the wall ahead. Everything around him began shifting rapidly. Now, before Zhang Luocheng stood a silver-white cube. Without hesitation, he flickered forward, his straight blade slicing down in a swift arc. But in the next second, the cube spun rapidly, like it was caught inside a washing machine drum. Oh, come on. Once you're in the psychiatric hospital, there'll be a mountain of laundry waiting for you. Let's not start now. Zhang Luocheng muttered, his stomach churning with nausea. Just then, another wave of utter darkness swept over. Grasping this fleeting chance, Zhang Luocheng slashed at it with all his might. At this moment, everything around them returned to normal, and Dormitory 3 regained its original appearance. Zhang Luochen, Lin Xie, the cube, had been smashed to pieces by the two of them, its fragments scattered across the rooftop of the dormitory building. The entire Dormitory 3 was now completely restored, and the barrier had vanished without a trace. It was only then that Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie realized their combined strike had destroyed it. Yet, the decisive moment had come, when Zhang Luochen seized the opportunity just as Lin Xie unleashed his deepest darkness corrosion. Lin Xie glanced at the debris strewn across the ground and began gathering up every last shard. "Your mental strength looks seriously drained," Zhang Luochen remarked, noticing how pale Lin Xie's face had become. "I'm fine. Things just got too stirred up. I feel a little queasy, but I'll be all right after a short rest." Lin Xie finished picking up the last pieces. "There should still be some mystery lurking on this floor. It's taken care of. The female soldiers and I handled it together. It should be nothing but dust now." Zhang Luochen sat down on the ground, back to back with Lin Xie. "That means I can try to recover a bit. There should still be a spider, right?" Lin Xie recalled a large, gray-white spider. "Fatty's awake, and he apparently used his forbidden relic to rouse everyone. Zhuaiji is probably leading the remaining 100 or so people to corner it as we speak." As they talked, another explosion rumbled in the distance. "Seems I've really been worrying for nothing," Lin Xie said, glancing toward the source of the blast, where thick smoke was billowing into the sky. Zhuaiji's destructive power never fails to impress. "Look, another fire started," Zhang Luochen added, also gazing in that direction. At the same time, a barrage of gunfire broke out. Last time, Zhuaiji had led the new recruits to assault the masked squad. Now he was commanding every rookie to attack Chuan, Realm's Azu, the spider. The sounds of Forbidden Domain attacks echoed from not far away, but Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie simply sat back-to-back on the rooftop, as if they were enjoying a dazzling fireworks display. Just then, they spotted something swinging toward them in the distance. Swinging, yes, just like Spider-Man, except this was a massive, gray-white spider. "A spider?" Lin Xie muttered, his confusion only lasting a split second before he leapt to his feet. Zhang Luochen, still seated, barely had time to react before Lin Xie launched himself into the air, both blades flashing as he drove them straight into the spider's body. As Lin Xie landed, he suddenly staggered, nearly losing his balance. Thankfully, Zhang Luochen moved swiftly, reaching out to catch him just in time. "I have to say, you've already exhausted your mental energy, so why are you still trying to steal the final blow?" Zhang Luocheng said with a touch of exasperation, thinking to himself, "This orderly. Does she really have to be the one?" Shun Qingzhu came rushing over from a distance as well, but when she saw the unmoving corpse of the spider lying on the ground, she could only shake her head in resignation. Being beaten to the punch like this was not exactly a great feeling. "The two of you being here means Building 3 is all cleared out?" Shun Qingzhu asked. Zhang Luocheng nodded. "Yeah, all taken care of. I guess the women soldiers have wrapped things up on their end too." Just then, Molly emerged from Building 3, covered in blood and dragging the severed, massive hand of a creature behind her. Aji and the other women soldiers followed, streaked with blood across their faces, but with fierce determination burning in their eyes. "All done?" Zhang Luocheng looked to Molly and asked. Molly lifted the severed arm she was carrying. "All done. Here's the proof." "How come there's only a hand left?" Lin Xie eyed the severed limb. The vibration frequency got out of control. Everything else turned to pulp and smeared all over the walls. Molly replied offhandedly, as if it were nothing. Zhang Luocheng could only shake his head in awe. This woman is really something else. At that moment, Aji walked over. "Zhang Luocheng, I just realized how clever and capable you are. If you got the time, let's work on some problems together." "Work on problems?" "Yeah, there's this great game that tests your brain power. I've never been able to solve it, but maybe you can. We could try it together," Aji continued. Lin Xie, off to the side, watched Zhang Luocheng with a knowing, amused look, clearly enjoying the show. "Let's talk about that later." Zhang Luocheng forced an awkward smile. He wasn't any good at solving puzzles. "Please, don't fall for me just yet." "Wait a minute. What do you mean you just realized?" After watching the little drama unfold, Lin Xie leapt straight off the rooftop, heading down to collect the spider's body. Seeing this, Zhang Luocheng quickly excused himself to Molly and the others, and followed Lin Xie's lead, jumping off the rooftop as well. "Huh? Why are you following me? Shouldn't you be off flirting?" Lin Xie said as he yanked 2 straight blades out of the spider's corpse. "When did I ever flirt? And wait, what do you mean again?" Zhang Luocheng demanded. Back at school, the top students, or those who excelled in everything, always had admirers. It's called preferential mate selection, Lin Xie replied, giving Zhang Luocheng a sly, mischievous grin. Hey now, you haven't even been in school that long, but you sure know a lot, Zhang Luocheng retorted, barely finishing the sentence when the distant rumble of engines reached them. A fleet of camouflaged jeeps roared toward them, kicking up clouds of dust. The vehicles rolled to a stop in front of them, and the instructors climbed out one after another. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang clasped his hands behind his back, striding toward the new recruits in an unhurried, commanding manner. When the instructors appeared, all the recruits instinctively straightened up, their faces turning serious in unison. Yuan Gang's gaze swept across everyone, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Very good. This round of the Carnival Day exercise is now over. At the mention of the word exercise, quite a few recruits froze on the spot. After all, only a handful like Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie had figured things out immediately. Of course, on the women's side, they were already aware of the situation thanks to Zhang Luocheng's earlier explanation. All the teammates who were sacrificed this time are in no real danger, so you can set your minds at ease. In addition, while you were fighting hard, every one of our instructors was keeping score on your individual performances. Tomorrow morning, your scores will be posted on the notice board, so check them for yourselves. That's it. Today's and tomorrow's training sessions are both canceled. Take a good rest. At these final words, all the recruits erupted in cheers and quickly dispersed on the spot. Yuan Gang walked straight over to Lin Xie. We need to collect all the mysterious bodies that were killed in this exercise. He paused. What about the cube body? Cube? There's no body left. It's been smashed to bits, Lin Xie replied. Yuan Gang's gaze settled on Zhang Luocheng. That's right, the two of us smashed it to pieces. As for that headless guy, there's only an arm left. Instructor, you can take it back if you want, Zhang Luocheng answered. Yuan Gang's eyes shifted from Zhang Luocheng to Lin Xie, and finally came to rest on the severed arm. He shook his head with a sigh. Well, I suppose that's that. You people really don't know how to hold back. Inside the instructor's meeting room. At that moment, the instructors were in a heated argument over the final scores, each voicing a different opinion. Naturally, the debate was fierce over the performances of most recruits. Yet on the scoring sheets before them, the names of two individuals remained blank, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. Instructor Yuan, how are we supposed to score Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie? None of us dare to give them a score, one of the instructors said, handing the sheet to Yuan Gang. You don't dare? Why is it that you're unwilling to score these two? Speak up, Yuan Gang said, raising an eyebrow. Instructor Hong stepped up beside Yuan Gang. Because in this exercise, the performance of those two was simply outstanding. They both figured out the cause for the sleep state, and instead of rushing ahead blindly, they went to the warehouse first for weapons. Lin Xie boldly investigated the cafeteria, while Zhang Luocheng guarded outside to prevent any escape. Although Spider Child still managed to get away, the way those two handled things was beyond reproach. Next was Building 3. Although the two were separated, both Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng independently deduced the killing mechanism of the Sound Hunter. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan engaged the Sound Hunter in battle. Zhang Luocheng first led the male soldiers against the Sound Hunter, and nearly succeeded, then led the female soldiers, and this time, achieved victory. Moreover, both of them saw through the disguise of the Atmosphere team. In my view, whether in terms of combat prowess, perception, leadership, or reasoning ability, they're among the very best. Their performance this time was simply outstanding. I even think that giving them 19 points each is too low. They deserve a perfect score. Yet, a perfect score of 20 has never been awarded before. Yuan Gang considered for a moment. Give Lin Xie 19 points. Huh? Why? Instructor Hong was puzzled. Zhang Luocheng gets 19 points as well. Any higher, and they might get arrogant. No one is perfect. Yuan Gang paused, then added, besides, Lin Xie took the corpse from the cube by stealth. There should be a prize for that. Then what about Zhang Luocheng? He didn't take the cube corpse either, Instructor Hong pressed. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a faint smile. He covered for Lin Xie. He must pay a price as well. Achoo! Inside the dormitory. What's wrong? Lin Xie looked over as Zhang Luocheng sneezed. No idea. Maybe someone's talking about me, Zhang Luocheng replied, rubbing his nose. What? Did Miss AZ make you go solve problems again? Lin Xie teased. Hey, don't start rumors. I've already told her, I'm no good at problem solving. All I know is how to fight. Zhang Luocheng flexed his arm with a grin. Lin Xie rolled his eyes at him, resigned. You're hopeless. Go to sleep. Night fell. While Zhang Luocheng was still deep in sleep, he heard Lin Xie moving around. At this hour, Lin Xie could only be heading out for one thing, his summoning magic. Tonight, he was likely planning to summon the war mummy. A shame, really, All the weapons in the warehouse were destined to become food for the mummy. This time, Zhang Luocheng didn't go with him. He wasn't particularly interested in Lin Xie's summoning ritual. What he really wanted to know was whether his own score would surpass Lin Xie's. So far, the system had remained silent. No notifications, no hints about whether the task was complete. There was still some time before the final results would be announced. Please, just let me beat him by a single point. Just 1 point, that's all I ask, Zhang Luocheng prayed silently. The next day arrived. The theft from the armory had already been discovered. Among the instructors, unease spread like wildfire. Though it was poor Bai Li Pang who truly deserved pity. His personal space was searched over and over, but Zhang Luocheng knew they wouldn't find anything. After all, Lin Xie had used the power of the deepest darkness to erase every trace left in the warehouse. Perhaps, years from now, this incident would become one of the unsolved mysteries of the training camp, a riddle left hanging in the air. The daily training continued as usual, though now it was nearing its end, and the new recruits had shed all traces of their former naivety. Each of them, now, carried a look of unwavering determination in their eyes. Chia, Luocheng, when the training ends, you two have to come visit me in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Bai Li Pang invited them once more, his tone full of anticipation. Are you sure you're not inviting me? Chao Yuan chimed in from the side, his voice tinged with mock disappointment. Bai Li Pang shot Chao Yuan a disdainful glance. You're better off joining a tour group. TSK. Chao Yuan rolled his eyes at Bai Li Pang. Anyway, who do you think will take first place in the final rankings this time? It's definitely not going to be you, Bai Li Pang replied, eyeing Chao Yuan as if he had no sense of self-awareness. Chao Yuan put on an innocent expression. Of course I know it won't be me. I meant between those two, who do you think will come out on top? Bai Li Pang looked over at Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, suddenly uncertain. Picking between the two of them is actually pretty tough. In the end, the exams are all about overall performance, and everyone has strengths and weaknesses. It's hard to predict. Lin Xie spoke up at this point. Exactly. During training, sometimes Lin Xie finishes first, sometimes I do, and sometimes we tie, Zhang Luocheng added. Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, then simultaneously rolled their eyes at Zhang Luocheng. So basically, it's always just the two of you fighting for first place. The rest of us might as well not exist. But Chia's shooting scores are probably pretty low. He keeps missing the target, so that's bound to drag down his total, Chao Yuan commented. Lin Xie. But Luocheng's theoretical knowledge scores aren't much better, just barely passing, if that, Bai Li Pang added. Zhang Luocheng. You two never stop talking, even while eating, Molly remarked, for once carrying her tray over to their table. Miss Molly, what brings you to share breakfast with us today? Could be you heard my heart calling out for you? Bai Li Pang's eyes lit up, brimming with hope. Get a rest, Molly retorted, then turned to Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. You two, by the way, the girls started voting ages ago on which of you would get first place. Then, somehow word spread to the guys, and now they're all voting too. Oh, how are the votes looking now? Bai Li Pang asked excitedly. At the moment, the votes are actually tied, Molly continued. And in the middle of it all, someone brought up the possibility that neither of them is the one. So afterward, a few other names appeared, though, honestly, those got pitifully few votes. Molly shot Bai Li Pang a look of disdain. I can't believe someone actually voted for you. Bai Li Pang's face lit up with excitement. Miss Molly, was it you? Was it you who voted for me? It must have been you, right? I voted for Lin Xie, Molly replied. Bai Li Pang instantly deflated. He no longer cared who had cast that vote for him. Also, someone voted for Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu as well. Right now, Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu are tied with 11 votes each, and Bai Li Pang has 9, Molly said. This time, Chao Yuan looked genuinely excited. Oh, I actually have more votes than him. That's great. Molly turned to Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, who remained as calm as ever. You two, why aren't you reacting at all? Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a smile. Zhang Luocheng said, if voting alone could decide who's number one, there'd be no need for an exam in the first place. Lin Xie added, honestly, I'm not really interested in this at all. 3 pairs of eyes turned to them at once. You two are something else. August. The blazing summer sun seemed intent on roasting the earth itself. Just the slightest movement would make sweat pour down your face. The countdown to the end of training camp had begun, and with its conclusion, they would embark on even broader adventures. Each of them would head to a different city, and once they officially graduated, they would become true night watchers. It's almost over. I'm actually feeling a bit reluctant to leave, aren't you? Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie sat together under the shade of a tree, gazing at the familiar training camp. Yeah, after all, we spent a whole year here, Lin Xie replied. What's up with you two? Not going to eat? Chao Yuan approached from the distance, puzzled as he saw them. Of course. Lin Xie, stood up from the ground. Zhang Luocheng got up as well. We just want to take one last look at the camp. True. The day after tomorrow, we're leaving. Once we're gone, they'll probably tear this place down, Chao Yuan said. Tear down? Why? Bailey Pang Pang happened to walk over just then, catching Chao Yuan's words. Traditionally, the training camp is held in Shangjing. This year, for some reason, it's in Songnan, but next year it probably won't be here, so of course they'll tear it down, Chao Yuan explained. Come on, let's go eat. I'm starving. Bailey Pang Pang broke into a run. He was always the first one to arrive when it came to meals. At the cafeteria, everyone sat down together. By the way, what are you all planning to do after this ends? Bailey Pang Pang asked. Next comes the oath ceremony, the distribution of the Starblade, cloaks, and medals, and then we leave the training camp directly to head to our assigned posts, Chao Yuan explained. At that moment, everyone's phones suddenly began to ring. Since there were no more training tasks left, their phones had already been returned to them. Aside from not being allowed to leave the training camp or reveal any information about it, there were no other restrictions. So, in truth, they were already qualified night watchers now. Damn, Zhang Luochen, you're ranked first. Bailey Pang Pang glanced at his phone and let out a cry of astonishment. All the new recruits received the same text message on their phones, displaying their final scores and rankings in the exams. What? My total score is only 74, and I'm ranked 184th, Bailey Pang Pang said, his face falling in disappointment. Hearing this, Zhang Luochen was taken aback. He was just about to check his own score when a sudden sound caught his attention. In that instant, everything around him seemed to freeze. Zhang Luochen felt as though he had stepped into a strange and mysterious space. A clear chime echoed. Congratulations, host. Your final training camp score has surpassed Lin Chia. You have earned 2 chances to draw for abilities. Would you like to draw now? Yes. A giant spinning wheel appeared before Zhang Luochen. It spun rapidly, then gradually slowed and finally stopped. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability, Gentle Fist, the full taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. In addition, your Sharingan now comes with Byakugan abilities. Joy surged in Zhang Luochen's heart. Gentle Fist was the Hyuga clan's signature martial art. He had always liked that technique. Now, he could hardly wait to try it out for himself. Host, you have one more chance to draw. Would you like to use it now? Yes. The wheel spun again, whirring for a while before it stopped once more. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability, Rinnegan. As your power grows, the Rinnegan can be upgraded. Zhang Luochen couldn't help but smile. This was a skill that ran through the entire Naruto series, a legendary move that could resolve any dilemma with just a swirl of energy. As the draws concluded, everything around him returned to normal. Luochen, you're ranked first. How can you stay so calm? Chao Yuan looked at Zhang Luochen's composed expression. First place? What's there to be surprised about? Zhang Luochen replied, not even a hint of a smile on his face. All right, he's really pulling it off, someone joked. Chia is second, and I'm fourth, Chao Yuan said, glancing at the scores. Luochen scored 96, and Chia got 95. Just a single point between you two, Bailey Pang Pang said, as he reviewed the breakdown. Chia's marksmanship was too low, only 6 points. Luochen's theoretical score was his weak spot, but it wasn't a huge gap, Chao Yuan added, still studying the scores. Zhang Luocheng felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin Chia's shooting scores were so low, while he himself had a perfect score. As for the theoretical exam, it was also lucky that Lin Chia didn't get full marks, otherwise there might have been no way to surpass him. You two? Honestly, one's first, the other's second, and yet both of you are so calm about it, Bailey the chubby one couldn't help but comment. At the border of Daxia, deep within a primeval forest. We have to get them. No matter if it's Lin Chia or Zhang Luocheng, I want them both. Only children make choices, adults take it all. One is a double god agent, and the other, an unknown forbidden anomaly. We absolutely must recruit them into our Phoenix squad, no matter what. Captain, calm down. Our squad isn't lacking people, someone reminded her. That's not the point. It's not about numbers. The potential of these two will only grow more terrifying with time. They've already surpassed both me and Wang Mian. Talent like this, we can't let it slip by. I want them both, no matter what. Captain, the rules say unless a special squad suffers casualties, we can't bring in new recruits. The woman fixed her eyes on the man, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Captain, what are you planning? I'll just break your legs. That'll count as a personnel loss, right? But that only makes room for one. Then, the woman paused, suddenly struck by inspiration. I'll break my own legs as well. That way, we'll have 2 openings. The man thought to himself. This woman is ruthless. She won't even spare herself. In Huaihai City, Tian Ping hurried through the corridor, knocked briskly on the door to Wang Mian's office, and entered without waiting. "Captain, the rankings are out," Tian Ping announced, walking over to Wang Mian's side. "How is it?" Zhang Luocheng is first with 96 points. Lin Xie is second with 95. Wang Mian's expression froze for a moment, the images of the two flashing through his mind. 96. That's higher than I ever got. He let out a wry smile. I didn't expect my record to be broken so soon. Lin Xie's shooting score was only 6, and Zhang Luocheng's theory was also just 6, Tian Ping explained. Oh, so they almost tied. Both of them are monsters. Looks like plenty of teams will be trying to recruit them. Should we try to bring them in too, Captain? No need. Those two won't join any existing special squad. They're the kind who are destined to form their own. What I'm curious about is, will each of them start their own team, or will the two join forces? That's a pity. No, it's not. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait for Daxiao to witness the rise of a brand new special squad. And even more, I want to see them carve out their own legend on this land. Their very own glory. After breakfast, dark clouds gradually crept across the land, shrouding the once blazing sun. Yet, instead of bringing relief, the air felt even more stifling and oppressive, the heat pressing down so heavily that it was hard to breathe. Watching the sky shift, a few raindrops splashed onto Zhang Luocheng's cheek. "You all go ahead. I need to take care of something," he said. While the others looked at him in confusion, Zhang Luocheng broke away from the crowd and ran in the opposite direction, soon arriving at Yuan Gang's office. He knocked firmly on the door. "Come in," Yuan Gang's voice called out from the other side. Zhang Luocheng pushed open the door. Seeing who had entered, Yuan Gang looked momentarily surprised. "Zhang Luocheng? What's the matter?" Yuan Gang set aside the document in his hand. "Sir, it's about to rain. There's a high risk of an earthquake near Jinan Mountain, which could trigger a mudslide. The villagers nearby need to be evacuated as soon as possible." Zhang Luocheng understood that the upcoming disaster was all due to EU's machinations, but the villagers were innocent. "Oh, how do you know that?" Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, studying Zhang Luocheng. "My elemental affinity is earth, so I have a technique for sensing underground changes. Just now, I accidentally sensed movement in the earth's crust. I'm worried an earthquake is imminent." Yuan Gang's brow furrowed as he glanced out the window. The sky did seem strangely ominous. After a moment's thought, he replied, "No matter what, the safety of the villagers comes first. I'll issue an order immediately. You go back and finish preparing for graduation." With that, Yuan Gang reached for the phone, then added, "By the way, congratulations on taking first place." Zhang Luocheng smiled in response before leaving the office, casting his gaze toward Jinan Mountain. "You, this time, I'm coming for you." He hadn't made it back to the dorm when a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air. Instantly, everyone dropped what they were doing and sprinted toward the training ground. After a year of training, the sound of the whistle had become second nature to them. In less than 3 minutes, everyone had assembled on the field. They were no longer the same people they had been a year ago. Now, the time from whistle to formation never exceeded 3 minutes. Instructor Hong stood atop the martial platform. "Attention," he shouted. The whole assembly moved in perfect unison, their response crisp and clear, with not a hint of hesitation. "At ease." Instructor Hong withdrew a document from a leather pouch and began, "The reason I've called you all here is because your transfer orders have arrived. I'll announce them now, so you can prepare." At the mention of transfer orders, everyone's expression shifted, nervous, excited, and filled with anticipation. Zheng Zhong, assigned to the number 117 Night Watch Squad in Wudong City. Li Xiaowang. Deng Wei. Molly, you are reassigned to Suzhou City, Team 017. Bailey Tumming, you are transferred to Guangzhou Shenzhen City, Team 010. Chao Yuan, you are assigned to Huaihai City, Team 007. Shen Qingzhu, you're being sent to the capital city, Team 006. Lin Xie, you're moving to Tsangnan City, Team 136. Zhang Luocheng placed first in the assessments. You may choose freely. If you wish to join a special team, we can help you apply as well. At that moment, everyone exchanged glances, each with their own reactions. Some looked at Lin Xie with surprise, while others gazed at Zhang Luocheng with envy. The difference between these two was just 1 point. First place and second place. Yet their treatment was worlds apart. One had the freedom to choose, while the other was simply assigned to a third-tier small city, even less favorably than Bailey Tumming, who ranked 184th. Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan exchanged glances too, both feeling that this arrangement was quite unfair. Yet, Lin Xie's expression seemed oddly relaxed. In fact, he appeared rather satisfied with this outcome. Still, there are always some who refuse to accept things as they are. A year has passed, but those who were dissatisfied remained so. Sir, I object. Shin Qingzhu raised his hand high and called out loudly. You've already been assigned to the capital city team. What is there to object to? It's not about me. It's about Lin Xie. He clearly ranked second. Why is there such a stark difference between his treatment in the first place? And why send him at Sangnan? Instructor Hong frowned. Shin Qingzhu, since when did you get so close to Lin Xie? Xie, I think it's unfair too. Bailey Pang Pang whispered in the ranks. Don't start. I'm perfectly fine with it. Sangnan suits me just fine. Lin Xie quickly stopped Bailey Pang Pang from voicing any protest. At this very moment, you're already soldiers. And as soldiers, you must obey orders from above and carry out your assignments. I believe there's a reason behind every decision the higher-ups make. Instructor Hong addressed them all. Zhang Luocheng, take your time to consider which team you'd like to join, or if there's a special squad you wish to enter. Any team is open to you. Once you've made your decision, just come to my office and let us know. Sir, Zhang Luocheng also raised his hand. Instructor Hong, about to announce dismissal, paused in surprise. What is it? Instructor, does that mean I can go anywhere I want? As long as I say it, I can join? Zhang Luocheng asked. If it's a special team, we'll need to coordinate, since their circumstances are different from the others. But as for the regular teams, if it's your wish, you may join directly, Instructor Hong replied. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly at this answer, then glanced at Lin Xie before speaking. Instructor, I choose to join Squad 136 of Sangnan City. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire audience was thrown into an uproar. The top-ranked recruit, free to choose any assignment, had ultimately decided on Sangnan City. Both the first and second place had chosen Sangnan City. Why, though? Why insist on going to Sangnan City? What's so special about that place? Who's even stationed there? Even Instructor Hong was taken aback by this answer. He had already been preparing how to negotiate with the special squads. Yet, this was the answer he received. Have you thought this through? Zhang Luocheng, this is no small matter. I think. Reporting, Instructor, I have thought it through completely. I want to join Squad 136 of Sangnan City. Another wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. No one else has this privilege. Instructor Hong shot a warning look at those whose eyes were already alight with anticipation, eager to voice their own choices. Before any could speak, he decisively cut them off. All right then, since this is your decision, I'll go make the report. Your individual transfer orders will be handed out soon. For now, dismissed. With that, Instructor Hong turned and strode away, leaving the new recruits on the training ground. They spoke in hushed tones, while some exchanged bewildered glances. You could have made a better choice for your future, Lin Xie said, stepping forward to pat Zhang Luocheng on the shoulder. Staying here is the best future I could imagine. The captain once told me, Squad 136 is my home. I just want to go home. Zhang Luocheng smiled gently. Lin Xie returned the smile, understanding completely. Zhang Luocheng's choice echoed his own feelings about Sangnan City. Suddenly, rain began to pour down in torrents. Zhang Luocheng gazed into the distance and murmured, It's coming. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Everyone dashed back to the dormitories for shelter. Many gathered around Shin Qingzhu, bombarding him with praise, but Shin Qingzhu's face was full of frustration at the attention. You two really both chose to stay in Sangnan City? Bailey Pang Pang asked, utterly perplexed. Some things you'll understand one day, Zhang Luocheng said, giving Bailey Pang Pang's shoulder a heartfelt pat. Just then, a clear, bright voice called out from behind Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng. He turned and saw Yang Zi standing before him. Yang Zi, what is it? I'm really happy for you, getting first place. Since you're staying in Sangnan City, if you ever have the chance, come visit Hailan City. Yang Zi's smile was radiant. A smile spread across Zhang Luocheng's face. Of course. If I get the chance, I'll definitely visit. Yang Zi nodded, looking as though there was more she wanted to say, then finally added, And congratulations on winning first place. Keep working hard in the future. After speaking, Yang Zi turned and jogged off toward the direction of the girls' dormitory. Bailey Pang Pang shot a mischievous grin their way. Oh, congratulations on getting first place. If only my dear Miss Molly could come congratulate me too. Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes at Bailey Pang Pang. What? Do you want congratulations for coming in 184th? The group was still chatting when, suddenly, another piercing whistle cut through the air. Everyone looked around in confusion, but as soon as the whistle sounded, instinct took over. They dashed toward the training ground, letting the rain pelt down on them without hesitation. Even with the downpour raging, they all managed to arrive within 3 minutes, standing tall and straight in the heavy rain, their postures unwavering. What's going on? Bailey Pang Pang asked, clearly puzzled. Lin Xie's expression had grown tense. I'm not sure, but I think something's happened. Zhang Luoqing's face was just as grave. What he worried about were the villagers who lived nearby, the parents of that little girl. He hoped they were. All right, this earthquake, triggered by EU's machinations, was aimed at Lin Xie and himself, with no regard at all for the lives of ordinary people. As these thoughts raced through Zhang Luoqing's mind, he unconsciously clenched his fists. A deep rumble of an engine approached from afar. A military green canvas truck sped down the wet road, pulling up in front of the assembled crowd. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang stepped down from the truck, striding quickly up to the platform. His face was more severe than anyone had ever seen, his voice booming out in a near roar. 10 minutes ago, due to the earthquake, a massive landslide hit the area near Jinan Mountain. Fortunately, thanks to Zhang Luoqing's timely report, we were able to mobilize our forces and evacuate villagers from the danger zone ahead of time. However, because we're short on manpower, many villagers are still trapped on Jinan Mountain. Large rescue teams are already on their way, but it will take time for them to arrive. Every moment counts now. Time is life. The only place with enough people who can be mobilized quickly is our training camp. I know you've finished your training and are about to head off to different cities, but from this moment on, you are soldiers of Daxia. Wherever we are needed, that's where we go. Everyone, assemble. Get on the truck. We're heading out for disaster relief. Dozens of people sat packed inside the canvas-covered truck as it trudged through muddy roads, the rain lashing freely against them. Their clothes had long since been soaked through, even the layers underneath drenched and clinging to their skin. Yet on every face was a look of unwavering determination. Instructor Hong sat at the front of the vehicle. Right now, the most dangerous area of Jinan Mountain has already been cleared in advance, and the villagers inside have been relocated. However, to prevent anyone from being missed, we still need to go in for another search. In a moment, this truck won't be able to go any further, so we'll have to continue on foot. As he spoke, Instructor Hong pulled out a map and quickly sketched the current situation, explaining the main objectives of this mission to everyone. Next, I prepared the team assignments. Lin Xie, you'll lead Rescue Team 1. Zhang Luoqing, you'll be in charge of Rescue Team 2. Yes, sir. The two nodded firmly. Neither of them had any objections to this arrangement. Both Team 1 and Team 2 would be heading into the most perilous areas, and it made perfect sense for these two to each lead a squad. Besides, the two locations weren't far apart, which would make it easier for them to support each other if needed. This was also about making the best use of their abilities, splitting up the most outstanding trainees rather than placing them together, which would have been a waste. The vehicle kept rolling deeper into the mountains. Along the way, several people had already disembarked, heading straight to their assigned rescue points. The soldiers of Daxia are here. Death retreats. The living will survive. Their voices echoed through the valley, ringing out bold and clear, while the truck pressed forward. Inside the vehicle, only the teams of Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie remained. The two of them kept their eyes on the map, carefully memorizing the routes. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. Everyone inside lurched forward from the sudden stop. The instructor in the driver's seat turned and called out, "The road ahead is blocked. From here on, you'll have to go on foot." Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie exchanged a look, then quickly folded up the map and climbed out of the truck. Rain fell steadily in the valley, a never-ending curtain of sound. Figures in black military coats stepped out one by one, each carrying a black case strapped to their backs. With the truck left behind, neither of the two teams took the main road. Instead, they slipped into the narrow side paths, moving swiftly through the undergrowth. After a while, the two squads stopped together at a fork. "All right, we'll head this way." Zhang Luoqing confirmed the position of Village 2 on the map. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we're going this way." From this point, the two squads split off in different directions. There was no need for words, no extra wishes of luck. None of them knew if, when the mission was over, they would all return together to the training camp. There were 8 people in Zhang Luoqing's team. Aside from Yang Zi, whom he already knew, he wasn't very familiar with the others. A group of 8 people weaved swiftly through the dense forest. Their pace never slowed, a testament to the countless extreme training sessions they had endured over the past year. Jinan Mountain had been the site of their very first such training, but now, this mountain posed no obstacle to them. Leading the way was Zhang Luoqing. With his Sharingan eyes, he could easily help the team avoid any obstacles, and the others followed closely in his footsteps. No one spoke. Each face was set in a look of deep seriousness. There was none of their usual banter. In their hearts, there was room only for the task at hand. A sudden, thunderous rumble echoed through the entire valley. The soil and rocks on one side, loosened by the pouring rain, began to slide down the mountainside in an instant. "Watch out! Landslide!" someone suddenly shouted from within the team. Zhang Luochen turned his head just in time to see earth and rocks crashing down the slope. "I've got this," he called out. Earth style, earth flow wall. A sturdy wall of earth rose up along the mountainside, halting the tumbling debris in its path. "Landslide can happen at any moment. Everyone, stay alert," Zhang Luochen reminded them. "Zhang Luochen, if we go this way, we can save a lot of time. Plus, this spot is closer to point 1, which will make it easier for us to rendezvous," Yang Zi said, holding up the map and pointing out the route. Yang Zi's sharp mind was beyond question. She had played a crucial role on Carnival Day. That was why Zhang Luochen had entrusted her with the map and the task of plotting the optimal course. "All right, let's do it." With that, the team pressed deeper into the mountains. Thanks to Yang Zi's chosen path, their journey was significantly shortened. Before they knew it, they were drawing closer and closer to point 2. "We've been trekking through these mountains for hours," Zhang Luochen noted. "Should we take a break?" He still had energy, but he knew that might not be true for everyone. Yang Zi, for instance, relied more on her intellect than her stamina, and she was already looking pale and fatigued. "No need. We're almost there. We can hold on," Yang Zi replied resolutely. Gazing into the distance, Zhang Luochen said, "Once we're past this point, the next stop is Village 2. I'll keep clearing the way for us." "Captain, you've been leading this whole time. Why not let someone else take over?" a new recruit offered, stepping forward. "No need. None of your abilities are suited for this. The visibility is poor in these mountains, and with night falling, it'll only get worse. I'm the best one for the job up front," Zhang Luochen insisted, continuing to lead. No one could say how long they pressed on, but at last they arrived at Village 2. "Rescue Team 2 has arrived at the destination," Zhang Luocheng reported through his earpiece, then turned to the teammates behind him and said, "Let's split up and search for any remaining survivors. If you find anyone, begin rescue immediately. And remember, stay safe." "Yes, sir," the team responded in unison, fanning out in different directions. A grave expression settled over Zhang Luocheng's face. He had just heard over the radio that instructor Yuan Gang had gone missing. That could only mean one thing. Whisper was making their move. Zhang Luocheng swept his wary gaze over the surroundings. From the moment they'd entered the mountains, he'd kept his Sharingan activated. He knew that Lin Xie was the target of the ancient god's church, and his own team was formidable. Bali Pang Pang with his Doraemon-like gadgets, Shun Qingzhu, a master in her own right, and Instructor Hong, who had reached the Chuan realm. Their combat strength was nothing to scoff at. Yet ironically, that made him the one most at risk. He hadn't expected to become a target of the ancient god's church himself. Still, there was no telling what new tricks Whisper might pull this time. With uncertainty swirling all around, Zhang Luocheng knew he had to remain on constant alert. "Captain, we've found a survivor." 2 team members emerged from the rubble, carrying a middle-aged man between them. Thanks to Zhang Luocheng's earlier warning to Instructor Yuan Gang, most villagers had already been evacuated. The few who remained were likely those who hadn't had time to leave, or perhaps had simply been away when disaster struck. All things considered, any survivors at all were a blessing. In total, they found 6 survivors and, thankfully, no casualties. The medics began tending to their wounds at once. "Zhang Luocheng, it looks like there's no one else here. These people had just come back from the mountains and were caught by the earthquake, which is why they weren't evacuated earlier," Yang Zi hurried over to report. "Help! Help me!" Suddenly, a faint cry rose from within the ruins. Yang Zi turned and spotted an elderly man, badly injured, collapsed atop a heap of debris. His voice was barely more than a whisper. "Survivor located. Rescue at once," Yang Zi shouted, sprinting toward the old man. 2 other teammates rushed over as well, working together to pull him free from the wreckage. "We're soldiers of Daxia. We'll tend to your wounds right away. Is there anyone else here?" Yang Zi asked gently, immediately opening his medical kit to begin bandaging the old man. No one else. Soldiers of Daxia, I'm so glad to see you." The old man's voice grew weaker still. "Now, why don't you go and die?" Suddenly, without warning, a dagger appeared in the old man's hand, and he slashed it straight at Yang Zi's throat. This sudden turn of events left Yang Zi, who was never skilled in combat to begin with, utterly frozen on the spot. But in the very next second, the old man's hand halted midair, and a searing pain shot through his wrist. Zhang Luochen's figure had somehow appeared in front of Yang Zi, firmly grasping the old man's wrist. The dagger slipped from the old man's hand and clattered to the ground. "You!" The old man stared at Zhang Luochen in astonishment. "Disguising yourself as a survivor. When did the methods of the followers become so clumsy?" Zhang Luochen sneered coldly. A piercing pain radiated from the old man's wrist. Grinding his teeth in fury, he spat out, "The followers will not allow your interference." There was a sharp crack. The wrist was broken by Zhang Luochen right then and there. Tell me, how many followers have been sent? Zhang Luoqin's gaze locked with the old man's. You're that one, the unknown forbidden ruins. The old man barely finished his sentence before his body crashed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Luoqin, why would someone attack us? Yang Zi asked, confused as she stared at the old man's corpse. They're from the ancient god's church, Zhang Luoqin replied. But before he could say more, a distant explosion suddenly echoed through the air. You take the survivors and get them down the mountain. I'll go support Rescue Team 1, Zhang Luoqin said, preparing to leave. But then he noticed none of the other team members moved. We'll go support them together, Yang Zi insisted. No, these survivors must be evacuated immediately, and besides, you're not suited for combat. If you come with me, it'll only hold me back, Zhang Luoqin said sternly. I'm a team leader now. That's an order. Yang Zi and the others led the survivors towards the foot of the mountain. As night fell, the already dim valley grew even darker, until visibility was nearly zero. Zhang Luoqin tossed his flashlight aside. Enhanced by his Sharingan, he had no need for it. He turned his head slightly, gazing toward the tree in the distance. Picked a scapegoat and hid in the shadows yourself. The followers really do value their own skins, Zhang Luoqin murmured, lifting his hand with a swift motion. Would release. Several vines shot swiftly toward the distant tree. At the same time, more vines snaked toward Zhang Luoqin from afar. The two sets of vines collided in midair. Didn't run into the twin gods agent, but I found the unknown forbidden ruins instead. No matter, if I take care of you, my standing among the followers will rise just the same. Though shrouded in darkness, Zhang Luoqin could see his opponent clearly through the Sharingan. Sichuan realm, Zhang Luoqin muttered, just as more thick vines lashed toward him. With practiced ease, Zhang Luoqin drew his star blade and sliced every vine cleanly apart. Is this all the Sichuan realm can muster? The man's face twisted with anger. Bringing his hands together, he seemed to stir the world itself. In an instant, the vines and trees around them sprang to life, lashing out toward Zhang Luoqin. If you're using wood, then I won't hold back with fire. Fire release, majestic fire annihilation. A towering wall of flames erupted, sweeping forward and incinerating the trees in a single breath. Shock seized the man's face. When the blaze faded, Zhang Luoqin, who had stood before him just moments earlier, had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Right behind you, came a cold voice. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Zhang Luoqin's eyes were icy as he gazed down at the man sprawled on the ground. The man clung to the last threads of life, blood seeping from countless wounds. What would you do to me? The man struggled to prop himself up, hands planted shakily on the earth. He tried to summon the vines again, but his whole body felt broken. I shattered all 64 of your major meridians. Right now, you're no different from a cripple. Zhang Luoqin stood over him, his red eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. Just kill me already. The man lay on the ground, defeated, begging for a quick end. Make it swift. Zhang Luoqin wasted no words. A surge of electricity shot from his palm, piercing the man's chest and ending it instantly. The strength of the river realm. It's a pity your abilities were the perfect counter to mine. Zhang Luoqin spoke quietly, then stooped to pick up a short blade lying beside the man. It was his first time facing a river realm opponent alone. Fortunately, the other man's forbidden power only controlled vines, with Zhang Luoqin's fire. Technique easily overwhelmed. With the surprise of the flying thunder god technique and the force of the gentle fist, he shattered the man's meridians in one move. A massive explosion thundered in the distance, the glare of fire so bright that Zhang Luoqin could see it clearly from where he stood. It looks like Brother Zhua has started over there too. Zhang Luoqin turned his gaze toward the light. Shen Qingzhu stood drenched in blood, looking battered and exhausted. Behind him lay Li Liang, barely clinging to life, and Deng Wei, his leg broken but still tending to Li Liang's wounds. Across from them stood a burly man wielding a massive axe, a vicious grin twisting his features as he looked at Shen Qingzhu. That overcooked head of yours, let me take it for you. With a savage grin, the axeman planted his feet and launched himself forward like a cannonball, closing the distance to Shen Qingzhu in the blink of an eye. Rotation. Suddenly, a pale blue sphere of swirling energy materialized between the axeman and Shen Qingzhu, spinning with blinding speed. The unexpected move blasted the axeman away, flinging him backward. Shen Qingzhu froze in shock. Only when Zhang Luoqin stopped beside him did he realize who had come. Zhang Luoqin, how did you suddenly appear here? Shen Qingzhu looked around in confusion. The figure before her seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Fortunately, I placed a mark on you. Otherwise, there's no way I could have arrived this quickly, Zhang Luocheng muttered to himself. Over the past few days, he had marked each of his companions, just in case something like this happened. Zhang Luocheng glanced back at Li Liang and Deng Wei. The two of them were in pretty bad shape. Just then, Bai Li Pang Pang, riding his broomstick, arrived as well. Cool, bro. Your little master is here to save you. Bai Li Pang Pang landed steadily on the ground. Haha, two more have shown up. Looks like I'm in for quite a haul today, the burly man said, his face twisting into a greedy grin at the newcomers. Is it just the two of you? Shen Qingzhu asked. There's more than one enemy. I only got here after dealing with one just now, Zhang Luocheng replied. Suddenly, the man wielding the massive axe noticed that everyone was ignoring him. Rage surged through him as he raised his axe and charged straight at the three of them. Move! Zhang Luocheng shouted, pushing the others out of harm's way. Soft fist, a trigram palm, empty strike. A rush of energy shot toward the burly man's axe. As the stream of force collided with the blade, the axe veered off course, missing its intended target. HM? What kind of move is that? The man eyed his axe in confusion, as if a realization had dawned on him. You're from the Forbidden Ruins, aren't you? I can't believe you showed up yourself. But that little bit of force won't be enough. Shen Qingzhu's expression turned cold. She glanced back at Bai Li Pang Pang. Did you bring the scroll of sealing, the one we used on Chao Yuan before? HM? Yeah, I have it. Why? Lend it to me, for a moment. The rest of you should go. Zhang Luocheng was taken aback. You mean all of us? Even me? Shen Qingzhu nodded. Li Liang's not going to make it if we don't treat him right away, and Deng Wei's injury can't wait either. As for this one, I want to handle him myself. I need to avenge my brother with my own hands. Zhang Luocheng and Bai Li Pang Pang were both stunned for a moment. Then Bai Li Pang Pang passed the scroll of sealing to Shen Qingzhu, while Zhang Luocheng patted her reassuringly on the shoulder. I understand, cool bro. We'll be waiting for your triumphant return. Zhang Luocheng lifted Li Liang into his arms, and Deng Wei was handed off to Bai Li Pang Pang. The two of them vanished from the spot in an instant. Thankfully, Chao Yuan wasn't assigned to their group. Because of his connection to the Forbidden Ruins, he was stationed closer to the perimeter. Zhang Luocheng had placed a mark on him as well. So, when Zhang Luocheng appeared before Chao Yuan with the barely breathing Li Liang in his arms, it nearly scared Chao Yuan out of his wits. Seriously, how do you always pop up out of nowhere? Chao Yuan stammered, nearly collapsing to the ground in shock. There's no time. We have to save him now. Zhang Luocheng placed Li Liang gently on the bed. Chao Yuan's face was grave as he took in the shocking wounds covering Li Liang. What happened? How did he get hurt so badly? Zhang Luocheng quickly explained what had happened inside. I'm going in to help too. Chao Yuan wanted to head back into the mountains with Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng shook his head. We still don't know exactly what's going on. Besides, from here, heading back into the mountains would take too long. It's actually less safe that way. Chao Yuan, you're in charge of keeping this place secure and looking after the wounded. You're still going back in? Chao Yuan asked. Zhang Luocheng nodded. I've already marked them all. I'll be able to move more freely on my own. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Luocheng vanished right before Chao Yuan's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Luocheng was back in the mountains. Moments earlier, another tremor had shaken the earth, altering the landscape yet again. Now, Zhang Luocheng found himself at the mouth of a cave. Huh, why did I end up here? This time, Zhang Luocheng's flying thunder god technique hadn't brought him to Shen Qingzhu or Lin Qie, but rather back to his previous location. The earthquake had changed the terrain so much that he had been teleported straight to the cave entrance. Taking advantage of the darkness, Zhang Luocheng moved quickly through the cave. I'm guessing that dragon is about to wake up. Zhang Luocheng didn't dare pause for even a moment. Inside the cave, the darkness was even deeper than outside. Even with the Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng found it difficult to see as he pressed forward. Fire release. A ball of flame flared up in Zhang Luocheng's palm, serving as an impromptu flashlight to light his way. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have tossed that flashlight. Why was I trying to show off? Zhang Luocheng muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the cave, sending tremors through the ground. In an instant, Zhang Luocheng disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, his straight blade was already raised, blocking an attack from two adversaries standing before him. At his side was Lin Qie, who had also arrived just in time. The simultaneous appearance of Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qie left everyone else in the cave momentarily stunned. Fatty, leave this to us. You all get out of here first. Zhang Luocheng called over his shoulder to Bai Li Pang Pang. Without a word, Bai Li Pang Pang hoisted Shen Qingzhu onto his back and dashed out at once. Did you finish things on your end? Lin Qie had sensed, through his psychic abilities, that Zhang Luocheng had also run into enemies, But afterward, events had moved beyond his range of perception. It's taken care of. Are these two more followers? Zhang Luocheng tightened his grip on his straight blade. Lin Xie nodded. That one can control blades. As for the silver-haired man, this is the first time I've come across him. Two divine agents, venturing into the unknown forbidden ruins themselves. I never expected you two would come knocking at my door. Zhuangqi sneered coldly. The silver-haired man suddenly kicked off from the ground, his arms transforming in an instant into two long spears. Silver flashes sliced through the darkness, thrusting straight for their faces. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie drew their blades at the same moment, blocking the attack just in time. But their opponent was a whole realm above them. The immense force in his blows drove both of them back several meters before they could steady themselves. Zhuangqi slowly raised the hilt of his hunting knife. The thin, sharp blades that had splintered off now reassembled into the knife's body, only to shatter again into a cloud of razor-fine fragments, surging straight toward the two of them. These minuscule shards were far more troublesome than the original blade. If they kept their original size, there'd be little to fear. But now, every fragment had been broken down to tiny slivers, almost impossible to detect in the dim, gray cavern, a deadly, invisible threat. Lin Xie fall back. Zhang Luocheng dashed forward, pivoting rapidly on his feet. A pale blue ring of light flared up around him, encircling his body. Return to heaven. Every sliver of the shattered blade was deflected away in an instant. The next second, Zhang Luocheng's figure vanished, reappearing right in front of Zhuangqi. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Zhuangqi's face. Before he could even react, a pale blue sphere coalesced in Zhang Luocheng's palm, radiating a mysterious power. Spiral sphere. Zhuangqi felt himself hurled backwards by a tremendous force, his organs seemingly shaken out of place. A mouthful of blood burst from Zhuangqi's lips. What sort of monstrous technique is this? Teetering on the brink of collapse, Zhuangqi still managed to summon his willpower, once again directing the fragments of his blade. Meanwhile, Lin Xie had already called forth the Chaos Cube. The space around Zhuangqi and the silver-haired man began to twist and distort. It was as if the silver-haired man was trapped within a prison. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. The fragments under Zhuangqi's control were sucked into the swirling Chaos Cube, whirling around inside. The silver-haired man was relentlessly assaulted by the fragments, and soon his entire body was covered in blood. "Idiot, stop controlling your hunting knife," the silver-haired man shouted angrily. At that moment, the Chaos Cube ceased its movement. Zhang Luocheng seized the opportunity. A bolt of lightning shot from his blade, arcing straight toward the fallen Zhuangqi. It moved in a flash, the current coursing through Zhuangqi's body before he could react, immobilizing him completely. Zhang Luocheng turned his gaze on the silver-haired man. Now, the man was half buried beneath the earth, but still clawing desperately, refusing to give in. "Don't let him out. Suffocate him beneath the earth," Zhang Luocheng said coldly to the magic cube. "He really is a stubborn man," Zhang Luocheng remarked as he slid his straight blade back into its sheath. He watched the ground in front of the silver man, watching as layer after layer of earth relentlessly covered him. Still, the man struggled desperately to claw his way out. Every time he broke through one layer, another immediately closed over him. The silver man never stopped climbing upwards, fighting his way through, right up until the magic cube's power was completely spent. Yet still, he kept climbing. But even if he managed to reach the surface, waiting for him was only despair. Just as he broke through the soil and caught a glimpse of hope, two straight blades pierced his skull, ending his life instantly. In the dark and endless cavern, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie dashed forward at full speed. In this environment, with Lin Xie's sensing abilities to guide them, Zhang Luocheng only needed to follow his lead. Even a Sharingan could take a brief rest for now. The two of them pressed on along the route Li Pang and the others had taken as they fled, hoping to reunite with them. Just then, a bat silently swooped down to Lin Xie's side. After a brief exchange, Lin Xie's expression grew serious. "What's wrong?" Zhang Luocheng stepped forward and asked. "There's an earth dragon living in the magma somewhere in this mountain range. That sea realm cultivator is fighting it right now." Lin Xie gave a quick explanation of the situation. "In that case, we need to find Pang and the others as fast as possible and get out of here," Zhang Luocheng said. "I just don't get it. Why would that sea realm cultivator pick a fight with the earth dragon?" Lin Xie mused, frowning. "Maybe he's trying to control it and then use it against us. Either way, leaving this place has to be our top priority," Zhang Luocheng replied, his tone grave. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. The two of them ran for a long while before they finally caught up to the exhausted Li Pang and Shun Qingzhu, who were trudging along unsteadily. To their surprise, Instructor Hong was with them too. Instructor Hong? What are you doing here? Zhang Luoqing asked, a little taken aback. I came looking for you. I took care of all the enemies outside. Instructor Hong replied. You're awesome, Instructor. Bai Li Pang Pang, who was so tired he'd collapsed on the ground, raised a thumb in admiration. So, the current situation is that there's just one Sea Realm cultivator left and one Earth Dragon. The two of them are fighting. Lin Xie summarized with a nod. Earth Dragon. The other three all looked at him in disbelief. Lin Xie described what he had sensed. Sounds like a flame vein Earth Dragon. If that's the case, then we're inside its absolute Earth domain. Absolute Earth domain. That's a powerful forbidden realm unique to Earth Dragons. It allows them to create their own space anywhere underground at any time. If that's true, there should be magma around here. Does that mean this place is actually a volcano? Shen Qingzhu asked upon hearing the news. I never would have imagined that Jinan Mountain in Sanan City was hiding such a massive Earth Dragon beneath it. Zhang Luocheng remarked with a hint of awe. I didn't think this was a volcano either, Lin Qi added. So what do we do now? Bali Pang Pang asked, concern in his voice. We're probably underground at this very moment, Instructor Hong said gravely. Then the only way out is to break through to the surface? Lin Xie gazed into the boundless darkness as he spoke. Isn't Zhang Luoqing skilled in earth-shifting? Maybe he could reshape the terrain and get us out, Shen Qingzhu suddenly suggested. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng shook his head. We're too deep down right now. If I try to change the structure here recklessly, we might alert the Earth Dragon, and that would only make things worse. Besides, I tried teleporting just now, but it seems the dragon's forbidden zone is interfering. I can't lock on any markers outside. In that case, I think our best bet is to wait for rescue, Instructor Hong advised. Trying to break through on our own could be dangerous. Everyone nodded in agreement, settling down in place to recover their strength while they waited. Just then, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. The world seemed to spin and tilt, and suddenly, they found themselves transported into a vast chamber filled with molten lava. The group scrambled to their feet, faces tense and wary. Lava flowed all around them, an Earth Dragon's fiery veins glowing beneath the surface. Nearby lay a battered and bloodied powerhouse of the sea level, and standing before them, a man with a strange, bewitching aura. No one had expected that all the perils they'd been dreading would appear before them all at once. The heart of the underground cavern, Lin Xie murmured, staring at the scene before him. Instructor Hong's gaze landed on the alluring man, and in an instant, he recognized who he was. The oracle of the ancient gods' church. It seems my reputation has spread far among you watchmen, the oracle remarked with a sly smile. Not only do I find 2 god agents and a high-risk unknown, but even the young master of the Bai Li clan is here. This is quite the haul. It was Zhang Luoqing's first time facing the real oracle. Even if this was only a projection, the oppressive aura of a true powerhouse made him unconsciously tighten his grip on his blade. Ha ha ha. If I can make the young master of the Bai Li family one of my followers, then the whole Bai Li clan would be mine. The oracle suddenly burst out laughing. Don't worry. Before you ever get the chance to control me, I'll make sure to end my own life first, Bai Li Pang Pang replied, his face pale but his expression calm. Oh, the notorious playboy actually has a backbone. Instructor Hong took a step forward and sneered. The babblings of the old god church are nothing more than the whimpers of dogs hounded by the special squad of the mediums. And yet you dare swagger before the younger generation. At that, Whisper's brow furrowed ever so slightly. With a tap of his fingertip, a thick black chain emerged from the void behind him, lashing out straight at Instructor Hong. But in the blink of an eye, a surge of electric current flared forth. It struck the black chain and snapped it cleanly in two. The pale blue lightning then shot along the chain, racing toward Whisper. Seeing this, Whisper didn't hesitate. He severed the chain in his hand and fixed a frosty gaze on Zhang Luocheng. Unknown, forbidden ruins. You pique my curiosity. I can hardly wait to see what secrets lie within your mind. A piercing, ghostly light flashed in Whisper's eyes, and his formidable spirit force surged directly into Zhang Luocheng's body. The instant their gazes met, Zhang Luocheng activated the illusionary arts of his Sharingan. Yet Whisper merely paused for the briefest moment before shattering the illusion, barging his way into Zhang Luocheng's consciousness. After all, the gulf between their realms was too great. Even with Whisper just projecting an avatar, the difference in their abilities was insurmountable. HM, there's nothing in your head. Whisper's voice echoed in Zhang Luocheng's mind. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who are you calling empty-headed? You're the one with nothing in your head. Your whole family's got nothing in their heads. Ding! System has detected an intrusion into the host's brain. Activating firewall mode. Launching automatic counterattack on the invader. Before Whisper could make sense of what was happening, his consciousness was suddenly yanked back to where he started, and the others all turned to him with puzzled expressions. Shock and disbelief contorted Whisper's face as he stared at Zhang Luocheng. Then his expression suddenly shifted, and he burst in a hearty laughter. Interesting, truly interesting. I've never seen a power like yours. Once I've dealt with the double gods agents, I'll have to study this unknown forbidden ruins of yours more closely. Zhang Luocheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Still, he had to thank Whisper. If not for this, he'd never have discovered that the system possessed such a powerful self-defense function. Not only had it forcefully expelled Whisper, but Zhang Luocheng himself didn't feel a thing. Hold on a second. Why is it that everyone else gets recruited as a follower, but when it comes to me, you insist on killing me? Lin Xie asked in bewilderment. Because you've already made a pact with a god. If you were to make another pact with me, I'd suffer a backlash, unless you joined of your own free will. So what if I say right now that I'm willing to join the Church of the Old Gods? Lin Xie replied earnestly. Whisper's expression darkened. Perhaps thanks to what just happened with Zhang Luocheng, his temper seemed to have suddenly taken a turn for the worse. Cut the nonsense. Even if you add up all the instructors in your training camp, and even throw in all you rookies together, none of you could stand against me. So stop wasting your time, try to stall me. But I am curious. Why were you chosen as the dual gods agent? You look so ordinary. Then why don't you take a look inside his mind yourself? Zhang Luocheng replied with a casual taunt. You shot Zhang Luocheng a cold glare. Don't get cocky. Besides, I don't need you to tell me. I was going to do that anyway. She gave a chilly snort, and then, just like before, but this time her target switched to Lin Xie. Bailey Pang Pang couldn't help but clench his fists at the sight, his nails digging so deep into his palms that they drew blood. Shen Qingzhu and Instructor Hong also stood frozen, not daring to make a move. As for Ma Yitian, he lounged off to the side, looking perfectly at ease. As someone with a solid standing among the believers, he knew better than anyone just how formidable you could be. Don't worry, Lin Xie will be fine. If anything were to happen to him, those gods of his would never allow it. Among everyone present, only Zhang Luocheng wore a face entirely free of concern. But you're up against you. There's really nothing we can do to help right now. Instructor Hong said, worry evident in his voice. Hey, you stared her down just now too. How did you feel? Shen Qingzhu suddenly asked. Honestly, didn't feel much. In fact, it was kind of pleasant. Zhang Luocheng recalled, shrugging. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Still, since Zhang Luocheng had come out of it unscathed, chances were Lin Xie would be fine too. You guys really shouldn't get your hopes up, Ma Yitian chimed in from the side, a mischievous glint in his eye. Oh really? Well, I'm standing here just fine, aren't I? Maybe your boss isn't all that great after all. Zhang Luocheng's words wiped the smugness off Ma Yitian's face in an instant. You're different. Your case is complicated. Lord Yu simply hasn't figured you out yet. But a god's agent is another matter. This isn't the first time Lord Yu's dealt with one. Ma Yitian shot back immediately. Come on, old Ma. You have too much faith in your boss. Don't blame me if she ends up embarrassing herself. Zhang Luocheng sighed softly. Get lost. How could you ants possibly understand Lord Yu's true might? Ma Yitian retorted, then paused as if something else occurred to him. And who are you calling old Ma? Am I really that old? Who knows? You certainly look older than me. Just as Ma Yitian was about to retort, Lin Xie's eyes slowly fluttered open. Huh, see? It's over. Our Lord Yu, huh? Ma Yitian's words trailed off awkwardly as he saw Lin Xie, looking perfectly unscathed, as if nothing had happened at all. In stark contrast, Yu now stood as still as a stone statue, any trace of light in his eyes having vanished completely. He looked like a lifeless corpse, rooted to the spot. How is this possible? Ma Yitian stared at the scene before him in utter disbelief. Well, looks like someone got proven wrong. Bailey Pang Pang burst out laughing. Oh, old Ma. Oh, old Ma. Zhang Luocheng deliberately put on a look of exaggerated sorrow. Snapping out of his shock, Ma Yitian looked at the smug faces of Zhang Luocheng and the others. Fury instantly flared across his features, and the oppressive aura of the sea realm exploded from him. He didn't know what method Lin Xie had used, but given the current situation, he had to kill everyone present. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer for this when he returned. He had already lost a projection. If he failed his mission as well, there would be no good ending for him back home. At the same time, under the control of the soul contract, the flame-vein earth dragon let out a furious roar, raising its head to the cavern's ceiling, and the magma around them surged violently. A deafening dragon's cry echoed through the entire underground world, and for the first time, a look of grave concern crossed the faces of Zhang Luocheng and the others. Though Yu had been dealt with, the two enemies before them were still far beyond what they could handle. Scorching flames filled the entire subterranean cavern, the temperature rising rapidly. In an instant, the once pitch-black cave was bathed in a blazing red glow. The flame-veined earth dragon spread its wings and gave a mighty shake. A wave of searing wind surged up from the magma, and the sheer force of it made everyone shudder involuntarily. Realizing how dangerous things were becoming, Ma Etienne had already retreated to the sidelines, terrified of being caught in the earth dragon's attack. Instructor Hong stepped forward, took a deep breath, and drew a crest from his chest, the unique insignia of a night watcher. "Now, listen to me," Instructor Hong said calmly. "In a moment, I'll use every bit of my strength to open a path. When I do, you must run for your lives. Don't look back." "What about you, Instructor? What are you going to do?" Wily Pang Pang sensed something was wrong. "That's not important. Just do as I say." Instructor Hong lowered his head slightly, a different kind of smile tugging at his lips. "You lot, don't let me down. Make something of yourselves in the future." With that, Instructor Hong traced a finger lightly over the crest. A fine needle popped out from within. He drew a deep breath, preparing to drive the needle into his own body. But suddenly, two hands from different directions seized his wrist. Startled, Instructor Hong looked up to find Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia standing at his side. Lin Chia gently took the crest from his hand and returned it to his chest. "If darkness one day descends, I shall stand before 10,000 souls, blade in hand, facing the abyss, my blood staining the heavens." "Instructor Hong, we all know," Zhang Luocheng said quietly. Lin Chia turned his back to the others and spoke slowly. "We will not stand by and watch the same tragedy unfold before our eyes again." What are you trying to do?" Instructor Hong stared at the two of them in disbelief. Zhang Luocheng looked calmly at Lin Chia. He knew that with just a few of them, they truly stood little chance. But Lin Chia had a trump card. "Leave the rest to me," Lin Chia said quietly. Suddenly, Lin Chia underwent a remarkable transformation. An indescribable aura radiated from within him. The others stared at Lin Chia in utter disbelief, overwhelmed by the change taking place before them. Their shock left them speechless. In that instant, a wave of overwhelming darkness swept through the cavern, swallowing the space that had been lit by the magma's glow. The cave was plunged into pitch-black night. It was a moment belonging only to the night, for the goddess of night had descended. Bearing the divinity of the night goddess, Lin Chia drew a straight blade. With a single motion, a massive circular tunnel appeared before them, stretching upward into the darkness above. But just then, the cavern space began to distort. The earth trembled violently, just as it had moments before. The flame-veined earth dragon must have been attacked and unleashed its forbidden domain. The tunnel that once led upward was now twisted away to an unknown place. Lin Chia and the flame-veined earth dragon were transported elsewhere. "How did it come to this?" Zhang Luocheng muttered, glancing around at the impenetrable darkness. The others were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan to survey his surroundings. Lin Chia was now using his powers to confront the flame-veined earth dragon. There was nothing for him to worry about there. The flame-veined earth dragon isn't here, and the absolute earth domain is gone. Looks like the flying thunder god technique is back. Zhang Luocheng was just about to use it. But in the next instant, a shadowy figure burst forth from the rock wall, surging straight at Zhang Luocheng. Reacting instantly, Zhang Luocheng raised his blade and blocked the attack head-on, though the impact sent a jolt through his arms, leaving them numb. Standing on a rocky ledge, Ma Yiqian was covered in blood, a twisted smile on his face as he fixed his icy gaze on Zhang Luocheng. "So, you're all alone?" Zhang Luocheng didn't look surprised to see Ma Yiqian. He knew that the moment the flame-veined earth dragon had roared, Ma Yiqian had used his own forbidden domain to escape elsewhere. He must have been lying in wait, observing them from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As a master of the sea realm, Zhang Luocheng had to give him his full attention, even though Ma Yiqian looked badly wounded. "The others are gone," Zhang Luocheng replied calmly. "Gone? You think I believe that?" Ma Yiqian sneered coldly. "Forget it. I'll deal with this unknown forbidden ruin first, so it'll be easier to give an explanation when I get back." In the very next instant, half of Ma Yiqian's body transformed into a stream of black light and merged into the rock wall beneath his feet. The surrounding stone seemed to come alive, suddenly surging and rippling. Moments later, dozens of solid stone spikes erupted violently, aiming straight at Zhang Luocheng's face. "Earth escape, earth flow wall." Seeing this, Zhang Luocheng swiftly pressed both hands to the ground. A wall of earth rose instantly before him, blocking most of the vicious spikes. Yet the remaining spikes seemed almost sentient. They twisted, snaking toward Zhang Luocheng from every direction. He managed to parry a few with his straight blade, then quickly leaped back, but not before several spikes grazed and cut into him. Ma Yitian showed no sign of letting up. The next moment, 100 more spikes surged madly toward Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng didn't dare hesitate. He spun in place, using himself as the center. A faint blue sphere formed around him. Gentle fist, heavenly rotation. Hundreds of stone spikes scattered chaotically, crashing harmlessly to the ground. But Ma Yitian's assault continued unabated. More spikes sprang forth, relentlessly attacking Zhang Luocheng. Even though Ma Yitian was seriously injured, he was still at the sea realm. The gap in their cultivation levels was a chasm that could not be ignored. Give it up, boy. The difference between us isn't just a little. Stop struggling and surrender. Ma Yitian grinned, his smile twisted and fierce. Is that so? How about this? If I land a single hit, you admit defeat. Deal. Just as Zhang Luocheng finished speaking, he kicked off the ground with explosive force, his whole body launching forward as if shot from a bow. Ma Yitian, half embedded in the rock, raised his hand. Hundreds of stone spikes shot forth in a dense barrage like a rain of arrows. From Ma Yitian's perspective, every spike struck Zhang Luocheng squarely. Overestimating yourself, Ma Yitian snorted. But in the next instant, Zhang Luocheng's body vanished, leaving nothing but a log in his place, now riddled with spikes. What? He's gone. Ma Yitian stared in shock at the lone log lying quietly on the ground. Looking for me? Zhang Luocheng's voice rang out as his figure suddenly appeared. Panic flashed across Ma Yitian's face. He quickly summoned another wave of spikes, sending them swarming toward Zhang Luocheng. But just as before, though he watched the spikes pierce Zhang Luocheng's body, Zhang Luocheng vanished once more, leaving only another log behind. Impossible! Ma Yitian roared, conjuring even more spikes this time. He was certain that if he could pinpoint Zhang Luocheng's location for just a moment, he'd be able to kill him for sure. It's too late. Zhang Luocheng's voice rang out behind Ma Yitian. Ma Yitian felt a sudden chill run down his spine, and when he turned around, he saw a pale blue orb forming in Zhang Luocheng's right hand. Rinnegan. The blue sphere slammed fiercely into Ma Yitian's body. In the blink of an eye, his figure was swallowed up by the surrounding rock. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan, carefully observing the structure of the stone around him, but Ma Yitian's silhouette was nowhere to be found. He got away. Zhang Luocheng cast his gaze warily in every direction. Ma Yitian had completely merged into the rock, fleeing the scene at breakneck speed. Damn, this unknown forbidden ruin is seriously no joke. Lucky I'm fast enough, Ma Yitian muttered, his heart still pounding with fear. He had indeed escaped just in time. A glancing blow from the Rinnegan had merely grazed a shoulder. Given his current situation, he knew that confronting Zhang Luocheng head-on was anything but wise. For now, his top priority was survival. Ma Yitian darted through passage after passage, but he had no idea where the exit might be. He scurried about like a headless chicken, lost and desperate. Wait, is that them? Ma Yitian sensed several distinct auras in the distance and began edging closer. Meanwhile, Zhang Luocheng's face was set with grim determination. Sweat streamed down his forehead. Fighting even a single sea-level opponent had drained much of his energy, and blood still seeped from his wounds. I've got to find Pang Pang and the others fast. Zhang Luocheng closed his eyes. Now that the absolute Earth domain had faded, the Flying Thunder God technique was no longer restricted. In a flash, he vanished from sight. But when he reappeared, he was standing at the edge of a sheer cliff. Instinctively, Zhang Luocheng drove his straight blade into the rock face, using it to steady himself as he searched urgently for any sign of his companions below. This is strange. Why did I end up here? I used Shun Qingzhu's marker, didn't I? Zhang Luocheng muttered, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Oddly enough, there was no trace of his friends. The Flying Thunder God was supposed to teleport him to a marked location, but there was no marker here at all. Why had he appeared in this place? Suddenly, a wave of heat surged up from deep within the earth, filling the entire cavern. Faintly, Zhang Luocheng caught echoes of a voice reverberating through the tunnel. I, Shun Qingzhu, swear under the banner of the Great Summer Dynasty. It's the cool guy. Zhang Luocheng yanked his straight blade from the cliff wall and let himself plunge freely into the depths below. If darkness truly falls. Shun Qingzhu's voice resonated through the cave. From the moment Zhang Luocheng heard it, he knew Shun Qingzhu had already invoked the guiding spirit's ritual. The distance grew shorter and shorter, and now he understood why he had teleported to that place. Because when he first arrived, Shun Qingzhu had indeed been there, But by the time Zhang Luocheng reached them, Shen Qingzhu and the others were plummeting downward at a terrifying speed. I will stand before all others. The deeper they fell, the more the heat surged, waves of scorching air bursting from below. Zhang Luocheng could now make out their figures through the shimmering haze. Instructor Hong was dragging by Li Pangpang, who seemed to be gravely injured, while Shen Qingzhu, his body covered in burns, was being pulled along by Ma Yitian. Chidori Stream. A pale blue arc of electricity shot from Zhang Luocheng's body, slicing through the air in a straight line and striking Ma Yitian square in the face, piercing through him in an instant. Zhang Luocheng jammed his straight blade into the rock wall. Earth release. A narrow earthen path jutted out from the rock, just wide enough for Li Pangpang and Instructor Hong to stand on. Zhang Luocheng, are you all right? Instructor Hong looked at him, worry etched on his face. Beside him, Li Pangpang had already slipped into unconsciousness. I'll get you both out of here. With a leap, Zhang Luocheng landed right in front of them. Below, the waves of heat surged on, magma climbing steadily upward. Sweat dripped endlessly from their brows. You go, Shen Qingzhu said calmly. I'll hold them off here. I've already used the ghost god lure. Brother Zhu, Zhang Luocheng, I've never begged anyone for anything. But this time, I'm asking you, get them out of here. And do one more thing for me. Wipe out those filthy dogs from the followers for good. Zhang Luocheng nodded. Don't worry, Brother Zhu. One day, you'll return in glory. Then he turned to Instructor Hong. Instructor Hong, hold on to me. I'll take you both out. Zhang Luocheng pressed his hands together in a sign. Flying Thunder God technique. Brother Zhu, we'll wait for your triumphant return. We'll keep waiting for you. Zhang Luocheng's voice echoed through the cavern, even as his figure vanished completely from sight. Shen Qingzhu wiped sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, what nonsense is this kid spouting? I just used the ghost god lure. Doesn't he understand? I'm about to die here. What glory is there left to return to? Well, maybe the kid doesn't know what the ghost god lure really means. Fine, I'll let it slide. Zhang Luocheng, if you don't take down the followers, I'll come after you, even as a ghost. Instructor Hong felt a dizzying rush, and before he knew it, they had emerged on the surface. Shen Qingzhu's voice echoed up from the depths of the cave. Blade drawn to the abyss. Blood stains the heavens. With those final words, everything around them fell silent. Only the lingering heat remained in the air. Back on the surface, Zhang Luocheng stumbled, barely able to stand. Instructor Hong rushed forward to steady him. Zhang Luocheng, are you all right? I'm all right. Nothing serious, Zhang Luocheng replied. He had expended some mental energy, and now he yearned more than ever for the surging chakra of the Nine Tails. So close, yet still out of reach, luck not yet on his side. At that moment, a faint glimmer appeared above their heads. The unmistakable beam of a flashlight. There's someone down there, looks like Instructor Hong. A voice called out from above. As the familiar faces appeared one by one, Instructor Hong finally let out a long breath of relief. The tension that had gripped him dissolved all at once, and he collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. His clothes were soaked through with sweat. Zhang Luocheng, Instructor Hong, and Li Pangpang were all placed gently onto stretchers. Medical staff carried them swiftly down the mountain path, heading towards safety. Some time later, an ambulance whisked them away from Jinan Mountain. As the vehicle sped farther from the mountain, Zhang Luocheng gazed through the window. It felt as if he could see right into the heart of the mountain, as if he could still hear the echo of a voice from deep within. Farewell, Watcher of the Night. We'll meet again, Shen Qingzhu, Zhang Luocheng said to himself, his eyes drifting shut. When Zhang Luocheng next opened his eyes, daylight streamed in. He found himself lying on a pristine hospital bed. Through the sheer curtains, the familiar training grounds came into view. So, he was back at the training camp. This must be the infirmary. He turned his head slightly and spotted Lin Chia, still asleep in the next bed. Glancing down, he saw his own patient's gown and the bandages that covered his wounds. Not wanting to disturb Lin Chia, who was still resting, Zhang Luocheng quietly tiptoed out of the ward. Just as he reached the hallway, he heard Li Pangpang's voice, tinged with the threat of tears. It's impossible. He can't be dead. Zhang Luocheng quickened his pace and stepped outside. Bang bang. The moment Li Pangpang saw Zhang Luocheng, his face lit up with surprise. Luocheng, you're awake. What about Chia? How is he? He's still sleeping. I'm awake too. What were you all just talking about? Lin Chia's voice came from behind, his battered body leaning against the doorway for support. It's about Shen Qingzhu, Instructor Han Li explained from the side. He took the instructor's badge and leapt into the burning cavern to save Instructor Hong and Li Tuming. He can't be dead. Luocheng, Chia, you have to believe me. Li Pangpang insisted, his voice trembling but determined. He must be trapped deeper in the cave. No one searched that far in. I'm going to find him myself. I'm going to dig him out with my own hands. Bali Tuming, calm down. Instructor Han Li caught hold of Bali Pang Pang, who was already preparing to dash off. Bang bang, Zhang Luochen called out softly, stopping him in his tracks. Calm down. This is the night watch, not some TV drama trope. This is what it means to be a soldier. Sacrifice happens every single day. That's reality. You need to understand. Scenes like this, over and over, keep playing out right in front of us. When you finish training and step out into the real world, you'll face countless decisions of life and death. There may even come a day when you're the one who falls. As a member of the Night Watch, you have to have the courage to face reality. He still has the jade of revival I left him, Bailey Pang Pang continued, his voice trembling. Instructor Han Li seemed ready to say more, but just then, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie both placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Turning to them, Han Li paused. Lin Xie spoke softly. Instructor, leave this to us. Han Li took a deep breath, then nodded. Get some rest. Tomorrow morning is the swearing-in ceremony. Once that's over, it'll be time for you to move on. With that, Han Li sighed quietly and walked away. So what exactly happened? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luocheng gave a brief rundown. By the time I got there, Zhuaiga had already used his crest. He has my jade of revival. There's no way he could die. Bailey Pang Pang insisted, tears streaming down his cheeks. Pang Pang, Zhang Luocheng said, giving his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Do you believe in your jade of revival? Bailey Pang Pang looked at Zhang Luocheng and nodded firmly. Of course I do. It's a forbidden relic of the Bailey family. Even if you take a trip to the underworld, it'll bring you back. If you have that much faith in your jade, then I believe Zhuaiga's alive. One day, he'll come back to us, Zhang Luocheng said, eyes shining with conviction. Bailey Pang Pang looked at Zhang Luocheng. Yeah, he's Zhuaiga. As long as he's still breathing, he'll survive. He's got my jade, and besides, he's always been lazy. He's probably just slacking off somewhere. Next time I see him, I'll make sure he pays for it. Lin Xie watched Bailey Pong Pong's shifting expressions, but chose not to say more. After all, he too found the whole situation hard to believe. All right, Xie, I talked it over with Instructor Hong. We decided to keep quiet about your, transformation incident. The three of us need to get our story straight, so we don't get caught. Wait, hold on. Lin Xie interrupted, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. What do you mean, transformation incident? Your hair grew longer, your skin got smoother. Honestly, it was the first time I'd ever seen you like that, Zhang Luocheng said, well aware that it was Nix who had taken over Lin Xie's body at the time. Let's just talk about our alibi, Lin Xie replied, visibly exasperated. Click. A commotion sounded outside the hospital room. Everyone turned to see Chao Yuan, wide-eyed, standing in the doorway with a fruit basket in hand, one that slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. What? Xie can turn into a woman? No, wait. Where did you even get that fruit basket in the training camp? Late at night, the sky was scattered with stars, each one twinkling brightly, casting the training camp in a different light, as if night itself was draped in a fresh atmosphere. On the rooftop of the infirmary, 4 figures sat in a circle. Before them, a small campfire flickered, sending out the tempting aroma of roasted meat. Bailey Pang Pang took a bite of his skewer, glancing around. Aren't we going to get caught by the instructors for this? If they catch us, so be it. After tonight, we're leaving this place anyway, Zhang Luocheng said, taking a bite of his own skewer. Honestly, your fire technique is perfect for starting a fire, Bailey Pang Pang said with a grin. Come on, my fire technique's meant for fighting enemies, not grilling meat, Zhang Luocheng shot back, rolling his eyes at Bailey Pang Pang. It's not like it's going to kill anyone, Bailey Pang Pang said, baring his teeth in a mischievous grin. All right, that's a killer comeback, Zhang Luocheng said, shaking his head in exasperation. In the world of ninja, this skill wouldn't even hurt a fly. But really, I never thought the young master of the Guangshan family, would one day become a night watcher, Bailey Pang Pang mused, looking up at the stars. Strictly speaking, you're not a night watcher yet. You have to wait until the oath ceremony is over tomorrow, Chao Yuan corrected him. Oh, I see how it is, Chao Yuan. Always ready to call me out, Bailey Pang Pang retorted. Make the most of it. After tomorrow, there'll be no one left to pick on you, Lin Xie said quietly. At these words, everyone fell silent. I'm in Huaihai City, not far from Songnan. If I have time, I'll come visit you too, Chao Yuan said after a moment. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie both nodded. If you ask me, one of you should just start your own special squad, Bailey Pang Pang suggested. Lin Xie blinked in surprise. A special squad? Yeah, with your results, 1st and 2nd place, you could both lead a team. Bring me in too. I'm a forbidden artifacts collector, not too shabby for a team member, right? Chao Yuan's high risk, That's impressive, too. If only Mr. Cool were here, we'd have a full team. We're still short on numbers, though. Then bring Molly on board, Bailey Pang Pang said. I object to office romances, Chow Yuan interjected, raising his hand. Seconded. Thirded. As for being captain, let Lin Xia have that honor, Zhang Luocheng said with a smile. I'd rather be on the vanguard than worry about leading everyone. But, Zhang Luocheng continued, if that day ever comes and we really get the chance, I believe we'll all gather together again. Yeah, came the quiet reply. Absolutely. I'll be waiting for you in Huaihai City. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and, just like that, the year at the training camp was drawing to a close. Today was the official day of graduation. For once, Bailey Pang Pang did not sleep in. He got up early, finished washing up, made his bed, packed his belongings, and fastened his buttons in front of the mirror, checking his reflection over and over again. Pang Pang, that's enough. You look great. Let's go, Zhang Luocheng said from the doorway, where he and Lin Xia had already been waiting. I look pretty good, don't I? Bailey Pang Pang tossed his head with a proud smirk. You look fantastic, really sharp. Easily the best you've ever looked, Zhang Luocheng replied, giving Pang Pang a thumbs up. Come on, let's get going early. Together, they left the dormitory and headed toward the training grounds. Over this past year, they had shed their youthful inexperience. From the carefree days at the beginning to the disciplined, soldierly figures. They had endured hardship and exhaustion, but never once did they give up. They had completed their transformation. Now, they were about to face the moment that belonged to them alone, the moment of honor, the most glorious moment of all. On the training field, the new recruits stood in neat formation, each with a look of determination on their face. As the oath-taking ceremony was about to begin, the instructors stepped one by one onto the platform. At the sight of them, the new soldiers immediately quieted down, and a profound silence settled over the entire field. Instructor Yuan Gang let his gaze sweep slowly over their faces before speaking in a measured tone. Before we begin the ceremony, there is one more thing. Several instructors stepped forward, each carrying a black box, as Instructor Yuan Gang continued. In this recent rescue mission, every single one of you performed admirably. In the face of disaster, you truly demonstrated the honor of the Xia's soldiers, the pride of our night watchers. Therefore, each new recruit who participated in the rescue will be awarded a Sparks Medal. At those words, the eyes of the recruits below lit up with excitement. None of them had expected to receive their own medal, their own moment of glory, on the very last day of training. In addition, during this rescue mission, we lost 2 of our comrades. One of them, in order to protect his fellow soldiers and instructors, willingly gave his life. His name was Shun Qingzhu. At this, a heavy silence fell upon everyone. He is a hero of the Night Watchers, and we are posthumously awarding him the Starlight Medal. No sooner had the words left his mouth than every instructor on stage raised their right hand in a crisp, formal salute. At the same time, the recruits below followed suit, their posture unified and solemn, paying tribute with a collective salute. Once the medals had been distributed, it was time to present the 3 items unique to the Night Watchers: the Starblade, the Cloak, and the Emblem. Chow Yuan, Bailey Tumming, Lin Xia, Zhang Luocheng. As Zhang Luocheng heard his name, he immediately made his way to the stage. As he walked, memories of his journey flooded his mind. By chance, he had entered the world of the Godslayers. By chance, he had acquired the system. By chance, he had become a true Night Watcher. He accepted his set of 3, swiftly draping the cloak over his shoulders, gripping the hilt of the Starblade. On the blade's straight edge, his name, Zhang Luocheng, was engraved. The emblem, too, bore his name, along with 4 familiar lines etched at its base. The straight-bladed sword was a weapon forged from a special material at the request of Nie Jinshan, the first Grand Commander of the Daxia Night Watchers, deep within. Kunlun Su. It would never break, never melt, never freeze. No force could disturb its inner structure. This was the Night Watcher's blade, their weapon of attack. The cloak had been woven by Wang Qing, the 4th Grand Commander of the Daxia Night Watchers. It enabled its wearer to fight in even the harshest environments: cold, heat, toxic gases, or disease. It was a universal suit of protection, the Night Watcher's shield. The emblem was crafted by Li Kangxiang, the 2nd Grand Commander, who created the Ghost God engine and embedded it within the Night Watcher emblem. It could unleash a person's full potential for a short time, offering one final chance to fight to the death and preserve the Night Watcher's last shred of dignity. Everyone lowered their gaze to these 3 items that belonged only to them, falling into a solemn silence. These 3 pieces of equipment were the symbol of a nation's endurance and prosperity. Standing tall and straight, Yuan Gang looked out at the sea of deep red before him. and finally, with great solemnity, he spoke. The oath-taking ceremony will now begin. A strong wind swept across the stage, sending the crimson flag atop the pole, snapping and billowing. The entire crowd fell into reverent silence. Yuan Gang clenched his right fist around his emblem and pressed it to his heart, his other hand resting on the hilt at his waist. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing throughout the training grounds. I, Yuan Gang, swear beneath the red flag of Daxia. Everyone gripped their emblem tight and pressed it to their chest. With their left hand, they took hold of their blade and lifted their gaze to that red flag. I am Yangzi. I am Emoli. I am Xiao Yuan. I am Bailey Tumming. I am Lin Xie. I am Zhang Luochen. All their voices merged into one, ringing out across the training grounds. Under the red flag of Daxia, we swear, if darkness truly falls, I shall stand before the multitudes, blade drawn against the abyss. My blood will stain the heavens. They clenched their fists tightly, eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. From this moment on, they were no longer just recruits, no longer greenhorns. They were true night watchers. I'm off. I'm leaving too. Let's go together. We came together. Let's leave together. See you next time. Let's have a drink when we meet again. Hey, just don't go and get yourself killed. Get lost. I'm tough as nails. Throughout the dormitory, familiar faces one after another dragged their luggage toward the entrance of the training camp. A whole year had passed, and now, the moment of farewell had truly arrived. Luocheng, Jia, I'm heading out now. Don't forget to visit me in Huaihai City. Qiao Yuan called out as he stood at their door, suitcase in hand, saying his goodbyes. Don't worry, we will. Take care on your way. Boohoo Luocheng, Jia, I'm leaving too. Remember to come visit me in Guangshan. If you do, 5-star hotels, private jets, anything you want, it's all on me, Bali Pang Pang said as he shuffled over, dragging his luggage along. Don't worry, we'll be there. Lin Xie replied, half laughing, half crying. Pang Pang, it's not like we're never going to see each other again. Why the tears? Zhang Luocheng stepped forward and patted Bali Pang Pang on the shoulder. I just can't bear to leave. That's all, Pang Pang replied, while behind him his team of bodyguards busied themselves with his belongings. As he left, Pang Pang kept looking back, and finally called out, "Oh right, I put your stuff under the bed. Don't forget to grab it." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie paused for a moment. They knelt down and found an exquisite box under their beds. When they opened it, it was filled with Rolex watches. They exchanged glances and could only smile helplessly. Well, looks like we've got something extra heavy to carry on the way back. What's wrong? If you don't want it, I'll take it. No way. Pang Pang gave it to me. It's time for us to go too. With that, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie each took up their luggage and walked outside. As they passed through familiar places, they realized that, before they knew it, they were the only two left on the road. Arriving at the entrance to the training camp, they looked up slightly at the bold letters on the iron gate. 039 New Recruit Training Base. Let's go. It felt like a gentle urging between the two of them, like a farewell from all their friends, and a final goodbye to this training camp. Dragging their luggage along the rugged road, they walked steadily toward the military checkpoint beyond. It's been a year, and yet this road is still just as muddy and rough, Zhang Luocheng complained with a sigh. They're probably trying to save on costs. Since this place is going to be demolished anyway, fixing the road would just be a waste, Lin Xie replied. We're here, Zhang Luochen announced as he spotted the bus waiting at the entrance to pick them up. At the same time, he noticed a black van parked nearby. Looks like someone came to meet us, Lin Xie remarked, his gaze also falling on the black van, one they both knew all too well. Inside the van, Hong Ying, dressed in a red tracksuit and sporting sunglasses, waved enthusiastically in their direction. A moment later, she hopped down from the vehicle. Hong Ying, what brings you here? Lin Xie called out. Zhang Luochen was about to say something, but suddenly his vision went black. In an instant, the light vanished, and he felt almost suffocated. Yet, strangely enough, there was a certain softness to it he couldn't quite explain. I'm here to pick up the newest members of Team 136, fresh out of camp. Hong Ying finally released the two from her playful headlock. The two men gasped for air, their faces flushed from the tight squeeze a moment ago. Then again, Zhang Luochen mused to himself, if this were to happen again, I wouldn't really mind. The captain has been counting down to your release from camp since last month. It was getting a little much, Hong Ying said, pausing before stepping forward to pat them both on the shoulder. Congratulations on being reassigned to Team 136. And don't let your ranking get you down. Making it back to Team 136 is the best outcome you could hope for. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie exchanged glances, the truth finally dawning on them. They had both finished first and second, true prodigies, the likes of which the training camp rarely saw. Yet here they were, believing they'd been placed in Team 136 because they ranked low. But neither of them said a word to correct the misunderstanding. Lin Xie felt things were just fine as they were, while Zhang Luochen found himself wanting to experience the same air of effortless cool that Lin Xie exuded. Once in the car, Hong Ying drove off, putting more and more distance between them and the training camp, while their destination, the Team 136 base, drew closer with every mile. "We planned for everyone to come get you, but something came up at the last minute, so it's just me today," she said. "What happened?" Lin Xie asked. "There's been a suspected mystery case over in the eastern part of the city. Wen Qimao, Lung Xian, and Xiao Nan went to check it out. As for the captain and old dog Xiangnan, they went to meet someone important." Lin Xie frowned in puzzlement. Someone important? Who would come all the way to Songnan City? Word is, after what happened at Nanshan the other day, signs of divine energy were detected. That was enough to draw the attention of one of the top brass. They're coming to investigate personally. Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie exchanged another look. They both understood exactly what this was about. It was when Nyx had appeared, carrying Lin Xie's soul within her. "We've barely left camp and already run into a mysterious incident. Looks like there's no rest for us." One thing after another, Zhang Luocheng leaned back in his seat, wearing an air of casual indifference. "Don't worry. The odds of something strange happening in Songnan City are pretty low. I bet this is just another trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning," Hong Ying replied nonchalantly. Zhang Luocheng smiled as he gazed out the window, thinking to himself, "Let's hope she's right." Before long, the black van pulled up in front of Hong Ying's villa. The three of them stepped inside, returning to a place that felt so familiar. "Take a moment to settle in. Looks like the captain's still not ready." "Strange, it's been all afternoon," Hong Ying remarked. "Hong Ying, are we having dinner at the office tonight?" Lin Xie asked. "That's right. The captain's got everything prepared to welcome you both back," Hong Ying replied. Dragging their suitcases behind them, the two returned to their rooms and took a few minutes to reorganize their belongings. Moments later, Hong Ying's voice rang out from downstairs. "Luocheng, Chia, are you ready? The captain's waiting for us." "Coming." They hurried downstairs and got into the car, making their way to the office. "Ding dong. Welcome." Zhang Luocheng led the way, pushing open the office doors. Inside, everyone except Chen Mai, who was still busy in the kitchen, had already gathered and was waiting for them. At the doorway, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie stood straight, faces set with determination, and announced, "Night Watch Team 136. Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng, reporting for duty." Everyone exchanged glances, a different kind of smile appearing on each face. Wu Xiangnan called out toward the kitchen, "Captain Chen, the newcomers have arrived." In the kitchen, Chen Mai wiped his hands on a towel, tossed it aside, and came over to size up Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. "All right, we don't stand on ceremony in Team 136. Have a seat anywhere. Dinner will be ready soon." When Qimao stepped over, slinging an arm around each of their shoulders and steering them toward the sofa. "It's good to have you back. The big city night watch teams have too many rules, and the workload's ridiculous. Here, we could take it easy." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie could only smile helplessly. Everyone assumed their results hadn't been great, so the whole team was trying to comfort them. Wu Xiangnan came over to Zhang Luocheng's side. "Luocheng, about your restricted ruins case. Looks like the higher-ups are still making a final decision. But you should be prepared, just in case." "Understood, Captain Wu." Zhang Luocheng managed a wry smile. Everyone seemed to think he hadn't done well, so they probably figured his restricted ruins ranking wouldn't be high, maybe not even classified as a top-level threat. But then again, what they didn't know was that he had ranked first in the training camp, so his standing would hardly be low. Besides, this time, he even had the privilege of naming the Forbidden Ruins himself, something that had never happened before. In a way, it seemed he'd made history once again. "By the way, I heard there's been another mystery?" Lin Xie asked with curiosity, when Qimao briefly shared what he had found out with the other two. For now, there weren't many leads regarding this incident. "All right, let's not dwell on this for now." Chen Mai was the first to raise his glass. "Let's have a toast to welcome Luo Chun and Chia back to Squad 136. To us." After a hearty meal and plenty of drinks, Zhang Luochen returned to his room, enjoyed a relaxing shower, and sprawled out comfortably on his bed. The days of training camp had come to an end, and now he was officially a qualified night watcher. Ever since he'd arrived in this world, it all felt like a surreal dream. He was no longer the ordinary Zhang Luochen from before. He was now a night watcher. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Zhang Luochen's ear. "Ding! Host has been detected as a night watcher. As a reward, you have earned an extra chance to draw an ability." With the system's announcement, a massive spinning wheel materialized in front of Zhang Luochen once again. Draw ability. The enormous wheel began to spin, and after a short while, it came to a stop. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired all of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. You can channel chakra through your palms to enhance healing of wounds or affected areas, and you may also perform other surgeries. However, this ability does not include the strength of a 100 technique. Zhang Luoqin's eyes lit up with delight. The chakra mentioned here was akin to spiritual energy in the world of slayers. In the next instant, a strange sensation surged through his body. He lifted his right hand, and a soft, pale green glow appeared in his palm. The light was gentle and soothing. Even when brought close, it gave off a comforting warmth. With this, if I ever get hurt, I can heal myself. If I ever draw the strength of a 100 technique, I'd be truly unstoppable. Zhang Luoqin examined his palm with satisfaction. With this power, if I became a doctor, I'd be famous all over the world. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, a black van pulled up in front of the tavern. Zhang Luoqin, Lin Xie, and Wen Qima stepped out of the vehicle. As they had discussed the previous day, there had been reports of another mystery incident. Early that morning, Wen Qima had hurriedly brought the two of them to the scene to check things out. At present, the tavern had been cordoned off by the police. The three of them crossed the police line and entered the tavern. The place wasn't large, but it was tastefully decorated with a retro flair. In this part of town, it had even become a popular spot for social media influencers. Is there really no one guarding this place? Lin Xie glanced around the empty room, unable to hide his curiosity. As long as a case involves anything mysterious, regular officers can't get involved. That's why we handle these matters ourselves. But don't worry, there are personnel stationed outside around the clock. The moment anyone suspicious shows up, they'll be taken down immediately. Just then, a young man in a black jacket walked in from outside. As soon as he entered, he greeted Wen Qima. Brother One, here to look for clues again today? Huh, and these two are... They're new members, Zhang Luoqin and Lin Xie. Luoqin, Xie, this is the specialist I told you about from the department, Xiaohei. Why don't you fill them in on the situation here? Wen Qima quickly introduced everyone to each other. Zhang Luoqin and Lin Xie greeted Xiaohei in return. Now that they were officially night watchmen, it was important for them to truly integrate into the team. Then, Xiaohei gave a detailed account of what had happened here as the group made their way toward the backyard. On the ground in the backyard, several number markers were laid out, each beside a photograph of the crime scene. Chalk lines traced out the shape of a body on the wall, suspended in the air in the shape of a cross. Zhang Luoqin had only seen scenes like this on television before. Now, standing here, the atmosphere felt charged with the tension of a real criminal investigation. What's strange, Xiaohei pointed out, is that all 10 fingers of the victim were severed, and the cuts are unnaturally smooth. We still haven't found the weapon. Severed fingers, Lin Xie muttered under his breath. A mysterious entity with a penchant for cutting off fingers. Now that's quite an unusual obsession, Zhang Luoqin remarked. There's barely any blood, Lin Xie said, pointing at one of the photos. Let's take a look at the camcorder, Wen Qima suggested. We might find some clues there. He led everyone back into the tavern, where Xiaohei retrieved a camcorder from an evidence bag. The camcorder was switched on, and the footage began to play. Xiaohei skipped straight to the most critical part. The group crowded around, watching intently. When the clip ended, Lin Xie's brows knitted together. The fingers in the footage don't get cut off, they just vanish bit by bit. Maybe the footage is too grainy, and we miss something. It could still be a knife, Wen Qima reasoned. Aren't there other cases? Lin Xie asked. No signs of anything mysterious in the others, so the regular police took over those, Wen Qima replied. I'd like to see the other bodies myself, Lin Xie said. I'll go get your credentials ready, Wen Qima offered. The group left the tavern as Wen Qima went off to prepare the necessary documents. What do you think? Lin Xie turned to Zhang Luoqin and asked. At the moment, things do seem rather complicated. But don't you find that mouse a little suspicious? Zhang Luoqin's gaze shifted toward a small gray mouse huddled in the corner. Lin Xie followed Zhang Luoqin's line of sight, puzzled. That mouse, it looks oddly familiar. Zhang Luoqin, of course, knew exactly what was going on with the mouse. He glanced back at Lin Xie. How about this? I'll go check out what's happening over there. You go investigate the body. Lin Xie nodded. All right, but you be careful. Don't worry about me. I'm number one, remember? Zhang Luoqin replied with a proud grin. Lin Xie rolled his eyes at him. Would it kill you not to show off for once? With that, the two went their separate ways. Zhang Luoqin headed off alone, following the path where the little gray mouse had appeared. He trailed it for a while, but soon the mouse slipped into a drainage pipe and vanished. Zhang Luoqin halted, standing right where he lost sight of it. Hiding in the sewers, and Qingyu, Zhang Luoqin muttered to himself. Looks like I really do have to take a trip down there this time. He moved aside and pried up a nearby manhole cover, then jumped straight down into the darkness below. The cover clattered back into place, as if it had never been disturbed. In the dim underworld, Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan, moving slowly through the tunnels. Suddenly, from not too far away, he heard a strange noise and immediately stopped in his tracks, peering into the gloom ahead. The next moment, a raging tide of rats surged through the sewers, streaming through the passages with uncanny order, as if they'd been drilled like little soldiers. This Xingyu really is a freak. Seeing something like this in person is honestly overwhelming. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but marvel. The rat tide drew closer to Zhang Luocheng, who sensibly stepped aside to clear a path. One of the rats stopped right in front of him, glanced up with beady eyes, and then, as if beckoning him to follow, continued ahead. So Zhang Luocheng followed the lead of that one rat, while the rest of the swarm continued to move in disciplined formation, slipping through the tunnels as if in a drill. The deeper he went, the more the air felt chilling and sinister. The thought that Xingyu had lived alone in such a place for a year only made Zhang Luocheng more convinced that the man was unhinged. Just then, a blurry figure appeared before him. Even without seeing the face, Zhang Luocheng knew exactly who it was, Xingyu. But before he could react, vines exploded at his feet. Thick, pale tendrils lashed out towards him like lightning. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. With a roar, a massive ball of flame shot towards the vines, incinerating them in a blazing instant. At the same time, an intense, bone-chilling cold spread outward, and the surface of the surrounding water instantly froze solid. Xingyu reached out and dipped his hand into the nearby pool. From within, he drew out a long sword wreathed in frost, the blade shimmering with icy mist. Zhang Luocheng pulled the straight blade from his back, a weapon that belonged to him alone, the blade of a true night watcher. If you want to fight, then I'll gladly oblige. With blade in one hand, Zhang Luocheng kicked off the ground with explosive force, closing the distance in a blink. His straight blade sliced through the air before Xingyu. But Xingyu was no slow opponent. With quick reflexes, he brought the frosted sword up across his chest, parrying the attack. The straight blade and the icy sword clashed with a sharp, ringing sound. Water can extinguish fire, but fire can melt ice, Zhang Luocheng said with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. In that instant, flames burst forth, cloaking his blade in searing heat. Under the scorching blaze, the frosted sword began to melt, droplets dripping from the edge. Xingyu swiftly retreated, then with a graceful sweep of his palm over the water surface, dozens of razor-sharp ice shards erupted upward, moving so fast they blurred to the eye. Ah, I warned you, but you just wouldn't listen. Zhang Luocheng unleashed a wave of fire, and the dozens of ice shards instantly evaporated, leaving nothing behind. So this place is completely suppressed by the forbidden ruins? How frustrating. Xingyu muttered to himself. Whether it was vines or ice, all it took was a single blaze to erase them. Suddenly, an explosion thundered from a nearby passageway, followed by a billowing cloud of smoke and dust drifting outward. A large swarm of rats was blown apart, their bodies instantly annihilated. The orderly tide of rodents scattered, surging quickly toward the other tunnels. Lin Xie's figure emerged from the passageway, the war mummy standing silently beside him. Then, in a dazzling swirl of magic, the war mummy vanished within a spell circle. Lin Xie. Zhang Luocheng glanced over, understanding at once what had happened. Xingyu had stolen those corpses, and Lin Xie had tracked them here as well. You found your way here too? Lin Xie spotted Zhang Luocheng, then turned his gaze to Xingyu. With two of you, my chances are even worse, Xingyu said, lowering his hood to reveal a serene, fair face. His eyes, filled with curiosity and excitement, flickered between Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. It's been a while, you two. I'm Xingyu. Lin Xie moved to Zhang Luocheng's side. What's going on here? Zhang Luocheng asked in confusion. I tracked things this far. What about you? Did your investigation of the corpses lead you here too? The bodies were stolen, so I followed the trail to this place. As he spoke, Lin Xie's eyes settled on Xingyu. Xingyu smiled. Surprised, aren't you? Come on, step inside. In over a year, you two are the only guests I've had. Lin Xie couldn't help but ask, after the Nanda Snake Demon incident, what exactly happened? Xingyu sighed, then gave the two of them a brief account of everything that had transpired over the past year, including dissecting mysterious corpses and gaining abilities. Your forbidden ruin lets you copy mysterious abilities? Lin Xie asked in surprise. Xingyu shook his head. No, it's analysis. Through dissection and experimentation, I can break down and understand the underlying principles behind certain mysterious traits. He went on to explain his own forbidden ruin ability. After finishing, Xingyu suddenly turned to look at the two of them. You both. The strange abilities you possess, I still can't properly decipher them. The two frowned. Don't get any ideas. I'm not letting you dissect me, Zhang Luocheng hurriedly said. So, have you looked into your own forbidden ruin? Lin Xie asked. I have, but there's nothing like mine in the current forbidden ruin registry. Only sequence number 315, the Eye of True Sight, is somewhat similar, but only just. Lin Xie was taken aback, then glanced at Zhang Luocheng. So, it's another entirely new forbidden ruin? And Xingyu looked at Zhang Luocheng with curiosity. So your forbidden ruin is also an unknown one. Zhang Luocheng nodded. My forbidden ruin isn't listed in any sequence either. No one's had it before, so I named it the only solution, and Xingyu said. Wait, hold on, you just named it like that. Zhang Luocheng asked, puzzled. And Xingyu paused for a moment. Is there a problem with that? Hey, shouldn't naming it go through approval from higher-ups? Zhang Luocheng said to Lin Xie beside him. Lin Xie scratched his head awkwardly. How would I know? I only just joined the Night Watch. I suppose it should. And Xingyu mused. And what about yours? Mine doesn't have a name yet. And there's no sequence number either, Zhang Luocheng replied. It's been ages since something like this happened, so the higher-ups want to discuss it thoroughly. They're waiting to see my performance and results in the new recruit training camp. Now that training's over, I guess they're in the final evaluation phase. New recruit training camp. And Xingyu asked, puzzled. Every Night Watch member has to go through a year-long new recruit training camp. Once you graduate, you become a true Night Watchman, Lin Xie explained. I see. And Xingyu nodded. By the way, what's with all these rats? Lin Xie asked. They're all under my control, using the serpent seed ability I deciphered from the Nanda, snake demon, and Xingyu explained. Since rats are the most inconspicuous, I haven't tried it on other creatures. I named this ability Fish Seed. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie spoke in unison. That's a great name. As they talked, the group made their way into an underground chamber. Inside, the space was filled with specimens, instruments, and experimental tables, leaving the two of them utterly astonished. You've set up a massive laboratory down here? That's right. All the equipment here was discarded, but the structure isn't complicated. After a bit of analysis, I got everything working again. I even made a few modifications. Now it might be even better than the top-of-the-line gear out there. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie stared at the mysterious corpses suspended in formalin. With skills like yours, why not join the Night Watch? Lin Xie asked curiously. I have no interest in the Night Watch. What fascinates me is dissecting the unknown. What I seek is the truth. Besides, joining the Night Watch would only tie me down with endless rules and restrictions. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie fell silent. In front of them stood a true mad scientist, and Xingyu. But then again, everyone has their own pursuits in life. There's something else I want to ask, Lin Xie said suddenly, as if he'd just remembered. During the New Year, was it you who sent me the message? It was me. It was hardly any trouble at all, and Xingyu replied. Besides, even if I hadn't helped, your good friend would have taken care of it for you. Lin Xie gave a faint smile. Either way, I still owe you one. Oh, what do you mean? We're not turning you in now, but if you do anything dangerous to society, I promise I'll be the one to bring you in, Lin Xie said, his tone grave. You didn't ask your companion if he feels the same? And Xingyu said, glancing at Zhang Luocheng. I don't have any objections, Zhang Luocheng replied, spreading his hands. Lin Xie's gaze fell upon the three corpses and Xingyu had stolen. They now lay side by side on the operating table. So it was for these three bodies? No need to look. They're exactly as described in the autopsy reports. Nothing unusual, and Xingyu said. So these three are perfectly ordinary, Zhang Luocheng concluded. What? Was there something odd about the one from the tavern? And Xingyu asked. We won't be able to examine that one until tomorrow. None of us have seen it yet, Lin Xie replied. I haven't seen it either, and Xingyu said. But there's still something strange about all this, Lin Xie mused, deep in thought. Oh, are you talking about the blood volume? As Xingyu spoke, he walked over to a vacant spot in the room. Against one wall, someone had drawn a human outline in white chalk, positioned almost exactly like at the original crime scene. With all this attention to the blood, did you actually run an experiment yourself? Zhang Luocheng asked, noticing two cups on the table, each stained with traces of blood. Simulation? How would we simulate it? Cut off our own fingers. Lin Xie frowned. I have lizard-like regenerative abilities. My fingers grow back rapidly, so cutting them off is nothing to me, and Xingyu explained. There was only one thought in the minds of Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. This guy is an absolute madman. But for now, I can't draw any conclusions. I need to take a look at the body in the tavern. You can't get in, but you two can take me in. Lin Xie let out a small sigh, then turned to Zhang Luocheng. What do you think? If he could take a look, we might solve the case more quickly. We really are running short on time. If this mysterious person strikes again, at least we'll have some useful leads, Zhang Luocheng said. And Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he looked at Zhang Luocheng with heartfelt gratitude, visibly thrilled. In the end, Lin Xie relented, albeit reluctantly. Night fell. The group made their way together to the place where the body was kept. At the entrance, a young man was stifling a yawn, but when he saw the three of them, his expression immediately turned serious. Please show your identification. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie produced their badges at the same time and handed them over. The young man examined them carefully before speaking. So, you two are the new night watchers. My apologies, but this gentleman is... He's an expert I invited. He just needs to take a quick look at the body, Lin Xie replied. All right, I'll open the door for you. As the heavy doors swung open, the three of them stepped inside. Before they'd even fully entered, and Xingyu was already intently examining the corpse, instinctively pulling out his scalpel, eager to get to work. You can look, but no dissections, Lin Xie reminded him. And Xingyu could only put down the scalpel quietly and continue to scrutinize every detail of the corpse. There's nothing unusual in the autopsy report either, Zhang Luocheng said, handing the report to Lin Xie, who leafed through it quickly. There is something odd, and Xingyu said, frowning as he explained his thoughts. The way the nails were driven in is the opposite of the way the fingers were severed. In other words, his fingers were cut off first, then he was nailed to the wall. Lin Xie responded, but that doesn't match what we saw in the footage, and the video hasn't been tampered with. So, the person in the footage isn't Sun Xiao, Zhang Luocheng interjected. And Xingyu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect you to catch on so quickly. Zhang Luocheng offered a faint smile, thinking to himself, well, sometimes you have to play the part. But there's still a crucial problem. Only Sun Xiao's DNA was found at the scene. Lin Xie frowned as he spoke. If there really was a second victim, then where is the body? Is it possible the tavern owner was simply lying? Zhang Luocheng suggested. And Xingyu thought it over for a moment. We should go back to the tavern and take another look. Just then, their phones rang in unison. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie both answered, exchanged a glance after hanging up, and turned to Xingyu. We have to head back. The captain needs us, Lin Xie said. Here's my number. If anything comes up, contact me immediately. Peace Affairs Office. When Shima laid out a stack of files before the group. Promotion ritual? Lin Xie's brow furrowed as he read through the documents in his hand. So that means our next target has to be somewhere crowded, Zhang Luocheng said. Exactly. Wu Xiangnan produced a map, circling a spot in red. We've deduced the approximate location of the final ritual. A high-end residential district? When Shima's surprise was clear. Which means, judging by the timeline, the ritual will happen at 3:33 a.m. tomorrow, Lin Xie concluded. Since we know what to do now, let's each keep watch over the area. The moment anything suspicious appears, we move in and eliminate them, Chenmai ordered. Yes, sir, everyone replied in unison. When the team arrived at their assigned positions, Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng stood atop a high vantage point. Lin Xie had 2 black cases by his side, while Zhang Luocheng carried only one. Lin Xie had grown accustomed to wielding 2 blades, but Zhang Luocheng still preferred just one. Besides, carrying 2 cases just felt excessive. He didn't have Lin Xie's talent for summoning magical rituals, after all. I'll check in with Xingyu, see if he's found any leads, Zhang Luocheng said. HM, right now, isn't a bit far. Lin Xie asked. No worries, I have my ways. As soon as Zhang Luocheng finished speaking, he vanished instantly. Lin Xie watched the empty space where Zhang Luocheng had stood and muttered to himself. That teleportation is just outrageous. Night descended. On a silent, deserted street, and Xingyu strolled forward, draped in a black trench coat. He stopped in front of a tavern sealed off by yellow police tape. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted beside him, and Xingyu sprang back, immediately ready for combat. Relax, it's me. Zhang Luocheng's figure materialized at Xingyu's side. Where did you come from? And Xingyu asked in surprise. Teleportation, Zhang Luocheng replied. And Xingyu's eyes never stopped roaming over Zhang Luocheng, filled with a naked greed that suggested he might dissect him at any moment. Don't look at me like that. Come on, let's go inside, Zhang Luocheng said as he stepped over the police cordon and entered the tavern, and Xingyu trailing right behind him. Once inside, and Xingyu scrutinized every detail, his gaze sweeping carefully over each corner until he made his way to the back courtyard. Help me film this, and Xingyu said, handing a video camera to Zhang Luocheng. What are you up to? Zhang Luochen asked. A crime scene reenactment, of course. And Xingyu climbed onto a stool, pressing himself against the wall until his body lined up perfectly with a human-shaped outline on it. This is what you call a reenactment? You're really taking it literally, Zhang Luochen said, feeling a bit awkward. Watching Xingyu in front of him, blood oozing fresh and bright, Zhang Luochen felt his skin crawl. He couldn't help but wonder if this guy had a serious masochistic streak. Didn't he feel any pain at all? Just then, Xingyu's severed finger began to rapidly heal itself, and Zhang Luochen glanced at the camera in his hands. Wait a minute, Xingyu. If we play this footage in reverse, it matches exactly what we saw, Zhang Luochen suddenly said. And Xingyu's eyes lit up. He quickly grabbed the camera and watched the playback, his eyes shining with excitement. You're right, that's exactly it. So, the first place Sun Xiao was killed wasn't here. But it couldn't have happened outside the tavern either, Zhang Luochen said. So, it must be somewhere inside this tavern, they both said at once. And there's only one person who could have pulled this off, Zhang Luochen continued. A slight smile played at Xingyu's lips as his gaze shifted to the far side of the tavern. Something's not right about that area. The two walked down a narrow stone staircase, and Xingyu shattered the lock on the iron door with a burst of frost, then slowly pushed the door open. As soon as it swung wide, a foul stench hit them full in the face. This is the first crime scene, Zhang Luochen said, surveying the area. I'm impressed you found it. I analyzed the tavern. The layout is odd. This bit of land originally belonged to the tavern, but was later allocated to the hot pot restaurant next door. Technically, this spot is part of the hot pot place, and that's how it was overlooked, and Xingyu explained. We've discovered that the mysterious perpetrator did all this for an ascension ritual. At precisely 3:33 a.m., they needed to kill over 100 people at a specific location. Zhang Luochen relayed the intelligence to Xingyu. A ritual, huh? As long as there are over 100 people at the right spot. Even if it's in midair, it would count. And Xingyu mused aloud. Zhang Luochen turned to leave quickly. Passed this information to Lin Xie. And Xingyu dialed the phone and relayed everything he knew to Lin Xie, whose expression immediately changed. So the reason that boss was in such a hurry to leave San'an City was to perform the ritual in the air. And Xingyu, you're closer to the airport. Hurry over there right now. Lin Xie's anxious voice came through the phone. Someone's already dashed out ahead of me. And Xingyu replied, glancing toward the spot where Zhang Luocheng had just disappeared. Zhang Luocheng gripped his straight sword and sprinted toward the airport at full speed, using the flying thunder god technique to teleport in quick bursts. Reaching the airport at last, he found himself facing its vast expanse. How was he supposed to find the right plane among so many? Zhang Luocheng, what's your situation? Lin Xie's voice crackled in his earpiece. I just arrived at the airport. I'm still searching for the plane, Zhang Luocheng replied, quickly scanning the flight information screens. At last, he locked onto his target. I've got it. I'm heading straight for the runway. With a leap, Zhang Luocheng hurled a stone far ahead, putting all his strength into the throw. In an instant, he teleported over 100 meters. A thunderous roar filled the air, the sound of an airplane taking off. Zhang Luocheng was fast, but not fast enough. He could only watch as the plane lifted from the runway. Lin Xie, I didn't make it in time. The plane's already taken off, Zhang Luocheng reported through his earpiece. No problem. I have a plan, Lin Xie replied, just as Zhang Luocheng looked up and saw, in the sky, a figure riding on the back of a spider, flying through the air. Well, I'll be damned. It's the first time I've seen someone riding a spider. You really don't mind treating your Azu like that, do you? Zhang Luocheng muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Standing there, he watched as the plane climbed higher, while the figure and spider grew smaller and smaller in the distance. If not for his Sharingan, he wouldn't have been able to spot them at all. Not long after, Lin Xie's voice came through the earpiece again. I've infiltrated the target plane, Lin Xie announced, and almost as soon as he spoke, Zhang Luocheng appeared right in front of him, and Xingyu was there as well. I've infiltrated the target plane too, Zhang Luocheng reported through his earpiece. The three of them now found themselves squeezed into a cramped airport restroom. With so little space, even turning around was a struggle. When did you put a marker on me? Lin Xie asked, surprised to see Zhang Luocheng appear so suddenly. We've lived together for so long. Do you really think I haven't had plenty of opportunities to touch you? Zhang Luocheng replied, and Xingyu's eyes shifted, and he looked at the two of them with a meaningful, mischievous glint, as if he were ready to enjoy a good show. Where exactly is the mark? Can it be washed off? Lin Xie tried to find a mark on his body, but the cramped space made it nearly impossible to move, let alone search. Don't worry, you won't find it, Zhang Luocheng replied with pride. And besides, these aren't tattoos. How could you wash them off? Once you're marked, it's for life. Lin Xie rolled his eyes with resignation. Luo Cheng, Xie, you both did a great job. Hong Ying's voice crackled through their earpieces. We didn't even have time to catch up. Now, all we can do is follow behind you by car. Luo Cheng, Xie, you're the only two on the plane. The mission to rescue those passengers and when Qima is in your hands now. You need to look out for each other. Chun Mai's voice was deep, laced with concern for the two of them. This kind of mission might be tough for two fresh graduates, but we have no other choice now. Be careful. We'll be waiting to support you on the ground. Understood. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie answered in unison. Then Zhang Luocheng added, by the way, I haven't had a chance to mention it yet, but in this training camp, I ranked first and Lin Xie came second. He could barely contain his glee. Another chance to show off, and he'd seized it. Lin Xie shot him a dramatic eye roll, thinking, if you want to brag, just do it. Why throw me under the bus while you're at it? And Qingyu watched them with an odd expression, finally fixing her gaze on Lin Xie. Is he always this showy and so awkward about it? Lin Xie ignored her, moving to open the bathroom door. But the space was so tight that the door barely opened a third of the way before it jammed. It was impossible to squeeze through. In the end, Zhang Luoqing had no choice but to press himself up against the ceiling, making room for the other two to step out first. Only after they were out did he finally leave the restroom himself. The three of them entered the cabin, where everything on the surface seemed peaceful and undisturbed. In the cockpit, they all said at once. They started moving in that direction. The entire walkover, not a single flight attendant appeared to stop them. The crew's been subdued, and Qingyu observed. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Zhang Luochang paused by the first-class section. They're all out cold. Lin Xie glanced gravely toward the cockpit. The bar owner is in there, along with two mysterious entities by his side. One is probably the 10-slice ghost child, and the other is sealed inside a crystal, barely clinging to life. So what do we do now? And Qingyu asked. Zhang Luocheng directly used the illusionary powers of the Sharingan to draw several first-class passengers into their own mental worlds. What are you doing? And Qingyu asked. Lin Xie smiled knowingly, for the two of them were clearly thinking along the same lines. Let's take control of the people in first class first, so we don't cause unnecessary trouble. Your eyes, they can control people's minds too? And Qingyu looked curiously at Zhang Luocheng's crimson eyes. Don't stare into his eyes for too long. Lin Xie patted on Qingyu's shoulder, where you might end up under his control as well. And Qingyu quickly averted his gaze and turned to Lin Xie instead. Let's get ready. The three of them looked toward the cockpit. In an instant, an intense darkness enveloped the area, while Qingyu walked over to the keypad lock. Password accepted. The moment the door opened, Zhang Luocheng drew his blade in a flash. His straight sword met the short blade of the Tenkiri demon child, stopping it cold. He put his full strength behind that strike. The small, wiry Tenkiri demon child staggered back several steps. If it hadn't been for the control panel behind him, he might have retreated even further. Qima. Zhang Luocheng turned to Wenqima by his side. Lin Xie crouched down and swept his mental power over Wenqima's body, quickly checking his condition. Let me. Zhang Luocheng crouched down next to Wenqima. He had just mastered the immortal palm technique and hadn't had a chance to use it yet. Now, he finally had someone to try it on. Wenqima looked at Zhang Luocheng in confusion. Lin Xie, too, looked puzzled. After knowing Zhang Luocheng for so long, he had no idea the man could heal. In an instant, a soft green glow radiated from Zhang Luocheng's palm. He moved his hand to Wenqima's wounded area, and before their eyes, the injury began to heal. In no time, Wenqima's wounds were completely gone. The others could hardly believe what they were seeing. You can heal wounds, too? Wenqima exclaimed in surprise. Just learn how, Zhang Luocheng replied with a modest smile. You keep picking up new tricks, Lin Xie said, glancing at Zhang Luocheng. He thought to himself, clearly, Zhang Luocheng has plenty of secrets, maybe even more than I do. You've already mastered summoning. Is it so strange that I picked up a healing skill? Zhang Luocheng shot back. Lin Xie didn't answer. After all, their enemies were still right before their eyes. Just then, the tavern owner, whose forehead had earlier been pierced with a nail, saw his own wound closing rapidly. When he saw Wenqima standing there as if nothing had happened, a look of shock crossed his face. You can regenerate at super speed too? The tavern owner asked Zhang Luocheng, suspicious. He's the one, Zhang Luocheng said, pointing at Qingyu. Then, with a calm smile, he added, I'm just a healer at heart. Interesting. The tavern owner grinned widely. How did you manage to find this place? As long as you deduce that you're the culprit, add a little imagination, and finding you isn't all that difficult, Lin Xie replied calmly. The tavern owner furrowed his brows. I don't think I left any clues behind. And Qingyu chuckled softly. No clues? Honestly, when it comes to handling the details, you're no better than a snake. And besides, if you want to catch a flight out of here, you still need to buy a ticket. A quick check is all it takes to track you down, Zhang Luocheng added coolly. Lin Xie laid out the key to cracking the whole case right in front of the tavern owner. And then there's the 600 kilograms of explosives in the warehouse. You made too many mistakes. And I bet you never imagined that someone else with accelerated regeneration would use themselves as a reference, perfectly mimicking your method. And that's how we discovered the footage was being played in reverse. The tavern owner stared intently at Lin Xie, then slowly spoke. I truly never expected that in this small city of Songnan, I'd run into such a monstrous genius. Correction. And Xingyu quietly adjusted his glasses and raised 2 fingers. There are 2 of us. Let me correct that again. Zhang Luocheng flexed his wrist and held up 3 fingers. There are 3 of us. When Shima was just about to raise his hand to say something, but the tavern owner, realizing time was running short, turned to the tin-cut demon child at his side and barked, "Kill them. Let's continue the ritual." The tin-cut demon child let out a low growl, its body writhing violently. In the blink of an eye, it split, spawning an identical copy of itself. Then it split again and again, until the cramped cockpit was filled with 10 identical tin-cut demon children hanging from every corner. The already tight space now felt downright suffocating. Zhang Luocheng drew his blade in a flash. "You go after the boss. I'm staying right here," and Qingyu replied, eyes gleaming as he gazed at the tin-cut demon children. "Chima, you just recovered, so you'd better stay put," Lin Xie said as he darted forward, his straight blade slicing directly toward the tavern owner. All 10 demon children lunged at Zhang Luocheng with their short blades. He moved with lightning speed, but the cramped quarters left him little room to maneuver. Take, for example, his signature move, Heavenly Reversal. In a space this small, one sweep could wipe out all the attackers, but using it here would endanger everyone else as well. Just then, a blade shimmering with frost appeared behind Zhang Luocheng, blocking an attack aimed at his back. "Thanks," Zhang Luocheng said. "No need for thanks. It was nothing," and Qingyu replied with a gentle smile. "Careful," Zhang Luocheng shouted, swinging his straight blade to knock aside the short dagger in front of him. He formed a palm with his other hand. Soft fist, 8 trigrams, air palm. In an instant, a sphere of compressed air gathered in his palm and blasted a tin-cut demon child away, slamming it into the cockpit windshield. The glass shattered on impact, and a violent gale rushed through the narrow cockpit. The demon child was blown out, and 2 others were swept away in the same gust. The tavern owner was also caught by the wind, but he managed to stabilize himself outside the plane, clinging tightly to the fuselage. The fierce wind howled through the cockpit, nearly knocking Zhang Luocheng off his feet, but the tin-cut demon children kept attacking. Spiral Sphere. A pale blue orb formed in Zhang Luocheng's palm and sent another tin-cut demon child flying. And Xingyu quickly sealed the hole in the windshield with frost, and only then did the raging wind inside the cockpit finally subside. "And Xingyu, take the controls," Zhang Luocheng said. Meanwhile, the remaining demon children lunged at Zhang Luocheng from every direction, their daggers flashing. Though they attacked from different angles, their targets were perfectly coordinated. "Their weak points are the neck and the base of the spine," and Xingyu said, already seated at the controls. Zhang Luocheng understood at once. A surge of electricity erupted from his body, surging outward and sparing none of the demon children, no matter their position. He hadn't used this move earlier for fear of hitting his companions. Now, only he and Xingyu remained in the cockpit. Lin Xie and the tavern owner were fighting outside, and the original pilots had been evacuated by Wenqima. With Xingyu's accelerated regeneration, she was immune to the effects of the current. Chidori current crackled from Zhang Luocheng, paralyzing every remaining demon child in the cockpit. Their bodies seized up and they collapsed, struggling in vain as the numbness took over. Zhang Luocheng gripped his straight blade and struck at the necks of the fallen demon children. When the last one was slain, the rest vanished, leaving only a single corpse behind. "This one's the real body," Zhang Luocheng said quietly, glancing at the clock. 3:32 a.m. "Are you going out to help him?" And Xingyu turned to look at Zhang Luocheng. Now that she had full control of the plane, only Lin Xie remained outside, locked in battle with the tavern owner. Zhang Luocheng inclined his head, eyes seeming to peer through the cockpit wall. "It shouldn't be too dangerous. Keep the plane steady. I'll check on the others. Luocheng, let's go together." When Qima reappeared in the cockpit. "It's all right, Qima. Just stay here. Chia will be back soon," Zhang Luocheng said as he stepped out of the cockpit, shutting the door firmly behind him. Turning, Zhang Luocheng walked toward first class. As he expected, the final stage of the ritual was still underway. Several passengers hung eerily, suspended in midair, their bodies pinned in unnatural poses, each with their fingers neatly severed. In the aisle, a woman lay sprawled unconscious. Is it done? Zhang Luoqing knelt down. The woman had already fainted. Belcrand was just a tiny parasite, and it had controlled her body to complete the ritual. Zhang Luoqing frowned deeply. Tracking down a minuscule parasite in a place like this would be a formidable challenge, especially when he had no idea how Belcrand might be hiding. While he was still pondering his next move, an icy chill crept up behind him. Zhang Luoqing's face changed. He sprang back instantly. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, just in time. If he'd hesitated, he surely would have been wounded. I didn't expect you to react so fast, came a voice. It was, of course, Belcrand. Manipulating one of the passengers' bodies, the parasite perched boldly on the tip of the man's tongue. You're using an ordinary human body, so your actions are limited to what an ordinary human can do, Zhang Luoqing replied, gripping his straight blade more tightly. Belcrand might not have regained its full strength, but even so, its powers still belong to the C rank. Why do I keep running into C rank monsters? Zhang Luoqing muttered inwardly, half exasperated. But, with this body, do you dare harm an innocent? Belcrand taunted, driving the passenger forward to attack. The cabin was packed with unconscious travelers. No matter the circumstances, as a night watcher, Zhang Luoqing could never bring himself to strike at them with his blade. A faint smile played at Zhang Luoqing's lips. That's simple enough, he replied gently. All I have to do is make sure you can't control them anymore. Illusion. Belcrand was about to retort, but suddenly realized that the body it had seized could no longer speak, and, more alarmingly, was no longer under its control. In the next instant, the golden parasite that had been resting on the passenger's tongue unfurled a pair of delicate wings. With a subtle shimmer, it darted through the air like a streak of golden lightning. It moved so fast that even Zhang Luoqing's Sharingan eyes couldn't track it. In a heartbeat, it slashed across his cheek, leaving a thin, stinging cut. Blood trickled down his face. Zhang Luoqing's expression shifted abruptly as he retreated step by step, trying to evade Belcrand's relentless assault. He moved to the center of the cabin, where there was a bit more space to maneuver. Planting himself as the center point, Zhang Luoqing began to spin in place. A faint blue sphere materialized around him, encasing his body. Gentle fist, heavenly rotation. This was another form of absolute defense, at least relatively speaking. Though he hadn't thought of any other solutions yet, this technique would at least keep Belcrand at bay for a short time. His crimson eyes darted rapidly, scanning for Belcrand's shadow. Got you. A subtle smile played across Zhang Luoqing's lips. With a swift thrust, his straight blade sliced through the air in front of him. The golden insect was tiny, almost delicate, but his strike still managed to clip its paper-thin, cicada-like wing. The next instant, a cloud of purple mist enveloped the area. Zhang Luoqing staggered, jamming his blade into the floor of the cabin to steady himself. A psychic attack, he muttered, forcing his body to move and escape the haze. Once free of the purple fog, he felt markedly better. Wind step. He braced himself to summon the wind and blow away the mist. But, just as he was about to act, the purple fog vanished on its own, dissipating into nothing. What's this? Zhang Luoqing paced the cabin, searching every corner but finding no trace of Belcrand. Did it escape? At that moment, a thunderous explosion sounded from outside the cabin. Peering out the window, Zhang Luoqing saw Lin Qia's figure already back in the cockpit. It wasn't long before Lin Qia entered the cabin, his expression grave. He quickly saw Zhang Luoqing, whose face was noticeably pale. The little bug got away, Zhang Luoqing replied calmly. You noticed? Lin Qia asked. Yeah, right after I finished off the 10-slice demon child, I sensed something was wrong in first class. That's when it slipped away, Zhang Luoqing answered. Lin Qia immediately extended his senses, sweeping the area with his spiritual perception. He, too, found no trace of Belcrand. By the way, how do you know how to fly a plane? Lin Qia turned to Xingyu with a puzzled look. It's not like you need to study for years. One look is all it takes. All right, so you're the only one who's always right. Out your way. Under Xingyu's skillful control, the plane touched down smoothly and rolled safely to a stop. As soon as the plane was still, Xiao He led the cleanup. Team on board, carefully transporting the bodies from first class. Only then were the other passengers allowed to disembark in an orderly fashion. Lin Qia leaned against the side of the cockpit, his mind continuing to search through every passenger, still looking for any sign of Belcrand, but there was no trace to be found. And Xingyu took off his blood-soaked black trench coat, revealing a clean white shirt underneath, and stepped down from the pilot's seat. This time, you've done us a great service. Why not come back to the Night Watchers with us? Lin Xie said. Besides, the higher-ups won't hold you responsible for taking that body, so you won't have to keep living underground. Yeah, join us. With a mind like yours, it would really be a waste not to become a night watcher, Zhang Luoqing added, giving Xingyu a friendly pat on the shoulder. And Xingyu smiled. The night watcher's world just isn't for me. I'm just a madman who enjoys dissecting corpses. Maybe it's just not the right time yet. When the moment comes, you might find yourself wanting to join. Zhang Luoqing paused, then glanced at Lin Xie, especially if your team leader was Lin Xie. And Xingyu paused, realizing he'd never really thought about it that way. After a moment, he said, perhaps, when that day comes, it's possible. But for now, thank you both for not turning me in. I owe you one. With that, and Xingyu waved goodbye and melted into the crowd, leaving the plane behind. Once everyone had gone, Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie finally stepped off the plane together. The airport was eerily silent. All the lights around them had been switched off. Even the lights on the plane had blinked out, leaving only the scattered stars in the night sky to pierce the darkness. Looks like it's just the two of us again, Zhang Luoqing said, gazing at the endless night above. Yeah, it's always just the two of us at the end, Lin Xie replied with a smile. Deep down, he'd always felt as if he walked these paths alone, but somewhere along the way, someone had joined him, and he felt a faint warmth in his heart. Zhang Luoqing clapped Lin Xie on the shoulder, his tone full of meaning. You did great, kid. Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. He froze for a moment, then blurted out, Are you out of your mind? Luoqing, Xie. A booming voice suddenly echoed across the airport. Both turned to see Hong Ying waving her arms enthusiastically, bouncing up and down on the spot in her excitement. Luoqing, you're awesome. Xie, you're awesome, she cheered, shaping her hands into a big heart for them. They both broke into smiles and started walking toward her and the others. Sister Hong Ying, if you keep shouting like that, you'll attract everyone in the area, they teased. Hong Ying spoke up carelessly. I don't care. I just like it. The two of you really made a huge contribution today. Chen Mai, a bit helpless, pulled the overly excited Hong Ying back, looking into the eyes of the two and overflowing with approval. This time, our Team 136 really struck gold. Wu Xiangnan, standing off to the side, corrected him, struck gold twice, actually. You too, hiding such impressive achievements from us. Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie scratched their heads a bit sheepishly. All right, let's discuss the rest when we get back. For now, let's wrap it up, Chen Mai said, and as soon as his words fell, a phone started ringing. You all get in the car first. I'll take this call, Chen Mai said, walking off into the shadows. No sooner had Chen Mai left than Hong Ying came right between the two, slinging an arm around each of their shoulders. Hong Ying, wait, I can barely breathe. Hong Ying, I can walk on my own, really. At the peace office, Wu Xiangnan and Hong Ying were fighting over the TV remote. Lung Xian was cleaning his gun, and Si Xiaonan lay slumped on the table, looking half asleep. Meanwhile, Wen Qima, Zhang Luoqing, and Lin Xie were gathered around a birdcage, dropping bits of food inside. So this is the Raven of Calamity? Lin Xie studied the jet-black crow inside the cage closely. Zhang Luoqing examined it just as intently. At a glance, this crow looked no different from any ordinary crow, but if you looked closer, you'd see both of its eyes were an eerie, uniform white. No pupils, only the whites. Does it really only call when something momentous is about to happen? It won't make a sound otherwise. Zhang Luoqing asked, curiosity piqued. That's right. It's a living forbidden object, something extremely rare here in Daxia. Right now, only a few major cities like Shangjing, Guangshan, and Huaihai have one, Wen Qima explained. Then why does Sangnan City have one? It's only a second-tier city, Lin Xie wondered. That, I'm not sure about. The captain brought it with him when he arrived, Wen Qima replied. Let's hope it never makes a sound, Zhang Luoqing said quietly. Wen Qima nodded in complete agreement. But as Zhang Luoqing's expression grew somber, the warmth of this peaceful moment seemed to dim. He could sense that such quiet days were about to end. Ahead lay the great calamity of Sangnan City, a pivotal event in the original story. The thought that he was about to live through it made Zhang Luoqing tense with anxiety. He had no idea how much things would change because of his presence in this world. All he could do was tell himself, do your best. At that moment, Chen Mai walked in from outside. His gaze swept over everyone in the room, one by one. Bored, are we? Everyone exchanged glances, a bit puzzled. They had no idea what was up with the captain today, but they nodded anyway. Pack up your things, Chen Mai said with a slight smile. It's been ages since we've had a team outing. Let's go. At his suggestion, Hong Ying was the first to leap up from the sofa, tossing the remote control aside without a second thought. Wu Xiangnan seized the chance, quickly grabbing the remote and switching it over to the news channel. Sima Xiaonan, who had been dozing off just moments before, suddenly perked up, springing to her feet and raising both hands high. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go have a team outing. Lung Xian's expression didn't change, but he silently put away the gun in his hands. A team outing? Lin Xie stood up from his seat, still a little confused. Luo Chun, Xie, what are you standing around for? Let's get moving. Opportunities like this don't come often. Wen Shima gave Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie a gentle shove toward the door. Zhang Luocheng smiled to himself, thinking, that's true. Moments like these are rare. Such peaceful times are few and far between. Sangnan City Park. Out on a lush green lawn, a red and white checkered picnic blanket was spread on the grass. Hong Ying lay flat on her back, letting the sunlight warm her face. It's been so long since we've done this. It feels wonderful. Hong Ying sighed contentedly. Zhang Luocheng stood beside Chun Mai, who was holding a skewer, busy tending to the barbecue. What's the matter? Want to learn? Chun Mai glanced at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng nodded. Yeah, and I've already copied your technique. Chun Mai was taken aback. You think you can master this just by copying? I'm not sure, Zhang Luocheng replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Give it a try then. Chun Mai handed a few skewers over to Zhang Luocheng. Taking the skewers, Zhang Luocheng laid them on the grill, mimicking Chun Mai's movements. He sprinkled cumin and chili powder here and there, his technique looking so practiced that he could have passed for a seasoned barbecue chef. Does your family run a barbecue place? You're pretty skilled, Wu Xiangnan, who was threading meat on his skewers nearby, couldn't help but ask. I'm an orphan, Zhang Luocheng replied, his movements so deft that no one would have guessed he'd only just learned by watching. A while later, staring at the now-charred skewers before him, Zhang Luocheng fell into deep thought. I guess just copying the actions isn't enough. Chun Mai was speechless. What a guy. His technique was smooth as a flowing river, but his score was 0 out of 5. Unable to hold back, Chun Mai said, let me handle it. When it comes to grilling, you need to master the heat. If you only imitate the surface, you'll never capture the essence. Chun Mai paused for a moment, then mused aloud. It seems your copying ability always has this flaw. You can perfectly mimic the past, but you can't truly grasp the essence within. So you'll still need to keep honing your skills in the future. Zhang Luocheng nodded vigorously. He understood exactly what Chun Mai meant. Having only the appearance without the substance is ultimately meaningless. Before long, Chun Mai brought out a platter of freshly grilled skewers. Noticing only Lin Xie and Hong Ying were present, he looked puzzled. Where are Wen Qima and Xiaonan? They went to buy drinks. They should be back any minute now, Hong Ying replied, her eyes fixed intently on the plates of skewers, looking as if she might start drooling at any moment. Forget about Lung Xian. He'll show up when it's time. Let's start eating first, Chun Mai said. With lightning-fast reflexes, Hong Ying snatched up a skewer and began eating, showering it with enthusiastic praise between mouthfuls. Honestly, ever since you two arrived, our meals have gotten so much better. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged glances, and then Lin Xie spoke up. Was the captain always so reluctant to cook before? Oh, him? This year, he's cooked more than ever before, Hong Ying replied. Just then, Wen Qima and Si Xiaonan arrived, each carrying large bags of drinks. In Si Xiaonan's hand was a green flower. Hong Ying's curiosity was instantly piqued by the green blossom. What kind of flower is that? I don't think I've ever seen it before. Wu Xiangnan sighed softly. That's a manhwarecap, also known as the flower of the other shore. But aren't those flowers supposed to be red? This one's green. Who says manhwarecap never come in green? Wu Xiangnan explained. These flowers come in many colors. For example, the red manhwarecap symbolizes longing, memories, and the beauty of death. The blue means parting and separation, while the black stands for unpredictable darkness, death, and tumultuous love. What about the green one? Hong Ying asked, her curiosity unabated. Wu Xiangnan thought for a moment before replying. It represents the hope of endless renewal. Zhang Luocheng raised his eyebrows. Endless renewal? What's up? Lin Xie asked, suddenly intrigued. I feel like I just caught a glimpse of the surging force of endless renewal, Zhang Luocheng said, tilting his head up to gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Everyone looked at Zhang Luocheng in confusion. Chun Mai even muttered to himself. The surging force of endless renewal? Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Luocheng, and I'm about to start lying now. Si Xiaonan pressed her palm to Zhang Luocheng's forehead. No fever. Lin Xie remarked thoughtfully. I know a thing or two about mental illness. Hong Ying, grabbing another skewer, sighed. Can I at least finish eating before we get to that? Zhang Luocheng snapped back to reality and looked at everyone. Sorry, I accidentally got my lines mixed up just now. No one paid him much attention. They simply continued eating their skewers, chatting and joking together. Hong Ying, in particular, was bubbling with excitement as she recounted embarrassing stories about others. With a gentle smile, Zhang Luochen observed each person at the table. Such a wonderful atmosphere, he thought, could only exist in this fleeting moment. Once everyone was full and satisfied, Chen Mai wiped his mouth and spoke with calm authority. I have an announcement to make. The moment he spoke, the group fell silent. As the captain, his words commanded attention. Each person immediately put down what they were holding, waiting quietly for Chen Mai to continue. This morning, I received a notice. The station team in Shangjing City has invited our 136 squad to visit for observation and training. Once our team-building event wraps up, you can head back to pack your things. We'll set off for Shangjing early tomorrow. At the news, Hong Ying's face broke into an irrepressible grin. Fantastic. Shangjing. I've always wanted to go. Wu Xiangnan frowned, unable to hold back his concern. If we all leave, what about Sangnan City? What if something mysterious happens here? I'll be staying behind, so there's no need to worry. Chen Mai's gaze then shifted to Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie. Xie and Luochen, as our newest members, you'll stay here as well. Is that all right with you? Zhang Luochen felt his heart tighten at those words. So, it's finally come to this, he thought. He and Lin Xie exchanged a glance and nodded in unison, replying, no problem. Still, Wen Qima couldn't help voicing her doubts. But we barely know anyone in the Shangjing squad. We've never even met them. Chen Mai explained the situation, then went on, since Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen just joined, they weren't listed on the roster. Only the rest of you will be going. How long will the observation last? Hong Ying asked, curiosity piqued. It could be as short as 3 days, or as long as a week. Here's the official notice. Take a look. Chen Mai handed out the document for everyone to read. All right, if you're all finished eating, go back and pack up. We leave at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Mai took Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie to the airport, accompanying the others as they boarded their flight. After watching them depart, Lin Xie couldn't help but speak up. Captain, why did you lie to them? Chen Mai stiffened, confusion flickering across his face. What are you talking about? Lin Xie gave a wry smile. When you were forging those documents in your office, you were within my range of perception. The authenticity of that file couldn't escape my eyes either, Zhang Luochen added. Chen Mai looked slightly helpless, but still forced himself to explain. Chia, Luo Chun, if it were possible, I would want you both to leave together. But this is an order from above. Lin Xie cannot leave Sangnan. However, leaving him here alone isn't a strong enough reason. So after thinking it over, I decided to have Zhang Luocheng stay as well. Zhang Luocheng turned his head and gazed down at this small city. After living in Sangnan for over a year, he'd truly come to love this place. What must come will always come. Morning. Peace office. Ding dong. Welcome. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie had just pushed open the door and hadn't even had time to close it when a harsh sound, reminiscent of a crow's screech, pierced the air. A chilling, sharp caw echoed through the room, making their skin crawl. The two hurried toward the living room, only to find Chen Mai already standing there, his face grave as he stared at the birdcage before him. Inside the cage, the calamity crow, its eyes blank and soulless, was letting out a mournful, piercing cry. One by one, its black feathers began to fall away. Its cries grew weaker, more pitiful, and with one last shuddering sound, the bird collapsed to the bottom of the cage, lifeless. Witnessing this, Lin Xie's pupils widened in shock. Zhang Luocheng wore the same expression. To see such a thing firsthand with a feeling they couldn't put into words. Captain, it's dead, Zhang Luocheng said quietly. Chen Mai was silent for a moment before speaking. The thing I feared most has still come to pass. Captain, what exactly happened? Lin Xie's voice was more serious than ever before. When Qima had said it before, when a calamity crow cries, disaster of unimaginable scale is certain to follow. Chen Mai took a deep breath and looked at the two of them. Have you ever heard of Shiva's Lament? Shiva's Lament. It's a top-tier forbidden artifact, housing the ruins and soul of the Indian god Shiva. Sequence 008, Chen Mai explained, giving them a rundown of the artifact and its effects. So what can we do now? Lin Xie asked. Wait. Chen Mai nodded. A battle at this level is far beyond what we can interfere with. All we can do is wait. The evacuation of civilians is in the hands of the police, but with so many people in Sangnan, it's impossible to get everyone out in a short time. If something happens, it'll be up to us to buy time. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a look, then nodded firmly. Understood. Lin Xie sat quietly on the sofa in the peace office, eyes closed, while Zhang Luocheng sat beside him, watching in silence. When Lin Xie finally opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Luocheng staring at him, and was so startled he nearly jumped out of his seat. What are you doing? Lin Xie asked. I was just waiting to see when you'd wake up. Zhang Luocheng replied nonchalantly. He knew that Lin Xie had probably returned to a psychiatric hospital just now, and by now, he should have acquired the power of transformation magic. Lin Xie took a stroll around the peace office, but didn't see any sign of Chun Mai. Curious, he asked, "Where did the captain go?" "He said he was going out to check on the situation," said Zhang Luocheng. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, then suggested, "Why don't we go out and have a look too?" "Sure," Zhang Luocheng agreed. The two of them left the peace office together. At this hour, Peace Bridge Street, which was usually bustling and lively, had fallen into utter silence. All the shops along the street were shuttered, and everything around them felt eerily still. From time to time, a few military vehicles would roar past the empty road. Under the direction of the government and the military, the residents of Songnan City were being evacuated in an orderly fashion. However, there was still a large number of people who hadn't made it out yet. In this moment, it felt as if the entire city was frozen in time. "I've never seen Songnan City so deserted," Lin Xie remarked, gazing at the quiet surroundings. During this time, the military noticed the two of them still wandering the streets and immediately ordered them to return. But the two quickly produced their night watcher credentials, which spared them any unnecessary trouble. To be honest, with the status of a night watcher, both the police and the military always treated them with great courtesy. After all, they were the ones who faced supernatural threats head-on. "Feeling sentimental, are you?" Zhang Luocheng smiled. "Wait, look over there on the canal. Is that something unusual?" Lin Xie followed Zhang Luocheng's gaze. Upstream on the canal, a horse-drawn carriage was charging through the surging waters, galloping at an unnatural speed. The carriage rose as if defying gravity, finally coming to a halt right in front of them. "You must be Lin Xie. And you, Zhang Luocheng." An old man's voice drifted out from within the carriage. Suddenly, the previously clear sky turned ominous. Heavy, dark clouds rolled in, and low rumbles of thunder echoed overhead. The sunlight that had bathed the city vanished. In an instant, as layer upon layer of clouds gathered from afar, casting a deep shadow over the city, black clouds pressing down as if the very sky was collapsing. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie nodded in unison. "Is that the master?" Zhang Luocheng whispered. "Judging by this display, it must be," Lin Xie murmured back. "If I may ask, are you the master, one of the 5 pillars among humanity?" Zhang Luocheng took the initiative and spoke first. "Just call me Master Chun. That ceiling nickname is truly unpleasant. Whoever came up with that should be ashamed." The old man's voice sounded a touch displeased. As he went on, "Zhang Luocheng, your unknown forbidden ruins really caught my eye. Now that I see it in person, it's every bit as extraordinary as I'd heard." "Thank you for your praise, Master," Zhang Luocheng replied, his manner deeply humble. Master Chun chuckled softly. "Very soon, it will no longer be called the Unknown Forbidden Ruins. It's about to receive a name of its own. I think you'll be pleased. Oh, as for its ranking, those fellows are still arguing about it. Can't reach a consensus, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. If I may be so bold, Master, what will my Forbidden Ruins be called?" Zhang Luocheng's eyes lit up, excitement written all over his face. "I have other matters to attend to now. As for the name, Chun Mai should have already received the notification." Master Chun paused, then turned to another. "Lin Xie, would you come into the carriage with me? There's something I'd like to discuss." No sooner had he spoken than the young attendant driving the carriage stood up, opened the carriage door behind him, and waited respectfully for Lin Xie to board. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, glancing at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng gave him a quick nod, signaling him to go ahead. With that, Lin Xie made his way toward the carriage. "Take care of yourself," Lin Xie advised before closing the carriage door behind him. Moments later, the carriage turned and, right before Zhang Luocheng's eyes, glided off into the air. A familiar chime echoed just then. The system has detected that the host is about to experience a significant event. Mission: witness the final days of Songnan City's 10-year miracle. To witness Songnan is it? Zhang Luocheng murmured, gazing out at the familiar cityscape. When this miracle ends, a new one is bound to begin. Suddenly, the roar of artillery and the crackle of thunder resounded, intertwining in the distance. If one looked far enough, one could make out the silhouettes of countless colossal blue giants on the horizon. It's begun. Thunder rumbled across the sky, thick with churning clouds. Amidst the swirling storm, a bolt of lightning shot down, splitting the clouds as if a pillar of light had crashed to the earth. At that moment, a figure began to take shape. It was a tall, lean man with bronze skin, a shaved head, barefoot, bare-chested with sharply defined muscles, and clad only in a pair of dusky, exotic trousers. So that's Indra, the god of thunder and rain. Zhang Luocheng observed from afar. The moment he saw the man's appearance, he couldn't help but mutter, "He's really not much to look at. My buddy Erjuzi is way better looking than this guy." He watched as Indra dashed toward Master Chen's carriage. Zhang Luocheng gripped his night watcher blade tightly, raising one hand before him, ready for what was to come. The master's carriage shouldn't be able to block my mark. In the next instant, Zhang Luochen's figure vanished from where he stood. The young attendant was driving the carriage at top speed, swerving desperately to dodge Indra's lightning strikes. Suddenly, Zhang Luochen appeared right in front of the carriage. Chidori stream. A surge of powerful electricity erupted around Zhang Luochen, but even so, Indra's thunder was simply too overwhelming. Still, thanks to Zhang Luochen's intervention, the attack did not strike the master's carriage. Both the master inside the carriage and the attendant at the reins were taken aback. So this is the power of the unknown forbidden ruins? What a strange ability, the master mused silently to himself. Amazing, truly worthy of a god. This lightning is something else, Zhang Luochen muttered under his breath. Just then, the attendant driving the carriage spoke up. "Zhang Luochen, go assist the military. The master can handle things here." Zhang Luochen glanced back, then turned his gaze to the edge of Songnan City. There, a fresh wave of frost giants was pouring forth, having broken through the last line of defense. Understood. With that, Zhang Luochen vanished once more. Chunmai planted his signpost firmly into the ground. 3 beams of light shot skyward from different directions, forming a triangle that enveloped all of the frost giants within. Realm of Unbound Void. 2 straight blades materialized instantly in Chunmai's hands. At his center, a field of black, forbidden energy burst outward, rapidly expanding in all directions. "Captain, you're not the only one guarding Songnan." Draped in a dark red hooded cloak, Zhang Luochen flashed into existence by Chunmai's side. Chunmai was startled, unable to fathom how Zhang Luochen had suddenly appeared right before him. "How did you get here?" Chunmai asked. "As long as I placed a mark, I can teleport to any spot within a certain range. I've marked everyone," Zhang Luochen replied with a bright, hearty grin. Chunmai noticed that Zhang Luochen was alone. There was no sign of Lin Chia. "Where's Chia?" He's having tea with the master," Zhang Luochen answered. Relief washed over Chunmai. "By the way, I've received the name of your forbidden ruin, Eternal Kaleidoscope. I heard you even requested that name yourself, though I hear the ranking is still under discussion." A wry smile played at the corners of Zhang Luochen's mouth. "Well, being number 1 does deserve a little extra privilege." Chunmai nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, very impressive." At that moment, the frost giants let out guttural roars, unleashing a barrage of icy swords. Chunmai and Zhang Luochen sprang into action, flashing across the battlefield in a blur. One after another, the frost giants fell. In this moment, Chunmai was fighting at the very peak of his power. Yet even so, the frost giants seemed endless. No sooner had one fallen than another would rise to fill the gap. At that moment, a long sword of ice whistled through the air, shattering one of the icy figures in an instant. From behind them, the silhouette of a young man slowly emerged. "On King Yu." Zhang Luocheng turned his head. "HM? You know him?" Chunmai asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Zhang Luocheng nodded. "You've been looking for him all along. The secret thief? But why is he helping us?" Chunmai wondered aloud, and Qingyu smiled faintly and stepped up beside them, speaking softly. "I'm simply protecting my own home, just doing what any citizen should do." Chunmai gave a small smile in return. "You're even younger than I imagined. The young always carry hope, even when miracles are nowhere to be found." "Miracles?" And Qingyu was puzzled by Chunmai's words. "Captain, even if this miracle doesn't come to pass, I believe there will always be another," Zhang Luocheng said with unwavering conviction. Chunmai was taken aback, then smiled as well. "Perhaps you're right." Just then, the frost giants surged forward once more. 3 figures darted out, each raising their weapon and taking aim at a different enemy. Electric current crackled along Zhang Luocheng's body as he slowly lifted his gaze to the heavy clouds above. Lightning still churned restlessly within them, and rain continued to drape the city in its gray veil. "The thunder today is certainly something," Zhang Luocheng murmured as he raised his head. "This move, I've never tried it before." Suddenly, the lightning in the clouds drew together, their force building into a single, brilliant surge. Everyone's expression shifted in shock. Indra had gone chasing after the sage's carriage, so why was lightning still gathering here? In the very moment all the lightning converged, a strange symbol took shape among the clouds, a figure flickering in and out of view. "A Qilin," someone exclaimed. Zhang Luocheng slowly raised one hand, drawing the lightning from the sky into his palm. In the clouds above, the form of a qilin, a mythical beast, fully emerged. In the next instant, the qilin descended. Chunmai and Xingyu stared in stunned silence. And Xingyu's eyes shone with awe as he looked at Zhang Luocheng, yearning to unravel his secrets. But Zhang Luocheng remained shrouded in mystery. That move of yours packs one heck of a punch, Chunmai finally managed. With a heavy breath, Zhang Luocheng exhaled deeply. The move had drained much of his strength, but the frost giants before them were all obliterated. Yet before they could catch their breath, another frost giant was summoned into existence. "Captain, they've arrived," Zhang Luocheng said, a hint of a smile at his lips. What? What did you say?" Chunmai was momentarily confused. Suddenly, a sharp rush of wind tore through the air. A long spear, wreathed in rosy flames, streaked down from the sky and pierced straight through the body of a frost giant, the fire dispersing vast swathes of surrounding ice. A slender figure, draped in a crimson hood, landed gracefully by the spear. With a swift motion, she drew the weapon from the ground and pulled a playful face at Chunmai. "Captain, but you didn't see this coming, huh? We're back again." A layer of delicate, sheer gauze shimmered lightly as it draped over their bodies. Veil of estrangement. Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qimao, Lung Xian, and Si Xiaonan appeared behind them. You actually, Chunmai was so astonished he could barely get the words out. Wu Xiangnan gave a gentle smile and briefly recounted their journey back, not forgetting to mention, almost as an afterthought, that they'd managed to crash another plane in the process. "Sangnan is our home, and if someone's meant to be a hero, then all of us in Squad 136 should be heroes together, shouldn't we? Captain, just give the word." Zhang Luocheng gave Chunmai's shoulder a friendly pat. Chunmai responded with a knowing smile, then fixed his gaze firmly on the frost giants. "Squad 136 assemble. Follow me, let's fight." Every member of Squad 136 surged forward, launching an assault on the frost giants. Nearby, Xingyu joined the fray as well. "How about it, Xingyu? Not such a bad way to live, is it?" Zhang Luocheng used a lull in the battle to sidle up beside Xingyu. Watching his companions fiercely engaged with the giants, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Xingyu's mouth. "It's not bad at all. Think about my offer, won't you? Especially if Lin Qiye becomes captain," Zhang Luocheng added, half in jest. With a swift thrust, the icy sword in Xingyu's hand pierced another frost giant. "Let's talk about it, if Lin Qiye ever takes command." Zhang Luocheng's mouth curled into a slight smile. A surge of electricity raced down his straight blade, and in the blink of an eye, it stabbed clean through the frost giant's torso. Yet despite their efforts, more frost giants kept pouring in from the portal behind them. And this time, they weren't just coming from one direction. Now, frost giants were appearing within Sangnan City itself. Chunmai's expression darkened. "Zhang Luocheng, you're the fastest. There aren't many inside the city. Find a chance to destroy the portal." Zhang Luocheng nodded and glanced toward the city, where panic-stricken residents were already fleeing in every direction. "Remember, stay safe," Chunmai urged. "Don't worry, Captain," Zhang Luocheng replied. In a flash, his figure vanished. Using Flying Thunder God, he could teleport anywhere in the city in an instant. Thanks to his previous battles with the Snake Woman and the disciples inside the city, he had already left plenty of markers throughout Sangnan. Where did that monster come from? Run. Hurry, run. Everyone, stay calm. Head to the safe zone. The military was making every effort to mobilize the residents, trying to keep them from running around in panic. However, the number of civilians far exceeded that of the soldiers, and many people had already begun to flee in all directions, turning the city into utter chaos. A series of deafening explosions echoed through the streets. Military weapons hammered relentlessly at the frost giants rampaging within the city, but these modern arms barely scratched the towering invaders. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking with such precision that it cleanly severed the head of one of the frost giants. "It's the Night Watcher," one of the soldiers cried out in delight, recognizing the figure by the familiar hood. Zhang Luocheng descended from the sky, his straight blade crackling with pale blue electricity. His crimson eyes seemed to pierce through everything, and he stood with his back to the crowds behind him. At that moment, he stood as the lone shield before tens of thousands. "Move everyone to the air raid shelters. Leave this to me," Zhang Luocheng said calmly. Then, he pointed his blade forward. A beam of lightning shot out, stretching far ahead like a pillar of light. Chidori Spear. The surge of electricity pierced straight through another of the frost giants. Zhang Luocheng moved swiftly through the city, felling one giant after another before him. Yet, the portal from which they emerged remained unscathed. This place is... Zhang Luocheng found himself in a familiar spot. He hadn't spent much time here. but it had left a deep impression on him. It was the second middle school of Sannan City. On any ordinary day, students would be in their classrooms, immersed in their studies. But today, the campus was eerily silent. There wasn't a single student or teacher to be found. They must have already evacuated with the others. A face from his memories flickered in Zhang Luoqing's mind. Mom! At that moment, a cry reached his ears. He turned to see a little girl who had fallen on the street. Her mother dashed over and scooped her up, but a frost giant loomed before them. Run, child! Run! The mother shouted desperately, urging her daughter to flee. A massive foot came crashing down from above, threatening to crush them in the next instant. Fire style, grand fireball. A blazing sphere erupted, slamming into the frost giant's chest and blasting it backwards. In the same breath, a streak of lightning flashed, severing the giant's head. It's safe now. You need to leave, quickly, Zhang Luochang said as he approached the mother and daughter. My ankle's twisted. Please, I beg you, take my child with you. I can't run anymore. The mother pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her despair, Zhang Luochang summoned a gentle green glow to his palm and pressed his hand gently to the woman's injured ankle. Your wounds have healed. Take your child and hurry to somewhere safe, Zhang Luochang said calmly. Thank you so much. Thank you, big brother. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, a gentle warmth spread through Zhang Luochang's heart. Perhaps, he thought, this is what it means to be a night watcher. Zhang Luochang continued to move swiftly through the city, striking down one frost giant after another. But with every battle, his spiritual strength was rapidly depleted, and fatigue began to weigh on him. I need to destroy the portal as soon as possible, he muttered to himself. If this keeps up, I'll collapse from exhaustion. Using his palm immortal technique, Zhang Luochang quickly tended to his own wounds. Just then, a transport aircraft roared overhead, its engines thundering through the sky. 8 golden figures leaped from the open cabin, descending swiftly toward the ground. Looking up, Zhang Luochang saw the golden figures falling rapidly. The scene reminded him, uncannily, of the time when the Mask Squad had made their dramatic entrance. The Phoenix Squad is here, Zhang Luochang murmured, even as he brought down another enemy with a single blow. Run, hurry, run. A sudden commotion caught Zhang Luoqing's attention again, and his brow furrowed with concern. Why are there still civilians out on the streets? He wondered, as he darted in the direction of the noise. There were no markers indicating danger in that area, so he relied on his instincts and rushed over. His earlier, extensive use of the Flying Thunder God technique had drained his spirit, and he needed time to recover his strength. What are these things? Where did these monsters come from? Frightened voices echoed from the crowd. At that moment, a young man wearing a dark red cloak appeared before them. With a swift motion and a flash of steel, he struck down a frost giant without hesitation. Who are you? One of the residents asked, eyeing Zhang Luochang with uncertainty. I'm a night watcher. I'm here to protect you, Zhang Luochang replied, his voice steady. A night watcher? The resident seemed unfamiliar with the title. You look about the same age as my child. Leave this to me. You won't be harmed. Hurry and get to safety. The military is organizing an evacuation. Go and join them, Zhang Luochang urged, his expression turning grave. Just then, he noticed that a portal stood nearby. At any moment, more frost giants could emerge from within. Zhang Luochang. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him. The sound sent a jolt through his body, and he turned his head ever so slightly. Jiang Qian. Zhang Luochang. I heard you dropped out of school. So you joined the army? Today, Jiang Qian wasn't wearing her usual school uniform. Instead, she wore casual clothes that accentuated her figure perfectly. Her voice was still as sweet as ever, though she looked a bit disheveled. Zhang Luochang nodded and gave a bright, hearty smile. Class monitor, it's been a while. Just then, a massive burst of flames erupted, instantly destroying the teleportation gate nearby. The same thing was happening all across Sannan City, wherever there were portals. Zhang Luochang looked back, understanding immediately. It was the Phoenix Squad taking action. He turned to Jiang Qian. Class monitor, this isn't the time for catching up. Go, hurry and evacuate with everyone else. Qian, why are you still here? Come on, let's go. Her parents rushed over, taking her by the hand and leading her swiftly away from the danger. Zhang Luochang gave a wry smile. If there's ever a chance, there's so much I'd really like to say to you. At that moment, high above, an even larger dimensional vortex began to slowly open in the sky. Zhang Luochang glanced upward. The residents, who had been desperately fleeing, also stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the enormous swirling portal. A gigantic creature strode out from the vortex, a massive wolfhound, its entire body drenched in blood. It stood 100 meters tall, looming over the city like a blood-soaked mountain, surveying everything below with a chilling gaze. What on earth is that monster? How can something like that even exist? The Hound of the Underworld, Garm, Zhang Luocheng said gravely. Just from its aura, he could sense it was at least Klein class. Suddenly, a thick, crimson tentacle snaked out from the swirling portal, and an even more colossal, squid-like beast emerged, its size dwarfing even Garm. The Kraken, the giant of the northern seas. Two Klein-class behemoths had descended upon Songnan City. This was nothing short of catastrophic. Zhang Luocheng's eyes shifted to a battered, lightning-scorched carriage nearby. He saw that Lin Chie's figure had already departed from the ruins. Without hesitation, Zhang Luocheng vanished from where he stood. He couldn't afford to linger any longer. No matter what, these two Klein-class monsters could not be allowed to enter Songnan City. Jiang Qian, clutching her parents' hands, was hurriedly evacuating toward a safe zone. Every few steps, she turned to look back at Zhang Luocheng, watching until his figure finally vanished from sight. Qian, who was that just now? Her parents asked. He used to be my classmate. Your classmate? He joined the army? He looked amazing back there. He took down that monster in an instant. Yes, he's become someone truly impressive now, Jiang Qian replied, her mind replaying the image of Zhang Luocheng from just moments ago. But in the very next second, a sudden, piercing pain shot through her head. She dropped into a half-crouch, both hands clutching at her skull. Qian, what's wrong? Someone called out in alarm. It hurts so much. Jiang Qian groaned, her hands pressed tight against her temples. She couldn't understand why her head suddenly felt like it was splitting open. At the same time, strange images she'd never seen before began flooding her mind. Yet these visions felt incredibly real, as if she had lived through every moment herself. In those memories, there was always someone protecting her, saving her life time and again. And that figure looked uncannily like the man from just moments ago. Kirin, she blurted out. A massive Kirin's head emerged from the swirling clouds above. Then, with a thunderous force, crashed down upon the hellhound of the underworld. The demon hound, clearly enraged by the blow, let loose a furious howl. Beneath its feet, a wide, pitch-black circle spread rapidly, sending forth countless skeletal remains that surged up in a tide. The air thickened with a chilling aura of death, seeping from the depths of the underworld. A deep, echoing thud shook the ground. Xia Simeng tightened her fist and, with a single motion, punched down from the sky, shattering tens of thousands of bones with one mighty strike. Then she turned her head toward Zhang Luocheng, who stood nearby. You're the top recruit of this year's training camp, Zhang Luocheng, right? The one from that mysterious, forbidden zone. Oh, I heard it finally has a name now. Something like the Eternal Kaleidoscope. And you're the captain of Team Phoenix, Xia Simeng, Zhang Luocheng replied, just as evenly. Well, didn't expect my reputation to be that impressive. Even the new recruits have heard of me. Xia Simeng laughed with a wild edge. So what do you say? Interested in joining Team Phoenix? Zhang Luocheng hesitated, taken aback by her directness. Was she really trying to poach him right now? I think I'll have to pass for the moment. Xia Simeng arched an eyebrow. Oh, turning me down? Guess I'll just have to tie you up and drag you back. After we're done here, of course. A guttural roar tore through the air as Garm howled again. The rest of Team Phoenix rushed onto the scene, each unleashing the power of their own forbidden domains. At the same time, a strange and unfamiliar energy radiated from somewhere nearby. Xia Simeng frowned, glancing toward the distant sea where the sirens dwelled. Why does it feel like the aura of a god? Xia Simeng murmured, puzzled. It's Lin Chie, Zhang Luocheng answered confidently. Lin Chie? Wasn't he the agent of the Seraph and the goddess of night? I don't recall ever detecting this kind of energy from him before, Xia Simeng mused aloud. Well, it just means he's hiding even more secrets than we thought, Zhang Luocheng said with a wry smile. This year's training camp is shaping up to be quite the spectacle, with two prodigies like you stirring things up, Xia Simeng grinned. I'm determined to recruit both of you for my team. Zhang Luocheng could only manage an awkward laugh in response. Kongshan was a bit at a loss for words. Captain, shouldn't we deal with this vicious hound first? Otherwise, you'll just have to hope its howling will bury both of them in our Phoenix squad's graveyard. Zhang Luocheng, while you have the chance, let me show you the true spirit of our Phoenix squad, Xia Simeng's voice called out. The corner of Zhang Luocheng's mouth curled into a slight smile. In a flash, he moved. Astonishingly, his speed outstripped every single member of the Phoenix squad. Find a way to kill it. I'll think of a way to pin it down. Zhang Luocheng's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. The faces of the Phoenix squad members shifted. You'll pin it down? Sure, you ranked first in this year's recruit training camp, but you're still just at the chi stage. Xia Simeng was truly baffled as to where Zhang Luocheng got his confidence. Of course I have my ways. Zhang Luocheng answered with a faint smile. 8 gates release formation. First gate, opening gate. Second gate, rest gate. Third gate, life gate. Fourth gate, wound gate. Fifth gate, shut gate. Sixth gate, view gate, open. A brilliant emerald light swirled around Zhang Luocheng, and his aura surged higher and higher. He's using ghostly power channeling? Kong Shang instantly sensed danger. No, he didn't use it. I'm not sure what he did, but it definitely wasn't ghostly power channeling. Xia Simeng observed the changes radiating from Zhang Luocheng's body. For the first time activating the 6th gate of the 8 gates release formation, Zhang Luocheng felt an overwhelming force bursting forth from every fiber of his being. There's a move I love from my favorite anime. They once faced a monstrous beast just like this. Hundreds, thousands joined together to use it. But this time I stand alone. Its name is the Allied Shinobi Forces Technique. The eyes of everyone in the Phoenix Squad turned to Zhang Luocheng. The emerald glow enveloped him, and a strange, formidable aura radiated from his entire body. His aura, it's so powerful. Xia Ximing's expression was tinged with shock, yet one of her hands clenched tightly around an object, a crest. Kong Shang, standing at her side, noticed Xia Ximing's subtle movement and stepped closer. Captain, we should have faith in this young man. Still, let's be ready for anything. Xia Ximing stiffened, glancing at her other squad members. Each one gripped a crest tightly in their hands. If this day has finally come, would you regret it? Xia Ximing asked calmly. A faint, serene smile appeared on Kong Shang's face. Of course not. From the day we joined the Night Watchers and entered the special unit, this was always our mission. Phoenix Squad, Xia Ximing's voice rang out. Everyone lined up in a straight row, with Xia Ximing at the center, each face set in solemn determination. Coordinate with Zhang Luocheng, take down Garm, and be ready to fight to the death at any moment. A shimmering emerald light radiated from Zhang Luocheng's body, his veins bulging, his gaze as sharp as a blade. There was once a group of people who, when faced with a ferocious beast every bit as daunting as this one, never faltered. Among them, there was one who gathered every impossible ability into a single force. But today I stand alone. I command all 5 elemental powers, each one complementing the others. The 8 gates formation, with 6 gates open, Garm, I'm giving you all the respect you deserve. A faint, confident smile played at the corner of Zhang Luocheng's mouth. Then in a single bound, he leapt into the air and hovered, eyes glinting with a piercing intensity. Lightning style, thunder pillar. A brilliant flash erupted from Zhang Luocheng, so dazzling it seemed as though a blinding floodlight had been switched on, illuminating the gloomy sky with an almost unbearable brightness. Garm recoiled, eyes seared by the intense light. He stumbled backward, unable to keep his eyes open. At the same time, the members of Team Phoenix shielded their eyes. Whoa, what the hell is that light? It's blinding. Xia Ximing couldn't help blurting out. Cover your eyes, quick. Don't let them get hurt. Kong Shang shouted immediately. Storm style, raging shackles. Countless pale blue bolts of electricity shot from Zhang Luocheng's palms, crashing down on Garm from all directions with relentless force. Garm, who had been standing firm, suddenly found his front legs buckling. He dropped to one knee, still unable to open his eyes. Meanwhile, a massive cloud of dust billowed up around Garm, completely obscuring his vision. So that's it. Cutting off Garm's sight and limiting its movement at the same time, Kong Shang murmured, daring to crack his eyes open to catch a glimpse. He couldn't help but admire the tactic. Wind style, gale dance. A wild gust whipped forth from Zhang Luocheng's center, surging ahead in an instant. The wind moved without rhyme or reason, whipping up the dust and shrouding Garm in a swirling vortex. He really is a kaleidoscope of abilities, Xia Ximing muttered, impressed despite herself. Earth style, ground core quake. Suddenly, the earth all around began to tremble uncontrollably, fissures snaking across the ground. What's he planning now? Kong Shang couldn't hold back his question. Is he trying to flip the whole ground over? Xia Ximing managed to steady herself as the ground shook beneath her feet. All at once, the tremors intensified, the cracks widening. With Garm at the center, a square patch of earth began to sink sharply into the ground. Garm, unable to even open his eyes, had no idea what was happening around him. All he could feel was his body plunging rapidly downward. Then, after reaching a certain depth, he finally came to a stop, and the trembling of the earth ceased as well. He blocks vision, then locks down movement. This Zhang Luocheng is truly full of surprises. Xia Ximing's eyes sparkled with admiration, her entire demeanor radiating the eagerness of someone who has just found a rare talent. At that moment, Garm was trapped deep within the earth. At this depth, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't leap out. And besides, Zhang Luoqin's next move was already in motion. Fusion release. Lime solidification technique. In an instant, a massive amount of lime crashed down upon Garm, as if thousands of tons were being dumped into this freshly formed chamber. Garm howled furiously from below, his body now tightly encased in the suffocating lime. Water release. Water bullet technique. Immediately after, a deluge of water poured down, forming what felt like a roaring waterfall. The water mixed with the lime, churning and swirling together, the two elements fusing seamlessly in the blink of an eye. Fire release. Great flame technique. A torrent of blazing fire swept through the underground chamber, engulfing the space in searing heat. The lime, subjected to the intense flames, solidified instantly into an unbreakable mass. This time, Garm was utterly trapped. Beneath the hardened lime, his body was immobilized, and all he could do was let out muffled, guttural growls. He really managed to imprison Garm. Kong Shang stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Xia Simeng turned her gaze toward Zhang Luoqin, on her voice. Who would have thought someone this extraordinary could appear? Seeing Garm completely subdued, Zhang Luoqin allowed himself a faint smile. Just as I thought, when the five elements are combined, their potential becomes limitless. The union of lightning and water gives birth to storm release. The water lets lightning flow as freely as a stream. When fire and earth come together, you get fusion release, unleashing vast quantities of lime. Add in the innate abilities of each element, and you have endless possibilities. But suddenly, Zhang Luoqin staggered, the emerald glow enveloping him vanishing in an instant. The 8 gates technique does amplify and transform these elemental powers, but the backlash is no joke. He landed heavily on the ground, feeling his bones crack and splinter. Blood welled up in his mouth, and he spat it out, quickly channeling his healing palm technique to mend his injuries. The combination of this move and the side effects of the 8 gates had taken a serious toll. Now, he had to heal himself as quickly as possible. Xia Simeng looked over at Zhang Luoqin, giving him a look of genuine approval. Then she turned to her teammates. Phoenix Squad, finish it. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, and a tremendous shockwave swept instantly across the entire land. The members of the Phoenix Squad, still standing in place, froze for a moment. As one, they turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. Zhang Luocheng heard the roar, but didn't even bother to look back. Instead, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At last, I managed to stall long enough for you to show up, howling celestial dog. A massive black hound suddenly appeared within the city of Songnan. The moment it emerged, it charged straight toward the spot where Kraken was, right where Lin Xie was still fighting. In the blink of an eye, the giant dog slammed Kraken hard into the ground, making the earth tremble. Its savage fangs opened wide and sank deep into the sea monster's neck. Kraken howled in pain, and the rest of its tentacles flailed wildly in a desperate frenzy, wrapping tightly around the black beast. But in the next instant, lightning crackled and danced from the hound's fur, scorching the tentacles to a crisp. Well, talk about seafood on the spot. Looks like we're getting grilled calamari. A faint green glow shimmered from one of Zhang Luoqing's hands as he continued tending to his own wounds, using the brief respite to restore his mental strength. The black hound tore off a chunk of Kraken's flesh with a single bite, then spat it disdainfully to the side. Foul meat from an outer god. Even a dog wouldn't eat that. The Phoenix Squad stared in disbelief. Did that dog just talk? Not just talk. It spoke Mandarin. When did dogs on this planet get so cultured? Hey, is it coming this way? After finishing off Kraken, the black hound strode over to where Garm was held. Up close, its sheer size blotted out the sky above them, casting a shadow over the entire area. How is it controlling itself this precisely? Kong Shang, his finger trembling as he pointed at the black hound before him, stammered, Hey, did it just speak again? The hound glanced in Kong Shang's direction, shooting him a contemptuous look as if to say, You really look like someone who's never seen the world. With Garm now trapped, the howling celestial dog tore into him with even greater abandon. It ripped chunk after chunk of flesh from Garm's body, each time drawing a low rumble from the beast, until finally the growls faded away. I can't help but feel like we haven't really done anything, Kong Shang said, watching the scene unfold before them with a hint of confusion. Really? Xia Simeng asked. Yeah, think about it. Kraken was pinned down by Lin Xie, and Garm was handled by Zhang Luocheng. Those two, one each, and their teamwork is so seamless it's like they planned the whole thing in advance, Kong Shang explained. But at that moment, Xia Simeng's eyes were sparkling, her gaze fixed greedily on Zhang Luocheng, standing nearby. Captain, what are you doing? This is a public place. Try to behave yourself. Kong Shang couldn't help but remind her. Xia Simeng withdrew her gaze. That's exactly why I said it's a pity if these two don't join our Phoenix squad. I've made up my mind. She shot Kong Shang a mischievous look. This time, you'll have to make a sacrifice for the team. For this mission, you'll be the one who's seriously injured, which means our squad will be shorthanded. Kong Shang was speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Luocheng slowly stood up. Most of his wounds had already been treated, and although his mental strength hadn't fully recovered, he was well on his way. This medical technique is really something. The after effects from the 8 Gates formation would have left me bedridden for days, but now, I can heal just by taking some time myself. He looked out towards Songnan City. Looks like things are wrapping up. I'm not sure how much more I can do, but for now, God of Schemes, I'd like to see what you're made of. The next second, Zhang Luocheng vanished from the Phoenix Squad site. The group exchanged glances once more. Truth be told, they'd lost count of how many times they'd been astonished today. How'd he just disappear like that? Xia Simeng asked curiously. How should I know? Kong Shang replied with an innocent look. He really knows too much, doesn't he? Can he even teleport now? Where did he go? Xia Simeng scanned the city, trying to spot Zhang Luocheng. At that moment, Lin Xie had landed steadily on the ground. His mind was still turning over the image of that black hellhound. It looked exactly like his own pet, Little Black. As he pondered, a figure slowly approached from the distance. Lin Xie blinked in surprise and called out, Captain. Chun Mai, draped in a dark red cloak, hurried over, his eyes full of anxiety and his brow tightly furrowed. Why are you still here? He demanded. Lin Xie was puzzled. Captain, why are you here? Did something happen? Si Xiaonan has defected. We have to go after her quickly. Chun Mai's expression was grave. What? That can't be. Lin Xie exclaimed in disbelief. There's no time to explain. Let's go. Chun Mai grabbed Lin Xie's hand, ready to take off at a run. Just then, 2 figures sprang into action at the same time. One was Lin Xie, the other Zhang Luocheng. Raising Gan. A pale blue sphere formed in Zhang Luocheng's palm, and Lin Xie shattered the rocks beneath his feet in a burst of force. But in that instant, both of them missed their mark. There was no one in front of them. Instead, not far away, a tall, lean Western man strolled over, squinting at the two of them with a calculating gaze. Zhang Luocheng gazed at the man before him. The strange, chilling aura emanating from him was enough to make one's skin crawl. This was the god of trickery, Loki. Where were you just now? Lin Xie asked. A short while ago, he had used a portal to send every member of Team 136 back to the Peace Agency. He'd found it odd that Zhang Luocheng was missing, especially since even Qingyu had been there. Dealing with that dog, Zhang Luocheng replied nonchalantly. Lin Xie nodded, his expression growing serious as he turned to face Loki. Loki looked at Zhang Luocheng with a hint of surprise. That unknown forbidden void, to think it would suddenly appear here. Your abilities are starting to pique my interest. Then, Loki shifted his gaze to Lin Xie. How did you figure it out just now? Lin Xie explained in detail. Loki gave a faint, amused smile. I never would have guessed her position was so important. That's not about position. This is Team 136. Zhang Luocheng replied resolutely, his eyes unwavering. How laughable, such blind trust, Loki sneered, curling his lip. Zhang Luocheng understood. Loki was in the midst of weaving his tricks to deceive Lin Xie, to lure him out of Songnan City. Even though Songnan wouldn't vanish just yet, even if the city survived for only half a month longer, every extra day mattered for such a beautiful place. Illusion. If trickery was about deception, then perhaps an illusion could fool even the god of trickery himself. But in the very next instant, a vicious backlash shattered Zhang Luocheng's control. A mouthful of blood spilled from his lips, and blood-red tears slowly traced paths down his cheeks. Oh, so you can wield psychic control over a forbidden void. An impressive illusion, I admit. But it's wasted on me. Only I can truly deceive the likes of you, Loki said softly. I will never leave Tsong. Lin Xie started, but before he could finish, Loki's figure vanished from before Zhang Luocheng's eyes. Damn it, Zhang Luocheng muttered, clutching his eyes. Pain shot through them, so intense he could barely keep them open, and his vision blurred even further. Just then, specks of golden light began to spread throughout the city. The once mighty skyscrapers, scattered across the skyline, were dissolving away. Zhang Luocheng squinted at the scene unfolding before him. In this moment, we witnessed Songnan. Songnan City. On the streets, the rows of low, weathered houses seemed to crumble like sand, dissolving into countless golden motes that scattered in every direction. The asphalt roads, the traffic lights, the street lamps, the time-worn storefronts, all of them were turning into glimmering sparks, swirling through the air, rising higher until they vanished completely. And it wasn't just the buildings, flowers, trees, and all the greenery were disappearing too. In that same moment, even the people themselves began to fade away. On the street, one by one, the figures began to dissolve into golden specks of light. The children beside them stared in confusion as their parents vanished right before their eyes. Tears streamed down their faces in twin trails. They reached out, desperate to grasp hold of something, but everything faded into nothingness in an instant. In every corner of Sangnan City, countless people watched in terror as either they themselves, or those beside them, slowly faded away bit by bit. The miracle of the past 10 years has, in this moment, vanished completely, Zhang Luocheng murmured, squinting. His eyes had yet to recover, and he still could not fully open them. He gazed, just as bewildered, at the city before him as it faded from existence. Now that it was truly happening before his eyes, he had no words to express the turmoil in his heart. This was the place he had crossed over into, but it was also the city he had called home for more than a year. In this city, he had already left behind traces of his life, so much so that he'd almost forgotten he didn't truly belong here. But now, this place had become dear to him. 2 streaks of blood-tinged tears slid down Zhang Luocheng's cheeks. Suddenly, it was as if he heard a familiar voice. In the next moment, his figure vanished from where he stood. Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng squinted. Though his vision was still somewhat blurred, he could still make out the face of the person before him. It was Jiang Qian. At this moment, Jiang Qian's body too was beginning to turn into golden specks. Half of her figure had already disappeared into the air. Her parents had long since vanished without a trace, and tears clung to her cheeks, unstoppable. Jiang Qian, you're disappearing too? You were in Sangnan 10 years ago. Zhang Luocheng could hardly comprehend it. Jiang Qian gave a slight nod and then spoke. Back then, I was still in elementary school. Zhang Luocheng, all my memories have come back. In truth, I feel so fortunate to have lived an extra year. I should have died a long time ago. Zhang Luocheng looked up. His eyes were adjusting, and he could just make out her face. Half her body had already vanished, but she was still just as beautiful as ever. Thank you, Zhang Luocheng. If not for you, I would have died long ago. And thank you for saving me so many times. Now, the miracle has come to an end. Tears fell from Zhang Luocheng's eyes, unstoppable. I once swore I'd save you, but this time, I'm utterly powerless. Don't blame yourself, Jiang Qian said gently. Being given an extra year of life is more than enough for me. I just wish I had some way to repay you for saving me. She stepped closer to him. She raised her hand and covered Zhang Luocheng's eyes. A gentle warmth spread across his eyelids, soothing him and bringing a rare sense of comfort to his weary eyes. In the next moment, Zhang Luocheng felt a gentle warmth on his cheek. Jiang Qian's lips softly touched just below his cheekbone. When Zhang Luocheng opened his eyes, there was no one left before him. He lightly brushed his fingers across his cheek, with a faint warmth lingered. Class leader, Zhang Luocheng cried out in anguish, his voice echoing across the whole city of Sangnan. His eyes widened, and at that instant, the 3 symbols on his crimson pupils began to shift in form. A clear chime rang out. Host has completed witnessing Sangnan. At the same time, emotional fluctuations detected. The 3-tomo Sharingan has successfully evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No need to transplant another's Mangekyo. The host may freely choose the pattern for your eyes. A vast array of patterns unfolded before Zhang Luocheng, each design representing the unique Mangekyo Sharingan possessed by members of the Uchiha clan. Zhang Luocheng scanned the patterns, and one immediately caught his eye, a Mangekyo with a 6-pointed star interlaced with a triangular pinwheel. This was the pattern Sasuke obtained after transplanting Itachi's eyes. Without hesitation, he chose it. In an instant, Zhang Luocheng distinctly felt a transformation in his eyes. The world around him came into sharper focus, everything more vivid than before. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and all its associated abilities. Amaterasu, Kamui, Tsukuyami, and Kotoamatsukami, among others. Please note, for Kotoamatsukami, if the host's spiritual strength is insufficient, the ability will require an exceedingly long cooldown. With your current capacity, using all abilities at once will result in a 10-year cooldown. With that, the system's voice faded away. Zhang Luocheng slowly rose to his feet, feeling a significant change stirring within himself. He turned his head slightly, and under the pitch-black sky, Indra still hovered in the air, shrouded in lightning. Spheres of crackling electricity orbited him, emitting a deep, resonant hum. On the ground below, a battered carriage stood off to the side. The master, dressed in white, waited in front of it. Zhang Luocheng extended a hand before him. and in the next heartbeat, his figure vanished from where he stood. "HM, Zhang Luocheng, you need to leave now. This is not something you can handle," the master said urgently, pulling Zhang Luocheng behind him as soon as he appeared. "Master, I'm only here to hold him off. As for killing him, someone else will take care of that," Zhang Luocheng replied, his voice icy cold. Before the master could respond, a faint violet aura began to swirl around Zhang Luocheng. Massive skeletal structures materialized, and in rapid succession, an enormous skeleton surged upward, gradually taking the shape of a colossal, towering warrior. What is this?" The scholar gazed at the scene before him, unable to put his astonishment into words. Then, a halo of purple light enveloped the skeleton, making it seem as though flesh had grown over its bones, and finally, a suit of armor encased it completely. It looked more like a warrior prepared for battle, though only half a body had taken form for now. Zhang Luocheng stood right at its center, his own body tightly wrapped within this transformation. "My mental strength can only take it this far for now," Zhang Luocheng remarked, surveying his surroundings. His sharp gaze settled on Indra. "A swarm of ants dares to challenge the gods? Truly, you overestimate yourselves. Xia has no gods. What gives you the nerve to provoke us divine beings?" Indra sneered coldly. A massive bolt of lightning shot towards them with a resounding force. "Divine might!" Zhang Luocheng fixed his eyes on the bolt of lightning. In the next instant, the lightning began to twist and contort before vanishing completely, dissolving into thin air before everyone's eyes. Amaterasu, a mass of black flames, surged directly toward Indra. Indra countered with another bolt of lightning, but the black flames wrapped around it, growing larger and larger until they engulfed the lightning entirely. Zhang Luocheng let out a cold laugh. There's a saying that once set the world ablaze, within the borders of Xia, the gods are forbidden to tread. And now I declare, this is the gods' forbidden zone. Indra's laughter was icy, utterly ridiculous, and yet, for some reason, your aura feels oddly familiar. But no matter, I'll see you dead right here. Indra raised his massive foot, preparing to bring it crashing down on Zhang Luocheng. Flame release, Susanu Kagitsuchi. The giant armored hand gripped a bow, and an arrow formed from swirling black flames was knocked and fired directly at Indra. The black flames instantly wrapped around Indra's huge foot. "HM, what is this?" Indra watched as black fire clung to his foot. He tried to stamp it out, but no matter what he did, the flames refused to die. "These flames are eternal. They will never be extinguished." With a furious roar, Indra called down thunder and lightning between the clouds. But just then, a radiant divine light shot forth from the city below, piercing through the heavens and the three realms. The layers of thunderclouds amassed above the city were instantly punctured, leaving behind a vast, gaping hole. A terrifying presence descended upon the mortal world. Sensing this aura, Zhang Luocheng released the Susanu transformation and looked up to the horizon. There, amid the orange glow of the sunset, a figure clad in silver armor strode forward, walking upon the very air itself. In his hand was a three-pronged, double-edged blade, and at his side, a fierce black hellhound followed, bearing its fangs. "What is that?" The master looked toward the horizon, his face puzzled. "It's him, Erlang Shun, Yang Jian," Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself. At this moment, even Lin Xie had no idea that his own younger brother and Xiao Hailai were actually gods from Daxia. "I am Yang Jian." A deep, resonant voice thundered across the heavens, rolling for thousands of miles. The vertical eye on his brow burst forth with boundless divine light, locking directly onto Indra, who hovered in the sky. A dreadful aura of slaughter engulfed the world. Who dare say Daxia has no gods? In the blink of an eye, Yang Jian vanished, reappearing right before Indra. With ease, he shattered all lightning within a 10-kilometer radius and seized Indra by the throat. You call yourselves gods." The divine light from Yang Jian's vertical eye flared again, freezing Indra in place. With a surge of strength, Yang Jian hurled Indra down from the sky, a shockwave of power tearing across the earth. It was utter domination. Yang Jian seemed to be unleashing the full force of his wrath. Indra was pinned hard against the ground, utterly helpless to resist. Crushed, completely and utterly crushed. Not just his body, but his dignity trampled beyond all hope of recovery. At last, Yang Jian's three-pointed double-edged blade flashed, slicing through Indra's neck and severing his head on the spot. "We, the gods of Daxia, stand or fall with our people. There are lands we must protect, people we must defend, and faith we must uphold. That is what it means to be a god." Yang Jian held Indra's severed head high, gazing into the swirling mists as if staring down the gods of every other nation, and shouted with a voice that shook the world. A century has passed, and the cycle begins anew. Today, the gods of Daxia return once more. Seeing this, Zhang Luocheng finally let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned his gaze once more to Tsangnan City. At this moment, Tsangnan City lay in ruins. Scattered along the battered streets, more than half the buildings had vanished without a trace. It was then that a beam of golden light appeared outside the city. Zhang Luocheng looked toward it, knowing Lin Xie was there. He turned to the master at his side. "Master, you'll need to repair your carriage." The master could only shake his head in resignation. His carriage was now nothing but a wreck. "Luocheng, it seems we need to redefine your abilities." "Master, I have to go. I need to vent my anger." The next moment, Zhang Luocheng vanished on the spot. Outside Tsangnan City, Loki surveyed the devastation and let a cold, sinister smile curl across his lips. He turned, reached out, and tapped the void, preparing to teleport away. But in the next instant, his expression froze. No matter how desperately he tried, he could not break through the space around him. At that very moment, a jet-black flame suddenly surged toward him. Loki reacted in a flash, retreating swiftly as the fire struck elsewhere. Loki's gaze fell upon this strange blaze. He waved his hand, yet the fire remained stubbornly in place. Zhang Luochen offered a faint smile, blood-red tears sliding from the corners of his eyes down his cheeks. Just then, a figure appeared at his side. It was none other than Lin Xie. Draped in a deep blue robe, silver-white hair floating carelessly, twin blades gripped in his hands. "Not bad. I like your new look," Zhang Luochen remarked, eyeing Lin Xie's attire with a hint of admiration. "Picked up a new trick, have you?" Lin Xie nodded toward the cluster of black flame. Zhang Luochen's smile deepened. "I have to keep up with you, don't I?" Standing side by side, Zhang Luochen's eyes turned a brilliant red once more. With his spiritual senses, Lin Xie could sense the shifting pattern within those eyes, a design that was entirely new. "I have to admit, I really like the pattern in your eyes." Loki's expression darkened as he saw the two standing before him once again. "You two back again." "That's right, it's us again. What's wrong? Did you miss me?" Zhang Luochen teased. Narrowing his eyes, Loki scrutinized them. Then, as if a thought struck him, he sneered. "So that's it. You want to use me as your whetstone? Why do you value him so highly? Could it be you're the one from the legends?" "No, that one is already dead." "I don't care what you're talking about," Lin Xie replied, his blue robe rippling despite the still air. Then, in perfect unison, the two declared, "You will perish with this city." Golden ripples erupted from Lin Xie at the center, radiating out across the realm of mortal dust divinity, where a miracle was about to unfold. At the same time, a faint violet light spread from Zhang Luochen, and from within him emerged a purple skeleton. In the blink of an eye, flesh and blood seemed to knit themselves over the bones. Then a layer of armor encased it all. Lin Xie stared in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. "Wait, what is that, a Gundam?" But there was no time to ponder, for their enemy still stood before them. Without hesitation, Zhang Luochen appeared behind Loki, while Lin Xie advanced from the front. Together, they struck their assault perfectly coordinated. Sensing the twin surges of overwhelming energy before and behind him, Loki's face fell. "In such a small place as Tsangnan City, to encounter the two of you. But do you really think this is enough to kill me?" With a cold snort, the might of the god of trickery descended upon the earth. Lin Xie's twin blades cut through the air with a shriek, slicing straight for Loki's throat. "Mortal weapons, and you hope to harm me?" Loki scoffed, raising two fingers to parry Lin Xie's blades. But the instant the flashing blades touched Loki's fingertips, his expression changed, and in a heartbeat, he vanished from sight. "Then let's see how you handle my weapon." With Susanoo enveloping him, Zhang Luochen instantly appeared at the spot where Loki had just stood. "Blaze release, Kagetsuchi sword." In a flash, black flames twisted into the shape of a long sword, which he drove down fiercely toward the ground where Loki had landed. A thunderous crash erupted, making the very earth tremble. In the next moment, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Lightning crackled and roared, as if a mighty Qilin had manifested in the heavens. "Die with the thunder." Loki flickered from place to place with blinding speed. He stared at the place where he'd stood moments before, now utterly destroyed. Just as he readied himself to act, he suddenly felt a warm gush of blood flow from his fingertips and shoulder. He looked at Lin Xie and Zhang Luochen, his face betraying utter disbelief. "Impossible. Just the two of you. You actually managed to wound me. And I already used trickery. Because this is a miracle. All those abilities that couldn't harm you before are now your fatal weaknesses," Lin Xie replied calmly. "Your divine ruins are indeed formidable. But once your divine power is spent, you're just an ordinary man. And you, Loki shot Zhang Luochen a venomous glare. Your mental strength is running low too. Both of you are just spent arrows with nothing left to give. Zhang Luochen let out a cold laugh. Is that so? My illusions couldn't affect you before, but now, everything's changed. Tsukuyami. Loki's aura suddenly surged. In a blur, 12 identical copies of him appeared, each raising a hand. In every palm, a pitch-black phantom serpent flickered into existence. In an instant, several serpents coiled around Zhang Luochen, sinking their fangs into him. A scream rang out, not from Zhang Luochen, but from Loki himself. Loki clutched at his own wound in shock and disbelief. He had actually been bitten by his own phantom serpents. At the same time, his other doppelgangers turned and attacked him. Loki frantically waved his arm, and the clones he'd conjured vanished in a heartbeat. What's going on? Loki stared in horror. The bite wound from the phantom serpent was all too real. He had planned to use his clones to drain Lin Chie's divine power, believing that once it was exhausted, neither of these two would be any threat to him. But now, he was reeling from the backlash of his own tricks. Your trickery doesn't work on me anymore. This is Tsukuyami, a world of the mind, created by me, Zhang Luochen said quietly. A moment later, Loki dropped to one knee, sweat pouring down his body as he gasped for air. Only he knew the torment he'd just endured. If he hadn't used his final trick, he would never have escaped that place, a place that felt like the depths of hell itself. My mental strength is running out. Zhang Luocheng clutched his eyes, and the Susanoo that enveloped his body vanished in an instant. At this point, he no longer had the mental energy to maintain it. A line of bloody tears slid down from his right eye. What did you do to me? Loki glared at Zhang Luocheng, his eyes burning with fury. In a flash, Lin Chie seized the opportunity Zhang Luocheng had given him. He didn't hesitate. He hurled the straight blade in his hand directly at Loki, a golden arc slicing through the sky and heading straight for Loki's face. Now, Loki remained half kneeling on the ground. Even though he saw Lin Chie approaching, his body simply couldn't react at all. Two vicious sword wounds gaped across Loki's chest, blood streaming down. Loki stared at the two of them with rage, taking a deep breath as the air behind him began to ripple and distort. A massive summoning gate opened once again. Lin Chie, go for Loki directly, Zhang Luocheng shouted. His gaze then locked onto the summoning gate, as if a monstrous beast inside was about to emerge. This time, I won't let you summon anything, Zhang Luocheng said coldly. Divine authority. At that moment, the space around the summoning gate twisted once more. Before the ferocious beast inside could even poke its head out, the gate vanished from sight. Loki stared, dumbfounded at the scene before him. Where's my gate? Where's my beast? Where's Jormungandr? Did my whole scene get cut? Lin Chie struck without delay. In Loki's current state, he had no chance of dodging. The straight blade pierced straight through his chest. Such was the power of miracles. Loki stared in disbelief at the wound in his chest, his pupils constricting sharply. In this mortal divine domain, all his tricks were rendered useless. And then there was that other young man. His eyes had truly drawn Loki into an illusion. Don't think you've won. Once the Seraphim's divine power is spent, you'll be nothing but an insect. I'll come back for you. Loki spat through gritted teeth. Without a word, Lin Chie drove the blade through Loki's heart. Loki's body went completely still. Slowly, Zhang Luocheng pushed himself up and walked to Lin Chie's side. He was utterly drained. Today's battle had consumed nearly all his mental strength. It's over, Zhang Luocheng said quietly. Loki's body was reduced to ashes by the Seraphim's divine power. Of course, this had never been Loki's true form. Lin Chie wasn't in much better shape. His soul had suffered a fierce backlash. He sighed softly. In the end, it's just the two of us, as always. There's still one thing left to do. As if struck by a sudden thought, Lin Chie opened a portal in front of them and stepped through. Zhang Luocheng followed, right behind. Peace Bureau. Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, and Wen Qima sat on the rooftop in a daze, their spirits shattered, staring in silence at the city of Songnan, now unrecognizable. Suddenly, a white burst of spatial magic flared up, shattering the fragile peace among them. As Lin Chie and Zhang Luocheng stepped out from the portal, the group looked up in surprise. Hong Ying turned, her already reddened eyes welling up with tears again at the sight of the two. But when she saw streaks of dried blood on Zhang Luocheng's cheeks, her heart clenched. What happened? Lin Chie asked, puzzled by their expressions. Where's the captain? Where's Xiaonan? Where's Long Xian? Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima kept their heads bowed, silent. Fighting back tears, Hong Ying bit her lip, walked up to the two men, and pulled them both into a tight embrace. With trembling words, she recounted everything that had just happened. Their faces changed as they listened. Zhang Luocheng glanced toward the spot where Chiang Mai always liked to stand, and for a moment, a memory flickered before his eyes. For 10 years, Chiang Mai had watched over Tsangnan. He had guarded the city for a decade, and he never once regretted it. Steadying himself, Lin Shi gently patted Hong Ying on the back in comfort. "Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying. They will come back." Hong Ying released them, her eyes still rimmed with red. "Really? Will they really come back?" Zhang Luoqing nodded and reached out to gently wipe the tears from her face. "Sister Hong Ying, when one miracle ends, another always begins. I truly believe they'll return." Lin Qian nodded along. "Since all of this was a miracle I created, then one day I'll create another miracle that brings them back." He approached Wu Xiangnan and extended his hands. "Vice Captain, give me your hand." Wu Xiangnan hesitated, but after a moment, he reached out. "Chia, the captain asked me to thank you." Lin Qian nodded, and a faint golden light shimmered in his eyes. The power of the mortal realm enveloped them both, and suddenly, the two scars on Wu Xiangnan's hand vanished without a trace. "What's this?" Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but ask. "This is the last miracle I can leave behind," Lin Xie replied softly. Then, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Without another word, he opened a new portal and stepped through, disappearing as the portal snapped shut behind him. "What's wrong with him?" Hong Ying asked curiously. "I'll go check on him," Zhang Luocheng said, and in a blink he was gone. When Zhang Luocheng reappeared, he was several kilometers away from Sangnan City. Lin Xie was on his knees, teeth clenched, hands pressed to the ground as sweat the size of raindrops rolled down his face. "Lin Xie, let me accompany you for this final stretch of the journey." Zhang Luocheng walked slowly to Lin Xie's side. At this moment, Lin Xie was suffering from a splitting headache. The damage to his soul was so severe that it was a miracle he hadn't been completely obliterated. Right now, Lin Xie was truly on the brink of madness. Over the coming year, he would remain in the place of seclusion, fasting and reflecting. Meanwhile, Wu Xiangnan, a member of Team 136, had been recalled, leaving only Hong Ying and Wen Qima behind. Zhang Luocheng looked at Lin Xie with a grave expression, uncertain of what to do next. Just then, 3 white magic circles shattered around him. The mind magic that had suppressed his emotions lost its effect completely. An overwhelming flood of grief and pain, like a tidal wave breaking free from its cage, surged through Lin Xie's mind. At that moment, several golden figures descended from the sky and landed beside Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. It was Team Phoenix. "What happened?" Xia Siming asked, her brows knitted tightly as she looked at the tormented Lin Xie. "His soul has suffered a devastating blow," Zhang Luocheng explained. Xia Siming hurried to Lin Xie's side and placed her palm on his forehead, channeling her psychic energy into his body. Moments later, Xia Siming's face grew even more serious. Kong Shang, standing nearby, stepped forward. "Captain, what's going on?" "His body is dangerously overdrawn, and his soul feels as if it's been put through a blender, constantly torn apart. In less than 10 seconds, his soul would have scattered completely. And yet, there's another force within him, miraculously working to repair his soul. He's breaking apart on one side, while being healed on the other. What kind of power is this?" Kong Shang's expression was equally grave. "It must be related to the mortal god domain. A miracle is mending his soul, but the damage is too great," Zhang Luocheng said quietly. "It's as if time has stopped at this moment, trapping him in this unending agony," Xia Siming murmured. Suddenly, a Taoist priest with his hair tied up in a top knot walked toward them from afar. His coarse cloth robe swayed gently in the breeze, making him seem, at first glance, no different from any ordinary monk in a temple. The instant this Taoist appeared, everyone from Team Phoenix, including Zhang Luocheng, was immobilized, unable to move a muscle. The priest glanced at Lin Xie, then approached him. He extended a single finger and gently traced a line at the center of Lin Xie's brow. When his hand withdrew, Lin Xie's body jolted. The surrounding golden light and illusions vanished without a trace, and he collapsed to the ground, drained of all strength. "Lin Xie, your path ahead is longer than you can imagine. Only if you can overcome this trial will you truly set foot on your own journey." Then, just like that, the Taoist vanished before everyone's eyes. In the instant he disappeared, the restraints binding everyone's bodies suddenly melted away. Xia Siming immediately checked Lin Xie's body. "His soul has stabilized." "Who was that person?" Kong Shang asked, puzzled. "Could it be?" Zhang Luocheng didn't finish his sentence, but Xia Siming and Kong Shang shared the same guess in their hearts. Just then, Lin Xie sat up from the ground. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze lost, staring blankly at everything around him. Seeing this, Xia Siming quickly asked, You're awake. How do you feel? Lin Xie seemed not to hear her at all. Instead, he reached his hands out towards the empty air and murmured, Auntie, I'm back. Has he gone mad? Kong Shang said. Zhang Luocheng spoke slowly. At this point, our only option is to send him to the sanctuary for treatment. Xia Simeng raised an eyebrow. You're a freshman. How do you know so much about what goes on in the sanctuary? Zhang Luocheng nodded. There's someone in our freshman class who used to spend time in the sanctuary. I think I've heard about that. The Forbidden Ruins sequence, Black King's annihilation, Kong Shang mused. Xia Simeng turned to the team behind her. Quick, notify HQ and have Lin Xie sent to the sanctuary. Then she looked at Zhang Luocheng, a mischievous glint in her eyes. So, Zhang Luocheng, how about joining our squad? Zhang Luocheng froze, instinctively taking a few steps back. Captain Xia Simeng. But before he could finish, a golden light suddenly flared around him, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Luocheng vanished from where he stood. The members of Team Phoenix exchanged startled glances. Xia Simeng looked around, finding no sign of Zhang Luocheng. Where did he go? Did he run off? Xia Simeng asked, baffled. Told you scared him off. That's no way to recruit someone, Kong Shang teased. Xia Simeng shot Kong Shang a fierce glare, then muttered under her breath. Am I really that scary? Sangnan City, on Peace Bridge. Zhang Luocheng's eyes fell upon the familiar Peace Affairs office. Faint golden light still shimmered around him. In the next moment, golden sparks began to flicker over his body, just like the last time he vanished from Sangnan City. Zhang Luocheng looked at himself in confusion. What's going on? I wasn't even in Sangnan City 10 years ago. Did this body's memories get mixed up? Not far away stood the familiar Peace Affairs office. His friends were there. Yet now, even taking a single step toward it felt like an immense struggle. But now, the truth was right before his eyes. Zhang Luocheng's body was fading away, little by little. Once everything in Sangnan City had vanished, his body, too, began to change. What on earth is happening? Can someone please tell me? Tears streamed from the corners of Zhang Luocheng's eyes, washing away half of the dry blood that streaked his cheeks. In the end, am I really the only one left? With eyes blurred by tears, Zhang Luocheng gazed toward the peace office. All the memories he once had seemed to play back in his mind like scenes from an old film. He recalled entering the world of the God's Layers, sending Lin Xie home, and encountering the man with the ghostly mask, awakening the system. Later, he faced the Ghost Mask King and witnessed the fleeting brilliance of the Moonflash blade beneath the stars, a move only meant to be used once. And that strike left a lasting impression on him. It truly was magnificent. This time, too, he had borne witness to the disappearance of Sangnan City, and the kindness of Captain Chun Mai, the man who had guarded him without regret for a decade. The same Captain Chun Mai. All of these things he had experienced himself, and yet, now he was the one about to disappear. Zhang Luocheng felt a deep sense of unwillingness. There were so many roads left untraveled, so many regrets in the world of the God's Layers he had yet to live through. Along the way, might he also leave behind his own regrets? Perhaps he had never truly saved both him and her. Or maybe he was destined only to witness regret, never to change it, and that itself was regret. In the end, Zhang Luocheng's figure vanished completely atop Peace Bridge. In that instant, he disappeared from this world entirely. Whether any trace of him would remain, even he could not say. Slowly, Zhang Luocheng opened his eyes. I sat up quickly, startled to find myself lying in a bed. Everything around me was pure white. The walls, the sheets, even the blanket draped over me. Gather all these white things in one place, and there could only be one answer: a hospital. The bed beside him was empty, and the entire room was devoid of anyone else. Zhang Luocheng checked his own body. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No wounds, no signs of illness. Everything felt perfectly normal. Just then, the door swung open, and a nurse in a white coat entered the room. For a moment, she froze at the sight of Zhang Luocheng awake, then hurried to his side. You've just woken up? Why are you sitting up already? Lie down quickly. Setting her things aside, the nurse urged Zhang Luocheng to lie back. Obediently, Zhang Luocheng did as she asked, though he honestly felt completely fine. In fact, he felt unusually comfortable. But something was off. Just a moment ago, he was in Sangnan City. How had he suddenly ended up in a hospital? Wait, he remembered. He had disappeared. You just recovered from serious illness. You should really get some proper rest, the nurse reminded him. By the way, what exactly was wrong with me? Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but ask. After all, he truly didn't feel ill at all. You don't remember? The nurse looked at him in surprise. Did something happen to me? Zhang Luocheng grew increasingly curious. You were reading a book while crossing the street and got hit by a car. Fortunately, you weren't badly hurt, just fainted, that's all. There's nothing else wrong, but we'd like to observe you a bit longer. Before you're discharged. The nurse flipped through her chart, then continued, but you've been unconscious for 3 days, so it's better to stay under observation for a while longer before you leave. Zhang Luocheng was stunned. He'd been in a car accident and ended up in a hospital? Wasn't he supposed to be in Songnan City, fighting a psychic battle and suffering from mental exhaustion? How had it turned into a car accident? Oh, right. Your personal belongings, as well as the novel you were reading when the accident happened, are in the cabinet over there, the nurse added, just as she was about to leave. She turned back, as if recalling something, and offered a final reminder. Next time, focus on walking when you walk. Don't read on the road. And that novel you were reading, something about a psychiatric hospital, right? As a student, you should focus on your studies and read less of that kind of thing. With that, the nurse left the room, gently closing the door behind her. Zhang Luocheng sat up in bed, his face pale, the nurse's words still echoing in his mind. Which book had he been reading? He got out of bed, his legs a little numb after lying down for so long. Steadying himself on the edge of the bed, he managed to stand and walked over to the cabinet. Inside, there was only a school bag, nothing else. He immediately took out the bag and opened it. Apart from some textbooks, there was a single novel inside. Zhang Luocheng pulled it out. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is all of this just fake? The novel in his hands was boldly titled, Learning to Slay Gods in a Psychiatric Hospital Under the Night. So, there was never any world-hopping adventure. It was all just the dream of a boy in a coma after a car accident. Zhang Luocheng flipped through the book, looking at everything that had happened within its pages. The memories of those experiences flickered through his mind, leaving him dazed and disoriented. He could still recall every detail as if it were real. How could it all be made up? Refusing to believe it, Zhang Luocheng changed out of his hospital gown and into his own clothes. He glanced at his school uniform, barely giving it a thought, and headed straight for the door. Hey, you're up already? I told you to get more rest. No sooner had he stepped outside than he ran into the same nurse again. Excuse me, nurse, where am I? Is this Songnan City? Zhang Luocheng stopped her in her tracks and asked. The nurse was visibly taken aback. Songnan City? I've never heard of it. This is Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City. Zhang Luocheng repeated softly to himself. The nurse gave Zhang Luocheng a once-over. You'd better get back to your room. Did you hurt your head in the fall? I'll call the doctor to check on you. Go wait in your room. Zhang Luocheng stood frozen for a moment, then glanced around at his surroundings. The hospital was bustling with all kinds of people, each busy with their own affairs. In the next instant, Zhang Luocheng dashed out of the hospital, running until he reached the street outside. One familiar street after another unfolded before his eyes, places he knew like the back of his hand. Everything around him made it clear. This was Jiangnan City, the place where he was born. He knew every corner here, so well that it couldn't be anywhere else. Am I really back? Zhang Luocheng murmured, looking at the world before him, unable to deny the truth. He took out a novel, his favorite one. Then, as if struck by a thought, he fumbled for his phone. But the phone was dead. It wouldn't even turn on. He quickly found a nearby shop and borrowed a charger. Before long, his phone powered up again. He immediately opened his ebook app and pulled up the novel, Learning to Slay Gods in a Psychiatric Hospital. Zhang Luocheng flipped through the chapters quickly. The content was exactly as he remembered. Nothing had changed. Scene after familiar scene flashed through his mind. After a while, Zhang Luocheng left the phone store and wandered the streets of Jiangnan City. A novel is just a novel, he thought. Nothing in its world had changed just because he was here. He felt a little dazed, but now, he had no choice but to accept the reality before him. Aimlessly, he strolled through the bustling streets. Perhaps, he thought, being able to walk through the world of this novel means his life hasn't been in vain after all. The thought brought a knowing smile to his face. He walked on and soon arrived at a park. There were all sorts of people, some exercising, some deep in conversation. In one corner, a crowd had gathered at a matchmaking corner. Zhang Luocheng had no interest in joining the throng. He just wanted a quiet walk alone. Suddenly, a child's voice broke the spell of his daydream. Mom, what kind of flower is this? Why is it green? He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a little girl holding a flower that was surprisingly green. I don't know either, sweetheart. I've never seen a green flower before, her mother replied, her face just as puzzled. This is the manjasaka, also known as the flower of the other shore. It comes in many colors, and each color carries its own special meaning. Zhang Luocheng walked over to the little girl's side, offering her a knowing smile. The child's mother glanced at Zhang Luocheng. Thank you. Students these days truly are knowledgeable. The little girl widened her eyes and looked up at Zhang Luocheng. Then what does green mean? Zhang Luocheng smiled gently. Green stands for hope. Hope that lives on and on, never-ending. Never-ending hope. The little girl savored the words, clearly finding the idea a bit hard to grasp at her age. Could I give this flower to my brother? Zhang Luocheng crouched down and asked her softly. The little girl hesitated, her fondness for the flower plain to see. How about this? I'll trade you for it with this candy. Zhang Luocheng pulled a lollipop from his backpack. Don't ask why he had candy there. He wasn't sure himself, but somehow there it was. After a moment's thought, the little girl nodded. She handed the flower to Zhang Luocheng and accepted the lollipop in exchange. Zhang Luocheng held the green mandusaka in his hand. Hope that endures forever. I wish I could return to that world where my teammates are waiting and my home is still there for me. In the next instant, a golden light burst forth, illuminating everything around him. Shangjing City, headquarters of the Night Watchers. Several figures in deep red cloaks sat around a conference table, their expressions solemn as they discussed matters in earnest. Commander Yi, is there any news regarding the deities of Daxia? One of the Night Watcher leaders asked. Sitting at the center of the table, Yi Fan shook his head. No. Ever since Yang Jian appeared a year ago, there has been no news from the Daxia deities. Even Yang Jian himself has vanished without a trace. How strange. The deities of Daxia had already revealed themselves. Why would they all disappear again? Are we to see another century-long absence, like before? Perhaps they simply don't wish to meet with us. Another leader of the Night Watchers spoke slowly. Zhuqing, can you explain what you mean? Zhuqing shared his thoughts with everyone in detail, finishing with, from my perspective, the last possibility seems the most likely. The deities of Daxia want to keep us on the edge of crisis, to force us to grow quickly. You mean they're tempering us on purpose? Yes. If the deities of Daxia hadn't all disappeared 100 years ago, we never would have had the Night Watchers, let alone the 5 human paragons. We can't grow too dependent on others. Our strength must be our own. After all, Daxia is the only place left untouched by the mist. Yi Fan nodded slightly, clearly in firm agreement with Zhuqing's words. At that moment, another elder spoke up. There's still another problem. Over the past year, the number of mysteries appearing across the country has increased again, and they're growing stronger. The ordinary teams stationed in the cities are finding it hard to cope. Even our current special squads may not be enough. Hearing this, other senior Night Watchers voiced their agreement. That's right. The special squads are already under a lot of pressure. It seems the divine realms within the mist are making other moves as well. Right now, no one can fulfill the role of Special Squad 005, and we're on the back foot. In my opinion, restructuring the 5th Special Squad has become an urgent matter. At these words, everyone exchanged uncertain glances. It was clear that none of them had a ready solution for this issue. To form a new special squad isn't easy, one person pointed out. And as for a squad leader, do any of you have someone in mind? With that question, the room fell into collective silence. Heads shook all around. There are quite a few promising recruits, but those truly suited to take on the responsibility of leadership are exceedingly rare. Just then, Yi Fan, who had remained silent for a long while, suddenly spoke. Actually, I do have someone in mind. What do you all think of Lin Xie or Zhang Luocheng? Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng. Hearing those two names, everyone began to murmur among themselves, their expressions growing serious. Yi Fan continued. Lin Xie is a dual god's agent and possesses Sequence 003's mortal divine realm. Based on talent and potential alone, he's qualified to be a squad leader. As for Zhang Luocheng, his Forbidden Ruins only received its name a year ago, the Eternal Kaleidoscope. You all debated his Forbidden Ruins sequence for an entire year, only recently settling on a result. Moreover, during the battle in Sangnan City, the sage gave him very high praise. If not for the sage intervening in the sequence debate, you might still be arguing about it even now. And both of them are highly intelligent. In the training camp, Zhang Luocheng ranked first and Lin Xie second, and together, they broke multiple historical records. Inside the meeting room, opinions were divided. Some believed the idea was feasible, while others doubted the two had enough experience or cultivation. Commander Yi, Lin Xie was diagnosed with a mental illness a year ago. He's still in the psychiatric hospital. And Zhang Luocheng vanished after the battle in Sangnan City. Even if these two are the best candidates, given their current circumstances, it doesn't seem appropriate. Yi Fan replied slowly. Lin Xie woke up yesterday, and all his indicators are normal. As for Zhang Luocheng, there's indeed no news of him at the moment. So, for now, the tentative squad leader will be Lin Xie. Of course, if any of you have a better candidate in mind. Sangnan City. After a year, the reconstruction of Sangnan City was still underway. Although the city had yet to fully regain its former appearance, much of it had already been restored over the past year. However, the population here remained sparse. On the Peace Bridge, where in the past a few people would cross during the day, the scene had grown desolate ever since the great battle a year ago. Yet, the bridge itself was kept impeccably clean. At that moment, a figure slowly began to materialize on the bridge. First his feet appeared, followed by his torso and legs, until finally his entire form took shape. He had delicate features and wore a dark red cloak draped over his shoulders. At his waist hung a straight-edged blade, and in his hand he held a beautiful green flower. If one looked closely, they would see 3 characters engraved at the end of the blade's hilt. Zhang Luochen. Taking in the scene before him, Zhang Luochen was overwhelmed by a sense of familiarity. Is this Peace Bridge? Sanan City? The world of the God's Layers. I'm back. He glanced at his own attire, then surveyed his surroundings again. Zhang Luochen was certain he had returned to the world of the God's Layers, and his clothing was exactly as it had been when he left. Even the 2 streaks of blood-stained tears still marked his cheeks. He looked down at the green, otherworldly flower in his hand. So, it was you who brought me back. Then, his gaze shifted toward the city. How odd. Wasn't there just a massive battle here? How has everything been repaired so quickly, with so many buildings already restored? Whose domain is responsible for this? It's incredibly powerful. Zhang Luochen noticed that the once ruined streets had been replaced by smooth asphalt roads. Streetlights and billboards, which had long vanished, now stood tall once again. Some shops along the street had reopened, and the streetlights illuminated the roads as before. That's right. What about Lin Xie and Hong Ying? Suddenly remembering his friends, Zhang Luochen hurried away from Peace Bridge, dashing toward the peace agency. Arriving at its entrance, he gazed at the familiar door. A sense of loss turned to recovery welled up in him. He'd thought he might never return. The joy was hard to put into words. Still, for Hong Ying and the others, it had probably only been a short absence. He wondered how Lin Xie was doing now. Zhang Luochen reached out to push open the door, only to find it locked. He was left standing outside, blocked by the barrier. Where is everyone? He muttered, glancing around in confusion. I wonder if my abilities are still with me. Raising one hand to his chest, he extended 2 fingers, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to search for Lin Xie's whereabouts. But in the very next second, Zhang Luochen was still standing where he was, looking at himself in confusion. Have I lost my abilities? Let me try the Sharingan. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated instantly, and at that moment, a surge of power swept through Zhang Luochen's entire body. My abilities are still here? Does this mean I've broken through? Zhang Luochen could clearly sense that his cultivation had reached the Chuan realm. Seeing that his powers remained intact, he felt much more at ease. Could it be that just unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan is enough to break through my cultivation? But then, why couldn't I use the Flying Thunder God technique just now? Zhang Luochen furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He placed his fingers in front of him once more. This time, his figure vanished in a flash, only to reappear at the same spot. The Flying Thunder God works just fine. That only leaves one possibility. Lin Xie's location must be shielded somehow. Let's try someone else. Right now in squad 136, only Hong Ying and Wen Qima are left. Wu Xiangnan should have just received orders to head to Shanjing. Zhang Luochen set his fingers in front of him again. But then, a look of realization passed over his face. Ah, I forgot. Neither of them has been marked. Just then, a crisp system notification chimed in his mind. Detected that the host cultivation has advanced to the Chuan realm. You have earned 1 chance to draw a new ability. Would you like to draw now? Oh, I get to draw a new ability right away. Let's do it, Zhang Luochen replied. A massive spinning wheel appeared before him once again. He'd been through this so many times that it barely surprised him now. The wheel finally came to a stop. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability, Dance of the Shikigami. You also acquire all of Conan's paper manipulation abilities from Naruto. A surge of energy swept over Zhang Luochen, and he could feel the changes coursing through his body. Conan's Dance of the Shikigami. Huh? The image of those 600 billion explosive tags is still vivid in my mind. Then another thought struck him. Does this mean I'll need to buy a lot more paper? Zhang Luochen opened his hand and looked around, but the surroundings remained as calm as ever. Nothing seemed to happen. Does this really mean I have to go out and buy a mountain of paper? Just as Zhang Luochen was lost in thought, a rush of sound shattered the silence around him. Out of nowhere, countless sheets of paper soared toward him, swirling around and enveloping him completely. Seeing this, Zhang Luochen's face lit up with delight. So this is how it works. In that case, a bold idea flashed across his mind. He lightly lifted his hand, and all the papers seemed to come alive, gathering behind him. In the end, they formed a pair of enormous wings on his back. In the next instant, Zhang Luoqing's body began to lift off the ground, soaring straight up into the sky. Whoa, I can fly now. I'm as free as a bird, gliding through the air. He swooped and circled above Songnan City, marveling at the sweeping view beneath him. To his surprise, the entire city seemed to have returned to normalcy. Hadn't he only been gone for a few minutes? How could things have changed so dramatically, so quickly? A tide of rats. Still hovering above, Zhang Luoqing suddenly noticed a massive horde of rats surging through the streets of the city's eastern district, flooding the roads like a living wave. On Qingyu. Without hesitation, Zhang Luoqing angled his flight toward the direction of the rat tide. I wonder where Hong Ying and the others are. I'd better look for Qingyu first. They were all together just now. He landed swiftly, eyeing the orderly cluster of rats on the ground. They seemed to know better than to cause trouble, standing neatly aside. This is the perfect chance to test it out, Zhang Luoqing murmured with a slight smile. In the blink of an eye, his body transformed into countless thin slips of paper, scattering in all directions. The paper fragments moved as if guided by some invisible order, all streaming toward a newly built factory near the eastern district. Slipping in through the factory gates, Zhang Luoqing found the interior empty and silent. He searched briefly, then spotted someone hidden in the shadows, a figure in a trench coat, hood drawn up to conceal their face. At that moment, all the scattered paper slips converged, swirling together until Zhang Luoqing's form reassembled in the room. On Qingyu, Zhang Luoqing called out cautiously. The moment the paper fragments appeared, and Qingyu sensed there was something unusual about them. But seeing those slips merge into a human form left him speechless with shock. Zhang Luoqing, why are you here? And what was that with the paper slips just now? And Qingyu stared at Zhang Luoqing, his eyes shining with curiosity. A new skill I just picked up? Nothing worth mentioning. But what about you? Weren't you at the peace office just now? Why are you summoning a tide of rats? Zhang Luoqing gestured toward the neatly lined up rats nearby. You mean just now? And Qingyu asked, puzzled for a moment. Then, realization dawned on his face. Wait, don't you know? You've been missing for a year. Now it was Zhang Luoqing's turn to be stunned. He pointed at himself in disbelief. How long did you say? A year? I've been missing for a whole year. And Qingyu nodded gravely. After the battle in Songnan City ended a year ago, you vanished without a trace. No one knew where you went. The night watchers even sent out search parties, but they found nothing. I looked for you too, because I needed to find Lin Xie, but I couldn't find any sign of him in Songnan City, so I came to ask you. But you disappeared as well. Now that you're back, tell me, what about Lin Xie? Where is he? Zhang Luoqing was still reeling from shock. He had really been gone for a whole year? But to him, it felt like he'd only disappeared. For an afternoon. No wonder the city of Songnan, which had recently suffered such devastation, now had so many buildings restored. Zhang Luoqing, and Qingyu called, seeing him frozen in place, lost in thought. She gave him a gentle nudge. Oh, Lin Xie. After that great battle a year ago, something happened to his mind. That's why he's in the purification ward now, Zhang Luoqing suddenly realized. So that was it. Because Lin Xie was in the purification ward, the Flying Thunder God technique couldn't locate him. The purification ward? Isn't that where they lock up criminals? And Qingyu asked. It's more than that. There's also a hospital there, dedicated to treating the night watchers whose minds were affected by the forbidden ruins, Zhang Luoqing explained. And Qingyu nodded in understanding. By the way, what's with all these swarms of rats? Zhang Luoqing had just started to ask when the answer hit him. Of course, she was using the rats to draw Hong Ying and the others here. Your teammates should be arriving soon. I was looking for Lin Xie, but if I'd known you'd show up, I wouldn't have needed to gather them, and Qingyu replied. Zhang Luoqing nodded, thinking to himself, no wonder the office was empty just now. By the timing, they should be here any moment. Sure enough, a second later, two figures appeared at the entrance of the factory. Leading the way was Hong Ying, dressed in her usual red tracksuit, holding a long spear wreathed in rose-colored flames. Her expression was solemn as she strode inside. Hong Ying, and when Qima drew closer and closer, the moment they reached him, Hong Ying froze in her tracks, the flames on her spear flickering out instantly. When Qima was just as stunned, Zhang Luoqing, Hong Ying cried out. In the next instant, she rushed forward and threw her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. Hong Ying, you're hugging me so tight I can barely breathe. Zhang Luoqing gasped, nearly losing his balance from her sudden tackle. Hong Ying quickly let go, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhang Luoqing's heart ached at the sight. He reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face. Zhang Luoqing, where have you been this whole year? The captain is gone. Wu Xiaonan was transferred back to Beijing, Xiaonan, and Long. Xian vanished, and Xie went to the purification ward. You disappeared completely. Now, of the whole team, 136, only Chima and I are left. As Hong Ying spoke, he could feel the weight of all her bottled-up sorrow, as if she wanted to pour out every grievance from the past year to him. And Zhang Luochen understood. The little girl he'd known had already grown up. Sister Hong Ying, I was transported to some place. I don't even know where it was. But thankfully, I made it back now. Zhang Luocheng gave a slight smile. Did someone try to hurt you? Just say the word, and I'll take care of them for you. Hong Ying's tone was tinged with anger. At the same time, she noticed the dried lines of blood beneath Zhang Luocheng's eyes. What happened to you? Why are there blood stains under your eyes? It looks like they've been there for a long time. Hong Ying asked, her concern plain. Zhang Luocheng gave an awkward chuckle. Those traces of blood were actually from a fierce battle a year ago. Although he'd vanished from here for a whole year, in his own world, hardly an afternoon had passed. It felt strange to have aged a whole year in the blink of an eye, a leap in time that was hard to accept. It's nothing serious. A bit of water will clean it right up. With a wave of his hand, a small sphere of water appeared in Zhang Luocheng's palm. He splashed his face, washing away every trace of dirt and blood. Luocheng, it's such a relief to have you back. Now if only we knew how Chiye is doing. Wen Qima stepped forward, patting Zhang Luocheng on the shoulder. That was when they noticed and Qingyu standing quietly to the side. Weren't you the boy who fought alongside us a year ago? When Qima turned to Qingyu, curiosity in his eyes. Hong Ying's gaze sharpened as well. Was it you who summoned the swarm of rats? What are you planning? And Qingyu smiled faintly and adjusted his glasses, a signature gesture. I was actually hoping to ask you all about Lin Qiye's whereabouts. But seeing what just happened, my questions have been answered. Hong Ying looked at Zhang Luocheng with curiosity. How did you know Lin Qiye was at the place of fasting? Zhang Luocheng smiled gently. I was there when Lin Qiye lost his mind. In fact, I was the one who told the Phoenix Squad to take him to the place of fasting. Hong Ying nodded. No one knows what's happening at the place of fasting now. Either way, it'll be a while before we can find him again. When Qima turned to Qingyu, if you need to find us next time, just come straight to the peace office. There's no need to stir up another rat swarm. Luocheng, now that you're finally back, let's go celebrate. I'll treat you to a feast. Most of the old restaurants in Sangnan are gone, but there's this big chain from out of town that opened up recently. The food's supposed to be pretty good. Hong Ying threw an arm around Zhang Luocheng's shoulders and was about to lead him out. Wait, and Qingyu suddenly called out, stopping them in their tracks. Everyone paused and looked back at Qingyu, who stepped forward and held out both hands. What are you doing? When Qima asked, puzzled. I'm a seeker of secrets, and Qingyu replied. We've known for a long time, but since we fought side by side, we won't hold it against you. Don't worry. Hong Ying stepped forward and patted Qingyu's shoulder in a friendly manner. No, according to the rules of the Watchmen, I need to be arrested and escorted to the Purification Institute, and Qingyu said seriously. Hong Ying and Wen Qima were both momentarily stunned. Zhang Luocheng, however, immediately understood what Qingyu was getting at and spoke slowly. You want to go to the Purification Institute to see Lin Qiye, don't you? And Qingyu nodded. I owe him a favor. If he's really suffering from a mental illness, I believe I can help him. After all, when it comes to brain surgery, I'm actually quite good at it. Hong Ying and Wen Qima were both taken aback. Then, as if sharing the same thought, they leaned in close to Zhang Luocheng's ear and whispered, Is this guy crazy? Well, that's not entirely inaccurate, Zhang Luocheng considered before replying. Since it's already been a year, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Hong Ying's eyes widened. Luocheng, you just got back, and you're already leaving again? Zhang Luocheng turned to look at Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, I joined the Watchmen alongside Lin Qiye. If something's happening to him, I can't just stand by. With him in the Purification Institute, if he tries to break out, I might be able to help. But, when Qima suddenly interjected, he can be sent to the Purification Institute because he's a seeker of forbidden secrets. But what about you? What reason will you use? Zhang Luocheng hadn't actually considered that. Well, I could try sneaking in. The Purification Institute has a suppression field for the Forbidden Ruins. Even if you sneak in, if your abilities are neutralized, you'll end up exposing yourself. When Qima pointed out after thinking it over, Zhang Luocheng realized he had a point. He had no idea how strong the suppression inside the Purification Institute was. If his powers were completely sealed. Wait a second. I could try sneaking in first. If I fail, what's the worst that could happen? Zhang Luocheng suddenly asked in return. Hong Ying and Wen Qima both looked puzzled, but Qingyu understood exactly what he meant. And Qingyu smiled faintly and explained, If you fail, they'll catch you and send you into the Purification Institute. So, no matter what, I still reach my goal, Zhang Luocheng said, flashing a knowing grin. All right then, Zhang Luocheng, Hong Ying said, her eyes wide as she looked at him. If you see Lin Chia in there, don't forget to pass along our regards. Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying. I will, Zhang Luocheng replied with a gentle smile. Hong Ying then turned to Enqingyu. All right, I'm going to arrest you now. Enqingyu nodded in agreement. Hong Ying patted her pockets in search of handcuffs, but, finding none, ended up plucking a blade of grass from the ground and winding it around Enqingyu's wrists. So how exactly do you plan to sneak in? Enqingyu looked over at Zhang Luocheng and asked. Well, once you're being escorted over, I'll follow you in secret. When we reach the place of confinement, I'll look for a chance to slip inside. Zhang Luocheng replied after a moment's thought. Hong Ying turned her gaze to Zhang Luocheng. Luocheng, you've only just come back, and now you're leaving again. I really can't bear to see you go. Sister Hong Ying, I'm going to bring Lin Chia back. I believe that someday, our Squad 136 will gather together again. As Zhang Luocheng finished speaking, he took out a green, otherworldly flower from his person. Sister Hong Ying, please keep this safe for me. Hong Ying looked at the green, otherworldly flower. The otherworldly flower. Yes, we will be reunited, just like the meaning behind this flower. Endless life. Zhang Luocheng spoke softly. Wherever the leaves of the tree dance, the fire of life will never be extinguished. A transport plane touched down in Songnan City. Enqingyu stood on the tarmac, tightly bound with ropes, while Hong Ying and Wen Qima stood on either side of her, as if guarding her. Zhang Luocheng hid at a distance, silently watching everything unfold before him. Several uniformed night watchers stepped off the transport plane. After a brief exchange with Hong Ying and the others, they took Enqingyu directly onto the aircraft. Watching Enqingyu, bound hand and foot, Zhang Luocheng felt a twinge of relief that he would be sneaking in rather than being brought in as a criminal like Enqingyu. Otherwise, he'd be the one trussed up like that, and he definitely couldn't stand it. Only after the transport plane began to rise slowly into the sky did Zhang Luocheng's figure gradually appear before Hong Ying and Wen Qima. Sheets of paper gathered and merged, shaping themselves into Zhang Luocheng's form. It was the first time Hong Ying and Wen Qima had witnessed such a sight. Their mouths hung open in astonishment, at a loss for words. I've got to catch up now. Seeing their shocked expressions, Zhang Luocheng asked, a bit puzzled, What's wrong with you two? Oh, just now, you turned into a pile of paper, and then that pile of paper turned back into you? So, are you a person or are you paper? Hong Ying inquired curiously. Of course I'm a person. It's just my ability. I can turn into paper. Zhang Luocheng looked up at the transport plane, now almost a speck on the horizon. Sister Hong Ying, I have to go now, or I'll lose them. Hong Ying nodded. Luocheng, be careful. And when you see Chia, don't forget to say hello. Most importantly, make sure you bring him back safely. Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying. Zhang Luocheng gave a gentle smile. In the next moment, sheets of paper appeared behind him, forming a pair of enormous wings, and before their eyes, he soared skyward. Hong Ying waved both hands high above her head, calling out loudly, Luocheng, you must come back safe. Zhang Luocheng waved down at the two on the ground, then sped off in pursuit of the transport plane. As he was about to approach the transport plane, Zhang Luocheng's entire body transformed into countless sheets of paper, which spread themselves over the exterior of the aircraft, as if an extra layer of paint had been applied to its surface. This dance of paper is truly useful. It lets me shift the paper into any form I want. As long as the restrictions of the purification compound suppression monument don't hinder me too much, I can keep hiding within, Zhang Luocheng thought to himself. The transport plane flew out over the sea, and, from a distance, the island came into view. That must be the purification compound. The sheets of paper that Zhang Luocheng had become clung to the plane and followed it faithfully. But the moment they reached the water's surface, an odd force suddenly swept over him, suppressing his powers. In that instant, the sheets flickered and reformed into Zhang Luocheng's true body. Damn! He cursed inwardly, realizing something was wrong. Without hesitation, he detached himself from the fuselage and slipped away from the area before anyone could spot him. This suppression monument is even stronger than the one at the training camp. No wonder they can keep so many heinous criminals here. The monument's influence covers the entire 300-meter stretch of ocean around the island. Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. Staring out at the seemingly endless sea before him, he knew there was only one way forward. Cross it as quickly as possible. Water shift. A small, shimmering bubble appeared in Zhang Luocheng's palm, and he slipped it over his head. Inside, there was plenty of oxygen. With the ocean stretching out before him, his only option was to swim across, and he'd have to do it underwater. If he tried to cross above the surface, he'd be discovered long before he got close to the island. Zhang Luocheng plunged into the water. Fortunately, even under the suppression monument's influence, he could still manage some basic water techniques. Normally, the bubble could have covered several people, but now, it could only protect his head. After swimming the 300 meters, Zhang Luochen finally crawled onto shore. Phew, my clothes are soaked, he muttered, glancing up at the towering wall before him. He'd made it to the outskirts of the purification compound, but getting inside was another problem altogether. Was he really supposed to let them capture him? No way, he had his pride. He extended his hand, and a sheet of blank paper appeared in his palm. It folded itself into a paper crane, which fluttered free from his fingers. Thankfully, he could still control it. Let's get out the compound first, he murmured. The crane soared from his hand and glided toward the compound wall. But the instant it cleared the top, gunfire rang out, sharp and sudden, echoing through the air. The paper crane was struck down at once. At that same moment, the main gates of the purification compound swung open again, and this time, several heavily armed guards emerged from within. As soon as Zhang Luochen saw several heavily armed prison guards, a plan popped into his mind. This is how they do it in the movies. Why not give it a try myself? Without hesitation, Zhang Luochen activated his invisibility, an ability he'd copied from the moon ghost long ago, one he hadn't expected to come in handy now. The guards, faces concealed by helmets and clutching submachine guns, were spread out, searching different areas. Hidden and unseen, Zhang Luochen watched as the guards drifted farther apart from each other. Spotting his opportunity, he singled out one guard who had strayed just far enough. Illusion. Even a basic illusion spell did the trick. The soldier froze on the spot, dazed. With a slight smile, Zhang Luochen quickly stripped off the man's uniform and put it on himself, then dragged the guard into a hiding spot. Sorry, buddy. You'll have to lie low here for a while. Here, let me cover you up. Wouldn't want you catching a cold. Zhang Luochen muttered as he donned the guard's gear. Unit 1. Target not found yet. Unit 2. Nothing here either. The voices crackled from the walkie-talkie Zhang Luochen now wore. After Unit 2's report, the channel went silent. What about Unit 3? Report your status. A moment passed with no response. The voice came again, a touch more urgent. Unit 3, respond immediately. Zhang Luochen realized that Unit 3 must be the guard he'd just replaced. He answered, Unit 3, nothing to report. Respond promptly next time, came the reply, tinged with impatience. Sorry, thought I saw something for a second, but it was a false alarm. Zhang Luochen answered smoothly. Anyone else got something? The others continued reporting their statuses over the radio. Let's head back. Probably just some debris washed up from the sea. The speaker was clearly the squad leader. Zhang Luochen walked to the main entrance of the purification hall to regroup with the others. With everyone suited up and masked, no one noticed that one of their own had already been swapped out. He followed the squad into the purification hall. The moment he stepped through the doors, he felt the suppression of his forbidden domain. It was unmistakable. Because of this suppression, all the guards inside relied on firearms. Without their forbidden domains, the Night Watchers were little more than ordinary people with slightly above-average skills, and so they, too, feared the firepower. The squad lined up, their captain facing them from the front. Continue your patrols. Check every corner. If you notice anything unusual, report at once. Understood. Understood. Good. Dismissed. The team broke formation, each heading to their assigned sectors. Zhang Luochen glanced around the purification hall. One way or another, I've made it inside. Successfully making his way into the penitence facility, Zhang Luochen donned his full gear and pretended to be a patrolling guard. He glanced around cautiously, realizing he was still just at the facility's outer perimeter. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. He tried to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. Fortunately, it still worked, though the range of his vision was somewhat limited. No way to see too deep inside. I'll have to find another way in, Zhang Luochen murmured to himself. At the moment, Lin Chie was in the asylum, and Qingyu was in the prison. The asylum, he recalled, was right at the center of the penitence facility. After a moment's thought, Zhang Luochen decided it would be best to look for Qingyu first. But as he arrived at a heavy door, he suddenly froze. Entry required verification, and not just any verification, but fingerprint recognition. This stumped him completely. Damn, what am I supposed to do now? Fingerprint scan? How am I supposed to get through this? Zhang Luochen stared blankly at the scanner before him. He vaguely remembered that according to the original plot, there were layers upon layers of security within the penitence facility. Fingerprints, iris scans, passwords, staff ID, checks, and even code phrases. One was something absurd like the taro bobo milk tea, so delicious it makes you bleat like a sheep. Ridiculous as it was a code phrase. Even if he managed to get past this first door, he'd still have to find a way through all the others lying ahead. Number 3, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice snapped Zhang Luochen out of his thoughts. He turned to see that it was the same captain from earlier. Captain, just making my rounds, Zhang Luochen replied instantly, straightening his posture. Good. I have something for you. Come with me, the captain said, walking up to the door. Under Zhang Luoqing's watchful gaze, the captain swiped his staff ID through the scanner, and the door slid open. "Come in," the captain ordered. Zhang Luoqing quickly followed, inwardly delighted. Talk about having a pillow handed to you just when you're sleepy. He'd gotten in just like that. He kept pace with the captain as they twisted and turned through the corridors. Along the way, the captain used his fingerprints, iris, and staff ID to unlock several more doors. At last, they reached an office. The captain pushed open the door, then removed his helmet and set it aside, revealing the stern face of a typical middle-aged man. "Take it off. No need to be so formal in the office," the captain said. Zhang Luoqing hesitated. He absolutely couldn't remove his helmet. Doing so would instantly give him away. "Captain, I still need to get back on patrol. If you need anything, just let me know," he answered. The captain waved his hand dismissively. "What is it? You don't want to take it off? Or you don't dare?" Zhang Luoqing froze on the spot, stunned that he had just entered and was already discovered. In the next instant, the captain struck without hesitation, brandishing a short dagger straight toward Zhang Luoqing's throat. Zhang Luoqing reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block the attack. "How did you notice me?" The captain let out a cold chuckle. "These are my men. I know them better than anyone. If I'm not mistaken, that commotion outside was your doing as well, wasn't it? Since you already knew, why bother bringing me in here?" Zhang Luoqing asked, genuinely puzzled. If he could have taken him down outside, all this elaborate scheming seemed pointless and unnecessarily complicated. A faint smirk played at the captain's lips. "Because in a couple of days, your body will prove useful. I'll use you to pave the way for them." "My body to pave the way?" Zhang Luoqing felt a surge of confusion, then remembered the upcoming plot. The followers planned to destroy the Jinshu steel and kill Old Wu. "You're one of the followers?" Zhang Luoqing asked. "Oh, so you already know?" The captain looked genuinely surprised at how much Zhang Luoqing was aware. Zhang Luoqing gave a calm, knowing smile. "Of course I know. In fact, I also know there are 3 followers in the prison already. Which number are you?" The captain returned the smile. "I'm not a follower, but if I can take control of your body and use you to distract the prison guards so the followers can succeed, I'll have earned my place. Then, I'll become a follower myself. Is that so? And how can you be sure you will succeed in controlling my body?" Zhang Luoqing replied coolly. "My forbidden technique targets the mind. Once the Jinshu steel is destroyed, I'll be able to control you. Then I'll use you to divert the guards," the captain explained. "I see. That's quite an ingenious plan you've got there," Zhang Luoqing said, appearing genuinely impressed. The captain looked rather pleased with himself. "Not bad, right? You'll have to bear with these accommodations for a couple of days." In the next moment, the captain lunged again, but Zhang Luoqing merely smiled and dodged backwards, effortlessly avoiding the attack. "I thought you might have something impressive up your sleeve, but it turns out you don't even have a forbidden domain. Now I see why you can't become a follower. You're not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed." Zhang Luoqing reached out and seized the captain's wrist. The captain tried to resist, but he couldn't move his hand forward even an inch. "What's going on?" the captain gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. "Honestly, you really are clueless. You brought someone in here without even knowing their true strength. No wonder you're stuck patrolling the perimeter," Zhang Luoqing said, tightening his grip. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bone echoed through the room. The captain's wrist snapped in response. "Thank you for bringing me to your office as well. Looks like there's no surveillance here." "Not bad," Zhang Luoqing remarked, moving in on the captain at a deliberate pace. Clutching his broken wrist, the captain was overwhelmed by a wave of searing pain that coursed through his body. Beads of sweat as large as pearls dripped from his forehead. Zhang Luoqing reached out and, without hesitation, twisted the captain's neck, snapping it. A faint green glow then shimmered in his palm. Having mastered every medical ninjutsu, he was able to easily extract the man's fingerprints and even his iris. Despite the oppressive seal of the forbidden steel, simple procedures like this posed no challenge. "And this badge here will save me a lot of trouble," Zhang Luoqing said as he took the captain's ID badge, then proceeded to change into the captain's uniform. "If you're so eager to become a believer, then killing you won't weigh on my conscience," he muttered, hefting the corpse. It happened to be free activity time in the prison. With the corridors empty, Zhang Luoqing seized the moment to dispose of the captain's body. He rummaged through the captain's office and, to his surprise, found a prison uniform. Dressing the corpse in the inmate's clothing, he adopted the guise of an officer escorting a prisoner and headed toward the prison restroom. Entering the cramped, filthy bathroom, Zhang Luoqing was just about to begin when he heard footsteps and voices approaching from outside. Glancing around at the squalor, he could only sigh inwardly and haul the corpse into hiding with him. Through his Sharingan, Zhang Luoqing saw two figures enter, a one-eyed man, and beside him, and Qing Yu. So, he's here to cooperate, Zhang Luoqing mused, keeping to the shadows with the body. He watched as Qing Yu was dragged inside by the one-eyed man. Listening through the thin partition, Zhang Luoqing couldn't help but suppress a grin. That Cyclops clearly had no idea his end was near. Sure enough, after a moment, Qing Yu raised his hand, and a strange filament extended from his fingertip, slicing cleanly through the one-eyed man's neck. At that instant, there was a heavy thud, and Qing Yu, instantly alert, glanced to the side, only to see a man in Special Forces uniform standing before him, with a corpse lying at his feet. And Qing Yu narrowed his eyes, and his sinister thread instantly sprang to aim at the newcomer. "It's me," Zhang Luoqing said, pulling off his mask. Seeing Zhang Luoqing in disguise, and Qing Yu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Why are you dressed like that?" "I needed this identity to get inside," Zhang Luoqing replied, dragging the corpse out into the open. "While you're at it, you might as well dissect this one too." "You?" And Qing Yu looked at Zhang Luoqing, clearly puzzled. Zhang Luoqing explained to Qing Yu how he had gotten in, and how he was currently making use of this identity to blend in. "I didn't expect the believers to get involved as well. So, are you saying there are believers among these prisoners?" And Qing Yu asked. Zhang Luoqing nodded. "If we're planning a jailbreak, this is the perfect opportunity." And Qing Yu agreed that the plan was feasible, then asked, "Have you found Lin Chia yet?" Zhang Luoqing shook his head. "No, not yet. This identity is just a prison guard, so if I want to get into the infirmary, I'd have to switch to a doctor's disguise. Besides, I don't even have access to the infirmary in this role, but I should be able to run into him during the general activity period." "General activity period? The cafeteria?" And Qing Yu asked. "I think so. Are you done with your part?" Zhang Luoqing noticed, and Qing Yu had finished disposing of the body, pouring the remains into the sewer. "All done." And Qing Yu walked over to the sink and washed his hands. "These gangs will probably come looking for trouble," Zhang Luoqing remarked. Unconcerned, and Qing Yu replied, "That's no problem. With my sinister threads, they can't do anything to me." Zhang Luoqing knew he truly didn't need to worry about Qing Yu. And as for Lin Chia, there wasn't much to be concerned about, either. Still, he wanted to exchange information as soon as possible to keep things moving. "Then take care of yourself," Zhang Luoqing said, pulling his mask back on as he left the restroom. After stepping out, Zhang Luoqing returned to the office. He glanced around at the setup. Aside from some protective shields and firearms, there wasn't much else of interest. There seemed to be no way to access the infirmary from the office. After thinking it over, Zhang Luoqing put on his helmet and left. Along the way, every prison guard who saw him would greet him with a brief nod, recognizing him as their supposed captain. Soon, it was mealtime. The guard cafeteria wasn't shared with the prisoners, but it was, surprisingly, right next to the doctor's dining area. "Captain, time to eat," one of the guards said as he passed Zhang Luoqing. He waved them on, signaling for them to go ahead. After all, eating meant taking off his mask and helmet, which would instantly reveal his identity. Just then, a doctor in a white coat finished his meal, put down his tray, and was about to leave. "Hey, doctor," Zhang Luoqing called out to him. "Yes, officer, what can I do for you?" The doctor, a middle-aged man with reading glasses, looked at Zhang Luoqing with a puzzled expression. "Well, my stomach's a bit upset. I think I ate something bad. Could you prescribe me some medicine?" Zhang Luoqing clutched his stomach, putting on an expression of pain. "Then you should go to another department. We're psychiatry here, we don't deal with stomachaches," the doctor replied. "Well, I also have some mental issues," Zhang Luoqing responded immediately. "What kind of mental issues do you have?" "Work's been stressful lately. I think I'm a bit depressed." "Depressed?" The middle-aged doctor pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, come with me." Zhang Luoqing stifled a laugh as he followed the doctor into his office. A few minutes later, Zhang Luoqing emerged from the office, now dressed in a white doctor's coat. He'd managed to sneak into the psychiatric hospital unnoticed. Thankfully, the place wasn't run like a prison. The security wasn't nearly as strict, and only a few nurses could be seen walking the halls. "So, it's true what they say in the movies. Put on this coat, and nobody questions you," Zhang Luoqing thought, elated. He strode confidently through the hospital corridors. The nurses he passed didn't even bother to greet him. "Do people in this line of work really have such poor social lives?" he mused. Just then, a familiar figure walked past him. Zhang Luoqing's eyes widened. It was Lin Chia. He hurried to catch up, reaching out to pat Lin Chia on the shoulder, but Lin Chia turned around before he could. "Zhang Luoqing?" Lin Chia asked, puzzled. At this moment, Zhang Luoqing was clad in a doctor's coat, wearing a face mask and a cap. Only his eyes were visible. Lin Chia recognized him at once, thanks to his keen perception. Even though the suppression steel limited his abilities at this distance, Lin Qiye could still sense him. Let's find somewhere else to talk, Zhang Luocheng said quietly. Lin Qiye followed Zhang Luocheng into an office. As soon as they entered, Lin Qiye spotted a doctor lying on the bed, covered with a blanket. What's this? Was this your doing? Lin Qiye asked. How else was I supposed to meet you? He's just under simple illusion. The suppression steel's influence is weaker here, Zhang Luocheng explained. Lin Qiye nodded. How'd you been this past year? Zhang Luocheng smiled slightly. Actually, I've been gone for a year. Gone for a year? Lin Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Luocheng recounted the whole story, not about his time traveling, but that he'd been transported to a strange place and had just managed to return. He also gave Lin Qiye an update on Squad 136 and finally explained how he'd managed to sneak in. You're saying a follower has infiltrated this place? Lin Qiye asked. Yes, there must be some kind of plan, but whatever it is, it's sure to stir up some trouble. I think we can use the chaos as a chance to break out of here. Lin Qiye considered this, then nodded thoughtfully. Given our situation, that does seem like a good option. Oh right, I almost forgot. Dr. Li is supposed to observe you. Something about a 3-stage assessment of your mental state. Observe me? Lin Qiye looked puzzled. How do you know about that? Look at what I'm wearing. News about you has already spread, Zhang Luocheng said, just as his words trailed off. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Dr. Jian, I'd like to discuss some issues concerning Lin Qiye with you. Lin Qiye's expression changed at once. He didn't need any psychic senses. Just from the voice alone, he could tell this was Dr. Li. Zhang Luocheng's face also shifted. The Dr. Jian he just mentioned was still lying unconscious elsewhere. I'm coming in now. A moment later, there was the sound of the door unlocking. Something's wrong, Lin Qiye muttered, frowning deeply. He could sense that Dr. Li wasn't alone outside the door. Damn, we've been found out. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan to peer outside, and with a swift motion, conjured a layer of frost to jam the door lock. We've already been discovered. There's not much point resisting, Lin Qiye sighed softly. But it's fine, Zhang Luocheng replied. Even if we're caught, we'll just end up in the prison block. We'll still have chances to meet when we're allowed out. As he spoke, he pulled out a rope and quickly tied up Lin Qiye's hands. Lin Qiye looked bewildered. Why are you tying me up? Just playing the part. If it looks like I kidnapped you, at least you won't get in trouble. Zhang Luocheng had barely finished speaking when there was a loud crash as someone rammed the door from outside. I'm already a mental patient. They wouldn't blame me anyway, Lin Qiye said, exasperated. Let's make it convincing, Zhang Luocheng insisted, then seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, an old friend risked everything to come find you here in prison. Lin Qiye's expression changed. A friend? Zhang Luocheng grinned slyly. You'll see soon enough. Just then, the main door burst open and a group of prison guards stormed in, ready to subdue Zhang Luocheng. But Zhang Luocheng immediately threw up his hands in surrender. I give up. Take me in. The guards hesitated for a moment, while Dr. Li hurried to untie Lin Qiye's hands, concern written all over his face. Are you all right? Lin Qiye shook his head, then allowed Dr. Li to lead him out. As they reached the doorway, Dr. Li turned back and reminded the guards, detain him first and await further instructions. Dr. Li turned to Zhang Luocheng and said, We noticed you the moment you arrived at the hospital. If you hadn't apprehended Lin Qiye, we wouldn't have come for you so quickly. Zhang Luocheng broke into a cold sweat. He had thought his actions were seamless, but who would have guessed that from the instant he stepped into the hospital, he was already under surveillance? No wonder the other nurses and staff barely acknowledged him. They must have been watching his every move the whole time. So much for those movies where a change of clothes means perfect disguise and no one ever gets caught. It's all just lies on the screen. And Xingyu glanced at Zhang Luocheng in confusion. By some twist of fate, the two of them had ended up in the same jail cell. How did you get thrown in here? She asked. Zhang Luocheng's face was full of resignation. Don't even bring it up. I got caught right after meeting Lin Qiye. He's now under extra protection at the hospital. And Xingyu patted his shoulder in consolation. Honestly, without being able to use the Forbidden Ruins, trying to sneak into the fasting ward is nearly impossible. Zhang Luocheng glanced around the prison cell, but saw none of the notorious Black Dragon Gang. Where are those gangsters, anyway? They're probably out looking for someone, and Xingyu replied absent-mindedly. Hey, it's time for afternoon free activity. Let's go find Lin Qiye in the recreation area, Zhang Luocheng said, rising to his feet. At the mention of Lin Qiye, and Xingyu's eyes lit up. Quick, let's go. Just then, a man with a face crisscrossed with scars suddenly appeared at the cell door, blocking their way. The scar-faced man paused for a second when he saw Zhang Luocheng, sizing him up before giving a satisfied nod. Another newcomer, eh? This one's got a decent look to him, the scar man remarked. Do you want something from us? And Xingyu asked, studying the man. You the scarred man said, pointing in Xingyu. You know one eye, right? The guy who used to share your cell. I do. And Xingyu replied honestly. Did you kill him? What are you talking about? This is a prison. How could I possibly kill someone here? And Xingyu responded with a look of genuine puzzlement. When it came to acting, Zhang Luocheng had to admit, and Xingyu was a natural. And you? The scar-faced man turned to Zhang Luocheng. Did you kill him? Me? Zhang Luocheng put on his most terrified face. Big brother, I'm new here. The scar man seemed to consider this, then study them both. So what did you two do to land here? Stealing. And Xingyu answered. Trespassing. Zhang Luocheng replied without missing a beat. After all, sneaking into the fasting ward counted as trespassing, didn't it? Trespassing? That's basically stealing too. You break in. You're there to steal something, aren't you? The scarred man said. All right. You're always right, Zhang Luocheng mused inwardly. So, shall we go now? And Xingyu asked. Hold on, the scar-faced man said, sizing up the two from head to toe. Both of you are quite the catch. If I deliver you together to Boss Han, he'll be thrilled. You too. Come with me to see Boss Han. With your looks, he'll definitely take a liking to you. From now on, you'll both belong to him. So, you want me to play along? And Xingyu replied. A satisfied grin crept across the scar-faced man's face. Exactly, just cooperate. Before we go, can I use the restroom? And Xingyu asked. I'd like to go too, Zhang Luocheng added, glancing at the scar-faced man. How about we all go together? The scar-faced man paused, then broke into a delighted grin. All three of us? Hey, that's exciting. Let's go quickly. Not long after, inside the restroom, and Xingyu was once again dissecting the scar-faced man's corpse. She spoke up. You know, your acting just now was a little stiff. Stiff? Isn't that how they do it in TV dramas these days? Just keep a straight face and you're good, Zhang Luocheng retorted. And Xingyu gave a soft chuckle. Now that you mention it, you're not wrong. Once they finished cleaning up, and Xingyu rinsed her hands and glasses with water. We wasted too much time. Free time's already over, and Xingyu remarked. Well, nothing we can do now. Let's go eat. Eat. Aren't you hungry? Actually, I'm a bit. Come on, the cafeteria's a public place. Maybe we'll run into Lin Xie there, Zhang Luocheng suggested. Good point. Let's wait for him in the cafeteria. Great idea. The two made their way to the cafeteria together. At this hour, it was bustling with inmates grabbing their meals, but there was no sign of Lin Xie. Doesn't look like he's here. Well, let's eat first, Zhang Luocheng said, handing in Xingyu a tray. And Xingyu glanced at today's menu. Not seeing any fish, a barely noticeable smile tugged at his lips. Taking their trays, they found a corner and sat down, heads lowered as they dug into their food. Before long, Boss Han stormed into the cafeteria with a group of henchmen in tow. Zhang Luocheng looked up and immediately spotted them. Looks like we won't be having a peaceful meal today, he sighed. And Xingyu also glanced toward the entrance, his eyes meeting Boss Han's. Boss Han's face twisted into a vicious snarl. Clear the place out. Block all the cameras. And Xingyu set his chopsticks down with a sigh. So many bodies. It's going to be a real mess to clean up later. We don't have to kill anyone. Just crippling them would do. Zhang Luocheng also put down his chopsticks, simply watching Han Laoda and his crew stride toward them. The other inmates quickly blocked the cameras and drove out the rest of the prisoners who were eating. Now, only a handful of them remained in the cafeteria. A group of 40 or 50 men gathered around Zhang Luocheng and Xingyu, closing in tightly until the two were completely surrounded. Ew. And Xingyu had just opened her mouth when Zhang Luocheng tugged at her sleeve, nodding subtly toward the exit. And Xingyu looked toward the doorway and caught sight of a familiar figure in blue and white stripes. Lin Xie, she murmured to herself, then glanced at Zhang Luocheng. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Zhang Luocheng stood up, ready to leave, but Han Laoda suddenly knocked his food tray flying, his anger flaring as he saw the two ignoring him. And Xingyu paid Han Laoda no mind, immediately getting up to head toward Lin Xie. But in an instant, the people around them stepped forward, blocking their way and tightening the circle. Move! I need to find someone. And Xingyu frowned, anxious that Lin Xie might slip away at any moment. At that moment, Han Laoda also noticed Lin Xie at the entrance. He turned his head toward Xingyu, sneering. You're after that kid? Hey, Xie. Zhang Luocheng waved vigorously above the crowd, calling out to Lin Xie. Lin Xie paused when he heard the shout, looking over to spot Zhang Luocheng, and right beside him, Xingyu. Han Laoda eyed the three of them. The new guy, huh? You're asking for it. Guess I'll finish all three of you today. Lin Xie, led into the circle by Han Laoda's men, lit up with delight when he saw Xingyu. So he's the friend you mentioned, Lin Xie said with a faint smile. It's been a year. Finally seeing you isn't easy. And Xingyu smiled back. I thought you disappeared along with Sangnan City. 10 years ago, I happened to be studying in the next city over. That's how I escaped. Zhang Luocheng looked at the two of them helplessly. Hey, shouldn't we be dealing with what's in front of us first? Han Laoda's face turned dark green with rage. These three were standing right in front of him, chatting as if he didn't exist. With a furious punch, he smashed the table in half. Lin Xie saw this and shook his head with a hint of resignation. Well then, let's take care of them first. Zhang Luocheng and Qingyu nodded in agreement. We can't use forbidden powers here. Are you two up to it? Lin Xie asked, sounding doubtful. I'm just like you. Even though my power is suppressed, I can still use about 10% of it, Zhang Luocheng replied. I only know how to kill. And Qingyu answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hey, what did I just tell you? Zhang Luocheng reminded her. And Qingyu nodded. I understand. Boss Han, seeing the two of them still so relaxed, flew into a rage. All of you get them. Take them down. The 40 or 50 men surrounding them surged forward as one, their thunderous shouts nearly shaking the roof off the cafeteria. Zhang Luocheng crossed his arms. In the next instant, his eyes turned blood red as he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. The men charging in at the front froze on the spot. Against opponents like these, even the most basic illusions were more than enough to dispatch them. In a hall full of blossoms, 3,000 guests are intoxicated. With a single sword, Frost chills 14 provinces. A deep voice echoed through the room. Zhang Luocheng glanced at Lin Xie, thinking to himself, we're already at the third ward. So this is the Sky Bard. Kid, you still have time to get distracted? One of the thugs swung his fist at Zhang Luocheng. With a flick of his hand, Zhang Luocheng somehow produced a sheet of paper. In a flash, he folded it into a small knife, which shot straight through the thug's shoulder, blood spurting forth. Then, sheets of white paper whirled around Zhang Luocheng. Each one folded itself into the shape of a knife, and in an instant, a dozen men were pierced through. In less than 10 seconds, blood splattered across the once pristine stone floor. The deafening shouts gave way to anguished, gut-wrenching screams. The other prisoners were left dumbfounded. This was supposed to be a place where forbidden powers couldn't be used, so how could these three still make people bleed like that? One of them just raised a hand, and no one could get close. Another wielded only a pair of chopsticks. And the last one, just a glare, and people froze in place. And those sheets of white paper, how could they be folded into knives and turn lethal? This is getting a bit too gory, Lin Xie said, tucking away his chopsticks. Zhang Luocheng glanced at the blood-soaked floor. You're right. Let's just knock the rest out. He put away his paper knives. Leaf whirlwind kick. He leaped into the air, spinning with a powerful kick that sent several men flying. The moment they hit the ground, they passed out cold. Lin Xie's gaze grew icy as he looked at Boss Han. In a blur, he appeared right in front of him. Boss Han's face twisted with rage. His body suddenly swelled in size. Don't think I don't have any tricks of my own, he roared, swinging a heavy fist straight at Lin Xie's face. At the same time, Lin Xie also threw a punch of his own. With strength to move mountains, my spirit dominates the world. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. Boss Han staggered back several steps, unable to keep his balance, while Lin Xie remained standing where he was, calm and composed. The outcome was immediately clear. This is impossible. How can you use the Forbidden Ruins here? It's not fair. Boss Han shouted angrily. I'm going to tell the guards. I'll make them suppress you again. Fairness. Zhang Luocheng sneered coldly. With so many of you ganging up, you call that fair? Even with your numbers, you're still useless. Lin Xie pointed at his own blue and white striped uniform. Seems like you forgot something. I was never a prisoner to begin with, just an ordinary psychiatric patient. Even if I can use the Forbidden Ruins, it's not the guard's business. If you got the guts, go report me to the psychiatric hospital. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Xie flicked the chopstick in his hand. It sliced through the air and pierced right through Boss Han's right shoulder. Lin Xie spoke slowly. I'll cripple one of your arms as a lesson. If you dare mess with me or any of them again, I'll kill you. After all, when a psychiatric patient kills, it's not even a crime. And Xingyu let out a soft sigh from the side. Zhang Luocheng leaned over and asked, what is it? He doesn't really understand human anatomy. And Qingyu replied, he didn't actually cripple the arm. Oh, then you tell me, is this the right spot? No sooner had Zhang Luocheng spoken, he flicked a small knife folded from white paper. It, too, pierced Boss Han's right shoulder from another angle. Boss Han grunted in pain, another sharp ache surging through his shoulder. And Qingyu shook her head. No, that's not it. Zhang Luocheng tried again from a different angle, sending a wave of excruciating pain through Boss Han's entire body. The scream that followed echoed throughout the cafeteria. No, still not right. And Qingyu said, still shaking her head. Let me do it. A moment later, Another agonized scream tore through the cafeteria. Satisfied, and Xingyu stood up. There. Now it's truly crippled. Boss Han half sat, half lay on the ground, his arm completely numb and bleeding profusely. His eyes glared with hatred at the three people in front of him. Out in the open-air yard, beneath the shade of the trees, the three of them sat together on the ground in a circle. So, you unleashed the rat swarm, and it was at that moment that Zhang Luocheng happened to show up. Lin Xie, having listened to the two of them recount the events, gave a wry smile. I just can't figure out why you did it. He looked over at Xingyu. He could understand why Zhang Luocheng would be here, but Xingyu's appearance genuinely surprised him. I came because the challenge level here is high. I just wanted to see for myself, Xingyu replied. You never thought about what would happen if you couldn't get out? Lin Xie asked. Xingyu shook her head. This place can't hold me. Who would have thought? It's the three of us together again, Lin Xie said with a smile as he looked at the others. Since we've finally gathered, let's talk about our plan first, Zhang Luocheng suggested. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Right. Earlier, Luocheng mentioned that some of the believers are inside. I suppose they'll make their move in the next few days. If the believers want to act, they'll have to use their forbidden ruins. Without them, there's nothing they can really do, Zhang Luocheng explained. And Xingyu thought for a moment. That's true, but they don't even know where the forbidden ruins tablets are. How would they make a move? The believers must have something prepared. And the prison guards already have their people. Do you really think there aren't any of them among the higher-ups here? Zhang Luocheng countered. Lin Xie and Xingyu fell into thought. After a moment, Lin Xie spoke. Right now, we have no idea when the believers will take action. What else could the ancient god church want? It's probably you, Zhang Luocheng paused, then continued. It could be me, but I've been gone for a year. They probably don't know I've returned. That makes you the likelier target. At this, Lin Xie seemed to recall something. He turned to Zhang Luocheng and asked, Earlier, you mentioned you were observing me in 3 stages. What did you mean by that? And Xingyu looked at Zhang Luocheng curiously as well. Zhang Luocheng replied, Yes, mainly to monitor your condition. Think about it. A patient like you, would they really let you move about freely in a place full of all sorts of dangerous people? Shouldn't you be under protection? The moment I got close to you, they arrested me, but Boss Han and his men could approach you whenever they wanted. Lin Xie was stunned, and Xingyu immediately understood the reasoning behind it all. And Xingyu spoke up. So, in fact, your every move is being watched. All the trouble you've faced, they arranged it on purpose. Then, everything we just did, they already know? Lin Xie pondered aloud. I think so, Zhang Luocheng replied, just as his words faded. The time for free activity had ended. A nurse emerged from the direction of the psychiatric hospital and came straight to Lin Xie, leading him away. And Xingyu and Zhang Luocheng exchanged a glance, both resigned. Free time was limited, after all, and all they could do was wait for the next day to meet again. That night, Zhang Luocheng had a dream. In it, a man in his 30s, dressed in a hospital gown, appeared before him. Medium squad? Wu Tongxian. With a god's eye view, Zhang Luocheng naturally knew who the man in front of him was, a member of the medium squad, of whom only one would survive in the future, Wu Tongxian. Young man, why is your mind so clouded? Not even a single path within it. Wu Tongxian spoke. A path? Why should there be a path? After all, this is just inside my mind, Zhang Luocheng asked with curiosity. Everyone has a path that belongs to them. Don't you have a path of your own? Wu Tongxian replied. Zhang Luocheng hesitated, unsure how to answer. Suddenly, the figure before him began to blur, and in the next moment, Zhang Luocheng abruptly sat up in bed. Old Wu, you even invaded my dream. Zhang Luocheng shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his expression. He hadn't expected Old Wu to show up in his dreams that night as well. What on earth is this guy after? The next day, Zhang Luocheng and Xingyu arrived first at the yard for free activity. Good morning, Boss Zhang. Good morning, Bossin. A large group of inmates stood respectfully in the yard. Zhang Luocheng and Xingyu exchanged glances, both slightly taken aback. Boss Zhang, Bossin, your seats are ready. One inmate dragged over a long bench and even gave it a quick polish with his sleeve. Boss Lin hasn't arrived yet. As soon as he comes, we'll bring his seat over too. After that, the rest of the inmates sensibly moved to other parts of the yard. What's going on? And Xingyu asked, clearly puzzled. In a place like prison, it's all about who's strongest. The one with the hardest fist stands at the top, Zhang Luocheng explained. Well, that certainly saves us a lot of trouble, and Xingyu nodded in agreement. Not long after, Lin Xie arrived, surrounded by a crowd of inmates. They'd thoughtfully prepared a seat for him as well. Once he was settled, the inmates gave the trio plenty of space without needing to be told. What's happening here? Lin Xie asked, confusion written all over his face. Zhang Luocheng flexed his fist with a smile. It's the aftermath of our fists yesterday. The deterrent effect is still in the air. All right, fair enough, Lin Xie replied with a faint smile. So, it's been a day. Any new discoveries? And Xingyu asked. Lin Xie recounted what had happened with old Wu to the other two. When he finished, and Xingyu's face was full of surprise. He can use the Forbidden Ruins normally? And Xingyu asked curiously. Was he also wearing a hospital gown? Around 30 years old. Lin Xie nodded. How did you know? I saw him in my dream. And Xingyu replied with a helpless sigh. Me too, Zhang Luocheng added, letting out a long breath. He came into my dream last night as well. As soon as he recalled last night's dream, Zhang Luocheng still felt a bit baffled. The group exchanged a few more words. By the way, that Han boss beat up those so-called followers yesterday. I have a feeling the ancient God Church is about to make a move, Zhang Luocheng suddenly said. Really? Lin Xie asked with curiosity. They're still getting beaten now, but who knows? One day they might lose their lives. That's why I think the ancient God's Church is probably getting ready to act, Zhang Luocheng explained. That does seem possible, Lin Xie replied. Looks like it's time to eat. Let's go get some food. Hey, since when do we have to serve ourselves at mealtime? Zhang Luocheng glanced over at the crowd of inmates and called out, Brothers, we're heading to eat. The prisoners immediately gathered around them. One of them, grinning from ear to ear, said, Don't worry, bosses. We've already got everything arranged. As soon as you arrive, your food will be ready. Lin Xie and Xingyu exchanged a puzzled look in Zhang Luocheng's direction. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. What's the matter? It's your first time being a boss. Don't you want to use a little authority? After their meal, Zhang Luocheng and Xingyu returned to their cell, while Lin Xie made his way back to the infirmary. I haven't had the chance to ask you. What are you really planning? As soon as they were back in their cell, Zhang Luocheng asked out of the blue. And Xingyu hesitated. What do you mean? What am I planning? You came to the detention center for Lin Xie, and now you're even helping him break out. But what happens after that? You heard it at lunch. If he and I escape, we'll just go back to being night watchmen. But what about you? Are you going to start a life on the run? Honestly, and Xingyu had never really thought about it. At first, he just wanted to find Lin Xie, and coming to the detention center was simply to experience something different. But as for what came after getting out, his future suddenly felt uncertain. Lin Xie asked you the same thing earlier. I think you'd better give it some serious thought. The followers are going to act in the next few days. You don't want to wait until you're outside to figure it all out, Zhang Luocheng continued. But the night watchman's life, it really doesn't suit me, and Xingyu replied. His eyes were filled with confusion, nothing like the sharp focus he had when dissecting bodies. Do you remember what I told you? What if Lin Xie became a captain? Zhang Luocheng's words had barely left his mouth, and Xingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. You're that sure the upper echelons would make him captain of special squad? He's an unprecedented dual god agent. Why wouldn't they put him in charge of a special team? Lin Xie's strength is something everyone has witnessed. Even if he's not on a special task force, he'd still be qualified to be a captain in a first-tier city, wouldn't he? And Xingyu adjusted her glasses. That's not what I mean. His strength is undeniable, but when it comes to qualifications and rank, those in charge may not approve of Lin Xie at his current level. No matter what, I'll ask again, if Lin Xie were the captain, would you be willing to join? Zhang Luocheng fixed his gaze on Xingyu. And Xingyu was taken aback, then smiled gently. If it were him, I'd be willing. There you go. Shaoan, there's no need to overthink it, right? Zhang Luocheng broke into hearty laughter and stood up, giving Xingyu a firm pat on the shoulder. Surprised by the sudden gesture, and Xingyu looked a bit bewildered. Hey, aren't we about the same age? Oh, come on. Names are just code names. You don't need to get hung up on them. Zhang Luocheng laughed it off. Just then, the door to their cell swung open. Two prison guards appeared at the entrance. Exchanging a glance, Zhang Luocheng and Xingyu both found it odd. Why were the guards looking for them all of a sudden? You're the new guy who came in yesterday? One of the guards pointed at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng nodded blankly. Yeah, that's me. What's up? I haven't broken any rules, have I? Haven't broken any rules? The guard let out a cold chuckle. If you haven't done anything wrong, why would you be locked up in here? Now, come with us to the interrogation room. We're going to question you. With that, the guard stepped forward, holding out a pair of handcuffs, ready to slap them onto Zhang Luocheng's wrists. Officer, is that really necessary? I promise I won't try to escape. Instinctively, Zhang Luocheng took a step back. Cut the nonsense. Put them on. You inmates always say you won't run, but when the time comes, you run faster than anyone. Zhang Luocheng could only sigh in despair, thinking, isn't this supposed to be a reformatory? Why are they so worried about people escaping? In the end, with no other choice, Zhang Luocheng let them cuff him and followed them into the interrogation room. As soon as he entered, He took his seat, but something seemed off. After bringing him in, the guards left the room, leaving Zhang Luocheng all alone. He looked around helplessly. The room was set up just like in the movies. On his right, a wall. Directly in front, a table with a small lamp. To his left, a one-way mirror. He didn't need to guess. Someone was definitely watching him from the other side. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, Zhang Luocheng's eyes turned crimson. He tilted his head slightly, peering through the one-way mirror, and caught sight of the acting warden of the reformatory, Xiaoyu, staring right back at him. In the adjacent office, Xiaoyu sat before a row of monitors and a pane of glass. Through that glass, he had a clear view of Zhang Luocheng seated inside the interrogation room. How strange. Why did I suddenly feel a chill just now? Xiaoyu had just met Zhang Luocheng's gaze, and those crimson eyes made him uneasy, unable to look directly at them. "Warden, are you all right?" a guard beside him asked. "Oh, it's nothing. Is this the one we brought in yesterday? Has that missing captain been found?" Xiaoyu inquired. "Not yet. The guard who disappeared earlier was found outside the abstinence hall, but he was just unconscious and hasn't woken up since." Xiaoyu frowned, thinking, the one who snuck in last night probably wasn't one of Lord Babel's people, and they even killed that captain. Still, when exactly will Lord Babel's people show up? "Warden, may we begin the interrogation?" Another guard stepped forward to ask. "Yes, go ahead," Xiaoyu nodded. Two guards entered the interrogation room and slowly sat down across from Zhang Luocheng. One of them regarded Zhang Luocheng coolly, scrutinizing him before speaking in a measured tone. "Name. Isn't it written up there?" "I'll say it again. Your name." "Fine, Zhang Luocheng. What business do you have at the abstinence hall?" "I'm looking for someone." "Looking for someone? What kind of person would bring you all the way to the abstinence hall?" Behind the screen, Xiaoyu kept a close eye on Zhang Luocheng, musing to himself, "Zhang Luocheng? Why does that name sound so familiar?" "Warden, warden." At that moment, a guard burst in, breathless with urgency. "What's got you so worked up?" "Out with it, quickly," Xiaoyu said, his patience running thin. "A meteorite. It's falling straight toward us." "What? A meteorite?" Xiaoyu was taken aback, then his brow furrowed. "Is it a natural occurrence, or was it sent by someone?" "Most likely deliberate," the guard replied. "Alert the military. Tell them to shoot it down." "Yes, sir." An ear-splitting alarm blared throughout the abstinence hall, echoing down every corridor. The two guards interrogating Zhang Luocheng stopped, momentarily stunned. "Drop everything. Come with me," one of them called, opening the interrogation room door and motioning to his colleagues inside. Zhang Luocheng watched as the two guards hurried out, leaving him alone in the interrogation room. He couldn't help but shout after them, "Hey, you're just leaving me here? Seriously? How irresponsible can you get?" "Flame release." Zhang Luocheng fixed his eyes on the handcuffs before him. Suddenly, a wisp of black flame flickered to life around the handcuffs. But thanks to the suppression monument, this flame, if you could even call it that, was hardly more than a feeble spark. "Come on, is this just lighting a candle? At this rate, it'll take forever to burn through." "The meteorite has been destroyed," a guard reported to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded. "From this moment on, the Fasting Institute is on full level 1 alert. Notify the military defense team to maintain constant surveillance over all activities in the sea. Also, reassign 2/3 of the guards from inside the prison to reinforce the external defense forces." The prison guard was taken aback, but just as he was about to say something, another guard rushed over. "Acting Warden, 2 more people have broken into the Fasting Institute without authorization." "What?" Xiaoyu froze for a moment. "What's going on lately? Why are people sneaking in here every other day?" Suddenly, something occurred to Xiaoyu, and he quickly changed his tone. "Bring them to my office." "Yes, sir." Zhang Luocheng still sat alone in the interrogation room, a small black flame flickering before him. He looked helplessly at the flame as it slowly burned through his handcuffs. "Have they forgotten about me?" Zhang Luocheng slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling in resignation. One of those so-called believers finally going to destroy the prohibited ruins steal? He kept his Manjikyu Sharingan activated, but his range of vision barely extended 5 meters. Behind the one-way mirror, there was now no one at all. The hallway outside was just as empty. At the very least, Zhang Luocheng could say with certainty that within a 5-meter radius, he was the only one present. He had considered folding the white sheet of paper on the table into a key to unlock his cuffs. But he didn't know the structure of the lock, and a paper key simply couldn't open it. In the end, he abandoned the idea altogether. "Lin Xie and Qingyu, both of you are missing too. Aren't you coming to rescue me?" Zhang Luocheng complained weakly. Just then, a peculiar sensation swept through Zhang Luocheng's body. His eyes lit up, and he glanced around. This time, it wasn't just 5 meters. His sight could reach much farther. The prohibited ruined steel is starting to loosen. Those believers have finally made their move. Zhang Luocheng stood up, noticing that the black little flame still worked away at his handcuffs. The next moment, he simply yanked the cuffs off his wrists. The prohibited ruins are back. Why bother burning these at all? He walked to the door, which was still locked from the outside. Without hesitation, Zhang Luocheng raised his foot and kicked the heavy door clear off its hinges. With the prohibited ruins restored, this place doesn't stand a chance of holding me, he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. The instant he stepped outside, Zhang Luocheng felt the suffocating force that had been suppressing the prohibited ruins weaken even further. He hadn't taken more than a couple of steps before the rhythmic pounding of hammers echoed from all directions, and the suppressing power diminished again. At that moment, Zhang Luocheng could feel his full strength returning. He was once again at the level of the river realm. At that very moment, a chorus of furious roars erupted from the direction of the cells. The sound of the iron gates shattering thundered through. The halls, and the prisoners trapped inside burst out of their cages like wild beasts let loose, charging into the open with reckless abandon. The riot has begun, Zhang Luocheng said, his expression instantly turning grave. Zhang Luocheng's figure darted quickly through the corridors of the prison. Right now, he needed to find Qingyu first. There was no need to worry about Lin Xie, especially now that the seal on the forbidden ruins had been lifted. If he needed to find Lin Xie, he could reach him in an instant using the flying thunder god technique. But Qingyu didn't have a marker on him, so Zhang could only rely on his own legs to run there. All the other prisoners were rushing toward the exits, fleeing for their lives, but Zhang Luocheng was the lone figure heading the opposite way. All along the way, Zhang Luocheng weaved swiftly through the crowds. Yet, even in the chaos, more than a few prisoners recognized him, and the instant they did, they lunged to attack. Soft fist, 8 trigrams, empty palm. With a swift, open-handed strike, Zhang sent the nearest attacker flying. But almost immediately, several more prisoners closed in, circling to surround him. You little brat, we still have a score to settle from that day. Yeah, calling you boss, huh? Well, now that I've got the forbidden ruins, you think I'm scared of you. Several prisoners instantly unleashed their various abilities, all lunging at Zhang Luocheng with murderous intent. Zhang scoffed. I'll never understand it. Why, in the middle of a prison riot, are you all more interested in killing people than escaping? Isn't that just adding to your crimes? As he faced the group assault, Zhang moved like a shadow. A pale blue sphere blossomed in his palm. Rinnegan. One of the attackers was sent spinning violently through the air, crashing to the ground. The others, undeterred, pressed forward without the slightest hesitation. So eager to die, are you? Zhang said with a resigned sigh. Suddenly, a pale blue lightning surged over his entire body, radiating outwards in all directions with him at the center. Chidori stream. Every one of the assailants was stunned where they stood, collapsing in place. Pathetic, Zhang said coldly. Zhang Luocheng. At the sound of his name, Zhang turned to see Qingyu, clad in black and white prison garb, emerging calmly from one of the cells. He didn't come after you? Zhang asked, genuinely curious. After all, Qingyu had also been involved in the brawl that day. Why hadn't the other prisoners targeted him? Me? I'm fine. Actually, I'm doing pretty well, Qingyu replied with a shrug. Zhang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Go check out the situation at the main entrance. I'm going to look for Lin Xie. With things in such chaos, how are you going to find him? Qingyu called after him. I have a marker, Zhang replied, and before the words had fully left his lips, he vanished from sight in a flash. Yet, instead of appearing beside Lin Xie, his flying thunder god technique landed him in the prison storage area. Here were all the personal belongings that these prisoners had surrendered before entering, and naturally, Zhang Luocheng's possessions were among them. He had marked his items ahead of time, making it easier to retrieve them now. Zhang Luocheng took off his prison uniform and changed straight into the night watcher's attire. That day, the hood was a deep blood-red color. Seeing the familiar crest upon it, Zhang Luocheng slipped the emblem into his pocket and picked up the straight blade engraved with his name. My old friend, fight by my side once more, he whispered. In the next instant, Zhang Luocheng vanished from sight. When Lin Xie left the infirmary, he had already spotted Han Jinlong and the other two. At this moment, an explosion had just rocked the place, but Lin Xie remained completely unscathed. Meanwhile, Han Jinlong was still trapped inside the barrier old Zhang had raised. If you want to kill Han Jinlong, take him. I'm done here. Just let me go, old Zhang growled, kicking Han Jinlong out of his protective shield. Seeing that old Zhang was about to leave, Lin Xie was just about to speak when a cold flash of light suddenly streaked through the air. But in the very next second, a pale violet halo enveloped Lin Xie entirely, and that chilling blade of light vanished as if it had never been there. Susanu. Zhang Luoqing's voice rang out. A faint purple skeletal frame coiled protectively around Zhang Luoqing, shielding him as he blocked the attack aimed at Lin Xie. Looks like I arrived just in time, Zhang Luoqing remarked. Lin Xie's expression changed. As he turned his head, he saw Zhang Luoqing shrouded in a gentle purple glow, his entire body encased in an armor of bone. This thing of yours, can it really shrink down that small? Lin Xie eyed Zhang Luoqing with curiosity. By the way, I heard you got dragged into the interrogation room. Zhang Luoqing gave an exasperated look. Don't even mention it. I was locked in there all day, and to top it off, I haven't even had a single bite to eat. The fourth seat's face darkened at the sudden turn of events. He halted, turning his gaze toward Lin Xie and Zhang Luoqing. What sort of strange technique is this? I've never heard of anything like that in the Forbidden Ruins, murmured the sixth seat, coming up beside him. The sixth seat's eyes then fell on Han Jinlong, who was lying limp on the ground nearby. The sixth seat walked slowly toward Han Jinlong. Let's take care of business first. He knelt down beside Han Jinlong, grabbed a fistful of his hair, and yanked his head up roughly, his voice venomous. Han Jinlong, we meet again. Han Jinlong's cracked lips parted as he croaked hoarsely. There's been a misunderstanding between us. A misunderstanding. The sixth seat slapped Han Jinlong hard across the face, then ground his foot onto Han Jinlong's head. If I recall, you were pretty arrogant before, weren't you? What's wrong now? Not so tough anymore, are you? Han Jinlong's body suddenly swelled with rage as he shot to his feet. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. Rising from the ground, he shouted furiously, "Damn it! I know I won't live past today. Do whatever you want. Kill me. Torture me. I don't care because..." Before he could finish, lengths of rebar ripped themselves free from the structure behind him, and, in an instant, pierced through old Zhang and the gaunt man who had been trying to sneak away. The two men then devoted themselves to slowly tormenting Han Jinlong to death. Afterward, their attention returned to Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie. I know you, Lin Xie. Lord Yu once issued an order for your elimination. The fourth seat spoke slowly, then turned to Zhang Luoqing. And you, Zhang Luoqing, I've heard tales of that mysterious Forbidden Ruins. The sixth seat, standing nearby, perked up at these words. Oh, Lin Xie and Zhang Luoqing? Looks like we're in for a windfall, killing. Wu Tongxian wasn't enough. Now we can take down two gods' agents, and even bring this Forbidden Ruins back as an offering for Lord Yu. Lin Xie rolled his eyes, exasperated, and turned to Zhang Luoqing. Here we go again. Everyone's here for my head, and you're just a bonus prize to be taken away. Why is it always me who has to die? Maybe you just look more approachable? Zhang Luoqing ventured. Two boundless realm opponents. What do we do? Lin Xie asked. What else? We fight. Zhang Luoqing replied, drawing his straight blade. There's something I've always wanted to ask. Lin Xie turned to face the two cultists. Why are you dressed as night watchers, carrying straight blades? Where are your prison uniforms? I made a quick trip to fetch them just now. You could do the same with your summoning magic, couldn't you? Zhang Luoqing said, barely finishing his sentence before. The faces of the fourth and sixth seats darkened. These two still had the nerve to chat so casually at a moment like this? Did their boundless status mean nothing at all? Countless steel bars tore free from behind the fourth seat and shot toward Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie with lethal speed. Susanoo. Facing two opponents at the boundless realm, Zhang Luoqing did not dare show the slightest negligence. A pale violet glow erupted, forming a half-human skeleton that enveloped him. Quickly, the skeleton grew flesh and muscle, and a layer of armor appeared around it. Zhang Luoqing pulled Lin Xie under this protective shell as a rain of steel bars crashed wildly onto the Susanoo surface. Blaze release. Susanoo, Kagutsuchi blade. A sword forged from black fire sprang into being and slashed toward the fourth and sixth seats, forcing them to dodge at once. A heartbeat later, cracks began to spiderweb across the Susanoo's form. Amaterasu. Zhang Luoqing's right eye locked onto the sixth seat, and a trail of blood-red tears trickled down from the corner of his eye. A mass of black flames shot straight toward the sixth seat. Before he could react, several steel bars happened to block his path. After all, this is the immeasurable realm. Even Susanoo can barely hold them off now. Lin Xie's mind had already sunk into the asylum of the gods. Faced with two enemies at the immeasurable level, he knew his only option was to bear the burden of their souls. There isn't much time. Kill them. Then we'll... The fourth seat's words trailed off as he suddenly froze in place. Both Zhang Luoqing and Lin Xie noticed the sudden change before them, exchanging curious glances as they looked around. Looks like you don't need any cheats this time. Zhang Luoqing ventured, testing the waters. It does seem that way, Lin Xie replied, a little puzzled. Cheats. In the next instant, the scene before their eyes shifted dramatically. The pitch-black activity yard vanished, replaced by a vast and boundless ocean. What unfolded before them was like a world conjured from nothing, a sea entirely unlike anything they knew. There was no wind, no clouds, and the water's surface was utterly still, without so much as a ripple. A dream? Lin Qian murmured to himself. This is a dream? Wait, could this be that old Wu you mentioned? Realization dawned on Zhang Luocheng as he finally understood what was happening. Sure enough, dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown, old Wu Dog appeared from somewhere, strolling calmly over to their side. Don't worry, leave these two to me, he said quietly. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a glance and nodded, then instinctively took a step back. After all, with two immeasurable realm opponents before them, their Chuan-level strength simply wouldn't cut it. With a soft sigh, old Wu Dog stepped forward. I'm just an ordinary patient. Why go to such lengths, paying such a price, just to kill me? The 6th seat sneered. A patient, are you? All we know is if we kill you, the entire medium squad is buried with you. Old Wu Dog gave a helpless shrug. The next moment, 7 figures cloaked in black suddenly materialized behind him, each one radiating a murderous intent. Medium squad? No, wait. This is a dream. This is an illusion he created. The 7 figures sprang into action at once. Fierce lightning tore across the sky, instantly encircling the 2 cultists, while a wild hurricane swept in from all sides. Psychic reversal. The 6th seat laughed heartily, raising a finger and tapping the void. Suddenly, the dream grew unstable. Waves began to rise and crash across the ocean, and in one corner, a patch of the real world broke through. The 4th seat burst out laughing. Wu Tongxian, if we came to kill you, you'd better believe we came prepared. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 059, Psychic Reversal, is the perfect counter to your Forbidden Ruins Sequence 070, my dream. Wu Tongshuan's expression shifted slightly, but then he let out a cold laugh. Who said my Forbidden Ruin belongs to my dream? With that, Wu Tongxian turned to look at Zhang Luocheng, murmuring to himself, an unknown Forbidden Ruin. I'm afraid it's too much to handle. Better to use the mortal realm divine domain. Then Wu Tongxian turned and looked at Lin Xie, giving his shoulder a pat. But as he did, an odd look swept across his face, and he patted Lin's shoulder a few more times in disbelief. How many Forbidden Ruins do you have, anyway? Wu Tongxian couldn't help but ask. Let me count. Forget it, we're short on time. This one will do. In the next instant, a terrifying, all-consuming darkness erupted from Wu Tongxian, spreading outward. Everything around was plunged into utter blackness. This is a half-step climb-level abyssal divine ruin. When the others heard that Wu Tongshuan's Forbidden Ruin was formless, the faces of both the 4th and 6th seats changed dramatically. Formless? He's actually formless. He can perfectly replicate any Forbidden Ruin he's come into contact with recently, and even elevate it, to match his own level. And not just Forbidden Ruins, even Divine Ruins can be copied. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 028, the 4th seat exclaimed. The 6th seat stared wide-eyed at Lin Xie, astonished. So, he just touched the twin divine agents. That means his current Forbidden Ruin is the Divine Ruin of the Night Goddess. And it's a half-step climb-level Night Goddess Divine Ruin. The 4th seat's expression grew especially grave. Old Dogwu narrowed his eyes at the 2 believers before him. He reached out and yanked at the 6th seat. The 6th seat's face twisted as he forced himself to move half a step, but in the blink of an eye, his arm was torn apart. It happened in an instant. A cultivator at the limitless level was crippled on the spot. Such was the might of a half-step climb-level power. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng, standing off to the side, could only stare in shock. This is only a half-step climb. How powerful would a true climb level be? Zhang Luocheng muttered in awe. Lin Xie suddenly frowned, glancing in a certain direction. A spatial rift abruptly tore open on the battlefield. The 2nd seat strolled in, hands in his pockets, moving at a leisurely pace. Another limitless, Lin Xie said, his face growing tense. The 6th seat had lost an arm, and although the 4th seat was also wounded, the arrival of the 2nd seat changed everything. No, he's actually a Klein. But because of the Forbidden Ruin tablet, he's only at the limitless level right now, Zhang Luocheng replied, his expression equally grim. You two should go. Things are about to get very dangerous here. Old Dogwu called back to Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng. The 2 nodded in unison. Lin Xie added, take care of yourself. And without another word, the pair fled the battlefield. Let's go. Get out of here, and don't ever come back. Old Wu shouted after them, his voice echoing as Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie turned to glance at him one last time before fading into the darkness of the night. Where's Qingyu? Lin Xie asked. He should be waiting for us at the main gate, Zhang Luocheng replied as he ran. On their way, they encountered almost no more trouble. There wasn't even a shadow of a person. The remaining prisoners were all desperately trying to escape by any means necessary. As they drew closer to the main gate, the roar of explosions sounded repeatedly, with bursts of fire lighting up the direction ahead. The ground trembled ever so slightly beneath their feet. When they reached the main entrance, they saw armored vehicles and tanks packed tightly around the gate, leaving not an inch of space. Hundreds of defense soldiers stood with weapons raised, firing round after round without pause. Inside the prison, waves of inmates in black and white striped uniforms threw themselves at the gate with everything they had. Forbidden domains erupted in wild chaos at the entrance. Even though the military had dispatched a large force to suppress the riot, the sheer number of prisoners far outstripped their own. For the moment, both sides were locked in a deadlock. Soon, they spotted Xingyu hiding in the shadows. He seemed utterly detached from the chaos, as if the turmoil around him didn't exist. The air near him felt untouched, almost pure. "How's the situation?" Lin Xie went straight to the point as he reached Xingyu's side. Xingyu looked at Zhang Luocheng and was momentarily surprised. "When did you change your clothes?" "I just did." "Is that really the most important thing right now?" Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes. "It's been over 10 minutes since the fighting began. There aren't many with forbidden domains among the defense forces, and they're close to their limit. The prisoners have lost quite a few, but it's mostly the weaker ones so far," Xingyu reported. Lin Xie looked toward the wall, while Zhang Luocheng picked up a small stone and tossed it over the wall. The moment it crossed the top, a blinding bolt of electricity shot out, reducing the stone to a pile of ash. "Looks like climbing the wall is out of the question," Lin Xie said, frowning deeply. "So the main gate is our only way out. What should we do? If the number of prisoners keeps dwindling, getting out of here will be almost impossible," Xingyu said. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng stared grimly at the battlefield. The prisoners, wild-eyed and cursing, hurled themselves at the soldiers with the fury of madmen. "If these people get out, the world will be in real trouble," Zhang Luocheng said quietly. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. "No matter what, these people are real criminals. If the price of our escape is to release them, then I'd rather stay here." "So we're giving up this chance to escape?" Xingyu asked, puzzled. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a glance. After a moment, Zhang Luocheng spoke slowly. "We are night watchers. We serve as soldiers of Daxia, and subduing criminals is our duty, but we also have to find a way out. It doesn't matter to me. As long as I'm with you, I'm good," Xingyu said, spreading his hands with a fearless air. Just then, a true powerhouse among the prisoners, who had been biding his time, suddenly made his move. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the military ranks, cutting down over a dozen lives. At the same time, a tank was twisted into scrap metal as if wrung out by an invisible hand. "The night watchers are all dead. Charge, everyone get out," a prisoner shouted. With everything they had, the prisoners surged toward the exit. Suddenly, their path was blocked by a wall of fire. Out of the blazing light stepped Wang Lu and Fang Yangwei. "The night watchers stand here. Who dares take another step?" Wang Lu's voice rang out like a thunderclap. But there were only two of them, and it was impossible to hold back such a massive horde of prisoners. At last, the wave of inmates broke through the doors before them, spilling out into the outer grounds of the penitentiary. At that moment, a pale violet glow appeared before them. It was the shape of a bony fist, slamming down with tremendous force and blocking the way forward in an instant. Zhang Luocheng emerged from the shadows, surrounded by that same violet radiance. His dark red cloak blazed in the firelight, and his straight blade gleamed at his side. "Night watchers? Didn't they all die? Why are there still night watchers here?" One of the prisoners cried out in panic. Lin Xie, golden light flickering in his eyes, stepped forward beside Zhang Luocheng, with Xingyu, still dressed in prison garb, at his side. "It's them again. They really think they're in charge. If you don't want to die, get out of my way," someone shouted. "They're just a bunch of kids. Enough with the talk. Let's just kill them. Finish them off, like I'd ever serve them food again." All at once, the mob of prisoners surged forward. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Xingyu moved in unison to meet them. With a flash, Zhang Luocheng unleashed the skeletal form of Susanoo. Even so, a handful of prisoners at the front were sent flying as soon as they rushed in. Chidori stream. Pale blue lightning erupted from Zhang Luocheng's whole body, stunning the advancing prisoners where they stood. The rest, seeing this display, hesitated at the edge, too terrified to press forward. "Zhang Luocheng of the Night Watchers stands here. Who among you dares to fight?" A faint violet glow radiated from Zhang Luocheng's entire body, leaving the other prisoners rooted to the spot, too stunned and hesitant to approach. At that moment, Lin Xie, holding twin blades, walked slowly to Zhang Luoqin's side. His heterochromatic eyes swept across every face present, one eye shining with a golden brilliance, the other immersed in utter darkness. Soon after, a young man in a black and white prison uniform adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. He clenched his fist in the air, and instantly, a frosty long sword materialized in his grasp. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the entrance to the fasting hall. The prisoners who had just stepped out onto the threshold now dared not take another step forward. Suddenly, a blinding golden flying sword shot through the air from afar. Atop the golden light, two figures clung tightly to each other as they headed straight for the entrance. "Ha ha ha, Jia! I finally found you!" Bai Lei Pang Pang, riding the golden sword, waved wildly at Lin Xie the moment he spotted him, his excitement barely contained. "Ow!" With a shrill cry, Bai Lei Pang Pang landed squarely on his backside, tumbling and scrambling his way to the trio's side. "HM? Bang Bang, Chao Yuan? What are you two doing here?" Lin Xie's face froze in surprise as he recognized them, caught completely off guard. Bai Lei Pang Pang got to his feet, straightened his clothes, and grinned. "Heard your chastity was in jeopardy, so I came running to the rescue. How's that for loyalty?" Chao Yuan, clutching a blade, walked over as well. "Heard you were stuck in the fasting hall. This fatso here raised hell just to break you out." Then, the two of them noticed Zhang Luoqin, still wrapped in his violet glow, and their eyes widened in astonishment. "Zhang Luoqin, you're here too? We haven't heard a word about you. Were you locked up in the fasting hall as well?" Bai Lei Pang Pang quickly approached. "Hey, what's with that violet light? You've even got ribs showing. Looks pretty cool." Chao Yuan was equally stunned, reaching out to touch the glow. "Didn't you see he's wearing a night watcher's uniform? That's definitely different, though. You can actually touch it." "Right. Where'd you been this past year?" "I pulled every string my family had and still found nothing. Never thought we'd run into you here," Bai Lei Pang Pang said, reaching out to touch the violet glow himself, his expression filled with amazement. Hearing this, Zhang Luoqin felt a sudden warmth in his heart and smiled gently. "Thanks, Pang Pang. But it's a long story." Lin Xie felt the same surge of emotion. He looked at Xingyu, then Zhang Luoqin, and finally at Bai Lei Pang Pang and Chao Yuan. All of them had come for him, breaking into prison just to save him after hearing he was in the fasting hall. Perhaps this is what it means to have friends, or rather brothers. "Thank you," Lin Xie said softly. "So what stage are we at now?" Bai Lei Pang Pang turned around to face the dozens of prisoners. "We're at the trash-talking part," Zhang Luoqin replied. "Trash-talking? Now that's my specialty." Bai Lei Pang Pang was just about to say something when one of the prisoners could no longer hold back. "Damn it, who's got time to watch your little reunion show here? All of you, get out of my way." A prisoner with a vicious face spat coldly. "So, what if you're night watchers? I've killed night watchers before." No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of powerful energy erupted. An overwhelming aura of the sea realm radiated from him. This sea realm master had been biding his time, holding back until now. At the same moment, two other powerful presences, no weaker than his, flared up from within the crowd. The time for restraint was over. Every hidden master made their move. With the appearance of three sea realm experts, the prisoner's morale soared, and all kinds of forbidden domains sprang into existence at once. "Chia, are we killing them all? Anyone who stands in our way, kill them all." Chao Yuan nodded, quietly reaching out his right hand to grip the hilt of his straight blade, drawing it half an inch from its sheath. A cold, menacing blade light flashed without warning, followed by a surge of black, sinister energy that soared skyward, instantly cloaking his entire body. In that moment, the legendary Black King Annihilation technique returned. A low, eerie laugh echoed at the gate as Chao Yuan, half man, half demon, grinned wide. The sheer force of his presence gave every prisoner pause. Madman Chao Yuan crouched low, his legs coiled beneath him. In the next heartbeat, he launched himself off the ground, vanishing from sight in a blur. Chao Yuan has reached the river realm as well. Witnessing this, Zhang Luoqin couldn't help but comment. "Damn thief Chao, stealing my thunder again." Bai Lei Pang Pang pulled out a string of forbidden items from his pocket. Instantly, dazzling lights of every color burst from his body, bright enough to illuminate the pitch-black sky. Seeing the crazed Chao Yuan in action, and Xingyu's eyes sparkled with obsession, his gaze transfixed. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Don't get any ideas. You'll never get a chance to dissect them," Zhang Luoqin murmured, having somehow appeared behind him. Hearing this, and Xingyu visibly deflated. "Fine, if I can't, I can't." Zhang Luoqin hefted his straight blade and charged into the crowd. Forbidden domains lashed out at him from all sides, but thanks to his absolute defense, Susunu, every attack was instantly neutralized. Right now, Zhang Luocheng was surrounded by the largest group. After all, Susanoo was enormous in this confined space, drawing every eye and every strike. With something that conspicuous, who else would they target? Just then, Zhang Luocheng's vision suddenly blurred. The Susanoo aura encasing him vanished without a trace, and then, shockingly, his own body began to come apart. Zhang Luocheng looked at his own body in confusion. His arms, wrists, knees, and legs seemed to divide his form into more than a dozen segments. It shouldn't be severing. Is this some kind of control-type forbidden art? Zhang Luocheng's crimson eyes swiftly swept across everyone in the room. Who specializes in such sneaky, underhanded tricks? Zhang Luocheng calmly examined every corner. After all, there were 40 or 50 prisoners here, each with a different forbidden ability. Those whose powers weren't suited for direct combat would surely be hiding somewhere, manipulating things from the shadows. Before long, Zhang Luocheng locked onto a spot in a corner. There stood a dwarf, barely a meter tall, his hands weaving complex gestures to guide his forbidden art. A tingling numbness washed over Zhang Luocheng's entire body. "Let's see how you handle an illusion," he murmured. He flung his straight blade directly at the dwarf. The blade sliced through the air at lightning speed, but as the main target of the arena, Zhang Luocheng was under constant threat. The blade hadn't even reached the dwarf when it was intercepted by someone else. Not far away, a one-armed man extended his only arm, conjuring an invisible cage that snapped shut around Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng let out a cold snort. In the next instant, Amaterasu, a line of blood-red tears fell from his right eye as a jet-black flame erupted on the one-armed man's body. A wretched scream echoed through the arena. The next moment, Zhang Luocheng's figure vanished without trace. No one could tell where he had gone, except for the dwarf, who alone understood. "Tsukuyami!" Terror twisted the dwarf's face, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. "May you remain trapped in your own mind forever," Zhang Luocheng whispered to himself. Seeing this, the remaining prisoners held back instinctively, each testing the waters, some even waiting for other experts to emerge from the crowd. Sure enough, just then, a shadow flashed behind Zhang Luocheng, a short blade clutched tightly, aiming straight for the back of his neck. But what happened next stunned everyone. The blade passed straight through Zhang Luocheng's neck as if it had sliced air. The prisoner gasped in shock, but recovered quickly and struck again. Yet, time after time, the blade simply slipped through Zhang Luocheng's body. It was as if the man before him was nothing but an illusion, though he was clearly standing right there. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. This divine might ability really is handy. With that, he stabbed his straight blade backward. A soft, wet sound followed as the previously invisible prisoner slowly reappeared. "How could you see me?" he gasped. "I saw you a long time ago," Zhang Luocheng replied with a look of utter sincerity. Then, turning to face the remaining prisoners, Zhang Luocheng leapt nimbly into their midst. For a split second, every prisoner stood frozen in astonishment. But in the next instant, all the forbidden arts erupted toward him at once. Winds howled, flames roared, thunder cracked, and lightning flashed. All kinds of powers burst forth. Yet in the very next moment, these attacks vanished without a trace. All the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning twisted and warped, as if sucked away, until they were swallowed up entirely by Zhang Luocheng's eyes. "Divine might," he declared. When their forbidden arts failed, the prisoners resorted to their fists and feet. Yet every blow landed on their own companions, passing straight through Zhang Luocheng's body as if he were made of mist. "Hey, why are you hitting me? I didn't hit you. Why are you hitting me?" And so, in this chaotic brawl among themselves, the remaining prisoners collapsed one by one, sprawled helplessly on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Luocheng stood there at ease, not a hair out of place, completely untouched. "Divine might really is handy," he commented with a relaxed smile. "Didn't even have to lift a finger myself." Elsewhere, Lin Xie, Bai Li Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Xingyu each fought in their own ways. By this time, the battle was almost over. Where there had once been 40 or 50 prisoners, only a handful remained. "Do you still want to continue?" Zhang Luocheng asked, surveying the prisoners sprawled around him. "Boss Zhang, we surrender," stammered one of the prisoners. "I don't want to die here. I was about to be released anyway. I was only locked up for a bit of theft. Please, let me go." Zhang Luocheng sheathed his straight blade, understanding that not all inmates in this prison were hardened killers. There were degrees of crime, and not everyone here was irredeemably wicked. "Stay here and make the most of your time. Remember, when you're released, repay society," Zhang Luocheng advised as he strode past them. The prisoners who sat slumped on the floor all nodded eagerly, and a few even knelt, bowing to him in gratitude. Meanwhile, The others were wrapping up their fights as well, except for one person. A chilling, maniacal laugh echoed from the side. Chao Yuan, the madman, advanced step by step, blade in hand, toward the last remaining prisoners. Help! Somebody save me. Please don't kill me. If Zhang Luocheng inspired awe, then the terror Chao Yuan instilled cut far deeper, an instinctive, visceral fear that drove the others to cower in the corner. Lin Xie glanced over at Zhang Luocheng. He didn't say a word, but the look in his eyes made his meaning unmistakable. Go on, take care of him. Zhang Luocheng let out a helpless sigh and, in a flash, appeared before the maddened Chao Yuan. This time, it was no longer the 3-tomo Sharingan. He revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, the murderous aura around Chao Yuan was extinguished, and his frenzied state vanished completely. He stood there, bewildered, then glanced around at his surroundings. It seems it's over now, Chao Yuan said slowly. To be honest, you've reached a new level. Without the Mangekyo, I really wouldn't have been able to suppress you, Zhang Luocheng replied calmly. Suddenly, Lin Xie seemed to sense something with his mind. His brow arched as he looked at the group. The master is almost here. We need to leave now. Leave? Bali Pang asked, looking utterly confused. How? Are we just walking out the front door? No, we're going over the wall, Lin Xie said, pointing to the steel barrier in the distance. Are you sure about this? And Xingyu asked. Lin Xie swept his gaze over everyone's faces. Once the master arrives, we won't stand a chance at leaving. Do you trust me? We trust you, they all answered in unison. Then follow me. The group sprinted toward the steel wall. Lin Xie planted a foot against it, a golden light flaring beneath his soul, and began dashing up the wall itself. And Xingyu, relying on the formidable adhesion of her lizard genes, clung to the wall with ease, closely following Lin Xie's pace. Bali Pang glanced at Chao Yuan and Zhang Luocheng, looking troubled. Yao Guang's a bit cramped right now. About my own way, Zhang Luocheng replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of white paper appeared from nowhere, gathering behind his back and instantly forming a pair of enormous wings. With his new wings, Zhang Luocheng soared upward, heading straight for the top of the steel wall. Wow, he's got wings. Bali Pang couldn't help but cry out. He activated Yao Guang, and together with Chao Yuan, glided up the wall. Lin Xie reached the top of the high wall and stretched his right hand above his head. Thunder chariot, roaring lightning. A surge of crackling electricity erupted from the wall, converging toward Lin Xie in dazzling arcs. Seizing the moment, the others all slipped past the electric barrier, only to be greeted by the sight of a sheer cliff. Below the cliff stretched a vast, surging ocean. White waves crashed against the rocky face, spraying water high into the air. On the far horizon, the first blush of dawn was slowly rising. Dance of the paper sheets. The moment the 5 of them cleared the wall, all except Zhang Luocheng leapt toward the sea below. But just then, from somewhere unseen, even more white paper fluttered toward them. As the paper neared, it transformed into wings for each person, attaching to their backs. Huh, I can fly now. Bali Pang stared in disbelief at the wings sprouting from his back. The others soon noticed the wings on their backs as well. When they saw those pairs of wings, fashioned from pure white paper, all eyes turned to Zhang Luocheng. Let's just fly across. 5 figures, each with a pair of wings unfurled behind them, soared toward the rising sun, flying over the sea to the distant shore. In the sky, the 5 of them glided as freely as birds, riding the wind with effortless grace. Zhang Luocheng turned to look back in the direction of the retreat hall. The building was growing smaller and smaller in the distance. Even from afar, he could make out a person wearing a fox mask, quietly watching them go. Swagger bro, Zhang Luocheng whispered to himself. Beside him, Bali Pang raised his middle finger in the direction of the masked figure. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If Pang realized that person was actually Shan Qingzhu, who knows what face he'd make. Luocheng, after fighting all night, can you still keep your focus? Lin Xie couldn't help but ask. They've been battling prisoners through the long hours of the night. Zhang Luocheng, in particular, hadn't eaten anything since noon the day before. To say he wasn't hungry or tired would be pure nonsense. Even though they were night watchers, blessed with powerful forbidden abilities, at the end of the day, they were still human. Go too long without food, and you'd get hungry. Go too long without sleep, and death might come knocking. To be honest, I'm not too tired, but I'm getting hungry. Why don't we catch some seafood and have a bite? Zhang Luocheng suggested. Seafood? Now that's a great idea. The mention of food made by Li Pongpong's eyes light up. With a vast ocean right before them, they could catch whatever they wanted. Should I conjure up an ice boat? And Xingyu offered. Ice? Wouldn't that be too cold? We might not even be able to light a fire. Li Pang shuddered at the thought. Then what should we do? Your Yawang can't carry this many people, Lin Xie admitted at a loss. Zhang Luochen gave a resigned shrug. I'll handle it. With style. In the next instant, sturdy beams of wood appeared on the surface of the sea, assembling themselves into a small boat. Everyone stared in astonishment at the little boat that had suddenly materialized on the water. A boat? You can make something like that. Li Pang blurted out. A boat is nothing. I could build a house if I wanted to, Zhang Luochen replied, swooping down onto the deck. The others followed and landed on the boat as well. The moment their feet touched the deck, the wings on their backs vanished without a trace. Is this boat sturdy? Li Pang asked, sizing it up. Don't worry. This boat will get you to the shore safe and sound. It's solid as a rock. Zhang Luochen settled down comfortably at the side. Yet, the others just stood where they were, all eyes on Zhang Luochen, each with a different expression on their face. Zhang Luocheng thought everyone was about to praise him, so he waved his hand casually and said, It's nothing, really, no need to fuss over it. Once I advance a bit further, I can make you an even bigger boat. That's not it. You misunderstood, Lin Xie replied. At that moment, and Xingyu also spoke up, the problem now is that the boat isn't moving. Zhang Luocheng shot up, glancing around. The little boat was just sitting on the sea, drifting wherever the waves took it. If they kept floating aimlessly like this, they might drift right back to the fasting house. I forgot. Why don't we try using Pong Pong's Thundergale? Pong Pong's Thundergale was set up at the stern, and with this burst of power, the boat finally started gliding forward. Lin Xie fished 6 fish out of the water. He was puzzled for a moment. There seemed to be one extra, but after glancing at Li Pang beside him, he decided to let him have an extra one. Fire release. A ball of flame sprang to life on the boat. Zhang Luocheng controlled it with perfect precision, making sure the fire didn't catch the wood. The 6 fish were skewered and roasted over the flames. Zhang Luocheng looked at the boat, then at the dancing fire before him, thinking to himself, so this 5 elements technique I drew, was it just so I could build him a boat and grill some fish? Come on, let's eat. I have to admit, fish roasted with Luocheng's fire release really does taste amazing. Yeah, I think we could even open a barbecue place. Might as well make the most of our skills. I agree. I'll get my family to invest when we get back. Everyone gets a share. Zhang Luocheng. The group enjoyed their grilled fish, sharing laughter and conversation as they drifted peacefully across the sea. Just then, Lin Xie's expression shifted sharply. He stood up abruptly, hand closing around the straight sword at his side. Xie, what's wrong? Li Pang asked, curiosity piqued. Lin Xie was tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. There's someone on the water. Zhang Luocheng's expression changed as well, rising to his feet, but unlike the others, there was a spark of anticipation in his eyes. He knew exactly who was about to arrive. Out on the sea, a figure approached them, walking steadily atop the water. The others stood up as well, preparing themselves for anything. A middle-aged man in a dark red cloak, a straight sword hanging at his waist, strode across the waves. He scanned their faces, a faint smile of satisfaction curling his lips as he spoke in a calm, steady voice. Good vigilance. No need to be so tense. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Fan, Supreme Commander of the Grand Xia Night Watch. Night Watch, Supreme Commander. At these words, each of them wore a different expression. Zhang Luocheng stared at Yi Fan's face, memories flashing through his mind one after another. Venerable Yi Fan. Yes, it was he who planted the seed of nightfall, and because of him, the dust-red sword immortal of Great Xia came to be. When Yi Fan saw Zhang Luocheng, he was visibly taken aback. Oh, Zhang Luocheng, I didn't expect to see you here too. After all, from everyone else's perspective, Zhang Luocheng had vanished for a full year. Not a single member of the Night Watchers had heard anything about him, and that included Yi Fan himself. Zhang Luocheng, a bit bewildered, pointed to himself and asked, You know me? Of course. I've seen photos of each one of you, whether it's you or Lin Xie. But since you're both here, there's something I'd like to get your opinions on. Hold on. How do we know you're really who you say you are? Lin Xie remained cautious. Yi Fan smiled and gestured toward Qiao Yuan. He can vouch for me. And besides, here's my insignia. Qiao Yuan nodded. He's Commander Yi, all right. He's the one who transferred me from the Fasting Institute to Mount Jiahua. At this point, the others had little choice but to believe him, and everyone sheathed their straight blades. Sorry, Commander Yi, we didn't know who you were just now, Lin Xie said. It's nothing, no harm done. Yi Fan waved away the apology, catching a whiff of something delicious. Grilled fish? Mind if I have one? Absolutely, here you go. Bai Li, ever the cheerful one, immediately handed him a grilled fish. Lin Chia blinked, thinking to himself, wait, 6? So that's what that was about. So, Commander Yi, what brings you to us this time? Lin Chia asked, his curiosity piqued. Yi Fan spoke up. The main reason I'm here is to hear your thoughts about forming a special squad. A special squad? Yi Fan nodded slightly and continued. Mysteries are cropping up all over Great Xia, and they're growing stronger, too. The current squads alone can hardly keep the balance any longer. That's why we've decided to form another special squad. However, Yi Fan's gaze landed on Zhang Luocheng. There are 2 candidates for captain, Lin Xia and Zhang Luocheng. Me? Zhang Luocheng pointed to himself, genuinely surprised that he was being considered for such an important role. Yes, when we discussed it, there was a lot of debate over who should lead. Some supported Lin Xia, others favored Zhang Luocheng. Some even suggested that each of you should form your own squad. And of course, there were those who thought neither of you was suitable. But the situation has become urgent. If we establish 2 squads right away, it might be too hasty. So for now, we'll start with 1 new squad, which makes the choice of captain all the more crucial. Lin Xia couldn't help but ask, but my strength is only at the Chuan level. There are plenty of people far more qualified and powerful than I am. Exactly, I feel the same way. The 2 of us have only been night watchers for a year, and to be honest, I was missing for most of that time, and he spent it in a psychiatric hospital. It doesn't seem to make much sense, does it? Zhang Luocheng chimed in. Yi Fan shook his head. No. Do you know what's most important for the captain of a special squad? Strength. Lin Xia ventured. No, it's potential. Both of you have shown extraordinary potential for everyone to see. In the eyes of others, you're not just gifted, you're prodigies growing at a terrifying pace. After the battle in Tsangnan City, even a master gave you a glowing review, Yi Fan explained. The master, huh? Zhang Luocheng recalled the master's face. Yi Fan went on, but since there was no word from Zhang Luocheng, we decided to give the captain's position to Lin Xia. We just didn't expect to run into you here. By the way, where have you been this past year? We couldn't find a trace of you. Zhang Luocheng smiled awkwardly. Honestly, I don't know where I went either. I only realized I'd been gone a year when I came back here. Well, what matters is that you're back. Still, since you're here, I didn't come all this way for nothing. The spot went to Lin Xia simply because we couldn't find you, Zhang Luocheng. Do you have any objections? Yi Fan looked over at Zhang Luocheng. No objections. I never wanted to be captain anyway, Zhang Luocheng replied, his only thought being to stick with the main group. Yi Fan turned back to Lin Xia. Of course, there's still many issues you need to overcome. Your lack of experience, your low cultivation level, and even some mental risks. So, you'll have to prove your abilities through your actions. Prove myself? How? Lin Xia asked. Form a reserve squad, a special team that's not officially recognized by Night Watch headquarters, Yi Fan said, handing Lin Xia a folder. Strictly speaking, this team doesn't officially exist. It doesn't belong to any city's regular squad, but you'll be taking on missions meant for special squads. If a city faces a crisis they can't handle, you'll go in and help resolve it. How do we prove ourselves to the locals? Li Pang asked, curiosity lighting up his face. There are no official records, so you can't prove anything on paper, Yi Fan replied. That's why you should avoid contact with the local teams as much as possible. But if we don't interact with anyone, how will anyone know we completed the mission? Lin Xia pressed. That's easy. After you've finished, just leave your own unique mark somewhere at the scene, Yi Fan said. Lin Xia's brows tightened. A ghost squad. Yi Fan nodded. That's right. And once you meet the requirements for forming a special team, you'll officially become a real special operations squad. What are the requirements? First, the team must have at least 6 members, but no more than 9. Second, the captain must have reached the pinnacle of the C rank. Third, aside from the captain, every other member must have crossed the threshold into the C rank as well. Fourth, the team must have experience in defeating an immeasurable rank enemy despite being of a lower rank. Fifth, the team must have rendered significant service, earning at least 1 collective merit at the star level or higher, and it must be attributed to the entire team. So merits earned at the training camp don't count. What if I refuse? What happens then? Lin Xia asked. If you refuse? Not much, really. That's your right. However, the reason I managed to get you transferred out of the psychiatric hospital was precisely because of this document. If you turn it down, I'll have no choice but to send you back for another 3 to 5 years of observation. 3 to 5 years. Lin Xia drew a sharp breath, feeling the threat couldn't be any more blatant. If I agree to be team captain, do I get to pick my own members? Yi Fan nodded. Of course. You have complete authority over your squad members. In fact, you can even recruit non-night watchers if you find someone with enough potential. They can skip the vetting and training process and become a night watcher directly, as long as they're willing. I can share one more thing with you. The 5th Special Squad's mission is related to what lies beyond the mist. Hearing this, Lin Chia's eyes lit up noticeably. At last, he said, "All right, I'm willing to be the captain." "Good. Then this document is yours. Once we're ashore, your first mission will be sent to your phone." With those words, Yi Fan produced a document folder and pulled out a single sheet of paper. Yi Fan's gaze shifted back to Zhang Luocheng. "Zhang Luocheng, your Forbidden Ruins name. Confucius already told you that a year ago, didn't he?" Zhang Luocheng nodded. "Yes, eternal kaleidoscope." Yi Fan nodded again. "As for your place in the Forbidden Ruins sequence, that's been under discussion for a whole year. At last, we have conclusion. You should know that among the top 30 in the Forbidden Ruins sequence, all have touched the realm of the gods. Among them, 23 are gifts from the gods, known as divine ruins." Zhang Luocheng nodded. Of course he knew all this. Lin Chia's mortal divine realm, ranked number 003, was one such divine ruin. In fact, Lin Chia possessed more than just that one. Yi Fan continued. "In addition, there are 7 other forbidden ruins that do not originate from the gods, but from humanity itself. We call them the 7 King Ruins." Zhang Luocheng understood and spoke up. "I know. The Wu Tong Xian we encountered was from Forbidden Ruins Sequence 028, one of the 7 King Ruins, known as Formless." "That's right. So after a year of discussion, your Forbidden Ruins has been designated as the 8th King Ruin, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 029, the Eternal Kaleidoscope." At these words, Zhang Luocheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 029, the 8th King Ruin, Eternal Kaleidoscope. This ranking was beyond anything Zhang Luocheng had imagined. He had thought that reaching around number 35 would already be remarkable, and even a spot in the top 50 would have made him content. But now, not only had he entered the top 30, they had even created a special new place among the King Ruins just for him. As he heard this news today, Zhang Luocheng felt a surge of excitement that words could hardly capture. "As for your Forbidden Ruins ability, our preliminary assessment is that your eyes can copy ordinary Forbidden Ruins and use illusions. Furthermore, according to the professor, you can also summon a pale violet, humanoid creature to fight for you. In short, this is the result of our year-long discussions. Here are the official documents." With that, Yi Fan handed the file over to Zhang Luocheng. Then he turned his attention back to Lin Chia. "All right, I've told you everything that needed to be said. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave." "Hey, wait a minute." Yi Fan looked at Lin Chia in confusion. "Could you give us a ride back to the mainland on your way out?" Lin Chia asked, not the least bit embarrassed. Yi Fan smiled faintly and turned away. His figure slowly faded from view. A special operations team must be able to handle any situation on their own. "Your test starts now, Captain Lin." With those words, Yi Fan's silhouette vanished completely into the boundless sea. Lin Chia sat back down with a quiet sigh, while the others all fixed their eyes on him. "What are you all looking at me for?" Lin Chia asked. "Chia, you're in a special unit now, and you're the captain. Aren't you excited at all?" Li Pang Pang exclaimed, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. "There are so many people who dream of joining a team like this. Why should I be excited? Isn't this just another tough job?" Lin Chia replied calmly. "But honestly, I never thought the jokes we made back at the training camp would actually come true," Chao Yuan remarked. Lin Chia rummaged through the file folder, pulled out a few sheets of paper, and handed them to Zhang Luocheng, Li Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan respectively. "These are the application forms. As the captain of the 5th Special Operations Team, I sincerely invite you all to join me." Zhang Luocheng took the application form. When he first arrived in this world, he had often imagined joining a special squad. Now, it seemed that dream was finally coming true. Li Pang Pang was so excited that he jumped to the bow of the boat and shouted loudly at the endless sea. Chao Yuan, with no hesitation, bit his finger and pressed a bloody fingerprint onto the application. "You're really straightforward," Zhang Luocheng remarked as he watched Chao Yuan's actions. "I just want to get it over with before I have second thoughts," Chao Yuan replied calmly. On the other side, Li Pang Pang also bit his finger and left his mark. Zhang Luocheng shook his head with a smile, then followed suit. Afterward, Zhang Luocheng looked to Yu, who stood to the side. "What do you say?" Lin Chia handed a sheet of paper to Yu. "Are you interested in giving it a try?" Yu paused for a moment, scratched his head, and asked, "Will you stop me from doing dissection experiments?" "As long as it doesn't threaten public safety, you're free to do as you wish," Lin Chia replied. "All right, I'm in. I'll join you as a night watchman. I have a feeling life will be a lot more interesting this way." Yu took the paper. Zhang Luocheng smiled. "See? Didn't I tell you? Especially if he's the captain." Yu nodded with a smile. If Lin Chia was leading, this was a life he truly wanted to try. He believed a life like this would bring him closer to the truth. "That makes 5 of us, just enough to meet the requirements for a team, Lin Chia said as he looked at the stack of application forms in his hand. Pang Pang, gather your strength. Once we reach land, our real mission begins, Zhang Luochang said, giving Bailey Pang Pang an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Bailey Pang Pang took control of his thunder whirlwind. With a powerful sweep, the little wooden boat surged quickly across the surface of the sea. No one knew how long they drifted, but finally, in the distance, a stretch of land came into view. Land ahead, and Xingyu called out immediately. Why does it look like there are so many people? Chao Yuan squinted at the shore, where countless tiny black dots clustered together. We're still too far to sense what's happening on the shore, Lin Chia said. At least we can see land. Let's just fly over. If we take the boat, we might cause a panic. Zhang Luocheng waved his hand decisively. A flock of white papers fluttered down from the sky, attaching themselves to everyone's backs. Gradually, pairs of wings made from paper formed behind each person. With that, the group soared into the sky, leaving the little boat to vanish from the sea below. Together, they flew toward the shore. They made sure to land in a spot away from the crowds. As soon as their feet touched the ground, the paper wings faded from their backs, vanishing without a trace. Where exactly are we now? I saw a lot of people on the shore just a moment ago. Bailey Pang Pang even stuck his head out, peering toward where they just left the bank. I picked up on a billboard back there. It read Golden Coast Bathing Beach. We should be in Honglian City now. Chao Yuan was taken aback. Honglian? We've made it all the way to the northeast. Lin Xie took a cell phone out of the file folder, switched it on, and instantly, a string of message alerts chimed in rapid succession. This time, our destination is Antak County, Lin Xie said, frowning. Antak County? Where's that? Never heard of it. Zhang Luocheng looked over, curiosity written on his face. It's a small county under Tiana City, not a big population, and it's actually the northernmost city in Great Xia. Beyond the primeval forest to the north, you hit the very border of the country, and Qingyu replied. That's about as remote as it gets, Chao Yuan remarked, raising an eyebrow. So what's the mission this time? Roughly 3 days ago, the night watchers in Antak County sent a call for help to headquarters. They reported discovering what looks like a large-scale, mysterious ant colony in the northern primeval forest. Its strength seems to fall somewhere between the river and sea levels. River and sea levels? Can't the local night watchers handle that? Bailey Pang Pang asked, puzzled. Not every local night watcher meets the standards of a big city like Guangshan. Chao Yuan replied with a resigned sigh. In second and third-tier cities, there are basically no sea-level powerhouses. In even more remote areas, sometimes not even a single river level exists, and there are so few of them, maybe just 2 or 3. In a place like that, they really wouldn't stand a chance, Zhang Luocheng explained. Bailey Pang Pang nodded in understanding. So, how exactly do we get to such a remote spot? Chao Yuan asked. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Luocheng. Catching their gaze, Zhang Luocheng immediately guessed their thoughts. Hey, what are you thinking? Fly there on these wings? That far? You planning to have me drop dead halfway? Forget it. Let's check out trains, maybe a high-speed one. A place this remote probably doesn't even have an airport, Lin Xie said with a helpless shake of his head. Hold up. Zhang Luocheng suddenly called out to the group. Shouldn't we change into something else first? One of you's in hospital clothes, another's in prison garb. Doesn't look too good, does it? Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan took charge of heading to the mall to buy regular clothes, pants, and shoes for the 3 of them. Lin Xie slipped out of his hospital gown, and Xingyu changed out of her prison uniform, and Zhang Luocheng ditched his night watcher gear as well. After all, striding through the city in that dark red cloak would be just as conspicuous. After changing into regular clothes, the group boarded an old green train bound for Antak County. There was no other way. This place was simply too remote. There were no direct high-speed trains, much less any flights. In the end, their only option was the green train, and even after reaching their destination, they would still have to catch a bus to get where they needed to go. A soft chime sounded. Zhang Luocheng was resting with his eyes closed on the train when suddenly, the familiar voice of the system made him open his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have become a reserve member of the special squad. Now announcing your next round of missions. Complete the first task and bear witness to the Emperor of Fengdu. The Emperor of Fengdu, Zhang Luocheng mused to himself. Antak County's night watchman, Li Diang. Just a 2-person team, and yet one became the Emperor of Fengdu, while the other rose to captain of the night watch in Shangjing. With a deep, resonant hum, the green train slowly pulled into the station as an announcement echoed through the carriage. And Xingyu and Pang Pang, you 2 go pick up supplies. The rest of us will look for transportation. As soon as they stepped off the train, Lin Xie assigned everyone their tasks. Remember, the climate here is extremely cold, and in the primeval forest, the temperature can drop to well below -10. We need to be ready for long-term operations in those conditions. Don't worry, Chia. Leave the shopping to me, Bali Pang Pang assured him, thumping his chest with confidence. Tianhe City was already at the nation's border, and, compared to other places, its facilities were far from complete. The streets were quiet and nearly deserted. To reach Antak County, they needed to take a bus from here. There's a station over there, Zhang Luochang said, pointing to a nearby terminal where a few buses were parked here and there. The three of them made their way to the station, found a driver, asked a few quick questions, and paid a deposit. About an hour later, Bali Pang Pang and Xingyu returned to meet up with them. How'd it go? Did you get everything? Lin Xie asked Xingyu directly. Xingyu looked a bit uncomfortable and hesitated before replying. We got everything, but as long as you got it all, that's what matters, Lin Xie nodded. Zhang Luocheng had to stifle a laugh. He knew that tonight, when Pang Pang revealed what he'd bought, everyone was bound to be surprised. Bali Pang Pang wasted no time, pulling out thermal suits and hiking packs for everyone, along with food, water, and all the essentials for survival. Lin Xie's plan was for them to disguise themselves as adventurers, which would make it easier to enter the mountains. In case they got separated, at least everyone would have their own supplies. The bus rattled and bumped along the road for another 5 hours before they finally arrived in Antak County. It's already been so many days. Are we going to make it in time? And Xingyu asked. It shouldn't be a problem. If we really couldn't make it in time, Commander, you would have just brought us here directly, Zhang Luochen explained at once. The group stepped off the bus, and the sight before their eyes made them pause in astonishment. In the distance, at the far edge of the azure sky, beyond the endless mountain ranges, a wall of mist where earth and sky met looked like an unending, white barrier. The fog pressed tightly along the border of Daxia, churning and roiling as if some invisible force was holding it firmly at bay, keeping it entirely outside. So that's the mist? This was the first time Zhang Luochen had seen it since arriving in this world. He had never witnessed such a scene before, and its impact left him shaken. It's truly beyond imagination, Chao Yuan remarked with a sigh. Let's head over to the Watcher's outpost first. Lin Xie withdrew his gaze and suggested. To the outpost? Weren't we supposed to avoid contact? Why are we walking straight in? Bailey Pang Pang asked, puzzled. This is a primeval forest. If we just wander in, we'll be like headless flies, totally lost, Zhang Luochen explained from the side. So, where else would we find clues? And Xingyu smiled faintly and turned to Bailey Pang Pang. The Watcher's outpost, Bailey Pang Pang replied. But isn't going straight to the Watcher's outpost for clues a little too risky? Chao Yuan voiced his concern. Lin Xie spoke slowly. Maybe we can try a more straightforward approach. Antak County wasn't very large. There was only a single main road, with the rest made up of narrow alleys and winding paths. Along the way, there weren't many shops, just a few simple eateries and some everyday stores. Almost all the buildings here were single-story, and though there were occasional people in the street, the place felt cold and deserted. Most likely, the constant presence of the mist had driven many residents away. This is the outpost. Bailey Pang Pang couldn't help but ask, staring at the squat, dilapidated house before them. The group fell silent as they took in the scene. This area was even more desolate, with muddy paths twisting around and not another building in sight for 3 kilometers. It was as if this lone house stood entirely apart from the rest of Antak County, isolated from the world. The house itself was old, the paint on its outer walls peeling, and the uneven ground at the entrance only added to the sense of neglect. A white metal sign hung out front, marked with bold characters. Antak County Forestry Bureau. This is the location Commander Yi sent us, Lin Xie said, checking his phone. Only 2 people on the team. Zhang Luochen glanced at the message on Lin Xie's phone. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the smallest team in all of Daxia. What? Only 2 people, and both are just at the Qi level? Bali Pang Pang squeezed over to listen. Normally, Night Watcher squads are stationed in city-level locations. But because Antak County is so far from Tianhe City, an extra team was assigned here, Zhang Luocheng explained from the side. So, every Night Watcher squad's environment and circumstances are different in each city, and so are their lives, right, Pang Pang? Zhang Luocheng turned to look at Bailey Pang Pang. Bailey Pang Pang knew this better than anyone. After all, under the protection of his Bailey family, the Night Watchers in Guangshan City lived lives free of want. Let's head inside and take a look. No matter what, this mission is urgent. We need to find a chance to uncover some clues inside, Lin Xie said slowly. With that, Lin Xie took the lead, walking up to the entrance and knocking on the door. The heavy door creaked open, and a young man, barely past 20, poked his head out. He opened the door wide, only to freeze in surprise at the sight of 5 young people dressed like tourists. And you are? Han studied them with curiosity. Zhang Luocheng stepped forward, pulling down his thick mask, his face beaming with a friendly smile. Hi there. We're here for a trip, but we're not too familiar with the woods out front. Would you happen to have a map we could use? A map? Li Diyang stormed out from inside, his tone impatient. What do you think this place is? A theme park? That's a primeval forest out there. Zhang Luocheng glanced from Chen Han to Li Diyang. Their identities were already clear as day. Seeing them both, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The longer he stayed here, the more characters from a novel seemed to step right out of the pages and into real life before him. In the future, he'd meet even more people, perhaps even gods, and he realized he had already become a part of the story himself. Lin Xie appeared inside the house, then pointed toward a map on the blackboard. Then what's that on the blackboard? That's just a layout of the forest reserve. It's got nothing to do with the primeval woods behind us. Besides, you're not allowed to enter those woods, Chen Han replied calmly. Why not? Lin Xie asked. Because there are bears in there. Bears? Lin Xie's eyes lit up with excitement. That's perfect. We're making a documentary about bears. Chen Han frowned, unconvinced. A bear documentary? Of course. Have you ever seen Boonie Bears? That's exactly what we're filming. Briar, Bramble, and Loggervik. Zhang Luocheng said, even miming the characters as he spoke. But Chen Han and Li Diyang just stared at Zhang Luocheng in confusion. In fact, even Lin Xie and the others looked bewildered. Boonie Bears. Luocheng, your reflexes are really sharp. Bali Pang Pang whispered softly in Zhang Luocheng's ear. Zhang Luocheng could only smile wryly, thinking to himself, if it's got anything to do with bears, that's the only thing that comes to mind. Young folks, the wind is strong and it's cold outside. Come in, have some water, and warm yourselves, Li Diyang said as he took out a thermos and poured water into 5 paper cups. The 5 of them stepped inside, setting down their hiking packs. The room was simply furnished. There was just a square table in the center, and they all sat around it, taking off their gloves and warming their hand by the stove. Young people, I don't care what you're here for, but let me be clear, you can't go in right now. This is no joke, Li Diyang said sternly. Of course, if you really want to go in, you'll have to wait a month. The 5 exchanged glances. Lin Xie signaled by Li Pang Pang and Xingyu with his eyes. And Xingyu slowly stood up and began to look around the room, finally turning her gaze to the map on the blackboard. Li Pang Pang pulled out a Rolex. Uncle, what's really going on in these woods? Why can't we go in? Come on, tell us. Li Diyang glanced at the watch, then replied coldly, don't try your city tricks on me. You rich kids looking for a thrill. I'll give you some advice. Don't risk your lives for a bit of excitement. After Xingyu finished examining the map, she nodded at Lin Xie. Lin Xie chatted casually with Li Diyang for a few more moments. Then the group stood up and slipped out the door. Back on the street, they regrouped. Did everyone get it down? Lin Xie asked. I've got it, no mistake. That map is of this whole stretch of primeval forest, but there are some markings I don't recognize. We'll need to study those. And Xingyu replied, pushing her glasses up her nose. Wait, you memorized it in just those few minutes? Li Pang Pang asked in disbelief. Minutes? 10 seconds was plenty. And Xingyu answered sincerely. Luocheng, your bear alert idea was right on time, Lin Xie said, walking over and giving Zhang Luocheng a pat on the shoulder. I just blurted it out, Zhang Luocheng admitted honestly. He hadn't expected, they'd never heard of it. I thought you were going to knock them out and interrogate them, and Xingyu said, walking over. Lin Xie's eyelid twitched. We're all night watchers here. No need to go that far. We just planned to snatch a clue or two, but who knew they'd hang the clues right there on the blackboard? Still, it's odd. Chao Yuan spoke up, sounding puzzled. Such a remote place, and yet there's something this mysterious here. Who can say? This so-called mystery comes straight out of this primeval forest. It seems we'll have to see for ourselves. Zhang Luocheng tilted his head slightly, gazing into the depths of the ancient woods. We're fully equipped now, and we have a lead. I think it's time we set out, Chao Yuan said. Let's go. 5 figures moved in perfect unison toward the primeval forest. Their silhouettes gradually faded, swallowed whole by the towering trees. The path into the woods was not as difficult as they'd imagined. The ground was surprisingly even, the trees not especially dense or tall. The 5 of them, heavy backpacks strapped to their backs and flashlights in hand, made their way slowly through the woods. This is the right path, isn't it? Lin Xie, gifted with psychic perception, once again took the lead at the front of the group. Zhang Luocheng, his Sharingan eyes sharp for every detail, brought up the rear. Yes, and Xingyu nodded. It's the right direction, but we need to go deeper. If we keep walking for about 3 more hours, we'll reach an abandoned logging camp. That's where the first traces of the mystery appeared. An abandoned logging camp? Li Pang Pang blurted out. If it's abandoned, why would anyone go there? And how is it discovered? Chao Yuan paused, glancing back at Bai Li Pang Pang with a curious look. "What are you staring at me for?" Bai Li Pang Pang asked, puzzled. "Your head might not work the same as everyone else's, but you sure notice the oddest things," Chow Yuan replied. "The report didn't mention that," Lin Xie said. And Xing Yu thought for a moment. "I heard some rumors while we were stocking up on supplies." "Rumors?" And Xing Yu shared the story he'd overheard with the group. By the end of it, Bai Li Pong Pong's face had gone ghostly pale. At some point, a string of prayer beads had appeared in his hands, and he was murmuring prayers under his breath. A land of the dead hidden within the primeval forest. "That is intriguing," Chow Yuan said thoughtfully. Just then, Lin Xie suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the others immediately halted behind him. "What's wrong?" "There's something nearby." At Lin Xie's warning, everyone tensed up. Chow Yuan gripped his straight blade, and Xing Yu raised his hands, the threads of his ghost silk, ready to strike, and the rest drew their blades without hesitation. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, empty palm. Zhang Luochang struck first, activating the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes. The mysterious presence had already entered his field of vision. A wave of force sliced through the air, heading straight into the thicket. Instantly, a piercing, shrill howl erupted from the shadows, harsh and sharp enough to set everyone's nerves on edge. At that very moment, a black figure burst from the woods, charging toward the 5 of them like a wild bull. It moved so swiftly that the group barely had time to react. They scattered to the sides, dodging just in time as the shadowy form hurtled past and crashed headlong into a massive tree behind them. With a tremendous crash, the tree toppled to the ground. Appearing before their eyes was a giant ant, its body a deep, blood-red hue, so vivid that it seemed to cast a strange glow over its surroundings. The giant ant twisted its body, turning to face the 5 of them once more. From its mandibles came a bizarre, piercing screech, its 6 legs scuttling at a furious pace as it charged straight at Bai Li Pang Pang. "Damn it! Why is it coming after me?" Bai Li Pang Pang cursed in frustration. "Earth release, earth flow wall." Suddenly, a wall of solid earth sprang up in front of the giant ant. With a dull thud, the creature crashed hard into the barrier, stumbling back several steps. The earth wall, having absorbed the impact, collapsed with a thunderous rumble. But the ant was clearly worse for wear. Its head was spinning, dazed from the collision. Amaterasu. Zhang Luochang activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing a jet of black flames that instantly surged toward the giant ant, igniting its back. A wail of agony echoed through the entire forest. In a blur of motion, Lin Xie darted forward, both straight-edge blades in hand. With swift, decisive strikes, he severed 2 of the giant ant's legs. The monstrous body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. "Cut its antenna groove." And Xing Yu's eyes flashed gray as she suddenly spoke up. "Where's the antenna groove?" Lin Xie couldn't help but ask. "It's the shallow depression just behind the 2 antennae on its head." With a leap, Lin Xie drove his blade precisely into the spot and Xing Yu indicated. The giant ant, which had still been struggling, fell instantly silent. "Preserve the body," and Xing Yu called out urgently, noticing that the black flames were still devouring the ant's corpse. Zhang Luochang fixed his gaze on the flames, and in the next moment, they vanished completely, leaving only the giant ant's body lying quietly on the ground. A burst of frost appeared in Xing Yu's palm as she cooled the ant's body. Then she took out a black box, opened it to reveal a neatly arranged collection of a dozen or so specialized blades, and began the dissection. After about 10 minutes, Xing Yu put away the blades and slowly rose to her feet, saying, "This creature doesn't belong to any known modern species. It must be a mystery. Judging by its body structure, it appears to be a worker ant, and a newly hatched one at that. So, this time we're dealing with a colony-type mystery. Who knows how many worker ants are hidden in this ancient forest?" Zhang Luochang remarked. Lin Xie nodded. "Where there's a colony-type mystery, there's always a leader lurking somewhere. So, there's actually a queen ant in this forest. If even the worker ants have reached the river level, then the queen must be at least at the sea level," Zhang Luochang said with a grave expression. "There's one more thing," and Xing Yu continued after a moment's reflection. "When I cut open its stomach just now, it was empty. That means what we just witnessed was likely hunting behavior." "Hunting behavior?" "Normally, ants collect food and carry it back to their nest. If they're out hunting now, it must mean their food stores have almost run out," Zhang Luochang remarked. Lin Xie's brows knit together. If the nest food is gone, they'll become desperate in their search. To sustain such a large colony in this primeval forest, they'll have to expand their search area. "So, is it possible they'll start searching toward the towns?" Bai Li Pang Pang asked. "Not necessarily," and Xing Yu analyzed. "Their nest is deep within the forest. Expanding their search doesn't mean they'll head straight for the towns. Still, it's a possibility. I guess a lot of worker ants are out looking for food right now, Lin Xie added. But this forest is so vast, it won't be easy to find the nest, Bali Pang Pang said as he looked around, letting out a helpless sigh. I can use paper cranes to help search, but it's so dark now. It might take some time, Zhang Luocheng replied. Lin Xie nodded. For now, that's the best we can do. Also, let's see if we can find any more worker ants. Keep one alive. I have an idea I want to test. Zhang Luocheng raised a hand, and several sheets of white paper fluttered swiftly before him. Each piece folded itself into a paper crane, and they flew off in different directions. Once everything was set, the 5 of them resumed their journey, heading toward the direction of the abandoned lumberyard. They walked for several more hours. During that time, a few paper cranes returned, but all came back empty-handed. Not a single nest, not even a single worker ant was found. They've all come back? Lin Xie asked, watching the paper cranes return one after another. There's still one left, but should be back soon, Zhang Luocheng said, gazing into the pitch-black darkness ahead. It looks like the abandoned lumberyard is just up ahead. Lin Xie also sensed the lumberyard ahead with his spiritual awareness. And Xingyu nodded as well. That's what's marked on the map. Bai Li Pang Pang shone his flashlight forward. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the eerier and more menacing it felt. The whole way, the chubby fellow was nearly scared out of his wits. Just then, a white paper crane suddenly fluttered back and landed in Zhang Luocheng's hand. Did you find anything? Lin Xie asked. In the abandoned forest farm, there's a low building. Behind the third window from the left on the second floor, there's someone. Someone? Bai Li Pang Pang asked cautiously. Is it a corpse or a living person? No, neither. It's a paper effigy used for burial rites. With a metallic sound, Zhang Luocheng drew his straight blade. Hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang couldn't help but swallow nervously. What should we do then? A burial paper effigy? Could it be something mysterious as well? Lin Xie asked, puzzled. We'll only know if we see it for ourselves. Zhang Luocheng's brow furrowed as he stepped forward slowly. Turn off the flashlights, Lin Xie instructed. Everyone promptly switched off their flashlights. After seeing the others do so, Bai Li Pang Pang hesitated for a moment, but then turned his off as well. Looking in the direction indicated, they tried to make no sound at all. Lin Xie's psychic senses had already locked onto the effigy's position, and Zhang Luocheng's Sharingan fixed it in his sight. But before they could approach, a sudden noise came from the second floor. The paper effigy abruptly sprang into motion, fleeing from the other side of the building. Catch it, don't let it get away. Before Lin Xie could even speak, and Xingyu had already darted forward, a surgical scalpel clutched in his hand. But the paper effigy moved with uncanny speed. Perhaps because it had no weight, even with Lin Xie's psychic perception, all he could do was watch it slip farther and farther away until it vanished completely from his senses. After chasing for a while, the group saw Lin Xie stop. The others halted as well. That paper effigy is just too fast. It's already beyond my psychic range, Lin Xie said helplessly. Forget it. I'll keep using my paper cranes to scout the area, Zhang Luocheng said as he released several more paper cranes. Lin Xie walked to a relatively open patch of ground, scanned the area with his psychic sense, and, finding nothing out of the ordinary, spoke up, let's rest here for now. They had been in the primeval forest for about 6 hours by now. It was deep into the night, and after all the fighting and chasing, they needed to recover their strength. There were still bigger challenges ahead. Suddenly, I'm thinking, doesn't this paper effigy fit perfectly with that old legend? And Xingyu spoke up. Yeah, pale face, indistinct features. When you put it that way, it really does match the description. Zhang Luocheng added, and the time and place all line up too. Otherwise, the coincidence would be too much. So, if the paper effigy is real, does that mean the other legends might be true as well? Chao Yuan chimed in at this moment. You mean, the kingdom of the dead? Zhang Luocheng asked in reply. It seems this place holds more secrets than we imagined. Lin Xie sighed lightly. Well, let's rest for now. Pang Pang, take out the tents and everything else. Okay. Bai Li Pang Pang responded cheerfully, reaching into his pocket. With a practiced motion, he produced 2 enormous black tents and set them right in the clearing. Lin Xie was momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. This? The others were equally astonished, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement. With the tents ready, let's decide on the night watch order, Lin Xie began, just as he was about to continue. Hold on. Zhang Luocheng and Bai Li Pang Pang spoke up at the same time, glancing at each other in surprise. The others looked at them puzzled. Bai Li Pang Pang eyed Zhang Luocheng, thinking, you didn't go by any supplies. Don't tell me you have a trick up your sleeve too. He said, why don't you go first? Zhang Luocheng thought for a moment, then replied, all right, actually, we don't have to rough it out here. We don't have to sleep outside. Even Bailey Pang Pang was confused this time. Intense. Where else could we stay? It's not like there's a hotel or any houses here, Bailey Pang Pang said. Exactly, houses. We can actually stay inside a house. As soon as Zhang Luoqing finished, he walked to the open ground and pressed his palms together. Wood release. 4 pillars house technique. The earth trembled, and massive wooden pillars burst forth from the ground. In moments, a simple 2-story wooden house stood before them. The sight left everyone utterly speechless. A house had just materialized out of thin air. Sorry to make everyone camp here tonight. Zhang Luocheng dusted off his hands, beaming with satisfaction at his handiwork. Lin Xie said, I don't think you can call this camping anymore. And Qingyu, Chao Yuan, Bailey Pang Pang. The 5 of them stepped inside. The house was unfurnished and completely empty, but in the center, a spiral staircase led up to the 2nd floor. There's even a 2nd floor? Isn't that a bit much? Chao Yuan looked around in awe. Hey, now my stuff can finally come in handy. Bailey Pang Pang dragged the tent inside, and in the next moment, he produced 2 2-meter-wide plush mattresses. Then came velvet blankets, rocking chairs, an electric heater, even a diesel generator, diesel included, along with a desktop computer, a rosewood desk, a gaming chair, an air purifier, a humidifier, and a whole pile of other things. Floor lamps and string lights brightened up the house, while the rest of the items were arranged neatly throughout, transforming the space into a cozy, radiant home. The current situation is this. Zhang Luocheng has built a house in the middle of the primeval forest, Bailey Pang Pang has taken care of the interior design, and now, who would ever believe this is still a wilderness? All done. Bailey Pang Pang looked around at his handiwork, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. Is this what you call wilderness survival? Lin Xie stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Survival? This is clearly a vacation, and Qingyu said, massaging her forehead in disbelief. Late at night, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie opened their eyes at the same time. They sat up from the plush Simmons mattress, pulled on their thermal jackets, and made their way over to the warm stove inside the house. Shift change. You two can go get some rest, Lin Xie said to Qingyu and Chao Yuan. No need, the 2 of us can handle it, Zhang Luocheng said, stopping Bailey Pang Pang, who was sleeping like the dead, from being woken up. Lin Xie thought for a moment and agreed. The 2 of them sat by the fire, warming their hands, but before long, Bailey Pang Pang shuffled over, still half asleep and yawning. We were just thinking of letting you sleep a bit longer, Zhang Luocheng said with a faint smile as Bailey Pang Pang approached. Night watch is my shift too. I can't sleep through the whole thing. You want coffee or milk? Bailey Pang Pang asked, pulling snacks from his pockets as he spoke. Lin Xie's mouth twitched. Coffee, please. I'll have coffee too, Zhang Luocheng replied with a smile. With Bailey Pang Pang around, how could anyone suffer hardship? Lin Xie glanced at the steaming mugs of coffee in front of them. There were cookies and potato chips for snacks, and, unbelievably, a sizzling, aromatic snowflake steak. What baffled him most was the grand house sheltering them in the middle of the wild. The 3 of them sat together at the entrance, looking for all the world like retirees enjoying their golden years in a forest retreat. Eating steak in the primeval forest makes perfect sense, Lin Xie quipped. Zhang Luocheng suddenly sprang to his feet, and at that moment, Lin Xie also sensed something amiss. Not far away, a giant red ant was carrying an unconscious girl on its back, staring straight at them with unblinking, predatory eyes. I've been searching for you, and you come right to my doorstep, Zhang Luocheng said, his blade flashing into his hand in an instant. A piercing cry ripped through the stillness of the night. The giant ant, with the girl on its back, charged at them at full speed. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng sprang into action. Zhang Luocheng leapt high, a pale violet light swirling around him, and a massive hand materialized from the glow, snatching the girl straight off the ant's back. At the same time, Lin Xie drew both blades, slicing through the bases of all 6 of the ant's legs. The creature, unable to stand, crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Illusion technique, Zhang Luocheng declared, standing before the giant ant. The ant, which had been thrashing about, suddenly fell completely still. Lin Xie slowly walked up to the giant ant. An aura of utter darkness enveloped the area, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. I've figured out roughly where their nest is. Hearing the commotion, Chao Yuan and Qingyu, who had been sleeping, immediately rushed out of the house. They were met with the sight of a giant ant, stripped of its legs, lying motionless on the ground. In Zhang Luocheng's arms, a petite young woman was cradled. What happened? And Qingyu asked. That ant was carrying the little girl just now, Lin Xie explained. I think I saw this girl yesterday at the Forestry Bureau, Bailey Pang Pang chimed in. If I'm not mistaken, she must be Li Diyang's daughter. She was brought here from the town, which means their reach has already extended that far, Zhang Luochang said, taking off his insulated coat and draping it over the girl. Good thing we ran into her, Li Pangpang remarked. Lin Xie also took off his coat and laid it over the girl. Looks like we need to hurry. The hunting grounds are expanding, and soon the whole town will be affected. Zhang Luocheng nodded in agreement. Yes, let's head to the nest as quickly as possible. But what about the girl? Chao Yuan asked. Are we going to bring her with us to the nest? Inta County was much too far away. It would take 12 hours to go back and forth. If they try to send her home now, it would only hold up their mission here. Lin Xie glanced at Zhang Luocheng, who was caught off guard. Don't look at me. I haven't marked Inta County, so I can't teleport there. Lin Xie shook his head. That idea wouldn't work. Sending her home with Zhang Luocheng wasn't a solution, either. When we get close to the Queen Ant, I can set up a shelter for her. Once we finish, we'll come back to get her, Zhang Luocheng offered, having thought of the best option for now. That's all we can do. Let's bring her along, Lin Xie agreed. Wait, my pizza's almost ready. We can take it with us. If she wakes up, she'll have something to eat, Li Pangpang said, bustling off to check on his food. Before long, Li Pangpang had packed up everything in the house and stuffed it all into his bottomless pockets, returning the room to its original, empty state. What about the house? Lin Xie asked, glancing at the little home. With a sweep of Zhang Luocheng's hand, the small house collapsed in an instant, and every last piece of timber vanished without a trace. Lin Xie shook his head with a wry smile. That's one handy ability you've got. Once they had packed up their belongings, the group set off again, heading deeper into the forest. Every half hour, Lin Xie would use his power of dark intrusion to peer into the minds of the giant ants, confirming their route. After about an hour and a half of walking, the little girl on Chao Yuan's back began to stir. She opened her eyes to find herself surrounded by strangers, and fear flashed across her face as she tensed up, suddenly wary of her new companions. Little sister, don't be afraid. We're not bad people. We've met before, remember? Bai Li, the chubby one, stepped forward to calm the girl. You're the brothers from the train? That's us. Little sister, what's your name? Bai Li asked with a cheerful grin. The young girl hesitated for a moment, then spoke up timidly. My name is Li Tingting. Li Diyang from the Inta County Forestry Bureau. He's your father, isn't he? Zhang Luocheng reached out and gently patted Li Tingting's head. Li Tingting nodded. You know my dad? That's right. We're dad's friends. In fact, we were just having tea with him yesterday, Zhang Luocheng replied with a wide, friendly smile. At these words, Li Tingting finally relaxed completely, her fear melting away. Without missing a beat, Bali pulled out the pizza they'd saved for her from the insulated box and held it out. We saved you some breakfast. You must be starving. Go ahead, have some. Li Tingting took the pizza and began eating hungrily, taking big bites. Don't worry. Once we're done filming our documentary, we'll take you back home, Zhang Luocheng reassured her with a gentle smile. The five of them, now joined by Li Tingting, continued deeper into the primeval forest. After another hour's walk, a sudden shout rang out behind them. Tingting! Li Tingting spun around. When she saw that familiar figure, she cried out, Daddy! And immediately scrambled down from Chao Yuan's back, running as fast as she could toward Li Diyang. Li Diyang's lips trembled and were cracked from the cold wind, his face stiff and numb. But the moment he saw Li Tingting, the weight on his heart was lifted. Yet his frozen features made it hard for him to show any emotion. Tingting, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Li Diyang quickly checked her over, and when he saw she was unscathed, he finally breathed easier. I'm fine, really. When I woke up, I was already on Brother Chao's back, Li Tingting replied, shaking her head. Li Diyang hugged her tightly, then looked over at the group of five. You're the ones who rescued Tingting? That's right, Bali nodded. Did you see anything else? Anything unusual, like red ants? Li Diyang's brow furrowed in concern. Red ants? Zhang Luocheng crouched down and pretended to inspect the muddy ground. There aren't any ants here, not a trace. Li Diyang was at a loss for words. Not those kinds of ants. Never mind. How did you find Tingting? We picked her up in the woods, Lin Xie replied firmly. Picked her up? Li Diyang was stunned. Exactly. We just happened to be passing by, saw her, and scooped her up, Bai Li said, gesturing as he spoke. Let's put that aside for now. Didn't I warn you all not to go into the forest? Are you really so fearless? Li Diyang's frustration was clear in his voice. We've been in here for quite a while, and nothing has happened. Besides, if we weren't here, who would save your daughter? Bai Li Pang chimed in. Li Diyang was stunned, and for a moment, he really didn't know how to refute that. In any case, you can't go any deeper. You have to come back with me right now. You take your daughter and head back. We're not leaving until we finish filming, Lin Xie said, shaking his head. Let's go, or we'll waste even more time, Zhang Luocheng said. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Let's move. Not caring at all about Li Diyang's reaction, they turned and continued deeper into the forest. You. Li Diyang was furious that they ignored him. Xiao Chun, you take Ting Ting back. I'll go with them for a bit, then bring them back. But what if we run into... Chun Han hesitated. Li Diyang tapped the hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. Don't worry. I'll make sure they come back willingly. Chun Han understood and led Ting Ting back along the path they'd come. Once the two of them had left, Li Diyang turned and saw the group of 5 moving farther away. He quickly chased after them. Wait up, Li Diyang called out. The 5 turned as they heard his voice, only to see Li Diyang raising his hunting rifle. Is he really going to use it? Zhang Luocheng asked cautiously. So what do we do? Bali Pang Pang asked. If he's serious, there's not much we can do, Lin Xie said, spreading his hands. At the very least, we should disarm him first. Got it, leave it to me, Zhang Luocheng replied with a faint smile. Li Diyang approached, just about to raise his rifle, when suddenly, it vanished from his hands. Huh, where's my rifle? Li Diyang stared, bewildered, at his now empty hands. He'd been holding the gun. How could it be gone? Where's my rifle? What did you do? He demanded, addressing the 5 of them. But the 5 only looked back at him with feigned confusion. Your rifle? Isn't it right in your hands? Lin Xie gestured at Li Diyang's hands. Li Diyang looked down in disbelief, and the rifle was back, right where it belonged, as if it had never left. That's strange. He raised it again, aiming at the group. If you don't want a few more holes in you, then huh? Li Diyang glanced down at his hand again. They were empty. The rifle had vanished once more. Was he cursed? What did you do to me? Li Diyang demanded warily, eyeing the group. Uncle, your gun fell to the ground, Zhang Luocheng said, pointing at Li Diyang's feet. Li Diyang lowered his head cautiously, casting a sidelong glance at his feet. Sure enough, his hunting rifle was lying right there beside him. Don't move, Li Diyang warned, bending down to pick up the gun. But in the very next instant, a figure darted forward, and the rifle was snatched away. Zhang Luocheng toyed with the rifle in his hands, a faint smile on his lips. Uncle, if you can't even hold onto your gun, maybe you shouldn't be trying to threaten us. Li Diyang's face flushed with anger, his eyes practically blazing. Give me back my gun. But before he could do anything, the muzzle was already pressed against his forehead. Uncle, don't move. Within 7 paces, this gun is lightning fast and deadly accurate, Zhang Luocheng said slowly. Who are you people, really? Documentary filmmakers don't usually have skills like that, Li Diyang asked, eyeing the group warily. Why not? We've been training in martial arts since we were kids. Without some real skills, we'd never dare venture into a forest this wild, Zhang Luocheng replied calmly. And you think I'm going to believe that? Li Diyang gritted his teeth. Believe it or not, we're going to keep filming. Uncle, it's best you don't get in our way. Go take care of your own business, Zhang Luocheng said, tossing the rifle back to Li Diyang with an air of indifference. The 5 of them set off again, heading deeper into the forest. Li Diyang trailed behind, his eyes fixed on them. After a moment's hesitation, he followed at a distance. Yeah, he's still following us, Chao Yuan said, glancing back to spot Li Diyang, who was keeping a careful distance. Well, having him tag along is definitely going to slow us down, Lin Xie said with a sigh. But if we leave him behind, he might run into trouble out here, Zhang Luocheng added. Lin Xie nodded. There's nothing else for it. We're all night watchers. Let's not make things any uglier than they need to be. And so, Li Diyang continued to trail them in secret, keeping what he thought was a safe distance. He moved as stealthily as he could. At least, that's what he believed. They walked for several more hours, and the gap between Li Diyang and the group widened. Clearly, he was struggling to keep up with the 5 of them. Hey, you 5. Any further, and it's going to get dangerous, Li Diyang finally called out, jogging to catch up. Well, Uncle, you've been following us this whole time, Zhang Luocheng said, feigning surprise. Lin Xie rubbed his forehead, thinking no one could top that act. He spoke up. Uncle, we're almost at our destination. Once we're there, we'll start filming. If you're too tired, you should probably head back. Li Diyang was stunned. Too tired? Not up to it. He was a night watcher, after all. Surely he wasn't weaker than these youngsters. Just as he was about to retort, his stomach rumbled noisily. I'll have some biscuits, Li Diyang said, his weathered face flushing with embarrassment. He reached into his bag and pulled out a pack of compressed biscuits, handing a few packets to the others. You should have some too. You must be running low on your own food by now. Lin Xie checked the time, then exchanged a glance with Bailey Pang Pang before speaking slowly. Let's take a break as well and regain some strength. Bailey Pang Pang wandered off toward the woods, with Zhang Luocheng following close behind. What are those two up to? Li Diyang asked curiously. Oh, they're going hunting, Lin Xie replied. Hunting? There's nothing to hunt in this forest. Tell them to come back. I brought plenty of biscuits, More than enough for us to eat, Li Diyang insisted, pulling out another pack from his bag. At that moment, Bailey Pang Pang came running out of the woods, arms full, a bag of beef, a pile of tripe, and cradling a steaming hot pot in his embrace. "Look, I caught a wild hot pot," Bailey Pang Pang announced proudly. At the same time, Zhang Luocheng emerged from the woods as well, pointing back toward the trees as he called out to the group. "Come see. There's a log cabin over there." Lin Xie and Qingyu, Chao Yuan, Li Diyang. A wild hot pot, and what else? A log cabin? Rubbing his temples, Lin Xie addressed the two of them. "Didn't I ask you to find some reasonable food? And you, weren't you supposed to set up a simple shelter? A hot pot is perfectly reasonable." Bailey Pang Pang protested. "If we got a hot pot, then having a cabin makes it even more reasonable." Zhang Luocheng chimed in. Standing before the two-story log cabin, Li Diyang fell silent, deep in thought. There were even chairs set out at the entrance. How could there be a cabin here? It's a primeval forest. Cabins are normal here. Haven't you seen all those adventure movies? Zhang Luocheng replied. "That's right. And I even found a wild hot pot inside." Bailey Pang Pang added enthusiastically. "But this cabin, it looks brand new. And this hot pot." Li Diyang felt his intelligence was being insulted. "It all makes sense," Bailey Pang Pang declared as he strode into the cabin. "Look, there's even a tomato beef hot pot inside." Li Diyang. And so, the group gathered around inside the cabin, feasting on hot pot. Li Diyang picked up a piece of beef, hesitating for a long while before daring to take a bite. A cabin suddenly appears in the wild, and inside are two hot pots. "And you're all just eating away." Li Diyang stared at the others, who were tucking in heartily. "What else are we supposed to do? It'd be a waste not to eat," Bailey Pang Pang said, popping a slice of beef into his mouth. "Uncle, eat. This is a blessing from the heavens," Zhang Luocheng said as he dropped a piece of tripe into Li Diyang's bowl. The heavens? Even to eat hot pot? Li Diyang was truly at a loss for words. "Who knows? For all you know, you might even be having hot pot with the gods in the sky," Zhang Luocheng said with a gentle smile. Lin Xie shook his head helplessly and shifted the topic. "Uncle, you've been with the Forest Protection Bureau for so long. Have you ever heard anything about this place? Like those paper figurines, or the so-called land of the dead?" Li Diyang suddenly looked as if he had just woken from a dream. "I get it now. You're not here to film some documentary. You're after treasure, aren't you? No wonder you've got such skills. Listen, don't believe in those old legends. And besides, stealing treasure is against the law. I'm telling you, turn back before it's too late. Go back right now." At that moment, the iron box holding the giant ant began to rattle violently, the sound of metal striking metal echoing through the air. Lin Xie's expression changed as he glanced toward the woods. "It's too late. We can't leave now." Li Diyang turned his head, and for a moment he froze. All around the edge of the forest, giant ants began to emerge from between the trees, 30 or 40 of them, moving in slow procession. And among them, aside from the red ants they'd seen before, 5 new black ants appeared. Their shells were pitch black, their bodies even, larger than the red worker ants, and the aura they gave off was far more powerful. These 5 had clearly reached the peak of the river rank. "Why are there black ones now?" Lin Xie frowned in concern. After a quick assessment, and Qingyu explained they're soldier ants. "Most likely, they're the main fighting force, stronger and more aggressive. Maybe the one in the box is calling for help, and these ants picked up its signal," Zhang Luocheng said, watching the approaching swarm closely. "Too bad there's no queen ant," Lin Xie said with a quiet sigh. "Honestly, if the queen showed up now, I doubt it'd be a good thing," Zhang Luocheng replied. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. "You're right. So, what's our plan?" Before he could finish, a figure suddenly stepped in front of the group. Li Diyang drew a straight blade, his eyes fixed on the giant ants ahead. He pulled a medallion from his chest and spoke in a low voice. "Listen, kids. I'll carve out a path for you. When the time comes, just run as fast as you can. Remember, don't look back. Get out of here no matter what." "Understood. Understood. Let's kill them," Lin Xie answered sharply, and without waiting, charged forward. Li Diyang barely had time to react before all 5 of his companions lunged after Lin Xie, rushing the swarm of giant ants. Zhang Luocheng drew his straight blade in an instant. Fighting in the depths of a primeval forest, he decided against using his fire abilities. One spark in a place like this, and the consequences would be unthinkable. He swept his blade across one of the red giants, piercing straight through its body. The ant dropped instantly, lifeless. A chorus of guttural cries rose from the ants as they swarmed forward, closing in on the group. Zhang Luocheng reached behind him, pulled out several short knives, and tossed them with practiced ease into the fray. In the next instant, his figure darted rapidly from place to place, and with every move, he wiped out a giant ant in a flash. The speed was so blinding that it was impossible for the eye to follow. Li Diang stood frozen on the spot, utterly stunned by the scene before him. And those straight blades in their hands, he knew them all too well. They were the signature blades of the Night Watchers. These people were Night Watchers. Just as Li Diang was lost in his daze, a giant ant tried to attack him from behind, charging straight at him. "Uncle Li, look out!" As Zhang Luoqing's warning rang out, a pale blue bolt of lightning shot from his straight blade, piercing right through the giant ant in an instant. Li Diang was taken aback. He was clearly the oldest among them, yet now he was the one being protected. Zhang Luoqing vanished from his spot again. This time, a pale blue orb appeared in his palm, and he hurled it straight at a red giant ant. Under the relentless assault of the group, the red giant ants dwindled rapidly. At that moment, the 5 worker ants let out a series of piercing cries, and one of them darted toward Zhang Luoqing. "Divine might!" Zhang Luoqing glanced at the worker ant's legs, and a line of bloody tears slowly slid down from the corner of his eye. The 6-pointed Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, one of the worker ant's legs began to twist as the space around it warped. In the blink of an eye, that leg snapped clean off. Though it lost a leg, the worker ant pushed through the pain and continued its charge at Zhang Luoqing. But just as it seemed it would crash into him, it passed straight through his body. The worker ant paused, stunned, then quickly changed direction. The 2 antennae atop its head transformed into sharp chitinous spikes and stabbed down at Zhang Luoqing with vicious force. But once again, those deadly spikes passed harmlessly through Zhang Luoqing's body. He stood there, a calm smile on his lips. Then, the space around him began to warp as well, the entire area swirling toward his right eye. And in that moment, he vanished without a trace. The worker ant flailed its antennae, searching everywhere for Zhang Luoqing's shadow. But the very next moment, Zhang Luoqing appeared right above the ant's head. "Hit hit!" Zhang Luoqing chuckled softly, and the space in front of the worker ant twisted and spun wildly. The worker ant let out a shrill, mournful wail, its body fading away bit by bit, until it disappeared completely. Divine Might Space. This was not Zhang Luoqing's first time entering his own Divine Might Space. Back during the battle in Sangnan City, he had absorbed Loki's portal into this space. However, once the battle ended, he vanished as well. When he returned a year later, he made time to revisit the Divine Might Space, only to find that the portal was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Luoqing entered the Kemui space, descending slowly to the ground. The black worker ant crouched there, seemingly still frightened by this place. "Here, I won't hold anything back," Zhang Luoqing said with a faint smile. At that moment, a pale purple Susanoo enveloped his entire body. Half of Susanoo's form was clad in defensive armor, and in its hand was a purple bow, an arrow. Blaze release. Susanoo's Kagitsuchi. He loosed an arrow directly at the black worker ant. Instantly, black flames engulfed it. From within the fire, the ant's anguished cries echoed, growing weaker and weaker until they faded away completely. When the last sound died, the black flames vanished as if they had never been. In the primeval forest, Zhang Luoqing's figure gradually emerged. Then, from his eyes, there appeared the lifeless body of the black worker ant. Meanwhile, the battle outside was drawing to a close. Only 1 black worker ant and 5 or 6 red worker ants remained. Zhang Luoqing cast his Kemui gaze upon one of the red ants. Space around the creature began to warp, and in the next instant, its body was sliced in 2. Phew, using Kemui this much for the first time really does drain your mental energy, Zhang Luoqing muttered to himself. With that, this battlefield was finally cleared. This time, Chao Yuan had not unleashed the full force of the Black King's annihilation, so he was able to suppress it himself. Seeing that all the giant ants had been taken care of, Li Diang, who had been standing by from the start, grew visibly uneasy. "Are you Night Watchers?" he asked. "Yes," Lin Xie replied without hesitation. "Which squad are you with?" "We're not part of any squad." Li Diang was taken aback. "Not part of any squad? Are you kidding me? How could a Night Watcher not be assigned to a squad?" "Believe it or not, we're here to take care of your giant ant problem," Lin Xie said, utterly unconcerned. Then, Lin Xie walked off to the side, gathered all the bodies together, and completed the summoning contract. The others paid no mind to Li Diang's doubts and continued deeper into the forest, trekking on for a while longer. Suddenly, Lin Xie's eyes lit up. "We're here." Before them appeared a wide fissure in the earth, roughly 2 or 3 meters across. Staring down into it, they saw only darkness, no telling what lay below. "How could there be such a huge crack here?" Li Diang asked in surprise. And Xing Yu crouched down, inspecting the rock walls and the soil on either side. From the look of the soil, this fissure must have appeared in the last couple of years. As for the cause, it's unclear, but one thing is certain, it's not a natural phenomenon. This should be the nest we're looking for. Who knows how many giant ants are waiting for us inside? Zhang Luochang said, his expression grave. In any case, everyone needs to stay alert. Lin Qiye turned to Li Diyang. Uncle Li, we're going down now. You should wait for us up here. Li Diyang shook his head. I'll go down with you. It's dangerous down there. There's also a mysterious entity suspected to be at the sea level. If a fight breaks out, we won't have the bandwidth to protect you, Lin Qiye said outright. I'm still a squad leader, after all. I'm coming with you. Besides, my Forbidden Ruins ability might be useful for navigating this kind of terrain, Li Diyang replied. Lin Qiye didn't try to dissuade him any further. The group slowly made their way down the crevice using climbing ropes. They didn't know what awaited them below, and if they recklessly used the Forbidden Ruins to descend all at once, they might be caught off guard by any lurking dangers. It was safer to take it slow. They descended gradually, and after quite some time, still hadn't seen the bottom. At this distance, however, the Sharingan already allowed them to observe the situation underground. This isn't looking good, Zhang Luochang said, his voice tense. You saw something? Lin Qiye's mental senses had also picked up on what was below. What's wrong? The others asked, puzzled. Right beneath our feet, there are worker ants. And not just a few. There are about 400 or 500 down there, Zhang Luochang reported. What? How many? 400 or 500? The group's faces registered shock at the number. Don't forget, this place has been here for 2 years already, Lin Qiye said with a sigh. 2 years? So this mysterious presence appeared here 2 years ago? Li Diyang asked in disbelief. Given the current situation, that seems to be the case, Zhang Luochang replied slowly. With so many of them, there's no way we can handle this ourselves. Now that we know the exact location of the nest, let's wait for the Special Operations Squad to arrive, Li Diyang suggested. Zhang Luochang and the others looked awkward. They themselves were the Special Operations Squad. It wouldn't make sense for the Special Squad to call for another Special Squad's help. If there's a precedent for that, let someone else set it. Lin Qiye shook his head. We're not turning back. As long as we can find the Ant Queen and take her out, our chances of success are actually pretty high. But how are we supposed to find her? And Xingyu pondered aloud. And if we cause a commotion and end up being chased by over 400 ants? My paper talismans can transform into giant ants. I'll sneak in and take a look, Zhang Luochang offered. The power of the dance of paper already allowed him to morph plain paper into any color he wished. Back then, Conan had even turned white paper into a vast ocean, eventually creating the spectacle of 600 billion explosive tags. I can also transform into a worker ant. Let's go in and explore together, Lin Qiye suggested. You too? Are you sure about this? What if you get caught? Li Pang asked, his voice tinged with concern. Don't worry. Before Zhang Luochang finished speaking, he waved his hand. In a blink, his entire body turned into a pile of white paper, which then folded and shifted into the shape of a massive red ant. Lin Qiye summoned a magic circle, instantly transforming himself into a red worker ant as well. He landed next to Zhang Luochang, both now disguised amid the colony. From appearance alone, these two fake worker ants were flawless. They blended right in, seemingly unnoticed by the real ants, who continued marching along in their orderly formation. Zhang Luochang and Lin Qiye moved forward with the tide of ants, following the direction of the swarm. After some distance, Zhang Luochang's field of vision caught sight of a huge white ant looming ahead. Qiye, look up ahead. Zhang Luochang whispered urgently. Initialization. Lin Qiye's mental perception had also locked onto the queen's position. The two slowly edged closer. The white giant ant gradually emerged before them, its bulk towering at 4 or 5 meters high, now crouched low against the ground. However, a dense cluster of black soldier ants encircled her, standing guard like an elite escort. At the front of their current line, a pile of food scavenged from outside had been heaped into a small mountain before the queen. Every worker ant carried something, a scrap of food, no matter how small, laying it atop the pile. Qiye, we don't have any food, Zhang Luochang murmured under his breath. I've got an idea. Lin Qiye flashed a faint smile, then, with a stealthy motion, summoned forth a war mummy. Zhang Luochang caught the gesture and smiled as well, bracing himself for the battle to come. As the mummy reached the peak of the food pile, the previously lethargic queen suddenly perked up, her interest piqued. With a single gulp, she devoured the entire mound in front of her. In the next instant, beams of light burst forth from her swollen abdomen, and then, an explosion echoed out, sharp and sudden. The queen's anguished wail rang through the entire underground chamber. Half her massive body had been blown apart, yet incredibly, she still clung to life. She's still not dead? Zhang Luochang was dumbfounded. Half her body's gone, and she's still alive? Is the sea realm really this absurdly strong? Lin Chia recalled the mummy. With their target vanished, the worker ants scattered in a frantic search, while the grievously wounded queen, realizing she was under attack, immediately fled the area. The orderly ant lines descended into chaos in an instant. After her, Lin Chia quickly reverted to his original form. They had finally found the queen and inflicted a heavy blow. If she escaped now, they'd lose their chance. Zhang Luocheng released his transformation as well, turning back into a pile of white paper that fluttered toward the direction in which the ant queen was fleeing. But the black worker ants protecting the queen instantly formed ranks. Who would have thought that a group of ants could move with the discipline of a well-trained army? I'll hold them off. Go after the ant queen. The sheets of white paper gathered together, instantly reshaping into Zhang Luocheng's likeness. Lin Chia didn't hesitate for a second. He leaped forward, shooting straight toward the ant queen's direction. The black worker ants tried to block Lin Chia's path, but at that moment, a faint violet light suddenly appeared, cutting them off. Fire release. Zhang Luocheng unleashed Susi. A giant hand slammed down hard on the ground, and then another palm reached out, conjuring a ball of black flames. The black flames shot forward, landing on the foremost soldier ants, who immediately let out wails of agony. Watching Lin Chia's figure disappear into the distance, Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. Chia, go find your wife. Hello, everyone. I'm Yi Ran, the author of this novel. Here's a long overdue end-of-volume summary. Honestly, I originally intended to share this after the battle in Songnan City, but when I saw the stats improving, I just kept writing. I've been writing novels for quite some time, but my previous works never really drew much attention. This time, thanks to the popularity of Slaying Gods, I was able to attract such a group of readers, which I truly didn't expect. I'd also like to thank Sanjiu for their support. Slaying Gods is a novel I've always loved. In fact, right after finishing it, I was already itching to write a story in a similar vein. But honestly, my skills at the time were nowhere near good enough, and that attempt was a total flop. Later, when I discovered the world of fan fiction, the idea sparked again. I've also been following Naruto for 10 years, so I thought, why not blend the two? Many people have asked why I started the story with just the two-tomo Sharingan. The reason is I didn't want my new character to show up at full power right away. That would have broken the original plot. Besides, if he started out with the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, he could have wiped out those mask-wearing villains in an instant, which is not what I wanted. My intention was for Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia to level up together, facing challenges and gaining experience as a team. I've read Slaying Gods twice now, and while writing this fanfic, I kept revisiting it for reference. I really don't want the plot to fall apart, so I've tried to stick closely to the original storyline and preserve most of its elements. Of course, I constantly worry about crossing the line into plagiarism. Maybe I'm just a little too stubborn about these things. Here are some answers to a few lingering questions. First, regarding Jiang Qian. Her role was never intended to be that of the female lead. In fact, in the very beginning, I clearly stated in the synopsis that this would be a story with either a single female lead or none at all. And truth be told, I was leaning more toward there being no female lead. I know many readers are fond of Hong Ying and hope she would play the female protagonist, and indeed, other authors have written her in that role. But in my heart, I'm just as fond of Hong Ying. Calling her a goddess would not be an exaggeration. Precisely because she is such a beloved character, I am even more reluctant to designate her as the female lead. She started out as a little girl and eventually grew into the captain who holds Team 136 together. Her journey has not been without hardship, and even Sanju didn't give her any romantic storylines. So, I certainly won't either. As for why I chose Jiang Qian, the reasoning is straightforward. I needed a plot device later on for the protagonist to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Anyone familiar with Naruto knows that to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, one must experience the pain of losing a loved one. For instance, Uchiha Itachi awakened his after witnessing Shirsue's death. But in this novel, the protagonist has no close family, so I used Jiang Qian's death as the trigger for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps this explanation feels a bit forced, and admittedly, my writing didn't portray the event as intensely as it could have, so it might not resonate deeply with everyone. But this was a decision I had made before I even began writing the story. Now that it's already written, I don't intend to change it. Next, regarding the use of skills, I've since revised this aspect of the story. Many readers commented that shouting out the skill name every time was awkward. However, if you recall from watching Naruto, the characters always call out the name of their techniques. Since that's how it's done in the anime, I wanted to preserve that element in my writing. I just didn't expect so many people to find it cringe-worthy. So I changed it to the current format, where each skill is introduced in a separate line for clarity, At least everyone knows which technique is being used. Another point. Why did I choose Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan design over Obito's? For one, Sasuke's Mangekyo has been described in greater detail, which makes it easier for me to write about. Moreover, my protagonist follows a progression-based growth, much like Sasuke's own gradual advancement in Naruto, which makes the writing smoother for me. Of course, I'm also fond of the Kimui ability, so in my version, the protagonist possesses all the Mangekyo abilities, but simply has Sasuke's eye design. Naturally, as the story progresses, the protagonist will eventually gain the Rinnegan and even the power of the six paths. So, you can look forward to those developments. As for other reasons, back when I first started watching Naruto, I liked Sasuke the most. Obito only became prominent much later in the series. Although I'm fond of Obito too, Sasuke was there from the very beginning. He was the first character I grew attached to. I'm sure many of you have noticed that whenever the protagonist fights, Chidori is used the most, even more than Rinnegan. Add to that Sasuke's cool, aloof personality, and every time I write a fight scene, Chidori inevitably comes to mind first. There are also a few other issues. For example, at the very start, the protagonist had a habit of spoiling things and acted a bit silly. Since this was my first time writing fanfiction, I hope you'll forgive me for those early quirks. I've already changed this kind of setup in the later plot. As for the earlier parts, because there's just so much to revise, it would be quite a hassle to go back and change them, so I left them as they are. About the protagonist being overly goofy at the start, I just wanted to use some exaggerated expressions because when I was writing, I fully immersed myself in the story. At this point, some of you might be wondering if the author is actually this silly in real life. At the time, I thought if I really traveled into the world of Shinigami, I'd probably be excited too. This Bleach fanfiction hasn't done particularly well compared to others in the genre. So here, I like to ask those who enjoy it to help spread the word, so more fans of Bleach and Naruto can discover this novel. Sometimes when I'm writing later chapters, I can't help but think that if I'd handled some of the earlier scenes differently, maybe the effect would have been better. For instance, when the protagonist first encounters the faceless man, the first ability he draws is the 1,000 years of pain. If he gave the faceless man a taste of that, wouldn't it have made for a hilarious moment? But, oh well, the earlier storylines are already set. Honestly, I don't even know how long I'll keep writing this fanfiction. Maybe it'll end with this volume, or maybe I'll write another. I have no idea how many of you will stick around for the next part. This is my first time writing an end-of-volume summary, and I know it might be a bit rambling here and there. Still, I hope those of you who enjoy the story will leave your mark. Finally, I'd like to ask you all, please follow, please rate, please urge me to update, and please leave your footprints here. Thank you so much for your support, dear readers. Now, let's get back to the main story. A swirl of purple Susanoo enveloped Zhang Luocheng, but there were simply too many giant ants in front of him. Even as the ones at the front fell, more and more surged in to fill the gaps. Ow, that hurts! Zhang Luocheng clutched his eyes, facing so many giant ants, and straining his eyes to maintain the Susanoo. A sharp pain shot through his vision. In an instant, the armored Susanoo was reduced to nothing but a skeleton, yet its defensive strength endured, keeping the swarm of giant ants at bay for the moment. They still couldn't break through. Damn it, if I don't run now, I'll be crushed to death by these monsters, Zhang Luocheng muttered, ignoring the pain searing in his eyes as he glared fiercely ahead. Amaterasu, a jet of black flame burst forth, instantly separating Zhang Luocheng from the mass of giant ants. Sensing the blazing fire, a few ants tried to rush forward, only to be scorched by the dark flames. In no time, the rest of the giant ants dared not advance even a step. Zhang Luocheng deactivated Susanoo, wiping the bloody tears from his cheeks. Seeing the ants hesitate, he retreated quickly, slipping away toward another direction. But though this swarm had been blocked, more giant ants were closing in from elsewhere. This time, Zhang Luocheng refrained from unleashing Amaterasu again. He knew too well that overusing his eye's powers would drain his spirit alarmingly fast. With a flicker, his body dissolved into countless sheets of white paper, which fluttered swiftly away in another direction. The giant ants stopped in their tracks, baffled as the papers scattered before them. Zhang Luocheng made his escape in haste. Just then, a deep rumble erupted from the chasm, and the ground beneath him shook violently. Is that the all-creation resonance? Li Diang must have made his move, Zhang Luocheng thought, catching sight of several figures through the Sharingan. The ground where they stood had completely collapsed, and the giant ants that had besieged them had all tumbled into the depths below. Fortunately, none of his companions seemed seriously hurt. HM, what's blocking me now? As Zhang Luocheng reassembled himself from the white papers, he was about to use Flying Thunder God to reach Lin Xie, but it felt as if something was preventing the technique from working again. Lin Xie should have reached that place by now. Strange, something's interfering with Flying Thunder God again. At the same time, Zhang Luocheng noticed a trail of blood on the ground, almost certainly left by the Ant Queen. Transforming into white sheets of paper once more, he darted swiftly along the blood trail. After following it for a while, Zhang Luocheng arrived at a pitch-black, empty chamber. Restoring his physical form, he peered into the darkness. Even with the Sharingan, he could barely make out anything. Fire style. A small flame sprang to life in Zhang Luocheng's palm. Staring at the modest fireball, he couldn't help but think, well, if fire style isn't for grilling meat, it's just for illumination. The flame cast a broad glow, revealing more of the path ahead. Moving forward cautiously, Zhang Luocheng noticed the blood trail thinning out. Around him, the spacious, level walls were constructed from pale gray bricks, their cold surfaces stretching into the gloom. Was this really built during the Han Dynasty? Zhang Luocheng reached out and touched the wall, a chill seeping into his fingertips. For the first time, Zhang Luocheng was experiencing the relics of ancient times firsthand. In this moment, he felt as if he were an archaeologist, uncovering secrets from centuries past. Wait, where's Lin Xie? Zhang Luocheng quickened his pace, heading further inside. Soon, a massive bronze gate loomed before him. He didn't need to guess. Lin Xie was undoubtedly somewhere behind that door. And as for what Lin Xie would do inside, Zhang Luocheng knew better than anyone. It seems the heroine of Godslayer, Lin Xie's beloved, is about to appear. Standing before the enormous bronze doors, Zhang Luocheng felt their immense presence even more strongly. An inexplicable sense of pressure weighed on him. He hesitated at the threshold, aware all too well of what lay within. After all, this was the underworld, a place no ordinary person would willingly enter. Sigh, Lin Xie has gone in to find his wife, but do I really have to go in too? Zhang Luocheng lingered by the entrance, torn. No, I have to. If I don't go in and the mission fails, I'll lose everything. After a moment's thought, he resolved himself. Whatever happened, he needed to keep the story moving. Well then, today I'll brave the underworld. He placed his hands on the great bronze doors and tried to push, but they didn't budge an inch. If Li Diang were here, the doors would open on their own. His gaze shifted to a hole beside the gate, likely burrowed out by the Ant Queen. If Lin Xie had already passed through, there was a good chance the passage had been destroyed. But right now, there was no other option. Zhang Luocheng stepped up to the opening. Air schmelt. He slapped his hand on the ground, feeling a subtle shift beneath him. A new tunnel appeared, perfectly formed. Zhang Luocheng instantly transformed into a sheet of white paper and slipped inside. Emerging from the tunnel, he was greeted by the shadowy outline of an ancient city. A bone-chilling cold cut straight through his skin, making him shiver involuntarily. This place reeks of death. What a kingdom of the dead. Zhang Luocheng moved forward warily. He continued deeper into the city, watching as low, earthen houses gradually came into view. The staggered buildings before him painted the perfect picture of a long-lost metropolis. This scene reminds me of that movie, Zhang Luocheng mused, taking in everything around him, though there was still no sign of Lin Xie. But this must be the legendary Fengdu. And the Emperor of Fengdu will appear here, too. Zhang Luocheng glanced around, another shiver running down his spine. What a true underworld. Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here. Zhang Luocheng activated his Mangekyo Sharingan once more, and at the same time, the power of the Byakugan appeared in his eyes. Just then, several paper figures suddenly flew toward him from not far away. Damn it! Zhang Luocheng cursed inwardly, realizing things were not looking good, and swiftly leaped up on the spot. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. A massive fireball shot straight at the paper figures, but they moved with astonishing speed, dodging the fireball with a few sharp turns. At that moment, a thunderous crash sounded from the direction of the main gate. Zhang Luocheng glanced over, waved his hand, and a flurry of white paper gathered behind him, forming a pair of wings that lifted him directly into the air. As he drew closer, Zhang Luocheng noticed that Bailey Pang Pang was wearing a monocle, while Li Diang was at the very front of the group, running about in a panic. Hey, what are you all doing, running around in circles? Hovering in the air, Zhang Luocheng could see everything clearly. His companions really were running in circles. Meanwhile, the paper figures behind him were swiftly closing in. Luocheng, run! There are tons of ghosts here, Bailey Pang Pang shouted. This was the underworld, after all. Naturally, ghosts were everywhere. The reason these spirits were chasing after them was because Chao Yuan had the ability to help them move on, though his skills were far from enough. Besides, these paper figures were actually the underworld soldiers. Since they had trespassed here, of course the soldiers would pursue them. Zhang Luocheng had planned to lead them toward the main gate, But now he himself was being relentlessly chased by the paper soldiers. Left with no choice, he flew off toward another direction to shake them off. Just then, a series of majestic black palace complexes appeared before Zhang Luoqin's eyes. "This is the 6 palaces of Luo Feng," he exclaimed. The spectral soldiers behind him were closing in fast. With a quick sidestep, Zhang Luoqin darted toward the nearest palace without a moment's hesitation. He pushed open the vermilion doors and, once inside, quickly shut them behind him. The ghostly soldiers did not follow. Zhang Luoqin let out a deep breath of relief. All around him was pitch black. He conjured a ball of flame in his palm, instantly illuminating his surroundings, and began to make his way deeper into the grand hall. To be honest, actually arriving in the underworld is truly overwhelming. Zhang Luoqin couldn't help but marvel. If he didn't have the awakened system, not. Even in his wildest dreams would he dare set foot in a place like this. But now, with all these powers at his disposal, his courage had grown considerably. Moving further into the hall, Zhang Luoqin surveyed the space. "I don't even know which hall I've entered. I didn't get a clear look at the entrance just now." At that moment, something up ahead caught his eye. In the very center of the hall, row upon row of black wooden crosses were neatly arranged, and on each cross hung a set of bronze armor. Each suit of armor stood less than a meter from the next, packed densely throughout the grand hall. With a quick estimate, there were about 300 suits in total. This place, it feels strangely familiar. Zhang Luocheng tried to recall details from the novels he had read, but after all, it was a completed story with over 4 million words. There were so many intricate descriptions. He couldn't possibly remember every detail so clearly. The red flame in Zhang Luoqing's palm shifted to a deep green the moment he stepped inside, as though an invisible force was suppressing everything in this space. He gazed deeper into the hall. No 2 suits of armor were alike. Some were stained with blood, others bore deep gashes from weapons, and a few were battered to the point of ruin. Of course, there were also a handful that had remained perfectly intact. Suddenly, as Zhang Luoqing's eyes reached the farthest depths of the chamber, something caught his attention and he froze in place. There, at the edge of his vision, lay a rectangular red coffin. That's, though he couldn't see inside, the scene before him left no doubt in his mind about who rested within. Lying inside was none other than Jialan, Lin Xie's beloved. He hadn't expected that, by sheer accident, he would arrive here ahead of everyone else. So what now? Should I go in and open the coffin? But would that mess up Lin Xie's plans? Zhang Luoqing muttered to himself. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to step inside for a closer look, but thought it best to leave the task of opening the coffin to Lin Xie. As he prepared to enter the heart of the hall, he was startled by a sudden metallic chorus. The bronze armors around him let out a faint, synchronized clang. All at once, 300 long blades were drawn from behind the armored suits, each one pointing outward in unison, as if an unseen hand barred Zhang Luoqing's passage. "So, you're not letting me in?" He took a cautious step back to test the reaction. Instantly, the 300 blades slid back into their scabbards, and it was as if nothing had happened at all. "It seems only Lin Xie is allowed to enter without trouble. I see. They're protecting their master so fiercely. Fine, I'll wait for Lin Xie to arrive." Zhang Luocheng returned to the entrance of the hall. After all, the hall was chilling and oppressive, the atmosphere almost unbearable. He worried that if he lingered too long, he might become a ghost himself. A few minutes passed before Lin Xie's figure gradually came into view, illuminated by the flame in his own palm. "Zhang Luocheng." Lin Xie's surprise was genuine when he saw him. "Weren't you with Pang Pang and the others?" Zhang Luoqin rolled his eyes at him. "You went after the Ant Queen, so I've been moving on my own this whole time. I haven't seen a single soul from the others. And then, somehow, I ended up here without even knowing how." Lin Xie glanced around, then asked, puzzled, "So what are you doing here? Why don't you just leave?" Zhang Luoqin sighed softly. "I'd leave if I could." Lin Xie nodded slightly. "Fair point. You all still don't know the rule here. The living may enter, the dead may leave. Well, let's head out then. Looks like Pang Pang and the others aren't here, anyway." Lin Xie was about to turn and leave when Zhang Luoqin saw this and thought, "Goodness, is Lin Xie just going to walk away? Is he really going to leave his wife behind?" "Hey, don't go," Zhang Luoqin called, stepping forward to grab Lin Xie's arm. Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luoqin in confusion. "What's wrong? Since we're already here, shouldn't we at least take a look around?" "I just discovered something incredible," Zhang Luoqin said, pulling Lin Xie along with him. Lin Xie's face was full of doubt. "What did you find?" Zhang Luoqin led Lin Xie into the great hall, where 300 bronze-clad warriors stood before them. "Why are these things here?" Lin Xie muttered, then suddenly noticed the flame in his palm had turned a deep green, his confusion growing. Go inside and take a look, Zhang Luochen urged, pointing ahead. Lin Xie glanced at Zhang Luochen, still puzzled. Why don't you go in yourself? Zhang Luochen sighed again, then took a single step forward. Instantly, just like before, all the armored warriors drew their swords as one, facing outward in perfect unison. He took a step back, and the warriors sheathed their swords, returning to their original stance. Watching this, Lin Xie furrowed his brow. Is there something inside that doesn't want us to go in? Give it a try. Maybe, as the divine agent, they won't do anything to you. It's worth a shot, Zhang Luochen suggested, gesturing for Lin Xie to enter. Lin Xie hesitated. Is that really possible? Just try. When I was alone, no matter what I did, these warriors always blocked my way. But now that you're here, let's see what happens, Zhang Luochen replied. With a deep frown, Lin Xie peered into the darkness ahead, his face grave. After a moment's hesitation, he began to move forward. As he approached the armored warriors, they remained motionless, standing silently where they were. They no longer barred the way as before. Instead, it felt as if they were quietly awaiting the return of their master. Seeing Lin Xie pass through unharmed, Zhang Luochen smiled to himself. As expected, when it's my own husband, there's no stopping him. Before long, Zhang Luochen watched as Lin Xie reached the crimson rectangular coffin at the center. Lin Xie was now carefully examining the coffin before him. Well, what are you still looking at? Open the coffin already. Your wife's inside, you know. Zhang Luocheng thought to himself. A muffled thud echoed from within the grand hall. Lin Xie had finally opened the square coffin. Zhang Luocheng found himself wondering what sort of expression Lin Xie would have when he saw Jialan for the first time. From now on, the one who will walk with you to the end won't be me. From a distance, Zhang Luocheng watched Lin Xie, who was still asking Jialan questions. He saw Jialan gesturing, as if trying to explain something with her hands. 2,000 years. This girl has waited for you all this time. Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself as he stood outside. But just then, a heavy, reverberating boom sounded from beyond the main hall. Zhang Luocheng turned his head, peering outside, but at this distance he couldn't see a thing. Yet his instinct screamed that something must have happened to Pang Pang and the others. Is it the Ant Queen? Or is the Emperor of Fengdu returning to his throne? Zhang Luocheng's face clouded with worry. He turned around, just in time to see Lin Xie rushing out from inside, carrying Jialan on his back. Zhang Luocheng glanced at Lin Xie, then at Jialan. To be honest, Jialan was indeed beautiful, as one would expect from someone who once served beside the Queen Mother of the West. There was no need to dwell on her looks. The immortal maiden Jialan. Her presence was vivid and striking before him. Zhang Luocheng feigned a look of astonishment. I'll explain later. Let's go. Lin Xie called out, racing toward the main entrance with Jialan on his back. Zhang Luocheng hurried after them. Halfway there, Lin Xie even paused to grab Jialan's wooden bow and quiver of arrows. And so, Lin Xie carried Jialan, Zhang Luocheng following close behind. In that moment, Zhang Luocheng truly felt like the odd one out. Why did he have to stand out so much? At the Grand Hall's entrance, Li Yifei and Zhu waited, bored out of their minds. When they saw Lin Xie appear, with a woman on his back, no less, they were so stunned they could barely speak. Xie Yue? Zhang Luocheng, Li Yifei asked in confusion. How did you go in alone and come out with two others? Zhu's body began to tremble uncontrollably when she saw Zhang Luocheng. You're from the training camp, the one with those terrifying eyes. Zhang Luocheng paused in surprise. So much time had passed, and yet Zhu still held a grudge. Li Yifei, who would have thought I'd run into you here? Yeah, long time no see, Zhang Luocheng. Li Yifei greeted him warmly. Let's save the catching up and explanations for later. We have more important things to do, Lin Xie said, ushering Li Yifei and Zhu back to the asylum. They're over there from a distance, Zhang Luocheng spotted, in the center of the 6 celestial palaces, atop that vast, crimson, floating palace, several figures dashing upward along the suspended stone steps. Let's go. Lin Xie dashed swiftly in that direction, but as he ran, his legs suddenly lifted off the ground. Surprised, he glanced back and saw a flurry of white paper carrying his body forward through the air. Behind Zhang Luochen, a pair of wings crafted from white paper unfurled, carrying him toward the Vermilion Palace. He turned his head to Lin Xie and said, Chia, you should hold her in a princess carry. When the paper turns into wings, it's much faster. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, but did as Zhang Luochen suggested, shifting from carrying Jialan on his back to cradling her in his arms. Jialan's expression changed instantly. Her fair cheeks blushed a deep red, and she cast a grateful glance at Zhang Luochen. Zhang Luochen's face was brimming with pride, thinking to himself, I truly am the ultimate wingman. With the wings of white paper propelling them, their speed increased considerably as they soared toward the floating stone slabs leading to the Vermilion Palace. Li Diyang stood dazed on the very first stone slab, gazing up at the palace suspended in midair. He was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice when Zhang Luochen and Lin Xie landed beside him. "Uncle Li, what are you daydreaming about?" Lin Xie couldn't help but ask as he looked at Li Diyang, who remained rooted to the spot. Oh, it's nothing." Li Diyang shook his head, then pointed up at the palace overhead. "Your friends have already gone inside. The Ant Queen is in there too. Go help them quickly." Lin Xie nodded, then asked, "Aren't you coming?" "I am," Li Diyang replied, bowing his head slightly. "I just need a bit more time." Lin Xie patted Li Diyang's shoulder in understanding. "Uncle Li, your cultivation level is too low. Leave the rest to us. You just wait for us right here." Li Diyang's mouth twitched, and he looked utterly exasperated. Lin Xie continued flying up the steps. Zhang Luochen glanced at Li Diyang, then up at the palace above. He understood in his heart that when Li Diyang finally reached the top, the Emperor of Fengdu would return to his rightful place. "Uncle Li, you've worked hard," Zhang Luochen said, giving Li Diyang a supportive pat on the shoulder. Li Diyang was taken aback, then offered a faint smile and said, "You kids still have time to tease me at a moment like this. Go help your friends." With that, under Zhang Luochen's watchful gaze, Li Diyang stepped toward the second stone slab. A deep tremor resonated. The slab shook, and the entire grand hall quivered with it. Witnessing this, Zhang Luochen felt a surge of awe. He nodded to Li Diyang and shot upward. There, he could already see the enormous white Ant Queen. As Zhang Luochen reached the peak of the Imperial Palace, countless paper figures whirled through the sky, while the Ant Queen cowered at the palace's very top. At that moment, an arrow flew straight toward the palace beneath the Ant Queen. The palace walls, crafted from divine materials of the celestial court, were pierced through by what seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary feathered arrow. A tremendous crash shook the air. The wall beneath the Ant Queen's feet burst open in an instant. Losing her balance, the Ant Queen lashed out with forelimbs sharp as scythes, plunging them into the cracks at the edge of the wall to steady herself, hanging precariously on the palace's rim. Hot on the heels of the first, a second arrow screamed through the air. This time, suspended on the wall, the Ant Queen had no chance to dodge. The arrow buried itself deep into her hard carapace. The Ant Queen's body slipped uncontrollably downward. In that moment, the paper shadow soldiers, who had been unable to approach her before, surged madly toward her fallen form. Witnessing this, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to Jialan, standing at Lin Xie's side. "She's incredible." Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Luocheng moved to the front of the Black Palace, joined by Lin Xie and Jialan, as they had just seen Fatty and the others enter through the doors. Zhang Luocheng pushed open the doors, and upon entering, spotted 3 figures pressed against the wall. When these 3 caught sight of Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, their faces lit up with relief, until their eyes fell on Jialan beside Lin Xie, and their expressions changed in an instant. The 3 men glanced at Jialan, then at Lin Xie, and finally settled their gaze on Zhang Luocheng. "Don't look at me. He brought her along. How would I know?" Zhang Luocheng spread his hands, feigning ignorance. "Jia, where did this woman come from?" Finally, Fatty couldn't help but ask. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xie replied, "We found her in one of the palaces." "Found her? Goodness. Why don't you go find me another one while you're at it? Are you immune to women or something? I thought you only attracted men. Now you're attracting women too?" Zhang Luocheng turned his gaze toward the floating throne in the center of the great hall. Draped over the throne was a black, wide-sleeved imperial robe, its dark fabric intricately embroidered with golden threads that formed complex patterns. Looking at this imperial robe, Zhang Luocheng felt a sense of reverence. There was no need to guess. This robe was waiting for its master's return. "There's a person sitting up there. It gives me the creeps," Chao Yuan said, pointing nervously at the floating throne. "No, that's just a robe," Zhang Luocheng explained. "A robe?" Chao Yuan asked, still uncertain. Lin Xie nodded. "I've probed it with my spiritual sense. It's definitely just a robe. If I'm not mistaken, this imperial robe is awaiting its master's return," Zhang Luocheng said, his gaze fixed on the robe suspended in the air. "Its master?" Bali Fatty asked. "Yes, the true lord of this city, the great emperor of Fengdu," Zhang Luocheng answered slowly. "It's been 100 years. Do you really think he'll ever return?" Bali Fatty couldn't help but ask. Zhang Luocheng nodded. "As long as he enters the cycle of reincarnation, he will surely return. Perhaps that day is not far off." Zhang Luocheng thought back to Li Diyang, who had just been on the steps moments ago. Even now, Li Diyang continued to climb upward, step by step. his imperial robe, his city. They were all waiting for him to return. By the way, I haven't asked yet. How did you all get in here? I clearly blocked the cave entrance. Lin Xie asked curiously. You blocked it, so I just dug through again, Zhang Luoqing replied, a little embarrassed. After all, he couldn't open the door, so his only option was to come in through a side tunnel. Lin Xie shook his head. Bailey Pang Pang immediately chimed in. We didn't come in through the cave. The door just opened for us on its own. The door opened by itself? Lin Xie couldn't help but be intrigued. Just then, the massive doors swung open once more. A giant white ant marched inside from the outside. The paper soldier underworld guards tried to follow, but they were already blocked outside as the white ant shut the doors behind it. At this moment, the ant queen looked utterly bedraggled. The body she had painstakingly repaired was now a third replaced by paper, torn and battered from struggle. But the instant she closed the doors and caught sight of the group, her weary body suddenly froze in surprise. Looks like someone has delivered themselves right to our doorstep, Zhang Luochang said, unsheathing his straight-bladed sword in a flash, ready for battle. Lin Xie had gently set Jialan down from his back, looking at her seriously. You're too heavy. Carrying you slows me down. Sit here and wait for a bit. Zhang Luochang couldn't help but give Lin Xie a thumbs up. A true terminator of the opposite sex. I'm genuinely impressed. Bailey Pang Pang stifled a laugh behind his hand. With that attitude, how could Xie ever find a wife? Maybe there are people who actually like this type, Zhang Luochang said, glancing from Jialan to Lin Xie. Hearing this, Jialan lowered her head shyly, a blush blooming on her cheeks, though her eyes still lingered on Lin Xie. All right, enough wasting time, Lin Xie said, drawing his straight blade. 5th Reserve Squad. Commence our first mystery extermination mission. Without hesitation, Zhang Luocheng charged forward. A streak of pale blue lightning instantly transformed into a sharp sword, hurtling straight for the Ant Queen's head. Sensing the imminent danger, the Ant Queen leapt into the air, her movement accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. But the lightning still struck her foreleg. Chidori blade severed one of her legs, and the queen was racked by a wave of paralysis, collapsing heavily onto the ground. A wail of anguish echoed through the grand hall, the sound laced with the Ant Queen's fury. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan drew his blade, his entire body enveloped in a black, ominous aura. With a sudden flash, he appeared right in front of the Ant Queen and, with wild fury, tore off one of her hind legs. Fire release. Flaming dragon whirl. A surge of crimson fire roared straight for the Ant Queen's head, engulfing her in searing flames. From within the inferno, her agonized wails rang out without end. Already battered and broken, the Ant Queen now suffered even more. Her body was scorched black, yet despite her grievous wounds, she dragged herself, battered and bruised, in a desperate attempt to flee toward the corner. But just then, strange red patterns began to surface across her body. At the same time, a swarm of red worker ants suddenly appeared. Their bodies started to swell grotesquely, and then burst apart one after another. One after another, the red worker ants all swelled until they exploded. The black soldier ants followed suit, their bodies expanding and then bursting in the same horrific manner. In that instant, the Ant Queen herself began to change, her aura surging in a disturbingly unnatural way. This is bloodline sacrifice, Zhang Luocheng said. What? Bali Pang Pang exclaimed. Sequence 347 of the Forbidden Ruins, and Xing Yu explained. It uses the life force of close kin to make up for one's own deficiencies. Zhang Luocheng added. With the queen's incredible reproductive power, she has hundreds of direct kin. If she sacrifices all these worker ants, she might break through directly to the boundless realm. Then we have to stop her right now, Lin Xie said immediately. That's easier said than done. Those markings are the true source of her power. Even if we attack her directly, Zhang Luocheng was cut off mid-sentence. An arrow whistled through the air, piercing the red glow swirling around the Ant Queen and lodging itself deep among the dense red patterns. In that moment, the rising tide of the Ant Queen's power was abruptly cut short. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Almost forgot, we've got a fierce lady here with us. The Ant Queen let out a furious roar and glared at them. By now, the berserk Chao Yuan had already closed in, his black, murderous blade striking again and again at her crimson carapace. She may not have reached the boundless realm, but she's now at the very peak of the sea stage. Everyone, stay sharp, Lin Xie cautioned. Understood. The group replied in unison. Susanoo. A faint violet glow began to swirl around Zhang Luocheng. The spectral half-form of Susanoo, clad in armor, emerged beside him. Blaze release. Susanoo, Kagetsuchi's wrath. In Susanoo's hand, a bow appeared, and a jet-black flaming arrow formed on the string. With a swift motion, he let it fly straight toward the Ant Queen. Sensing the mortal danger while locked in combat with Chao Yuan, the Ant Queen saw several black soldier ants leap in front of her. The black flames instantly consumed them, burning fiercely on their bodies. Lin Xie summoned the ancient tree demon without hesitation, instantly locking down the queen ant's movements. At the same time, with both blades in hand, he slashed directly at the queen's armored shell. "I'd like to see how many more worker ants you have left to shield you." Zhang Luoqing's Susanoo raised its mighty fist and brought it crashing down onto the queen ant with tremendous force. Under the relentless barrage, cracks began to spread across the queen's carapace. Madman Chao Yuan's blades kept hacking away, splintering the red armor into shards and fragments in the blink of an eye. A flash of sword energy appeared, and Lin Xie sliced the queen ant cleanly in half. Chidori blade. With a faint blue shimmer, a long sword materialized and swept through the air, severing the queen's head on the spot. Her wail of agony echoed through the grand hall. Even at the pinnacle of her power, the queen ant's vitality was astonishing. Though only a severed head remained, she continued to struggle where she lay, glaring at Zhang Luocheng and the others, hissing furiously. "Isn't this thing a little too tenacious? How is it still alive?" Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but marvel as the queen ant kept writhing. At that moment, the queen, driven by nothing but sheer will, or perhaps a final burst of dying strength, began to careen wildly around the palace, like a headless beast in a frenzy. "Watch out!" Lin Xie shouted urgently. Just then, the mindless queen barreled straight toward Jialan, who stood quietly to the side, unmoving. Seeing this, Lin Xie's heart skipped a beat. He darted in Jialan's direction, desperate to intercept, but Zhang Luocheng remained perfectly composed where he stood, arms crossed, even withdrawing his Susanoo. His eyes returned to their natural state, as if the danger had already passed. Jialan, watching the queen ant charge at her, calmly slung her wooden bow behind her back and lifted one hand. The instant the queen collided with Jialan's palm, her razor-sharp carapace exploded into fragments. In that moment, the last remnants of the queen's head splintered and collapsed, her life extinguished as she slumped to the ground. Jialan slowly lowered her hand, as if everything had unfolded just as she expected. Not a flicker of emotion crossed her serene face. Lin Xie, Fatty Bailey, and Xingyu stared in stunned silence at the scene before them, all thinking the same thing. This woman is terrifyingly strong. A chilling laugh cut through the silence. Madman Chao Yuan, blade in hand, charged toward Lin Xie and the others. Lin Xie sighed quietly, then glanced at Zhang Luocheng. Understanding the unspoken cue, Zhang Luocheng instantly teleported in front of the crazed Chao Yuan. Mangekyo Sharingan. With just a single glance, the murderous aura surrounding Chao Yuan vanished. He returned, in an instant, to his normal self. "Good thing you're here, Zhang Luocheng," Chao Yuan said, slowly rising from where he had collapsed. "I'm used to it by now," Zhang Luocheng replied nonchalantly. Lin Xie looked at Jialan with even greater curiosity. At this moment, Chao Yuan began to speak, recounting to Lin Xie the contents of the files they had examined. Immortal. Lin Xie savored the weight of these two words. Suddenly, a series of thunderclaps rolled in from beyond the great hall. The imperial robe draped across the throne vanished in an instant, and the palace doors swung open at the same time. "What just happened?" Lin Xie asked, bewildered. With confusion clouding their faces, everyone stepped outside the palace. The imperial robe that had adorned the throne was now worn by Li Diang, and a powerful imperial aura radiated from him. "Uncle Li, what's going on?" Bali Pang Pang was so astonished he could barely finish his sentence. "The Emperor of Fengdu. Li Diang is the reincarnation of the Emperor of Fengdu," Zhang Luocheng exclaimed in shock. Witnessing all of this was truly overwhelming, and the force emanating from Li Diang was simply indescribable. In that moment, Li Diang's aura surged higher and higher, breaking through the Chuan realm to climb, then as if shattering some invisible shackle, finally stepping into an enigmatic new state. His aura settled there, profound and unfathomable. "It seems the world no longer knows Li Diang the Watchman. Only the Emperor of Fengdu remains," Zhang Luocheng remarked. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted to Bali Pang Pang, the reincarnation of the celestial lord of spiritual treasures. Just then, a ripple of blood-red light spread out across the pitch-black dome above them. An intensely sinister presence descended upon Fengdu, and a godly figure, bare-chested, hovered in the sky. "What is that?" Chao Yuan looked up at the figure, his expression shifting. "A god. That's the aura of a god," Zhang Luocheng said quietly. But why would there be an outer god here? Chao Yuan asked in confusion. Perhaps it never left. Perhaps it's been waiting for this very moment all along, Lin Qie mused after a brief pause. Yama. The Emperor of Fengdu's voice echoed through the air. Stealing a fragment of my Fengdu wasn't enough for you? Now you've left behind a projection here as well. What is it you want? A projection? Another one? Zhang Luoqing frowned. Loki, whom he had encountered in Sangnan City, turned out to be just a clone. The whisper they'd met before was also only a projection. These people seemed to prefer sending their projections out to do their work, while they lounged at home, sleeping soundly. The two gods exchanged words in midair, their auras clashing and colliding with increasing intensity. Then, in a flash, the Emperor of Fengdu appeared behind Yama. A massive silver sphere materialized in his hand. With a flick of his finger, two silvery rings unfolded from the sphere, encircling Yama's body. From 3 different directions, they began to contract rapidly toward the center. Yinma, go, and tell Osiris, Hades, and Satan this. Every fragment of Fengdu they stole from here, I will snatch back, each and every piece with interest. The oppressive might of the Fengdu lands descended like a storm. 3 silver rings flashed out in an instant, slicing Yinma's head clean off. Without its head, the projection of Yinma collapsed and shrank away in a blink. After all, it was nothing but a phantom. The Emperor of Fengdu turned slowly, striding toward the center of the Great Hall. His gaze swept calmly across Zhang Luocheng and his companions. But just then he paused at the heart of the hall. Turning his head toward the entrance, the Emperor slowly pivoted and, with great respect, bowed his hands in greeting. Supervisor of the underworld pays his respects to the honored primordial lord. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luocheng and the others were taken aback. They all turned to look at the empty, echoing palace doors. From the void beyond, a figure gradually emerged, a Taoist in plain robes, hair tied up in a simple knot. With his hands clasped behind his back, he smiled gently and spoke. I wonder, should I call you the Emperor of Fengdu, or Li Diyang? A shiver ran through the Emperor's body as he replied. The night watchman Li Diyang is no more. Now I serve as supervisor of the underworld under the Taoist lord, the North Ean Emperor of Fengdu. The Taoist approached him, his voice soft and his smile warm. Whether you're the Emperor of Fengdu or Li Diyang, it makes no difference. Welcome back, all the same. Witnessing this exchange, Zhang Luocheng felt a strange sense of unreality. This was the primordial lord himself. It was the first time he'd seen such a legendary figure up close, and the resemblance to figures from television was uncanny. If someone unknowing were to wander in at this moment, they might well think a historical drama was being filmed. The primordial lord turned to them, his gaze passing over each of them in turn. When his eyes landed on Zhang Luocheng, there was a barely perceptible flicker, gone so quickly it was hard to say if it had happened at all. Night Watchman Lin Qie pays respect to the primordial lord. Night Watchman Zhang Luocheng pays respect to the primordial lord. Each of them followed suit, bowing with utmost respect. The primordial lord's gaze settled on Lin Qie, and a faint smile touched his lips. You're much improved since I last saw you. You have set your feet upon this path. Walk it well. There are still those in the celestial court waiting to fight alongside you. Then the primordial lord approached Fatty Bailey and addressed him simply. And lastly, let me give you something. A jade Rui scepter appeared in his hand, and, with a gentle gesture, vanished into Fatty Bailey's belly, disappearing without a trace. The primordial lord then turned to Zhang Luocheng. Your aura is strange. I cannot see through you. It's as if you don't belong to this world. Zhang Luocheng's expression froze for a moment, his mind racing. A true immortal indeed, he thought. Could he really tell at a glance that I'm not from this world, that I came here from somewhere else? However, your path is one you must walk on your own. The future is yours to shape, the primordial lord said slowly. Zhang Luocheng bowed deeply. As a watcher, I will remember your teachings, Lord. The primordial lord turned his gaze to the others. What happened in Fengdu must not be spread outside these walls. The group nodded solemnly. Seeing this, the primordial lord nodded in approval, then cast a final glance at the Emperor of Fengdu. At that moment, the Emperor of Fengdu suddenly spoke up. Wait! He stepped in front of Lin Qie, his expression wavering between hesitation and resolve. At last he said, Lin Qie, when you return and see Ting and my father, tell them for me that I'm already gone, fallen in battle. These words caught everyone off guard, but after a moment's silence, they nodded in understanding. The Emperor of Fengdu had returned to his true nature. He could no longer remain as Li Diyang. And one more thing, pass a message to Chen Han. With me gone, Squad 332 is his responsibility now. And those little treasures in my office cabinet, tell him to make good use of them. The Emperor of Fengdu continued. I understand. Don't worry, I'll see it done. The Emperor of Fengdu nodded to the primordial lord, who lifted a sleeve and swept it through the air. In a flash of white light, only the primordial lord and the Emperor of Fengdu remained in the grand hall. At the edge of the ancient forest, in the abandoned logging yard, a beam of white light flickered, and Zhang Luocheng and his 5 companions appeared out of thin air. Chao Yuan glanced around. We've actually surfaced from underground, and right at the forest's edge, no less. Bailey Pang Pang pinched the soft flesh at his waist, his face crumpling with distress. He turned to Lin Chia and whimpered, Chia, do you think the Lord really gave me a child or something? Lin Chia's lips twitched. Highly unlikely. That's more in Guanin's realm of expertise. Zhang Luocheng walked over, threw an arm around Bailey Pang Pang, and pulled him close. Pang Pang, don't worry. This is the primordial Lord we're talking about. Whatever he gave you, it's bound to be something extraordinary. Maybe it'll end up being a powerful asset when you need it most. Bailey Pang Pang eyed Zhang Luocheng uncertainly. Really? Feels more like he gave me a kid. Look at my stomach. It's grown a whole size. You've always had a big belly. When has it ever been small? Chao Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Seriously, what would be the point of giving you a child? You couldn't have one anyway. Zhang Luocheng sighed, at a loss for words. Pong Pong's train of thought was truly something else. It's definitely some kind of special ability, something that'll come in handy when the time is right. Is that so? Maybe it's something that could decide a battle from 1,000 miles away. Bailey Pang Pang mused. Lin Chia clearly wasn't interested in pursuing this topic any further. Staring at the ancient forest before them, he said, Anyway, let's get out of here first. At that moment, Chao Yuan spoke up. So what about her? Lin Chia thought for a moment, then spoke. This is a special item discovered during our mission. When we return, I'll write up a report and have it packaged and handed over to the state. Chao Yuan was utterly baffled. Huh? She's a person. How can you? Zhang Luocheng pressed his hand to his forehead, both impressed and exasperated by Lin Chia's unconventional thinking. Seriously, with someone this skilled, why not have her join our team? It would be a real waste of talent otherwise. And with her, we'd finally have all 6 members. Jialan, hearing this, nodded repeatedly in agreement. We still need to report to the authorities before making any decisions. It's getting late. Let's get out of here for now, Lin Chia said. Honestly, Chia, what goes on in that head of yours? Bailey Pang Pang just shook his head in disbelief. Zhang Luocheng let out a soft sigh, turning down a wife handed to you on a silver platter, and instead, handing her over to the state? Truly, you are one of a kind. No one before, and likely no one after. Talk about having 6 of your 7 orifices open, Bailey Pang Pang muttered under his breath. What does that mean? Chao Yuan asked, puzzled. It means he's hopeless, Bailey Pang Pang explained. The 6 of them chatted as they walked, their pace unhurried now that the mission was over. With no need to rush, their steps slowed as they made their way out of the forest. By the time they emerged from the ancient woods, dusk had already fallen. When they reached the entrance of the Forest Protection Bureau, the group came to a stop in unison. Chia, are you really going through with this? Zhang Luocheng asked, coming up beside Lin Chia. Lin Chia sighed softly, then, after a brief pause, nodded and walked toward the bureau's doors. As he did, his figure shifted, taking on the appearance of Li Dian. He pushed open the doors and stepped inside. Meanwhile, Bailey Pang Pang and the others saw Li Dian's father and daughter off at the station. Although Chen Han had seen through their cover, Lin Chia's badge convinced him to play along nonetheless. Zhang Luocheng stood alone in the snow, his gaze drifting toward the distant wilderness. Who could have guessed that, deep in those primeval woods, there was such a secret place, and a great emperor of Fengdu standing watch within? Farewell, Night Watchman Li Dian. A clear chime echoed in his ears as the system's voice rang out, and in that instant, the world around him seemed to freeze. Congratulations, host, on completing your mission. You have earned 2 opportunities to draw for new abilities. Would you like to draw now? Draw. A massive wheel appeared before Zhang Luocheng, spinning rapidly, then gradually slowing, until it finally stopped on one of the segments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability, Transformation Technique. You can now take the form of any person, animal, or object. Zhang Luocheng nodded calmly as a strange new power surged through his body. Strictly speaking, this transformation technique was ideal for infiltration, not for combat. Second chance to draw an ability. Would you like to draw now? Yes, draw. The wheel began spinning once again. Congratulations, host. You have gained an ability, Gaara's Sand Manipulation. You also receive Gaara's signature Sand Gourd, which which can freely change its size. The sand inside is unlimited in quantity. Zhang Luoqing's eyes lit up. Gaara's sand abilities were formidable in the early stages, and he even became the Kazekage later on. At that very moment, a massive gourd appeared before Zhang Luoqing. Despite the inexhaustible sand inside, the gourd itself was surprisingly light. However, carrying such a huge gourd around was simply too conspicuous. With a single thought, Zhang Luoqing made the enormous gourd shrink in an instant, transforming it into a small ornament that hung at his waist. He promptly attached it to his belt. Now that I have this power, I wonder if that move will work. Zhang Luoqing reached out, and sand automatically streamed from the little gourd, swirling around him, before covering his entire body. Once fully enveloped, his skin looked just as it always did, but only Zhang Luoqing knew that a layer of sand now shielded him. This was Gaara's ultimate defense, the armor of sand. With the business in Antak County concluded, Zhang Luoqing and his companions boarded the familiar green train and left the town behind. Chia, now that the mission's over, have you reported in? Zhang Luoqing asked inside the train. Already checked in with Commander Yi before we boarded, Lin Chia replied. So, when's our next assignment? Will we get any time off in between? Bali Pang Pang pondered aloud. My dad's birthday is coming up in a few days, so I'll probably have to go back home for the celebration. Your dad? The chairman of the Bailey Group? Bali Pang Pang nodded. That's right. He's always kept his birthdays low-key, but this time is different. It's his 50th, and he's retiring. At these words, Zhang Luoqing's expression shifted. He knew all too well what this birthday signified for the chairman of Bailey Group. It meant the real Bailey Tumming would finally make his announcement to the world. This was also a turning point for Bali Pang Pang, a fate he couldn't escape. Besides, Zhang Luoqing had been in the world of Godslayer for some time now. He understood that no matter what twists and turns the story took, the outcome would remain unchanged, no matter how hard you tried. You're all my friends, so you better take some time off and show up for me, Bali Pang Pang said earnestly. We're a special operations team. With all these mysteries around, time off is a luxury we can't afford. Chow Yuan replied with a wry smile. Come on, when we get to Guangzhou or Shenzhen, I'll be sure to treat you all to something special, Bali Pang Pang said with a hearty grin. Just then, a burst of ringtone cut through the air. Lin Chia rose from his seat to answer his phone. The rest of the group lingered in the train carriage, chatting idly as the scenery rushed by outside. Hey, do you think, Commander, you might give each of us some time off? Bali Pang Pang wondered aloud. That's hard to say, but we'll probably get some kind of reward, Chow Yuan chimed in. Yeah, there'll definitely be a medal. This is probably the first collective medal our squad has ever earned, Zhang Luoqing added. A medal? And Xingyu asked, puzzled. Zhang Luoqing took a moment to explain the concept of the Watcher's Medal to Xingyu. As for vacation, I wouldn't count on it. Besides, we're still just a reserve squad. Commander Yi is bound to want us to grow quickly, to become a real special operations team. That means missions, one after another, Zhang Luoqing said, leaning back against the seat with a sigh. Oh, what a shame. Are we never going to get a break? Bali Pang Pang looked as if he might burst into tears from sheer exhaustion. At that moment, Lin Xie returned and got straight to the point. Grab your things. Get ready to jump off the train. Jump? Off what? The train. All 6 of them darted through the carriage, making their way to the rear door. When the attendant saw them approaching, he immediately stepped forward to block their way. What are you all doing here? You can't come in. In a flash, Zhang Luoqing's eyes turned blood red. The attendant fainted on the spot, and Chow Yuan caught him quickly, setting him gently aside. Lin Xie swung the door open. A blast of cold wind surged into the carriage, and the 6 of them leapt from the moving train, landing steadily atop the rails below. Just then, a helicopter appeared overhead, its blades slicing through the air with a deafening roar, whipping their clothes about in the turbulence. The helicopter touched down on the tracks. Wasting no time, the group clambered aboard and sped toward the nearest airport. Upon arrival, a transport plane was already waiting for them. Once everyone was on board, the aircraft slowly ascended into the sky. What on earth happened in Gus's city? Why the rush? Bali Pang Pang asked, his confusion plain. You'll see soon enough, Lin Xie replied, pulling out the envelope he'd just received. Inside were details explaining Jialan's immortal ability, along with words of praise for completing their recent mission. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 015. The Third King's Ruin, Immortal? Lin Xie read aloud, his voice steady. What? That powerful? Bali Pang Pang exclaimed in disbelief. Then doesn't that mean our squad has produced 2 Kings of the Ruins? Chow Yuan shot a look at Zhang Luoqing. Zhang Luoqing looked a bit embarrassed. Mine's nothing compared to Immortal. There's a huge difference. Lin Xie went on to explain the immortal ability, then turned to Jialan. Are you willing to come with me? Jialan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head slightly. No, that's not what I meant. I was talking about joining my squad, Lin Xie quickly clarified. Zhang Luochen and Bailey Pang Pang exchanged glances, both shaking their heads ever so slightly. Bailey Pang Pang spoke up in a slow, resigned tone, trying to change a straight man. That's really an uphill battle. With a look of utter confusion, Chao Yuan asked, "What's wrong? Did he do something inappropriate?" Zhang Luochen and Bailey Pang Pang both turned to look at Chao Yuan. Bailey Pang Pang added, "Two straight men together? Now, that's a hell-level challenge." Lin Xie then opened the mission file for Suzhou. Several words, highlighted in vivid red, leapt off the page. A large-scale psychic contamination zone has appeared in Suzhou. The suspected source is the foreign entity that escaped Songnan City a year ago, Belkrand. Belkrand. Upon seeing the name, Lin Xie's gaze instinctively shifted toward Zhang Luochen and Xingyu. A year ago, only Zhang Luochen and Xingyu had been involved in that incident. Now, hearing that name again, both of them froze in surprise. It's been a year. By now, it must have recovered its full strength, Zhang Luochen said grimly. Lin Xie read through the entire file, his expression growing dark. He glanced at the clock. The Suzhou Night Watchers Squad 017 entered the purple mist 19 hours ago, Lin Xie announced. So, this must be Belkrand's handiwork, Zhang Luochen said. Its ability is mainly psychic attacks. Back on the plane, it used that power to escape. And when I was inside that purple mist, it felt like my very mind was being stripped away. A psychic forbidden zone, Lin Xie murmured. Back then, its purple mist barely covered half a plane, Zhang Luochen continued. Now it spread out for dozens of kilometers. Molly, Bailey Pang Pang suddenly blurted out, as if struck by a thought. I remember Molly was transferred to the Suzhou Night Watchers. Don't worry, Pang Pang, Zhang Luochen reassured him, understanding his concern. It's a psychic attack, it won't kill. Molly won't be in any danger. Besides, she's only a rookie, just 1 year in. She wouldn't be sent on a mission this tough. Hearing that, Bailey Pang Pang heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xie then produced a small box and handed it to Xingyu. The squad admission approvals for Zhang Luochen and Xingyu and Chao Yuan have all come through. This is your insignia, and, as you requested, a complete set of surgical knives made from straight blade materials. As for the cloak, that will be crafted once you're officially part of the special squad, so there's none for now. What about mine? Bailey Pang Pang asked. I'm not sure. Maybe things were too rushed, so the process wasn't finished, Lin Xie replied. At that moment, a military officer walked over. Captain Lin, we're about to arrive in Suzhou. Are you all ready? Lin Xie nodded. We're ready. Find an airport where we can land. Land? The officer was taken aback. This plane never lands at any other airport. All the other special teams parachute directly. Don't tell me you don't have your own way to get down. At this, everyone instinctively turned to look at Zhang Luocheng. All right, I get it. We'll jump, Zhang Luocheng replied. Jump out of the plane, you mean? 6 figures leapt from the cabin, carving elegant arcs through the sky as they plummeted toward the ground, each silhouette descending rapidly. Whoa, this is way too high. Luocheng, where are our wings already? Barely out of the plane, Bailey Pang Pang was already shouting at the top of his lungs. Zhang Luocheng was speechless. Now, he finally understood his purpose in this world of demon slayers, to make things more comfortable for this group. In the original storyline, everyone parachuted to the ground, except for Jialan, who simply crash-landed, relying on the raw power of his immortality. But now, with Zhang Luocheng here, the whole issue of jumping had been taken care of. Well, so be it. Draw a new ability, and everyone benefits. Wings? Who said anything about wings? Zhang Luocheng's lips curled into a faint smile. After all, if he just got a new ability, why not show it off? The 6 of them kept plummeting, Bailey Pong Pong's desperate wails echoing across the sky. Next to him, Chao Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you keep screaming like that, you'll wake up every enemy down there, Chao Yuan couldn't help but retort. But it's too high. We're about to hit the ground. Bailey Pong Pong's voice was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that the time was right, Zhang Luocheng opened the gourd at his waist, letting the sand inside pour out. With a wave of his hand, the sand gathered beneath each person's feet, forming small floating platforms just large enough to stand on. The 6 descending figures suddenly came to a halt, suspended in the air. Each of them now had a platform of sand beneath their feet. Huh, what's this? Bailey Pang Pang looked down in confusion. A new power? Lin Xie turned to Zhang Luocheng, instantly understanding that this was his doing. Zhang Luocheng nodded. From now on, leave the flying to me. These grains of sand, they're not from Xia. I can't even analyze their composition. And Xingyu muttered, studying the sand beneath her feet. Zhang Luocheng simply smiled, giving no answer. He lowered his gaze to the landscape below. They were still floating in midair, and beneath them stretched a vast expanse of purple mist. The area covered is about 15 kilometers or so, and we don't have much time left, Lin Xie said, gazing down at the purple mist below. This fog now blankets almost every street, and the real problem is that Belcran is just a tiny bug. It's extremely difficult to find. And Xingyu added, her eyes also fixed on the swirling mist. Plus, if we stay inside the fog for too long, we'll be contaminated as well. Relying on just the three of us isn't enough, Zhang Luocheng spoke up. That's why we'll need a few friends, and Xingyu said, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose. At that moment, several sewers around Gus's city suddenly began to stir. A few manhole covers burst open, and swarms of gray rats poured out, scrambling over each other in a frantic tide. A rat swarm. Zhang Luocheng immediately realized who Xingyu's friends were. And Xingyu nodded. Over the past year, my fish seeds have been steadily spreading. By now, the surrounding cities of Songnan are completely under my influence. Lin Xie hadn't expected Xingyu's fish seeds to have infiltrated Gusu so thoroughly. Within his psychic perception, he could sense the vast, churning mass of rats. With such a wide area, even these rat swarms aren't enough, Zhang Luocheng declared. With a wave of his hand, a flurry of white papers whirled through the air from nowhere. In front of him, the sheets folded themselves into paper cranes, one after another. Zhang Luocheng pointed toward the mist, and all the paper cranes shot forward, slicing through the fog in an instant. This will make things a lot easier, but with the distance, we should add another layer of insurance, Lin Xie said, his eyes flashing with a trace of darkness as he gazed into the mist. A flurry of bats and owls swooped toward Lin Xie, and at his silent command, followed the paper cranes into the fog. You three have rats crawling on the ground, birds flying through the air, and even paper cranes makes the rest of us look pretty. Useless, Bali Pang Pang commented, watching the trio display their powers while he, and his group, seemed more like bystanders. Luckily, psychic contamination only affects humans. Finding Belcrand is now just a matter of time, Lin Xie remarked. This fog is its creation, so the moment we enter, there's a good chance it's already aware of us, Zhang Luocheng pointed out. Still, at this point, we don't have a choice. We have to go in, Lin Xie replied, raising his eyebrows. A year ago, the three of us destroyed its ascension ritual. By now, we're probably sworn enemies in its eyes, and Xingyu said, adjusting her glasses once more. Do you have a plan? Lin Xie asked. There's a way, but it does carry some risks. The best approach now is to split into groups. And Xingyu smiled faintly and continued. The three of us were the main culprits who ruined its ascension ritual a year ago, so it's best if we act separately. Lin Xie and I will go together. Zhang Luocheng will move independently, and the three of you will form the last group. What? Split up? But if we separate and run into that mysterious being of the sea level, what do we do? Chao Yuan couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about that. Each of you carries my mark. The mist here doesn't block its presence, so no matter what happens to any of you, I can arrive at once, Zhang Luocheng reassured them. Everyone had witnessed Zhang Luocheng's ability to teleport, which was exactly why Xingyu wanted him to operate solo. Lin Xie also pulled out a knife and handed it to Chao Yuan. I could perform a reverse summon and reach you instantly, too. Chao Yuan turned to Xingyu. But what about you? If you're discovered, how do we support you? Even if Luocheng gets there, just the two of you would be in real danger. Don't worry. I have my own backup plan. And Xingyu replied with a gentle smile. Bailey Pang Pang gave a quiet sigh. I never get a say in these plans. What kind of brains do you all have, anyway? All right, since the plan is set, let's head into the mist, Lin Xie said, glancing at Zhang Luocheng. Wait a second. Zhang Luocheng paused, a strange feeling nagging him, as if they were missing a crucial step. At the same time, Bailey Pang Pang suddenly raised his hand. I have a question. You just said we might have a head-on clash with Team 017. What if they remember our faces after we get out? That's easy to fix. Luocheng go. With a wave of Zhang Luocheng's hand, the sandy platforms beneath their feet carried them swiftly into the thick mist. In a blink, they passed through and landed in front of a toy store. The platforms vanished instantly as Zhang Luocheng closed the lid of his gourd. Inside the shop, all sorts of masks were displayed on the shelves. Pang Pang, this Zhu Beiji mask would suit you perfectly. I agree. It's perfect for Pang Pang, Chao Yuan said, handing the pig-faced mask to Bailey Pang Pang. Then this Sham monk mask is just right for you. You're a monk already. After all, Bailey Pang Pang replied, passing the sandy-faced monk mask to Chao Yuan. Lin Xie picked out a Monkey King mask for himself, then grabbed a Tang monk mask for Xingyu. He was just about to reach for a stubbly-faced black Li Kuei mask when Zhang Luocheng stopped him with a hand on his wrist. "Come on, don't be so tone-deaf, man." Lin Xie paused for a moment, glanced at Jialan, and then handed him a red boy mask before turning his gaze to the Yang Jian mask. "Do you want to wear this one?" he asked. Zhang Luocheng looked at the Yang Jian mask. To his surprise, it really did bear some resemblance to Lin Xie's younger brother. "Don't you think this mask looks a lot like someone?" he remarked. Lin Xie was taken aback. It can't possibly look like that dog, right?" Zhang Luocheng let out a soft sigh and muttered under his breath, "I'd rather not be your little brother." Then, picking up a white mask with a circular pattern, Zhang Luocheng put it on himself. "I think this one suits me better." In the city of Suzhou, the streets lay silent and deserted. Zhang Luocheng found himself wandering alone, and took the opportunity to mark a blank sheet of paper, sending it fluttering toward every corner of Suzhou. This way, he wouldn't need to visit each location in person to set his marks. No matter what danger befell him, he could shift himself instantly to another part of the city using those marks. Once all was prepared, Zhang Luocheng walked along the empty streets. Thanks to the mysterious force, the entire city had become a ghost town. As he made his way down the street, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes turned crimson, the Sharingan appearing. At the end of the road, more than a dozen silhouettes emerged from the darkness, hand in hand, silent and expressionless, moving in perfect unison like emotionless machines, yet their bodies were unnaturally stiff. They formed a line, completely blocking the road ahead, and marched steadily toward Zhang Luocheng. This was not the first time Zhang Luocheng had seen something like this. He had encountered a year ago in Songnan. These people had fallen, victim to spiritual manipulation. The ones blocking his way were simply ordinary citizens of Suzhou, now under someone else's control. Their eyes are actually shut. Zhang Luocheng had intended to use the Sharingan's power to break the control over them, but, astonishingly, every one of them had their eyes tightly closed. It was as if they knew his abilities and had already prepared a countermeasure. At the same time, the same scene unfolded behind him, blocking his retreat. Not only that, but the shops lining both sides of the street burst open, releasing wave after wave of blindfolded residents, surging toward him and trapping him in the middle. Sand binding. Zhang Luocheng flipped open the lid of his gourd, and a torrent of sand came pouring out. Spreading from his feet, the sand snaked out and tightly bound the ankles of each resident, freezing them in place and halting their advance. "You all wait here for now. Once the fog lifts, I'll come back to let you go." With a wave of his hand, a platform of sand rose beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. Then, Zhang Luocheng floated off toward another part of the city. Suspended in midair, Zhang Luocheng finally realized that many of the residents on this street were moving in the same mechanical fashion. They walked along like emotionless automatons, their faces blank and movement stiff. Just as he had done before, Zhang Luocheng used sand to bind their feet in place, trapping them where they stood. At that moment, an explosion sounded not far off, immediately catching Zhang Luocheng's attention. Hovering in the air, he turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. It turned out Li Pang Pang and his group had been attacked. The ambush had come from two members of Team 017, but with Jialan on their side, Zhang Luocheng wasn't particularly worried about the situation over there. Right now, Zhang Luocheng's eyes shifted toward the top of a nearby skyscraper, as though he could see straight through to the truth of things. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot. Instead of rushing to support by Li Pang Pang and the others, he appeared on a rooftop. There, two young men were already waiting, Lin Xie and Qingyu. "It seems you two have already figured out some of what's going on," Zhang Luocheng said as he appeared, but neither of them seemed the least bit surprised by his sudden arrival. Lin Xie nodded, then asked, "How are Pang Pang and the others?" "They're fine. Even though the forbidden fields of those two Team 017 members are a good counter to them, and Chao Yuan has already lost control," Zhang Luocheng replied calmly. "Chao Yuan's gone berserk, and you're not helping?" Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't worry. Jialan is there. She's more than capable. She used some rather forceful methods to bring the rampaging Chao Yuan back to normal." Zhang Luocheng offered a small, reassuring smile. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, then let out a wry chuckle. "There are two people at the very top of the southern gate. I'm guessing they're the masterminds behind all of this." Zhang Luocheng nodded. "I noticed that too. Strictly speaking, Belkran is just another one of their captives. Oh, and by the way, one of them is the Serpent Woman." "The Old God's Church again? Who's the other one?" Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luocheng and Qingyu both shook their heads. Then Zhang Luocheng explained, "Belkran's ability is to control people's bodies, and even wield their powers. The members of Team 017 are most likely under its control right now. Yeah, we talked it through just now. Their real target this time is probably Team Phoenix. As it happens, we showed up instead. Those 3 boxes were all meant for Team Phoenix. Lin Chie spoke up. If those things were made specifically to deal with Team Phoenix, they're probably meant to suppress their bloodlines. Looks like we're up against quite a few enemies this time. But then, they're all old acquaintances. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. That's right. A year ago, the Serpent Woman escaped, and Belcrand got away too. This time, neither of them will. Lin Chie's words were slow and resolute. This is what we found so far. In Squad 017, 3 people have been subdued. There are 2 left, and I already know where they're hiding, Zhang Luocheng said. Lin Chie gave a slight smile. You're fast. How are they doing? It's the squad captain and Molly. Molly seems to be carrying a forbidden object, so she hasn't been infected. But as for the captain, things aren't looking good for him, Zhang Luocheng replied. But Pang Pang and the others are already on their way. What about the unknown enemies? What's the plan? And Xingyu asked. Since they're all here, let's finish them off. Only by resolving this crisis completely can we live up to the duty of a special squad, Lin Chie said. And Xingyu and Zhang Luocheng both nodded in agreement. Then let's get started. It's been a while since I saw that snake lady. I'll go pay her a visit. But first, I need to make a stop somewhere, Zhang Luocheng said. Lin Chie looked a bit puzzled. Where are you headed? That captain is in critical danger. I have to check on him first. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Luocheng's figure vanished. In the heart of Gusu City, on the 23rd floor of a certain skyscraper, Zhang Luocheng suddenly appeared beside Chao Yuan. Although Chao Yuan was momentarily surprised, he quickly returned to his usual calm. What's the situation here? Zhang Luocheng asked, glancing over. At that moment, Bai Li Pang Pang was in a one-on-one fight with Sun Wan. Chao Yuan nodded toward Molly, who stood nearby. Right now, Pang Pang is playing the hero and saving the damsel in distress. Zhang Luocheng nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at Sun Wan, who was swinging his blood-red blade at Pang Pang. So, this is the power of Belcrand. With him included, 3 Squad 017 members are under control. I see, Chao Yuan said with a slight nod. There's more. This time, the Old God Church is involved too. Zhang Luocheng proceeded to explain everything he had just discovered. As the two spoke, suddenly, the scroll of sealing was tossed toward them. Chao Yuan caught it steadily. The 3 exchanged confused glances. You, go tie him up for me, quickly. Don't dawdle. The tone was pure domineering boss. Jialan narrowed her eyes at Bai Li Pang Pang, a trace of wariness in her gaze. This guy? Fine, let's give him some face. Zhang Luocheng took the scroll of sealing from Chao Yuan and used it to bind Sun Wan. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan whispered a few words into Jialan's ear, and her eyes went wide in surprise as if she'd just overheard some juicy gossip. But Sun Wan, lying on the ground, wasn't about to give in. He tried to reach for his blood-red blade, and Zhang Luocheng noticed. Tsukuyami! Sun Wan's body jolted, then fell completely still, as if life had left him altogether.